Upon entering the enchanting realm of Pokémon, the tale unfolds of a protagonist named Xiaofeng, who, endowed with a system that allows for the augmentation of his species, attributes, and increasingly absurd skills, aspires to become a champion. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Dreams ****. In the world of Pokémon, nestled within the Kanto region lies a quaint town known as Pallet Town, famously regarded as the cradle of legendary Pokémon trainers. In a modest wooden cabin at the rear of this idyllic town resides an unexpected visitor from another world, Xiaofeng. In his previous life, he was but a cog in the relentless machinery of corporate existence, ensnared in a monotonous cycle of toil. One fateful night, as Xiaofeng returned home, wearied for the day's endeavors, he merely sought to cleanse himself and retire for the night. However, fate had other plans, and in an unforeseen twist, he found himself whisked away to the Pokémon world during a rather unfortunate moment. Pondering his peculiar predicament, Xiaofeng mused, while others embark upon their journeys through grand transport or ascend to new realms in a flash of lightning. My arrival is akin to a farcical misadventure, although it is not entirely dissimilar to a bodily function. Upon his arrival in the Pokémon world, Xiaofeng was transformed not merely in spirit, but also in form, becoming a bald infant. He was discovered by Professor Oak, renowned for his connection to Ash's father, who took him under his wing and entrusted him to Delia, Ash's mother, for nurturing. It was not until the age of 6 that Xiaofeng, yearning for independence, persistently implored Professor Oak to construct a small wooden abode for him. The motivation behind this desire for solitude stemmed from Professor Oak's frequent visits to Delia's home, ostensibly to check on Xiaofeng, but often indulging in the hospitality of her kitchen. Self-identifying as a model citizen, Xiaofeng vowed not to take advantage of the kindness of others, thus severing Professor Oak's intentions from the root. Fast forward, and Xiaofeng reached the age of 10, a pivotal moment for every child to embark on their journey. The night before departure was fraught with exhilaration, his heart racing and hands trembling, leading to a sleepless night filled with dreams of exploring uncharted territories and experiencing the wonders of travel, culminating in the inevitable consequence of dark circles under his eyes. At the break of dawn, Xiaofeng, bearing the evidence of his restless night, dashed from his home, propelled by excitement, and fervently knocked on the door of Professor Oak's laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Oak, open up, he exclaimed. Xiaofeng, is that you? You're quite early, the very first to arrive. Professor Oak yawned as he opened the door. Professor, haven't you heard the saying, the early bird catches the worm? Who has said that? I seem unaware. Xiaofeng, you always come up with peculiar phrases, Professor Oak replied, perplexed. This is a quote from Wazik Professor, but let's not dwell on who said it. Please, take me to receive my Pokémon, Xiaofeng implored, hands clasped in fervent supplication. All right, let us proceed. By the way, who is Wazik? Never mind. Professor Oak mumbled as he led Xiaofeng into the research facility. Before long, they arrived at the room designated for receiving Pokémon. Standing before a console containing 3 Pokémon spheres, Professor Oak inquired, have you decided which Pokémon you wish to accompany you on your journey? Indeed, Professor. I've already chosen my beloved Pokémon, Xiaofeng replied, suppressing his excitement. Very well, Xiaofeng. You have always been an independent child. I shan't say much more, but I hope you treat your Pokémon well, for you shall be companions henceforth. Professor Oak admonished earnestly. Of course, Professor. I vow to grow stronger alongside my chosen partner, and to become a Pokémon Master, Xiaofeng declared with determination, locking eyes with Professor Oak. That reassures me. Now, let us commence the most anticipated segment of your adventure. Professor Oak beamed with approval. Within these 3 Pokeballs lie Pokémon, for which you have surely prepared. The one adorned with flame patterns is the Fire-type Charmander. The one with raindrop designs is the Water-type Squirtle. And the one bearing leaf motifs is the Grass-type. Bulbasaur, what is your choice? Professor Oak elaborated. I made my decision long ago, and it has never wavered. It shall be you, Charmander, Xiaofeng proclaimed, his hand resolutely resting upon the Pokeball emblazoned with flames. Come forth, Charmander, he commanded, tossing the Pokeball into the air. In an instant, a radiant beam erupted from the sphere, gradually revealing a small figure. A smooth head, bright, expressive eyes, an orange body, a creamy belly, and a long tail. Ablaze with a flickering flame, it was Charmander. Greetings, Charmander. I am Xiaofeng. From this moment, we are partners. Will you travel with me and grow stronger together? Xiaofeng crouched down, gazing into Charmander's eyes, extending his right hand with a hint of trepidation. Char. Char. As if sensing Xiaofeng's affection, Charmander squinted its eyes, smiling, and placed its paw in Xiaofeng's palm. Ha. I look forward to our journey together, Charmander. Overcome with joy, Xiaofeng lifted Charmander high, his heart alight with elation. Char. At that moment, Professor Oak approached with a parcel, smiling as he handed it to Xiaofeng. Congratulations, Xiaofeng and Charmander. Your adventure officially begins now. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. Here is a farewell gift from me, an Pokédex and 5 empty Pokeballs. May you encounter many more companions on your journey. Thank you, Professor. I will cherish this gift. Farewell, Professor. It's time for me to set off, Xiaofeng replied, accepting the Pokédex and Pokeballs, waving goodbye as he departed. Goodbye. Safe travels. As Xiaofeng exited the laboratory, the sky transitioned from pale dawn to vibrant orange and finally to a deep crimson as the sun ascended, heralding the commencement of his journey. Embracing the sunlight, he ventured forth into a realm of new challenges and opportunities. With Charmander beside him, Xiaofeng stepped onto a path lined with lush green grass. At that moment, a chime halted Xiaofeng in his tracks. Congratulations, host! You have officially embarked on your journey. The species augmentation and multiverse skill system has been successfully activated. System? Xiaofeng expressed with a puzzled countenance. Please refer to me as the species augmentation and multiverse skill system. Xiaofeng could have sworn the system's voice resonated louder than before. Very well, system. Now pray tell, what is your dream? No, rather, what is your purpose? Xiaofeng inquired nonchalantly. Host, are you not excited? Are you not thrilled? I am the system, the unparalleled existence, the omnipotent force that shall elevate you to the pinnacle of life. The system lamented in a tone of exasperation. I am indeed thrilled. How exhilarating, Xiaofeng exclaimed, wearing a face that conveyed his excitement. Host, do you not feel that your indifference is rather palpable? Could you enlighten me on how you maintain such tranquility regarding my emergence? The system sighed. Yes, that's so. I find it quite acceptable. After all, I am an avid reader, a connoisseur of countless novels, deeply influenced by the tropes of system narratives. Is it not entirely normal for protagonists to acquire systems? Xiaofeng remarked, innocently. Very well then, reveal your aspirations, or rather, your functionalities, dear system, Xiaofeng said, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. All right, having you as my host, I concede. My functionalities are as follows. 1. By completing tasks, you may acquire points to enhance your Pokemon's base stats. 2. Upon task completion, I can bestow upon you and your Pokemon abilities from alternate realms, the system stated, resignedly. Is that all? Can't you make my Charmander invincible directly? Is it really necessary to undertake tasks? Xiaofeng exclaimed, astonished. What nonsense are you pondering? Ascending right where you stand? I too wish for such elevation, the system replied, exasperated. Well, if ascension is off the table, let's discuss something else. Other systems provide novice gift packs. Do you have one? Xiaofeng inquired, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Oh yes. Ding. You possess an unopened gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system timidly responded. Dear system, you didn't just realize you forgot to send me the gift pack, did you? That must be the case. Xiaofeng mused, stroking his chin. What? How could that be? Just tell me whether you want it or not. The system exclaimed loudly. Yes, indeed. Freebies bring me joy. I shall not refuse what is offered for free. Open it, dear system, Xiaofeng declared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 base stat points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired rapid regeneration. Asterisk murmurs softly asterisk. Rapid regeneration ensures that when the host engages in reckless behavior, it becomes less likely for them to meet an untimely demise. And please do not implicate me in your failures. Dear system, your inner thoughts have escaped. Xiaofeng's face twitched slightly. The system has gone offline. Please do not disturb. Chapter 2, Stat Allocation, a successful initial battle by the way. Tongsu, do you not possess an interface like other systems? You know, one that allows for the observation of one's own and others' attributes, skills, and the like? Xiaofeng inquired of the system. Indeed, host. Simply recite the incantation to access it. It is visible only to you. Would you like to open the character panel? The system responded. Tongsu, please open the character panel, Xiaofeng murmured. And a blue light curtain manifested before him. Name, Xiaofeng race, human cub Pokemon. Charmander, expand for Pokemon panel, skills, none added yet bag. Pokemon base stats 20 points. Common skill, rapid regeneration. Mother will no longer fear me getting hurt. Now, let's open Charmander's panel. Xiao Feng continued. Name, Charmander LV5 ID. 004 type. Fire ability. Blaze inherent skills. Scratch, Tail Whip, Growl. Ember base stats. HP, 39 physical attack, 52 physical defense, 43 special attack, 60 special defense, 50 speed, 65 total, 309. Data source, Sogu Baiki. As the saying goes, speed is power. Tongsu, allocate 20 points to enhance Charmander's speed stat and add rapid regeneration for both of us. Xiao Feng remarked, stroking his chin as he gazed at the panel. Understood. Attributes have been updated. Please check. Only important and updated content displayed below. Name, Xiao Feng. Added skill, rapid regeneration. Name, Charmander LV5, speed 65. Added skill, rapid regeneration. Inherent skills, scratch, growl, tail whip, ember. Really? After Xiao Feng allocated the points, Charmander felt the changes within its body and tilted its head in confusion, gazing at Xiao Feng. How do you feel, Charmander? Is there any discomfort? You may interpret this as one of my unique abilities. Haha, Xiao Feng said, gently patting Charmander's head. Really? Charmander looked at Xiao Feng with adoring eyes. Ding. You have a new task awaiting collection. Task name, initial victory. Achieve your first battle win. Task reward, 10 base stats. Failure penalty, none. No failure penalty set. A battle task? Let's go, Charmander. It's time to face our first challenge, Xiao Feng declared, leading Charmander into the nearby grass to search. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the sky. Ding. A Pidgey has been detected. Would you like to initiate battle, host? Keep an eye on yourself, my dear host, Tongsu said with a mischievous grin. Name, Pidgey LV28 type. Normal, flying. Tongsu, you have ulterior motives. Do you expect me to send my LV5 Charmander to battle a nearly LV30 Pidgey? That's like lighting a lantern in the restroom to look for feces, Xiao Feng exclaimed, his expression filled with disbelief. Ignoring the system, Xiao Feng continued his search. Whenever a higher-level Pokemon appeared, the system would bubble up, urging him to charge in recklessly. Fortune favored the persistent. He finally found a target near a rock. This one will do, Metapod. I'm sorry, he decided. After much searching, only this one seemed suitable for a fair fight, and it was a stationary target. Name, Metapod LV12 ID. 11 type, bug ability, shed skin, can recover from status conditions through shedding. Skills, string shot, tackle, harden. Base stats, HP, 50 physical attack, 20 physical defense, 55 special attack, 25 special defense, 25 speed, 30 total, 205. Description, a stationary target, rather easy to bully. If you can't win against this, what are you even doing? Go home and nurse. Let us battle, Metapod. Go, Charmander, show Metapod your prowess by using Tail Whip. Xiao Feng shamelessly issued a challenge to Metapod. Affected by the negative effect of Tail Whip, Metapod swayed its body, rolling its eyes, thinking, did I agree to this? Let me see your strength. However, it had no choice but to accept, as it had already been struck. Metapod then used String Shot, launching it swiftly at Charmander, attempting to ensnare it completely. Charmander dodge, then circle around Metapod and use Ember. Xiao Feng commanded in a timely manner. Thanks to the allocated speed stats, Charmander's agility had significantly increased, allowing it to evade in the blink of an eye while unleashing Ember, striking Metapod swiftly. Despite being at a higher level, Metapod did not succumb immediately, struggling to retaliate with another string shot. Yet, Charmander adeptly evaded it again. Xiao Feng could see through the system that Metapod was left with about a quarter of its health. Determined to deny Metapod any chance of retaliation, he commanded, Charmander, charge in and use Scratch to finish it off. Responding promptly to the command, Charmander sprang forward, its claw glinting with white light, slashing at Metapod's body. Metapod was sent flying, crashing against a rock, its eyes swirling. Battle unable. Fantastic, Charmander. We won, haha. As Metapod lost its battle capability, Xiao Feng joyfully rushed toward Charmander, lifting it high in celebration of their first victory together. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the initial battle task and received a reward, 10 base stats. Charmander has leveled up to LV5, LV7. Finally completed the task. By the way, Tongsu, may I ask, since Metapod has lost its battle capability, should we send it to the Pokemon Center? Xiao Feng inquired, glancing at the downed Metapod. Do not worry. In this world, there exists a rule of power. Once a Pokemon loses its battle capability, as long as no further harm is inflicted upon it, it will recover. You may understand it as a temporary state of health lock during battles, the system explained. Then I shall rest easy. Although he verbally expressed relief, Xiaofeng still hid until Metapod woke and fled, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he turned to leave. Chapter 3. I captured a Pokémon. 1. After departing, Xiaofeng and Charmander embarked on their leveling journey, utilizing the system to assess their opponents. If they could win, they would go all in. If they couldn't, they would flee. They specifically targeted the weaker, more vulnerable Pokémon, employing ruthlessly efficient tactics that even Tongsu offered silent prayers for their souls. Amen. However, their efforts bore fruit. Ding. Defeated Caterpie X10. Ding. Defeated Metapod X6. Ding. Defeated Weedle X4. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charmander has leveled up to LV7, LV13, and has learned the skill Smokescreen. Of course, often wandering by the river, one inevitably gets their shoes wet. The duo nearly faced retribution after targeting a Weedle, only to be witnessed by a nearby Kakuna hiding in the grass, who promptly activated its family's passive skill. Call for help, effect exceptional. A shrill screech echoed, and soon 5 or 6 Beedrills emerged, brandishing their stingers and charging at Xiaofeng and Charmander. Xiaofeng and Charmander turned to flee, but faced with the relentless pursuit of Beedrills, they were punctured multiple times in their rounded behinds. At one point, they narrowly escaped disaster, managing to hide in a patch of grass just as the Beedrills closed in. Yikes, that was terrifying. How are you, Charmander? Xiaofeng asked, both he and Charmander rubbing their sore spots. Fortunately, Tongsu foresaw this, granting us the rapid regeneration skill. Otherwise, we might not have made it out today. Xiaofeng chuckled wryly, secretly vowing to avenge this stinging ordeal. Ding. Indeed, in a moment of exuberance, the system chimed, announcing a new task for the host: combat and capture the second Pokémon companion. The reward for this endeavor would be an enhancement of 10 base stats. Has another task been issued, Toko? Capturing a new Pokémon, perhaps? I wonder if there are any delightful creatures nearby that might catch my fancy. Strength is fleeting, but charm lasts a lifetime, mused the protagonist. With his current Charmander being a fire type, it was vulnerable to water, ground, and rock types. Thus, the ideal addition to his team would be a Pokémon that could bolster their resilience, preferably from the grass, electric, or fighting types. Moreover, preparation for the Nibby Rock Gym was imperative. But let us not dwell on it too long. I shall leave it to fate. After all, a 1,000-mile romance is but a thread away. Who knows what love may await around the corner? With that, Xiaofeng continued on his grand leveling journey alongside Charmander. Suddenly, as Charmander was engaged in battle against a Rattata, a brilliant yellow light flickered from a distant grove, causing numerous small Pokémon to scatter in fright. What could be occurring over there? Let's investigate, Charmander, Xiaofeng declared, leading his companion deeper into the forest. As the scene became clearer, they discovered 2 factions of Pokémon glaring at each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. At the forefront were an Electrike and an Arbok, the former emitting a series of angry beeps while the latter responded with a haughty hiss, seemingly indifferent to the threats. It appears that the prior flash of light was likely caused by Electrike's thunder shock. But what are they squabbling about? I can't quite decipher, Xiaofeng pondered. Stroking his chin. I comprehend. The system interjected, wearing an expression of eager inquiry. Toko, can you understand their words? I find that hard to believe. Are you not of the same species? Xiaofeng replied with a mischievous grin. Host, please mind your phrasing. What do you mean by the same species? Surely, as an auxiliary system, I can interpret their signals and discern the meaning of their words. I am quite miffed. The system retorted with a loud output. All right, I concede. Please explain what they are arguing about. Xiaofeng quickly apologized, covering his ears. I shall grant you this favor. In essence, the Electrike's faction had their berries pilfered by the Arbok's group, who are intruders in their territory. The Electrike intended to negotiate, but the Arbok, emboldened by their numbers, repeatedly harassed them, leading to this confrontation. The earlier electric shock was merely a warning. However, the Arbok dismissed it entirely, looking to escalate the situation. It seems a clash is imminent. Toko, allocate the previous 10 base stats to Charmander's speed stat. We may need to intervene on behalf of Electrike, Xiaofeng remarked, observing the brewing conflict. Understood. Stat allocation successful. Name, Charmander LV15, speed base stat, 6530, total, 30930. Crouching beside Charmander, Xiaofeng whispered, when they start fighting, we will stealthily approach and seize the opportunity. Chirp. Charmander nodded in agreement. Before long, as Electrike confronted the Arbok, the latter continued to exhibit its arrogance, prompting Electrike to launch a thunder shock that struck Arbok. Enraged, Arbok led its minions into a fray with Electrike. Seizing the moment, Xiaofeng and Charmander maneuvered into the nearby foliage, preparing their ambush. With another boost to its speed, Charmander was now faster than ever. One of the Arbok's group, positioned on the periphery, barely caught sight of a shadow before Charmander executed a surprise attack, knocking it unconscious and swiftly dragging it into the grass. As more Pokémon vanished, Arbok sensed something amiss. The tide of battle was turning unfavorably. Commanding its comrades to retreat, Arbok scanned the surroundings and finally spotted Xiaofeng, who was still hauling the incapacitated Pokémon. Hello there. Ha, have you eaten yet? Xiaofeng awkwardly greeted, one hand holding the leg of the defeated Pokémon. Hiss. Arbok bellowed threateningly. Ding. The host is being insulted as a little spicy chicken for your sneak attack, the system translated cheekily. Toko, I need no translation for that. I was hoping to remain oblivious, but you've made it clear. I guess there's no avoiding confrontation now. Charmander, it's time for battle, Xiaofeng declared. Chirp, replied Charmander in affirmation. Name, Arbok LV19. Skills, Bite, Poison Sting, Bind Glare. Type, Poison. Ability, Shed Skin, heals status conditions upon shedding. Base stats, HP, 35, Physical Attack, 60. Physical Defense, 44, Special Attack, 40, Special Defense, 54, Speed, 55, Total, 288. Description, a highly aggressive Arbok. Currently in a state of fury due to the disgraceful actions of a human child. In a furious roar, Arbok lunged toward Xiaofeng, jaws agape, utilizing its bite attack against Charmander. However, Charmander nimbly evaded, leveraging its speed to maintain a safe distance while continuously bombarding Arbok with Ember. Keep it up, Charmander, Xiaofeng commanded. As Arbok neared, Charmander swiftly dodged its advance, countering with a barrage of fire that struck Arbok's head, leaving it with severe burns. The pain only intensified Arbok's fury, its eyes glowing crimson. Utilizing Glare, it reduced Charmander's defense and unleashed a series of poison stings. Yet, Charmander adeptly evaded the incoming projectiles, retaliating with Ember until Arbok, engulfed in darkness, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Well done, Charmander, Xiaofeng praised, mentally noting that Arbok had not managed to land a hit. Given Charmander's speed stat nearing 100, approximately double that of Arbok, it was evident that an increase in attack power was necessary, as it had taken considerable effort to defeat Arbok. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining Pokémon in Arbok's faction hesitated, contemplating aiding their fallen comrade, but were promptly intercepted by Electrike's group. With your leader down, will you continue this futile resistance? Xiaofeng addressed them. At that moment, a Rattata stepped forward, declaring, Actually, we don't wish to be here either. We just had no choice. Due to an unexplained storm, our territory was ravaged by fire, leaving us without resources. Our leader, Arbok, brought us here. The leader of the group, the grumpy Arbok, was the type of Pokémon that acted impulsively. Upon seeing the fruit gathered by the Electabuzz, a sudden surge of emotion compelled it to seize the opportunity and snatch the fruits away. Despite its irritable demeanor, Arbok held a certain fondness for its companions, wishing for us to spare their leader, as the system explained. Could it be the thunderstorm? Murmured Xiaofeng. Can we let them go? He continued, contemplating the hardships they faced. I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Xiaofeng turned to the Electabuzz and its companions. The Electabuzz responded with a series of beeps. Ding. The Electabuzz has agreed and wishes to hear your proposal, the system translated. Would you consider taking an Arbok and allowing it to live alongside you, helping each other to restore the devastated territory by replanting trees and revitalizing the land? Once their territory is restored, you would have a larger area to inhabit, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Wouldn't that be splendid? Xiaofeng articulated his suggestion. The Electabuzz nodded in agreement. Ding. The host, it states that it is agreeable to the idea. But will Arbok and its group concur? The system conveyed. Xiaofeng addressed the Electabuzz. Well then, once Arbok awakens, we shall inquire about its thoughts. Do you have any orange berries? Feed some to Arbok to rouse it and gauge its perspective. The Electabuzz nodded and instructed its companions to bring forth several orange berries, which were then fed to Arbok by Rattata. Before long, Arbok regained consciousness, eyeing Xiaofeng and his companions warily. Seeing this, Rattata hurried over to explain the situation to Arbok. Upon hearing that the Electabuzz was willing to accept them, Arbok's expression softened. After contemplating the situation and glancing at its hopeful underlings, it nodded in agreement. Hiss. Arbok raised itself and hissed towards Xiaofeng and the others. Ding. It has agreed and apologized to the Electabuzz for its earlier behavior, expressing gratitude for their acceptance. It acknowledges its previous recklessness. Haha, that's the spirit. Forgive it, Electabuzz, Xiaofeng joyfully responded. The Electabuzz nodded in affirmation. All right, Arbok, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Let us venture together to your territory, Xiaofeng said to Arbok. Thus, Xiaofeng and his companions followed Arbok to its domain. Upon witnessing the desolate land, they fell silent, but soon began to repair the area together. Ground-type Pokémon tilled the earth while Xiaofeng and his companions dug holes, and the Electabuzz summoned its partners to bring various fruit seeds to plant in the prepared holes. Although it was tiring, everyone remained enthusiastic about restoring the land. As evening fell, they rested side by side, with smiles adorning the faces of the Pokémon. Charmeleon leaned against Xiaofeng, both gazing up at the sky. You've worked hard, Charmeleon. Xiaofeng gently stroked its head. Relilili, Charmeleon responded. I'm so happy to be with you. We will battle more Pokémon together, explore uncharted territories, and grow stronger. Countless challenges await us, so let's persevere, Xiaofeng declared. Rilladang, I'm in. Haha, yes, and you too, system. Let us rest. Tomorrow we embark on new challenges, Xiaofeng laughed. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng and his companions awoke, ready to continue planting fruit. At that moment, Xiaofeng turned to the now-awakened Electabuzz. Electabuzz, we are preparing to travel again. I truly admire you. Would you like to join me on this journey? Electabuzz was one of Xiaofeng's favorite Pokémon, and he envisioned it eventually evolving into Electivire, which perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. However, lacking significant emotional bonds with Electabuzz, Xiaofeng felt uncertain about his chances of capturing it, yet he extended the invitation nonetheless, hopeful for a positive response. Beep, 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 Electabuzz replied, a mixture of longing and hesitation evident in its tone. Ding, the host. It expresses a desire to travel and explore the wider world, yet it is concerned about its companions if it were to leave. Is that so? If it troubles you. I respect your decision, Xiaofeng replied, slightly disheartened, and prepared to depart with Charmeleon. Just then, Electabuzz's companions gathered around, fervently conversing with it. Electabuzz's expression shifted, and Arbok approached, hissing a few times. Ding. Host, it seems there is a twist. They claim that Electabuzz has long harbored a desire to explore the outside world, but has refrained from doing so to protect them. They do not wish to remain a burden to Electabuzz, asserting that they are now capable of independence. They see this as a wonderful opportunity, and they believe you, as a human, are quite amiable and worthy. They hope Electabuzz will consider traveling with you to experience the outside world. It could be a marvelous choice. Arbok also assures that it can care for them if necessary. Have I just been awarded a good guy card? But this feeling is rather pleasant, Xiaofeng mused, stroking his nose. Soon after, Electabuzz's expression settled into one of determination, its eyes locking onto Xiaofeng as it emitted a series of beeps. Ding. Electabuzz says it accepts your invitation, but first, it must battle you. Is that so? Haha. Then let us fight, Electabuzz. If I win, you shall accompany me on my travels. Xiaofeng joyfully extended the challenge, mounting Charmeleon. Beep. Electabuzz responded assertively. The surrounding Pokémon cleared a space for their battle. Name, Electabuzz LV-A-10. 239 type, electric ability, static, may cause paralysis to those who make contact. Skills, quick attack, thunder shock, charge, and volt tackle, inherited. Base stats, HP, 45 attack, 63 defense, 37 special attack, 65 special defense, 55 speed, 95 total, 360 description. This Pokémon inherits excellent genes from its parents and possesses skills that are unusual for its level. It is worth training. Charmeleon, begin with Smokescreen, then use Tail Whip within the smoke, Xiaofeng strategized, recognizing that Charmeleon no longer had a speed advantage against Electabuzz. The initial move would obscure visibility, granting them the upper hand. Beep. Electabuzz lost sight of Charmeleon, entering a state of confusion. And with Charmeleon's Tail Whip lowering its defense, Electabuzz could only sporadically unleash Thunder Shock into the smoke, failing to hit Charmeleon, who, being a fire type, had a degree of resistance to the smokescreen and could sense Electabuzz's general direction. Charmeleon, use Ember within the smokescreen, and keep shifting positions to prevent Electabuzz from pinpointing you, Xiaofeng commanded, observing the unfolding situation. Charmeleon executed the command flawlessly, launching multiple embers that struck Electabuzz, rapidly depleting its health and causing it to gasp for breath. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that Electabuzz could finally see Charmeleon's form. Electabuzz thought, what a dirty tactic. Are you a ground type or something? As it processed this. Upon spotting Charmeleon, Electabuzz hastily used Quick Attack, attempting to engage in close combat and deliver a Volt Tackle. Charmeleon, its health is low. If it desires to brawl, let us oblige. Use Scratch, Xiaofeng encouraged, confident in Charmeleon's ability to recover swiftly, thus ensuring victory. He decided to grant Electabuzz a dignified defeat. As the electric-type Pokémon, known as Electrike, flashed before Charmeleon, it unleashed a powerful tackle attack against the latter. Charmeleon, in turn, countered with its glowing claws, both moves striking true. Ultimately, the Electrike, maintaining its offensive stance, collapsed before Charmeleon, its eyes swirling in defeat, having lost its ability to continue the battle. Victory belonged to Charmeleon. Go Pokeball! Witnessing Electrike's incapacitation, Xiaofeng swiftly retrieved an empty Pokeball and tossed it towards the fallen Pokémon. As the ball shook repeatedly, Xiaofeng's heart raced with trepidation. But soon it emitted a satisfying ding, signaling the end of its tremors. I have captured a Pokémon, an exhilarated Xiaofeng exclaimed, raising the Pokeball triumphantly above his head. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and earned 10 base points. Charmeleon, hopping with joy, celebrated alongside Xiaofeng. Charmeleon, you've worked hard. You are truly magnificent, my eternal legend. Xiaofeng praised, lifting Charmeleon in joyous admiration. Charmeleon smiled in response, and as Xiaofeng regained his composure, he tossed the Pokeball high into the air. Come forth, Electrike. From this day forth, we shall be partners. Xiaofeng extended his right hand towards the newly released Electrike. In a playful manner, Electrike placed its right paw atop Xiaofeng's hand in acknowledgement. Haha. Let us continue our journey. Farewell, everyone. With Charmeleon, Electrike, and their Pokémon companions, Xiaofeng waved goodbye and embarked on a new adventure. Chapter 5. The Light of Evolution. As Xiaofeng walked along the forest path with Charmeleon and Electrike, he allocated the newly acquired 10 base points to enhance Charmeleon's speed, pushing its speed stat beyond 100. He also bestowed upon Electrike the skill of rapid regeneration, explaining its effects. Name: Charmeleon LV15, speed base points, 6540, total, 30,940. Name: Electrike LV18, skill added, rapid regeneration. Electrike gazed at Xiaofeng with a peculiar expression, realizing that not only was their battle strategy cunning, but Xiaofeng had also held back a trump card. However, having experienced newfound abilities, Electrike's demeanor grew more reckless, adopting a philosophy that valor lay in physical confrontation, eschewing the finesse of magic. Any Pokémon they encountered on the road was met with a swift tackle, regardless of their strength. Once, Electrike nearly charged at a level 42 Scyther, only to be pulled back just in time by Xiaofeng. After all, engaging in battle when one was still below level 20, even with rapid regeneration, was an exercise in futility. Xiaofeng imparted the wisdom that recklessness must be purposeful and calculated, allowing Electrike to choose between engaging in battles with assurance or facing defeat. Ultimately, Electrike succumbed to the latter option. After fortifying Electrike's resolve, suddenly, a gentle glow enveloped Charmeleon's body. The system chimed in promptly. Ding. Friendly reminder. Host, your Charmeleon has reached the level of evolution. It is advisable to temporarily suppress its evolution and seek a location rich in fire elements, as it would yield greater benefits, enhancing Charmeleon's comprehension and increasing the likelihood of mastering Flamethrower, a skill typically learned at level 24, earlier than usual, along with other fire-type skills. Charmeleon, do you wish to evolve? Can you control yourself and refrain from evolving for now? Xiaofeng conveyed the system's suggestion to Charmeleon. Charmeleon nodded, struggling to suppress the radiant light of evolution. I ask you, system, where am I to find such a place rich in fire elements? The map in the Pokédex reveals nothing like a volcano, Xiaofeng queried. Ding. Has the host indulged too much in fiction? A location abundant in fire elements need not be a volcano. You might consider searching for areas inhabited by fire-type Pokémon, where the elemental essence is typically dense. The system replied with a hint of exasperation. It seemed Xiaofeng had been caught in a misconception. Electrike, you've lived in this area for a long time. Do you know where fire-type Pokémon are abundant? Xiaofeng inquired. Electrike chirped affirmatively, indicating it had a former fire-type companion who had taken it to its dwelling area for play. Without delay, Electrike guided Xiaofeng and Charmeleon to a concealed cave entrance, just tall enough for a person to enter. Electrike gestured towards the depths of the cave. Is it in there? But why would fire-type Pokémon dwell in a cave? Shouldn't that be the domain of ground-type Pokémon? Xiaofeng pondered aloud. Charmeleon tugged at Xiaofeng's pant leg, calling out. Ding. Charmeleon senses a pleasant aura emanating from within, likely the essence of fire elements. The system translated. All right, let us venture inside. With that, Xiaofeng led Charmeleon and Electrike into the cave, peering into the depths. Upon entry, they found themselves in a lengthy rocky passage, illuminated by a faint glow ahead. As they progressed toward the light, their surroundings opened up to reveal a vibrant display of red hues. The fire element was so concentrated it was nearly visible, and the cave was a hidden paradise adorned with glistening red luminescence on the walls, which upon closer inspection turned out to be rare fire stones of varying sizes. As they ventured deeper, the temperature escalated, and fire-type Pokémon darted past, fleeing at the sight of Xiao Feng and his companions. Wow, is that really so many firestones? Xiao Feng marveled. Host continued delving deeper. The benefits for Charmeleon's evolution will only increase. The system urged. Right. Charmeleon, Electrike, let us go. They pressed onward. And thanks to rapid regeneration, the trio's skin reddened but quickly reverted, resembling the shell of a boiled shrimp. After an indeterminate time, they stumbled upon a vast stone chamber, its walls interspersed with numerous basketball-sized firestones. In the center stood a semicircular stone platform, upon which rested 6 spherical glass-like objects, paired together. Goodness gracious! Are these Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone? Xiao Feng exclaimed, rushing forward to inspect the 3 evolution stones. System. Can you identify which Pokémon these Mega Evolution Stones belong to? Ding. Host has struck gold. One pair consists of the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Charizard's X form, located at the lower left. The topmost is for Blaziken's Mega Evolution, while the lower right belongs to Houndoom's Evolution Stone. Quickly, let Charmeleon take the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Charizard's Evolution. As long as it holds these stones, Charmeleon will be able to freely evolve into its Mega form without restrictions, and the stones can be absorbed into its being, the system prompted. Upon hearing that Charmeleon could freely evolve into Mega Charizard, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly collected the 2 evolution stones belonging to Charmeleon and placed them before it, saying, Charmeleon, it's time to evolve. Release your restraint and take these 2 items. They will greatly enhance your evolution. Trusting in Xiao Feng, Charmeleon grasped the 2 evolution stones and began to evolve. A brilliant white light enveloped Charmeleon as its form gradually expanded and elongated, a horn-like structure emerging from its head. With the light fading, a mighty Charizard stood before Xiao Feng, roaring triumphantly. Look at you, Charizard, nearly as tall as I am. Xiao Feng chuckled, patting its shoulder. You've grown. I should now call you Charizard. Roar. Charizard responded, its mouth curling into a smile, filled with joy. Name, Charizard LV22. Number, 005. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower. Fire Fong, Smoke Screen, Split, Tail Whip, Roar. Added ability, Rapid Regeneration. Base stats, HP, 58, Physical Attack, 64, Physical Defense, 58, Special Attack, 80, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 80-40. Total, 40540. Introduction. This is a Pokémon endowed with an extraordinary advantage in speed. When it runs, it seems to be accompanied by a flash of electricity. Observing Charmeleon's stats, Xiao Feng nodded contentedly. With its level having reached 22, Xiao Feng speculated that it was due to the absorption of energy from the surrounding firestones during its evolution, as the nearby firestones appeared somewhat dimmed. Moreover, not only had the Spark skill evolved into Flamethrower, but the skill Grab had transformed into Split, and it had also learned the additional skill Fire Fong. Electrike circled around Charmeleon, gazing at it with envy. Xiao Feng, noticing Electrike's envious look, smiled and said, Do you wish to evolve too? Then let us strive together, growing stronger, and one day, you will also evolve. Electrike nodded firmly at Xiao Feng's encouraging words. Ding. Congratulations, host. Charmeleon has successfully evolved. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Feng's mind. By the way, host, you have new tasks awaiting your attention. 1. Task name, long-term for each gym badge obtained. Reward base stats 40 points and unlock a new ability. 2. Task name, long-term battle opponent. Win against others to earn base stats equal to the number of Pokémon they send out during the battle. 3. Task name, obtain the champion title of the Quartz League. Reward base stats 500 points. 3 long-term tasks have arrived. Finally, the system has shown some benevolence. No longer being stingy, Xiao Feng remarked after reviewing the new tasks. After calming the joy of Charmeleon's evolution, Xiao Feng, along with Charmeleon and Electrike, exited the cave, conveniently taking with them 2 sets of Mega Evolution Stones and several fist-sized firestones of good quality. Naturally, they left the larger firestones in the chamber, as they were cumbersome to carry and could provoke covetous thoughts in others. Xiao Feng planned to sell the firestones for resources, such as skill discs. Chapter 6. The Battle of Pewter City. Upon exiting the cave, Xiao Feng, guided by the Pokédex, prepared to set off towards Viridian Forest, then to Pewter City to challenge the gym. For now, he would skip the Pewter Gym, as he genuinely could not compete. Xiao Feng did not wish to be humiliated by Brock, preferring to wait until he had grown stronger. First, he decided to rest at the Pokémon Center near Viridian Forest. Having spent recent nights sleeping under the stars and on the ground, he longed for the comfort of a soft bed. Winding his way, leveling up along the route, he finally arrived at Pewter City, where both Charmeleon and Electrike had leveled up by 3, reaching level 25 and 21, respectively. The trio dashed straight to the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, please give me a room. I need to sleep. Xiao Feng rushed to the front of Miss Joy's workstation and exclaimed, "Ah, such energy. Please show me your Pokédex, and I will assist you with your check-in," Miss Joy replied with a smile. "Here you go." He handed over the Pokédex to Miss Joy. "Thank you. Please hold on. All set, little one. You can sleep on the second floor. The dining area is on the first floor. Here is your Pokédex. Please keep it safe." After a swift operation, Miss Joy completed the check-in process and returned the Pokédex to Xiao Feng. "Thank you, goodbye. Goodbye, little one." After expressing gratitude, Xiao Feng took his 2 Pokémon to the dining area. Upon seeing the array of delectable food, the 2 little ones could not contain their excitement, tears of joy welling at the corners of their mouths. After acquiring 3 plates filled with delicious dishes, the trio found a spot to sit down, and the 2 Pokémon eagerly devoured their meals. "Slow down, take your time. If you run out, you can always refill. No one is competing with you," Xiao Feng remarked, somewhat helplessly observing the 2. However, influenced by their enthusiasm, he too began to eat voraciously. "Ah, so full," they exclaimed in satisfaction, patting their bellies. After a hearty meal, the trio returned to their room, and the moment they lay on the beds, they fell into a deep slumber, the quality of sleep exceeding all expectations. The next morning, so comfortable, Xiao Feng stretched lazily and called out to his 2 companions, who lay sprawled out beside him. "Time to wake up. The sun is shining." Rough. Both little ones groggily opened their eyes and yawned. After freshening up, Xiao Feng took Charmeleon and Electrike for a stroll on the streets near the Pokémon Center. As they passed through a small square, they were drawn in by a gathering of people. "Come on, Charmeleon, Electrike, let us see what they're up to," Xiao Feng said curiously. Rough. "Excuse me, good sir, may I ask what you are doing?" Xiao Feng gently tapped the shoulder of a man in the crowd. The man turned around and, seeing a polite young child, explained, "Do you see that young man in the crowd? He has set up a battle arena here. Anyone who can defeat his 2 Pokémon beside him will be rewarded with a precious water stone. Several challengers have attempted before, but failed." "I see," Xiao Feng mused, stroking his chin as he glanced at the 2 Pokémon in the arena. Name, Nidoking LV23. No, 33. Type, Poison. Ability, Rivalry. Increases power against same-gender opponents. Decreases against opposite gender. Skills, Poison Sting, Double Kick, Horn Attack, Tackle. Base stats, HP, 61, Physical Attack, 72, Physical Defense, 57, Special Attack, 55, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 65. Total, 365. Name, Makhop LV20. No, 66. Type, Fighting. Ability, Guts. Attack increases when suffering from a status condition. Skills, Karate Chop, Low Kick. Base stats, HP, 70. Physical Attack, 80, Physical Defense, 50, Special Attack, 35, Special Defense, 35, Speed, 35. Total, 305. Both Pokémon were at level 20. Quite impressive. Xiao Feng nodded approvingly. He then observed the defeated challenger's Pokémon and sighed. "Brothers, are you going up just to lose? A level 10 Rattata, a level 9 Pidgey, and 11 level Spearow. It's rather disheartening. Don't you have any self-awareness?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xiao Feng. If he battled and won the Water Stone, he could use the Evolution Stone as bait to set up his own arena, attracting challengers to battle so that Charmeleon and Electrike could ease up, thus allowing him to rack up base stats points. The thought of accumulating base stats made Xiao Feng's eyes sparkle with excitement. With that, Xiao Feng pushed his way into the crowd, smiling as he raised his hand. "Excuse me, may I challenge you?" "Of course. What will your wager be?" the young arena master inquired. "I have a fire stone. That should suffice," Xiao Feng replied, retrieving a fire stone from his travel bag. "Ah, a fine fire stone. You may challenge. Let us get started. Which Pokémon will you send out first?" The young man looked at Xiao Feng's 2 Pokémon. "I will lead with Electrike. Go." "Electrike." Xiao Feng called forth Electrike for the first match. "In that case, I will send out Makhop. Go, Makhop." The challengers selected Makhop to enter the fray. Challenger gets to attack first. The arena master announced. Oh, is that so? Then I 1T hold back. Electrike, use charge. Xiaofeng commanded. Prioritize boosting your attack status. Huh. Mac Hop, charge in and use Karate Chop. The young man directed Mac Hop. As Mac Hop rushed forward, Xiaofeng quickly issued a command, Electrike. Dodge and counter with an electric move. Electrike, empowered by the charge, successfully struck Mac Hop, who let out a pained cry as smoke billowed from its body. Seeing the situation, the young man hastily called out, Are you alright? Armory, give it your all and charge in to use tackle. As Armory was about to close the distance, Xiaofeng swiftly commanded, Electro Monster, don't let it kick you. Use quick attack, dodge and maneuver to its rear, then employ Brick Break. Responding to the order, the Electro Monster deftly positioned itself behind Armory and executed a well-aimed Brick Break strike to Armory's head, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Resist, Armory. Use Karate Chop and fight back, the young man urged, desperately attempting to rally his Pokémon. Electro Monster, it's out of options. Go in for a Brick Break and clash head-on. Xiaofeng issued his final command. With a jubilant beep, Electro Monster charged forward. Following the command, the Electro Monster engaged in a relentless exchange of physical attacks with Armory until the latter fell, incapacitated. Subsequently, the opponent recalled Armory and sent forth Nidoking. You are formidable. Young man, I shall now take this seriously. Defeat Nidoking, and the Water Stone shall be yours. Thank you, you are quite impressive yourself, Xiaofeng replied, Electro Monster. You did well, return now. The next battle will be entrusted to Charmeleon. As he called back Electro Monster, Xiaofeng gently reassured it, Don't be anxious. There will be more battles to come. Charmeleon, let's go. Use Flamethrower. Following Xiaofeng's command, Charmeleon swiftly gathered fire within its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Nidoking, striking it directly. Nidoking suffered extensive burns, triggering a burn effect that caused its health to steadily decline. Nidoking, are you alright? Don't give it a chance to wear you down. Continuously use Poison Sting, then rush in for a Horn attack. Despite receiving the command, Nidoking's Poison Sting attacks were futile against Charmeleon's speed, which exceeded a base rate of 100. Charmeleon effortlessly dodged with slight movements. Charmeleon, Tail Whip, then rush in for Slash. Following Xiaofeng's directive, Charmeleon's tail began to sway rhythmically, sending a red light into Nidoking's body, lowering its defense by 1 stage. With a brilliant glow emanating from its claws, Charmeleon charged towards Nidoking with incredible speed. With a resounding crash, Charmeleon's Slash sent Nidoking crashing to the ground, causing the earth to fracture under the immense force. Nidoking, stand up. Use Body Slam. The young man shouted urgently. Nidoking struggled to rise but, weakened by the burn effect, lacked the strength to do so. Charmeleon, deliver the finishing blow and end this battle. Use Fire Fawn. With Nidoking down, Xiaofeng issued the final command. Standing before the fallen Nidoking, Charmeleon prepared to deliver the decisive strike, its sharp teeth glowing with intense heat. Stop. I concede. The young man shouted frantically. Halt, Charmeleon, you have won. Upon hearing the opponent's surrender, Xiaofeng promptly called off Charmeleon, whose fangs halted mere centimeters from Nidoking's neck, before it turned and returned to Xiaofeng's side. Well done, Charmeleon. Xiaofeng praised, giving a thumbs up. Impressive, young brother, I admit defeat. Here is the Water Stone. Please accept it, the young man said, withdrawing his Pokémon and presenting the Water Stone to Xiaofeng. Gratefully accepting the Water Stone, Xiaofeng replied with thanks. Let me introduce myself. I am Alai. What do you go by, young brother? The young man inquired. Hello, Mr. Alai, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiaofeng, came the response. Xiaofeng is truly a wonderful name. Your Charmeleon and Electro Monster are excellently trained. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Today has been splendid, a remarkable battle indeed. Until we meet again. After handing Xiaofeng a black business card, Alai turned and waved goodbye. Farewell, Mr. Alai. Until we meet again. Xiaofeng waved in return. Glancing at the card, he noted it bore Alai's name, the Red Lotus Fossil Research Institute, and a contact number. After stowing the card, Xiaofeng called out loudly from Alai's former position, Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. The gentleman from earlier has appointed me as the temporary champion. The rules remain the same. Defeat my 2 Pokémon, and the Water Stone shall be yours. Unlike the previous gentleman, I have no restrictions here. You can challenge without any stakes. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd, speculating whether anyone would dare to confront him, considering his Pokémon seemed to have limited stamina. Soon, a few bold challengers stepped forward, eager to take him on. Before the challenges commenced, Xiaofeng leaned in and whispered to his 2 Pokémon, you will take turns battling. And after each skirmish, Make sure to display signs of exhaustion. Remember to catch your breath after each move, understood? Roar beep. The two Pokemon responded in agreement. Host. You know how to exploit tasks, the system quipped. What nonsense. I am merely judiciously utilizing resources, understand? Xiaofeng retorted. As challenges continued. Most opponents were around levels 10 to 20, with occasional challengers exceeding level 20. Xiaofeng ensured Charmeleon consistently faced opponents where its speed would secure victory. After each battle, Charmeleon and Electro Monster wore expressions of hard-fought success, panting heavily, leading many in the crowd to believe they could wear down the duo. Driven by the hope of an unexpected victory. As victories piled up, the crowd became bewildered, questioning how the two Pokemon could remain panting yet undefeated. Noting the visible stress on their faces, the challenges persisted from morning until afternoon, with a brief intermission. Gradually, fewer challengers approached, having realized that the displayed exhaustion was merely an act. Observing the crowd's dwindling interest, Xiaofeng decided to raise the stakes, offering the Water Stone along with a Fire Stone, which prompted a few determined challengers to step forward, though they all faced near victories but ultimately met with defeat. Whispers among the crowd suggested that Xiaofeng was a cunning strategist, playing the fool to outsmart them, when no one dared to challenge after the increased stakes. Xiaofeng sighed in resignation. Alas, it seems fate is not on my side. My grand plans have been thwarted, he lamented, departing the arena with Charmeleon and Electro Monster. Host. What nonsense about fate. You've drained them dry. They've merely awakened to the truth after being deceived by your act. The system rolled its eyes. All right, system. It's time to tally my rewards. Let us see how many points I've accrued. Ding. Host, including a lie, you have defeated a total of 41 individuals, earning 2 points per victory, for a total of 82 base stat points. A wave of affluence indeed, system. That's akin to conquering 2 gyms. I can't possibly exhaust this bounty. Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully. Enough already, host. You won't even be able to spend it all. Each Pokemon averages only 40 points. The system shot back. Can't I enjoy this moment of happiness? I've previously only garnered 40 points, and now I'm experiencing double the joy. Xiaofeng countered. Very well, it is time for the most exhilarating moment, system. Let us allocate points. Grant Charmeleon 40 points in special attack, and allocate the rest to Electro Monster S attack. Ding. Points successfully allocated. Name, Charmeleon LV28. Special attack, 80-40. Speed, 80-40. Total, 40580. Name, Electro Monster LV25. Attack, 6342. Total, 36042. After enhancing their abilities, Charmeleon and Electabuzz reveled in their newfound strength. Charmeleon, accustomed to such transformations, remained composed, while Electabuzz, exhilarated by the experience, hopped about in sheer delight, having increased its power by an impressive 60% for the first time. With a display of its brawn, it raised its arms before Xiaofeng, flexing its muscles. Haha, I see. Electabuzz, I know you've grown stronger, Xiaofeng chuckled, amused by Electabuzz's exuberance. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with Shalebi in the Evergreen Forest at the break of dawn the following day. Xiaofeng set out for the Evergreen Forest accompanied by Charmeleon and Electabuzz. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Upon reaching the Evergreen Forest, Xiaofeng and his companions were confronted by a swarm of Beedrills. Reminded of past grievances, he sounded the charge against them. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower upon those Beedrills. We are much stronger now. There's no way we'll be chased around like we did at the start of our journey. Let us teach them a lesson. Electabuzz, strike with Thunderbolt. The Beedrills, taken aback, were bewildered by this human child's sudden aggression, as it was their first encounter. Under Xiaofeng's wrath, the Beedrills were mercilessly subdued by Charmeleon and Electabuzz. After Xiaofeng and his companions departed with an air of nonchalance, the Beedrills lay humiliated on the ground, tears streaming from their eyes. As Xiaofeng wandered through the forest with Charmeleon and Electabuzz, one could not help but marvel at the vastness of the Evergreen Forest. Not counting the solitary Pokemon, Xiaofeng's group encountered several waves of Beedrills, allowing both of his companions to level up, with Charmeleon reaching level 30 and Electabuzz level 27. While training, an explosive sound suddenly echoed from afar, stirring up clouds of dust as numerous small Pokemon fled from the source of the commotion. What is happening? Let us go check it out, Charmeleon, Electabuzz, Xiaofeng urged, cautiously seeking cover as he approached the site of the explosion. The trio crouched in a patch of grass, witnessing a peculiar scene. 4 strange devices, positioned at the cardinal points, emitted beams of laser light that converged to form a red, translucent cubic barrier. containing a small figure within, severely injured from the explosive impact. Ding. Quest triggered. Rescue Shalebi. Reward, 100 base stat points. It's Shalebi. It's trapped inside that device. Who are those people? Xiaofeng whispered to himself, hidden in the grass. Standing before Shalebi were approximately 10 people, led by a scruffy middle-aged man who cackled. Huh? Got you now, Shalebi. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape. These 4 devices will continuously absorb energy and release it externally until your strength is utterly depleted. Unless you can instantaneously unleash energy surpassing the device's critical threshold, which is impossible for you in your current state. By tomorrow morning, you will be mine. Humans, why have you captured me? I have never harmed you. Shalebi's voice resonated in everyone's minds. Oh, is that telepathy? Quite impressive. As for why we captured you, someone has placed a substantial bounty on your head in the black market. Do you know? Once we hand you over, we will be set for life, living in luxury. It would be an honor for you to contribute to our future. The bearded man exclaimed excitedly. Despicable humans, release me. Shalebi demanded. Thank you for the compliment. The bearded man replied sarcastically, unfazed by Shalebi's fury. You there, station patrols nearby. Don't let anyone approach. If anyone comes close, drive them away. By tomorrow morning. Once Shalebi's energy is exhausted, we'll take it to handover. Don't let anything go awry, or no one will get the bounty, he commanded. Yes, boss, the underlings responded. With that, the bearded man and his 2 subordinates hastily erected makeshift tents and retreated inside. Noticing the patrols approaching, Xiaofeng signaled to Charmeleon and Electabuzz to stealthily withdraw. Charmeleon, Electabuzz, let us retreat for now. They seem to be settling in for the night. We'll wait for the right moment to act. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Boss, you're being overly cautious. There's not a soul around in this desolate wilderness. What is the point of patrolling? One underling remarked. Well, this is a big job. It's better to be safe than sorry. The other replied. I know. I'm just venting. Wait a moment. I need to relieve myself, the first underling said, darting into the nearby bushes. Hurry up. Are you constipated? The second underling called out, growing impatient. After a while with no response, he began to sense something was amiss. As he reached for a Pokeball to release a Pokemon, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. Xiaofeng emerged from behind, wielding a sturdy stick and clapping it against his palm, producing a crisp sound. Here comes my little stick, he declared triumphantly, dragging the unconscious underling alongside his comrade. Xiaofeng donned one of their jackets and tore strips from the other's clothing, fashioning makeshift bindings. With Charmeleon and Electabuzz, he secured the 2 underlings to a large tree, muffling their mouths with their own garments. Next, Xiaofeng devised a plan to approach the 4 devices and liberate Shalebi. Charmeleon, Electabuzz, return to your Pokeballs for now. The target is too significant. I'll need to get closer to the devices first. If I encounter enemies along the way, I'll release you to battle, he instructed. Both Pokemon nodded in understanding. Once they were returned to their Pokeballs, Xiaofeng cautiously made his way toward the devices. On his path, he encountered 2 underlings. But due to the darkness and his disguise, they mistook him for someone returning to their camp. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofeng released Charmeleon and Electabuzz, swiftly incapacitating the 2. After binding them with their own clothes, he recalled his Pokemon and pressed onward. At last, without being detected, Xiaofeng approached within mere meters of the devices and released Charmeleon and Electabuzz. Charmeleon unleashed Flamethrower at the distant apparatus, while Electabuzz employed Thunderbolt to wreak havoc on the nearby machinery. Boom, boom, boom. The devices erupted in a cacophony of explosions, scattering debris. Who goes there? Roared the bearded man, rushing toward the sound. But it was too late. With the destruction of the devices, Shalebi fell into Xiaofeng's arms. You ask who I am. I shall answer with great compassion, to prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace. Xiaofeng instinctively proclaimed. You're with Team Rocket. The bearded man interjected, interrupting him. I hadn't finished my line. It's quite rude to interrupt others, you know. Xiaofeng retorted, exasperated. Ah, yes, indeed, I am with Team Rocket, he conceded begrudgingly. Boy, even if you are with Team Rocket, I will not spare you. Hand over Shalebi, and I'll grant you a swift end. The bearded man threatened. Come forth. Machoke and Golem. Characteristics. No defense. Both side skills are guaranteed to hit. Skills. Barehanded slash. Takedown. Menacing stare. Energy gathering. Base stats. HP. 80. Physical attack. 100. Physical defense. 70. Special attack. 50. Special defense. 60. Speed. 45. Total. 405. Name. Charmeleon LV35. ID. 24. Type. Poison. Ability. Shed Skin. Skills. Bind. Poison Sting. Bite, Snake's Gaze. Base stats: HP, 60, physical attack, 95, physical defense, 69, special attack, 65, special defense, 79, speed, 80. Total, 448. Ah, battle. I adore it. Little Wind exclaimed. Charmeleon, Electabuzz. Engage. With a roar, Charmeleon unleashed a barrage of flamethrowers upon the poison type. Thanks to an increase of 40 in special attack, a formidable flame erupted from Charmeleon's mouth, striking the poison type and inflicting tremendous damage. The creature was engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. How is this possible? Why is your Charmeleon's damage so immense? The bearded man exclaimed incredulously. This is the result of our training. Little Wind stroked his chin thoughtfully. Electabuzz delivered a thunder shock to Hitmonlee, causing significant damage. Damn it. A sneak attack while undistracted. The poison type cried out. Poison Sting. It commanded, as Hitmonlee lunged forward to execute a barehanded slash. Charmeleon dodged and retaliated with a slash, followed by a flame fang aimed at the poison type's vital point. Electabuzz engaged head-on with a brick break. Charmeleon skillfully evaded the poison sting and charged at the poison type, delivering a decisive slash that sent it crashing to the ground. Subsequently, a flame fang bit into the poison type's critical area, which was already weakened by the flamethrower. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, the poison type fell to the ground, incapacitated. Charmeleon emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Electabuzz and Hitmonlee were locked in a fierce melee battle. With enhanced physical attack and the ability to regenerate rapidly, Electabuzz overpowered Hitmonlee through sheer force, exchanging injuries relentlessly until Hitmonlee succumbed, losing consciousness. Electabuzz also claimed victory. How can your Pokémon be so powerful? The bearded man stared in shock at his two defeated Pokémon. Hee, perhaps it's simply a reflection of your own weakness, Little Wind teased, knowing he couldn't admit to boosting his Pokémon stats. Just then, a group of patrolling minions began to gather, emboldening the bearded man. Brad, even if you won, you can't escape. I won't let you go. No matter how strong you are, can you truly take on many foes? Surrender and hand over Celebi to me. Hee. You won't capture me until you've escaped from prison. Little Wind pointed behind him. The sound of a car engine roared to life as Officer Junsha arrived swiftly with a squad of police. Get down, hands on your head, she commanded, releasing her Arcanine, while the officers unleashed their own Arcanine to restrain the minions. Little Wind smirked. Apologies, my friend, but I called for reinforcements. The bearded man stared in disbelief. How dare you, a Team Rocket member, summon the police? Oh, I'm truly sorry, I was merely jesting. I'm not affiliated with Team Rocket at all. Little Wind replied nonchalantly. Before the bearded man could retort, Officer Junsha advanced and apprehended him, escorting him to the police vehicle. Thank you, young man, for stalling them so long. They are bounty hunters from the black market. You've done well, but next time, try not to be so reckless. It's best to wait for us. Officer Junsha expressed her gratitude. Hee, understood, Officer Junsha. I'll be more cautious next time. Little Wind nodded. In truth, he felt assured, for with his rapid regeneration, he could always escape, if necessary. That must be Celebi in your arms, right? How is it? Little Wind finally had the chance to examine Celebi closely. Name, Celebi LV50. ID, 251. Type, Psychic, Grass. Ability, Natural Recovery, returns to the team, heals from status conditions. Skills, Psychic, Self-Restoration, Healing Bell, Magical Leaf, Mystical Guard. Base stats, HP, 100, Physical Attack, 100, Physical Defense, 100, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 100, Speed, 100. Total, 600. Sensing Little Wind's gaze, Celebi opened its brilliant blue eyes and locked eyes with him. Thank you for your help. May I know your name? Celebi communicated telepathically. No need for thanks, it was my duty. I am Little Wind, he replied. This is telepathy, such a marvelous sensation. Officer Junsha remarked with intrigue. Celebi, are you alright? Do you need me to take you for treatment? Little Wind inquired, noticing the injured Celebi. No, Little Wind, I can heal myself. I was unable to restore my energy due to those machines draining it, Celebi stated before commencing its self-restoration. Once again, thank you, Little Wind. I'm feeling much better now. It's time for me to go. I have unfinished missions awaiting me. I cannot linger for too long. It was a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future, Celebi said, waving goodbye to Little Wind as it took flight. I too am glad to have met you, Celebi. Until we meet again. Little Wind waved farewell in return, watching as Celebi soared away before turning to leave himself. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving Celebi. You have gained 100 base stats. Chapter 8. The first round of the Pewter Gym Challenge. After bidding farewell to Shalebi and completing the task that granted him additional base stats, Little Wind set off towards Pewter City to challenge the Pewter Gym with his 2 Pokemon. On the way, he addressed the system. System, please allocate 40 points to Charmeleon's physical attack and 20 points to its speed, and 40 points to Electabuzz' physical attack. Ding. Points successfully allocated. Name, Charmeleon LV31. Physical attack, 6440, special attack, 8040, speed, 8060. Total, 405140. Name, Electabuzz LV28. Physical attack, 6382. Total, 36082. Haha. Charmeleon has surpassed 100 in all 3 attributes. And its speed stat has reached 140, while Electabuzz boasts a physical attack stat of 145. Who else can compare? Little Wind laughed joyfully. As Little Wind and his companions exited the Viridian Forest and arrived in Pewter City, he observed the bustling streets lined with numerous stalls displaying an assortment of rocks of various sizes. Curiously, he led his 2 Pokemon to inspect them. Young man, interested in purchasing some stones? The stones here are among the finest in Pewter City. I once unearthed a fist-sized thunderstone. How about it? You can't go wrong with this deal. Only 1,000 poke dollars. The stall owner enthusiastically promoted. I'll take a look first. Little Wind crouched down to examine the stones closely. After a long scrutiny, he muttered, "These look just like the stones by the roadside." In his mind, he queried the system. System, can you detect any differences? They're all ordinary stones, just street goods. The system replied, I thought as much. But wait, system, are you certain these are all ordinary stones? Little Wind noticed the system's confident tone and inquired curiously. Of course, there is no energy fluctuation within them. What good could they possibly be? The system boasted. Hee, system, hold on. Please do me a favor. My future happiness depends on you. Help me identify which stones contain valuable items, Little Wind flattered. The system, appearing somewhat exasperated, remarked, if you don't wish to enlist my assistance, refer to me as TZ. But if you do, call me brother. You truly are quite pragmatic, host. With a cheeky grin, Xiaofeng pressed on. Hey, brother TZ, just tell me if you're willing to help. Of course, the system replied. But do you possess sufficient funds? I have those fire stones. I can convert them into currency, compounding the interest. Xiaofeng responded cheerfully. However, before that, brother TZ, please help me evaluate whether it's worth my investment. If each one fetches 1,000, there is profit to be made. For instance, the stall to your left has 2 energy fluctuations, another stall 10 meters ahead contains 1. And several others exhibit similar signs. Most notably, the stall at the edge, which has substantial stock and familiar energy fluctuations. Is that so? I shall exchange the fire stones for money right away. With that, Xiaofeng dashed toward the Pokemon shop in Nibby City. Hello, do you accept evolution stones? Xiaofeng inquired of the shop attendant. Greetings, young lad. We do accept evolution stones here, but we must first assess their quality to determine the price. Generally, a standard quality stone is worth 3,000 or 5,000, while those of superior quality can reach 10,000 or even 20,000. Could you please evaluate these evolution stones for me? Xiaofeng asked, producing 3 fire stones and 1 water stone from his backpack. Taking the stones from Xiaofeng, the attendant meticulously examined them, employing a device to assess their quality. After a moment, he smiled and said, Dear customer, your 3 fire stones have been appraised. Based on their color, size, and internal energy saturation, they can be classified as superior quality, each valued at 15,000. However, this water stone is rather ordinary. I can offer you only 3,500 for it. What do you think? In that case, I would like to exchange them all for Pokemon dollars. Very well. That totals 48,500 Pokemon dollars. Please accept. The attendant added, should you acquire more evolution stones in the future, consider our Pokemon shop. We purchase regardless of quantity. And we are a chain store with branches in every city, offering fair prices. Confirming Xiaofeng's willingness to sell the evolution stones, the attendant promptly calculated the exchange into Pokemon dollars, while also promoting his shop. Thank you. I may return if needed. Farewell, and perhaps we shall meet again soon. After receiving the Pokemon dollars, Xiaofeng bid farewell and exited the shop. Goodbye. We look forward to your next visit. Upon leaving the shop, Xiaofeng made a beeline for the stone market. Brother TZ, it's your turn. Indeed, Xiaofeng. Head to the stall at the farthest edge and secure the most crucial item. TZ commanded with a hint of pride. Understood, brother TZ. Xiaofeng replied, flattery evident in his tone. He approached the outermost stall, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man sporting a flamboyant pompadour, greeted him enthusiastically. Young lad, come take a look. All these stones have been excavated from deep caverns. Their yield is outstanding. Care to purchase one? What is the price of these stones? Xiaofeng crouched down to inspect them. I'll give you an honest price. 2,000 each. How does that sound? 2,000 each? That's rather steep. The stall over there is only asking for 1,000. Surely you're not trying to take advantage of me? With that, Xiaofeng began to rise, intending to move to another stall. 1, 2, 3. He mentally counted, preparing to leave. Wait. 1,000 it is. I see we're fated to do business. I'll sell it to you at that price. Come, feel free to browse. The stall owner, noticing Xiaofeng's departure, hurriedly called him back. Shall I take another look? Xiaofeng whispered. Of course. The vendor nodded vigorously. Crouching down once more, Xiaofeng called out, Brother TZ, it's time for your input. Which one should I select? The most crucial is the stone in the upper right corner with a black stripe. Next, consider the one with red spots in the center. The one in the lower right with yellow stripes, and the stone beneath you that is covered in moss, the system advised. Okay, having received the system's guidance, Xiaofeng put on an act of deliberation, picking up and putting down various stones until he finally selected 5. These will do. Please wrap them up. Very well. Young lad, a bargain at 5,000 Pokémon dollars. The vendor's face lit up with glee, a look of having struck gold, as he quickly packaged the stones, fearing Xiaofeng might change his mind. After accepting the wrapped stones, Xiaofeng paid the vendor and ventured towards other stalls. Behind him, the vendor murmured about pocketing a neat profit of 4,500. Subsequently, at each stall with merchandise, Xiaofeng purchased stones at the price of 1,000 each, ultimately spending 31,000 Pokémon dollars to acquire 31 stones. Brother TZ, can you discern the types of stones I've collected? Aside from the one with the black stripe, the others are quite similar in energy to the evolution stones. The black one needs to be opened to reveal its secrets. Understood, Brother TZ. Xiaofeng meticulously divided the stones into several packages and visited a dozen specialized shops for stone opening, paying 100 for each stone, which totaled 3,100 in expenses. After all stones were opened, he discovered 30 evolution stones, predominantly of fire and water types, including 1 moon stone, 1 leaf stone, and surprisingly, a mega evolution stone. Brother TZ, a mega evolution stone. Do you know which Pokemon it belongs to? Xiaofeng eagerly inquired. If all goes as expected, it is for Gengar, the system replied. Gengar? I shall keep it safe. My future team is in need of a ghost-type Pokemon, and should I capture a member of the Gengar line, it will prove invaluable. With that, Xiaofeng secured the Gengar evolution stone in his backpack and, with a hefty bag of evolution stones in tow, returned to the previous Pokemon shop. The same attendant welcomed Xiaofeng, and upon unveiling the contents of his package, her eyes widened at the sight of 30 shimmering evolution stones. Are these all for sale, dear customer? She asked uncertainly. Yes, didn't I mention I would return shortly? Xiaofeng replied with a smile. I had no idea it would be so soon. Please hold on, esteemed customer. I will begin the appraisal right away. With that, she commenced using her device to evaluate all the evolution stones. After a while, she looked up with a smile. Dear customer, I have completed the assessment. You possess 22 stones of superior quality and 8 of standard quality. The superior ones are still valued at 15,000 each, while the standard ones are 3,500. The total comes to 358,000 Pokémon dollars. What do you think? That sounds perfectly agreeable, Xiaofeng responded. Excellent. Due to the significant amount, please provide your bank card number, and I will process the transfer. Soon after, Xiaofeng received a notification on his Pokédex indicating the transfer had been completed. Wonderful. He nodded in satisfaction before asking the attendant, do you sell any technical machines? Indeed. Please follow me. The attendant, eager to assist, promptly led Xiaofeng to the second floor of the store, explaining, this is our technical machine section. Feel free to browse and see what you might need. Each machine comes with instructions and is simple to operate. As Xiaofeng examined the various machines, he noted several he wished to purchase. Iron Tail, 10,000. Protect, 30,000. Brick Break, 10,000. Substitute, 20,000. And Quick Attack, 10,000. Staring at the prices, he fell silent for a moment. Is there something amiss, dear customer? Do you see anything you fancy? The attendant inquired, noticing his hesitation, ultimately stealing his resolve. Xiaofeng declared, oh, it's nothing. Please assist me with 2 protects, 2 substitutes, 1 iron tail, 1 brick break, and 1 quick attack. Certainly, dear customer, just a moment. The attendant replied cheerfully as she went to retrieve the requested technical machines. Afterward, accompanied by Xiaofeng, they proceeded to the cash register, where a cacophony of sounds heralded the expenditure of 130,000 elf coins. Trembling, Xiaofeng completed the transaction and exited the store, gazing up at the sun in the sky. Rendered speechless. Oh, Sonoko, it hasn't even warmed up yet, and I've already spent a third, Xiaofeng mused, lost in thought as he stared into the heavens. Charizard, Electabuzz. You two must make me proud in the gym battle, he earnestly instructed the two little creatures. With Protect and Double Team now acquired by the duo, each a Pokemon of their own, the rest of the skills were bestowed upon Charizard, leading to a significant enhancement of their abilities. Charizard LV31. Skills: Protect, Quick Attack, Double Team, Iron Tail, Wing Attack, Flamethrower, Fire Fong, Smokescreen, Cut, Tail Whip, Roar. Electabuzz LV28. Skills: Protect, Double Team, Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge, Inherited, Wing Attack. The day swiftly passed, and at dawn the following day, Xiaofeng took his two companions to the Nibi gym. Hello, is anyone there? I have come to challenge the gym, Xiaofeng called out from the entrance. Suddenly, the door swung open of its own accord, and as he stepped inside, he surveyed the dim surroundings, feeling somewhat exasperated by the necessity of such theatrics. Just then, lights illuminated the interior of the gym, revealing a man with squinty eyes seated on a high platform. The gym leader of Nibi, Brock. Are you the challenger? Brock inquired. I am Brock, and the gym battle will utilize 2 Pokemon per side, concluding when one side's Pokemon can no longer continue. Are you ready, challenger? Brock rose, announcing the rules of the challenge. Ready, gym leader. You may call me Xiaofeng. He nodded in affirmation. At this moment, a referee holding a flag stepped forward and declared, now, the challenger Xiaofeng is set to challenge gym leader Brock. The match officially begins. Alright, my first Pokemon is this one, go Geodude. Brock tossed a Pokeball onto the battlefield. Challenger attacks first. Name, Geodude LV15. Then I shall not hold back, go Electabuzz. Xiaofeng sent forth Electabuzz from beside him. Electabuzz sprang forward, waving its arms. Electabuzz, use Wing Attack to finish it. Upon receiving the command, Electabuzz dashed toward Geodude, and before Geodude could react, delivered a swift Wing Attack that struck Geodude on the top of its head. With a resounding crash, dust erupted as Geodude was sent crashing to the ground, half its body buried in the earth, rendered unable to battle. The gym leader's Pokemon has lost its ability to fight. Please replace your Pokemon, the referee announced. Return Geodude. Brock cast a lingering glance at Xiaofeng as he retrieved Geodude with a Pokeball. He then threw out another Pokeball. Come forth, Onix. Name, Onix LV18. Does challenger Xiaofeng wish to switch Pokemon? The referee inquired. No need, Xiaofeng replied. Electabuzz, continue the battle. Electabuzz leaped into action, using Quick Attack to leap onto Onix's back, aiming for its head with a Wing Attack. Onix, shake it off. Brock commanded urgently. Onix began to thrash its body vigorously, attempting to dislodge Electabuzz. However, Electabuzz's grip was tenacious, its sharp claws embedded deeply into Onix's rocky exterior as it climbed upward to reach Onix's head. Electabuzz, finish it with Wing Attack, Xiaofeng ordered. Electabuzz, perched atop Onix's head, executed a decisive Wing Attack, creating a deep dent in Onix's head, causing its eyes to roll back. With a thunderous crash, Onix collapsed, incapacitated. As Electabuzz leapt down, returning to Xiaofeng's side. All of the gym leader's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight. Challenger Xiaofeng is victorious, the referee declared, observing Onix's defeat. You are quite strong, Xiaofeng. This is well-deserved, Brock remarked, handing Xiaofeng a gray stone resembling a badge, exclaiming, the Boulder Badge. Accepting the badge, Xiaofeng, victorious, earnestly addressed Brock. I wonder if gym leader Brock would grant me the honor of witnessing a true gym challenge, rather than this novice format. My elder informed me that every gym offers 2 types of challenge modes, one for newcomers, aimed at filtering promising trainers, and the other being the official challenge mode against the gym leader's top-tier Pokemon. Who is your elder? Brock queried with curiosity. My grandfather is Professor Oak, Xiaofeng responded. Then I shall say no more, I accept your challenge. Let me confirm. Challenger Xiaofeng, are you certain you wish to initiate the official challenge mode of the Nibi Gym? Absolutely, Xiaofeng affirmed. Very well, referee, I must trouble you once more, Brock said to the referee. Chapter 9, the official Nibi Gym Challenge. Both parties returned to their respective sides of the battlefield. Now, we commence the official challenge mode of the Nibi Gym. 2 Pokemon may be used, and the challenger Xiaofeng holds priority for the first attack. Gym leader, please send forth your Pokemon. It has been quite a while since I activated official mode. Let's battle with all our might. Go right on. Brock retrieved another Pokeball from his waist and hurled it onto the battlefield. Name, Rhydon LV35. Number, 111. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Lightning Rod. Damage from recoil moves does not reduce HP. Skills, Rock Wrecker, Horn Attack, Stomp, Earthquake. Base stats, HP 80. Attack, 85. Defense, 95. Special Attack, 30. Special Defense, 30. Speed, 25. Total, 345. Electabuzz, go? This is a rare opponent, Xiaofeng indicated to Electabuzz. Electabuzz. It responded enthusiastically. Electabuzz. Use Double Team to approach Rhydon, Xiaofeng commanded. As Electabuzz created multiple clones, they all began to close in on Rhydon. Rhydon. Use Earthquake to shatter the Double Team. Brock ordered, observing the approaching Electabuzz. Upon receiving the command, Rhydon lifted its legs high and slammed them down, sending invisible waves radiating outward, obliterating several of Electabuzz's clones in the process. Electabuzz, jump and use Wing Attack. Just as Electabuzz's clones were about to be entirely destroyed, Xiaofeng's timely command arrived. One Electabuzz leaped from among the clones, while the others were annihilated by the earthquake. The airborne Electabuzz descended rapidly, its claws gleaming with a silvery light, executing a swift strike at Rhydon. With a resounding boom, Rhydon's limbs bent at extreme angles, its expression contorted in pain. Despite receiving quadruple damage from the fighting-type attack, it stood firm. Rhydon, hold on and counterattack. Use Horn Attack to send it flying. Brock shouted. With a surge of determination, Rhydon executed a powerful Horn Attack, propelling Electabuzz several meters away. As Electabuzz landed, it dug its feet into the ground, leaving a trail behind. Electabuzz, are you alright? Xiaofeng called out. Electabuzz. The battle is far from over. They are quite tenacious on the other side, haha. That makes it interesting. Rhydon, use Rock Wrecker. Brock's voice rang out, and sharp rocks coalesced around Rhydon, launching toward Electabuzz. Electabuzz, use Quick Attack to evade and charge at Rhydon, finishing with Wing Attack. Thus, bolstered by its remarkable regenerative capabilities, the Electric-type Pokémon was repeatedly launched into the air, only to charge once more towards the armored rhinoceros to execute its signature move, Tile Splitter, reminiscent of a valiant warrior undeterred by the threat of demise. Ultimately, the armored rhinoceros succumbed at the feet of the electric type. Beep, beep, beep. The electric type raised its hands in triumph, celebrating its victory. Well done, electric type, Xiaofeng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You have trained your electric type exceptionally well, Xiaofeng. How will you proceed now? Go forth, Bashikadora. Name, Bashikadora, LV, 43. ID, 306. Type, Rock, Steel. Ability, Sturdy, cannot be knocked out in one hit. Moves, Destruction Beam, Headbutt. Charge, Harden, Metal Claw, Iron Tail, Protect. Base stats, HP, 70. Attack, 110. Defense, 180. Special Attack, 60. Special Defense, 60. Speed, 50. Total, 530. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Xiaofeng commanded, and upon receiving the order, Charizard gathered a fierce flame and directed it towards Bashikadora. Bashikadora, use Protect. Xiaogang hastily instructed. Just then, before Charizard's terrifying flames could reach Bashikadora, a yellow circular shield enveloped it, successfully blocking the flamethrower from coming even close. Since ranged attacks are futile, let's engage in close combat. Charizard, with a flicker of electricity, began to circle around Bashikadora, deftly changing its position. Following the command, Charizard left behind afterimages, continuously maneuvering around Bashikadora. At Bashikadora's speed, how could it discern Charizard's trajectory? Frantically spinning in place to locate Charizard's precise position. The moment arrived, Charizard circled behind Bashikadora and unleashed Iron Tail, then leaped onto its back to employ Fire Fang. Charizard swiftly appeared at Bashikadora's rear, executing Iron Tail aimed at its flank. With a resounding thud, Bashikadora staggered forward, clutching its side. Before it could regain its footing, a sharp pain struck its neck as Charizard's fiery maw, armed with razor-sharp teeth, pierced its throat, eliciting a sorrowful howl from Bashikadora. Bashikadora, shake it off. Use Metal Claw. In pain, Bashikadora, upon hearing Xiaogang's command, seized the opportunity like a lifeline, violently thrashing its body until it finally flung Charizard off, incessantly attempting to attack with Metal Claw. However, Charizard deftly evaded each strike, continuously adjusting its position to create distance from Bashikadora. Well done, Charizard. Now use Flamethrower, came Xiaofeng's voice from behind. Bashikadora, use Destruction Beam. Noticing that Charizard was about to unleash Flamethrower again, Xiaogang, wary of the potential failure of Protect's second activation, opted for Destruction Beam instead. In the air, red and yellow beams of light converged to form a sphere, which then exploded in a tremendous cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire arena. Both Charizard and Bashikadora found themselves immobilized due to the aftereffects of the Destruction Beam. Charizard charged into the smoke, seeking Bashikadora's position, and executed Tile Splitter, sending Bashikadora flying to the ground. Bashikadora, quickly get up. Use Destruction Beam. Xiao Gang shouted urgently as he observed Bashikadora gradually regaining mobility. Struggling, Bashikadora propped itself up with its hands, gathering yellow energy to launch Destruction Beam at Charizard. Desperately fighting for survival. Charizard, use Protect. Then give it one last flamethrower. Xiao Feng issued his final command. Charizard summoned a yellow energy shield to block Bashikadora's Destruction Beam. Then unleashed Flamethrower, which struck the incapacitated Bashikadora. The roaring flames engulfed Bashikadora, and when the flames subsided, it lay within a darkened circle, eyes glazed. Having lost its fighting capability, Bashikadora is unable to battle, thus the victor is the challenger, Xiao Feng, declared the referee, raising the flag upon witnessing Bashikadora's fall. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Feng exclaimed, Charizard, we won. Roar. Charizard responded with a fiery breath directed upwards. What an exhilarating battle, I concede my defeat. The youth of today are truly remarkable, Xiao Gang remarked, approaching with a smile and ruffling Xiao Feng's hair. The battles against your Bashikadora and armored rhinoceros were quite satisfying. Xiao Feng replied with a grin. Indeed, it has been a while since I engaged in such earnest combat. By the way, here is the badge for winning the Gym's official challenge. Please accept it. Xiao Gang expressed, handing Xiao Feng a badge similar to the previous rock badge, but distinguished by a ring of silvery matte material surrounding it, with the central portion crafted from finer quality material and polished with greater precision. Thank you. Gym Leader Xiao Gang. I shall graciously accept this. With care, Xiao Feng placed the badge into his backpack. This badge allows you to challenge any Gym's official mode by simply presenting it. Other gyms cannot refuse your challenge. The same goes for other official badges in my possession. Of course, as long as the gym leader consents, you can challenge even without this type of badge. Just like our battle, Xiao Gang elaborated on the badge's significance. Understood, I will ensure its safekeeping. Xiao Feng nodded earnestly. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao Gang inquired, noting Xiao Feng's serious demeanor. Naturally, I aim to collect all 8 badges and participate in the Quartz League tournament. Xiao Feng responded without hesitation. I wish you the best of luck. Xiao Gang offered his well wishes. Thank you, and farewell, Gym Leader Xiao Gang. Until we meet again. Goodbye. Xiao Feng bid farewell to Xiao Gang, exiting the gym with his 2 companions. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, ding. Mission accomplished. You have received the Rock Badge, rewarding you with 40 base stats and an opportunity for a skill lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Time to reap my rewards. System, initiate the lottery. Xiao Feng exclaimed, eager for the prize. Ding. You have obtained the skill Indestructible, skill description, immune to physical harm and negative status effects. Wow. System, are you suggesting I should stack the thickest armor possible? Moreover, immunity to negative status effects is tremendously advantageous. This means Charizard and the others will no longer be susceptible to those annoying abilities. I can simply charge forth. Xiao Feng proclaimed excitedly upon receiving the new ability. Quickly. System, grant Charizard and the others the Indestructible ability, and increase Charizard's special attack base stats by 40 points. Ding. Stat increase successful. Please check your records. Name, Charizard LV. 32. New skill acquired, Indestructible. Attack, 6440. Special attack, 8080. Speed, 8040. Total, 405,180. Name, Electric type, LV, 29. New skill acquired, Indestructible. Attack, 6382. Total, 36,082. Haha. Charizard is practically a divine beast cloaked in the guise of an ordinary Pokémon, with just a 15-point difference reaching 600. Once it evolves into Charizard, it will soar to new heights. And the electric type is on the verge of evolution as well. After marveling at the developments, Xiao Feng took his 2 companions to the Pokémon Center to celebrate their victory in the gym challenge, soon becoming enveloped in a delightful array of sumptuous and aromatic delicacies. Chapter 10. Allowing Ash to endure the harshness of society. After Xiao Feng and Charizard had their fill, they returned to their room for a restful slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, the neatly dressed Xiao Feng departed from the Pokémon Center accompanied by his 2 Pokémon, the Charmeleon and the Electabuzz. Suddenly, a boy wearing a red and white cap, a blue jacket, and light blue jeans collided with Xiao Feng, tumbling onto the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm so sorry for bumping into you, the boy exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet and rubbing his backside while bowing in apology. Ah, it's you, Ash. Still as clumsy as ever, Xiaofeng remarked, looking at the boy with a hint of exasperation. Ah, Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Ash asked, lifting his head in surprise upon recognizing a familiar face. Before you inquire about me, shouldn't you explain why you were running so hurriedly? I'm here because I finished my gym battle yesterday and am preparing to embark on my journey today, Xiaofeng replied, a bemused expression on his face. What? Did you succeed in your challenge, Xiaofeng? I plan to stop by the Pokemon Center to rest before heading to the gym as well, Ash inquired eagerly. Of course. I succeeded. Otherwise, why would I continue my travels? Xiaofeng responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. Before Ash could continue, a girl with golden hair, cradling a small yellow Pokemon, came running towards them, shouting, Ash, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? The girl and her Pikachu arrived beside Ash, voicing her complaints. Sorry, Misty. I was just trying to get to the gym quickly. Ash apologized before introducing her to Xiaofeng, saying, this is Misty and Pikachu, my travel companions. Hello, I'm Xiaofeng. I'm from the same town as Ash. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope Ash hasn't caused you too much trouble. Xiaofeng smiled as he introduced himself. No trouble at all. Hi, I'm Misty. Nice to meet you. She replied hastily. Xiaofeng, is that Charmeleon and Electabuzz yours? Ash asked, eyeing the Pokemon beside Xiaofeng. Yes, they are both mine. I received Charmeleon from Professor Oak and caught Electabuzz during my travels, Xiaofeng explained. So, if I defeat them, does that mean I can successfully challenge the gym? Ash pondered, gazing at the two Pokemon. Suddenly, Ash issued a challenge to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, let us battle. Oh, you want to battle me? Xiaofeng asked, perplexed, as he felt Ash had yet to mature enough for a meaningful contest. Just as he was about to decline, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Temporary mission activated. Allow the chosen one to experience the harsh realities of society. Mission reward, 80 points of base stats. Ash, I accept your challenge, Xiaofeng said, scratching his nose. 80 points of base stats were too enticing to resist. I'm sorry, Ash. Really? Great. Let us go to that open space. Ash exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Xiaofeng's acceptance. As they approached the clearing, Misty leaned closer to Ash, whispering, are you sure you want to challenge Xiaofeng? His Pokemon looked significantly stronger. Of course. I'll win. I have 3 Pokemon, while Xiaofeng only has 2. Ash insisted, feeling confident. Upon reaching the clearing, Xiaofeng called out to Charmeleon, go Charmeleon. Let us teach Ash a lesson so he won't be so reckless in the future. I'll send out Charmeleon, Xiaofeng declared. Oh, Charmeleon? Then I'll choose Butterfree. Ash responded, sending out his final evolution Pokemon. Name, Butterfree, level, 16, skills, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Gust. How can you send out Butterfree? Don't you know that Bug-type Pokemon are weak against Fire types? Misty facepalmed, exasperated with Ash. I'll win. My Butterfree is strong. Type matchups don't determine victory, Ash retorted confidently. Oh, right. Xiaofeng chuckled before adopting a serious expression. But Ash, let me teach you something. Sometimes type advantages don't mean much, but that only applies when your Pokemon become stronger and their move pools expand. You haven't reached that stage yet. You can attack first, Ash. Then I 1 hold back, Xiaofeng. Butterfree, use Stun Spore. Obeying the command. Butterfree flapped its wings rapidly, sending shimmering spores towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, in response, unleashed a torrent of flames. It blasted fiery breath towards Butterfree, who had no chance to react, becoming engulfed in flames and plummeting to the ground, charred and defeated. How can Xiaofeng's Charmeleon's flames be so powerful? Misty gasped, glancing worriedly at Ash. Butterfree, are you alright? Ash rushed to his fallen Pokemon, fretting over its condition before hastily recalling it into its Pokeball. Ash, who will you send out next? I hope you reflect on this battle. Type advantages are crucial for newcomers. Don't let your ignorance cause your Pokemon unnecessary harm. Xiaofeng sighed, observing Ash's distress. After recalling Butterfree, Ash threw another Pokeball. I choose you, Pidgeotto. Name, Pidgeotto. Level, 18. Skills, Quick Attack, Gust, Whirlwind, Sand Attack. Hearing Xiaofeng's voice, Ash prepared for his next move. Alright, Pidgeotto, use Whirlwind. Ash commanded sternly. As Ash initiated his attack, Xiaofeng swiftly directed Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Quick Attack and jump to strike. In an instant, Charmeleon lunged forward with incredible speed, propelling itself into the air. With a resounding crash, Charmeleon struck Pidgeotto down, sending plumes of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Pidgeotto lay unconscious, its eyes swirling, unable to continue the fight. Watching Pidgeotto fall, Ash clenched his fists tightly, staring despondently at the ground. A wave of helplessness washed over him, and he hesitated before recalling Pidgeotto. He pondered long and hard about whether to continue the challenge. At that moment, Pikachu scampered to Ash's side, tugging at his pant leg and softly calling out, "Pika Pika, are you trying to comfort me?" "I'm sorry, Pikachu. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll see this battle through," Ash said, crouching down to pat Pikachu's head. "Now it's your turn, Pikachu," Ash declared, sending out his loyal companion to face Charmeleon. Name, Pikachu, level, 24. Type, electric. Ability, static. Hidden ability 1, performer. Each time a new region is reached, the Alliance's strength is sealed to a novice level. Hidden ability 2, legendary encounterer. When encountering a legendary Pokemon, levels are unsealed, and all base stats are multiplied by 25. Skills, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Thunder, Sealed State, not yet fully mastered. Base stats, HP, 35, Attack, 55, Defense, 40, Special Attack, 50, Special Defense, 50, Speed, 90. Total, 320. Description, a natural performer with exceptional comprehension abilities, capable of easily mastering skills not typically accessible at this level, such as Thunderbolt. A Pokemon belonging to the Chosen One, growing stronger upon encountering legendary creatures. Is this the potential of Ash's Pikachu? Thankfully, my Charmeleon is not a legendary Pokemon, or it would be challenging to handle if Pikachu powered up. The previous level boost must have been due to that photographer from the Wind King nearby, helping Pikachu obliterate that flock of Spearows, catapulting it into the 20s, a terrifying prospect. As Xiao Feng gazed at Pikachu's panel, he couldn't help but gasp softly. Just as he marveled at Pikachu's attributes, his opponent, Ash, launched an offensive. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Charizard, use Shadow Clone. With Ash's command, the battle resumed. Following Xiao Feng's orders, Charizard created dozens of Shadow Clones, and the Thunderbolt only managed to dissipate one of them. What a pity, Ash. Destiny favors me. Your Pikachu stands against my Charizard, and its hidden ability is rendered ineffective. Xiao Feng murmured softly before directing. Charizard, charge forward and use Dragon Claw. In an instant, Charizard dashed toward Pikachu, striking it with Dragon Claw. Pikachu was sent flying, losing its ability to battle. After Pikachu fell to the ground, Ash rushed over to pick it up, exhaling deeply. "I lost. Are you alright, Ash?" Misty hurried over, expressing her concern. I'm fine," Ash replied with a bitter smile, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes. "Well, Ash, I hope you learn from this experience. Don't let your shortcomings cause your Pokemon to suffer. Victory cannot be achieved solely through spirit. Take your Pokemon for treatment. We'll battle again at the Indigo League, and please don't let me down then." Xiao Feng approached Ash, solidifying their future rematch. Ash looked at Xiao Feng earnestly. "Alright, brother Xiao Feng, I will obtain badges and be ready for the Indigo Conference. Then farewell for now, Ash. By the way, here's a piece of advice. The Pewter Gym leader is quite formidable. Do not be deceived by his appearance. It would be wise for your Pikachu to learn a move that counters rock types, like Iron Tail," Xiao Feng added, waving as he walked away with his 2 Pokemon. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed, awarded 80 base points." Xiao Feng communicated with the system regarding the points he had gained. "Alright, system. Allocate 40 points each to Charizard's special attack and Electabuzz physical attack." Not far from departing, Xiao Feng arranged the points he had earned. "Understood, host. Allocation successful, panel updated. Please check. Name, Charizard LV32. Physical attack, 6480. Special attack, 8080. Speed, 8040. Total, 405,200. Name, Electabuzz LV29. Physical attack, 63122. Total, 360,122. Charizard was designed as a versatile fighter, while Electabuzz was oriented toward physical attacks. Electabuzz was on the verge of evolution, and it was time to prepare the necessary materials. Xiao Feng contemplated how to obtain the power amplifier and decided to consult the old man for assistance. Chapter 11. The Appearance of Electivire. Shortly after leaving the Pokemon Center, Xiao Feng made a call to Professor Oak from a payphone. On the other end, Professor Oak answered, "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Grandpa Oak," Xiao Feng responded. Recognizing his voice, Professor Oak complained, "Ah, it's you, Xiao Feng. You've been gone for so long, and now you remember to call? Just like water spilled. It can't be retrieved." Hearing Professor Oak's grumbling, Xiao Feng hastily interjected, Wait, Grandpa Oak. I'm calling now, aren't I? You rascal. You only call when something's wrong. Spit it out, what do you need? I can tell by your demeanor that you have something to say." Xiao Feng flattered Professor Oak. Hee, Grandpa Oak, your insights are remarkable. I've captured an Electabuzz, and it's about to evolve. I wanted to evolve into Electivire, but I lack the power amplifier. Professor Oak expressed interest. You mean you wanted to evolve into the form discovered in the Sinnoh region? Do you know the specific evolution method? Yes, Grandpa Oak. The information I received indicates that Electabuzz must evolve into Electivire while holding a power amplifier and then be traded to evolve into Electivire. Xiao Feng revealed without reservation. I can get you the power amplifier, but I have a condition, Professor Oak replied with a chuckle. What condition? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. First, evolve Electabuzz into Electivire. Trade it over, and I'll help you with the trade evolution. I want to record a video and measure Electivire's data for a few days. How does that sound? Professor Oak suggested, smiling. Oh, I thought it would be something more demanding. That's fine, but only for a few days, Grandpa Oak. I still need to take it on my journey. Waiting a few days is no trouble at all. Besides, with your help for the trade evolution, I can avoid the hassle of finding someone else. Xiao Feng expressed his gratitude. By the way, how come you only caught one Pokemon? Even Gary has caught many. And Ash has more than you. Professor Oak inquired. I didn't want to leave the Pokemon I caught without proper training, just sitting there. I plan to pursue an elite route. Xiao Feng explained. Not bad, very ambitious. I look forward to your growth, Professor Oak encouraged. Alright, Grandpa Oak, goodbye. I'll take Electabuzz to evolve into Electivire and send it over after. Xiao Feng bid farewell. Okay, go ahead. I also need to find the power amplifier. Goodbye. Professor Oak concluded before hanging up. After their conversation, Xiao Feng took his 2 Pokemon to the mountains near Pewter City to train, raising Electabuzz level to 30. He decided to hold off on its evolution and sought out a place rich in electric elements for the evolution. Naturally, he would communicate amicably with the local Pokemon in the forest, ensuring that no threats were posed, to guarantee his credibility. Through the system's translation, the forest Pokemon proudly informed Xiao Feng of a nearby area frequently struck by lightning. Soon after, he arrived at the area with his 2 companions, where he found a large, dark crater in the center, surrounded by ominous clouds and flickering arcs of electricity. Electabuzz, go! Harness the power of lightning to evolve. Evolve, Xiao Feng commanded. Electabuzz excitedly spun its arms and confidently stepped into the crater, gazing up at the sky, eagerly anticipating its evolution. Host, are you certain this is advisable? The system asked. Why not? Isn't this akin to paying homage to those who ascend? No worries, besides. There's the overdrive regeneration and indestructible ability. It'll be fine. If Ash's Pikachu can do it, so can my Electabuzz. Xiao Feng reassured, nodding confidently. Very well. Looking at your seemingly reckless confidence, I'll defer to your judgment, the system responded. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky, perhaps feeling challenged by Electabuzz, rapidly gathered bolts of yellow lightning, shooting down with brilliance toward Electabuzz. Boom, boom, boom. As Electabuzz endured the relentless barrage of lightning, it began to glow brilliantly. And moments later, the evolution into Electivire was complete, raising its arms high and joyfully examining its new form. Congratulations, host. Electabuzz has evolved, gaining the skills Thunder Punch, Thunderbolt, and Low Kick. Name, Electivire LV33. ID, 125. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Skills, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Protect, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Charge, Dragon Claw, Inherited. Base stats, HP, 65. Physical Attack, 83122. Physical Defense, 57. Special Attack, 95. Special Defense, 85. Speed, 105. Total, 490,122. Alright, Electivire, return for now. Don't rush to celebrate. There's still one more evolution waiting for you. Xiao Feng smiled at Electivire. Roar. Electivire enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Afterward, Xiao Feng traversed the moonlit mountain with his 2 sprites, not pausing for long, primarily due to his indifference towards Pikachu's evolved form, Raichu. The unevolved Piku and Pikachu were undeniably charming, yet the final evolution of Raichu left much to be desired, not aligning with Xiao Feng's aesthetic sensibilities. Nevertheless, he managed to acquire several moonstones, which offered a modicum of consolation. Thanks to his training on Moonlit Mountain, Charmeleon also ascended to level 33, matching the prowess of Electabuzz. Ultimately, the trio arrived at the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, Xiao Feng immediately contacted Professor Oak, transferring Electabuzz via the teleporter. After the transfer, he earnestly instructed through the video call, Electabuzz, you must heed Professor Oak's guidance over there. I will await your evolution before bringing you back. Professor Oak, I entrust Electabuzz to your care. Professor Oak reassured him, rest assured, Xiao Feng. The power amplifier is showing promise. In a couple of days, your Electabuzz will evolve into Electivire. I will conduct my research for a day or two, and within 3 to 4 days, Electabuzz will return to you. In the following days, Xiaofeng, alongside Charmeleon, thoroughly enjoyed the local customs of Hualan City, particularly captivated by the exquisite swimming techniques displayed by the three sisters of the Hualan Gym, though one might humorously misinterpret it as a mere splash. Thus, Xiaofeng was gently guided back to reality by Professor Oak. With great excitement, Xiaofeng inquired, "Professor Oak, has Electabuzz evolved? Have all the data measurements been taken?" "Yes. Please check on your end." Not long after, a surge of electricity coursed through the teleporter, and a red and white Pokeball materialized at the device's center. Xiaofeng swiftly retrieved the Pokeball, venturing outside to find an open area where he launched the Pokeball high into the air. "Come forth, Electivire." A brilliant white light erupted from the Pokeball, heralding the grand entrance of Electivire. Standing at an impressive height of 2.4 meters, the robust figure of black and yellow, with powerful limbs and crimson eyes, showcased two black-tipped red tails swaying in the breeze. Name: Electivire LV33. ID: 466. Type: Electric. Ability: Motor Drive, immunes to electric-type damage and enhances speed. Moves: Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Electromagnetic Wave, Volt Tackle, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Protect, Shadow Clone. Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge Beam, and Volt Switch inherited. Base Stats: HP, 75. Physical Attack, 123. Physical Defense, 67. Special Attack, 95. Special Defense, 85. Speed, 95. Total, 540. What does total signify? This reflects the prowess of an electric-type physical attacker, boasting an initial physical attack value of 123, which can reach 245 after enhancements. Who can compete with such power? The dream of knocking out legendary Pokémon with a single punch is not far-fetched. Observing Electivire's skill set, Xiaofeng inquired in confusion. "How do you possess Fire Punch and Ice Punch?" "Woo." Through the system's explanation, he learned that Professor Oak had assisted him in teaching Electivire those moves using a teaching machine for data testing. Professor Oak, he truly. I'm overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down Xiaofeng's cheeks. Standing before Electivire, he attempted to reach out and pat its head, but found he had to look up to do so. "Woo." Electivire crouched down, presenting its head to Xiaofeng's palm. With a chuckle, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, joyfully stroking Electivire's head. At last, he possessed his first fully evolved Pokémon. Gazing at the Electivire before him, he grinned widely. "The upcoming Hualan Gym Challenge is now entrusted to you, Electivire." "Woo." Electivire nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. The Hualan Gym Challenge. Xiaofeng, accompanied by Electivire and Charmeleon, walked along the path to the Hualan Gym, drawing curious glances from passers-by, particularly due to Electivire's impressive stature. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the Hualan Gym, which showcased a hemispherical design crowned by a magnificent statue of a white sea lion. The gym doors swung open, revealing rows of spectator seats flanking a vast transparent swimming pool, teeming with water-type Pokémon gracefully gliding through the water. "Fortune smiles upon me. It seems the water ballet performance has concluded," Xiaofeng observed, noting the absence of spectators. "Greetings. I have come to challenge the gym," he called out. "Ah, little brother. Are you here for a gym challenge?" "Unfortunately, we must attend to our grooming and lack the time. Here, take this Hualan Gym water badge as a token of victory." The three sisters of the Hualan Gym stepped out, casually handing Xiaofeng a badge from their pockets, seemingly seasoned in such encounters. "Is it truly that easy?" Xiaofeng remarked, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he held the water badge. Just as the sisters prepared to leave for their grooming, Xiaofeng halted them and displayed the official competition badge he had obtained from the Nibi Gym. "Wait a moment. If that's the case, this badge should hold validity, right? With this badge, I wish to challenge the Hualan Gym's official competition mode." Taken aback by Xiaofeng's declaration, the sisters exchanged glances before hurriedly responding. "The official competition mode? Oh, we must consult with someone. We are not the actual gym leaders, merely acting in their stead. The true leader is our grandmother, and she instructed us to summon her when someone seeks to challenge the official mode." The three sisters hastily departed, leaving Xiaofeng pondering their lack of authority. Before long, they returned, accompanied by a white-haired elderly woman who bore a striking resemblance to the three sisters. She approached Xiaofeng and said, "My apologies, young man. My age prevents me from making frequent appearances. You may call me Granny Qingzi. The successor I trained is currently on a journey, so my granddaughters serve as the gym leaders in the meantime. May I see your official competition badge for confirmation? By the way, what do you go by, young man?" "Certainly, Granny Qingzi. You may call me Xiaofeng." He handed the badge to Granny Qingzi, introducing himself in the process. Ah, indeed. This is the official badge from the Nibby Gym. Thank you, Xiaofeng. Here it is back. Granny Qingzi examined the badge carefully before returning it to him. Now, please follow me. We shall proceed to the battle arena for the gym challenge. Soon. Granny Qingzi led Xiaofeng and his companions to the official battle arena located at the back of the gym. The arena was of standard size, yet it featured a massive water pool in its center, flanked by 2 circular platforms on either side. Xiaofeng and Granny Qingzi took their positions at opposite ends of the battlefield. Granny Qingzi then addressed the eldest of the 3 sisters. Sakura, please serve as the referee. Certainly, Grandma. We will commence the Hualan Gym official competition mode challenge, utilizing 2 Pokemon each, until one side's Pokemon is entirely incapacitated. Please, Gym Leader and Challenger, release your Pokemon. Sakura raised her flags and announced, Go Starmie. Granny Qingzi released her Pokemon first. Name, Starmie LV4152. ID, 121. Type, Water, Psychic. Ability, Natural Cure, heals status conditions upon returning to the team. Moves, Psychic, Recover, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Confuse Ray, confuses the opponent. Protect. Base stats, HP, 60. Physical attack, 75. Physical defense, 85. Special attack, 100. Special defense, 85. Speed, 115. Total, 520. The pinnacle of level 52, the Gym Starfish. It seems that the Hualan Gym has truly reached a transitional phase, Xiaofeng mused softly. He then locked eyes with the Electric Shock Beast and said, Go ahead. It's your turn. The Electric Shock Beast nodded and leaped onto its designated platform within the aquatic arena. The challenge officially commenced, with the challenger taking the first move. As both sides prepared for battle, the announcer declared, Electric Shock Beast, unleash Thunderbolt. Xiaofeng initiated the attack. A brilliant yellow lightning bolt erupted from the Electric Shock Beast's body, hurtling towards the Gem Starfish. Gem Starfish, defend yourself. Grandma Qingzi commanded, instructing the Gem Starfish to use Protect. A shimmering barrier enveloped the Gem Starfish, absorbing the Thunderbolt. And then it retaliated with a dazzling beam of light aimed at the Electric Shock Beast. Electric Shock Beast, continue with Thunderbolt. Xiaofeng, well aware of the Electric Shock Beast's immunity, dismissed the likelihood of confusion from the beam and ordered a direct assault. Consequently, the beam struck the Electric Shock Beast but failed to induce confusion, while the Thunderbolt struck the Gem Starfish, inflicting significant damage. How is it possible that your Electric Shock Beast is not confused? Grandma Qingzi exclaimed in astonishment. My Electric Shock Beast has undergone special training. Xiaofeng lied without a hint of embarrassment. This merely highlights the astonishing unpredictability of the Pokemon world. Grandma Qingzi sighed, then issued another command to the Gem Starfish. Gem Starfish, use Recover. A troublesome move. It seemed the only way to secure victory was through the Electric Shock Beast's formidable physical attacks, while the opponent is busy recovering. Electric Shock Beast, use Ice Punch to freeze the water and create a shadow clone to approach it, Xiaofeng directed, observing the Gem Starfish in action. The Gem Starfish utilized Psychic to locate the Electric Shock Beast's true form. Just as the Electric Shock Beast was nearing the Gem Starfish, it completed its recovery and began to use Psychic to search for the Electric Shock Beast's presence. The Electric Shock Beast was halted just a meter away, immobilized by the Gem Starfish's Psychic. Come on, Electric Shock Beast, break free from the Psychic and strike the Gem Starfish with Thunder Punch. Xiaofeng shouted passionately. With a furious roar, the Electric Shock Beast summoned its immense strength, breaking free from the Psychic's grasp, and unleashed a powerful punch infused with lightning towards the Gem Starfish. The force of the blow struck the central ruby of the Gem Starfish, causing it to crack and shatter, sending pieces flying against the wall outside the arena. Leaving the Gem Starfish embedded in the wall, its once radiant ruby now dimmed, signifying its incapacity to battle. A collective gasp echoed from the Hualan trio nearby. Such incredible power. Grandma Qingzi observed gravely as she regarded the Electric Shock Beast standing boldly on the ice. Well done, Electric Shock Beast. Xiaofeng praised loudly. Return. Gem Starfish. Now, I entrust you with the battle, Lapras. Grandma Qingzi recalled the Gem Starfish and released a Pokeball, summoning a blue Pokemon resembling a turtle with a shell on its back. Name, Lapras LV46, 57. ID, 131. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Shell Armor. Moves, Ice Beam, Water Pulse. Hydro Pump, Ice Shard, Psychic, Protect. Base stats, HP, 130, Attack, 85, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 85, Special Defense, 95, Speed, 60. Total, 535. The battle resumed, with the electric shock beast employing Shadow Clone and Quick Attack to close in. Lapras, do not let it approach. Use Ice Shard, Grandma Qingzi commanded, aware of Xiao Feng's intent to close the distance for the electric shock beast. Responding to the orders, Lapras quickly conjured several ice shards that swiftly shot towards the electric shock beast's clones, shattering them one by one and revealing the true form of the electric shock beast. Now dangerously close to Lapras. Lapras, use Ice Beam. Grandma Qingzi swiftly reacted upon seeing the electric shock beast nearing. Lapras unleashed an ice beam that created a massive ice wall, blocking the electric shock beast's path. Break through it with Fire Punch. Xiao Feng shouted, seeing the ice wall. The electric shock beast ignited with flames, smashing through the ice wall with a powerful punch, closing the distance to Lapras. Following the destruction of the ice wall, Xiao Feng immediately commanded, follow up with Thunder Punch. Do not let it succeed. Lapras, use Protect. Grandma Qingzi instructed firmly. As both commands were issued, the electric shock beast's Thunder Punch collided with the barrier in front of Lapras, which emitted a series of mournful cries. Electric shock beast, unleash a flurry of attacks. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch in succession. Smash that shell. The electric shock beast, obeying the command, unleashed a barrage of strikes, with red, yellow, and blue hues flashing from its fists, creating a cacophony of sound. Ultimately, the protective shield shattered into pieces. Lapras, use Hydro Pump. Grandma Qingzi shouted, directing a counterattack as the electric shock beast drew nearer. A colossal jet of water surged towards the electric shock beast. Electric shock beast, use Brick Break to shatter it. Xiao Feng commanded, observing the incoming water column. The electric shock beast, following the order, emitted a brilliant white light from its fists and executed a downward strike, cleaving through the hydro pump and revealing Lapras in close proximity. Haha, I've got you now. Electric shock beast, Thunder Punch. Xiao Feng grinned widely. In that instant, the electric shock beast's electrified fist struck Lapras, accompanied by crackling sounds, driving Lapras beneath the ice surface, causing it to sink. Lapras, use Hydro Pump to slow your descent. Grandma Qingzi commanded as she watched Lapras continue to sink. TCH, its HP is quite substantial, Xiao Feng remarked. Electric shock beast, jump behind it and deliver a point-blank thunder. As Lapras maintained its fighting capability, Xiao Feng sighed at its resilience. Following the command, the electric shock beast leaped into the pit, positioning itself behind Lapras, while a colossal thunder dragon descended towards both the electric shock beast and Lapras. Lapras, use Protect. You must succeed, Grandma Qingzi urged loudly. A protective energy field enveloped Lapras and the electric shock beast, shielding them from the thunder's onslaught. Is this luck? Successfully using Protect a second time, Xiao Feng marveled at Lapras' fortune. He then commanded, then strike hard. Electric shock beast, use consecutive brick breaks to disorient it. The sounds of pounding echoed as Lapras emitted a series of mournful cries. Eventually, the cries diminished, fading into silence. Lapras lost its fighting capability. Thus the victor is the challenger, Xiao Feng. Sakura observed the dire state of Lapras and promptly announced the conclusion of the battle. Return, Lapras. You performed admirably. It was simply a formidable opponent, Grandma Qingzi softly said as she recalled Lapras. Haha, Xiao Feng, your electric shock beast is remarkably strong. It has been ages since I've engaged in such an intense battle. Today has truly been exhilarating. Grandma Qingzi laughed as she approached Xiao Feng, expressing her admiration. Thank you, Grandma Qingzi. You and your Pokémon are impressive as well. It's a pity I couldn't battle them at their peak. It's a regret, Xiao Feng humbly replied. Haha, is that so? Did you notice? Indeed, how wonderful it would be to battle like that again. Alas, one cannot resist aging. By the way, here is the water badge from the Hualan Gym Challenge. Please accept it. With a smile, Qingzi retrieved a delicate box from her pocket. Upon opening it, a badge distinct in material from the one bestowed by the Hualan Gym's three sisters lay quietly within. She then handed the badge to Xiaofeng. Receiving the badge, Xiaofeng looked at Grandma Qingzi earnestly and said, I will cherish it well. Just then, the system chimed, announcing ding. Task completed, skill lottery awarded, and 40 points of base stats acquired. As Xiaofeng accepted the badge, the system's voice resonated. Well then, Grandma Qingzi, since the gym battle has concluded, I must take my leave. There are many more adventures awaiting me. After the gym battle, Xiaofeng bid farewell to Grandma Qingzi, preparing to depart. All right, young brother Xiaofeng, farewell. I look forward to battling with you again in the future. Likewise, goodbye. Xiaofeng waved and vanished from sight before Grandma Qingzi and the others. Chapter 13. The New Companion Joins. Upon exiting the Hualan Gym, Xiaofeng made his way to the Pokémon Center for a brief respite. Ding. Host. A new skill lottery has been detected. Would you like to proceed? Inquired the system. Yes, let's draw for the skill, Xiaofeng replied. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill. Flash. Range within 20 meters. Cooldown. None. Pondering, Xiaofeng thought. I initially intended to allocate the 40 base stat points to enhance the speed of my Electrike, increasing its margin for error. But it seems that may no longer be necessary. With that, he continued, System, please add the Flash skill to both Charmeleon and Electrike, and allocate the 40 points to Charmeleon's special attack to raise it above 200. Ding. Addition successful. Please check. Name, Charmeleon LV33. Added skill, Flash, no cooldown. Physical attack, 6480. Special attack, 80120. Speed, 8040. Total, 405,240. Name, Electrike LV33, LV34. Added skill, Flash, no cooldown. Physical attack, 83122. Total, 490,122. After augmenting the stats and skills, Xiaofeng journeyed through the dense mountains, training his 2 Pokémon while progressing toward Leaf Green City. Ding. Charmeleon LV33, Electrike LV34, LV35. Splendid. Another level up. Xiaofeng beamed with joy when a small black figure appeared in the distance. Upon noticing Xiaofeng and his companions, it quickly retreated. Could it be? But it should only be found in the Hoenn region. What is it doing in the Kanto region? Electrike, Charmeleon, pursue it. Xiaofeng called out excitedly, urging his Pokémon to chase after the elusive figure. As they ran, Xiaofeng sensed that the figure might be deliberately leading them somewhere. Before long, Xiaofeng, along with Charmeleon and Electrike, caught up to the figure, which was perched upon a branch of a tree. It really is you, Trico. Why have you brought us here? Xiaofeng gazed up at the diminutive figure. Name, Trico LV10. ID, 252. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow. Skills, quick attack, pound, absorb, detect, leaf blade, inherited, not mastered. Base stats, HP, 40. Physical attack, 45. Physical defense, 30. Special attack, 65. Special defense, 55. Speed, 70. Total, 310. Description, inherited excellent genes from its ancestors, possessing untapped potential. Chamo, Chamo, Chamo. Trico exclaimed animatedly, gesturing toward a short distance away. Following Trico's gaze, Xiaofeng saw several iron cages imprisoning numerous Pokémon, who huddled helplessly inside. Are there poachers at work here? Xiaofeng frowned, his expression darkening. Charmeleon, use Slash. Electrike, use Spark to break open those cages. Responding to his command, the 2 Pokémon swiftly demolished the iron cages, liberating the trapped Pokémon. As the Pokémon regained their freedom, Trico joyfully dashed over to play with them. Xiaofeng approached and praised Trico. So, you came to rescue your friends. What a clever little creature you are. Chamo, Chamo. Trico chirped happily. It's thanking you, host. The system translated. Indeed, I can tell. By the way, system, I feel as though I can sometimes understand what Pokémon are saying, albeit inconsistently. What could be the reason? It appears that the aura power spoken of in this world is awakening within you. The system speculated. Aura power, you say? That sounds like a rather convenient ability. Xiaofeng mused. Just then, a group of 4 or 5 middle-aged men came running towards them, shouting angrily, You little brat! How dare you release our hard-caught Pokémon? You're asking for death. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xiaofeng's gaze turned icy. Poachers, what a wretched bunch that ought not to exist in this world. You little punk. How dare you insult us? Go, Beedrill, Rattata, Zubat. Teach him a lesson. The poachers released several Pokémon, charging at Xiaofeng and his companions. The previously captured Pokémon cowered behind Xiaofeng, fearful. Ah, truly, scum will always resort to overwhelming numbers, Xiaofeng scoffed. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Electrike, use Thunderbolt. Sensing Xiaofeng's fury, Charmeleon and Electrike unleashed their full power. A searing flame erupted from Charmeleon's mouth, while Electrike surged forward, crackling with electricity. In a matter of moments, all of the poachers' Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle. How is this possible? Just you wait, we won't let you off the hook. Seeing their Pokémon so easily defeated, the poachers turned to flee, still threatening Xiaofeng. Think you can escape? Charmeleon, Electrike, pursue them. As long as they're alive. Make sure to give them a thrashing. The poachers barely made it a short distance before being caught by the 2 Pokémon, who pummeled them mercilessly, leaving them bruised and battered. Afterward, Xiaofeng approached the poachers and destroyed their Pokeballs, freeing all the Pokémon they had captured. He then called the authorities. Soon, Officer Junsha arrived with a team of police officers, gasping at the sight of the battered poachers. Thank you, young man, for capturing these vile poachers. Otherwise, many more Pokemon would have suffered. Officer Junsha expressed her gratitude with a salute. No need for thanks, Officer Junsha. It was the least I could do. Please take them away, Xiaofeng waved dismissively. Understood, their new home will be prison. Farewell. Goodbye, Officer Junsha. After expressing their gratitude, Officer Junsha bid Xiaofeng farewell and escorted the poachers into the police car. All right, Trico, the bad guys have been chased away, and you're safe now. Xiaofeng turned to smile at Trico and the others. Chamo, Chamo. Trico and the other Pokemon cheered joyfully. Trico then approached Charmeleon and Electrike, gazing at them with admiration. Their overwhelming strength in defeating the poachers had left a deep impression. It then turned to Xiaofeng, calling out, Chamo, Chamo. Host. It wants to know if it can accompany you. It wishes to become as strong as Charmeleon and Electrike. The system explained. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy. He knelt before Trico, extending a hand, and asked, Trico, do you want to travel with me and grow stronger together? Chamo, Chamo. Trico placed its hand on Xiaofeng's. Haha, then come on in. Seeing Trico's agreement, Xiaofeng took out a blank Pokeball from his waist and captured Trico without resistance. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new partner has been captured. The system announced with delight. Thank you, system. Xiaofeng replied, brimming with happiness. Subsequently, Xiaofeng released his Wood Guardian, exclaiming, Come forth, Wood Guardian. With a joyful bounce, the Wood Guardian leaped into Xiaofeng's embrace. Haha, I look forward to our journey together, he declared. A smile gracing his lips as he bid farewell to the other Pokemon while cradling the Wood Guardian. Accompanied by his Fire Dinosaur and Electric Shock Beast, Xiaofeng embarked on a new adventure. As they traversed the winding mountain path, Xiaofeng instructed the system to impart 3 newly acquired skills to the Wood Guardian, explaining that these were its unique abilities. The little creature gazed up at him with admiration, and Xiaofeng appeared quite pleased with himself. Chapter 14, The Battle at the Noble School. While strolling along the secluded mountain trail, a dense white fog suddenly enveloped them. Curiously, Xiaofeng pondered. Why has the fog rolled in so unexpectedly? It seems we have stumbled upon the territory of that pretentious noble school. A place where one can participate in the court's conference upon graduation without collecting badges, but the graduates merely emerge as a bunch of sheltered blossoms. In a flash, Xiaofeng recalled a scene from the original narrative. Before long, a group of individuals emerged, enacting a melodramatic scenario. Brandishing the pretense of love as a guise to bully newcomers, arrogant second-generation aristocrats. Their hair was a riot of colors, reminiscent of ruffians. And Xiaofeng felt little inclination to engage with them, intending to bypass them. However, it appeared they were determined to assert their presence, blocking his path. One red-haired individual called out, Hey, you there? Do you realize this area belongs to our noble school? And what of it? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow in response. Then this road is off-limits. The redhead declared with bravado. Are they truly that foolish? Can't they see the imposing electric shock beast beside me? Xiaofeng muttered under his breath. Oh, and what if I insist on passing through? He grinned, intrigued by the confrontation. Then you shall return whence you came. The redhead retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Is that so? But I shan't comply. Why don't you demonstrate how that works? Xiaofeng challenged, his gaze mocking. By the way, I've heard that your so-called noble school allows graduates to enter the court's conference without collecting badges. How blatant can favoritism be? Surely, you're just a bunch of empty-headed pretty faces. Quite the sharp-tongued brat you are. Go on, Bibarel, teach him a lesson. Use Thunderbolt. The redhead exclaimed, angered by Xiaofeng's mockery, tossing out a Pokeball. How utterly uninformed. Electric Shock Beast, unleash Thunderbolt. I could really go for some thunder-roasted chicken, Xiaofeng remarked. Feeling somewhat bored. Roar. The Electric Shock Beast responded, and with a flash of lightning, it struck the Bibarel midair. In mere moments, the creature was enveloped in a crackling aura, and the scent of roasted chicken filled the air. Impossible. You all go too. I was merely careless and didn't dodge. The redhead exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing his Bibarel's swift defeat, and immediately rallied his companions to join in, intending to overwhelm Xiaofeng with sheer numbers. Go, Fire Dinosaur. Petalil, Squirtle, Nidorina, Beedrill, Poliwag. The allies of the redhead released their Pokemon in quick succession. What a farcical scene, a gathering of clueless novices. Electric Shock Beast, Fire Dinosaur. Unleash Iron Tail, and give them a taste of their own medicine. Xiaofeng commanded, rolling his eyes. Roar. The Fire Dinosaur and Electric Shock Beast charged forward. It appears awakening the power of aura may not be a blessing, as the Fire Dinosaur and Electric Shock Beast seem to be veering toward uncontrollable chaos. Xiaofeng sighed, rubbing his forehead. In a matter of moments, The two Pokémon dispatched one of the opposing creatures with a swift strike of their tails. And soon they stood before the redhead and his companions, glaring menacingly. The group, overwhelmed by the sight of the formidable duo, took several steps back, collapsing onto the ground. A distinct odor wafting through the air. Honestly, you two come back quickly. Don't let that stench cling to you, Xiaofeng exclaimed, pinching his nose in distaste. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's voice, the two Pokémon hurriedly returned to his side, casting wary glances at the redhead and his cohorts. Just you wait. The redhead's group scrambled to their feet, their faces pale, as they retreated in disarray. Fools, do you think I have the luxury of waiting for you? And don't you realize how pungent this place is? Are you trying to suffocate me? Xiaofeng lamented, holding his nose as he navigated around them, continuing onward. At last, the fog dissipated, revealing a towering classroom building before them. Xiaofeng held little interest in the school, intending merely to pass through en route to Withered Leaf City, where more stat points and skills awaited him. However, before he could cross the school's threshold, he found himself encircled by a group of 10 or so individuals, with the redhead at the forefront, now clad in different attire. Parting the crowd, a girl dressed in a JK uniform stepped forward. "Is it you who bullies the students of our noble school?" she inquired, her voice firm. "What nonsense is this? How did it become my fault?" Xiaofeng replied, his expression darkening. "Remember this name, for I shall be the one to defeat you, Yudo Side-Eye." Without waiting for Xiaofeng to respond, the girl introduced herself with an air of self-importance. "I have no desire to know your name, nor did I suggest a battle," Xiaofeng retorted, wearing an expression that conveyed his disbelief. You, what kind of look is that? I don't care. You will battle me, whether you like it or not. Go forth." Golem. Yudo Side-Eye, feeling insulted, released her Pokémon with fervor. "Sigh, must you be so insistent? I prefer to avoid conflict. I am a gentleman after all." Fire Dinosaur. "Entertain her," Xiaofeng replied, feeling vexed. Roar. The Fire Dinosaur flashed a toothy grin, giving Xiaofeng a thumbs up. Fire Dinosaur, as long as you're happy." Xiaofeng responded, perspiration beading on his forehead. "Hey, system, do I still have a chance to rein them in?" Xiaofeng inquired. "Hee, host, I think that's rather unlikely." The system replied with a mischievous tone. "Humph, to think you would send forth a Pokémon that is weak against my Golem. Do you look down upon me? Golem, use Rollout and crush it," Yudo Side-Eye commanded, gritting her teeth. "Brave of you, young lady." Fire Dinosaur. "Wait for it to close in, and then use Iron Tail to send it flying," Xiaofeng instructed, observing the approaching Golem. The Fire Dinosaur's tail glimmered with metallic sheen as it executed a swift 90-degree turn, striking the Golem back toward the oncoming trajectory, crashing into the ground before the redhead with a resounding thud, incapacitating it. The redhead, nearly sent airborne, sat dumbfounded on the ground, his eyes vacant. Roar. The Fire Dinosaur bellowed triumphantly. Xiaofeng mused, pondering the situation while eyeing Yudo Side-Eye. "Are you really going to continue after that?" I. How could you bully me?" Yudo Side-Eye cried, gazing at her defeated Golem. "Enough whining. Get up, or I'll have the Fire Dinosaur give you a taste of its tail," Xiaofeng threatened, exasperated by the commotion. Indeed, upon hearing Xiaofeng's words and seeing the grinning Fire Dinosaur, Yudo Side-Eye's sobs abruptly ceased. At that moment, an elderly figure approached from the distance, chastising. "Enough? Are you not embarrassed enough? Return immediately and write a 10,000-word reflection." A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. "The principal is here. Quick, scatter." The group dispersed in haste, leaving behind the forlorn Yudo Side-Eye. "Grandfather, why are you here? Come help me teach him a lesson," Yudo Side-Eye pleaded urgently upon seeing the newcomer. "Enough of this nonsense. Apologize to this young man," the elder admonished, shaking his head in exasperation. I'm sorry," Yudo Side-Eye mumbled, unable to avoid the command, before turning her gaze elsewhere. "My apologies, young man. This child has been quite spoiled." The principal offered a sincere apology to Xiaofeng. "No need for apologies, there is no fault of yours," observing the elderly principal, who, despite his age, sincerely expresses regret. Xiaofeng nonchalantly waved his hand. "By the way, old man, are all your students of this caliber? Are they merely attending the court's conference to make up the numbers?" Xiaofeng inquired curiously. Young brother, you ask a good question. Indeed, they are merely participating for the sake of it. But one cannot overlook the fact that these students' parents provide substantial support. I only earn a little extra by collaborating with the league." The old principal chuckled slyly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Well, observing the principal's unseemly demeanor, a sudden realization dawned upon Xiaofeng. "So that is how it is." Yudo Side-Eye stared wide-eyed at her grandfather, coming to the realization that the fool was indeed herself. Young brother, seeing your remarkable potential. Would you care to join our school for the competition? Our endorsement fees are quite generous. The old principal rubbed his hands together, inquiring of Xiaofeng. Forget it. I have no interest. I'm off to travel. I have no time for such trivialities. Xiaofeng declined. Alas, what a pity. With your strength. If you were to represent our school and achieve great results, those parents would surely empty their pockets for me. The principal sighed. Xiaofeng was left speechless. Well, what ISNT mine ultimately ISNT mine. Young brother, to express my apology, you may choose one item from our school's collection room as a gift for you. Oh, how could I accept such generosity? Upon hearing the prospect of receiving something for free, Xiaofeng's interest piqued, and he hurriedly urged the principal to lead the way, all the while expressing his reluctance. How thoughtless of me. Today's youth lacked decorum, the old principal lamented inwardly. Yet, having made a bold statement, there was no turning back. The principal led Xiaofeng and Yuding Side-Eye to the collection room. What are you following me for? Xiaofeng turned to Yuding Side-Eye. I just want to see. Is that not permissible? Yuding Side-Eye retorted. Just as Xiaofeng was about to respond, the principal came to a halt. Here we are. Young brother. This is the place. Step inside. You may only choose one. Hee hee, how embarrassing. Xiaofeng chuckled as he entered the collection room. Host. Select the basketball-sized red patterned rock in the lower right corner. The system's voice echoed as Xiaofeng stepped inside. Oh, dear system, is there truly something valuable? Xiaofeng inquired excitedly. Indeed, it is the finest item for you. It can fulfill all the energy requirements for your Charizard's evolution. Your Charizard is on the brink of evolving. With this, you need not seek out an evolution site. The system responded. I knew it. The system truly cares for me. Xiaofeng exclaimed, overly pleased. Ugh, disgusting. Get away from me. What are you even? The system retorted with disdain. Hee hee. Xiaofeng grinned, feigning interest in nearby objects before finally crouching down to touch the basketball-sized rock before picking it up. He then approached the principal at the door and declared, this one. Excellent. Now it is yours. The old principal quickly responded with a look of satisfaction upon seeing Xiaofeng select the beautiful rock. Xiaofeng placed the rock into his backpack and turned to the principal, saying, Thank you, old man. I must continue my journey. Farewell. Haha, here is my business card. Goodbye, young brother. If you change your mind and wish to represent our school in the competition, give me a call. The old principal handed Xiaofeng a business card just before he departed. Grandfather, why do you give him gifts? Yuding Side-Eye asked curiously as Xiaofeng walked away. This is what I call an investment. Do you understand? You are still young and do not comprehend. Do not ask too many questions. Besides, I haven't lost anything. Just a mere stone. The old principal remarked with significance. Humph, if you want to explain, then I've made up my mind. I shall travel. Yuding Side-Eye huffed, turning away from her grandfather. Oh, have you decided? Then go ahead. Without experiencing growth, one will never become strong. The old principal said with a sense of satisfaction. Just wait. I will grow stronger and astonish him. Yuding Side-Eye declared resolutely. Chapter 15, Old Spray vs. Flame Emperor. After leaving the prestigious school, Xiaofeng's mind was consumed with thoughts of Charizard's evolution as he walked along a secluded mountain path. Behind him, a visible trail of small spirits lay lifeless on the ground, weeping, innocent souls victimized by Xiaofeng and his companions. Every small spirit that caught Xiaofeng's eye met with their merciless destruction. Trico, appearing behind the fiery sparrow, executed a strike as Xiaofeng directed Trico to battle and level up, intending to cultivate their self-combat awareness. He aimed to equip them with the ability to independently assess and resolve problems, only issuing commands at crucial moments. Charizard and Electabuzz moved like a gale unbound, determined to assert their dominance. After a considerable time, Charizard finally reached the level required for evolution. Name, Charizard LV36. Name, Electabuzz LV37. Name, Trico LV14. Having experienced evolution once before, Charizard temporarily suppressed the light of evolution. Observing Charizard restraining the glowing energy, Xiaofeng hastily produced the basketball-sized red patterned rock. Charizard, take this. You can evolve now without delay. Roar. Understood, boss. Charizard nodded affirmatively, clutching the rock. As Charizard ceased to suppress its evolution, a brilliant white light enveloped it, merging with the rock, which began emitting a substantial amount of red, thread-like energy drawn from within. The outer shell of the rock continuously shed, revealing a basketball-sized translucent red pearl, flames dancing within it, a sight of tremendous wonder. As the light of evolution intensified, the pearl, under the influence of the energy, slowly integrated into Charizard's body. Within the white light, Charizard's form surged upward, magnificent wings sprouting from its back, and two dragon horns emerging atop its head. As the white light dissipated, the imposing figure of Charizard emerged, standing at 25 meters tall, perfectly aligned with Electabuzz. Wahaha! From now on, Charizard and Electabuzz shall be my formidable guardians. Xiaofeng joyfully beheld the duo standing side by side. Roar! Boss, am I not handsome? Charizard lowered its head closer to Xiaofeng. Handsome indeed. Haha. Xiaofeng gently patted Charizard's head. Name: Charizard LV42, Charizard X. Number: 006. Type: Fire, Flying, Fire, Dragon. Ability: Blaze, Hard Claws. Skills: Flare Blitz, exempt from side effects due to the impact of the indestructible skill. Inferno, burns the opponent. Flame Vortex. Dragon Claw, Air Slash, instills fear in the opponent. Steel Wing, Dragon Tail, Dragon Breath. Overheat, Protect, Volt Tackle, Shadow Clone. Iron Tail, Brick Break, Flamethrower, Fire Fong, Smokescreen, Cut. Tail Whip, Roar, and Scary Face. Base stats: HP, 78, 78. Attack, 84, 130, 80. Defense, 78, 111. Special attack, 109, 130, 120. Special defense, 85, 85. Speed, 100, 140. Total, 534, 634, 240. Who else could compare? Wahaha. Xiaofeng gazed at Charizard's new panel, boasting proudly. Charizard, show me your Mega Evolution. Xiaofeng excitedly called out to Charizard. Roar. Okay, boss. With a mighty roar, Charizard was enveloped in a spectrum of radiant light. As the brilliance faded, Charizard's appearance transformed dramatically, adorned with a striking black and blue skin, its mouth ablaze with scorching blue flames, elongated and sharp dragon horns sprouting forth. Exuding explosive power, Xiaofeng gazed in awe at the magnificent Charizard, starry-eyed, despite his lack of eloquence, muttering an exclamation of disbelief. Trico joyfully scampered up to Charizard, cheerfully calling out. Xiaofeng crouched down to lift Trico, gently stroking its small head, assuring it, "You too shall evolve in time. There is no need to rush." All right, Charizard, revert to your original form. From now on, haunting others could be quite thrilling. No, wait, what do you mean by haunting? We are simply bursting with energy, all right. Xiaofeng mused, stroking his chin. Roar. Charizard transformed back, letting out a peculiar cry. All right, let us embark. Our destination is Leafless City. Continuing along the winding mountain path, Xiaofeng recited a playful rhyme. To my left, a black dragon. To my right, a beast of magic. In the center, cradling a wood gecko. When foes approach, let them feel the thunderous roar. A sack of rice can topple several floors. Suddenly, a four-legged creature leaped forth, standing before Xiaofeng and his companions. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Xiaofeng locked eyes with the creature, confirming it was a worthy adversary. Ding. Triggered a chance encounter task. Defeat NTI. Gain 100 points of base stats. Name: NTI LV55. ID: 244. Type: Fire. Ability: Pressure. Skills: Sacred Fire, Quick Attack, Flamethrower, Meditate, Roar, Fire Fong, Aura Sphere, Eruption, Flamethrower. Base stats: HP, 115, Attack, 115, Defense, 85, Special Attack, 90, Special Defense, 75, Speed, 100, Total, 580. Well, hello there. Have you eaten yet? Xiaofeng greeted the imposing NTI. NTI glanced at Xiaofeng, then without a moment's hesitation, propelled itself forward with all four legs. Darn it, Charizard, evolve now. Then, Electivire. Use your teleport to intercept it. Don't let it escape. This is a walking base stat. In an instant, Charizard evolved, then teleported to block NEI's path, while Electivire teleported to obstruct its retreat. Xiaofeng approached NTI, saying, "Really now, what's the rush? I merely asked if you had died." "Oh, wait, haha. My friend, let us negotiate. My Charizard has just evolved, and I wish to test its newfound strength. How about you and my Charizard engage in a battle? If you win, I shall let you go. You can see for yourself, there's no escaping." NTI, surrounded, wore a frustrated expression. Oh, is this how you negotiate? I truly, well, fine. Prepare for a showdown. With a flash of flames from its mouth, NEI unleashed a robust jet of fire towards Charizard. Observing NTI's movement, Xiaofeng commanded, "Go for it, Charizard. Let us unleash our flamethrower and see who prevails." Obeying the command, Charizard summoned a torrent of azure flames that clashed against the deep crimson inferno of NEI. In a brief moment, the azure flames began to push the crimson flames back towards NTI. Realizing its flames were overpowered, NTI swiftly abandoned its attack, leaping backward to evade the oncoming fiery onslaught. With a resounding boom, the ground where Charizard's flames struck exploded, creating a massive crater as blue flames danced within. The shockwave from the explosion ruffled NEI's fur, causing it to slide back several meters. Watching the scene unfold, NTI's expression grew grave, realizing it was at a disadvantage. Xiaofeng, satisfied with the devastation caused by Charizard's attack, nodded approvingly. Although Charizard was of a lower level, its special attack stat was twice that of NEI's. Ha ha ha. After relishing the effects of the ranged assault, Xiaofeng issued a command for close combat. Charizard, use Thunderfang. Roar. Received. Charizard responded instantly, as a radiant light enveloped it, trailing a white streak towards NTI. Gathering green energy into the form of dragon claws, it struck at NTI. In a flash, Charizard reached NTI, sending it soaring backward. NEI was thrown 10 meters away, crashing into a large tree with a resounding crack. Oh! NTI howled in pain. Immediately, it retaliated, expelling flames that formed a large letter shape, hurling them toward Charizard. Haha, a letter attack, is it? Charizard, use your teleport to evade and counter. With a swift teleport, Charizard dodged the letter attack and appeared before NTI, its tail glowing silver, striking NTI across the face, sending it flying. Oh! How dare you strike my face? NTI bellowed in fury, followed by a surge of purple flames forming into a massive fiery sphere, accelerating toward Charizard. Stand firm, Charizard. Use Protect. Upon receiving the command, Charizard was enveloped in a golden shield. The enormous purple sphere collided with it, resulting in a violent explosion, shrouding the area in smoke. As the dust settled, Charizard emerged, exuding a faint golden glow. Roar. Bring it on. Charizard roared defiantly at NTI. At this moment, NTI, filled with fervor, charged forward with all its limbs, flames coalescing in its mouth, aiming to bite Charizard. Haha, you want to brawl? Who is afraid? Give it your all, Charizard. Let us unleash Fire Fang. Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. Roar. Grr. Sensing NTI's battle intent, Charizard flared its flames, meeting NTI in a clash of jaws, each gripping the other's neck. With a resounding crack, tears welled in NTI's eyes as it realized just how formidable Charizard was. Several of its teeth shattered, falling to the ground, and pain coursed through its neck, leading to a pained wail. Oh! Oh! You bully me. Let it go, Charizard. Xiaofeng exclaimed, sweating nervously. Roar. Oh, all right. Charizard complied, releasing its grip on NTI. NTI swiftly distanced itself from Charizard. Oh! How can it be so tough? Hee hee. My Charizard has been trained for 2.5 years, building a formidable physique. Xiaofeng replied earnestly. NTI looked on with disbelief. Oh! Behold my final move. NTI declared, propelling itself forward, engulfed in flames, charging at Charizard. Charizard, use Flame Charge. Xiaofeng commanded, resolute, as Charizard ignited in flames, colliding with NTI in a powerful clash. With a resounding boom, NTI was sent flying, collapsing to the ground, eyes swirling in confusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, defeating NTI, earning 100 points of base stats. Well done, Charizard. Xiaofeng cheered, rushing toward Charizard in celebration, patting its belly. Wood Gecko and Electivire followed suit, laughing and congratulating. Roar. Haha, I did not fail you, boss. Charizard exclaimed joyfully. Haha, by the way, let us check on NEI. I've never seen a legendary spirit up close. Xiaofeng and his companions soon gathered around NTI, inspecting it curiously. This fur is so smooth. Wow, is this mouth made of steel? It's so hard. As Xiaofeng prepared to reach out to examine NTI's legs to determine its gender, NEI's eyes fluttered open, locking gazes with Xiaofeng. Ha. You're awake. Hello there. Xiaofeng stammered, retracting his hand. Oh, what are you doing? NTI exclaimed, shifting its legs with caution. Nothing much. Just taking a look at you. Hee hee. After all, it's my first encounter with a legendary spirit, and I'm a bit curious. Xiaofeng chuckled, scratching his nose awkwardly. Oh, please don't try to capture me. I still have a mission from Ho-Oh to complete, and I cannot be captured by humans just yet. NTI pleaded. When did I ever say I wanted to capture you? Xiaofeng replied, bewildered. If you don't intend to capture me, then why engage in battle with me? NTI inquired, wide-eyed. It's just my hands itching. Xiaofeng awkwardly chuckled, realizing he couldn't admit it was for the reward from Brother Tongzi. Ilio, does this mean I took a beating for nothing? The Fire Emperor exclaimed, leaping excitedly and calling out to Xiaofeng. Come on, don't be so agitated, stay calm. You can still complete the task given by the Phoenix King. That's a good thing. Xiaofeng hurriedly reassured him. Ayo. Humph. The Fire Emperor retorted with a hint of arrogance. By the way, could we take a picture together? Hee. My grandpa at home would surely be fascinated by you legendary Pokemon. I could probably extort him a bit. Hee. Xiaofeng suddenly thought of Professor Oak and grinned while asking. Initially inclined to refuse, the Fire Emperor glanced at Charizard and nodded in agreement, calling out a few AOAO. Just make sure you let me go afterwards. Hee, no problem. Come on, say cheese. Charizard, Trico, Electrike, gather around and stand together. Seeing the Fire Emperor's agreement, Xiaofeng called his companions, utilizing the Pokédex's camera function, snapping over 100 pictures before finally stopping. Afterward, he handed the Fire Emperor a bounty of orange berries he had collected during his travels to help restore its energy. Once rejuvenated, the Fire Emperor cast a deep glance at Xiaofeng and bid farewell. Ayo. Ayo. Goodbye. I must continue my journey. May we meet again by fate. It then turned and leapt into the forest. Yes, may we meet again, Fire Emperor. By the way, I'm Xiaofeng, goodbye. Xiaofeng waved at the retreating figure of the Fire Emperor. Hello. I'll remember you, Xiaofeng. The Fire Emperor responded before vanishing from Xiaofeng's sight. Chapter 16, Trico's Evolution. Host, it's a legendary Pokemon. Why not capture it? You've already defeated it, the system inquired curiously. Haha, Tongzi. I'm not fixated on any legends. Besides, I believe my Charizard and the others are not inferior to those legends. Xiaofeng explained with a smile as he watched his playful Charizard and companions. Understood. By the way, you still have 100 base stat points unallocated. Would you like to distribute them? Tongzi, add 40 to Charizard's and Electrike's physical attack, and 20 to Trico's speed. Ding. Points allocated successfully. Please check. Name, Charizard X, LV 44, physical attack, 84, 130, 120 special attack, 109, 130, 120 speed, 100, 100, 40 total, 534, 634, 280 name, Electrike LV 39, physical attack, 83, 162 total, 490, 162, name, Trico LV 16 speed, 70-20 total, 310-20 Xiaofeng planned to temporarily cultivate Trico towards an assassin direction, boosting its speed to pair with its agility, transforming it into a fragile nightmare. Observing Trico's stats, Xiaofeng mused, Trico is on the brink of evolution. Time to prepare the materials. I could trade the Fire Emperor's stunning photo with Grandpa. But how I wish I could be as fortunate as Charizard and find a Mega Evolution Stone. Continuing on with Charizard and the other Pokemon. They passed by the brilliant lighthouse, regrettably missing the encounter with that enormous Dragonite. Otherwise, they could have witnessed its formidable strength. All Xiaofeng could do was lament the whims of fate, so ineffable. As they trained and leveled up, they finally arrived at Leafy City, where Charizard and Electrike had both leveled up twice to 44 and 39, respectively, while Trico had reached level 16. However, Xiaofeng decided to postpone Trico's evolution until all materials were gathered. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Xiaofeng took a moment to rest before dialing Professor Oak for a video call. Shortly, the connection was established, revealing a bowl of instant noodles dominating the screen. Xiaofeng stroked his chin and remarked, Grandpa Oak, so you've turned into a bowl of noodles? No wonder. Professor Oak pushed aside the noodles to appear on screen. You little rascal, don't say nonsense. What do you mean I've turned into noodles? By the way, where are you now? I'm at the Leafy City Pokemon Center. Oh, and Grandpa, I have something amazing to show you. Hee. After answering the professor's question, Xiaofeng opened the Pokédex and displayed a photo for Professor Oak to see. This is the Fire Emperor. You encountered the Fire Emperor, Xiaofeng. Send me the photo. I want to take a closer look. Professor Oak exclaimed excitedly, pressing his head against the camera, his eyes wide with awe. Hee, Grandpa. These are my beloved companions. I took a huge risk to snap over 100 pictures. Xiaofeng grinned. Speak plainly. Professor Oak rolled his eyes. That LL cost you. Just kidding. I captured a Trico, and it's about to evolve. I hope you can help me collect some materials rich in grass-type energy. Xiaofeng rubbed his hands together. Oh, Trico from the Hoenn region? No problem. You little rascal, hurry and send me those photos of the Fire Emperor. The materials you need will be shipped to the Leafy City Pokemon Center within 2 days. Professor Oak said, his eagerness evident. Grandpa, you're the best. Xiaofeng gave a thumbs up to Professor Oak before sending the photos. All right, received. We'll talk later. Professor Oak hung up the call the moment he got the photos, rushing off to conduct his research. So impatient. Xiaofeng remarked at the professor's swift disconnection. Within 2 days, the Pokemon Center notified Xiaofeng that 2 large boxes had arrived for him. Xiao Feng instructed Charizard and Electrike to carry the boxes to a nearby empty area. Upon opening the boxes, a plethora of vibrant green grass-type energy materials emerged, radiating vitality. Incredible, old man. Trico, quick, step inside. It's time for you to evolve. Xiao Feng marveled at Professor Oak's generosity before prompting Trico to commence its evolution. Chamo. All right, boss. Trico responded, stepping inside. Its body enveloped in a brilliant white light as it absorbed the surrounding grass-type energy, its form expanding, with long green leaves sprouting from its head, arms, and tail. As the white light faded and the materials lost their luster, the evolved forest lizard appeared before Xiao Feng. Name, Forest Lizard LV22. ID, 253. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Solar Beam, Leaf Blade, Fury Cutter, Giga Drain, Photosynthesis, Seed Bomb, Pursuit, Quick Attack, and Detect. Base Stats. HP, 50. Physical Attack, 65. Physical Defense, 45. Special Attack, 85. Special Defense, 65. Speed, 95. Total, 405. Congratulations, Trico. No, now you shall be called Forest Lizard. Haha. Xiao Feng joyfully congratulated the newly evolved Pokemon. Chamo. Thank you, boss. The Forest Lizard expressed its gratitude, feeling the newfound strength coursing through its body. We are partners, it's only right. Now, the preliminary round at the Electrike Gym is in your capable hands. Xiao Feng smiled at the Forest Lizard. Chamo, leave it to me, boss. The Forest Lizard flexed its muscles playfully. Xiao Feng nodded and said, all right. Let us head back to the Pokemon Center for a brief rest before we challenge the Leafy Gym. After a quick rest and a light meal at the Pokemon Center with Charizard and the others, they proceeded towards the Leafy Gym. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Feng and his companions arrived at the Leafy Gym's entrance. Just as Xiao Feng was about to push the door open, a short boy in shorts rushed out, cradling an injured Pidgey and crying, without even glancing at Xiao Feng, sprinting towards the Pokemon Center. Coming to challenge the Electrike Gym with an injured Pidgey? Talk about headstrong. Xiao Feng thought, watching the boy depart with a perplexed expression before stepping into the Leafy Gym. Inside the dojo stood a group of spirited young men with distinctive hairstyles, while at the center sat a robust figure clad in military garb. This was none other than Ma Zhishe, the esteemed master of the Withered Leaf Dojo. Upon spotting Xiaofeng, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, yet another little one has arrived." However, his mirth was short-lived, for the towering silhouettes of a Charizard and an Electabuzz entered alongside Xiaofeng, flanking him on either side. "Hello there, master of the dojo, I am Xiaofeng, here to challenge the gym." Xiaofeng greeted with a cheerful wave. Ma Zhishe, his expression turning serious, glanced from Xiaofeng to the imposing Pokemon beside him, hesitating as he inquired, "Young brother, are those two behind you your challenge Pokemon?" "Nay, they are not. My current challenge Pokemon is this one," Xiaofeng replied, pointing to the diminutive figure in front of the Charizard and Electabuzz. Ma Zhishe let out a sigh of relief and, adopting a more serious demeanor, said, "Ah, I see. Greetings, Xiaofeng. I am Ma Zhishe, the proprietor of this dojo. We shall commence the gym challenge, which will follow a 2v2 format, continuing until one side's two Pokemon are rendered unable to battle. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Indeed, I am certain. Thank you, Master Ma Zhishe." Xiaofeng responded earnestly, nodding his head. Seeing his affirmation, Ma Zhishe signaled to a nearby assistant. "Very well, Lu Rinjia. You shall serve as the referee." "Understood, boss," Lu Rinjia replied, taking his position as the referee. Once both sides were ready, he promptly announced, "Let the challenge begin. Challenger Xiaofeng will initiate the Withered Leaf Dojo Challenge. Master, please release your Pokemon first." "Go, Magnemite." Ma Zhishe tossed a Pokeball, summoning a Magnemite onto the field. Name, Magnemite LV21. Skills, Thunderbolt, Supersonic, Electromagnetic Wave, Thundershock. On my side, I summon Trico. Xiaofeng gestured for Trico to take the stage. "Chamo, Trico exclaimed as it stepped forward. Seeing both Pokemon in position, Lu Rinjia declared, "The match begins." "Trico, use Seed Bomb." "Chamo," Trico responded, gathering yellow energy in its mouth before unleashing a barrage of energy pellets that struck Magnemite. The sound of crackling echoed as Magnemite was relentlessly pelted, swaying unsteadily. Watching his Pokemon struggle, Ma Zhishe swiftly commanded, "Magnemite, steady yourself and unleash Thunderbolt at Trico." In response to the command, Magnemite concentrated, forming a ball of electricity that shot towards Trico. "Trico, dodge and counter with Leaf Blade." Xiaofeng ordered immediately upon seeing the Thunderbolt approach. "Chamo," Trico shouted, evading the thunderbolt with agility before closing in on Magnemite, its leaf blade shimmering with energy as it struck downwards. With a sharp crack, Trico's blade connected with Magnemite, sending it flying to the ground with a heavy thud. Upon landing, Magnemite's eyes glazed over, unable to continue fighting. "Well done, Trico," Xiaofeng praised. "Chamo, no big deal." Trico replied modestly. "Come back, Magnemite. You fought valiantly. Now it's your turn, Raichu." Name: Raichu LV28. Skills: Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, Thunder Shock, Electro Ball. Next is Raichu. Trico, take the initiative and use Mega Drain to sap its energy. Chamo, let us go, little one. Trico grinned as it glowed with green light, linking with Raichu, who was enveloped in the radiant energy, its expression contorting in pain. "Raichu, show it your resolve. Use Thunderbolt," Ma Zhisher commanded, noticing Raichu's distress. Having just recovered from the pain, Raichu cried out, "Thunder!" before becoming enveloped in crackling electricity, launching a powerful thunderbolt directly at Trico. "Dodge, Trico. Follow up with a flurry of leaf blade strikes," Xiaofeng instructed, watching the thunderbolt approach at speed. "Chamo, I'll slice you up," Trico shouted, swiftly dodging the thunderbolt and appearing beside Raichu, its blade of light flashing as it rained down strikes upon Raichu. "How is this possible? Is that teleportation? Quick, counterattack. Raichu." "Iron Tail," Ma Zhisher exclaimed in surprise at Trico's sudden appearance. "Don't give it a chance. Trico, use Detect, then finish it with Leaf Blade," Xiaofeng ordered, seeing Raichu preparing to retaliate. As Raichu attempted to move, Trico's eyes glowed with green energy, causing Raichu's actions to slow as if time had been altered. Raichu's Iron Tail was easily evaded, and Trico, channeling energy into its Leaf Blade, delivered a decisive strike, sending Raichu crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "It can't rise again," Lu Renjia declared, observing Raichu lying motionless. Raichu is unable to battle, thus the victor is challenger Xiaofeng. Chapter 17, The Withered Leaf Dojo Championship Match. "I've lost. The youth of today are ruthless. Congratulations, Xiaofeng." Ma Zhisher recalled Raichu and congratulated Xiaofeng. "Thank you. It was all Trico's effort," Xiaofeng replied humbly. "Haha, here is the Thunder Badge from the Withered Leaf Dojo. Accept it with pride." Amused by Xiaofeng's modest demeanor, Ma Zhisher handed him a badge shaped like a lightning bolt. "Thank you, Brother Ma." Xiaofeng expressed gratitude as he accepted the badge. "No need for thanks, you earned it. If only those who came before you had a modicum of self-awareness. Bullying them daily has grown rather tedious. It's been ages since I awarded a badge." Ma Zhisher reflected as he observed Xiaofeng accepting the badge. Are you referring to the person who came earlier with a Pidgey to challenge the dojo?" Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, looking at Ma Zhisher. "Indeed, my young friend. Those challengers, with their low levels, should have known better than to challenge me with Pokémon weak against electric types. It's pure folly, and when they lose, they weep, leaving me with no choice but to appear cruel for having defeated them. How else will they learn?" Ma Zhisher sighed. "Well, I understand, brother. Thank you for your efforts," Xiaofeng replied, resigned. Then, retrieving the previously earned championship badge from his backpack, he displayed it to Ma Zhisher with a grin. "Hee, since you find it dull, would you care for another match, this time in the championship format of the Withered Leaf Dojo?" Upon seeing the badge in Xiaofeng's hand, Ma Zhisher's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "I knew those two Pokemon behind you didn't belong in the novice matches. You've been waiting for me to challenge you. Come, let us begin. It's been far too long since I participated in a championship match." Noticing Ma Zhisher's enthusiasm, Xiaofeng scratched his nose and asked, Brother, aren't you going to check the badge?" "Check what?" "With those two Pokemon of yours, I do want to battle you in championship mode, even without the badge." Ma Zhisher waved dismissively. "Haha, then let us commence." Xiaofeng beamed, retracting the badge. Come, little Jia, return to the referee position. Let us continue our battle." Ma Zhisher gestured for Lu Renjia to resume his role as referee, and both he and Xiaofeng returned to their battle command positions. "All right, boss," Lu Renjia acknowledged, returning to the referee position before announcing, "The Withered Leaf Dojo Championship match is now underway. The number of Pokemon remains unchanged, utilizing a 2v2 format until one side's two Pokemon are unable to battle. The match begins. Go. It's been ages since I unleashed you in battle, Jolteon." Name: Jolteon LV44. ID: 135. Type: Electric. Ability: Volt Absorb. Skills: Quick Attack, Thunder Fong, Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, Pin Missile, Tackle. Base stats: HP 65, Attack 65, Defense 60. Special Attack 110, Special Defense 95, Speed 130. Total 525. Let us join the fray, Electivire. Xiaofeng summoned Electivire to take the lead. With a roar, Electivire approached, fists colliding in a fierce display of spirit. Electivire, Shadow Clone, close in. Xiaofeng issued the command without hesitation. In response, Electivire unleashed a multitude of shadowy duplicates. Racing towards the Thunder Spirit, Ma Zhisher swiftly countered, Thunder Spirit, use Needle Bomb, unleash a barrage. Heeding Ma Zhisher's command, the Thunder Spirit's fur bristled as it launched a flurry of silver needles, each striking down the shadowy forms of Electivire. No need to worry. Charge straight in and use Wakate. Observing that the shadow clones had dissipated, Xiaofeng felt the distance was sufficient and ordered the attack. Feel my palm. Electivire roared as it charged forward, deflecting the needle bombs that struck it and illuminating its fists with energy, preparing to unleash Wakate upon the Thunder Spirit. Thunder Spirit, dodge with a flash of lightning. Ma Zhisher commanded, witnessing the imminent threat of Electivire. The Thunder Spirit, responding to the command, glimmered with light and darted aside just in time, the ground erupting with a resounding crash as Electivire's Wakate created a sizable crater. Cold sweat trickled down the Thunder Spirit's brow. While Ma Zhisher wore a grave expression, what monstrous damage is this? Roar. Electivire had anticipated a successful strike. Thunder Spirit, unleash high-speed star. Ma Zhisher, recovering from the devastation, immediately commanded an offensive maneuver. The Thunder Spirit released a barrage of star-like energy orbs that detonated against Electivire, echoing with a series of explosive sounds. Electivire, teleport and use Flame Punch. With Xiaofeng's command, Electivire materialized beside the Thunder Spirit, its fist ablaze with fiery energy. It struck the Thunder Spirit's side with a powerful blow. The impact sent the Thunder Spirit hurtling away, crashing to the ground and leaving a long scrape in its wake. Thunder Spirit, are you alright? Ma Zhisher called out anxiously. Hearing Ma Zhisher's voice, the Thunder Spirit struggled to rise. Ma Zhisher felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. What is this creature? It's immovable and inflicts such high damage. How do we even play? Thunder Spirit, use Thunderbolt. He commanded for a ranged attack. However, it appeared that Ma Zhisher had forgotten Electivire's unique trait, inadvertently using an electric-type move. Xiaofeng merely scratched his nose, refraining from giving orders, allowing the Thunder Spirit's Thunderbolt to strike Electivire. Not good. Thunder Spirit, stop. Ma Zhisher suddenly realized Xiaofeng's silence and attempted to halt the Thunder Spirit's assault. But it was too late. Thunderbolt struck Electivire, which not only remained unharmed but also surged in speed. This was a tactical error, brother. It seems this round is mine. Xiaofeng declared, Electivire, flash and use Ice Punch. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ma Zhisher's blunder, he issued his final command. Roar. Electivire bellowed. Utilizing its enhanced speed to appear before the Thunder Spirit, its massive form casting a shadow over it, and with a fist imbued with chilling energy, it swung down. Hold on, I concede this round. Ma Zhisher quickly called out, realizing that another hit from Electivire's explosive force would be too much for the Thunder Spirit to endure. Stop. Electivire. Xiaofeng commanded, seeing the opponent's concession. Alright, boss. Electivire complied, retracting its fist, the cold aura causing the Thunder Spirit to tremble. Thank you, Xiaofeng, return. Thunder Spirit, it was my mistake. Ma Zhisher expressed his gratitude as he recalled the Thunder Spirit into its Pokeball. Now it's your turn. Go forth, Dragonite. After recalling the Thunder Spirit, Ma Zhisher threw another Pokeball, releasing his second Pokemon. Name, Dragonite LV49. ID, 181. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Skills, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch. Dragon Pulse, Thunderbolt, Protect, Charge Beam, Hyper Beam, Body Slam. Base stats, HP, 90, Attack, 75, Defense, 85, Special Attack, 115, Special Defense, 90, Speed, 55. Total, 510. Electivire will continue the battle. Xiaofeng signaled confidently. No problem, leave it to me, boss. Electivire thumped its chest in affirmation. Xiaofeng then commanded, Electivire, dash in with a flash. Electivire surged forward at lightning speed toward Dragonite. Ma Zhisher, seeing the intent for close combat, ordered Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Do not let it near. Roaring, Dragonite gathered a spectrum of light in its mouth, unleashing a wave of draconic energy towards Electivire. Observing the approaching Dragon Pulse, Xiaofeng commanded Electivire to charge directly. Electivire, teleport, and use Wakate. Here it comes, Dragonite, protect. Ma Zhisher called out, preparing for a counterattack. Electivire teleported, evading the Dragon Pulse and attempted Wakate on Dragonite, but the attack was thwarted by Dragonite's Protect Shield. As Dragonite gathered a terrifying beam of energy, Xiaofeng swiftly ordered. Electivire, Use Protect 2. Just as Dragonite's Hyper Beam was about to strike, a similar shield appeared, absorbing the attack and reflecting it harmlessly to the ground. With Dragonite momentarily immobilized, Xiaofeng grinned. It seems you are not the only one capable of defense. Now, Electivire, strike Dragonite with a kick down followed by Ice Punch. Roar. Electivire revealed its gleaming teeth, executing a sweeping kick that toppled Dragonite, followed by a chilling Ice Punch that struck the grounded Pokémon. Were Dragonite truly a dragon type? It might have succumbed instantly, but despite the name, it was purely an electric-type Pokémon. As Electivire's Ice Punch connected, Dragonite became ensnared in the ground, gradually freezing. Dragonite, can you hear me? Use Thunderbolt to break the ice. Majisher shouted urgently. Perhaps his encouragement bore fruit, for Dragonite, enveloped in electric energy, shattered its icy prison with a resounding crack. Dragonite, use Body Slam. Majisher commanded, readying for an aggressive approach. Hearing the order, Dragonite glowed with a white light and charged like a train towards Electivire. Just as Dragonite was about to collide, Xiaofeng urged Electivire to respond. Electivire, teleport beside it, and use Iron Tail. With a swift motion, Electivire appeared beside Dragonite, delivering 2 powerful strikes with its shimmering tails, sending Dragonite flying several meters away. Dragonite, are you alright? Majisher called out, his concern palpable. Dragonite responded with a labored breath. Aware of his Pokémon's precarious state, Majisher knew time was of the essence. Dragonite, let us go all out. Alternate between Flame Punch and Thunder Punch. Oh, you wish to brawl? Electivire will oblige. We shall alternate Flame Punch and Thunder Punch as well. Xiaofeng smirked at the prospect of a melee. Roar. Electivire bellowed, charging into battle alongside Dragonite. As both Pokémon exchanged powerful blows in a fierce melee. Regrettably, the disparity between the Electric Dragon and the Electric Beast was painfully evident. Each time the Electric Beast's fist struck the Electric Dragon, it sent the latter flying a considerable distance. Yet, bolstered by its formidable will, the Electric Dragon would swiftly regain its footing and charge once more at the Electric Beast, delivering a powerful blow. This relentless cycle continued, the number of repetitions unknown, until the Electric Dragon, its body trembling from exertion, approached the Electric Beast step by step, slowly swinging its fist. This time, however, the punch landed squarely against the Electric Beast's cheek. The Electric Dragon, now standing motionless, had its eyes glazing over, rendered incapable of further combat. You have done exceptionally well. Electric Dragon, now rest well. As the Electric Dragon was being recalled by Majisher, Xiaofeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, what a tenacious spirit." He then turned to praise the Electric Beast with a smile. "A splendid victory, Electric Beast." Roar. The Electric Beast grinned at Xiaofeng, exuding confidence. Lurinjia, observing the now inactive Electric Dragon, declared the match concluded. The Electric Dragon has lost its fighting capability. Thus, the victor is the challenger, Xiaofeng. Majisher, retrieving the Electric Dragon, approached Xiaofeng with a hearty laugh. "Ah, haha, little brother Xiaofeng, your Electric Beast is quite formidable. Congratulations on your successful challenge." "Thank you. Your Electric Dragon is impressive as well," Xiaofeng modestly replied. "Indeed. By the way, wait a moment, I'll be right back." After nodding with a smile, Majisher excused himself to a room behind the dojo, returning shortly with a metallic box, which he opened to reveal the official badge of the Kuyu Electric Gym. Here. This is rightfully yours." Majisher presented the box along with the badge to Xiaofeng. "Thank you, brother, I will treasure it." Xiaofeng accepted the badge with care. "Haha, I look forward to seeing you again at the court's conference once you collect all 8 official badges," Majisher remarked, observing Xiaofeng secure the badge. "Oh, really? My old man only mentioned the existence of the official competition mode, but never explained the significance of collecting badges. I'm quite eager." Xiaofeng expressed his curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough." Majisher offered no further explanation. "Well then, brother, I must be off to continue my journey. Farewell." Xiaofeng proposed their parting as he sensed Majisher's reluctance to elaborate. "Yes, farewell, little brother Xiaofeng," Majisher waved. Xiaofeng reciprocated the gesture and departed the dojo. Chapter 18. Encounter with Team Rocket on the cruise ship. Upon leaving the Kuyu Gym, a voice echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned a skill lottery and 40 points of base stats. Would you like to draw? System draw?" Xiaofeng responded eagerly. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Void Walk. Void walking conceal your presence. Traversing the realm between reality and the void, penetrating any barriers, perceiving all scenes beyond the void, immune to all attacks." Upon acquiring this new skill, Xiaofeng rubbed his chin and cackled. Oh, this is truly a godly skill for stealth. System, load this skill for us all. Ding. Loading successful. Observing the panels of his Pokémon, Xiaofeng murmured that the electric beast had leveled up to level 40 after defeating the Kuyu gym. And with the additional 40 points of base stats, he instructed the system to allocate them to the forest lizard's speed. Ding. Points allocated successfully. Name, Forest Lizard LV22. Speed, 9560. Total, 40560. Let us depart, everyone. We are heading to Golden City. I've heard that there is a cruise ship at the port of Kuyu City directly to Golden City, Xiaofeng declared, setting off with his Pokémon to board the cruise ship and challenge the psychic gym. Upon arriving at the Kuyu City port, Xiaofeng was taken aback by the multitude of luxurious cruise ships docked there. Puzzled, he scratched his head. So many. Which one heads to Golden City? Just then, a man and a woman suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Little brother, where do you wish to travel by boat? I plan to take a ship to Golden City. Xiaofeng replied, recognizing the two as somewhat familiar. Oh, we know which ship can take you there. Moreover, the cruise line is currently offering a promotion, free passage for the first 200 passengers. They exchanged glances and immediately lured Xiaofeng. As he stared at them, memories clicked into place, realizing they were none other than the elite members of Team Rocket, Yamato and Kojiro, akin to the antagonists Musashi and Kojiro in the anime. This implied that the crews they intended to guide him to likely harbored Team Rocket operatives seeking to capture the Pokémon on board. However, did he truly want to venture into such a trap? Just as he contemplated declining their invitation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Triggered time-limited mission. Disrupt Team Rocket's scheme. Mission reward, 100 base stat points. How enticing. Thank you. You two are quite kind. The irresistible allure of the mission compelled Xiaofeng to feign gratitude while accepting their offer. Seeing Xiaofeng take the bait, the duo led him to a cruise ship, handing him a ticket before hastily departing, presumably to entice more individuals. Xiaofeng inspected the ship, confirming it was indeed bound for Golden City. Though he suspected many of the passengers were likely disguised Team Rocket agents. Boarding the cruise, he surveyed the opulent surroundings, bustling with activity. Divided into various zones such as battle areas, dining sections, leisure zones, and trading areas. Trainers in the leisure area exchanged breeding tips, while many were engaged in fierce battles in the combat zone, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng led his Pokémon directly to the dining area, where an array of delectable dishes awaited. With hands clasped in prayer, he exclaimed, "Only the finest cuisine must not be neglected." Immediately, he and his Pokémon dove into the feast with fervor, devouring the banquet like ravenous spirits. Other diners, witnessing the horde of gluttonous creatures, promptly distanced themselves. Burp. I'm so full. After what felt like an eternity of indulgence, Xiaofeng and his Pokémon sprawled on the ground, cradling their bulging bellies, each releasing a satisfied belch. After a brief rest, Xiaofeng rose and addressed his Pokémon. All right, my little ones, it's time for some post-meal exercise. Let us head to the battle area. He mused to himself, this is an excellent opportunity to grind for base stat points. With so many trainers around, I wonder how many points I can accumulate. Since departing from Shirokan City to Kuyu Gym, I haven't encountered this many trainers to battle for points. Determined, he set out to maximize his gains. Xiaofeng navigated through every arena in the battle area, consistently sending 3 of his Pokémon to fight. Naturally, he refrained from using the Electric Beast and the Fire Dragon, as their overwhelming strength might alert Team Rocket, and the Forest Lizard also avoided utilizing skills like Flash. The battles continued until dusk, with Xiaofeng engaging in combat with over 30 novice trainers, each contributing approximately 2 points, culminating in a total of 61 base stat points. Coupled with the points acquired during the previous journey from Shirokan Gym to Kuyu Gym, he now amassed a total of 73 base stat points. As dinner time approached, trainers ceased battling and headed to the dining area for a meal before retreating to their rooms for rest. Observing the lull in combat, Xiaofeng also took his Pokémon to enjoy dinner before heading to the accommodations provided by the crews for some much-needed rest. What a bountiful harvest. System, allocate points. Increase the physical attack of the Fire Dragon and Electric Beast by 20 each, and the remaining 33 points to the speed of the Forest Lizard. Ding. Points allocation successful. Name, Fire Dragon, X, LV44. Physical attack, 84, 130, 140. Special attack, 109, 130, 120. Speed, 100, 140. Total, 534, 634, 300. Name, Electric Beast LV40. Physical attack, 83182. Total, 540,182. Name, Forest Lizard LV22. Speed, 9593. Total, 40,593. After successfully allocating points, Xiao Feng and the myriad of sprites rested for a while in the chamber, reclining on the bed and gazing at the ceiling. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings in darkness, the once lively atmosphere became eerily silent. Suddenly, the fire-breathing dragon and its companions detected an exceedingly faint sound of a lock being turned from outside the room. Gesturing towards the doorway, they nudged Xiao Feng, who swiftly reacted by employing the skill of Void Walk to conceal themselves within the ethereal realm. Why is there no one? The two Team Rocket members, clad in uniforms emblazoned with the letter R, entered the room. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they heard a whoosh behind them, followed by a sharp pain in their heads as darkness enveloped their vision, causing them to collapse. Emerging beside the fallen duo were the sprites, led by Xiao Feng. Oh, this new skill is truly remarkable. I'm practically becoming a humanoid sprite, Xiao Feng exclaimed, clenching his fist in admiration. Subsequently, they securely locked the door, stripped the incapacitated Team Rocket members of their clothing to fashion makeshift ropes, and bound them back to back, hiding them beneath the bed. With a flick of their abilities, they traversed through walls and exited into the bustling hall. There, approximately 10 Team Rocket guards surrounded a throng of trainers. Outside various rooms, 2 or 3 Team Rocket members were seen continuously restraining trainers with ropes, dragging them into the hall to kneel on the ground. These trainers appeared to have been ambushed during their respite, caught unawares without releasing their Pokémon. A few Team Rocket members, equipped with large bags, methodically collected the trainers' Pokeballs, ensuring none were left behind. Occasional sounds of resistance echoed from other rooms, yet the sheer numbers of Team Rocket personnel overwhelmed the trainers, leading them all to the hall. Observing the scene, Xiao Feng and his sprite companions navigated through the void, following the Team Rocket members who had just finished collecting Pokeballs into a room. Once the door was closed, they manifested their arms, stealthily dragging the pockets containing Pokeballs into the void, undetected. Using their Void Walk ability, they successfully liberated the stolen Pokeballs and returned to the hall. Xiao Feng surveyed the bound trainers, but refrained from immediately freeing them. He needed to ascertain whether any traitors lurked among them. If there were spies, the imminent battle could turn unfavorable if the trainers were ambushed post-rescue. In the void, Xiao Feng crouched before each trainer, scrutinizing their expressions and inspecting the tightness of their bindings. He gently touched their waists in their blind spots to search for any uncollected Pokeballs, seeking to determine the presence of any traitors. After assessing the last trainer, Xiao Feng concluded that 4 individuals were indeed spies. Their faces betrayed no fear or anxiety, and their bindings were loose, with unclaimed Pokeballs dangling from their waists. Just these few. Xiao Feng, you are truly astute. He mentally congratulated himself. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host, you need not go through such a hassle. I can quickly identify the traitors by scanning their emotional and energy fluctuations. In less than a second, I can determine who the spies are. Xiao Feng was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in exasperation, What? System, you possess such a function? Why didn't you mention it sooner? You made me look foolish. And you wait until I've scrutinized everyone to inform me. The system replied, tinged with amusement. Well, host, you never asked. Ugh, I truly appreciate it. But what are we waiting for? Quickly check if the individuals I identified are indeed the traitors. Although Xiao Feng was already certain, he requested the system to confirm for safety's sake. Scanning now, host. Scan complete. Congratulations, your assessments are mostly accurate. Upon hearing the system's results, Xiao Feng paused. Mostly accurate? Does that imply there might be a few who slipped through the cracks? Indeed, host. Do you see the red-haired woman in the jacket to your right? Her expression is one of sheer terror, devoid of any Pokeballs. Yet her emotional fluctuations are remarkably calm, and there are 2 intense energy signatures emanating from her chest. The system elucidated. Wow, this woman is quite the actress. She'd surely win an award in any previous life. Xiao Feng mused as he approached the red-haired woman. With her vibrant crimson locks and exquisite features framed by golden earrings, she wore a facade of fear that rendered her almost pitiable. Having marveled at her performance, Xiao Feng straightened. Addressing the forest lizard, he commanded, Forest Lizard, continue to flicker around and sever the ropes binding the captured trainers. Fire-breathing dragon and electric beast, deal with those traitorous lackeys and impede the other Team Rocket members. Responding to the order, the forest lizard transformed into a blur, repeatedly flashing and slicing through the ropes binding the squatting trainers. The fire-breathing dragon and electric beast similarly darted forward, incapacitating the 4 traitors before confronting the Team Rocket guards. Xiao Feng himself approached the red-haired woman from behind, materializing from the void, and delivered a punch to her head, rendering her unconscious. A commotion erupted among the crowd. What is happening? Our ropes are loosening. Quiet down. Quickly retrieve your Pokeballs and release your Pokemon. It's time to counterattack. Xiao Feng bellowed amidst the chaos. He saved us. Hurry to collect your Pokemon from him and fight back against Team Rocket. Some perceptive trainers quickly grasped the situation. Oh, right. The remaining trainers finally comprehended, swiftly gathering their Pokeballs and unleashing their Pokemon to join the fray against Team Rocket. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Team Rocket's lackeys scrambled to regain their composure, but the tide of battle had already shifted in favor of the trainers. As Xiao Feng secured the bindings on the red-haired woman, he observed the fire-breathing dragon and electric beast deftly maneuvering through the ranks of Team Rocket members, taking them down one by one. Feeling the tension in her restraints, the red-haired woman slowly opened her eyes, only to find her hands bound, and a boy with a rather mischievous grin counting numbers beside her. Who are you? Let me go? She protested, struggling against her bindings. Ah, you're awake. Quite resilient. Aren't you? Xiao Feng remarked with curiosity as he patted her head. As Team Rocket members faltered, a blue-haired man appeared, his hands clasped behind his back. Flanked by 2 elite Team Rocket members, they swiftly dispatched several trainers with their Pokemon. How disgraceful, Athena, to have been captured, he remarked disdainfully. Mind your own business, Apollo. It was merely a moment of carelessness, retorted the woman named Athena, her voice laced with irritation. Oh, so you're quite bold, are you? Xiao Feng interjected, flashing a smile at Apollo as he stood beside the restrained Athena. Interesting tactics, young man. Apollo replied, scrutinizing Xiao Feng with a bemused expression. Thank you for the compliment. But I must say, your side appears to be on the verge of defeat. How can you remain so composed? Xiao Feng inquired, genuinely curious. Apollo flashed a mysterious smile. Ah, that confidence stems from my own capabilities. Is it enough to merely defeat you? He scoffed. Oh, is that so? Just ensure that your confidence doesn't morph into arrogance. Enough of this banter. Let me witness your true resolve. I detest pretentious individuals. She appears unsightly now. Soon, you shall share her fate. Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Apollo, upon hearing Xiao Feng's laughter, felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze. As you wish, go forth, Weezing. Name, Weezing LV50. ID, 110. Type, Poison. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Explosion, Self-Destruct, Smokescreen, Toxic, Mud Bomb, Sludge Bomb, Euro Ball. Base stats, HP, 65. Attack, 90. Defense, 120. Special attack, 85. Special defense, 70. Speed, 60. Total, 490. Go, Charizard. Let us see where your confidence lies. Xiao Feng commanded. With a roar, behold, my master. Charizard stood proudly before Xiao Feng. Weezing, unleash Toxic. Apollo ordered, initiating the assault. Gas can explode. Charizard, unleash your flames and let it experience the repercussions of its own detonation. Xiao Feng swiftly commanded. Charizard, responding to the order, conjured a torrent of flames that surged towards Weezing. With a thunderous boom, the flames ignited the gaseous foe, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the fire dissipated, Weezing emerged, its shadowy form marred by pain. Is that all? Xiao Feng grinned at Apollo. Apollo, gazing at the severely injured Weezing, remarked, how could your Charizard's flames possess such potency? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Xiao Feng replied with a playful smirk. Humph, if that's the case, Weezing. Use Mud Bomb. Apollo coldly commanded. In an instant, Weezing launched a barrage of sludge bullets towards Charizard. Charizard, use Air Slash to demonstrate our superiority. Xiao Feng instructed. Charizard, upon receiving the command, unleashed a flurry of sharp winds that sliced through the mud projectiles, redirecting the assault towards Weezing. If it hits, you're done for, Apollo thought. Quickly adjusting his strategy and dismissing the direct confrontation, Weezing, swiftly use Euro Ball to evade and close the distance. Charizard, charge in and get close. Xiao Feng shouted, watching as Weezing approached. Now, Weezing, use Explosion. Apollo commanded, intent on taking them both down. Haha, Charizard, use Protect. Xiao Feng ordered. A deafening explosion resonated, engulfing the arena in a dense cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Weezing lay incapacitated while Charizard emerged unscathed. Ah, I anticipated that outcome. What a pity. You were merely a fraction away from a mutual demise with my Charizard, Xiao Feng taunted, glancing at the fallen Weezing. I can clearly see through your Pokemon skill set. How could I possibly lose? Xiao Feng mused internally. Observing Xiao Feng's smug expression, Apollo seethed, "You little brat, don't get too cocky." "Oh, but I quite enjoyed your haughty confidence earlier," Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. "Come forth, hound him. Let him witness your prowess." Chapter 20, Athena and Apollo 2. Name, Houndoom LV53. ID, 229. Type, Dark, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Moves, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, Bite, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Overheat, Protect, Solar Beam. Base stats, HP, 75. Attack, 90. Defense, 50. Special attack, 110. Special defense, 80. Speed, 95. Total, 500. Observing Houndoom's stats, Xiao Feng murmured, "Relying on the Flash Fire ability? How naive." Apollo barked. "Houndoom, use Dark Pulse." "Ignore it." Charizard, fly in and use Dragon Claw. Roar, feel the might of my claw. Charizard, upon receiving the command, flapped its wings, harnessing a surge of green energy as it soared towards Houndoom. Houndoom's Dark Pulse struck Charizard but merely rebounded, allowing Charizard to reach Houndoom and deliver a powerful Dragon Claw, sending Houndoom crashing before Apollo. "Damn it, what on earth is your Charizard?" Apollo exclaimed, exasperated. Xiao Feng teased, "What do you think?" With a scowl, Apollo barked, "I guess you're just a fool. Houndoom, use Flamethrower." Observing Apollo's frustration, Xiao Feng shrugged and commanded, "Charizard, use Dragon Breath." Charizard conjured a massive torrent of energy, unleashing it towards Houndoom, swiftly pushing back the flames it had just spewed. As the Dragon Breath neared Houndoom, Apollo quickly instructed, "Houndoom, jump to the right to evade. Then counter with Shadow Ball." Houndoom, responding to the command, leaped aside just in time, gathering dark energy to form a Shadow Ball aimed at Charizard. Seeing the incoming attack, Xiao Feng ordered, "Charizard, use Teleport to close in, then strike Houndoom with Iron Tail." Charizard executed the command, vanishing and reappearing beside Houndoom, its tail gleaming with silver energy as it swung at Houndoom. Houndoom, anticipating the attack, used Protect to shield itself, then unleashed Solar Beam. As Charizard's Iron Tail approached, Apollo had Houndoom defend at the last moment, negating the attack. Houndoom glowed with a radiant aura, channeling energy before releasing a powerful beam towards Charizard. "Charizard soar," Xiao Feng commanded, and Charizard evaded the solar beam with grace, reappearing unscathed once the attack concluded. Apollo, incredulous, stared at Charizard's miraculous evasion, furiously pointing at Xiao Feng. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe this. Is your Pokémon a specter?" "Oh, no need to get angry. Stress is detrimental to your health." "Charizard, use Dragon Tail to strike it into the air, then execute our signature move, 5-strike Teleport Whip." "Roar, prepare for a baptism, little one." Charizard bellowed, slamming Houndoom to the ground, then executing a dazzling series of attacks, alternating between Teleport and Iron Tail and Dragon Tail combinations, relentlessly battering Houndoom in midair. After 5 consecutive strikes, Houndoom plummeted to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. "How about that, little buddy? Did you enjoy my 5-strike Teleport Whip?" Charizard triumphantly landed, roaring with delight. As the dust cleared, Houndoom lay incapacitated in a crater. "Shall we continue?" Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow at Apollo, observing Houndoom's defeated state. At this moment, Athena, nearby, chimed in with a mischievous tone, "What a sorry sight, Apollo. You little brat, just wait. I shall not let this slide." Apollo glowered at Xiao Feng before preparing to retreat. As Apollo contemplated retreating, disregarding Athena, he rubbed his nose and remarked, Brother, do you truly believe that your menacing words will compel me to let you go, akin to a plot twist from a television drama? How naive." "Electivire, it's your turn to take the stage. Teleport to his side and deliver a jolt of Thunder Punch." "Roar, roger that, boss." Electivire instantly materialized before Apollo, landing a Thunder Punch squarely in the abdomen of the visibly distressed Apollo. The impact caused Apollo's eyes to bulge in pain, and he began to gag, soon succumbing to the electric onslaught that left him crumpled on the ground. Nearby, members of Team Rocket, witnessing their leader kneeling, immediately sought to flee. However, they were swiftly cornered and subdued by the Pokémon dispatched by Xiao Feng and the other trainers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 154 base points, 54 points for defeating Team Rocket members. Wow, rewards have arrived. Xiao Feng mused joyfully. At that moment, a soft, affected voice interrupted him. "Hey there, little brother, let us make a deal. Release me, will you? I promise to repay your kindness later." A shiver ran down Xiao Feng's spine, and he felt his fists clench. With a swift motion, he struck Athena on the head, the sound echoing with a resounding bang. Athena's incredulous expression faltered as she collapsed. Xiaofeng shook his fist triumphantly, exclaiming, "Ah, that feels satisfying." Trainers took turns guarding the Team Rocket members to prevent their escape while dialing the authorities. Throughout the night, the cruise ship finally docked at the Golden City Harbor, where Miss Junsha awaited with numerous law enforcement officers. "Thank you for your hard work." Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude to Xiaofeng and his companions. "We'll take it from here." Soon, the members of Team Rocket were escorted into several large police vehicles. As Apollo and Athena passed by Xiaofeng, they whispered ominously, "Little brat, we will return, so wait for us." Xiaofeng pretended to be frightened, covering his ears and running behind Miss Junsha, trembling. "Miss Junsha, they threaten me. I'm so scared." Fear not, fear not. How dare they threaten others? That adds to their crimes. Someone, ensure these two are under strict surveillance," Miss Junsha asserted, casting a stern glare at the duo while reassuring Xiaofeng. Additional officers were dispatched to escort the two away, securing them with handcuffs. Furious, they glared at the smiling Xiaofeng behind Miss Junsha, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chapter 21, The Capturing of Pokémon Tower, 1. Upon arriving in Golden City, Xiaofeng and his companions indulged in a delightful meal at the Pokémon Center. Ding. Host, you have 154 base points yet to be allocated. Would you like to add them? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiaofeng quickly devoured the last bites of his meal. Oh, I almost forgot to allocate my points before diving into the feast. Allocate them now, system. Distribute 40 points each to Charizard and Electivire's physical attack stats, and assign the remaining 74 points entirely to the physical attack stat of Forest Lizard. Ding. Allocation successful. Please check your stats. Name, Charizard, X, LV 47. Physical attack, 84, 130, 180. Special attack, 109, 130, 120. Speed, 100, 140. Total, 534, 634, 340. Name, Electivire LV 42. Physical attack, 83, 222. Total, 540, 222. Name, Forest Lizard LV 28. Physical attack, 65, 74. Speed, 95, 93. Total, 405, 167. Observing the Pokémon's stats, Xiaofeng nodded in approval. Not too shabby. Moreover, thanks to our recent battles aboard the cruise ship against Team Rocket, Charizard has leveled up to 47, Electivire to 42, and Forest Lizard has quickly risen to 28 due to its lower starting level. Having finished his meal, Xiaofeng pondered whether to challenge the Psychic Gym first or explore the Pokémon Tower in Violet City to see if he could capture a Ghost-type Pokémon. After a brief contemplation, he stood up, clenched his right fist against his left palm, and declared, "I feel that acquiring a new partner is more enticing. Thus, it is decided. We shall head to the Pokémon Tower. Let us go, everyone." The Pokémon responded in unison, following Xiaofeng as they made their way to Violet City, where they inquired about the precise location of the Pokémon Tower. As Xiaofeng and his companions drew near the tower, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, gazing at the Pokémon Tower, which comprised 4 floors, including the ground level. Its peculiar design featured a pair of mysterious animal-like horns atop the structure, creating an eerie visage alongside the windows. Flanking the entrance were several cylindrical pedestals, evoking an unsettling sense of decay and dread. Xiaofeng stroked his chin, exclaiming, "Wow, is this truly the Pokémon Tower? It has a distinctly haunted house vibe." Roar, howl. Chamo. Boss, we'll charge ahead. We are always by your side. The Pokémon shivered at the sight of the tower, retreating behind Xiaofeng, with their hands either resting on his shoulders or clutching his clothing. However, with the imposing figures of Charizard and Electivire hiding behind him, it appeared rather comical, as Xiaofeng's frame could hardly conceal them. "Wait, you're afraid of ghosts?" Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the 3 Pokémon. Roar, howl, Chamo. Absolutely not. How could that be? The Pokémon protested, feigning bravery. Xiaofeng smirked slightly. Is that so? Electivire, why don't you push the door open? Electivire stared at Xiaofeng, bewildered, before letting out a cry. Howl, howl. What? Me? Yes, is there a problem? Are you scared? Xiaofeng teased, eyeing Electivire playfully. Howl, howl, howl. I'll go. How could I be scared? With a few determined howls, Electivire cautiously approached the grand door and, with a forceful shove, swung it open with a loud bang, likely the sound of splintering wood. Without glancing inside, Electivire instantly teleported back behind Xiaofeng, clutching his clothing tightly and retracting its head. Sighing at the antics of his Pokémon, Xiaofeng stepped into the tower, and the others followed closely in his wake. Entering the tower, the walls appeared dilapidated, the chandelier swayed ominously as if it might fall at any moment, and the wooden staircase leading to the top floor was mostly rotting. As Xiao Feng traversed the corridor, he felt an eerie sensation, as if dozens of eyes were watching him and his companions. He halted, stroking his chin, and called out to the air, "Greetings. I am Xiao Feng, a trainer. Might I request a representative to speak with me?" Jengar. What brings you here, human?" A tall, rounded purple figure gradually materialized from the ground, scrutinizing Xiao Feng and his companions. Name, Jengar LV70. Catching a glimpse of Jengar's level, Xiao Feng took a deep breath. "Greetings, Jengar. I apologize for the intrusion. I hail from Pallet Town and am a trainer here to see if I might be fortunate enough to capture one of your kin to accompany me on my journey." Xiao Feng gazed sincerely into Jengar's eyes. The towering Jengar examined Xiao Feng intently, then glanced at Charizard and the others, sensing the latent energy within them. Satisfied, Jengar nodded. Jengar. Very well, I shall offer you two choices. First, I will designate one of my kin to accompany you. Second, you may undergo my trial, allowing you to freely select one of my kin to journey with you. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng replied, "I choose the second option." Jengar, a commendable choice. I shall await you at the top floor. All you need to do is ascend from the first to the top floor to pass the trial. With that, Jengar vanished from before Xiao Feng and his companions. "Let us go, everyone," Xiao Feng exclaimed enthusiastically as he led his Pokémon up the stairs to the second floor, where they were met with an obstruction, ghastly awaiting them. Name, Shuppet LV32. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Hypnosis, Odd Light, Shadow Punch, Ambush. Base stats, HP, 45. Attack, 50. Defense, 45. Special attack, 115. Special defense, 55. Speed, 95. Total, 405. Go, Forest Lizard. Your opponent is Shuppet. Xiao Feng gazed at the Shuppet before him and summoned his Forest Lizard onto the battlefield. Forest Lizard, unleash your ultimate drain and sap its energy. Chamo. The Forest Lizard responded, enveloped in a vibrant green glow as it connected with Shuppet. The expression on Shuppet's face twisted in agony, and its eyes glimmered red as it locked gazes with the Forest Lizard, clearly having activated hypnosis. Aware that negative status effects were ineffective against them, Xiao Feng boldly declared, "Forest Lizard, ignore it and continue with ultimate drain. Hypnosis has no effect on us." Chamo. I drain. The Forest Lizard incessantly called out, its complexion gradually taking on a rosy hue, or rather, a healthy glow. Realizing the dire situation, Shuppet attempted to counter with Odd Light, but it proved futile. Frustrated by the sight of the Forest Lizard, Shuppet manifested a large, ominous aura above its head and conjured black energy into a pair of massive claws, lunging towards the Forest Lizard. Have you finally reacted? But it's too late. Forest Lizard, dodge to its back and unleash ultimate drain at full power. In a dramatic turn of events, as Shuppet approached, the Forest Lizard deftly evaded, leaving Shuppet to claw at thin air. With renewed vigor, the Forest Lizard intensified its ultimate drain, ultimately causing Shuppet to collapse onto the ground, its eyes vacant, an expression akin to one who had been entirely drained of vitality. "Well done, Forest Lizard. You performed splendidly, haha," Xiao Feng exclaimed, hands on hips, beaming at the fallen Shuppet. "Chamo. That was exhilarating, boss," the Forest Lizard responded, equally satisfied. After their joyous victory, Xiao Feng and his companions tread past the defeated Shuppet, ascending to the third floor, leaving the solitary figure of Shuppet sprawled on the ground. Chapter 22. The Capture of the Pokémon Tower, 2. Upon reaching the final staircase of the third floor, they were greeted by the sight of a fully evolved form of the Shuppet family, Jengar, floating in the center of the room, emitting a series of playful Jengars as it performed a comical dance, beckoning Xiao Feng with a finger. Name, Jengar LV51. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Moves, Shadow Ball. Destiny Bond, Lick, Misfortune, Dark Pulse. Hypnosis, Odd Light, Shadow Punch. Ambush, Black Eyes. Base stats, HP, 60. Attack, 65. Defense, 60. Special attack, 130. Special defense, 75. Speed, 110. Total, 500. It's your time to shine, Charizard. Xiao Feng resolved to send out Charizard, as his electric beast was currently focused on a purely physical attack strategy, which would be less effective against Jengar. He knew he needed to bolster electric beast's special attack stats in the future. As Charizard took the stage, Jengar eagerly commenced its assault, gathering a swirling orb of purple-black energy in its hands. Launching a beam adorned with numerous black rings towards Charizard, it was the Dark Pulse move. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. At Xiaofeng's command, Charizard expelled a torrent of flames, the pillar of fire colliding with the Dark Pulse. In a flash, the Dark Pulse was thrust back towards Gengar, who bore witness to its impending impact. Gengar howled in pain as the flames engulfed it, and once the fire dissipated, Gengar emerged charred and burnt, tragically igniting a burn status. Jenga, it's scorching. It's scorching. Gengar, enduring its agony, quickly vanished into thin air. Seeing Gengar disappear, Xiaofeng shouted to Charizard, "Has it gone invisible? Charizard, use Fire Spin to sweep the area and force it to reveal itself." Roar. Charizard, responding to Xiaofeng's cue, conjured a fiery vortex that swept around the battlefield. After a considerable duration, the arena was awash in flames. Jenga, it's too hot. It's too hot. Gengar could no longer withstand the heat, springing up and frantically patting the flames from its rear as it materialized once more. "Ah, you've revealed yourself. Charizard, dash close and finish it with Inferno." As Xiaofeng issued the command, Charizard skillfully evaded the incoming Shadow Ball, closing in on Gengar, with flames swirling around it. Charizard unleashed a fiery domain that continuously scorched Gengar within its confines. In the end, Gengar emitted a pained wail, collapsing onto the charred ground, its eyes swirling, succumbing to defeat. "Well done, Charizard. Welcome back. We've emerged victorious," Xiaofeng exclaimed, recalling Charizard as he gazed at the fallen Gengar. "Let us head to the top floor. We are about to welcome a new companion." Xiaofeng, brimming with excitement, led his Pokémon to the pinnacle of the tower. As they set foot on the top floor, they were met by the sight of a towering Gengar floating leisurely in the air, somewhat surprised by Xiaofeng and his team's arrival. It had expected to wait much longer, but was pleasantly surprised by their swift arrival and gracefully descended. Jenga, congratulations, trainer, you've done remarkably well," Gengar remarked, observing Xiaofeng's team, noting their relatively unscathed condition, and regarded Xiaofeng with renewed appreciation. Nodding in approval, Gengar was reassured that having its kin accompany Xiaofeng was indeed a commendable decision. Jenga, since you have passed the test, according to our agreement, you may select one of my kin to accompany you on your journey. Please, wait a moment. Gengar beckoned to Xiaofeng, and soon, numerous Shuppet, and several Gengars appeared around Xiaofeng and his companions. Beholding the throng of Shuppets and Gengars surrounding him, Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Jenga, go ahead, trainer, select your desired partner." The towering Gengar indicated to Xiaofeng that he could now choose his companion. Xiaofeng had already contemplated nurturing a Shuppet, knowing that such a choice would accelerate their bond and prepare for future Mega Evolution. Yet, he remained open to the possibility of selecting an evolved form based on their abilities and move sets. As he surveyed the myriad of Shuppets and Shuppet, he meticulously examined each one's panel. After an extensive search, Xiaofeng suddenly froze, realizing something he might have overlooked. In a corner of the room floated a solitary Shuppet, its expression forlorn and detached from the others. This particular Shuppet was distinct from its kin. Unlike the usual black hue, it exhibited a striking purple-black coloration, setting it apart from the surrounding Shuppets, as if isolated. Confirming with his eyes that this was indeed the Pokémon he yearned to invite, he thought, "Wow, a shiny Shuppet. Mega Evolution will look incredibly stunning." Without further hesitation, he swiftly approached the Shuppet. As Xiaofeng knelt before the shimmering Shuppet, he flashed a broad smile, revealing his enthusiasm, and invited, "Little one, would you like to join me on my journey? I find you utterly delightful." Guy stared at the small foam, who was crouched down and smiling, momentarily lost in thought. He then turned to glance at his fellow kin, unable to believe that foam, as a trainer, would ever choose a peculiar being like him. Due to his unusual coloration, he had always been shunned by his peers, leading to a profound sense of isolation. However, the unexpected turn of events was overwhelming. Locking eyes with foam, he saw the earnest green light of desire reflected in those orbs. No, it was sincerity. Tears began to well up in Guy's eyes as he leaped into Feng's embrace, emitting a joyous cry. Foam, taken aback by Guy's sudden tears, found himself bewildered, thinking, "What on earth is happening? Why is he crying?" As he gazed at the weeping Guys, a moment of realization struck him. He recalled that shiny Pokémon, aside from their distinct coloration, often faced exclusion from their kind due to these very differences. Understanding the cause of Guy's sorrow, Foam tenderly ruffled Guy's rounded head, cradling him gently in his hands, and offered soothing words. Don't cry. From now on, We shall be companions. I look forward to your company. Ska. Guys nodded earnestly, acknowledging Feng's sentiment. Haha, everyone, let's welcome Guys to our team. Feng called out, his laughter echoing as he beckoned Charizard and the others to join in the celebration. The Pokémon quickly gathered around, roaring with enthusiasm. Roar, roar, little buddy. I've got your back from now on. Owl, owl. If anyone bullies you, just call for me, and I'll smash their heads. Chamo, chamo. Whoever troubles you, I'll take care of them. Satisfied by the warm reception from his new companions, Feng nodded appreciatively. He then produced a blank Pokeball to formally capture Guys, who offered no resistance. Afterward, he released Guys once more, gently patting his head with a smile. Guys, in battles, you will hide within my shadow. Hee. It will be quite effective. Ska. All right, boss. Guys imitated Charizard's call, referring to Feng as boss. Having fulfilled his wish of capturing Guys, Feng cast a grateful glance towards the towering Jengar. The imposing Jengar nodded and, from its belly, produced a piece of parchment, presenting it to Feng as a parting gift for Guys. To Feng's surprise, it was a cursed talisman, distinctly different from ordinary ones, enveloped in a deep black hue with a purple aura radiating from it. Beep. Host, this is a remarkable item. Quickly accept it. It retains the essence of Giratina, which not only fulfills Guys' evolution requirements, but also greatly increases the likelihood of mastering Giratina's signature move, Shadow Sneak. Additionally, by extracting one of the keystone from the previously acquired Mega Evolution Stones of Houndoom and Blaziken, and pairing it with the Jengar Megastone obtained from the Gambling Stones in Nibby City, Guys can carry out the evolution, allowing him to transform into Mega Jengar, just like Charizard. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Feng's heart raced with excitement, thinking to himself, wow, I've struck gold. Thank you, system. He quickly accepted the special cursed talisman handed over by the towering Jengar. Thank you, thank you. Feng expressed his gratitude so rapidly that Jengar was momentarily taken aback, eventually bursting into laughter. Gum, gum, haha, human, you are quite amusing. I leave Guys in your care. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Now that my objective has been achieved, it is time to bid farewell, Jengar. After assuring Jengar, Feng prepared to part ways. Gum, goodbye. Chapter 23, Psychic Gym vs. Nasi. Upon exiting the Pokémon Tower, Feng immediately taught Guys all the skills he had acquired. Name, Guys LV18, Shiny. ID, 92 Type. Ghost, Poison Ability. Levitate Learned Skills, Rapid Regeneration. Iron Defense, Teleport, Air/Skills. Odd Light, Hypnosis, Lick, to paralyze opponents. Dark Glare, Revenge, Curse. Base Stats, HP, 30 Attack, 35 Defense, 30 Special Attack, 100 Special Defense, 35 Speed, 80 total, 310. After completing the training, Guys, brimming with newfound power, hopped joyously alongside the other Pokémon as they returned to the Pokémon Center in Golden City for a brief respite, preparing to challenge the Psychic Gym thereafter. After some time, Feng and his companions stood before the peculiar building, adorned with spines. So this is the Psychic Gym. Well, how should I put it? Quite trendy, he mused. With a sigh, Feng approached the door and knocked, but after a long wait, no one answered. Could it be that no one is here? He murmured. Just as he was about to knock again, the door slowly swung open by itself. Ah, the wonders of psychic abilities. How convenient, Feng remarked, stepping inside with his Pokémon. The lights in the corridor flickered ominously when a little girl holding a ball suddenly appeared before them. Brother, will you play with me? Although the girl did not physically speak, her voice resonated clearly in Feng's ears. This was the doll manipulated by psychic powers. In the anime, the gym leader Nasi had lost her humanity due to her psychic abilities, yet this felt more like a classic case of social anxiety. Feng thought, his eyelids twitching. He approached the girl, saying, "Little sister, I'm quite busy and can't play right now. I'm here to challenge the gym. Could you please guide me to the gym leader?" After a moment of silence, the girl floated off the ground, turned, and glided into the gym. Feng and his companions followed closely behind until they arrived in a spacious room, where a standard Pokémon battle arena was situated in the center. Opposite the entrance, a faint silhouette could be seen, and the little girl floated towards it, being embraced by the figure. Suddenly, the lights brightened, revealing the psychic gym leader, Nasi, before Feng. "Hello, I am Feng, here to challenge the gym," Feng stated, directing his challenge at Nasi. "That is fine, but if you lose, will you stay and be my friend?" Nasi, seemingly unwilling to speak herself, had the doll speak on her behalf. Okay, can we start the match?" Feng replied, eyeing the socially anxious girl with a peculiar expression. Of course. This will be a one-on-one battle. Go, Kecleon." The doll unexpectedly transformed the ball in her hands into a poke ball, which she gently tossed onto the field, summoning the Psychic-type Pokémon, Kecleon. Name: Kecleon LV16, Youngera LV35, ID: 63-64, Type: Psychic Ability, Synchronized Skills, Teleport, Instant Transmission, Psybeam, Confusion, Recover. Base Stats: HP, 25-40 Attack, 20-35 Defense, 15-30 Special Attack, 105-120 Special Defense, 55-70 Speed, 90-105 Total, 310-400. Upon seeing Nassi's Kecleon, Fong exchanged glances with his forest lizard and declared, "Forest lizard, it's your turn. Chamo, Chamo, leave it to me, boss." The forest lizard raised its hands, patting its own muscles with determination as it stepped into the battle arena. Fong initiated the assault. "Forest lizard, use quick attack." "Chamo," the forest lizard shouted, dashing forward as a brilliant white light enveloped its body, swiftly appearing before Kecleon. Just as it was about to strike, Nassi's eyes glimmered with a red light, and she teleported Kecleon to another location. Hey, isn't that cheating?" With a quiet murmur, Xiao Feng expressed his dismay, realizing that the forest lizard, boasting an impressive speed stat of nearly 200, could have directly struck at Casey. "You humph." As a psychic, Nassi could undoubtedly hear Xiao Feng's soft words, and she was taken aback by the forest lizard's astonishing speed. Had she not reacted in time, Casey would likely have sustained injuries. Feeling flustered and at a loss for words, she could only utter a single "you." Irritated, Nassi summoned a fierce crimson light in her eyes, which was mirrored in Casey's gaze. Suddenly, a brilliant white glow enveloped Casey as he evolved into Gyarados. Has he evolved? Not a significant issue, Xiao Feng thought. Forest lizard, unleash Seed Bomb. As Casey completed his evolution, Xiao Feng commanded the forest lizard to attack, and in an instant, the creature expelled countless energy orbs shaped like seeds toward Gyarados. Gyarados reflected with psychic. The red light flickered in Nassi's and Gyarados' eyes simultaneously as the forest lizard's seed bombs were rapidly reversed in flight. Has Gyarados' psychic power been enhanced by Nassi's abilities? Psychic types can be quite unscrupulous, Xiao Feng mused. He then shouted to the forest lizard, dodge with quick attack, and then close in for a slash. Chamo. The forest lizard responded, swiftly evading the approaching seed bombs with quick attack before darting toward Gyarados, emitting a brilliant white light from its claws as it prepared to strike. Just as the forest lizard was about to land a hit, Nassi commanded, "Gyarados, teleport. Don't let it escape. Follow up with Leaf Blade." Seeing Gyarados teleport away with Nassi's assistance, Xiao Feng quickly reacted. The forest lizard flickered and appeared beside the newly teleported Gyarados, coalescing a green blade in its grasp and delivering a decisive blow that sent Gyarados crashing heavily to the edge of the arena. Nassi, watching the forest lizard's sudden appearance and attack, felt disbelief wash over her as the crimson light in her eyes faded. How is this possible? Is that also teleportation? How could it be so fast? Gyarados, how do you fare? Gyarados. The creature trembled on its legs, standing up to shout, clearly sensing Nassi's concern. As Nassi exhaled in relief upon seeing Gyarados rise, she commanded, "Gyarados, use Recover, then follow up with Confusion." Quite resilient, aiming to use Confusion to control us, huh? What a pity. All battles must reach their conclusion. Forest Lizard, employ Leaf Blade to finish this. Xiao Feng observed Gyarados regaining its strength, issuing the final command. Chamo, Chamo, Chamo. Behold the ultimate technique developed by me and the boss, Alligato. The forest lizard cried out, breaking free from the grasp of Confusion through quick attack. Positioning itself in front of Gyarados. With a swift leaf blade, it sent Gyarados soaring, and with a series of rapid flickers, the blade carved a green arc from various angles, continuously striking the airborne Gyarados. Once the forest lizard reappeared at its original position and performed a sheathing motion, it exclaimed, Chamo. Gyarados plummeted from the sky. With a resounding thud, the ground where Gyarados landed sank slightly, leaving the creature dazed and unable to continue the fight. Nassi rushed to Gyarados' side, her voice laced with urgency. Gyarados, are you alright? Xiao Feng scratched his nose, approaching Nassi and quietly inquiring, Nassi, have I won? Upon hearing Xiao Feng's question, Nassi's eyes flared with crimson light once more, but after a prolonged flicker, it dissipated, leaving her with a perplexed and complex expression as she contemplated, what exactly is he? Why is my psychic power ineffective against him? I can't turn him into a doll. Nassi stared intently at Xiao Feng, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head in embarrassment. After a lengthy pause, Nassi gritted her teeth and declared, You've won. Is that satisfactory? She then proceeded to examine Gyarados' injuries, and from an unknown room, a badge floated into Xiaofeng's hands. Xiaofeng chuckled softly and stowed the badge in his backpack. Nasi, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. He hesitated, glancing at Nasi, who was still diligently checking Gyarados' condition. What is it? Nasi turned to face Xiaofeng, intrigued. I wish to continue challenging the gym's official tournament mode. May I proceed? Chapter 24. The official tournament of the Psychic Gym. You wish to challenge the gym's official tournament? I'm afraid that's not possible at the moment. Why not? Xiaofeng asked, curiosity piqued. Nasi fumbled for words before finally stammering. I lack the authority to initiate the official tournament. The person who could do so has been dismissed. What? Xiaofeng stared incredulously at Nasi. What are you staring at? I said it's not possible. Nasi shot back, glaring at him in annoyance. So what do we do now? As Xiaofeng pondered his predicament, a series of coughs echoed from the entrance, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man with a large beard and a hat, feigning a cough by placing his clenched fist before his mouth. Both Nasi and Xiaofeng turned to face the man, and Nasi gestured toward him. There he is, the true gym leader, my father. Hey there, my darling daughter. Has your psychic power returned to normal? Daddy has come to see you. You dismissed me, and it broke my heart. Oh, so very heartbreaking. Please release your mother. She's just a bit chatty. You can't keep her silent forever. I've endured so much to help you return to normal. Sob sob. The middle-aged man exaggeratedly pretended to weep as he spoke to Nasi, watching the theatrics of the man before him. Xiaofeng suddenly entertained the notion that perhaps Nasi turning him into a doll wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Unable to bear it any longer, Nasi waved her hand, summoning a woman into the room. As soon as she appeared, tears streamed down her face, splashing everywhere as she rushed to Nasi, embracing her while crying, Wah, daughter, how could you treat your mother this way? I'm so heartbroken. Xiaofeng stood before the scene, utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. The middle-aged man, seeing Nasi release his wife, nodded in satisfaction before turning to Xiaofeng. Young man, you wish to challenge the gym's official tournament mode? Oh yes, sir, Xiaofeng stammered, momentarily taken aback by the man's sudden focus on him. Your name is Xiaofeng, right? I'm Nalu. You can call me Uncle Nalu. Since you wish to challenge the gym's official tournament, let us get started here. The match will be in a 2v2 format. Any objections? Uncle Nalu stated directly to Xiaofeng, ready to commence the battle. Not at all, let us begin right away. Xiaofeng exclaimed, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of starting the match. Once both Xiaofeng and Uncle Nalu took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield, Nasi stepped up to officiate, announcing, we now commence the official Psychic Gym Challenge tournament mode, employing a 2v2 format, until one side's two Pokemon are unable to battle. The gym leader will release Pokemon first. Go, Solgaleo. Uncle Nalu tossed a Pokeball into the air, releasing a yellow humanoid Pokemon that wielded a hypnotic ring, which it swung rhythmically. Name, Solgaleo, LV48, ID, 97 type, Psychic ability, Insomnia, cannot fall asleep. Moves, Psychic, Hypnosis, Nightmare, Headbutt, Light Beam. Mind Hammer-based stats, HP, 85 attack, 73 defense, 70 special attack, 73 special defense, 115 speed, 67 total, for 183. Let us join the fray, Electrike. Xiaofeng gestured towards Electrike, signaling it to take the stage. With a mighty roar, Electrike declared a woo. Behold my prowess. In a flash of electricity, Electrike surged forward. Sulibai, do not let it prevail. Employ the combination of Hypnosis and Nightmare. As Electrike rapidly approached under Xiaofeng's command, Nalu swiftly issued her own orders. Thus, Sulibai waved the Hypnosis ring towards Electrike, yet after a prolonged moment, there was no sign of any effect on Electrike. Nalu, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed with a puzzled expression, what is happening? Hypnosis is ineffective? Now's your chance, Electrike. Use Brick Break. Noticing Nalu's momentary distraction, Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to command Electrike, which was already near Sulibai, to attack. In the blink of an eye, Electrike gathered a surge of white energy, delivering a powerful Brick Break that struck Sulibai squarely on the head. Sulibai's eyes bulged in shock, tears streaming down its face. Subsequently, the entire Pokemon collapsed heavily onto the ground, landing face first, as cracks began to spiderweb across the earth from Sulibai's impact. Nalu gasped sharply, then turned her concerned gaze towards Sulibai. Sulibai, are you alright? However, Sulibai remained unresponsive for an unusually long time. Was that a critical hit? Xiaofeng mused quietly, scratching his nose as he observed Sulibai being so effortlessly knocked to the ground by Electrike. Return, Sulibai. It was my oversight for not evading. Nalu recalled Suli Bai, furrowing her brow as she stared intently at Electrike. She murmured, "It seems we cannot allow it to close in. It's your turn now, old friend." Nalu withdrew Suli Bai and tossed another Pokeball into the arena. With a flash of white light, a towering figure with 2 upward-pointing whiskers appeared, wielding 2 metal spoons. Name: Alakazam LV53. Number: 65. Type: Psychic. Ability: Synchronize. Skills: Teleport, Psybeam. Recover, Psychic, Psycho Cut, Reflect, Light Screen, Future Sight. Base stats: HP, 55, Attack, 50, Defense, 45, Special Attack, 135, Special Defense, 95, Speed, 120. Total, 500. Alakazam then. Electrike. Use Shadow Clone and charge forward. Upon seeing Nalu's newly summoned Pokemon, Xiaofeng issued fresh commands. Electrike split into over a dozen clones, racing towards Alakazam. Alakazam. Use Future Sight, then follow up with Psybeam to expose its true form. Nalu called out, realizing Xiaofeng's unscrupulous intent to force a close-range battle. Hearing Nalu's command, Alakazam's eyes shimmered with light, and an invisible force dismantled Electrike's clones, revealing its true self. Electrike, unleash Fire Punch. As Alakazam loomed close, Xiaofeng shouted to Electrike. A woo. Electrike echoed back, gathering flames in its hand and swinging towards Alakazam. Alakazam, teleport. Nalu swiftly ordered, just as Electrike's Fire Punch was about to connect, causing Electrike to swing at empty air. Don't let it escape, Electrike. Use Teleport, then Ice Punch. Spotting Alakazam attempting to flee, Xiaofeng could not let this opportunity slip away and commanded Electrike to pursue. Such persistence. However, it has already been 2 rounds. Just as Electrike was about to strike, a Psybeam suddenly materialized, striking Electrike and interrupting its attack rhythm. Ah, Future Sight. What a troublesome skill. Xiaofeng lamented, observing Electrike halted by the Psybeam. Alakazam. Utilize Future Sight once more. Nalu decided to employ the same tactic that had proven effective. Electrike, let us end this. Teleport into Thunder Punch. Xiaofeng resolved to deny Future Sight another chance. A woo. Let us smash it. Electrike cried out, teleporting beside Alakazam and delivering a thunderous punch. I cannot allow you to succeed. Alakazam countered with Reflect. A translucent barrier formed before Alakazam, blocking Electrike's advance. Shatter it, Electrike. Xiaofeng urged vehemently. A woo. A woo. Sensing Xiaofeng's fervor, Electrike roared in response, alternating its strikes with fire, thunder, and ice punches against the Reflect barrier. The barrier began to fracture under Electrike's relentless assault, ultimately shattering under the ferocity of its onslaught. Finish it, Electrike. Use your ultimate move, Phantom Dash Combo Punch. Xiaofeng commanded with finality. A woo. Here I come. Waste. Electrike exclaimed, bursting with excitement at Xiaofeng's order. It executed a Phantom Dash skill, evading the Future Sight attack, then teleported behind Alakazam, revealing itself. Electrike unleashed a barrage of lightning, flames, and ice, striking fiercely at Alakazam's midsection. As Alakazam's waist was struck, a cry of agony escaped its lips, followed by the exclamation, "Damn it!" It then collapsed under Electrike's relentless assault, which continued to rain down blows upon Alakazam's torso. Stop! 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 You've won. I concede. Xiaofeng, my young friend, quickly command your Pokémon to cease. Nalu shouted urgently, witnessing Alakazam being so brutally subdued. Halt, Electrike. We have triumphed. Upon hearing Nalu's plea, Xiaofeng scratched his nose and commanded Electrike to cease its aggression. A woo? A woo? Huh? No more punching the waist. Electrike queried in confusion. But upon realizing the battle was over, it reluctantly withdrew from Alakazam, casting a lingering glance back before returning to Xiaofeng's side. As Electrike returned, Xiaofeng sighed in relief, while Nalu wiped the sweat from her brow and exhaled deeply. Nalu observed her father concede with a peculiar expression directed at Xiaofeng, before announcing, as the gym leader has surrendered, the victor is challenger Xiaofeng. Congratulations, Xiaofeng, my young friend. Please wait a moment. With an unusual demeanor, Nalu approached Xiaofeng to congratulate him, then retreated to the depths of the gym. Shortly thereafter, she returned bearing a badge, proclaiming, "Ah, my young friend. You are quite ruthless. No, rather, your training of Pokemon is commendable. Here, this is the gym challenge badge. Please accept it." "Ah, thank you. This is all their hard work." Xiaofeng replied gratefully as he accepted the badge. "Now that our purpose here has been fulfilled, farewell, Uncle Luo and Nalu." After placing the badge into his bag, Xiaofeng bid farewell to Nalu and the others, turning to wave as he departed. Goodbye, Xiaofeng. Nalu and the others responded in unison. Watching Xiaofeng's retreating figure, Nalu mused softly, Xiaofeng, quite an extraordinary individual. I shall diligently train my psychic abilities. And one day, I will have the opportunity to transform you into a doll. Chapter 25. Jengar Evolution vs. Infernape King. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 40 base stat points and 1 skill lottery. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? As Xiaofeng walked out of the psychic gym towards the Pokémon Center for a respite, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Has the reward arrived? Splendid. System. Let us proceed with the lottery and allocate the 40 base stat points to Jengar's special attack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Swap, 100 chance to exchange positions with the opponent. Name, Jengar LV18. Base stats, special attack, 140, total, 310-40. Xiaofeng bestowed upon himself and his myriad of Pokémon the newly acquired skills, subsequently indulging in a hearty meal at the Pokémon Center. After a day of rest, he embarked once more on his journey towards earning badges, with his next destination set for Rainbow City. As he traversed the path leading to Rainbow City, Xiaofeng often led his Pokémon through the nearby woodland trails. This was primarily due to the scarcity of wild Pokémon on the main road. Thus, taking the smaller paths provided a more fruitful opportunity for leveling up. The results were indeed remarkable, as they continually engaged in encounters, nay, challenges, with wild Pokémon. The levels of his companions soared significantly. Charizard reached level 49, Electabuzz advanced to level 46, while Forest Lizard and Ghastly attained levels 33 and 24, respectively. Moreover, Ghastly was on the cusp of evolving into Jengar, and Xiaofeng diligently sought wild Pokémon to further enhance Ghastly's experience points. Ghastly, use Confuse Ray on the Mankey. Then follow up with Lick. Xiaofeng commanded, as Ghastly faced a Mankey that had emerged from the underbrush. With a resounding ska, Ghastly unleashed a Confuse Ray, enveloping the Mankey in a haze of confusion. The Mankey flailed its arms wildly, while Ghastly opened its mouth wide, extending its long tongue to lick the bewildered creature. The Mankey shuddered, its eyes swirling, before collapsing to the ground. At that very moment, a faint white glow enveloped Ghastly, yet it did not expand further. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had previously discussed with Ghastly the matter of evolution, ensuring it would not happen instantaneously. He swiftly presented the cursed symbol and megastone to Ghastly, which it eagerly absorbed. Xiaofeng nodded encouragingly. It's time, Ghastly. Evolve. Ska. Ghastly responded with gratitude, relinquishing its restraint on evolution. A brilliant white light erupted, illuminating Ghastly as it transformed, its body expanding and revealing a pair of ethereal hands emerging from the glow. As the light dissipated, Jengar appeared before Xiaofeng and his companions. Name, Jengar LV31 Shiny. Number, 93. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Shadow Sneak, Shadow Punch, Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Surprise Attack, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, Lick, causing paralysis. Black Eye, Revenge, Curse. Base stats, HP, 45, Attack, 50, Defense, 45, Special Attack, 115, Special Defense, 55, Speed, 95. Total, 405. So how do you feel, Jengar? Xiaofeng inquired, observing his newly evolved companion. Tonka. Jengar replied cheerfully, playfully waving its new hands in fascination. Haha. Xiaofeng chuckled, delighted to witness Jengar's childlike curiosity. Just then, as Xiaofeng and his team reveled in the moment, the fallen Mankey slowly opened its eyes and emitted a series of long cries. Soon, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding foliage, and a multitude of Mankey and Primeape began to encircle Xiaofeng and his companions, numbering in the hundreds. Leading the charge was a robust Primeape, marred by a prominent scar that traversed its face at a 45-degree angle. Name, Primeape LV44. Number, 57. Type, Fighting. Ability, Anger Point. Moves, Aura Sphere, Scratch, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Cross Chop, Quick Attack, Protect. Base stats, HP, 65, Attack, 105, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 60. Special Defense, 70, Speed, 95. Total, 455. Ah, Primeape. Just perfect. Jengar, now that you've evolved, let us test your newfound strength against it. Charizard. You and the others handle the other Mankey and Primeape, while Jengar takes on the Primeape leader. Roar. Charizard bellowed in response, rallying the other Pokémon to confront the horde of monkeys. Go, Jengar. Launch a Shadow Ball. Xiaofeng commanded. turning his attention back to Jengar as Charizard led the charge against the swarm. Jengar swiftly gathered dark energy into a 1-meter diameter sphere, hurling it towards Primeape. As the Shadow Ball neared its target, a yellow energy shield manifested before Primeape, enveloping it in a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, the Shadow Ball collided with the energy shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, Primeape burst forth, a trail of white light streaming behind it, a clear indication it had used Quick Attack. Did it block? Jengar, counter with revenge, Xiaofeng shouted as Primeape closed in. Upon collision, Primeape crashed into Jengar, only to be sent reeling backward by the impact. Jengar's revenge activated, channeling a column of light that struck the retreating Primeape with astonishing force. The Primeape was sent flying, crashing into a towering tree 10 meters away with a resounding crack. GG. It cried out in agony as it sprawled on the ground, trembling. Xiaofeng, observing the fallen Primeape, praised Jengar. Well done, Jengar. Tonka. Jengar beamed, scratching its head in delight. GG. Primeape, now enraged, rose to its feet and unleashed a blue energy sphere, which rapidly hurtled toward Jengar. That's Aura Sphere. Jengar, use Shadow Sneak to finish it, Xiaofeng commanded. Eyes locked on the incoming attack. Tonka, watch this, Jengar declared, vanishing into the shadows just in time to evade the energy blast. It then emerged unexpectedly from Primeape's own shadow, claws glinting menacingly as it struck at Primeape's back. With a horrifying sound, a long, crimson gash appeared along Primeape's back, causing it to collapse forward, incapacitated and unable to continue the fight. Excellent. Shadow Sneak is truly a remarkable move, Xiaofeng mused, stroking his chin in satisfaction. He then glanced at Charizard and the others, who were dispatching the remaining Mankey with ease. Charizard and its companions moved through the crowd like a predator among prey, each Pokémon taking down its target with precision. In no time, the entire horde lay defeated at their feet. Thanks to the abundance of wild Pokémon, Charizard and the others each gained a level, making Charizard the first of Xiaofeng's Pokémon to reach level 50. Alright, everyone return. We must continue our journey. Chapter 26. The giant tree's plea for help. Xiaofeng and his companions were on the road to Rainbow City, weaving through the mountains and forests. Unbeknownst to them, as they pressed onward, they seemed to pass through a transparent barrier, rippling like water. With a single step, they found themselves in a vast, verdant valley. The valley was lush with vibrant vegetation, teeming with life, its dense foliage resembling a tranquil and beautiful landscape painting. At the center of the valley stood a towering form shrouded in a veil of pink mist, the nature of which remained a mystery to Xiaofeng. As he surveyed the scene, Xiaofeng pondered, what is this place? The essence of life here is so rich. Everyone, let us go down and investigate. With that, Xiaofeng guided his Pokémon down the slope on a makeshift slide, descending into the valley. From afar, the difference was subtle, but as they reached the valley floor, it became apparent that the flora within was far more abundant than that outside, resembling an expanded version of a primordial forest. In the air, on the ground, and in the streams, Pokémon flitted about, their silhouettes a testament to the vibrant ecosystem thriving within the valley. As Xiaofeng and the fairies meandered through the park much like a grandmother would, they progressed towards the heart of the valley. After a considerable time, the group arrived at the valley's center, where a towering giant tree loomed before them, its branches lush and verdant. The leaves exuded a glow reminiscent of pink dust, and countless pink fruits adorned its boughs, floating gracefully like ethereal lanterns, conjuring a dreamlike spectacle. Gazing at this enchanting scene, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with wonder. It feels as if we are in a dream, doesn't it, everyone? The dragons responded with loud roars of agreement. Approaching the great tree, Xiaofeng extended his right hand to gently touch one of its corners. The tree seemed to possess a spirit of its own, quivering slightly as it swayed. Haha, are you welcoming me? Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the tree's movement. Human, greetings. A voice suddenly resonated in Xiaofeng's ears. Who speaks? He queried, glancing around but finding no creature in sight. I am right before your eyes, human. The voice echoed once more. Telepathy. You are the giant tree, Xiaofeng realized, shifting his gaze back to the majestic tree. Indeed, I sensed the aura of Celebi within you, which allowed me to bring you into the valley. The tree explained. May I inquire why you have brought me here? Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. I am currently facing difficulties and hope to receive your assistance. As you are favored by Celebi, the tree elaborated. Please, tell me. If I am able to assist, I shall do my utmost, Xiaofeng replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon the tree. Thank you. You see, this valley has long been isolated from the outside world. However, The barrier to the east is under siege by external spirits, and I hope you can help drive them away. I apologize for the trouble. The tree conveyed its request. Is that so? Very well, I shall investigate immediately. Understanding the tree's need, Xiaofeng nodded in agreement and prepared to set off. Ding. Mission triggered. Assist the spirit of the giant tree in dispelling invaders. Reward, 100 base points. Oh, having already promised the tree, now there's a reward too. How splendid. Xiaofeng remarked with a smile upon hearing the announcement. Let us go, everyone. We must see what is amiss. He called to the others as they ventured toward the eastern barrier of the great tree. After a considerable time, they arrived at the barrier, which rippled and shimmered with undulating waves. Xiaofeng gestured for the fairies to proceed. Everyone, let us venture forth and ascertain the situation. Roar, roar. The fairies responded enthusiastically, following Xiaofeng's lead. Once the group, in a state of levitation, passed through the barrier, they beheld a large, yellow bird with crimson eyes relentlessly unleashing lightning upon the barrier. Ah, it's one of the 3 foolish birds, the Zapdos. But why is it attacking the barrier? Xiaofeng pondered, observing the Zapdos with intrigue. Ding. Triggered a special encounter task. Defeat the Zapdos. Reward, 100 base points. Name, Zapdos LV70, no divine job. Number, 145. Type, electric, flying. Ability, pressure. Skills, thunder, volt tackle, pecking drill, electroweb, light screen, agility, roost, U-turn, rain dance, origin pulse. Base stats, HP, 90. Physical attack, 90. Physical defense, 85. Special attack, 125. Special defense, 90. Speed, 100. Total, 580. Wow, the rewards are quite generous this time. Xiaofeng thought, tears of joy glistening at the corners of his eyes. Go, Charizard. Mega Evolve and stop it with Flamethrower. Xiaofeng locked eyes with Charizard, unilaterally designating the Zapdos as its opponent. With a mighty roar, Charizard radiated a spectrum of colors, swiftly undergoing Mega Evolution. Once transformed, Charizard exited its levitating state, unleashing a deep blue flamethrower towards the Zapdos' Volt Tackle, negating the attack and propelling it back. Caw! The Zapdos screeched as it attempted to evade the advancing blue flames by soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, dark clouds gathered, crackling with arcs of electricity. As the Zapdos descended amidst the turbulent storm, summoning a colossal lightning strike aimed at Charizard. Charizard, use quick attack. Xiaofeng commanded, urging Charizard to evade the Zapdos' rain dance and thunder combo. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard gathered a surge of green energy in its claws, aiming for the Zapdos above. Just as Charizard's claws were about to make contact, a shimmering golden barrier manifested before the Zapdos, blocking the impending strike. The Zapdos then let out a piercing cry, opening its beak to conjure a rapid-fire black and white energy ball directed at Charizard. Charizard, defend. Xiaofeng ordered, instructing Charizard to enter the protective bubble and counter with Iron Tail. Roar. Charizard complied, forming a shield to absorb the Zapdos' origin pulse attack, then swiftly teleporting behind the Zapdos, its black-blue tail glinting with metallic sheen, striking with incredible speed. The impact sent the Zapdos crashing to the ground. Charizard, follow up with Flamethrower. Xiaofeng commanded, adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot. The deep blue flames engulfed the descending Zapdos, hastening its fall. The ground trembled, debris scattering, as a cloud of dust obscured the fallen Zapdos' form. Chapter 27. The Giant Tree's Plea for Help, Part 2. Caw. Moments later, a piercing cry broke through the haze as the Zapdos burst forth, soaring into the sky, now shrouded in darkness, with a red mark staining its back. Truly a resilient creature, one of the 3 foolish birds. Xiaofeng marveled, noting the Zapdos' tenacity as it emerged from the dust. Again, the Zapdos cried out, its form flickering as it charged at Charizard, its beak glowing with brilliant white light. Charizard, use agility and pecking drill. If it wishes to clash head-on, then let it be. Use flame charge. Roar. Charizard bellowed in response, igniting in a blaze of blue flames as it propelled itself towards the incoming Zapdos. With a resounding clash, the 2 Pokémon collided mid-air, but Charizard maintained its trajectory, sending the Zapdos hurtling backward before plummeting downwards. With a crash, it landed in a large crater, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Charizard, you've won. Xiaofeng rejoiced upon witnessing the Zapdos' defeat. Roar. Charizard responded with a triumphant roar, slowly descending before Xiaofeng. What a display. Haha. Xiaofeng chuckled, patting Charizard's belly, a wide grin on his face. Let us go check on the Zapdos. It should have regained its senses by now. With that, Xiao Feng led the fairies to the crater where the Zapdos lay, observing its unconscious form. When in doubt, take a photo, Xiao Feng mused, swiftly retrieving his Pokédex to capture images of the Zapdos. Concerned that the Zapdos might awaken and refuse to be photographed, he posed alongside his fairies for a group picture against the backdrop of the unconscious Zapdos. Afterward, he retrieved several oran berries from his backpack, offering them to the Zapdos before stepping back to a safe distance. With a sudden awakening, Zapdos surveyed its surroundings in confusion, only to spot the Charizard that had bested it moments before. Its gaze then shifted warily to the young human standing beside the Charizard. Ja, human, what is your purpose? Zapdos squawked at the young human. Shouldn't I be asking you what your intentions are? I am here to prevent you from disrupting this barrier, which serves as a sanctuary for many Pokémon. The young human, Xiao Feng, replied with exasperation. Ja, did you emerge from within? I sense the presence of my offspring inside. I must rescue my child. Zapdos cried out with fervor. Oh, so you claim your child is inside? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zapdos. Ja, indeed. Very well. How about this? I will enter and consult the guardian of the barrier to ascertain whether your child exists within. If it does, I will assist you in bringing it out. However, you must cease your attacks on the barrier. What do you say? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Feng proposed to Zapdos. Ja, agreed. Zapdos glanced at Charizard, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Charizard, keep an eye on it while I speak with the Great Tree. Xiao Feng instructed as he led the other Pokémon, leaving Charizard behind to watch over Zapdos, and swiftly ventured into the barrier, making his way to the heart of the valley. Before long, he arrived before the Great Tree and explained the situation outside. I understand now. The attacking Zapdos sensed its child within my barrier. Very well, please hold on a moment. I shall dispatch valley spirits to search for the presence of the Zapdos offspring. The Great Tree communicated thoughtfully. Then, with a tremor in its trunk, the voice of the tree spirit resonated throughout the valley. Everyone, I require your assistance. Please help me ascertain whether there exists a yellow, electrically charged avian Pokémon within the valley. Help me find it. Let us all join in the search. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. Thank you for your efforts. Together, Xiao Feng and the valley spirits commenced their quest to locate the offspring of Zapdos. At last, they discovered the young Zapdos nestled comfortably within a cave, blissfully asleep, its eyes closed, a bubble forming and bursting at the tip of its beak as it slumbered soundly. Honestly, you seem quite at ease while I've been searching high and low for you, Xiao Feng remarked, exasperated, as he gazed at the little Zapdos. With a pop, the bubble burst, perhaps startled awake by the commotion. The young Zapdos slowly opened its eyes to see Xiao Feng and the gathering spirits before it, retreating cautiously. Ja, what do you want? The young Zapdos called out warily. Don't be afraid, little one. The adult Zapdos sent me to bring you back. It has been quite worried about you. Xiao Feng crouched down, trying to reassure the young creature. Oh no, I've lost track of time. I'm going to be in trouble. What do? The young Zapdos exclaimed, its expression shifting to one of panic as it spun in place. Enough. Come with us to find it. Otherwise, it won't just be a scolding, Xiao Feng urged, trying to calm the frantic young bird. Ja. Yes, if I'm late. I'll be in for much worse. Let us hurry. The young Zapdos realized the gravity of the situation and quickly followed Xiao Feng and the others toward the adult Zapdos. Shortly after, they passed through the barrier and witnessed Charizard and the adult Zapdos locked in a fierce stare. We have returned, Zapdos. Your child has been found. It was merely napping in the valley. Xiao Feng interjected, breaking the tension as he gestured toward the young Zapdos behind him. Ja, you little rascal. I was so worried about you, and I even took a beating for it. The adult Zapdos rushed forward to embrace its offspring, delivering a gentle reprimand. Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words as he observed the interaction, watching the young Zapdos receive its scolding. After a moment, he addressed the pair. Well, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us ensure you don't wander off again, all right? Ja, I've been scolded long enough. Couldn't you have spoken up sooner? The young Zapdos grumbled softly. What did you say? The adult Zapdos shot a glare at its offspring, causing it to fall silent immediately. Ja, I apologize, human. I misjudged the situation. Please convey my apologies to the guardian within. Now that my child has been found, we shall take our leave. Farewell, the adult Zapdos called out apologetically to Xiao Feng. Of course, I will do so. Farewell. Xiao Feng nodded in response. With that, the Zapdos took flight, disappearing into the distance as Xiao Feng and his companions watched. Once the matter was resolved, Xiao Feng returned to the Great Tree to report the good news. Thank you for your invaluable assistance. The great tree expressed its gratitude. It was nothing. I'm happy to help. Xiaofeng shook his head, dismissing the praise. I have little to offer, but please accept this. It should aid you in your journey. The great tree contemplated for a moment before dropping a magnificent fruit from its branches, which landed gracefully before Xiaofeng. Thank you very much. Now that the situation has been resolved, we must continue our journey. We still have much to learn and explore. Farewell. Xiaofeng accepted the extraordinary fruit with gratitude, stowing it in his backpack before bidding farewell to the great tree. Very well, safe travels to you. The great tree wished as Xiaofeng waved goodbye, setting off with the spirits toward Rainbow City. Chapter 28. The Evolution of the Forest Lizard. As Xiaofeng and the spirits traversed the great tree's barrier, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 200 stat points. Would you like to allocate them? With the task complete and the points acquired, Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. System, allocate 50 points to Charizard's special attack, 50 to Electabuzz' physical attack, 50 to Forest Lizard's physical attack, and 50 to Jengar's special attack. Ding. Allocation successful. The panel has been updated. Please check. Name, Charizard, X, LV 50. Physical attack, 84, 130, 180. Special attack, 109, 130, 170. Speed, 100, 140. Total, 534, 634, 390. Name, Electabuzz LV 47. Physical attack, 83, 272. Total, 540, 272. Name, Forest Lizard LV 34. Physical attack, 65, 124. Speed, 95, 93. Total, 405, 217. Name, Jengar LV 30. Special attack, 115.90. Total, 405.90. Wow, just as I said. Who else could accomplish this? By the way, system, do you know what the great tree's fruit is used for? Xiaofeng mused over the updated panel, stroking his chin before inquiring about the fruit's effects. Ding. Host. The fruit given by the tree spirit can be used for the evolution of the forest lizard. Just one is sufficient to meet the energy requirements for evolution and has a high probability of teaching the skills, Sunny Day and Energy Ball. Oh, Sunny Day and Energy Ball. Those are excellent skills. I hadn't anticipated Sunny Day. It will be my first weather-based skill. Xiaofeng pondered the system's response. Reflecting on his next steps, the immediate plan was to facilitate the evolution of the forest lizard, while also prioritizing Jengar's communication evolution. It's time to level up, everyone. Go, go. Haha. Xiaofeng called out to the spirits, bursting into laughter as he sprinted forward, eager to seek out the wild Pokémon that awaited their fate. Roar. Ah, Chamo. Tongo. Boss. Slow down. The spirits cried out as they hurriedly chased after him. In the heart of the forest lizard sprang forth with a flash of lightning, deftly severing the beak of the great-mouthed sparrow with its blade-like leaves. Xiaofeng gestured towards the heavens, mimicking a lesser version of the Wind King. Chamo. The forest lizard responded, transforming into a fleeting green shadow, utilizing the surrounding trees for leverage. It leapt high into the air, wielding a gleaming weapon that cleaved the great-mouthed sparrow from the sky, sending it crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, the great-mouthed sparrow struck the earth, creating a dent, rendered incapable of further combat. A splendid strike. Subsequently, the forest lizard consumed its prey, paving the way for its evolution. Xiaofeng, accompanied by a host of sprites, trained the forest lizard amidst the woodland. At long last, upon vanquishing the great-mouthed sparrow, it reached the threshold of evolution. Without delay, Xiaofeng retrieved a giant tree fruit from his backpack and tossed it to the forest lizard, urging it to partake. Chamo, thank you, boss, exclaimed the forest lizard as it devoured the fruit with remarkable speed, its body soon enveloped in a radiant white glow. As the light shimmered, the forest lizard expanded in size, sprouting a long tail adorned with numerous leaves, while 2 rows of yellow fruits emerged along its back. Chamo, boss. I've evolved, jubilantly declared the newly transformed forest lizard, hopping excitedly before Xiaofeng, eager to showcase its new form. Haha. Henceforth you shall be known as Lizard King. Congratulations, Lizard King. Xiaofeng beamed at the lively creature before him. Name, Lizard King, level 42. Number, 254. Type, grass. Ability, overgrow. Skills, leaf storm, quick attack, critical hit, increased critical hit rate, cross cut, tackle, energy ball, sunny day, tail whip, solar flare, leaf blade, multi-slash, ultimate absorb. Photosynthesis, seed bomb, pursuit, thunderbolt, and penetrating strike. Base stats, HP, 70, attack, 85, defense, 65, special attack, 105, special defense, 85, speed, 120. Total, 530. Nice. My Pokemon assassin has finally taken shape. With a triumphant fist pump, Xiao Feng admired the newly displayed attributes of the Lizard King. At this moment, the Charizards approached the fully evolved Lizard King, surrounding it with a chorus of congratulatory roars, while Jengars emitted sounds of envy. Tonga. Wow, I'm envious. Haha, Jengar. There's no need for envy. Your evolution is just around the corner. Once we reach Rainbow City, I'll contact Professor Oak and, in exchange for a photograph of Zapdos, have it assist you in evolving into Jengars. Xiao Feng reassured the envious Jengar with a smile, outlining its evolutionary prospects. Tonga. Boss, that's awesome. Jengar exclaimed, floating closer to Xiao Feng, its claws mimicking a thumbs up as it swayed with excitement. Haha. All right, settle down. Let us go? Everyone, Rainbow City awaits. Here we are at Rainbow City, finally. Come, let us feast at the Pokemon Center, everyone. And there's a big bed waiting for me. After completing Lizard King's evolution, Xiao Feng and his companions traversed the forest, eagerly rushing to the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, I'd like to check in, please. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Xiao Feng swiftly produced his Pokédex and presented it to Miss Joy. All right, young man, please hold on a moment. Okay, all set. Please take care of your Pokédex. After a flurry of typing on the computer, Miss Joy efficiently completed the check-in process and returned the Pokédex to Xiao Feng. Thank you. Miss Joy, I'm off to eat. Xiao Feng expressed his gratitude and hurried to the dining area. Oh my, what a lively young man. Miss Joy chuckled as she observed Xiao Feng's exuberance. This, and this. Besides these few items, I'd like one of everything else. In the dining area, Xiao Feng, along with his sprites, ordered a lavish feast that filled an entire table. Let us dig in, everyone. Roar. Owo. Chamo. Tonga. We won't hold back. Xiao Feng rallied his companions, and they eagerly dove into the culinary delights. Amidst the flurry of movement, food was swiftly devoured. After a considerable time, Xiao Feng and his companions reclined in their chairs, utterly satisfied. Chapter 29, Mega Jengar emerges. Ah, how delightful. After a lengthy respite, Xiao Feng, with his sprites, casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick while heading towards the video phone area, dialing Professor Oak's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who is this? Shortly thereafter, Professor Oak answered the call. Grandpa, it's me, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, you little rascal. Where are you now? Professor Oak inquired, recognizing Xiao Feng's voice on the other end. I'm currently at the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City. Oh, you've made it to Rainbow City? Well done. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Feng sought Professor Oak's assistance. By the way, Grandpa, I need your help with something, and I'm willing to compensate. You little rascal. Do you think I need something in return for helping you? Professor Oak rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Just let me know if you're interested. Xiao Feng chuckled, presenting the photograph of Zapdos he had taken. Absolutely. Professor Oak exclaimed, pressing his face closer to the screen and muttering, what a familiar sight. By the way, how did you manage to capture such luck? First NTI, now Zapdos. I'm truly amazed. But why does this Zapdos appear to be injured? Perhaps it had a tumble. But let us not dwell on that. Xiao Feng evasively explained. Well, let us get to the point. What do you need me to do? And don't forget to send all the photos my way. Professor Oak, clearly skeptical, refrained from probing further and instead inquired about Xiao Feng's request. Hey, come here. Jengar. Grandpa, this is my Jengar, and I'd like your help in facilitating its evolution into Mega Jengar. Xiao Feng summoned Jengar from nearby and explained to Professor Oak. Oh, a shiny Pokemon. I must admit, I'm starting to wonder if you've been favored by the author. Very well, send Jengar to me, and I'll assist with the evolution. Just one condition. After its evolution, I'd like to observe it for a day, if that's all right. Professor Oak remarked, glancing at Jengar with admiration before proposing a small request. Of course, Grandpa. I'll wait at the Pokemon Center for a day or two. Jengar, go along and cooperate with Grandpa. I hope to see the new you soon. Xiao Feng nodded at Professor Oak and then instructed Jengar to comply. Tonga, no problem, boss. Jengar responded, giving Xiao Feng a thumbs up. Once Jengar acknowledged, Xiao Feng returned it to its Pokeball and, using the Pokemon Center's transporter, sent Jengar to Professor Oak. After a 2-day wait at the Pokemon Center, Xiao Feng finally heard the announcement. Mr. Xiao Feng from Pallet Town, you have a call. Hastily, Xiao Feng rushed to the video phone, calling out to Professor Oak, Grandpa, is it ready? All right, keep it down. Yes, it's ready. You can receive it now. And don't forget about me next time you come across something good. Professor Oak remarked with a sigh, hinting that Xiao Feng should remember him in future endeavors. Understood. 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 Until next time, goodbye, Grandpa. Xiao Feng nodded vigorously, accepted the Pokeball, and promptly hung up. What a restless little rascal, Professor Oak muttered, staring at the black screen of the phone. After receiving the Pokeball, Xiao Feng led his sprites to an open area, brimming with excitement as he threw the Pokeball. Come forth, Jengar. With a resounding thud, the Pokeball burst open. A brilliant white light illuminating the surroundings as a figure gradually materialized. Its plump body, adorned with large crimson eyes and a wide, gleeful grin revealing pristine white teeth, paired with pointed ears and short legs, rendered it irresistibly adorable in the eyes of Xiaofeng. Gum, gum, boss, I've missed you so much. Gungawei floated eagerly before Xiaofeng, wrapping its arms around him and affectionately rubbing its cheek against his. Haha, welcome back, Gungawei. Xiaofeng chuckled, gently patting the round head of the ghostly creature. After surveying the area to confirm their solitude, he eagerly addressed Gungawei. Come on, show me your mega evolution. Gum, watch me, boss. Gungawei responded enthusiastically, enveloped in a kaleidoscopic glow. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing a Pokemon that was wholly white, its hands planted firmly on the ground, and a golden, coin-like orb sitting between its eyes, standing proudly before Xiaofeng and his companions. Impressive. Indeed, Mega Gingawei is extraordinary. Xiaofeng beamed at the magnificent transformation of his Pokemon. Name, Gingawei LV38, Shiny, ID, 94. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Cursed Body, Shadow Attack. Moves, Shadow Sneak, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Song of Ruin, Misfortune, Shadow Punch, Shadow Ball. Shadow Claw, Surprise Attack, Nightshade, Strange Light, Hypnosis, Lick, which paralyzes opponents. Black Glare, Revenge, Grudge. Base Stats, HP, 60-60. Attack, 65-65. Defense, 60-80. Special Attack, 130-170. Special Defense, 75-95. Speed, 110-130. Total, 500-600. Other Pokemon hopped joyfully to congratulate Gingawei. Alright, return to your previous form, Gingawei. Everyone, let us head back to the Pokemon Center to celebrate with a good meal, then set off to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Gum, gum. Delicious food. Wonderful. I've been eating instant noodles every day over there. I'm about to throw up, boss. Gingawei, upon hearing about the feast, promptly reverted to its original form and clung to Xiaofeng as they floated swiftly toward the Pokemon Center, accompanied by the Charizards. Grandpa, are you truly not a transformed instant noodle? Xiaofeng mused, observing Gingawei devouring food voraciously upon their arrival at the Pokemon Center. After Gingawei and the others had their fill, Xiaofeng led them outside, heading toward the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City. Finally arriving, Xiaofeng gazed at the uniquely designed gym, its structure resembling the head of a whooper, exclaiming, this design would be considered groundbreaking even in modern times. As he entered the gym, he was greeted by a lush, indoor ecological environment. Xiaofeng surveyed his surroundings, remarking, indeed, it is fitting for grass-type Pokemon to thrive here. Hello, is anyone here? I'm here for the gym challenge. Noticing the absence of any trainers, Xiaofeng called out loudly. Suddenly, a flock of girls entered the gym, chattering animatedly. Wow, today's perfume is exceptionally delightful. Indeed, the gym leader's perfume designs are becoming increasingly captivating. Hey, who are you? What brings you to the gym? A blue-haired girl at the forefront noticed Xiaofeng, standing there in confusion. What else would I be here for? Of course, I'm here for the gym challenge. Xiaofeng replied, somewhat exasperated. I'm sorry. A new perfume was just released today, and everyone rushed to order it. Please wait a moment. The gym leader should be back shortly. After explaining, the girl bypassed Xiaofeng, ignoring him. A visible vein pulsed on Xiaofeng's forehead as he let out a sigh. Sigh. Is it impossible for gyms to function without diversifying into side businesses nowadays? Chapter 30. The Rainbow Gym Challenge. 1. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity of waiting, the sky began to bathe in golden hues as the sun approached the horizon. Xiaofeng's earlier anticipation for the gym challenge had transformed into indifference. In truth, while watching the anime in his past life, he had not felt much upon witnessing Ash's rejection of a gym challenge over a dislike for perfume, only to later disguise himself in female attire to infiltrate the gym and face various trials before continuing his challenge. Yet now, Xiaofeng felt that the gym leader had failed to fulfill her responsibilities. It's fine to have a side business, but the primary duty of a gym leader should take precedence above all else. Otherwise, what is the purpose of being a gym leader? To indulge in side ventures? After a prolonged wait, Gym leader Elygia finally arrived. So, you wish to challenge the gym, little brother? The newly launched perfume delayed me a bit, hee. Elygia smiled as she addressed Xiaofeng. Yes, I am here to challenge the gym. May we begin the match? Xiaofeng replied calmly, his gaze steady upon Elygia. Noticing Xiaofeng's unruffled demeanor, Elygia's smile faded, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Her voice trembled slightly. Why yes, follow me. She led him to the designated arena for the match. The blue-haired girl who had entered earlier was summoned by Elygia to act as the referee. We will now commence the Rainbow City Gym Challenge. The format will be 3v3. Gym leader, please release your Pokemon first. Elygia tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Bidu. You're up, Gingawei. Xiaofeng commanded, nodding at his shadow. Gum. Yes, boss. Sensing Xiaofeng's mood, Gingawei floated forth. Its usual playful demeanor replaced by a solemn presence as it hovered before the battlefield. Bidu, use Stun Spore. Elygia quickly issued her command. Gingawei Shadow Ball. Xiaofeng instructed softly as the Stun Spore approached. Responding to Xiaofeng's voice, Gingawei swiftly conjured a massive Shadow Ball and hurled it at Bidu. In an instant, the Shadow Ball obliterated the Stun Spore and struck Bidu with a thunderous explosion, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Continue. Xiaofeng's calm gaze fixed on Elygia. Undeterred by Bidu's defeat. Return, Bidu. Go, Tangela. Elygia, feeling the pressure, threw another Pokeball. In a flash of light, a Pokemon covered in vine-like tendrils appeared on the field. Gingawei, use Dark Pulse. Xiaofeng commanded as Tangela emerged. Just as Tangela entered the fray, it was met with Gingawei's Dark Pulse attack, which sent it flying out of the arena, rendered incapable of battle. Continue. Xiaofeng remained unfazed as he observed yet another of Elygia's Pokemon fall. Return, Tangela. Elygia trembled as she withdrew her defeated Pokemon, her hand shaking as she hesitated to send out another. I concede. Elygia quivered, collapsing onto the ground in fear. Looking down at the defeated Elygia, Xiaofeng calmly produced the tournament badge, stating, since the preliminary round has concluded, I now request to proceed to the main event of the gym challenge. May we begin? Elygia stared blankly at the badge in Xiaofeng's hand, feeling at a loss. As Elygia stood in uncertainty, an elderly man with a head of silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles unexpectedly approached from the doorway. He spoke to Xiaofeng with an air of apology. Young brother, mercy begets mercy. I am uncertain how Elygia may have offended you, but I extend my apologies on her behalf, and I hope for your understanding. Master, Elygia exclaimed, lowering her head at the sight of the newcomer. Old man, are you truly apologizing without inquiring about the reason? That seems rather unreasonable. Moreover, her shortcomings should not be borne by others, should they not? Xiaofeng replied, gazing at the elder with a hint of skepticism. Is that so? Might I inquire what faults she possesses? The elder met Xiaofeng's gaze with curiosity. Well, I merely believe that if one cannot manage the gym, one ought not to occupy the position, should they not? Xiaofeng retorted. Ah, I see. It appears I have erred. However, I must apologize for not instilling in her the responsibilities that come with her position as gym leader. I shall ensure she rectifies her errors henceforth. The elder quickly grasped the implication of Xiaofeng's words, recognizing the new gym leader he had nurtured. Since you have come to challenge the gym's official match, let us proceed to battle, shall we? Very well. I merely hope it will be more engaging than the previous encounter, Xiaofeng replied, eyeing the elder. Of course. Though I am retired, my Pokemon still possess vitality, the elder declared with confidence, stroking his silver hair. You may call me Mingbo. And what name do you go by, young brother? Greetings, Mingbo. I am Xiaofeng, he replied, slightly nodding at the elder's self-assured demeanor. Excellent, Xiaofeng. The official match is now under my guidance, utilizing the same 3v3 format as the preliminary rounds, until one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. Go forth, Bellossom. Mingbo proclaimed as he stepped to the opposing side of the battlefield, releasing his first Pokemon. Name, Bellossom LV47 ID, 182 type. Grass ability. Chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Moves, Petal Dance, Toxic, Sunny Day, Magical Leaf, Sleep Powder, Synthesis-based stats. HP, 75. Attack, 80. Defense, 95. Special attack, 90. Special defense, 100. Speed, 50 total. For 190 your turn, Jengar. I trust you found the previous match rather lackluster. Xiaofeng called forth Jengar, who eagerly floated into the arena. Jengar, it exclaimed enthusiastically. Bellossom, initiate Sunny Day? Mingbo commanded, taking the lead in altering the battlefield conditions. Oh, you wish to control the arena, do you? Jengar Shadow Ball. Xiaofeng swiftly countered, refusing to let his opponent dictate the flow of battle. Jengar, it responded. gathering a shadow ball and launching it with fervor. With a resounding impact, the incoming shadow ball struck Bellossom, sending it reeling, though the sunny day effect was successfully established. Bellossom, steady yourself and use synthesis, Mingbo ordered, quickly aiming to restore Bellossom's health. At the elder's command, Bellossom twirled elegantly, regaining composure. The effects of sunny day significantly enhanced its recovery speed, allowing it to heal swiftly while a flurry of pink petals surrounded it, shimmering with a radiant glow. The razor-sharp petals spiraled toward Jengar. Ah, this could be bothersome. Has its endurance fully recovered? Xiao Feng mused, directing Jengar to use teleport followed by hypnosis. Jengar, it declared, executing a swift teleport to evade the incoming petals, appearing right before Bellossom and locking eyes with it, sending out eerie waves of energy. Bellossom, close your eyes, Mingbo urged, attempting to shield Bellossom from the hypnosis. However, the speed of Jengar's approach left Bellossom no time to react, succumbing to the hypnotic gaze. Jengar, use Dream Eater, followed by Dark Pulse to finish it, Xiao Feng commanded, recognizing his opportunity. Jengar, it exclaimed, eagerly floating toward the entranced Bellossom, sinking its fangs into its form, eliciting a pained expression from the incapacitated Pokémon. After feasting on its energy, Jengar licked its lips, a look of regret crossing its visage before unleashing a dark pulse upon the defenseless Bellossom. With a resounding crash, Bellossom, now lying motionless on the ground, succumbed to the attack, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, Bellossom lay with glazed eyes, having lost its ability to battle. Well done, Jengar, Xiao Feng praised, acknowledging his Pokémon's victory. What was that technique? A form of teleportation? Mingbo murmured softly, observing the defeated Bellossom before recalling it and tossing another Pokeball. Return, Bellossom. You performed admirably. Now, I summon you Shiftry. A flash of white light revealed a large, canine-like Pokémon, adorned in wooden clogs and wielding leaf-like arms, its long white hair billowing in the air. Name, Shiftry LV50 ID, 275 Type, Grass. Dark Ability, Chlorophyll Moves, Leaf Blade, Solar Beam, Leaf Storm, Quick Attack, Grassy Terrain, Critical Hit, Leaf Tornado Base Stats, HP, 90, Attack, 100, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 90. Special Defense, 60, Speed, 80 total, 480 Jengar, use Song of Ruin. As Mingbo unleashed his next Pokémon, Xiao Feng stroked his chin, eager to test Jengar's new skill. In 3 turns, the opponent would find itself on the brink of defeat. Jengar, it sang, excitedly clasping its hands, a discordant melody emanating from its mouth, filling the ears of everyone present. While the audience found the sound unpleasant, the skill's target, Shiftry, clutched its head in agony, sinking to the ground. When the song concluded, Shiftry was ensnared in a red aura, marking its limited time left in battle. Such a troublesome skill, we must finish this quickly. Shiftry, unleash Leaf Storm, Mingbo uttered gravely, observing Jengar with concern. Now, Shiftry cried, gathering a whirlwind of leaves that surged toward Jengar. Jengar, evade with teleport. Xiao Feng grinned, shamelessly instructing Jengar to dodge the Leaf Storm, opting not to counterattack, but rather to see if the opponent could withstand 3 turns. Ugh, this is unbearable. What a distasteful strategy. Are the younger generations truly so underhanded? Mingbo sighed, rubbing his forehead while casting a glance at the grinning Xiao Feng. There's no choice. We must engage in close combat. Shiftry, use Quick Attack and follow it up with a critical hit. With no alternatives left, Mingbo commanded Shiftry to close the distance, preparing for a melee confrontation. In a flash, Shiftry glowed white and dashed forward, gathering dark energy to strike at Jengar. Your desires will not come to fruition. Jengar, utilize Phantom Force, Xiao Feng declared as Shiftry launched its attack, instructing Jengar to vanish into the void. Jengar, it smirked, disappearing from view as Shiftry's assault missed entirely, leaving the Pokémon bewildered and searching for its elusive opponent. How is this possible? It vanished into thin air. How am I to strike it? Silent and speechless, Mingbo gazed at the unfolding scene, momentarily stunned. Soon, the effect of the Song of Doom was triggered, causing the cunning Tengu to fall lifelessly to the ground, stripped of its combat capabilities. Haha, splendid work. Come forth, Gungue, we have triumphed. Xiao Feng shouted into the air, and Gungue gradually materialized. Oh, my headache is acting up. Return now, cunning Tengu. I must rely on you, Venusaur. Mingbo rubbed his temples and withdrew the cunning Tengu, releasing his final Pokémon. Name, Venusaur LV54. Number, 3. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Vine Whip, Petal Dance, Leaf Blade, Poison Powder, Solar Beam, Synthesis, Growth, Tackle. Base stats, HP 80, Physical Attack 82, Physical Defense 83, Special Attack 100, Special Defense 100, Speed 80, Total 525. The Venusaur from the starter trio, a worthy opponent indeed. Gungue. It's time to hand over the reins to Lizard King for a battle. Gungie. Understood. Boss. Gungue replied respectfully to Xiaofeng before gracefully drifting off the battlefield. Observing Venusaur, Xiaofeng substituted Gungue and sent Lizard King into the fray. For like Gungue, Lizard King had also recently evolved and required a fitting adversary. Go, Lizard King. Your first battle after evolution, Xiaofeng urged. Chaimo. Leave it to me, you rest. Lizard King nodded slightly at Xiaofeng, stepping forward to call out to Gungue, engaging in a friendly high five. Gungue. All good. Gungue responded and floated back to Xiaofeng's side. Phew, a change in combatants. Upon witnessing Gungue's exit, Mingbo inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Lizard King, close in with swift movements. Xiaofeng commanded, prompting Lizard King to advance towards the opponent. Chamo. Lizard King replied, sprinting towards Venusaur at breakneck speed, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. So fast. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Mingbo shouted in response to Lizard King's rapid approach. Venusaur, receiving the command, swiftly unleashed several sharp leaf blades towards the sprinting Lizard King. Lizard King, see through it and deliver consecutive strikes. Xiaofeng's command reached Lizard King's ears swiftly. A flash of green light glimmered in Lizard King's eyes as the incoming leaf blade attacks appeared to slow down, allowing Lizard King to deftly navigate through the gaps. Arriving right in front of Venusaur, with shimmering remnants of ethereal light in its hands, Lizard King unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes upon Venusaur's body. Venusaur, tackle. Send it flying. Mingbo called out urgently as Venusaur, amidst the relentless strikes, propelled itself forward with great force. Lizard King, teleport above and intercept the leaf blade. At that moment, Xiaofeng's voice pierced through to Lizard King, who instantly reacted, teleporting above Venusaur to evade the tackle attack. Then, executing a flawless 720-degree spin in midair. Lizard King descended, its leaf blades gleaming with a chilling light, cutting downwards and driving Venusaur deep into the ground. After landing the hit, do not linger. Teleport to create distance. Lizard King, remember you are an assassin. After striking, regardless of the result, we must retreat to prevent a counterattack. Xiaofeng's voice resounded again, and Lizard King promptly teleported back to Xiaofeng's side. Observing Xiaofeng's cautious demeanor, Mingbo found himself at a loss for words. My Venusaur didn't even graze your Lizard King, and yet you are so wary. Does it truly matter? He sighed, struggling to maintain composure. Venusaur, use growth, then solar beam. Mingbo commanded, his voice resonating in Venusaur's ears. Immediately, numerous roots emerged from Venusaur's body, burrowing into the ground as if to siphon power, thus augmenting its attack. Under the influence of the sunny weather, the colossal flower rapidly gathered solar energy, forming a beam directed at Lizard King. Lizard King, try that move. Use the skill swap. Xiaofeng instructed, observing the solar beam being unleashed. Thus, Lizard King and Venusaur became enveloped by a mysterious force, instantaneously exchanging positions. The bewildered Venusaur then found itself struck by its own enhanced solar beam, sustaining considerable damage. Lizard King, teleport in to finish it with a critical hit. Chamo. Haha. Lizard King grinned mischievously upon hearing Xiaofeng's command, teleporting behind Venusaur and concentrating a blade of energy in its hands, striking down towards Venusaur's vulnerable spot. With a cry, Venusaur trembled and collapsed to the ground, unable to move, having lost its combat capability. A collective gasp echoed around, filling the air with tension. Venusaur, are you alright? Mingbo rushed forward to check on Venusaur's condition. Oh well. Lizard King, well done. Xiaofeng scratched his nose, casting a peculiar glance at Lizard King, who was practicing its critical hit technique. Lizard King seems to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Mingbo, at that moment, genuinely wished to overturn the table in frustration. What is this skill? Teleportation was already absurd, and now there's this positional swap skill? I've never heard of it. And why attack from beneath? Am I surrounded by the old six? Mingbo fell silent. Well, Mingbo, how is your Venusaur? Is it alright? Xiaofeng awkwardly approached, cautiously inquiring about Venusaur's condition. Mingbo took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. It's fine. We'll head to the Pokémon Center for treatment. The Pokémon Center can heal anything as long as there's breath left. Yes. Xiaofeng scratched his head, nodding absently. After a long, contemplative gaze at Xiao Feng, Mingbo retrieved a badge from his jacket pocket and handed it to him. Here, this is for you. The Rainbow Gym Tournament badge. It is proof of your success in the challenge. Oh, thank you, Mingbo, Xiao Feng exclaimed, taking the badge with gratitude. I must be on my way now. I plan to continue my journey tomorrow. Farewell. With a hasty exit, Xiao Feng dashed out of the gym towards the Pokémon Center, amidst the odd stares of the onlookers. Watching Xiao Feng's retreating figure, Mingbo turned serious, addressing Elygia. After this incident, I hope you will focus more on the gym. Otherwise, I will consider replacing you. Do you understand? Why, yes, Master, Elygia replied, her gaze cast down, unable to meet Mingbo's eyes. As for Xiao Feng, I believe we shall meet again, Mingbo murmured, his gaze drifting back to where Xiao Feng had vanished. Chapter 32, Rainbow Arcade vs. Team Rocket 1. Back at the Pokémon Center, Xiao Feng reclined on his bed when a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 40 base stat points and an opportunity for a skill lottery. Would you like to draw? Oh, the task is complete. Lottery time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Force Turn forcibly turns the opponent to face away from you. Observing the newly acquired skill, Xiao Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, this skill is intriguing. Haha. System, allocate the 40 base stat points to Gung Gui's special attack. Ding. Points allocation successful. Please check. Name, Gung Gui LV39. Special attack, 130, 170, 130. Total, 500, 600, 130. After concluding the lottery, Xiao Feng contentedly closed his eyes and drifted off into slumber. The following morning, Xiao Feng awoke early, intending to visit the renowned arcade in Rainbow City for some amusement. After freshening up with his Pokémon, he shouldered his backpack and set off towards the arcade. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng and his companions arrived at the grandiose arcade of Rainbow City. Gazing at the imposing structure before them, he exclaimed, "Wow, this truly is the renowned arcade of Rainbow City. It's quite vast. Perhaps it would be more aptly named a gaming metropolis." In his previous life, the Pocket game seemed to suggest that it housed a base for Team Rocket, though he could not ascertain its authenticity. With his eyes sparkling with excitement, Xiao Feng swiftly entered the arcade. "Greetings and welcome, esteemed guest. What would you like to play?" An employee approached him as soon as he stepped inside. Xiao Feng inquired, "How does your exchange rate work here?" "Dear guest, we offer a rate of 10 spirit coins for 1 game coin," the employee explained. "Very well, I would like 100 game coins, please," Xiao Feng replied, producing 1,000 spirit coins from his backpack and handing them over. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Here are your game coins. May you have an enjoyable time." The employee took Xiao Feng's spirit coins to the counter, promptly returning with a beautifully crafted box containing the game coins. After receiving the game coins, Xiao Feng made his way to the prize exchange area, eyeing the showcased rewards. 1. 3D Dragon, 6,502. Mini Dragon, 4,603. Big Jaw, 2,504. Pippi, 755. Kaisi, 126. Specialty Stones from Deshagu, 200 each. Having perused the prize exchange prices, Xiao Feng ventured to the slot machine section, eager to test his luck. However, it soon became apparent that he was a veritable gaming black hole. In the blink of an eye, his 100 game coins dwindled to a mere 10. Ugh, what a farce, Xiao Feng lamented, scratching his head as he stared at the slot machine. He then glanced around, calling out, "Brother, help me. Host, cheating is not advisable." The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Brother, cheating goes against the heavens. Brother." Sigh. "All right, no problem, little brother. Just watch me." After calling out to the system twice, it finally ceased its admonishments. "Host, place your hand on the machine." "Oh, right." Xiao Feng complied, resting his hand on the lever of the slot machine. "Host, I have good news for you. In fact, you are not a gaming black hole. This slot machine has been tampered with. It contains a program that reduces the probability of winning, with only a few machines left unaltered, relying solely on luck to encounter those rare odds." The system's voice resounded once more in Xiao Feng's mind. Is it really that sinister? Xiao Feng gazed blankly at the slot machine. Enough chit-chat. I've hacked into the arcade system, and I've discovered something intriguing. Each gaming machine's program bears a large emblem, which is undoubtedly the mark of Team Rocket. Before Xiao Feng could react, the system shared another revelation. "Oh, is that so? Hee, since it truly is Team Rocket's base. I shall not hold back. Brother, I want to become fabulously wealthy." Xiao Feng chuckled, addressing the system in his mind. "Okay, host, pull the lever." The system responded to Xiao Feng's request. With a decisive pull of the lever, The screen displayed a series of spinning images before finally halting on 3 leopards. The sound of clattering coins echoed as they poured forth from the machine as if they were free. Xiao Feng collected the cascading game coins into his backpack and proceeded to other slot machines, pulling their levers to amass a fortune of game coins. He then returned to the prize exchange area of the arcade. "Hello, I would like to redeem some prizes," Xiao Feng announced to the prize exchange staff. "Of course, sir. What would you like to redeem?" the staff member inquired. "Are the specialty stones from Big Jaw handpicked or random?" Xiao Feng asked, glancing at the stones on display. "Sir, those can be selected at your discretion." Once he had made his selections, Xiao Feng allowed the system to scan the available stones, ultimately choosing 10. After handing over the game coins to the staff, he placed the stones into his backpack and emptied the remaining coins onto the counter. "By the way, I would also like to redeem a mini dragon and a 3D dragon," Xiao Feng added. A glint of cold light flashed in the employees' eyes. Yet they smiled and congratulated Xiao Feng as they handed him the Pokeballs containing the mini dragon and 3D dragon. "Ah, sir, you are quite fortunate. It seems you've won a considerable amount. Here are your prizes. Please accept them." "Hee, just a modest win, really. By the way, consider the surplus game coins as your tip." Xiao Feng feigned innocence, scratching his head with a silly grin. After redeeming the selected prizes, Xiao Feng bid farewell to the staff and leisurely exited the arcade. As he left the exchange area, the staff moved to a nearby empty wall, knocking twice before stating, "Keep an eye on that little brat who just left the exchange area. He has taken the mini dragon and 3D dragon. Once he ventures into a less crowded place, retrieve all the prizes." "Understood," came the reply from within. "Oh, they followed us, haven't they?" It appears none of those lucky individuals who previously visited the arcade managed to leave with their prizes unscathed. Xiao Feng sensed the commotion behind him. He then led his pursuers around a corner, utilizing his ability to vanish into thin air. As he did so, he observed 2 men wearing caps hastily approaching. Where did he go? How could this happen? Quickly, return to the base and report to the boss. As the 2 men rounded the corner and found Xiao Feng had vanished, they hurriedly ran back in a panic. Xiao Feng and his companions followed closely in the void, trailing the 2 men back to a small red house adjacent to the arcade. The men pulled back the floorboards in the small house's living room, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. "Wow, a secret passage. I've never seen one before. Electrode, incapacitate them," Xiao Feng exclaimed, marveling at the newly revealed staircase. His companions materialized from the void as the electrode struck the 2 men from behind with a couple of punches, rendering them unconscious on the floor. Chapter 33, Rainbow Arcade vs. Team Rocket 2. "Good job, good night," Xiao Feng said to the fallen men, pressing his palms together in a gesture of gratitude. He then fashioned their clothing into makeshift ropes, tossing them aside. After preparing everything, Xiao Feng and his companions used their ability to traverse the void, descending the staircase. Below lay a vast expanse of underground chambers constructed of sturdy steel, filled with numerous members of Team Rocket adorned with the emblem. Seeing this, Xiao Feng retreated and quietly pulled out his Pokédex, dialing the number of Miss Junsha he had encountered in Golden City. "Hello, Miss Junsha. This is the law-abiding citizen Xiao Feng. We've met before, and I wish to report that there is a Team Rocket base beneath the arcade in Rainbow City. Moreover, the arcade staff are likely members of Team Rocket as well. The entrance is located in the red house next door, with a staircase leading down in the living room. I secretly observed approximately 100 individuals inside." On the other end of the line, Miss Junsha's expression turned serious. "Thank you for your report, Xiao Feng. Please ensure your personal safety. I will contact Miss Junsha in Rainbow City immediately." "Understood. I await your good news, Miss Junsha. Goodbye." Xiao Feng concluded the call. Not long after hanging up, a cacophony of sirens erupted outside, followed by Miss Junsha arriving with hundreds of officers surrounding the arcade. The personnel inside the arcade were swiftly apprehended, and Miss Junsha led her team to the room, saluting Xiao Feng, who stood at the bottom of the staircase. "Greetings, Comrade Xiao Feng. I am Junsha from Rainbow City." Xiao Feng inquired. "Miss Junsha, do you have enough people?" "Thanks to your intelligence, we are well prepared, rest assured," Junsha affirmed, gazing intently at Xiao Feng with a firm nod. "All right, let us proceed," Xiao Feng declared to Miss Junsha, leading the way downwards, with her and the officers closely following behind. As the Team Rocket members inside noticed the sudden influx of law enforcement, they raised alarms, shouting, "Prepare for battle." A multitude of individuals swiftly gathered, confronting Xiao Feng and his companions, each retrieving several Pokeballs from their waists to unleash their Pokemon. Ah, what a splendid spectacle it was. A veritable harvest of points, as the time for collection had arrived. Xiaofeng watched as the members of Team Rocket released their Pokémon, their eyes gleaming with greed, urging the Charizards to launch their attacks. Miss Junsha, accompanied by law enforcement personnel, also summoned her Pokémon to commence the battle. The Charizards soared through the air, relentlessly unleashing flamethrower attacks, while the Electabuzz charged forward with a sweeping motion. Farmers executed alternating punches, and the Lizard King darted through the enemy Pokémon like a streak of green light. Gengar, too, transformed into a shadow, launching a surprise attack from the periphery. Xiaofeng's Pokémon exhibited an imposing stance, as though they had encircled their adversaries, leaving Miss Junsha and her companions utterly astonished. "Xiaofeng, you're incredible," she exclaimed. "Let us not be outdone, everyone. Onward." With renewed fervor, Miss Junsha directed the officers to continue their engagement in battle. As the system's announcements echoed in his ears, Xiaofeng caressed his cheeks, a look of bliss adorning his face. "Ah, this feels delightful." After some time, the members of Team Rocket began to retreat, their available Pokémon dwindling. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ranks of Team Rocket, bellowing, "Stand back. Boss Lance has arrived. Make way, for the boss is invincible." The voice resonated among the Team Rocket members. The newcomer donned a black Team Rocket uniform and a matching beret, his hair a striking shade of olive green. "Oh, it appears a heavyweight has entered the fray," Xiaofeng mused, a smirk gracing his lips. "Little brat, it would be wise for you to withdraw. I could overlook your previous transgressions." Lance regarded Xiaofeng with a dismissive snort. "Are all the executives of Team Rocket so audacious? The last ones caught, Apollo and Athena, were surrounded, yet still spouted bravado. Aren't they afraid of hurting their backs?" Xiaofeng remarked, bemused as he observed the oblivious Lance before him. "So, you are the one who captured Athena and her companions. Very well, let us settle this in earnest. Go, Nidoking." Lance's expression gradually turned grave. Name, Nidoking LV52. ID, 31. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Poison Point. Skills, Earth Power, Poison Jab, Double Kick, Stomp, Superpower, Iron Tail. Base stats, HP, 90, Attack, 92, Defense, 87, Special Attack, 75. Special Defense, 85, Speed, 76. Total, 505. Since the opponent is Nidoking, I'll leave it to you, Electabuzz. Xiaofeng called back the Electabuzz, which had been busy delivering punches. Nidoking, use Poison Jab. Lance initiated the first offensive move. Don't mind it, Electabuzz. Thunder Punch and charge ahead. Xiaofeng commanded, watching as the purple glowing Poison Jab approached. Roar, roar. Here it comes, little sister. Electabuzz shouted, surging forward to confront the Poison Jab. The Poison Jab struck Electabuzz with a series of clinks, rebounding harmlessly. Following this, Electabuzz executed a Thunder Punch, colliding with Nidoking, who was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The Poison Jab couldn't penetrate its defenses. Lance furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the Electabuzz in the arena. Nidoking, rise and charge with Stomp. Upon hearing Lance's command, Nidoking roared and leaped high into the air toward Electabuzz. Flash behind it, and use Ice Punch for a speed boost. Xiaofeng instructed, his demeanor cheerful as he observed Nidoking's ascent. Electabuzz swiftly complied, utilizing Flash to appear above Nidoking, delivering an Ice Punch that accelerated Nidoking's descent. With a resounding crash, Nidoking created a deep crater upon landing, its expression one of agony as frigid vapors emanated from its back. Electabuzz, grab its tail and throw it down. As Electabuzz descended, Xiaofeng issued another directive. Roar. Come on, darling. Electabuzz complied, seizing Nidoking by the tail, its muscles straining as it swung Nidoking high before slamming it back to the ground repeatedly, 10 times in total, until Nidoking lay dazed, its eyes glazed over, unable to continue fighting. Return, Lance commanded darkly, recalling the incapacitated Nidoking, before tossing out a new Pokeball. Go, Crobat. Name, Crobat LV56. ID, 169. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Skills, Cross Poison, Supersonic, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Slash, Toxic Fong, Thunderbolt, Acrobatics, Protect. Base stats, HP, 85, Attack, 90, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 130. Total, 535. As Crobat materialized in the arena, Lance immediately issued an attack order. Crobat, use Thunderbolt, followed by Cross Poison. Responding to the command, Crobat glowed with a white light as it swiftly approached Electabuzz, its forewings shimmering with a purple hue as it aimed for Electabuzz's head. Electabuzz, use Flash followed by Thunder Punch. Xiaofeng's orders reached Electabuzz' ears just in time. With a fierce growl, Electabuzz activated Flash, positioning itself behind Crobat, its fist crackling with electricity as it prepared to strike. Just as the blow was about to land, Lance shouted, "Crobat, protect!" Crobat conjured a yellow energy shield that absorbed Electabuzz's thunder punch, then quickly created distance between them. With a flourish of its wings, Crobat unleashed a flurry of air slashes towards Electabuzz. Seizing the opportunity, Electabuzz executed a switch move, eager to demonstrate that Crobat's blades were not as sharp as they seemed. "Electabuzz now?" Xiaofeng commanded. Electabuzz grinned mischievously, and as the air slashes closed in, it swiftly activated switch, resulting in a series of piercing sounds as the blade struck the now-replaced Crobat, splattering blood across the arena. Crobat's anguished cries echoed as it wobbled in the air, nearly losing its balance. "Crobat, steady yourself. Use supersonic," Lance shouted, his voice rising with urgency. Perhaps inspired by Lance's fervor, Crobat flapped its wings vigorously, gradually stabilizing itself, then turned to release an inaudible wave from its mouth. Caw, caw. The arena fell silent as if a raven had flown past, leaving Electabuzz scratching its head, bewildered by Crobat's open maw. How could this be? Not only is its body robust, but even supersonic has no effect? Lance's brow furrowed deeply, his voice darkening. In that case, Crobat, execute acrobatics and then strike its eyes with toxic fong, Lance commanded with a venomous intensity. Crobat dove, skimming the ground before soaring upward, aiming to bite Electabuzz's face. How bold of you to approach. Electabuzz, use force turn, and then unleash your most powerful brick break, Xiaofeng exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding drama. Roar, roar, little brother, turn and meet love. Electabuzz obeyed, chuckling, and executed the forced turn, causing Crobat, which had been charging in for a bite, to suddenly find itself facing away from Electabuzz. The electric shock beast, with unwavering determination, unleashed a brilliant white energy from its grasp, striking down upon the head of the crossbat with a resounding thud. The impact caused the veins in the creature's eyes to bulge, and it was subsequently slammed into the ground by the electric shock beast's arm, generating a further thunderous boom as it sank into the earth. Cracks radiated outward from the point of impact, centered around the crossbat, extending approximately 10 meters in every direction. Retracting its arm, the electric shock beast observed that the crossbat lay unconscious, stripped of its combat capabilities. Damn it! Lance roared in frustration. Don't be so bitter, my friend. You've been apprehended and are now adorned with a pair of silver bracelets. Miss Junsha, please apprehend him and ensure he does not escape. Xiaofeng gestured towards Junsha, observing Lance's demeanor. Understood, Mr. Xiaofeng. Junsha replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. The officers swiftly subdued Lance, restraining him with handcuffs. Kid, don't get too pleased with yourself. Our boss will not let this slide. Lance glared venomously at Xiaofeng. Oh really? Unfortunately. You won't get to witness it, Xiaofeng retorted dismissively, clicking his tongue. You. Lance was about to utter more, but Junsha interjected. Take him away, and ensure he is closely monitored. Threatening Mr. Xiaofeng in front of the police only adds to his crimes. Ultimately, Lance was escorted into a police vehicle and detained. The remaining members of Team Rocket, witnessing their leader's capture, rapidly lost their will to fight, their resistance dwindling as they were apprehended one by the officers. Once the dust settled, Junsha solemnly saluted Xiaofeng, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Xiaofeng. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Not at all. It was my duty, Miss Junsha. The subsequent matters are in your capable hands. Farewell. I must prepare to continue my journey, Xiaofeng responded, shaking his head and waving goodbye. Very well. We will handle everything from here. Rest assured, goodbye. Junsha waved back, leading the officers to attend to the aftermath. After Xiaofeng departed, he returned to the Pokémon Center to manage the prizes he had acquired at the arcade, particularly the 2 Pokémon. He planned to present the 3D dragon to Professor Oak, who he believed would find it intriguing. As for the mini dragon, Xiaofeng hoped to capture it for himself, as he held a fondness for it. After all, its final evolution into Dragonite was quite impressive, adorable yet majestic. However, he needed to respect its wishes. Should the mini dragon refuse, he would not force the issue. In a clearing before the Pokémon Center, Xiaofeng tossed a Pokeball. Come forth, mini dragon. A flash of white light revealed the mini dragon standing cautiously in the open space, its body trembling slightly. Hello, mini dragon. My name is Xiaofeng. Please do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. The villains who captured you have already been taken away by the police, and you are safe now. Xiaofeng reassured, kneeling to meet the mini dragon's gaze with kindness. And I? Really? The mini-dragon tentatively responded. Indeed. Xiaofeng smiled in reply. And I. You can understand me. The mini-dragon exclaimed, curiosity piqued as it uttered a few soft calls. Yes, I can indeed understand. Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively. And I. It seems you are a good person. My mother once told me that those who understand us are not bad. But I can no longer see my mother. The mini-dragon's vigilance waned, revealing a hint of sorrow. Seeing the mini-dragon's distress, Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss for words, though he could surmise some of its plight. Taking a deep breath, he smiled gently and explained the creature's future. Now, mini-dragon, you are safe. I can take you to a very secure place where many Pokémon will be there to play with you. There, they want for nothing, and it is a splendid place. Alternatively, you may consider joining my team, becoming my Pokémon, and traveling with me to explore the world beyond. The choice is entirely yours. After a long moment of contemplation, the mini-dragon gazed at the smiling Xiaofeng and made its decision. And I want to see the outside world with you. Is that so? Haha, welcome aboard, mini-dragon. I look forward to your companionship, Xiaofeng exclaimed, extending his right hand toward the mini-dragon in greeting. And I. Thank you, Xiaofeng. The mini-dragon draped its tail over Xiaofeng's hand. After the mini-dragon joined his team, Xiaofeng equipped it with all the skills he had obtained thus far. Reflecting on the spoils of battle, he noted a total gain of 265 base stat points. He allocated 50 points each to the physical attack of Charizard, Electric Shock Beast, and Lizard King, 50 points to the special attack of Gengar, and the remaining 65 points to the mini-dragon's physical attack. Name: Charizard X, LV 53, physical attack, 84, 130, 230 special attack, 109, 130, 170 speed, 100, 140 total, 534, 634, 440 name. Electric Shock Beast LV 50, physical attack, 83, 322 total, 540, 322 name. Lizard King LV 45, physical attack, 85, 174 speed, 120, total, 530, 267 name. Gengar LV 40, special attack, 130, 170, 180 total, 500, 600, 180 name. Mini Dragon LV 20, ID, 147 type, Dragon ability, Shed Skin skills, Bind. Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility. Dragon Pulse, inherited, base stats, HP, 41 physical attack, 64-65 physical defense, 45 special attack, 50 special defense, 58 speed, 50 total, 365 after distributing the points. The mini-dragon joyfully climbed onto Xiaofeng's neck, acting as a scarf. Xiaofeng felt a refreshing chill, a perfect remedy for the summer heat. Subsequently, Xiaofeng contacted Professor Oak through the Pokémon Center to explain the origins of the 3D dragon. Professor Oak expressed considerable interest, and Xiaofeng subsequently transmitted the 3D dragon to him. Once matters were settled, Xiaofeng stroked his chin thoughtfully before visiting a hardware store to purchase a large wrench and 2 steel rods, each half a meter long and as thick as his arm. After the recent event, Xiaofeng realized the necessity of having a reliable weapon for ambushes. No, for battles. With preparations complete, Xiaofeng officially set forth, determined to challenge the Shallow Red Gym in Shallow Red City. As he traversed the path to Shallow Red City, Xiaofeng and his companions weaved through the forest, delighting in the Pokémon they encountered along the way. In the midst of their leveling journey, they came upon a colossal mountain standing majestically before them, piercing the clouds. Wow, what a towering peak! Where are we, everyone? Charge ahead. Let us see the view from the summit. It must be splendid, Xiaofeng exclaimed, gazing upward with sparkling eyes, urging his companions to race toward the mountain's pinnacle. As they ascended, Xiaofeng suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way, as if it were sinking underfoot. Just as he pondered this, a cascade of enormous boulders tumbled down the mountainside toward him and his group. This is a familiar plot. How cliché, Xiaofeng thought, his face darkening. Isn't this the kind of scene you see in movies? Electric Shock Beast, smash those falling rocks. Roar. Watch this, boss, the Electric Shock Beast responded, gathering energy in its hands. With a flash of electricity, it swiftly approached the nearest boulder, leaping high and striking down with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the boulder was struck, embedding itself into the ground before splitting apart and shattering into pieces. Charging forward to confront the oncoming boulders, flames, thunder, and ice alternated in a magnificent display, shattering the rolling stones that were aimed at Xiaofeng and his companions. Well done, Electric. Xiaofeng praised his companion, continuing to lead the group of sprites onward. Along the way, various traps such as arrows and darts were systematically dismantled by Xiaofeng's team. After a considerable time, they arrived at a midway point on the mountain, where a long staircase made of colossal stones ascended, approximately 100 meters wide. Every 10 meters on either side stood a stone platform, each adorned with a basketball-sized orb at its center. As Xiaofeng set foot on the stone staircase, the orbs on both sides of the path suddenly illuminated, radiating light that stretched toward the summit. What a peculiar setup. Surely, they must have some wealth at home. We still have quite a distance to the peak, Xiaofeng mused, gazing at the extended staircase. With renewed determination, he and the sprites pressed onward, and after an extensive journey, they gradually approached the pinnacle of the mountain. Upon stepping onto the final stair, a grand and magnificent palace came into view, with a vast arena in front that bore a resemblance to a battlefield for sprites. Flanking the grand entrance were two lifelike stone sculptures, unmistakably the figures of a Gyarados and a Dragonite. As Xiaofeng entered the arena, the eyes of the Gyarados statue flickered with crimson light, its stone form gradually shedding fragments as it began to approach the battlefield, wings unfurling to soar above. Incredible, the statue has come to life. What sorcery is this? Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Name, Gyarados LV56. ID, 373. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Moves, Wing Attack, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Protect, Bite, Dragon Claw, Body Slam. Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Crunch, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Hurricane. Base Stats. HP, 95. Attack, 135. Defense, 80. Special Attack, 110. Special Defense, 80. Speed, 100. Total, 600. Description, sealed within the stone statue by a mysterious force. Must we battle to proceed? Very well, Lizard King, I entrust this opponent to you. Xiaofeng nodded at Lizard King, indicating it was time to engage. Chemo, watch this. Lizard King locked eyes with Xiaofeng, flexing its arms in a show of confidence as it strode forward. As Lizard King entered the arena, Gyarados unleashed a torrent of flames, a massive jet of fire surging towards it. Lizard King, use Quick Attack to evade, then close in. Xiaofeng's voice resonated in Lizard King's ears just as Gyarados launched its fiery assault. Chemo. Lizard King swiftly transformed into a streak of green light, dodging the inferno and, in the blink of an eye, found itself positioned diagonally beneath Gyarados. Seeing Lizard King approach, Gyarados hastily concluded its fire attack, flapping its wings vigorously as a whirlwind spiraled upward, threatening to sweep Lizard King away. Lizard King, teleport upwards and unleash Leaf Blade upon it. Xiaofeng commanded, observing the center of the whirlwind. Chemo. Lizard King raised its arms, summoning the Leaf Blade, teleporting above Gyarados, and then striking down fiercely. The attack reflected two green streaks of light in Gyarados' eyes, delivering a powerful blow to its head. With a resounding whoosh, Gyarados was propelled through the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Lizard King landed lightly on its feet. Now, while it's down, use Sunny Day, then follow up with Solar Beam. Xiaofeng instructed, as Gyarados struggled on the ground. Lizard King launched a white energy sphere into the sky, which exploded in a brilliant display, bathing the arena in sunlight. Almost immediately, white orbs began to coalesce at the base of Lizard King's back, channeling energy into its mouth, from which a radiant beam erupted toward Gyarados. Gyarados, catching sight of the incoming solar beam, swiftly adjusted its position, conjuring a yellow energy shield to block the attack, which subsequently scattered around its perimeter. Quick reflexes. Lizard King, use Quick Attack to close the distance. Chemo. Lizard King dashed forward, a streak of white light surging towards Gyarados. As it advanced, Gyarados opened its gaping maw, gathering yellow energy to unleash a powerful hyper beam directed at Lizard King. Observing the impending attack, Xiaofeng shouted urgently, Lizard King, it's immobilized. Teleport in front of it, and execute the force switch to land a critical hit. Chemo, here we go, my little darling. Lizard King grinned, and, hearing Xiaofeng's command, deftly dodged the hyper beam, then used the force switch to turn Gyarados around, its glimmering blade poised to strike at Gyarados' vulnerable spot. Gyarados let out a heart-wrenching wail, tears welling in its eyes as it collapsed, its body turning a pallid gray. So, the essence of the statue remains genuine even in battle. This technique truly preserves the original spirit. Xiaofeng pondered, stroking his chin while observing the lamenting form of Gyarados. At that moment, Gyarados experienced a torrent of memories flashing before its eyes. Oh, has it lost the will to fight? Lizard King, granted a swift end with the critical hit. Xiaofeng, feeling a pang of compassion, instructed Lizard King to deliver a final blow, his expression reflecting sympathy. Chamo. Double kill. Lizard King smirked sinisterly, unleashing a wave of energy toward the fallen Gyarados. New wounds combined with old, creating a double dose of agony. Gyarados' eyes bulged, and as its pupils dilated and faded, it ultimately succumbed, ending its nefarious existence since awakening. At the moment Gyarados lost consciousness, it transformed into a red light, darting toward the left side of the palace entrance. Reverting once more to its stone form, though this time, the sculpture's eyes appeared less lifelike than before. Almost immediately, the right-side Dragonite statue's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, coming to life in a manner similar to Gyarados stepping into the arena. However, Dragonite's gaze reflected a peculiar complexity as it swallowed nervously. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Dragonite's mind. Had it not been for the constraints of this place, it would have preferred to stay away entirely. Name: Dragonite LV65. ID: 149. Type: Dragon, Flying. Ability: Inner Focus. Moves: Air Slash, Dragon Tail, Agility, Outrage, Light Screen, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, Draco Meteor, Dragon Breath. Base stats: HP: 91. Attack: 134. Defense: 95. Special Attack: 100. Special Defense: 100. Speed: 80. Total: 600. Oh, it's the hefty Dragonite. No, wait, it's Dragonite. Return, Lizard King. I entrust this battle to you, Gengar. Mega Evolve. After reviewing Dragonite's stats, Xiaofeng recalled Lizard King, allowing Gengar to take the stage. Gum. Watch this. Gengar grinned widely, performing acrobatics in midair as it floated into the arena. Almost instantaneously, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Gengar, and in the blink of an eye, a white silhouette materialized in the battlefield, signifying Gengar's completed Mega Evolution. Upon witnessing Xiaofeng withdraw Lizard King, Dragonite exhaled deeply, steeling itself with curiosity towards this unfamiliar sprite. Unable to discern its next move, it flapped its wings, ascending into the air and launching several white air slashes toward Gengar. Gengar, utilize Shadow Ball. Xiaofeng commanded, directing Gengar to engage in the offensive. The ghost Pokémon, Gung Ghost, immediately began to gather energy, and a massive Shadow Ball swiftly took shape, launching itself towards the air blade that was hurtling towards Dragonite. Upon contact, the Shadow Ball consumed the air blade in a mere instant, continuing its relentless assault towards Dragonite. Observing this, Dragonite quickly executed a move to accelerate, flapping its wings to evade the Shadow Ball's range of attack. Then, a thunderous crack erupted from the antenna atop its head as a powerful thunderbolt descended towards Gung Ghost. Gung Ghost nimbly evaded the strike and unleashed a dark pulse. Following the command, Gung Ghost's form gradually faded away, successfully dodging the thunderbolt before reappearing, unleashing a column of dark pulse that struck Dragonite squarely, sending it careening backwards several meters before it plummeted towards the ground. Just as Dragonite was about to crash, it frantically flapped its wings and unleashed Dragon Breath, using the recoil to return to the air and stabilize its position. Now, Dragonite regarded Gung Ghost with grave concern. The damage it had sustained was alarmingly severe. With just one blow, it had incurred grave injuries, its body marred with numerous cracks. A fierce glow ignited in Dragonite's eyes as it launched an energy ball into the sky, which subsequently erupted, showering Gung Ghost with a barrage of meteor-like attacks. This was the Dragon Meteor technique. Gung Ghost, use swap. Came Little Wind's voice, and Gung Ghost immediately activated the swap ability, exchanging its position with Dragonite. Dragonite, momentarily dazed, was struck by its own Dragon Meteor, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds and a cloud of dust enveloping the arena. As the dust settled, Dragonite, battered and breathless, stood amidst a field of craters. Coming back to its senses, Dragonite furiously concentrated destructive energy in its mouth, unleashing a beam of annihilation towards Gung Ghost. Truly, it was a Dragon-type Pokémon. Its resilience was remarkable. In that case, Gung Ghost utilized Shadow Sneak. Little Wind commanded, observing the furious Dragonite. Heeding the command, Gung Ghost dove into the shadows, evading the beam of destruction. Moments later, it emerged beneath Dragonite, which was immobilized due to the aftereffects of the beam, helplessly watching as Gung Ghost's claws, radiating dark energy, aimed for its vulnerable underbelly. The pain of the earth is unfathomable. Dragonite let out a long, mournful wail, a tragic lament, before its legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. With its forelimbs crossed and body leaning forward, its head struck the ground heavily, eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Ah, poor creature, may you find happiness in your remaining days. Little Wind sighed with pity upon witnessing Dragonite's condition. I hope you have sweet dreams, my friend. End it. Gung Ghost. Use hypnosis followed by nightmare. Watching Dragonite kneeling, Little Wind resolved to have Gung Ghost usher it into a beautiful slumber. Jingar, Jingar. Wishing you joy, my friend, Gung Ghost chirped innocently, bending down to cast hypnosis upon Dragonite's eyes. The latter's gaze grew foggy as it slowly succumbed to sleep, and Gung Ghost enveloped it in a shroud of darkness. Dragonite, now under hypnosis, contorted in agony, trembling as its eyes gradually dulled, losing the will to fight. I hope you don't mind. Sweet dreams and nightmares are quite similar after all, differing by just a word. Wouldn't you agree? Look, you're already fast asleep. Little Wind mused, stroking his nose as he spoke to the now incapacitated Dragonite. Once Dragonite succumbed to unconsciousness, it, alongside its counterpart, Gyarados, transformed into a radiant crimson light, reverting to stone statues at the right side of the palace entrance, devoid of their former luster. With a resounding click, as the two stone figures returned, the grand doors began to slowly open from within. Witnessing this, Little Wind stepped forward with his Pokémon, entering the palace. In an instant, he was blinded by a dazzling golden light. Inside the palace, every detail exuded an unmistakable aura of wealth. 8 grand, golden pillars stood tall on each side, further enhancing the overwhelming impression of opulence. At the center was a triangular golden platform, upon which rested a magnificent golden treasure chest. Goodness, this is outrageous. Such wastefulness. Little Wind exclaimed, hastily ascending the platform and caressing the chest, tears of dismay streaming down his cheeks. With a swift motion, he opened the chest, and his face was instantly illuminated by a kaleidoscope of radiant treasures. A multitude of evolutionary stones, estimated to number in the hundreds, alongside numerous pairs of corresponding megastones, and 2 fist-sized orbs emitting a colorful glow, inscribed with draconic patterns within, lay before him. My backpack cannot hold all of this. Perhaps I should carry the chest too? Little Wind pondered, gazing at the trove, but as he slightly lifted the treasure chest, the palace erupted with a thunderous noise, as if it were about to collapse. Embarrassed, he quickly withdrew his hand, pouting, "Humph, what a miser. I don't need it anyway." Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the treasure chest. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he began to sift through its contents. According to the system's prompt, the 2 draconic orbs could be used for the evolution of his Dragonair. The megastones caught Little Wind's eye, prompting him to select those that would be beneficial for him. At the forefront was the megastone for Lizard King. Though it was regrettable that he had not acquired it before its evolution, it would have been perfect, akin to Charizard and the others. Nonetheless, it was not too late. Perfection could not always be pursued. He subsequently gathered the megastones for Gyarados, Salamence, Sharpedo, Gardevoir, and Swampert, leaving behind those he found unremarkable. As he had little interest in Pokémon like Beedrill, he selected several appealing evolutionary stones until his backpack was filled to capacity. Content with his haul. Little Wind patted his backpack and departed the palace with his Pokémon. With a bulging backpack, he and his Pokémon stood at the edge of the palace, gazing down at the breathtaking scenery below, a delightful experience indeed. Everyone, let us head down. Ha! With a hearty laugh, Little Wind dashed towards the path they had come from, followed closely by his exuberant Pokémon. Roars echoed behind them, but unbeknownst to Little Wind, the treasure chest had miraculously refilled with the same wondrous treasures. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly risked everything to carry it away. Chapter 37. The Pokémon Fighting Tournament. Having departed from the mountaintop palace, Little Wind and his companions made their way towards Shallow Red City, primarily focusing on helping Dragonair level up, resulting in a swift elevation of 5 levels, reaching level 25. The early stages of leveling were quite rapid, and he equipped the Megastone for Lizard King. Name: Lizard King. Mega. Base stats: HP, 70 physical attack, 85, 110, 174 physical defense, 65, 75, special attack, 105, 145, special defense, 85 speed, 120, 145, 93 total, 530, 630, 267 as they walked. Suddenly, a poster flew through the air and landed squarely on Little Wind's face. "Uft, what is this?" he exclaimed, peeling the poster away to reveal, "Pokémon Fighting Tournament?" The Pokémon gathered around, intrigued by the announcement. "Oh, this seems interesting. Electivire, what do you think about this?" Little Wind inquired, glancing at his sidekick. "Roar. A little bit." Electivire nodded slightly. "All right, let us hurry and register. It says here that registration ends today, and the tournament starts tomorrow." With Electivire's agreement, Little Wind led his Pokémon to the registration point as indicated on the poster, receiving a number tag, number 88. They then found a nearby inn to rest for the night. During this time, Little Wind whimsically taught Electivire various fighting moves he had seen on television in his previous life, and to his surprise, Electivire executed them quite convincingly. Moves such as shoulder throws, knee strikes, elbow strikes, and knee lifts. As the clock struck 7:30 the following morning, Xiaofeng and his companions entered the colossal arena. Arriving well ahead of the competition that was set to commence in half an hour, Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings, noting the 5 grand battle platforms within the venue, each comparable in size to the esteemed Pokémon battle arenas. The central stage was flanked by 4 others at the cardinal points, with only the central platform being utilized during the finals. Surrounding these stages were numerous spectator seats, reminiscent of a grand MMA fighting event from a previous life, but on a significantly enlarged scale. Subsequently, Xiaofeng and his team made their way to the contestants' lounge, where many participants were already engaged in warm-up exercises. Xiaofeng glanced at his electric beast, who appeared to require no such preparation, before leading his Pokémon to a corner sofa where they reclined in a relaxed manner. Time flew by, and soon the competition commenced, with cheers erupting from outside. Contestants steadily exited the lounge, heading towards various numbered platforms to compete. Within the lounge, a large screen displayed the bustling scene of the battle arena, teeming with spectators and vibrant excitement. Contestant number 88, please proceed to platform number 3 for your match. The announcement echoed 3 times within the lounge. Oh, it's our turn. Let's go, everyone. Xiaofeng exclaimed as he led his Pokémon to stage 3. Electric Beast, take the stage, he commanded, gesturing to his Pokémon. With a determined roar, the electric beast leapt onto the platform, where an opposing contestant's Pokémon was already in position. Name, Howoli LV36. The sound of a bell rang from the judges' table, signaling the official start of the battle. Howoli, use Karate Chop. The opponent initiated the attack, and Howoli charged towards the electric beast, his hands glowing with white light, descending with a powerful chop. Electric Beast, catch it, and use a shoulder throw. Just as Howoli was about to strike the electric beast, Xiaofeng's voice resonated in its ears. Reacting swiftly, the electric beast seized Howoli's wrist with both hands, extended a leg forward, executed a swift turn, and hoisted Howoli onto its shoulder before forcefully throwing him downwards. Thud! Howoli landed heavily on his back, letting out a pained cry. Follow up with an elbow attack. Before Howoli could recover, Xiaofeng's command rang out again. The fallen Howoli's eyes reflected the electric beast's elbow, which was rapidly descending. Bang! The impact of the electric beast's elbow striking Howoli's face echoed through the arena, leaving Howoli bloodied and embedded into the ground. As the electric beast lifted its elbow, Howoli lay incapacitated, his eyes glazed over, no longer capable of battle. Howoli, are you alright? The opposing trainer rushed to retrieve his defeated Pokémon, anxiously recalling him into his Pokeball and sprinting towards the arena's exit. Wow, that ended quickly. I thought it would last a bit longer, Xiaofeng remarked, observing the hasty departure of his opponent. Congratulations, contestant number 88 has advanced to the top 32. Please take a short break, as your next match will commence shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng returned to the lounge. Soon enough, the announcement echoed again, and fortune smiled upon him as he was called back to platform number 3. Both Pokémon ascended the stage, and the match officially began. Glancing at the older gentleman across from him, along with his Abichan, Xiaofeng felt a sense of déjà vu suddenly. It struck him. Wasn't this the man from the anime who had taken Ash's Infernape? Well, never mind. It has nothing to do with me. Abichan, charge in and use Comet Punch. The older trainer seized the opportunity as he noticed Xiaofeng momentarily distracted, launching an immediate attack. Electric Beast, pivot and use a knee strike. Xiaofeng commanded, regaining his focus as the opponent made the first move. Just as Abichan's fists were about to connect with the electric beast, an invisible force caused it to spin around, facing away from Abichan. The electric beast then wrapped its arms around Abichan's neck, driving its knee into Abichan's waist. Abichan felt a searing pain rip through its midsection, its eyes bulging wide, the whites of its eyes turning crimson. Gradually, its pupils dulled, losing focus. Electric Beast, release it. It can no longer battle. Xiaofeng called out, noticing Abichan's silence. The forced pivot technique is truly effective, he thought. Roar, roar, all right. Understood. The electric beast complied, releasing its hold. Abichan, lacking support, crumpled to the ground. The electric beast gazed at the fallen Abichan, raising its right foot in a manner that suggested it was still eager for more. Abichan, are you all right? The older trainer rushed to check on his fallen Pokémon. Having successfully reached the top 16, Xiaofeng returned to the lounge with his electric beast. He settled back into the familiar corner, savoring the ambience. Shortly after he reclined, the older gentleman entered the lounge, standing before Xiaofeng. With a look of concern, he said, "Young man, I see great potential in your electric beast. Would you consider letting me train it? I guarantee it will become the next champion." Xiaofeng, exasperated, retorted loudly, "What did you say? You want me to entrust my electric beast to you? Are you out of your mind? You couldn't even defeat my electric beast. Why would I need your training? I've never encountered someone so brazenly shameless." The surrounding onlookers murmured and pointed at the older man, amused by Xiaofeng's boldness. What? What do you mean?" The older man stammered. "Get lost, or I'll have my electric beast teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the electric beast raised its hand, ready to confront the shameless older man, causing him to pale and flee in terror. "Honestly, he probably only deceives gullible trainers," Xiaofeng scoffed, watching the man scurry away. Chapter 38, The Pokémon Fighting Tournament 2. After sending the older man on his way, the time had come for the round of 16 matches. Contestant number 88, please proceed to platform number 1 for your match. "It's our turn again, Electric Beast. Let's go," Xiaofeng declared as he led his electric beast to platform number 1. Oh, check it out. You're here to party, right?" At that moment, the opposing trainer had already arrived, animatedly gesturing and rapping, clad in oversized clothing adorned with a mouthful of gold teeth, a hefty gold chain around his neck, and a pair of triangular sunglasses perched on his nose. Xiaofeng regarded the hip-hop-styled young man with an expression of disbelief. On the platform stood a frogadier, ready for battle. "What on earth is that? Retreat, retreat, retreat," Xiaofeng urged. "Electric Beast, finish this quickly." He signaled to his Pokémon to expedite the combat. Ding! The match commenced. "Frogadier, use water gun." The hip-hop trainer eagerly commanded his Pokémon to attack. "You think you can show off? Electric Beast, use body slam to ram it. Then execute a 360-degree spinning kick," Xiaofeng instructed. Hearing his commands, the electric beast swiftly assumed its stance, preparing to unleash its power. With a powerful thrust of its waist, the electric beast propelled itself forward, sending the incoming frogadier flying towards the ropes of the arena, which bounced it back at high speed. In a dazzling display, the electric beast executed a 360-degree spin, launching its right leg towards the returning frogadier, striking it squarely in its vulnerable underbelly. A cracking sound echoed through the arena, reminiscent of something shattering. Frogadier's complexion shifted from blue to red, then to a pale hue as it clutched its abdomen and collapsed. Upon hitting the ground, it convulsed, the impact having been devastating. The audience gasped collectively. "Oh my God, Frogadier, are you alright?" The hip-hop trainer's expression turned grave as he scrambled onto the platform, kneeling beside his fallen Pokémon. "After a long period of flipping through, I tossed aside the handkerchief representing my concession. I returned my swift swimming frog to its pokeball and fled from this sorrowful place. Ahem, congratulations to contestant number 88 for advancing to the top 8. Please take a brief respite as we anticipate the upcoming quarterfinals. Alas, what a nuisance having to wait." The early finisher, Xiaofeng, sighed as he observed the ongoing fierce battles at the nearby arenas, then slumped back onto the bench in the rest area. Finally, just as Xiaofeng was on the verge of dozing off, the announcement rang out. This time, Xiaofeng found himself at arena number 4, facing a lovely girl with twin ponytails. Her Pokémon, Shavalin, was already poised for battle. How could such a beautiful girl have such questionable taste? "Go, Electabuzz." Xiaofeng glanced at the girl, and then at Shavalin on the arena, sighed, and commanded Electabuzz to take the stage. "I've heard of you, the Eggbreaker." The girl shouted boldly, looking at Xiaofeng. "Eggbreaker? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Who came up with it? Tell me," Xiaofeng exclaimed, his teeth sharpening with irritation as he directed his voice at the girl. "Oh, don't mind that. My Shavalin is your nemesis. After all, it's a female Pokémon." "Haha." The girl laughed heartily, disregarding Xiaofeng. Impressive, that works too." Xiaofeng looked at her with a face full of disbelief. Just as he was about to retort, the sound of a bell announced the start of the match. "Hee Shavalin, go. Show them the flexibility of us girls. Use flying kick." At the commencement of the battle, Shavalin, responding to the girl's command, dashed forward and leaped high. One leg bent while the other extended to deliver a kick at Electabuzz. "You're quite brave, aren't you? I assume you've never seen One Punch Man." Xiaofeng directed Electabuzz. "Uppercut it. Roar." Electabuzz shouted as it swung its arm upward, striking Shavalin's kick right in the groin, sending her soaring into the air, her face turning crimson. Then, with a powerful leap, Electabuzz matched Shavalin's altitude, grasped her, and hurled her downward, ultimately using gravity to slam down on Shavalin. Bang! Shavalin was pinned beneath Electabuzz. The ground caved in, embedding half of her body into it, leaving her motionless. Seeing this, Electabuzz stood up and walked away. "Wake up, Shavalin!" The girl cried, her eyes red, tears streaming as she climbed onto the arena to shake Shavalin. This is a clear lack of real-world experience. How could she aim for the enemy's weak spot? Xiao Feng mused, scratching his nose at the sight of the girl weeping. Seeing that shaking Shavalin was futile, the girl shot Xiao Feng a fierce glare, quickly recalled her Pokémon, and rushed off to seek medical assistance. Congratulations to contestant number 88 for entering the semifinals. Please take a moment to rest before the semifinals commence. Ignoring the girl, Xiao Feng returned to the rest area, familiar territory that felt like home. Soon, all matches concluded, and Xiao Feng re-entered the arena for the semifinals, taking center stage at arena number 2. His opponent was a pointy-chinned boy with a 2/8 hairstyle, standing beside his Pokémon. Infernape. Upon seeing Xiao Feng approach, the boy flicked his glossy black hair and remarked, "Your luck ends here. Just forfeit and don't waste my time. After I win the championship, I have a hair appointment to attend." Xiao Feng, perplexed, thought, "What a troublesome encounter. This is just my luck." Ding. The match began. Electabuzz. Make it quick. Use Thunder Punch to finish him. Xiao Feng swiftly commanded as the match commenced. Electabuzz, hearing the command, darted towards the opponent with incredible speed, its fists crackling with electricity. To Infernape, the fist appeared to grow larger, and before it could react, Electabuzz landed a powerful blow to Infernape's face, causing its features to cave in. Then, it smashed down towards the boy standing below, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, rendering Infernape unable to continue fighting. "Oh, my apologies for interrupting your hair appointment. You now have all the time in the world. No need to thank me. Farewell, or rather, never again." Xiao Feng's voice echoed in the stunned boy's ears as he left the arena, ignoring the boy's protests, and returned to the rest area to await the final match. Chapter 39, Xiao Lu takes the stage. Time flew by like a white horse. The moment for the finals finally arrived. Xiao Feng approached arena number 1 for the finals and met the gaze of his opponent. A spiky-haired boy donned a green shirt, with a black short-sleeved shirt underneath, and an unknown necklace hanging from his neck, accompanied by a Machoke. "Oh, heh, it's you, Xiao Lu. Long time no see." Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Xiao Feng waved cheerfully. "Xiao Feng, really, you ran off too fast. You didn't even wait for me and Xiao Qi." Xiao Lu bellowed at him. "Well, I heard the call of the gentle breeze. You can't blame me." Xiao Feng awkwardly scratched his head. "Since we've met here, how about a 3v3 battle after this match? I'd like to show you the fruits of my training." "Oh, that sounds good. By the way, I see you've caught a Machoke." Xiao Feng nodded, eyeing the Machoke beside Xiao Lu, stroking his chin, thinking, could this be a female Machoke? Hee. Seeing Xiao Feng's peculiar expression, Xiao Lu facepalmed in exasperation. "I caught this to help the old man, but since there's a match here, I brought it along for fun." "Oh, I see." Xiao Feng's expression mirrored understanding. Gentlemen, are you ready? Can we start the finals?" Just as Xiao Feng and Xiao Lu were about to continue their conversation, a voice interjected. My apologies, referee. We're ready to begin. Go, Electabuzz. Go, Machoke." Name, Machoke LV42 ID. 68 type. Fighting ability. No guard skills. Karate chop, cross chop, earthquake, bulk up, detect, wake up slap. Base stats. HP, 90, attack, 130, defense, 80. Special attack, 65, special defense, 85, speed, 55, total, 505. Upon the referee's reminder, both Xiao Feng and Xiao Lu sent their Pokémon onto the arena. This could be tricky. I can't go easy on him. If Xiao Lu has any secrets, I might just get pounded by the old man. Xiao Feng murmured to himself as he eyed Xiao Lu. Machoke, use Karate Chop. Noticing Xiao Feng's in action, Xiao Lu broke the stalemate, directing Machoke to attack. Electabuzz, use Flame Punch. Xiao Feng, determined to fight fair against Xiao Lu's Machoke, instructed Electabuzz. Roar. Electabuzz, albeit confused, executed Xiao Feng's command with precision. Flames ignited around its fist as it swung towards the approaching Machoke. At the moment of contact between Flame Punch and Karate Chop, Machoke could only watch as its attack was effortlessly dismantled by Electabuzz. The fiery fist struck with overwhelming force, hammering down on Machoke. Bang! Machoke was sent flying, crashing against the arena's pillar with a loud crack, followed by a pained howl. What astonishing power! Xiao Lu gulped, astonished by the unfolding scene. Oh, it didn't lose its fighting capability. Your Machoke is quite impressive. In that case, Electabuzz, charge in and use Ice Punch. Machoke, Don't take it head-on, dodge. Xiaolu shouted urgently as he saw Electabuzz charging forward. However, Machoke seemed to ignore the command, crossing its arms and glowing with intense white light. Is that so? You don't want to dodge? Then let us go all out. As he gazed at the energy coalescing in the hands of his Machamp, Xiaolu took a deep breath and shouted, "What is going on, brother? You are making me look like the villain here." Xiaofeng looked on in silence at the spirited Xiaolu and the Machamp. Yet, reality was harsh. Machamp's cross-chop was swiftly nullified by the ice punch of the Electivire, leaving Machamp completely frozen and incapacitated. "Phew, come back, Machamp. You've done exceedingly well." Xiaolu composed himself and returned Machamp, then turned to Xiaofeng and said, "Congratulations, brother Xiaofeng. You are the champion of the tournament." Xiaofeng ultimately triumphed in the battle, securing the championship belt, which the Electivire proudly fastened around his waist. He flaunted it to Charizard and the others, and although he faced a bit of reprimand from the assembled Pokémon, the smile on his face never diminished. In the treatment center for competitors, Xiaofeng and Xiaolu sat across from each other on two resting chairs, awaiting Machamp's recovery. "Have you seen Xiaoqi since his travels?" Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. "That guy, just like you, has been relentless in his training journey with his Pokémon. I haven't seen him at all," Xiaolu responded, shrugging his shoulders helplessly. Is that so? Let us not dwell on that. Once Machamp's treatment is over, are you sure you want to battle?" Xiaofeng smiled awkwardly. "Yes, I want to understand the difference between you and me, brother Xiaofeng," Xiaolu affirmed with determination, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he glanced at the Pokémon beside Xiaofeng. "In that case, let us grab a bite to eat. By the time we finish, Machamp should be ready for battle. Then we can commence." Xiaofeng nodded at Xiaolu's enthusiasm and led him and the Pokémon to a nearby fast food outlet. Afterward, the two retrieved Machamp and found an open, deserted area to battle, creating a suitable distance for their confrontation. "You go." Xiaofeng directed his gaze toward his shadow. To Xiaolu's astonishment, a rounded figure gradually floated up from Xiaofeng's shadow, its crimson gaze locking onto Xiaolu. "So, brother Xiaofeng, you've been hiding another trick, huh? Gengar? This is going to be interesting," Xiaolu murmured as he pulled out a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it into the air. "In that case, it's your turn, Arcanine. Name, Arcanine LV44, ID, 59 type, Fire ability, Justified. Dream ability increases attack upon receiving Dark-type attacks. Moves, Fire Fong, Flame Charge, Crunch, Extreme Speed. Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Protect, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Bite. Base stats, HP, 90, Attack, 110, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 90. Total, 555. Indeed. It must be said, Xiaolu, your luck is simply extraordinary with that dream ability, Xiaofeng mused as he regarded Arcanine's stats, stroking his chin. Then, he called out to Xiaolu. "It's your turn, Xiaolu." "Well then, brother Xiaofeng, I won't hold back. Arcanine, use Flamethrower." Xiaolu commanded with determination as Arcanine gathered orange flames in its mouth and unleashed them towards Gengar. "Gengar, counter with Shadow Ball." Xiaofeng's command swiftly reached Gengar, who concentrated Dark-type energy in its hands, forming a massive Shadow Ball in the blink of an eye, pushing it towards the oncoming Flamethrower. The Shadow Ball enveloped the Flamethrower, growing larger in Arcanine's eyes as it hurtled toward it. "Arcanine, dodge with extreme speed, and then use Fire Spin," Xiaolu urged, his voice rising. Responding to the command, Arcanine immediately halted its Flamethrower, enveloped itself in a swirling wind, and sprinted sideways with great speed to evade the Shadow Ball's direct assault. Once in position, Arcanine ignited fiercely, spinning and launching a fiery vortex towards Gengar. "Gengar, float," Xiaofeng instructed calmly, observing the incoming fire spin. "Gengar." Gengar grinned, its form slightly levitating, vanishing into the air as the fiery vortex missed its target entirely. Where did it go? Xiaolu's pupils dilated in shock as he witnessed Gengar's sudden disappearance. Quickly, he commanded Arcanine. "Arcanine, fire flames in all directions to force it out." Arcanine executed Xiaolu's orders precisely, shooting flames into the surroundings, yet Gengar's presence remained elusive. "Why can't I see it?" Xiaolu murmured in disbelief. "Gengar, use Dazzling Gleam." Suddenly, Xiaofeng's voice pierced through Xiaolu's thoughts as Gengar appeared from Arcanine's left side, unleashing a mysterious wave of energy toward it. "Watch out, Arcanine, dodge!" Xiaolu shouted urgently. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dazzling gleam struck Arcanine, who began to feel disoriented as the world spun around it. Losing sight of the enemy and hearing nothing from the outside, in a state of confusion, Arcanine began to attack wildly. This is bad. Xiaolu sighed. Watching Arcanine succumb to confusion. Jengar, finish it with Dark Pulse. Xiaofeng's command resonated in Xiaolu's ears as Jengar unleashed a Dark Pulse that struck the disoriented Arcanine with precision. Boom. Arcanine was sent flying by the Dark Pulse, crashing heavily against a nearby rock, which cracked ominously, fissures radiating outward from the impact point. When the force dissipated, Arcanine collapsed to the ground, dazed and unable to continue fighting. You've performed admirably, Arcanine. Return. Xiaolu praised the incapacitated Arcanine, recalling it into its Pokeball before tossing out a new one. Brother Xiaofeng's Jengar is formidable. Now it's your turn, Pidgeot. Name, Pidgeot LV48, ID, 18 type. Normal, flying ability, Big Peck's moves, Quick Attack, Tailwind, Hurricane, Air Slash. Mimic, Hyper Beam, Brave Bird, Protect, Feather Dance. Base stats, HP, 83, Attack, 80, Defense, 75, Special Attack, 70, Special Defense, 70, Speed, 101. Total, 479. Jengar, return. I'm counting on you now, Sceptile. Xiaofeng called back Jengar upon seeing Xiaolu switch to Pidgeot and sent out Sceptile. He then shared a mysterious smile with Xiaolu, raising his right arm and pulling back the sleeve of his shirt to reveal a handcrafted wooden bracelet intricately woven with vines, adorned with a mystical orb. Displaying it before Xiaolu. Xiaolu, let me show you something remarkable. Sceptile, transcend your limits. Mega Evolve. As Xiaofeng's words fell, both his bracelet and Sceptile emitted a dazzling 7-colored glow, which converged together, causing Sceptile's form to transform. When the brilliance faded, a newly evolved Sceptile stood before Xiaolu. The fully evolved Sceptile can still evolve further. Xiaolu exclaimed, eyes glimmering with excitement as he gazed at Xiaofeng. This is called Mega Evolution, also referred to as Mega Evolving. It first appeared in the Kalos region. You'll understand more as you continue your journey. For now, let us resume the battle. Xiaofeng explained, gesturing for the fight to continue. All right, brother Xiaofeng. I too will have my own Mega Evolution in the future. Now, let me witness its power. Xiaolu nodded vigorously, a spark of determination in his eyes, then commanded Pidgeot, Pidgeot, use Tailwind. After the majestic Pidgeot received the command, it swiftly unfurled its enormous wings, stirring the surrounding winds into a tempest directed towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, go forth at high speed. Little Wind called out, observing Pidgeot's movements. Chamo. The Lizard King nodded in acknowledgement, breaking through the gale as it surged towards Pidgeot, leaving a trail of afterimages that flickered across the field. Pidgeot, watching the Lizard King's ever-changing position, flapped its wings in a state of panic, attempting to locate the elusive figure of its opponent. Now is the time, Lizard King. Leap and execute cross-cut. Little Wind's gaze remained fixed on the Lizard King, and as it entered Pidgeot's blind spot, he swiftly issued the command. Chamo, responded the Lizard King, and in an instant, it crossed its arms, summoning a pair of white blades, then leaped high to match Pidgeot's altitude, swinging its crossed arms forward to unleash a cross-shaped energy blade aimed directly at Pidgeot. Watch out. Pidgeot, quickly use Protect. Little Green shouted anxiously at Pidgeot. Out of the corner of its eye, Pidgeot noticed the approaching energy blade and hurriedly attempted to conjure a protective shield. However, the Lizard King's speed was overwhelming, and before the shield could fully materialize, the attack struck Pidgeot. A sharp sound echoed as the blade sliced through flesh. The Lizard King's cross cut left a deep, bone-revealing gash on Pidgeot's body, and under the force of the blow, it plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous crash, debris flew and smoke enveloped the area. As the dust settled, Pidgeot lay gasping for breath at the bottom of a pit several meters deep. Oh, it hasn't lost its fighting ability. It seems the Protect shield was only partially formed, mitigating some of the damage, Little Wind mused, stroking his chin upon realizing Pidgeot was still in the fight. Pidgeot, quickly use Roost, then unleash Solar Beam. Seeing that Pidgeot had not yet succumbed, Little Green let out a sigh of relief and commanded it to recover. Surrounded by a green glow, Pidgeot was enveloped in feathers, its injuries gradually stabilizing and healing, before gathering orange energy in its beak, releasing a beam imbued with destructive power towards the Lizard King. Lizard King, dodge with agility. Little Wind instructed as the solar beam sped towards its target. With a flash, the Lizard King danced like a specter, zigzagging to evade the destructive beam while closing in on Pidgeot's pit. To Pidgeot, the Lizard King appeared as a ghostly figure, looming larger until it stood directly before him, blocking out the light from above. Finish it, Lizard King. Execute a series of slashes. Little Wind's command rang in Pidgeot's ears, and before Pidgeot could react to the glint of the Lizard King's blade, it was struck multiple times. Pidgeot slowly closed its eyes, its head drooping as it succumbed to defeat. Return, Pidgeot. You performed admirably. Little Green praised Pidgeot as he recalled it, akin to how one would commend a faithful companion. Lizard King, return. Excellent work. Little Wind called back the Lizard King. Chamo. It responded, its form shimmering with a rainbow of colors as it reverted to its original state. Will it revert back to its original form again? Little Green inquired in astonishment upon witnessing the transformation. Now, for the next match, you shall take the stage, Charizard. Little Wind gestured towards Charizard after the Lizard King returned. Roar. Charizard responded, stepping forward to stand before Little Wind. Ah, Charizard, my initial Pokémon and perhaps the mightiest. Little Green inhaled deeply and exhaled, tossing a Pokeball containing a water-type Pokémon into the arena. In a flash of white light, a rotund turtle-like Pokémon appeared opposite Charizard. Name, Blastoise LV50. Number, 9. Type, Water. Ability, Rain Dish, restores HP in rain. Moves, Rapid Spin, Rain Dance, Protect, Water Pulse, Water Tail, Hydro Pump, Water Gun, Shell Smash. Base stats, HP, 79, Attack, 83, Defense, 100, Special Attack, 85, Special Defense, 105, Speed, 78. Total, 530. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Little Green commanded. And Blastoise raised its voice to the sky. Kame. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered overhead, rumbling ominously. Drip. A single drop of rain fell, followed by a deluge that soaked the entire battlefield. Charizard felt the raindrops pelting down, yet as a fire-type Pokémon, it remained unfazed. Oh, with the Rain Dish ability. It aims to enhance its endurance. In that case, Charizard, use Agility. Little Wind remarked, allowing the rain to drench his face as he directed his gaze towards Charizard. Roar. Charizard replied, flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of white light as it darted towards Blastoise. Observing Charizard's approach, Little Green shouted, Blastoise, counter with Hydro Pump. Blastoise, receiving the command, extended its cannons and aimed at Charizard, unleashing two powerful jets of water that surged towards the oncoming fire dragon. Charizard, use Dragon Claw and charge forward. Little Wind instructed as Charizard condensed green energy into massive claws, aiming to strike the incoming Hydro Pump. In an instant, the water jets were torn asunder, scattering to either side as Charizard surged forward. Little Green's eyes widened in alarm. Protect, Blastoise. Just as Charizard's claws were about to make contact, a barrier materialized, absorbing the impact with a crackle as it showed signs of fracturing. Charizard, use Iron Tail. Roar. Shatter it. Little Wind commanded, and Charizard howled, its tail ignited with flames and gleaming with metallic sheen as it swung at the barrier. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and the Iron Tail struck Blastoise squarely in the face. Blastoise was sent hurtling sideways, crashing through several trees before finally coming to rest on the ground. A pained cry echoing from its direction. Hearing the sound, Little Green called out in concern, Blastoise, are you alright? Kame, came the reply, as Blastoise, covered in injuries, shakily returned, leaning against a tree for support, clearly gravely wounded. Quite resilient, indeed, truly a remarkable Pokémon. And the Rain Dish ability certainly provides an advantage, Little Wind observed, stroking his chin as he assessed Blastoise. Very well, Blastoise, make your final stand. Use the combination of Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump. Little Green, seeing Blastoise's condition, decided to go all in with his last command. Kame. Blastoise responded with fervor, its body enveloped in water as it began to spin rapidly, launching itself into the air. Its head aimed at Charizard, glinting with metallic sheen as it zoomed forward like a spinning rocket. Charizard, let it have its moment. We shall also execute the combination of Agility and Flare Blitz, and show it who is truly the strongest, Little Wind declared. A smile gracing his lips as Charizard roared in agreement, its body ablaze as it charged forward, illuminated by a brilliant white glow. With the dazzling charge bolstered by a flash of lightning, the speed attained a terrifying enhancement. In the blink of an eye, Charizard collided with Blastoise. Bang! A resounding impact echoed, as Charizard maintained its trajectory, carrying the unconscious Blastoise forward, continuing its charge. Only after Charizard came to a halt did the incapacitated Blastoise tumble swiftly to the ground, creating a dent upon landing. Ah, a 3v3, total defeat. Brother Xiaofeng's Pokémon are too formidable, Xiaolu exclaimed, gazing at the unconscious Blastoise and the unscathed Charizard, scratching his head in frustration with a deep sigh. You've performed exceptionally well. Blastoise, now rest well. Xiaolu praised Blastoise before recalling it into its Pokeball for recuperation, preparing to take his Pokémon for treatment shortly thereafter. At that moment, Xiaofeng approached, carrying his returning Charizard. Brother Xiaofeng, you've won. Next time, I shall become stronger and challenge you. Xiaolu declared resolutely as Xiaofeng walked over. Is that so? Haha. Then best of luck. I must continue my journey now. It's time to bid farewell, Xiaofeng encouraged with a smile before suggesting their parting. Certainly. I also need to tend to my Pokémon. Farewell. Xiaolu nodded in response. Goodbye. Xiaofeng turned and waved, departing as he grew ever more distant in Xiaolu's eyes. Chapter 42. The Shallow Red Gym. After encountering Xiaolu and completing their 3v3 battle, Xiaofeng and his companions continued their journey towards Shallow Red City for training, during which their Pokémon experienced various levels of enhancement. Charizard LV55, Electabuzz LV52, Lizard King LV47, and Gengar LV43. Furthermore, Dratini reached its evolution level and subsequently evolved into Dragonair through the Dragon Scale. Name, Dragonair LV36, No. 147 type. Dragon ability, Shed Skin moves, Dragon Dive, Rain Dance. Aqua Tail, Bind, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, Dragon Pulse. Inherited, base stats, HP, 61, attack, 65, defense, 65, special attack, 70, special defense, 70, speed, 70. Total, 420. Following its evolution, Dratini no longer coiled around Xiaofeng's neck. It had grown larger and was capable of flight, thus occasionally floating beside Xiaofeng as Dragonair, exuding an air of elegance. At last, we have arrived in Shallow Red City. What a journey it has been. Sitting atop Dragonair's back, Xiaofeng gazed in delight at the bustling city before him. He then dashed towards the Pokémon Center with his Pokémon in tow. Ah, a comfortable bed. How I have missed you. Lying on the large bed in the center, Xiaofeng stretched luxuriously. After a restful night, he ventured to the Pokémon shop the following morning, exchanging all his evolutionary stones for Poke Dollars and spending a significant sum to expand his Pokémon's move sets. Charizard learned Overheat, Fire Punch, Earthquake, Shadow Claw. Electabuzz learned Meteor Mash, Sky Uppercut, Flying Knee Kick, Bulk Up, Detect, Thunder. Lizard King learned Shadow Clone, Dragon Pulse, Swords Dance, Leaf Storm, Detect. Gengar learned Poison Jab, Sludge Bomb, Toxic Spikes, Psychic Will-O-Wisp. Dragonair learned Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle, Shadow Clone. After augmenting his Pokémon's move sets, Xiaofeng set out to locate the Shallow Red Gym. Is it truly wise to establish a gym in such a remote location? Xiaofeng grumbled as he stood before an ancient structure nestled in the woods, map in hand, before stepping forward to knock on the door. Hello, is anyone there? Xiaofeng called out loudly, noticing the absence of a response. Just as he was about to shout again, the door creaked open of its own accord. Sensing this, Xiaofeng and his Pokémon entered the gym. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut behind them. Xiaofeng turned, exasperated, to see the door firmly closed. At that moment, a curvaceous silhouette flickered into view nearby. I see you. Your feet are sticking out. How is that possible? You can see through my perfect concealment technique. The figure exclaimed in panic as a black orb fell from their grasp. Instantly, a thick black mist enveloped the area, obscuring Xiaofeng and his companion's vision. When the mist dissipated, the figure had vanished. A voice echoed from afar. Humph, if you have the skill, find me inside the gym, and I shall allow you to challenge it. Ah, what a hassle. Come on, everyone. Xiaofeng sighed as he led his Pokémon into the wooden interior of the gym, traversing a long corridor and ascending the stairs to the second floor, where he was greeted by a spherical Pokémon crackling with electricity. Xiaofeng swiftly dodged, kicking the impending explosive electric ball away, which collided with the distant wall. Bang! The electric ball detonated, blasting a hole through the wall. Really now, attempting to ambush me? You ought to reconsider. Xiaofeng dusted himself off. Continuing onward, Xiaofeng and his group collided with a transparent wall, which shattered into pieces under their combined might. Undeterred, Xiaofeng pressed on until he reached a dead end. Observing the lack of an exit, he stroked his chin and smirked. No way out? Then let us carve a path. Electabuzz demolished the surrounding walls. Roar! Watch me. Electabuzz cackled, flexing its arms and striding forward to confront the wall. Just as its arm was about to make contact, a frantic shout echoed. Wait, stop. The door is here. Don't tear it down. Repairs are costly. Hee, have you finally emerged? Stand down, Electabuzz. Xiaofeng grinned at the figure hurriedly stepping out from a concealed door. Follow me. The figure rolled her eyes and ushered Xiaofeng into the competition room of the gym challenge. I am Ayako. You must defeat me to challenge the true gym leader, she stated. Very well. Let us commence swiftly, Xiaofeng sighed, signaling for the battle to begin. Go, Swablu. Ayako tossed out a Pokeball, summoning a round, fluffy Pokemon. Go. Dragonair. Use Iron Tail. Xiaofeng instructed, nodding at Dragonair. And I. Dragonair responded softly, soaring to Xiaofeng's side. Its elongated tail gleamed with a metallic sheen as it swiftly struck at the Swablu. With a resounding smack, Swablu was sent flying, crashing outside the arena, its eyes swirling. Rendered unable to battle, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Xiaofeng rubbed his nose and addressed Ayako. It appears I have emerged victorious. May I now meet the gym leader? Yu. Just as Ayako began to speak, an electric ball rolled in and exploded, releasing a thick plume of white smoke, from which a figure gradually emerged behind Ayako. Enough, Ayako, you are no match for him. Brother, he attacked unexpectedly. Ayako pouted in dissatisfaction. Greetings, young challenger. I am the gym leader, Aju. The emerging Aju disregarded his sister's complaints and introduced himself to Xiaofeng. Hello, gym leader Aju. I am Xiaofeng, here for the gym challenge. Xiaofeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The battle will be in a 2v2 format. Go, Butterfree. Aju succinctly outlined the battle format before tossing out a Pokeball. Name, Butterfree LV36, no, 49 type. Bug, Poison ability, Shield Dust moves, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder. Stun Spore, Confusion, Supersonic. Base stats, HP, 70, Attack, 65, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 90, Special Defense, 75, Speed, 90. Total, 450. Chapter 43, Shallow Red Gym 2. I still have Haxorus on my side. Go, Haxorus, use Quick Attack. Upon seeing the opposing Pokemon ready to engage, Xiaofeng promptly issued an attack command. Haxorus, like an arrow, swiftly darted towards Masquerain. Masquerain, use Stun Spore. Aju, witnessing Haxorus's rapid advance, quickly directed Masquerain. Following the command, Masquerain flapped its wings, enveloping itself in a cloud of yellow powder, which it blew towards the oncoming Haxorus. Haxorus, ignore the Stun Spore and get close to it, then use Dragon Tail. Xiaofeng's command echoed, and Haxorus, undeterred by the Stun Spore, pierced through its range to stand before Masquerain, its tail gathering a vibrant green energy. As if clad in a dense, elongated green energy armor, elegantly striking towards Masquerain's head. In Masquerain's eyes, a thick, green streak flashed past, followed by a sharp pain to its head, causing its world to spin and plummet towards the ground. Masquerain's head embedded itself into the earth, leaving its body upright above the surface, evidently struck at a critical point, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Return, Masquerain. To my surprise, the Stun Spore had no effect on it, and the opponent's damage exceeded my expectations. Gazing at the incapacitated Masquerain, and then at the seemingly unharmed Haxorus, Aju furrowed his brow deeply, recalling Masquerain into its Pokeball. Next, you go Zubat. Name, Zubat LV38. Having summoned Zubat, Xiaofeng promptly initiated an attack. Go, Haxorus. Use Shadow Clone. As Aju called forth a new Pokemon, Xiaofeng swiftly ordered an assault. And Haxorus responded, and suddenly, numerous illusory figures of Haxorus materialized, gradually advancing towards Zubat. Zubat, use Air Cutter indiscriminately. Aju's command reached Zubat's ears, and it immediately spread its wings, shimmering with white light, launching several air cutters towards Haxorus's shadow clones. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the clones were sliced apart by the air cutters. Ultimately, Haxorus's true form appeared not far from Zubat. Haxorus now? Use Bind. Seeing Haxorus reach Zubat's vicinity, Xiaofeng issued a further command. And Bind. Haxorus exclaimed with excitement, swiftly entwining itself around Zubat with lightning speed, exerting immense force to constrict. Zubat began to emit cracking sounds from its bones, contorting in agony. Zubat, use Toxic Fang. Force it to release. Witnessing Zubat's distressed expression, Aju shouted loudly. With unwavering determination, Zubat's fangs glimmered with a purple sheen as it bit ferociously at the Haxorus constricting it. A sharp crack echoed, and Zubat's teeth fell to the ground. Tears streamed down Zubat's face as it witnessed Haxorus tightening its grip, pain escalating until its eyes dulled. Losing the ability to fight. We've lost. Return, Zubat. Noticing Zubat was unable to continue, Aju promptly recalled Zubat. And is that it? Haxorus seemed reluctant to relent, pursing its lips. All right, return, Haxorus, it's over. Xiaofeng, observing Haxorus's appearance, scratched his head and called it back. Xiaofeng, congratulations. Here is the Shallow Red badge. Signifying your victory in the Shallow Red Gym Challenge. Please accept it. Aju approached, extending a heart-shaped pink badge to Xiaofeng. Thank you. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the badge and placed it in his backpack, then retrieved all the gym badges he had obtained to display before Aju. Aju, since the novice mode of the gym challenge has concluded, I hope to continue with the official gym battle. Oh, Xiaofeng, you have already acquired 5 official badges. Aju gazed in astonishment at the collection of badges before him, then smiled, saying, Haha, in that case, let us change the venue for our battle, as this place is no longer suitable for the official gym match. Leading Xiaofeng to a spacious area behind the gym, Aju explored the ground, pressing down firmly with his fingers, causing an enlarged standard battlefield to rise from the earth. The arena was impressive, adorned with towering boulders. Haha, come on, Xiaofeng, let the battle continue. Aju moved to the opposing command zone, laughing heartily at Xiaofeng. Please guide me well, Gym Leader Aju. Xiaofeng also stepped into the command zone, responding loudly to Aju. Go, Mook. Name, Mook LV66. Number, 89. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Touch. Skills, Gunk Shot Mud Bomb. Mud Shot, Sludge Bomb. Toxic, Protect, Poison Gas, Substitute. Base Stats, HP, 105. Attack, 105. Defense, 75. Special Attack, 65. Special Defense, 100. Speed, 50. Total, 500. Truly, the future Poison-type champion of the Chengdu region, surpassing level 60. Glancing at Mook's stats, Xiaofeng whispered in admiration. You've been chosen, Jengar. Jengar floated out from Xiaofeng's shadow, appearing before him. Observing the floating Jengar on the opposite side, Aju furrowed his brows. This Jengar seems somewhat different from the usual. Is it shiny? Just then, Xiaofeng's voice resonated once more in Aju's ears. Jengar, transcend yourself, Mega Evolve. Gum. Ga ga ga. Jengar let out several eerie howls, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, and as the light dissipated, a never-before-seen white-bodied Pokémon emerged before Aju, causing his pupils to dilate in astonishment. Jengar can evolve again. Jengar, use Will-O-Wisp. Before Aju could fully comprehend, Xiaofeng's command rang out, prompting Aju to steady his nerves and focus on the battle. Following Xiaofeng's directive, Jengar became enveloped in fiery energy, and a series of purple flames manifested before it, swiftly shooting towards Mook. Mook, use Protect. As the Will-O-Wisps surged towards the opposing side, Aju's voice reached Xiaofeng's ears. Then came the sounds of thuds as the flames struck Mook's protective barrier, causing ripples to emanate. Chapter 44, Shallow Red Gym 3. As the ghostly flames kept bombarding, the protective shield began to show cracks before shattering, revealing Mook's figure within. Mook, use Mud Bomb. Once the protective barrier was breached, Aju swiftly issued a counterattack command. Mook, drawing 2 clumps of sludge from its body, hurled them towards Jengar with incredible speed, resembling cannonballs. Jengar, unleash Dark Pulse to knock it down. Observing the unfolding situation, Xiaofeng quickly commanded Jengar. The copper coin-like eye on Jengar's forehead concentrated dark elemental energy, spinning rapidly. A massive wave of energy erupted, colliding with the mud bombs, which were consumed in an instant, surging forward to strike Mook's body, resulting in an explosion that enveloped it in thick, billowing smoke. Mook, now use Toxic. Before the smoke could dissipate, Aju's voice echoed in Xiaofeng's ears. Unbeknownst to him, Mook had opened its mouth, rapidly spewing forth a purple liquid towards Jengar. Was that a substitute that just got hit? When did it activate? Xiaofeng allowed Mook's toxic attack to strike Jengar without issuing any commands, murmuring to himself. The toxic liquid impacted Jengar's body, sliding off with a plop and landing on the ground. Aju, perplexed, ruffled his hair, now faced with the chaotic situation in silence. How could this be? Could it be a special ability of Jengar post-evolution? Is it immune to poison attacks? This is so frustrating. The information disparity is overwhelming. Hehe, Jengar. It's time to hunt. With a shadow ball shimmering in front of its face, it swiftly executed Air Slash. Xiaofeng noticed Aju's expression, chuckling softly, and then commanded Jengar. Jengar, unleash your power. Jengar conjured a colossal shadow ball. Then, in a flash, it appeared before Grimer, smashing the shadow ball directly into its face. Subsequently, Jengar slipped into the void, and upon contact with Grimer, the shadow ball erupted violently, causing rocks to shatter and explode around them, while Jengar remained unscathed in the void. Moments later, Jengar materialized before Xiaofeng. After the explosion subsided, Grimer, with its eyes swirling and its combat capabilities extinguished, lay before everyone in a deep crater. Come back, Grimer, you've done well. Now, it's your turn, Toxicroak. Ah Ju, with a grave expression, recalled Grimer. Took a deep breath, and threw another Pokeball. Name, Toxicroak LV66. ID, 454. Type, Fighting, Poison. Ability, Dry Skin. Skills, Dig, Brick Break, Aura Sphere, Cross Chop, Volt Switch. Mud Bomb, Sludge Wave, Poison Jab, Protect, Poison Sting. Base stats, HP, 83. Attack, 106. Defense, 65. Special Attack, 85. Special Defense, 65. Speed, 85. Total, 490. You've worked hard too, Jengar. Now, I entrust the battle to Electivire. Xiaofeng recalled Jengar and gestured toward Electivire nearby. Jengar. Understood, boss. Jengar nodded in response. Deactivating Mega Evolution, drifting back to Xiaofeng and exchanging a fist bump with Electivire before melting into Xiaofeng's shadow. Electivire thumped its chest, stepping into the battlefield to face Toxicroak. Electivire, use Bulk Up. Xiaofeng issued his command first. Roar. Watch me dazzle you. Electivire let out a fierce cry, raising its arms and clenching its fists tightly, its muscles bulging instantly, shimmering with a faint glow, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, and then repeatedly displayed its muscles in a series of bodybuilding poses. Observing Electivire flexing before him, Aju quickly commanded Toxicroak. Toxicroak, use Dig. Upon hearing the command, Toxicroak's knuckles glimmered with a white light as it began to excavate the ground at an astonishing speed, burrowing into the earth. Electivire, strike the ground with Brick Break. Smash it out. Seeing Toxicroak hidden beneath the earth, Xiaofeng shouted to the now bulked-up Electivire. Roar. Electivire roared, lifting its arm high, radiating a brilliant white light, and then forcefully struck the ground. The ground trembled violently from the impact, shattering and collapsing, sending debris flying in all directions. It wasn't long before. Unable to withstand the tremors, Toxicroak emerged in agony from the hole it had dug. Aju frowned at the sight, and then spoke. Toxicroak, use Aura Sphere. The pale Toxicroak complied, cupping its hands, a yellow energy sphere gradually forming, which it then propelled forcefully towards Electivire. Xiaofeng, observing the incoming Aura Sphere, instructed Electivire, time it right, and use Switcheroo. Electivire, upon receiving the command, waited until the Aura Sphere was about to strike before activating Switcheroo, swapping places with Toxicroak. Boom. The Toxicroak that had switched places was struck by its own Aura Sphere, leaving it battered and bruised. What just happened? We swapped positions. Aju's pupils dilated in shock as he watched Toxicroak suffer from its own attack. Before Aju could regain his composure, Xiaofeng continued issuing commands to Electivire. Charge in and use Fire Punch. Electivire complied, leaping into the air, its right hand clenched into a fist, flames roaring to life around it as it swung fiercely at Toxicroak. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Toxicroak, quickly use Protect to block it. Instantly, a yellow energy shield enveloped Toxicroak. Bang! Electivire's Fire Punch collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, causing it to tremble violently. Electivire, break it down with Sky Uppercut. Upon seeing the Fire Punch thwarted, Xiaofeng's voice resounded once more in Electivire's ears. Roar! Roar! Experience Flight, my friend. Following the command, Electivire shouted twice, tucking its left arm to its side, enveloped in radiant white light, and then struck upward towards Toxicroak within the shield. With a crack, the shield shattered, and Electivire's fist struck Toxicroak's chin with tremendous force. Toxicroak felt a sharp pain in its jaw, followed by the rush of wind as it was launched skyward. Now's your chance, Electivire. Use Teleport, and then follow up with Flying Knee to its waist. Seeing this opportunity, Xiaofeng shouted decisively to Electivire. In an instant, Electivire teleported to the same height behind Toxicroak, its right knee bent, and fiercely aimed a knee strike at Toxicroak's midsection. Boom. The impact on Toxicroak's waist caused a deep indentation, and its face instantly flushed with a hue of blue. Frog. Damn it, Toxicroak wailed, propelled higher into the air from the force. It then plummeted, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a thud, Toxicroak lay sprawled on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, as if seeing visions of its ancestors. Its eyes rolled back, losing all combat capability. What is this? Unknown Pokémon, unfamiliar skills. And why do they always aim at those spots? Aju groaned, massaging his temples as he recalled the incapacitated Toxicroak, muttering in frustration. We did it. Well done, Electivire. Xiaofeng praised the returning Electivire. As the match concluded, Aju approached Xiaofeng, retrieving a scroll and handing it to him. Opening it revealed the emblem of the Shallow Red Gym's official tournament. Congratulations, Xiaofeng. This is rightfully yours. Aju congratulated him warmly. Thank you, Gym Leader Aju. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude as he accepted the badge. Since I've achieved my goal, I shall take my leave now, Gym Leader Aju and Ayako. Farewell. All right. Goodbye. With the badge in hand, Xiaofeng bid farewell to the two and turned to leave the gym. As he stepped outside, a notification echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 40 base stat points and 1 opportunity for skill lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Upon hearing the reward, Xiaofeng silently requested the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Insert in mouth. Skill effect. Summons an indestructible iron rod of adjustable size into the enemy's mouth, interrupting any mouth-related skill casting. Oh, a skill that interrupts casting? Quite impressive. Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction at his new skill. Chapter 45, Pokémon Hunter Old K1. System, allocate the 40 base stat points to Charizard's attack. Ding. Points allocation successful. Please check. Name, Charizard, X, LV 55. Attack, 84, 130, 270. Special attack, 109, 130, 170. Speed, 100, 140. Total, 534, 634, 480. Xiaofeng and his companions continued their journey towards Honglian City. In a remote mountainous area, they were enjoying a delicious lunch. Just as Xiaofeng was about to bring food to his mouth, a sudden loud explosion startled him, causing the food to drop from his hand. A colossal symbol appeared above his head, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light as he gazed towards the source of the explosion. He then rose, leading his Pokémon towards the site of the commotion. As I traversed the narrow, winding path through the dense forest, my gaze was drawn to an expansive lake glistening under the sun. At the water's edge stood a group of 15 or 16 peculiar figures adorned in strange masks, among whom 4 or 5 were incessantly pouring an unknown green liquid into the lake. The spirits inhabiting the waters were fiercely engaging in battle against the human spirits on the shore. The leader, a man donning a jester's mask, commanded his accompanying Venusaur to unleash powerful solar beams towards the lake, producing resounding booms that echoed through the air. In that moment, my attention fixated on the jester. Oh, it's you, you scoundrel. I could tell at a glance you were no good. I cursed under my breath, swiftly retrieving a steel rod from my backpack, murmuring, Xiaofeng, activate your teleportation skill. In an instant, I teleported behind the jester and thrust the steel rod upward into him with a sickening squelch. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing all the humans and spirits to cease their actions and turn toward the source of the cry. There, sprawled on the ground, was the jester, his rear elevated high, with a steel rod as thick as an arm protruding from him, while a boy with eyes glowing red stood behind him, his right hand raised aloft. A chorus of gasps filled the air, and I felt the red light in my eyes dim considerably as I discreetly tucked my right hand behind me, forcing a chuckle. My apologies. I was merely passing through. Please, continue. I feigned innocence, attempting to retreat. Who are you, you fiend, to launch a sneak attack upon me? The jester's voice rang out, interrupting my departure. Forgive me, sir. Are you all right? That must hurt. Allow me to assist you. I turned my gaze back to the jester, scratching my head sheepishly. Before he could react, I swiftly gripped the steel rod and yanked it out. Damn it. The jester shrieked once more. Does that hurt, sir? Would you like me to put it back? I inquired with feigned concern. Then, without waiting for his response, I inserted the bloodied rod back into him. Wah. The jester's body turned ashen, and sobs escaped his lips. Seize him. A voice finally called out from the crowd, snapping them into action. Realizing the peril of my situation, I vanished from sight. No, he has gone. Could he be a ghost? Panic ensued amongst the onlookers. I utilized my agility to rejoin my companions, the Charizards, and drew a wrench from my backpack. Raising it above my head as I commanded the spirits, everyone, attack them. The spirits rallied with fervor, charging towards their adversaries, and I followed closely, delivering a swift blow to a lone masked henchman, knocking him unconscious. In mere moments, the opposition was left with just the Venusaur, valiantly shielding against the attacks of the lake's spirits. Oh, lovely spirit, how unfortunate to be in the company of thieves. Charizard unleashed Dragon Claw, observing the struggling Venusaur. I signaled Charizard to strike. Roar! Charizard bellowed, summoning its claws, and soared towards the protective barrier surrounding the Venusaur, swinging its arm. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and Charizard's claws struck true. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as the Venusaur was sent sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. We gathered all the masked individuals, stripping them of their garments and binding them together with the discarded fabric. My heart ached for the spirits, now sorrowful as the green liquid spread from the lake. I delivered a swift kick to the jester's embedded steel rod, eliciting another tremor of agony from him. Is there anyone else? I heard footsteps and turned to the distant tree line. Beneath a large tree stood a man wearing a faceless mask. The faceless man sneered at the bound henchmen. Useless wretches. I leave for but a moment, and you allow yourselves to be captured. What good are you to me? Oh, so you fancy yourself formidable. I scoffed in response. Heh, at least I'm more than a match for you. By the way, I am Old K, a renowned spirit hunter. Remember that. I intended to contaminate the water source to lure the Water Lord, but you've meddled in my plans. Thus, you shall not be spared. Go forth, Gyarados. With a proud grin, Old K tossed a pokeball into the air. Name, Gyarados LV54. ID, 130. Type, Flying, Water. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Hydro Pump, Waterfall, Dragon Rage, Hurricane. Base stats, HP, 95, Attack, 125, Defense, 79, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 100, Speed, 81. Total, 540. Use Hurricane. Old K commanded as Gyarados unleashed a flurry of tornadoes that spiraled toward me and my team. Xiaowang, I entrust you with this. Use Leaf Blade to cut through it. I instructed my Lizard King calmly. With a nod, Lizard King raised its arms, crossing them over its chest. In an instant, 2 blades of grass energy coalesced, and it dashed toward the oncoming tornado, leaping high into the air to swing its blades. Swish, swish. The sound of slicing air rang out as Lizard King cleaved through the approaching hurricane, dissipating it into thin air. How is this possible? You actually cleaved through Gyarados' hurricane. Old K exclaimed in disbelief. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. A glimmer of malevolence crossed Old K's eyes as he issued the command. Now, Lizard King, pierce its throat. I shouted as Gyarados prepared to unleash its attack. With a mighty cry, Lizard King conjured a thick iron rod, thrusting it into Gyarados' mouth, choking it. With a thunderous explosion, Gyarados' Hydro Pump detonated within its own throat. Now's your chance, Lizard King. Execute Leaf Blade. I urged, adhering to the principle of seizing the moment. Lizard King vanished and reappeared around Gyarados, each strike leaving deep, bone-cutting gashes upon its body. Moments later, Lizard King returned to its original position, watching Gyarados quietly. With a thud, Gyarados' eyes glazed over, and its head dropped to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Pathetic wretch. You shall pay for this, little brat. Old K glared at me, his eyes filled with malice, before turning to retreat into the depths of the forest. Seeing Old K attempt to flee, I teleported behind him and struck him on the back of the head with my wrench. He collapsed to the ground, and I followed up with a series of kicks. Take that. So, you're called Old K, eh? You think you can threaten me while destroying the lake's ecosystem? How audacious. I cursed as I continued my assault. Everyone, pull me back. My spirits quickly intervened, attempting to calm my fury, fearing that this Old K might end up meeting a fate worse than death if I had my way. Perhaps it was best to leave him in Miss Junch's hands. What shall we do now? After Xiao Feng calmed his emotions, he gazed at the polluted lake before him, scratching his head in contemplation. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves of the dense forest, causing the branches to sway, while the foliage danced in the breeze. A long, melodious sound wafted into Xiao Feng's ears from behind. Turning around, he beheld a petite girl with purple hair and red eyes. No, it was a 4-legged sprite with cascading purple waves and crimson orbs, materializing behind Xiao Feng and his companions. This sprite was none other than the embodiment of the North Wind, the Water Lord. Name, Water Lord LV65. ID, 245. Type, Water. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Mist, Quick Attack. Water Pulse, Hydro Pump, Aurora Beam, Wind, Bubble Beam, Mirror Coat, Ice Beam, Absolute Zero, Reflective Wall. Base stats, HP, 100. Physical Attack, 75. Physical Defense, 115. Special Attack, 90. Special Defense, 115. Speed, 85. Total, 580. The Water Lord leapt gracefully into the polluted lake, and with a few gentle hops, transformed it into a crystal-clear expanse. Is this the power of purification? Truly extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a temporary quest. Acquire 10 strands of the Water Lord's exquisite hair. Reward, 100 base stat points. Oh, a quest has been triggered? Upon realizing the task involved obtaining the Water Lord's hair, Xiao Feng rubbed his nose and tentatively addressed the now purified Water Lord, who had returned to the shore. Hello, Waterlord, my name is Xiaofeng. Might we strike a deal? Could you grant me 10 strands of your hair? Human, what do you require my hair for? Inquired the Waterlord. Well, it's a bit complicated. I can't quite explain it right now, and I'm unsure of its purpose. Xiaofeng shrugged helplessly, thinking he couldn't exactly say it was for the master. If you want it, you must first demonstrate your abilities. The Waterlord pondered for a moment, sensing a familiar warmth from Xiaofeng, and thus nodded in agreement. It's fine if you decline, but wait, you agreed? Xiaofeng was taken aback, staring incredulously at the Waterlord. Yes. The Waterlord affirmed with another nod. Haha, splendid. I look forward to your guidance. Go forth, Charizard. Let it witness your prowess. Mega Evolve, Xiaofeng exclaimed, filled with joy as he summoned Charizard to battle. Roar. Charizard let out a mighty roar, soaring to stand before Xiaofeng, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of shimmering light as it transformed into Mega Charizard. The Waterlord, intrigued by the dramatic change in Charizard's appearance, blinked in curiosity. Subsequently, it gathered swirling water energy in its mouth, forming a massive water pulse sphere aimed at Charizard. Charizard, use Blast Burn, Xiaofeng commanded, his gaze fixed on the water pulse. Charizard, receiving the order, unleashed a torrent of azure flames, forming a colossal fiery letter aimed directly at the approaching water pulse. The water pulse collided with Charizard's Blast Burn, momentarily holding its ground before evaporating into vapor, while the fiery attack surged onward toward the Waterlord. Observing the impending strike, the Waterlord emitted a sound akin to slicing through the air. With the aid of Quick Attack, it deftly leapt aside, evading the fiery assault, and unleashed a radiant beam of light towards Charizard. Did it evade? Charizard, use Shadow Claw after dodging. Xiaofeng shouted rapidly. Roar. Charizard roared, executing a swift dodge to appear before the Waterlord, its hands enveloped in dark purple energy, forming a pair of shadowy claws to strike. With a clang, the shadow claws met an invisible barrier that shielded the Waterlord. Charizard, use Iron Tail while airborne. Seeing the initial attack falter, Xiaofeng issued a new command. In an instant, Charizard vanished, reappearing after passing through the transparent wall, its tail gleaming silver, delivering a powerful strike to the unsuspecting Waterlord. The impact sent the Waterlord crashing to the ground, causing the earth beneath it to fracture and tremble. Despite being battered and bruised, the Waterlord began to gather a formidable amount of ice elemental energy, preparing for a final counterattack. Charizard, don't let it succeed. Interrupt it with a bite. Then finish with Dragon Breath. Xiaofeng commanded. Charizard executed the newly acquired skill, thrusting a stick into the Waterlord's mouth, disrupting its energy accumulation. The Waterlord's eyes widened in shock, its expression dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard summoned a blue Dragon Breath, directing it toward the Waterlord's face. With a resounding thud, the Dragon Breath struck, leaving the Waterlord disoriented and in pain, as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiaofeng quietly retrieved his Pokédex and approached the Waterlord, snapping a series of photos. Then, he instructed his Lizard King to gather 10 strands of the Waterlord's hair. Chapter 47, The Sprite Egg and the Dragon Valley, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the quest, earning 100 base stat points. After capturing a perfect photo of the Waterlord, Xiaofeng fed several orange berries to it. Moments later, the Waterlord stirred back to consciousness, gazing at Xiaofeng with a complex expression, casting him a resentful glare. Ah ha ha, you're awake, Waterlord. Xiaofeng chuckled nervously upon meeting the Waterlord's gaze. Human, you must have achieved your goal while I was unconscious. It is time to part ways. I hope our next encounter finds us as allies, for that experience was quite unpleasant. The Waterlord sighed, bidding farewell to Xiaofeng. Rest assured, I am a genuinely good person, Xiaofeng declared, patting his chest with solemn assurance. The Waterlord rolled its eyes at Xiaofeng's promise, wearing an expression of disbelief. Before leaping away, after watching the Waterlord depart, Xiaofeng called Miss Junsha, who cast a curious glance at him as she escorted Old K and the others into a police vehicle. Ah, everyone, we must continue our journey. With the Waterlord's departure, matters had reached a conclusion, and Xiaofeng stretched, preparing to leave as well. Just as he was about to depart, sprites from the lake gathered around him, led by a Froakie cradling a water blue egg adorned with red spots, extending it towards Xiaofeng. Is this for me? Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled by the sprite egg. The Froakie nodded. Is that so? Thank you. I will take good care of it. Xiaofeng accepted the egg with both hands, cradling it lovingly in his arms, expressing his gratitude and promise. During his travels, by the riverside, Xiaofeng sat on the ground, gently caressing the sprite egg nestled in his arms, murmuring, Ah, darling, it's been 3 days. When will you hatch? This was Xiao Feng's first experience with independently hatching a sprite egg, and he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that a moment of excessive force might lead to a disastrous outcome. Perhaps sensing Xiao Feng's call, the sprite egg began to tremble, emitting a faint glow. Is it about to hatch? Xiao Feng exclaimed in excitement. Charizard and the others gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity. Moments later, the light intensified, enveloping the entire egg. Crack, crack. The sound of the shell breaking echoed as the light gradually faded, revealing a newly hatched sprite in Xiao Feng's embrace. Their eyes met, and the sprite's wise gaze left a profound impression on Xiao Feng. With a vigorous flapping of its body, the sprite revealed its strong and lively form, boasting a red body adorned with a crown-like horn atop its head. Indeed, it was the renowned Bonehead from the world of sprites. Oh, how fortunate I am to have encountered you. I must have accumulated immense blessings in my past lives. Xiao Feng, with a look of bewilderment in his eyes, mumbled softly, while his body instinctively cradled the Magikarp to prevent it from tumbling to the ground. After all, it was a creature he had painstakingly hatched. Who else could love it if not him? He then carefully lifted the Magikarp and made his way to the riverbank, gently placing it down. With a splash and a flurry of bubbles, the Magikarp joyfully began to swim in the stream, yet its intelligent gaze never strayed far from Xiao Feng on the shore. Uft! Haha, how adorably foolish. Watching the Magikarp frolicking and blowing bubbles, Xiao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Sensing his delight, the Magikarp swam even more exuberantly. However, it wasn't long before fatigue set in due to its recent emergence into the world. Noticing that the Magikarp had played enough, Xiao Feng officially captured it with a pokeball. He then released it once more, finding a large rock for Charizard and the others to hollow out. Crafting a makeshift aquarium for the Magikarp, which he held close to his chest, the Charizard chirped excitedly, welcoming the newly joined Magikarp. Zongzi. Add all the skills acquired from the lottery to the Magikarp, and boost both Haxorus and Magikarp's physical attack by 50 points. Ding. Skill points successfully added. Please check. Name: Haxorus LV36, physical attack, 84115 total, 420115. Name: Magikarp LV5 ID, 129 type. Water ability: Swift Swim. Added skills: Rapid Regeneration, Indestructible, Teleport, Air Walk, Switch, Force Turn. Insert Mouth. Skill Leap. Base stats: HP, 20 physical attack, 1050 total, 20050. Having hatched and captured the Magikarp, Xiao Feng continued on his journey with his Pokémon. Along the way, since the Magikarp lacked any offensive skills, Xiao Feng directly fed experience points to it. He instructed Charizard and the others to incapacitate wild Pokémon into a battered state, after which he tossed the Magikarp high into the air, allowing it to freefall. With a resounding thud, the Magikarp landed on the dazed wild Pokémon, harvesting experience. If it failed to knock them out, he would repeat the process. The Magikarp soon reached LV15, independently learning the skill tackle, finally acquiring an offensive move. Oh, ahead lies the wild plains. Weavie finally arrived. Xiao Feng, holding the Magikarp, gazed toward the structures in the distance. The purpose of his journey was simply to visit this place, allowing Haxorus to meet its kin. Hello, is anyone there? Xiao Feng approached the entrance of the Wild Plains Management Office and knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence without response, he knocked again, yet still received no reply. Just then, a distant buzzing sound and a gunshot echoed from within the Wild Plains. Sensing something amiss, Xiao Feng swiftly led his Pokémon through the building into the inner region of the Wild Plains. In the sky, a helicopter was ascending slowly, its rotor blades whirring, with a large net suspended beneath, ensnaring two blue figures struggling desperately, Dragonair and Haxorus. Xiao Feng and his companions used teleport to get closer, clearly identifying the trapped Pokémon. Below the helicopter, a man trembled as he attempted to shoot at the ascending aircraft, but it proved futile. The helicopter seemed reinforced and sustained no damage whatsoever. Lizard King. Use Leaf Blade to rescue Dragonair. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng commanded his Lizard King. Got it. Lizard King nodded in response, and in a flash, it leaped into the air, its arms glowing green as it swung them forward repeatedly. The net was swiftly sliced into dozens of segments, falling apart. Seizing the opportunity, Dragonair escaped and flew to the man's side. Nicely done, Lizard King. Xiao Feng praised as Lizard King returned triumphantly, having completed the task with ease, giving a thumbs up. Gotcha. Lizard King chuckled, showcasing its dual blades with a grin. Xiao Feng approached the man, pointing to the helicopter, and inquired about the situation. Are you all right? What is happening here? Thank you, young lad. I'm Caesar, the administrator of this Wild Plains. Those individuals in the helicopter are trying to forcibly take Dragonair. If it weren't for your assistance, the consequences would have been dire. The man introduced himself and explained the situation. Xiao Feng understood, but before he could respond, a voice called from the helicopter. You again, you little brat. Here to thwart our plans once more. Xiao Feng looked up at the helicopter and saw a figure rapidly descending on a rope. Oh, you know me? He said, studying the person before him. With purple hair, a goat-like beard on his chin, clad in a black suit jacket, beach shorts, and flip-flops, he exuded an air of absurdity. Luxury cruise, Rainbow Game Hall. I'm Team Rocket. No, I am Radom. The figure proclaimed, striking a pose with his thumb pointed at himself, exuding bravado. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted. Do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Moreover, daring to divert your gaze from your adversary is a grave mistake, suggesting you are quite brave. With a gasp, Radom felt something forcefully thrust into his mouth and throat, his pupils dilating as pain erupted at the back of his head. As if struck by an unknown object, he collapsed to the ground, dazed. Xiao Feng smirked, standing behind him with a wrench in hand, tossing it lightly in his palm. He leaned down, rifling through the unconscious Radom's belongings, extracting several Pokeballs. One by one, he released the Pokemon within, which were swiftly overwhelmed by Charizard and the others, like gathering experience points. Now, onto that helicopter. Haxorus, use Dragon Pulse to target the rotor blades and bring it down. All right, boss. Haxorus replied, gathering a kaleidoscope of dragon energy in its mouth before unleashing it in a beam toward the helicopter. Just as it was about to hit, a yellow energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking Haxorus' attack. Xiao Feng fixed his gaze on the protective barrier enveloping the helicopter and murmured, Oh, there's more to this than meets the eye. After a brief pause, the barrier surrounding the helicopter dissipated. A Pokeball was thrown from within, releasing a majestic large Pidgeot, its wings elegantly flapping as it hovered in the sky. In an instant, a man in a white shirt stepped forward from the helicopter, standing confidently atop the Pidgeot, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Feng. Young man, you have repeatedly interfered with Team Rocket's missions. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? An explanation? Who are you anyway? Quite famous, I presume? Xiao Feng retorted, rummaging through his backpack and feigning embarrassment as he spread his hands. I'm truly sorry. I forgot to buy one. If you'd like, I can head to the Pokemon store and get you one. You're mocking me. The man's eyes flickered coldly. How did you know? Xiao Feng gasped, wide-eyed in surprise. Oh, I see. You can read minds. He exclaimed, slapping his palm into his other hand, feigning realization. Humph. Sharp-tongued little brat, go forth, Scyther, and rend his mouth apart. A low growl escaped from the shadowy figure as he cast a Pokeball to the ground, instantly summoning a creature entirely clad in crimson, adorned with metallic wings. Name, Scyther LV62. Is the banter over? Shall we engage in battle? Go, Electabuzz. Upon witnessing the opponent's Pokemon, Xiaofeng sent forth Electabuzz to the fray. Scyther initiated a sword's dance, then, with a flash of electricity, lunged forth with its metal claw attack. As the shadowy figure's words faded, Scyther was immediately encircled by a multitude of energy blades, which then plunged into its body. Empowered, Scyther let out a mighty roar, its right claw shimmering with brilliance as it charged toward Electabuzz with blinding speed. Oh, you wish to play hardball? Very well, Electabuzz, unleash Fire Punch. Xiaofeng saw the crimson lightning streak towards Electabuzz and promptly issued the command. With a fierce determination, Electabuzz focused intently on Scyther's advancing assault, raising its right fist. The air around him suddenly surged in temperature, and in an instant, he thrust his fist forward, colliding with Scyther's metal claw. In that moment, Scyther's right claw ignited a blaze. Yet Electabuzz's punch pressed on relentlessly, shattering the claw and striking deep into Scyther's chest, leaving a profound dent. Subsequently, Scyther was propelled backward by an extraordinary force, crashing into the ground, its body embedding itself at an angle. What kind of power is this? The shadowy figure furrowed his brow at Electabuzz's extraordinary strength, gazing at Scyther, whose chest was severely caved in, eyes glazed over, clearly devoid of combat capability. Useless creature. You go? The shadowy figure, with a grim expression, recalled Scyther and hurled another Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a creature entirely golden, with 9 tentacle-like appendages sprouting from its back. Name, Ninetales LV64. Ninetales. Unleash Flamethrower. The moment Ninetales materialized, the shadowy figure's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he issued his command. Electabuzz, quick attack. Xiaofeng, not to be outdone, promptly commanded his Pokemon in response. Electabuzz, with a fierce glint in its eyes, swiftly dodged the flamethrower assault, closing the distance to Ninetales. raising its right hand. Enveloped in a white glow, Electabuzz struck fiercely at Ninetales. Ninetales, defend. The shadowy figure, witnessing Electabuzz's sudden approach, narrowed his pupils and shouted urgently. With a resounding crash, Electabuzz's attack collided against a hastily erected protective barrier, producing a cacophony of sound as the barrier threatened to shatter. Hurry, use explosion. As the barrier began to falter, the shadowy figure shouted in a flurry. Ninetales complied, directing its mouth towards Electabuzz, gathering flames that were about to erupt forth. Heh, as if I would allow that. Electabuzz, interrupt it with your iron fist, followed by Mega Punch. Receiving the command, Electabuzz sprang into action. With a sudden thrust, Electabuzz inserted its fist into Ninetales' mouth, disrupting its attack. Ninetales, eyes wide with disbelief, felt the force of Electabuzz's punch grow ever closer, radiating a blinding light. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and Electabuzz's fist struck Ninetales squarely on the left side of its face, sending it crashing down at a 45-degree angle, plowing into the ground for several meters before finally halting due to resistance. Ninetales, now with a swollen left cheek and its eyes obscured by the whites, was rendered unable to fight. Curse you. This is what you forced me to do. The shadowy figure, his expression icy, recalled Ninetales and produced a black, ominous Pokeball from his pocket. An ice-blue Pokémon, emanating an aura of chill, with elongated tail feathers, materialized before Xiaofeng and his companions. Go forth and crush them. Name, Articuno LV73, no divine role. Status, abnormal. Articuno appeared, its eyes replaced by a crimson hue, embodying a whirlwind of wrath, fury, and an aura of chilling malevolence. Ding. Mission triggered. Defeat and rescue Articuno. Reward, 100 base stat points. Has it fallen under his control? Xiaofeng observed Articuno's condition, his gaze turning cold as he glanced at the shadowy figure above. Articuno, unleash Blizzard. Returning his focus to Articuno, the creature spread its wings, creating a fierce gale that propelled countless ice shards like bullets towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, keep flashing closer. Upon receiving Xiaofeng's command, Electabuzz flickered momentarily before vanishing from its original position. The oncoming blizzard struck the ground where Electabuzz had stood, transforming it into a pockmarked terrain, riddled with craters. Electabuzz now? Thunder Punch. Xiaofeng observed Electabuzz swiftly appearing above Articuno and commanded the attack. Electabuzz, responding to the order, summoned a crackling storm of electricity in its right hand, then swung down with tremendous force towards Articuno. Curse this troublesome skill. Articuno, reflect the attack. The shadowy figure muttered in frustration before issuing a command. With a resonating clang, Electabuzz's punch halted just half a meter from Articuno, halted by a translucent barrier that shimmered faintly. Articuno, use Absolute Zero to encase it in ice. The moment the command was given, the air around Articuno began to freeze, extending outward from its position. Now, follow up with Quick Attack. Xiaofeng's command reached Electabuzz in time. Electabuzz instantly vanished into the void, traversing the encroaching icy barrier, and arrived behind Articuno, its arms aglow, raised above its head to deliver a ferocious strike to Articuno's right wing. A crack echoed as bones splintered. Articuno let out a mournful cry and, propelled by the overwhelming force, transformed into a streak of blue light hurtling toward the ground. Articuno, quickly use Ice Beam to slow your descent. The shadowy figure, seeing Articuno's precarious state, urgently commanded to prevent further harm from the impending impact. Heh, naive. Electabuzz, interrupt it with Iron Fist. With a fierce cry, Electabuzz launched its assault. As Articuno plummeted, it heard a roar from above, and before it could unleash its Ice Beam, a foreign object thrust itself into its mouth. In an instant, Articuno crashed into the ground, embedding itself several meters deep and rendered immobile. Now, finish it, Electabuzz, with a flying knee strike aimed at Articuno's midsection. Electabuzz, soaring in the sky, adjusted its body parallel to the ground, its knee aglow as it targeted Articuno, accelerating with momentum. In a flash, the glowing knee collided forcefully with Articuno's midsection. With the stick still lodged in its mouth, Articuno's eyes bulged, drool streaming down the stick, and the crimson light in its gaze began to fade. Gradually, its pupils lost focus, becoming numb. Finally, its eyes closed weakly, succumbing to defeat. Observing the incapacitated Articuno, Xiaofeng leaned in to whisper a few instructions to Charizard and the others. Damn it! Come back, Articuno. The shadowy figure, realizing Articuno was unable to continue, raised the black Pokeball to recall it. Suddenly, a green flash erupted, causing the black Pokeball in his hand to split in two, plummeting to the ground. The shadowy figure, momentarily stunned by the falling Pokeball, felt a similar stick lodged in his mouth. Ugh, he gagged, followed by a tightening sensation at the back of his neck. Lifted upwards, I turned to find that the Charizard had mysteriously appeared behind me, hoisting me as if I were a mere chick. My mount, the Fiero, met a similar fate, being struck down by several shadowy figures, with both the pilot and the Fiero subsequently bound tightly. Ah, you truly are remarkable. Even the Articuno is no match for you. Impressive. Xiaofeng, with a stern expression and gritted teeth, brandished the wrench in his hand and stepped towards Yuming, raising the tool to tap lightly on Yoming's cheek. You little rascal. Let me go, or our boss will not spare you. Yoming's gaze seemed to desire to devour Xiaofeng whole, continuing to shout defiantly. It appeared that the effect of the skill had worn off, leaving Yoming's mouth free once more. Time for a rebuttal. With a grin, Xiaofeng unleashed a skill that interrupted Yoming's tirade. Woof woof woof. Feng Kaiwo. Yuming barked incoherently. Finding the noise unbearable, Xiaofeng swung the wrench with a swift motion, striking Yuming on the head with a resounding thud, causing him to experience intense pain before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. The usual routine ensued, stripping him of his clothes, binding him securely, and discarding him aside. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have earned 100 points of species value. Hee hee. Rewards are in. Xiaofeng chuckled, stroking his chin in delight. Thank you, little brother. Nini. At that moment, the uncle and the mini-dragon, almost forgotten by Xiaofeng, approached him, bowing in gratitude. No need for thanks. It was the least I could do, Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. With the matter resolved, Xiaofeng began to call for assistance, utilizing the old number for a complete service. Yuming and his companions were sent to prison with utmost caution. The Articuno, having broken free from the peculiar Pokeball, was now uncontrollable. After feeding it some oran berries to restore its strength, it regarded Xiaofeng with an unusual gaze, chirped a note of thanks, and soared into the distance. And at this moment, Xiaofeng's Haxorus was frolicking merrily with the mini-dragons in the water. Uncle, here's a piece of advice. If you wish to keep the presence of mini-dragons a secret, refrain from displaying photographs so conspicuously. Having caught a glimpse of a photo on the wall during his earlier passage through the building, Xiaofeng, now that the situation was resolved, felt compelled to remind Uncle Caesar as he stood by the shore, observing the jubilant Haxorus. All right. Thank you for your concern. I apologize for the trouble. Caesar scratched his head, responding sheepishly. And at that moment, a Haxorus from Dragon Valley approached, holding a beautifully crafted box in its mouth, presenting it to Xiaofeng. Is this for me? Xiaofeng inquired curiously. And Haxorus nodded affirmatively. Thank you, Haxorus. Noticing the gesture, Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude and carefully opened the box. Inside lay a diamond-shaped crystal, radiating a cool blue hue, containing a liquid resembling a teardrop, quietly resting at the center of the box. According to the system's prompt, it could be used as an evolution material for Gyarados. After noting this, Xiaofeng carefully stored it in his backpack, awaiting the evolution of his Magikarp. Following a hearty meal under Caesar's warm hospitality in the wilderness, Xiaofeng fulfilled his purpose for the visit and prepared to bid farewell. Uncle, thank you for your hospitality. We shall continue our journey. Take care of the mini-dragons. Goodbye? All right, goodbye. Rest assured. Caesar nodded in agreement. With the Charizards leading the way, they resumed their journey towards Red Lotus City. Along the way, Xiaofeng divided the acquired 100 attribute points into 2 segments of 50, allocating them to the physical attack of Haxorus and Gyarados. Yes, indeed, it was Gyarados. Bolstered by the experiences shared with his companions and the crystal gifted by Haxorus from Dragon Valley, Magikarp, having retained a Mega Evolution Stone acquired earlier, evolved and reached level 27, now able to evolve freely into its Mega form. The levels of the Charizards also increased through continuous battles. Charizard LV58, Electabuzz LV56, Lizard King LV50, Gengar LV47, Haxorus LV40. Name, Gyarados LV27. Ability, Swift Swim, Hidden. Skills, Hyper Beam, Aqua Jet, Bite, Rain Dance, Water Tail, Ice Fong, Hurricane, Body Slam, Bounce. Salt Cure, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Rampage, Waterfall. Physical Attack, 125, 155, 100. Total, 540, 640, 100. Oh, is that the Great Fool's Valley ahead? The old man texted me saying he wants to study fossils, and he asked me to gather some, Xiaofeng remarked, gazing curiously at the canyon before him. Chapter 50, Adventures in the Great Fool's Valley 1. Under the commission of his father, Xiaofeng arrived at the Great Fool's Valley. Observing a throng of people relentlessly digging with picks, seemingly overwhelmed by the sight. Goodness, is this a group expedition? Suddenly, a lewd voice called out to him. Turning towards the source, he spotted a man with a middle part, approximately 5 feet tall, beckoning him over as he stood beside a spread of assorted items laid out on a sheet on the ground. Curiously, Xiao Feng approached the man. "Uncle, what do you need me to do?" Xiao Feng inquired. "Little brother, is this your first time here? Here to dig for fossils, I presume?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in the man's eyes. "Wow, uncle, you're quite perceptive." Xiao Feng nodded innocently. Of course, as a seasoned visitor. "Allow me to offer you a sincere piece of advice. Do you see the items laid out before me? To unearth a perfect fossil, professional tools are indispensable. Take this hard hat, sturdy and reliable. You won't regret it." The uncle continued to extol the virtues of his wares, unable to resist the temptation to take advantage of Xiao Feng's apparent naivety. "Stop right there, uncle. Do I look like a fool?" Xiao Feng retorted, seriously touching his own cheek. Yes, you do," the middle-parted man replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding earnestly. A giant X appeared above Xiao Feng's head as he reached into his backpack, retrieving a long, familiar object to present to the man with a forced smile. "What about now?" "Well, of course not. Who says you look like one? I'd be furious." The man's gaze shifted to the black wings and sharp tail, slowly revealing themselves behind Xiao Feng, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "All right, little brother. A special price of 50. Thank you." Sensing the atmosphere shift, the lewd man retrieved a wooden-handled pickaxe with a steel head from his bag and handed it to Xiao Feng. "Oh, this one seems decent. Do you have something more durable?" Xiao Feng examined the pickaxe, shaking it in his hands before waving it around in the air, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, we have. How about this, stainless steel?" The man, momentarily stunned, quickly produced a glimmering metal pickaxe from his collection and offered it to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. "What's your price?" 500. The man asked tentatively. "Deal. Here, a total of 550. Swiftly, Xiao Feng exchanged the currency for the pickaxe, securing it at his waist. The Great Fool's Valley was bustling with people, so Xiao Feng sought out a quiet corner, wielding his pickaxe with eager anticipation, raising and lowering it repeatedly. Heave-ho! Heave-ho! He dug deeper as the Charizards curiously circled around him, eager for the treasures that lay ahead. Ding! Oh, that was fast. The sensation of the pickaxe striking something hard registered. Clearing away the debris, he peered into the pit he had excavated. A black rock emerged, partially exposed from the digging. Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly crouched down to continue his excavation. At last, a basketball-sized black stone was cradled in the hands of Xiao Feng, adorned with patterns that were both familiar and foreign. With an eager heart, Xiao Feng carried the stone to the designated area for professional fossil appraisal in the Grand Full Valley. He presented it to a seemingly seasoned elder with graying hair, paying the appraisal fee and requesting his expertise. The elder, equipped with a magnifying glass, leaned in to examine the stone closely. After a considerable time, he rose, joy radiating from his demeanor as he nodded repeatedly, addressing Xiao Feng with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, young brother. Your fortune is impeccable. After my professional assessment, I can confirm that this is the fossil of an ancient pterosaur, specifically Kuan. It holds immense academic value and represents a monumental discovery. It will allow us to accurately ascertain the true size range of ancient pterosaurs. You have struck gold." Xiao Feng, now cloaked in a grayish-white hue alongside the appraised fossil, staggered back to the spot where he unearthed it, accompanied by his sprite companions. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Feng triumphantly raised the fossil and brought it crashing down into the pit he had previously dug. With a resounding crack, the sound echoed in the ears of Xiao Feng and his companions. Before they could react, the ground beneath them suddenly gave way, and they felt the sky receding farther away. Boom! After a prolonged moment, Xiao Feng and his party found themselves in free fall, their feet plunging into the earth to a depth of about 1 meter. Standing upright like telephone poles. With effort, Xiao Feng yanked himself free from the ground and surveyed his surroundings, which were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light source. "Charizard, illuminate your beauty," Xiao Feng called out to his companion beside him. Hearing Xiao Feng's voice, Charizard ignited the flames on its tail, and in an instant, light flooded the cavern. Xiao Feng, intrigued, announced to his companions, "Let us venture deeper into the cave." They progressed forward into the depths of the cave, unaware of how much time had elapsed. Eventually, they arrived at the cave's end, where a towering, 2-meter-high milky white monolith, etched with unknown runes, stood before them. "Wow, bringing this to the old man should suffice for an explanation," Xiao Feng remarked as he circled the monolith, examining it closely. "Everyone, come help me lift it out." With a sense of satisfaction, Xiaofeng called upon his sprite companions to assist him in transporting the monolith back to the surface. The group crouched down, wrapping their hands around the stone. In an instant, the monolith erupted with a blinding white light, engulfing the entire cave. As the light faded, Xiaofeng and his companions had vanished without a trace. Goodness, what a bright light! Xiaofeng raised his hand to shield his eyes and slowly opened them to assess his surroundings. He found himself at the center of a circular platform, with 4 pillars inscribed with images reminiscent of sprites standing at the cardinal directions. Before him stood a striking woman clad in priestess attire, gazing anxiously at Xiaofeng and his group. "Greetings, esteemed warrior. Welcome to my presence. You may call me Vanro," the priestess said, bending slightly and bowing with her hands clasped in front of her. Are you addressing me?" Xiaofeng replied, bewildered, pointing at himself with uncertainty. Chapter 51. The Adventures in Grand Fool Valley 2. Did she just call me big sister? Do I really look that old? Xiaofeng thought, his voice trailing off. While the priestess raised an eyebrow, her inner turmoil masked by a composed exterior. "Ah, yes, it is indeed you. I summoned you here for a reason," she affirmed. "Oh, is that so? If you summon me, there must be something you desire. Speak, then, and tell me how I may return." "A multitude of sprites has inexplicably gathered outside the walls of my town. I hope you can lend your aid in defeating their leader. That should allow the sprites to return to their original places. As for your method of returning, I will inform you once the matter is resolved." "Are you threatening me?" Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Vanro. "Of course not," Vanro quickly replied, bowing in a flustered manner. "Very well. Show me the situation," Xiaofeng said, stroking his chin as he looked at her. Vanro led Xiaofeng to the town's walls, where they observed countless sprites flitting about in the distant forest, estimated to number around 1,000. Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the sprites' unusual congregation near human activity. Sprites typically do not gather so close to humans without reason. There must be something compelling them. "I will scout for the location of their leader. Stay here," Xiaofeng instructed Vanro before stepping through the town gates, moving stealthily toward the sprites' gathering place. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a flicker of unnoticeable intrigue crossed Vanro's eyes atop the walls. Xiaofeng arrived at an unoccupied grove to the right of the sprite congregation, confirming there was no one around. He activated his ability to meld into the void, stealthily approaching the gathering. This should be the place. Xiaofeng and his companions traversed through the densely populated area of sprites and reached the back. Before them stood a giant vine-covered sprite, its eyes ablaze with fury as it gazed towards the human town. Name: Giant Vine, level 64. "Hello, may I have a word?" Xiaofeng revealed himself, initiating dialogue with the giant vine. "Accursed humans, return our treasures." The giant vine roared, launching an assault as countless rocks levitated around it, propelled by a mysterious force, and hurtled toward Xiaofeng. "It appears a battle is inevitable." Xiaofeng sighed, addressing the air. "Lizard King, it's your turn." Leaf blade slash. "Chamo," came the response from the void, as Lizard King flashed into position before Xiaofeng, arms coalescing into blades of leaves, striking forward. Clang, clang, clang. The air around them formed an impenetrable barrier of blade light, slicing through the incoming rocks, which were swiftly cleaved into halves, then quarters, ultimately reduced to nothing. Seeing its attack ineffectual, the giant vine concentrated natural energy, crafting a green energy sphere that surged toward Lizard King. "Lizard King, evade and use frenzied flora." Chamo. Lizard King's eyes glowed green, his body swaying slightly as he effortlessly dodged the energy sphere. Following this, Lizard King crouched down, pushing against the ground. In an instant, sharp and sturdy roots surged from the earth, piercing toward the giant vine from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of frenzied flora striking solid objects echoed through the air. The giant vine crossed its arms, erecting a transparent barrier that withstood all the sharp roots. After successfully defending, the giant vine gathered light energy in its palms, releasing a beam toward Lizard King. Lizard King flashed away, then executed the final leaf blade slash. Xiaofeng's command reached Lizard King just in time, who traversed several spaces to arrive beside the giant vine. To the giant vine's astonishment, it saw a flurry of green lights flashing from various directions, its tendrils swiftly severed, cascading to the ground, leaving only bare stubs behind. "Finish it, cross scissors," Xiaofeng instructed, seeing that Lizard King had no more tendrils to sever. Lizard King, obeying the command, teleported behind the giant vine, crossing its arms to unleash a silvery glow, aiming for the creature's vulnerable spots, intending to alleviate its burdens in the future. The giant vine suddenly felt a sharp, paralyzing sensation in its lower back, followed by the sensation of being drained, collapsing to the ground, its eyes swirling. Done. Well done, Lizard King. Xiaofeng snapped his fingers in praise before rushing to the giant vine's side, using the severed tendrils to bind it securely. Xiaofeng had previously studied the art of binding, quite thoroughly, in fact. Moments later, the giant vine lay on the ground like a zongzi, and Xiaofeng produced an orange fruit to feed it. After a minute or two, the giant vine gradually regained consciousness, its gaze flickering nervously at Xiaofeng, who stood before it. You have awakened, I see. How are you? Can we have a proper conversation now? Xiaofeng crouched down, gazing at the bound giant vine, and spoke. Damn humans. Not only have you stolen our treasures, but now you treat me this way. Your conscience is truly vile. Noticing Xiaofeng's lack of further action, the giant vine emitted a few plaintive cries. Are you saying that the humans in that town have stolen your treasures? Xiaofeng inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, that was a precious treasure left to us by Shalebi. Oh, can you understand my words? Yes, indeed. By the way, what is the specific effect of the treasure you mentioned? A fleeting glimmer of crimson crossed Xiaofeng's eyes. It allows us to summon heroes to assist in resolving matters we cannot handle ourselves. Seeing the brief flash of red in Xiaofeng's gaze, the giant vine hurriedly spoke, fear evident in its tone. Oh, haha, do I look like a hero to you? Xiaofeng smiled again at the giant vine. Well, maybe. The giant vine ventured a tentative response. Bingo, you got it right. I've been used as a pawn. Xiaofeng stood up, squinting towards the direction of the town. Could it be that you truly are a hero? The giant vine processed Xiaofeng's words, disbelief flashing in its eyes. Haha, I am no hero. Being a hero is rather uninteresting. By the way, how do you send a hero back after summoning them? Xiaofeng chuckled, inquiring about the method of returning to reality. Lord Shalebi once said that after 3 days, the hero will automatically return to their original timeline. At this moment, the giant vine was convinced of its thoughts and quickly responded. All right, Lizard King, untie it. We shall return to the town, having gleaned the desired information. Xiaofeng exhaled in relief and instructed the Lizard King. Upon hearing this, the Lizard King swiftly moved, and the giant vine's body was no longer bound. Xiaofeng turned and walked towards the town, his figure imbued with a sense of melancholy and solitude. Suddenly halting, he turned back with a sly grin, inquiring of the giant vine for the crucial piece of information. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, what does your treasure look like? It is a milky white stone about half a person tall. The giant vine replied with a hint of reverence in its tone. Having received the information, Xiaofeng made an okay gesture and hurriedly accelerated towards the town. Chapter 52, The Great Fool's Adventure 3. Hero, you have returned. How did it go? Fan Luo approached Xiaofeng as he returned to the town, her pace quickening. I am back. I was observing from the outskirts. I have yet to locate their leader. Allow me to rest for a day, and I shall go out to search again tomorrow. Rest assured, once I find it, I will resolve it swiftly. Xiaofeng nodded, smiling at Fan Luo. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, hero. Please follow me. I will take you to a place to rest. Fan Luo wore an expression of gratitude, then extended her right hand in a gesture of invitation, strolling into the town. Xiaofeng followed closely behind, and soon Fan Luo led him to a manor not far from the city wall. Hero, this is the resting place I prepared for you. Please take your time to rest. I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, you may instruct the servants of the manor. Fan Luo opened the door, turning to smile at Xiaofeng as she spoke. Haha, thank you. I will rest for now. You need not worry about me. Xiaofeng smiled back at Fan Luo, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. Observing this, Fan Luo turned and departed. Once inside, Xiaofeng locked the door and then followed the fairies as they trailed behind Fan Luo. As she walked, they gradually left the manor. After a while, Fan Luo arrived at a nearby loft, stopping to retrieve a key before entering. TCH, what kind of hero has been summoned by this worthless treasure? They can't even handle this simple matter. The fairies beside him seem strong, but it turns out they are just empty shells. Upon entering the loft's hall, Fan Luo kicked at the milky white stone disdainfully. Indeed, those summoned may not necessarily be heroes, and I never claimed to be one. A soft chuckle reached Fan Luo's ears. Turning around, she saw Xiaofeng standing behind her, grinning widely. Fan Luo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiaofeng's next words. You need not explain anything. I am no longer interested. Stick. Xiaofeng strolled forward to examine the object in front of Fan Luo, while she found herself suddenly kneeling on the ground, retching, her mouth filled with an unknown stick. Oh, this must be the treasure the giant vine spoke of. Isn't this just a smaller version of that thing? Electric shock beast, You shall temporarily carry this. Return it to the giant vine later. Xiao Feng instructed the electric shock beast beside him. The electric shock beast nodded in response, then lifted the white stone into its embrace. Xiao Feng approached Fan Luo, crouching to look at her as she continued to retch, seemingly pondering how to deal with her. He drew a stainless steel pickaxe from behind him, turning it around to point the handle towards Fan Luo. This part is omitted for brevity. Actually, nothing happened. For just then, the door swung open, and a man with an effeminate appearance stepped inside, his voice hoarse as he asked, Fan Luo, how did it go? The air suddenly grew tense as the effeminate man observed Xiao Feng brandishing the stick towards Fan Luo and the iron stick in her mouth, confusion evident in his gaze. Who am I? Where am I? What are you young people doing? Is this how you play now? Oh, you even have accomplices? Xiao Feng blinked at the man. No. Who are you? And tell your fairy to put down that stone. It is not yours to take. The man quickly reacted, noticing the rock treasure held by the electric shock beast, his face darkening as he commanded. Oh, are you the one permitted to take it? This item does not appear to belong to you. Xiao Feng squinted at the man. Bastard, I told you to put it down. Go on, get it back from me. Seeing Xiao Feng make no move to return it, the man's expression turned vicious as he produced a rock pokeball, tossing it out. Instantly, a bipedal beast-like fairy wielding massive scythes appeared before Xiao Feng. Name, Scyther LV-58. Are we going to fight? Leave it to you, Harkron. Seeing the other party preparing for battle, Xiao Feng turned to Harkron, nodding for it to take the stage. Scyther, use Rock Slide. The man's hoarse voice rang out as Scyther swung its scythes, causing 6 or 7 large rocks to coalesce and float before it, then hurling them towards Xiao Feng. Harkron, Iron Tail, shatter them. Xiao Feng swiftly issued a counter command, and Harkron let out a light cry, its tail instantly transforming into metal as it struck the incoming boulders with a flurry of afterimages. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders exploded into shards, scattering across the ground. Flash. Then Water Tail. After breaking through the rock slide, Harkron, under Xiao Feng's guidance, darted beside Scyther, water elements swirling and attaching to its tail as it swiftly lashed out. Scyther caught only a fleeting glimpse of blue light before feeling a sharp pain on its cheek. Slap. The sound of the strike echoed as Scyther was forcefully knocked off the ground, gliding through the air with a piercing cry until it crashed into the wall of the loft with a resounding thud. Its anguished wails echoed, the force of the water tail having inflicted significant damage. Why is its damage so high? The man's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Harkron, who had severely injured Scyther with a single blow, his heart filled with dread as he made one last struggle. Scyther unleashed the ice beam. Upon receiving the command, a frigid aura began to coalesce within Scyther's blade, piercing through, as the dragon god dove to deliver the finishing blow. A command from Xiao Feng disrupted Scyther's impending skill with a steel rod that thrust directly into its mouth, rendering it immobile as it was embedded in the wall. The only sounds it could emit were muffled grunts. Scyther watched helplessly as Hackdragon soared high into the air, enveloped in a shimmering blue dragon-shaped energy armor, hurtling towards it with tremendous speed. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the energy-clad Hackdragon collided forcefully with Scyther's head. Scyther felt the world spin, its vision blurring, until its pupils dilated and it succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. The Misadventure in the Great Fool Valley. Observing Scyther's incapacitation, the man turned to flee. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a figure reflected in his eyes caught his attention. Sensing the man's intent to escape, Xiao Feng swiftly blocked the doorway with a sudden flash. The man, realizing this, immediately clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely at Xiao Feng. Foolish one, turned forcibly. Staff incoming. Just as the man believed he could strike Xiao Feng, a grin spread across Xiao Feng's face as he instinctively uttered 2 skills. In an instant, the man felt as though an invisible hand had spun him around, leaving his back exposed to Xiao Feng, who then inserted an unknown object into his mouth. A wave of intense discomfort washed over him, and just as he prepared to retch, he was met with excruciating pain on both sides of his lower back. Xiao Feng wielding 2 elongated objects, stabbing into his kidneys. Moments later, the man collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Feng closed the door and, hoisting the man's right leg, positioned him alongside the other captive in Vanro's terrified gaze. As the man's face reddened from the friction with the ground, blood streamed from his nose. Task accomplished. Xiao Feng set down the man's leg, dusted off his hands, and surveyed the 2 with satisfaction. After instructing the fire dragon to keep watch over them, he rummaged through the attic. Time slipped away, and eventually, Xiao Feng returned with a bundle of long ropes. He bound the 2 captives, directing the fire dragon to carry them aloft like chicks, allowing them a taste of the exhilaration of aerial transport. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng and the sprites took to the skies, leaving the town behind. Upon returning to the site of the battle with the Great Vine, Xiaofeng found it seated upon a rock, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground startled the pondering vine, causing it to tumble from its perch. "Ah, are you the thinker? Here. This should belong to you, along with these two humans, the culprits behind your stolen treasures," Xiaofeng proclaimed, pointing to the fallen captives and the rock. "Thank you, brave one." The Great Vine expressed gratitude upon reclaiming its treasures and apprehending the thieves. "Enough. I've already stated that I am not a hero. You may deal with these two as you see fit. I must take my leave now." With a wave, Xiaofeng departed, only to be followed by two cries of despair. At last, they had returned. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiaofeng and his companions found themselves back in their original cave. The massive stone had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. "Alas, the task remains unfinished. How troublesome," Xiaofeng lamented, scratching his head. Just then, a faint roar echoed from between the cave and the ground. "Is there a hidden layer? Everyone, open a passage upward. Let us investigate." Embracing the philosophy of forging a path where none existed, Xiaofeng urged the sprites to employ their digging skills to create an opening. The fire dragon brandished its claws, while the electric beast and Hactragon thrust upward relentlessly. After a considerable time, they emerged from a pit, cautiously surveying the subterranean layer's condition. With a firm grip on the edge of the hole, they heaved themselves upward. At that moment, Xiaofeng and the sprites were covered in dirt, resembling wild savages. "The sound emanated from within here," Xiaofeng noted, stroking his chin as he gazed into the depths of the layer before leading the sprites further inside. Before long, they found themselves in a vast chamber adorned with colossal rocks, where they locked eyes with a pair of enormous orbs above. "Oh, the fossil pterodactyl must also be classified as a fossil. How brilliant of me," Xiaofeng exclaimed, a spark of inspiration igniting within as he observed the creature regarding them intently. Name: Fossil Pterodactyl LV-48. Type: Rock, Flying. Ability: Hard Head. Skills: Obliterating Light, Primal Force, Quick Movement, Body Slam, Supersonic, Frightening Face, Wing Attack, Iron Head, Rock Crash, Ultimate Impact. "Go, Gyarados, this opponent is yours. Mega Evolve," Xiaofeng declared, unilaterally assigning Gyarados as the challenger to the fossil pterodactyl. As a dazzling spectrum of colors illuminated the scene, Gyarados transformed into its new form, sprouting wings and adorned with elongated dragon whiskers, its body interspersed with red scales, exuding an aura of ferocity and brutality. "Gyarados, let the battle commence. Use Dragon Dance." Gyarados roared in response, spinning in the air, enveloped in a crimson glow that heightened its attack speed. The fossil pterodactyl retaliated with a thunderous cry, launching a barrage of rocks towards Gyarados. "Gyarados, counter with Water Tail," Xiaofeng commanded, sensing the impending assault. Gyarados' tail was enveloped in water, striking forward with tremendous force, hurling the rocks back at the fossil pterodactyl with even greater velocity, resulting in a series of resounding collisions. The fossil pterodactyl, struck by the rocks, winced in pain, its eyes turning crimson as it became engulfed in a violet cyclone, charging directly at Gyarados. "Oh, is that Ultimate Impact? Gyarados, let us also employ Ultimate Impact. Charge forth. Strength is your forte," Xiaofeng shouted energetically. Gyarados, responding to the command, became enveloped in a similar violet cyclone, leaping towards the approaching fossil pterodactyl. The two forces met with a tremendous crash, sending the fossil pterodactyl hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the rock wall above, embedding itself within, before it let out a mournful cry, falling heavily to the ground, shrouded in dust, evidently gravely injured. Despite its plight, the ancient will of the fossil pterodactyl led it to gather a beam of destructive energy in its mouth, directing it at Gyarados. "Gyarados, swap places and end it," Xiaofeng bellowed as the beam hurtled towards them, issuing the final command. In an instant, Gyarados unleashed a deafening roar, executing the swap skill and exchanging positions with the fossil pterodactyl. The bewildered creature found itself struck by its own attack, its vision darkening as it spiraled into unconsciousness. "Go, Pokeball." With the battle decisively in his favor, Xiaofeng threw an empty Pokeball from his backpack, hitting the fallen fossil pterodactyl. Buzzing sounds echoed, followed by a confirming chime. Moments later, the sound of capture resonated in Xiaofeng's ears, and the Pokeball vanished, evidently transported to Professor Oak. "At last, the task is complete," Xiaofeng exclaimed, reverting Gyarados to its original form. Having fulfilled the mission, Xiaofeng and the sprites resumed their excavation, finally emerging back to the surface. The location of the newly unearthed opening was quite secluded, explaining why no one had discovered the subterranean situation. Xiaofeng concealed the entrance and, seeking a nearby inn, changed out of his dirt-stained clothing. Having accomplished the task, Xiaofeng and his companions continued their journey towards Red Lotus City. Wow, we have finally arrived at Red Lotus City. Xiaofeng marveled as he roamed the streets, only to be greeted by the familiar yet unfamiliar voice of a tangled young girl to his right. Hello, could I please have a hot spring ice cream? Ah, this is quite difficult. I am unsure of what to choose. Chapter 54, Honglian and Zhulan 1. Xiaofeng turned to see a stunning young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, with waist-length golden hair adorned with two black teardrop-shaped hairpins on either side of her head. At that moment, she stood at an ice cream stall on Honglian Island, resting her chin on one hand, appearing utterly indecisive. Could this be her? How did she come to be here? Xiaofeng murmured to himself, stepping forward to her side and softly suggesting, if you find it difficult to choose, why not consider trying them all, Miss Zhulan? Zhulan turned her head in response, noting a boy accompanied by several Pokémon, who was smiling at her. After a moment of surprise, her curiosity prompted her to ask, do you know me? Ah, yes. I must confess I have admired you from afar on television a long time ago. You are the youngest champion of Sinnoh in recent years. Xiaofeng almost misspoke but quickly rectified his blunder, revealing that he had indeed seen her on television, albeit from a past life. Is that so? Such fame is merely superficial. Zhulan replied calmly, though internally puzzled. When have I ever appeared on television? You are far too modest. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiaofeng. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Kanto region, Miss Zhulan? Xiaofeng praised her and asked the question that piqued his curiosity. Just call me Zhulan. I came here for excuse me, do you still want ice cream? The stall owner interjected timidly as the two were about to continue their conversation. Ah, my apologies. Dear proprietor, please pack one of each flavor of ice cream. I shall pay for this lady. Xiaofeng replied, scratching his head awkwardly at the stall owner's perplexed expression. The owner's eyes lit up, and he quickly began to prepare the order. Certainly, that will be 2,000 poke dollars. Xiaofeng retrieved the money and handed it to the owner, accepting a variety of ice creams with his Pokémon. He then turned to Zhulan, extending his left hand with one of the ice creams towards her. Oh dear, this is far too much. How could I possibly finish all of this? Zhulan exclaimed as she instinctively accepted the ice cream from Xiaofeng, gazing at the multitude of flavors he had purchased with a troubled expression. Sighing, she added, nevertheless, I must thank you, Xiaofeng. Hee. Xiaofeng chuckled, rubbing his nose with a pleased smile. The two, now armed with ice cream, wandered along the street, indulging in their treat while conversing. So, Xiaofeng, you are here in Honglian City for the gym challenge, then? Indeed. I am merely 2 gym badges away from qualifying for the Kanto League tournament, Xiaofeng replied, hastily devouring his ice cream. He then opened his backpack to reveal the badges he had already acquired for Zhulan to see. Zhulan's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she spotted the badges. A contest badge? It seems Xiaofeng is quite remarkable. She maintained her composure, nodding with a smile. That is truly impressive. Xiaofeng grinned widely, his curiosity piqued. By the way, Zhulan, I was just about to ask, what brings you here? Well, after the competition in Sinnoh concluded, I decided to take a vacation in Kanto to unwind. I also heard rumors of legendary Pokémon sightings in this area, so I thought I might take a chance and see if I could catch a glimpse of them. Zhulan replied, leisurely savoring her ice cream. Ah, I hope you achieve your aspirations. Xiaofeng offered his wishes. Thank you. Once again, I appreciate your generosity with the ice cream. It is time for me to take my leave as I must gather more information about the legendary Pokémon. Until we meet again, I hope. After finishing her ice cream, Zhulan pulled out a tissue from her pocket to dab at her mouth and waved goodbye to Xiaofeng. Ah, is that so? Then farewell, and travel safely. Xiaofeng waved back, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. As he watched her retreating figure, he whispered softly, I wonder if we shall meet again. Subsequently, he seized the ice cream from his Charizard-esque grasp and devoured it eagerly. After encountering Zhulan, Xiaofeng arrived at the location of the Honglian Gym on the map, gazing at the ruins before him, scratching his head. Ah, seeing Zhulan made me forget about the gym's relocation. What was the plot in the original story? It's been so long, I can't quite recall. It seems to involve time? Well, never mind. I shall rest at the Pokémon Center for the night and think of a plan tomorrow. With no other options, Xiaofeng made his way toward the Pokémon Center on Honglian Island. I am sorry, young man, but we have no rooms available at the Pokémon Center. As Xiaofeng walked dejectedly down the street, the sky gradually darkened. Hey there, young lad, over here. A robust voice called out to Xiaofeng. Turning to see an elderly man with a silver pompadour and a handlebar mustache gesturing to him, Xiaofeng instinctively crossed his arms, stepping back in alarm and eyeing the man warily. Old man, you aren't the infamous silver demon who preys on handsome young boys in the night, are you? Please don't come any closer. The old man, taken aback, looked at Xiaofeng with a baffled expression before grinning widely, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Handsome young boy? Where? You must be referring to yourself, right? My tastes aren't that peculiar. Oh, so you're not. I was merely looking for a place to rest, Xiaofeng said, relieved, and then pointed at the old man with a sudden realization. Don't jump to conclusions, you brat. I was just asking if you were looking for a place to stay. The old man shouted in exasperation. If it's not true, then why raise your voice? Xiaofeng retorted, covering his ears and pouting. Do you happen to know of a place to rest? Is it respectable? If it's not respectable, I'm not interested. He inquired. Of course it's respectable. We are a legitimate inn with a business license. The old man replied, mumbling under his breath about his lack of customers due to people failing to solve his riddles. If others could guess my riddle, I wouldn't need to be out here at this hour. Haha, I see. Then, old man, lead the way. Seeing the old man's woeful demeanor, Xiaofeng quickly stopped him and insisted on being taken to a place to rest. Chapter 55. Encountering Zhulan again. Isn't this a coincidence? Xiaofeng followed the old man to the inn's entrance, staring at the clock and momentarily lost in thought as memories surged back. After all this time, he had achieved his goal. Turning to the old man with the pompadour, a wave of recognition washed over him. Uncle Xia, so you have another alias. With a sigh, Xiaofeng concluded, well, let us enjoy the hot spring before anything else. He stepped into the inn, under Uncle Xia's hospitality. Xiaofeng enjoyed a meal before taking his Pokémon to the hot spring. Just as he reclined comfortably by the edge of the pool, nearly drifting off to sleep, a sudden clattering sound startled him as a massive stone from the women's bath swiftly moved, breaking the partition between the male and female baths, revealing a downward passage. Startled, Xiaofeng turned to see. Their eyes met. Wow, that's enormous. No, wait, that's very fair. No, how could Zhulan be here? Xiaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Zhulan, on the other side of the partition, was equally taken aback and quickly crouched down, letting out a shrill scream. Please turn around. Oh right. Hearing Zhulan's voice, Xiaofeng snapped back to reality and promptly turned away, presenting his back to her. After a moment of rustling, Zhulan called out, all right, you can turn back now. As Xiaofeng turned, he saw Zhulan, fully dressed and with a slight blush on her cheeks. Gazing at him, at a loss for words, he found himself momentarily speechless at her appearance. Zhulan, how did you end up here? In a fleeting moment, the small wind, having regained her senses, was the first to break the silence. You should put on your clothes first, she said. Zhulan did not respond to the inquiry, but gestured towards Xiaofeng, indicating her thoughts. Okay, but could you perhaps turn around for a moment? After all, boys have their privacy too, Xiaofeng replied, scratching her head while seated in the water. What is there to see? Just a little brat, Zhulan feigned disinterest, rolling her eyes at Xiaofeng, though she ultimately turned away. Before long, Xiaofeng returned, fully dressed, to Zhulan's side. What are you coming over for? Zhulan exclaimed, stepping back in a fluster. I just wanted to take a look at this passage, Xiaofeng said, rubbing her nose. Oh, Zhulan replied curtly. How about we go down and have a look? Xiaofeng suggested. Zhulan responded affirmatively. The two descended the passage, during which Xiaofeng learned of Zhulan's reason for being there. Like Xiaofeng, Zhulan had nowhere to stay and had fortuitously encountered Shaber. However, unlike Xiaofeng, Zhulan had cleverly solved a riddle to gain her accommodation. They halted before a grand door, and Xiaofeng stepped forward, placing her hands on the doorknob and pushing it open with force. Before them lay a battleground suspended over molten lava, surrounded by rocky walls. Impressive, you actually found your way here, Shaber remarked, appearing shortly after on the opposite side, nodding with satisfaction as he removed his beard and wig. Uncle, no, I should address you as Shaber, the master of the Honglian dojo? Xiaofeng exclaimed, nearly bursting into laughter upon seeing Shaber reveal his balding head. Indeed, Shaber confirmed, his shiny dome gleaming. Since we're here, let the dojo challenge commence, Xiaofeng proposed, suppressing her laughter. Certainly, the battle will follow a 3v3 format until one side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Go, Ninetales. Shaber accepted the challenge and announced the rules. Tossing a Pokeball into the arena, a fox with 9 tails appeared, enveloped in a radiant white light. Name, Ninetales, LV42. Xiaofeng took her position in the command zone, while Zhulan moved to the side to observe. Go, Gyarados. Xiaofeng sent out her Gyarados. With a fierce roar, Gyarados soared into the battleground. Gyarados, initiate Dragon Dance. Xiaofeng commanded, prioritizing a buff skill. Gyarados twirled in the air before descending, absorbing red energy, its power growing formidable. Ninetales. Use Flamethrower. Shaber quickly ordered, recognizing Xiaofeng's tactical advantage. In an instant, flames gathered in Ninetales' mouth, forming a fiery pillar aimed at Gyarados. Gyarados, charge forward with Water Tail. Xiaofeng reacted, observing the incoming attack. Water spiraled around Gyarados' tail as it leaped toward the flamethrower. With a swift motion, it swung its tail downwards, splitting the flames in two. Gyarados continued its assault, delivering a powerful upward strike with its water tail, striking Ninetales on the chin. With a whoosh, Ninetales was sent flying towards the rocky wall, crashing into it with a resounding thud, its eyes spinning as it succumbed to defeat. Shaber stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the loss of his Ninetales. Meanwhile, Zhulan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiaofeng's Gyarados is more formidable than anticipated. How intriguing. Return, Ninetales. It's your turn now, Shaber said, regaining his composure as he recalled Ninetales and released another Pokeball. A bipedal Pokemon, encased in armor with a horned head, appeared before Xiaofeng and Zhulan. Name, Tyranitar, LV46. Let the battle continue. Gyarados, summon Rain Dance. Xiaofeng commanded. Gyarados roared to the sky, causing dark clouds to gather, followed by a gentle rain that intensified, enveloping the entire battlefield. Tyranitar, use Tackle. Shaber quickly ordered, sensing the impending danger. Tyranitar charged forward, glowing with white energy, and collided with Gyarados, creating a tempest that kept the rain at bay. Xiaofeng observed the charging Tyranitar and issued her next command. Let us use Tackle as well. Gyarados responded with a fierce roar, launching itself like an arrow, the rain trailing behind. In an instant, the two Pokemon collided with a resounding impact. Tyranitar was sent reeling backwards, crashing into the rocky wall behind it with a tremendous crash, sending debris flying as it succumbed to a state of paralysis, unable to move. Finish it with Hydro Pump. Xiaofeng commanded, seizing the moment. Gyarados opened its massive jaws, gathering water to form a colossal spiraling water column directed at the incapacitated Tyranitar. Chapter 56, The Battle of Honglian 1. The Hydro Pump struck Tyranitar with precision. Boom. Tyranitar was engulfed by the torrent, overwhelmed by the relentless waves that continued to crash onto its body. It felt as though it had plunged into a vast blue ocean, gasping for breath as water surged into its mouth and nose. A terrifying sense of suffocation enveloped it, as emotions of despair and helplessness overwhelmed its senses. Moments later, its eyes dimmed, fading into darkness. As the Hydro Pump ceased, Tyranitar lay incapacitated, its eyes swirling in defeat. Return, Tyranitar, you have performed admirably. Now it's your turn. Charizard. Shaber solemnly recalled Tyranitar, then called out into the lava. A shadow emerged, growing larger as it leaped from the molten depths, landing gracefully on the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, a small fire-type Pokemon with a perpetually vacant expression and a beak resembling that of a duck appeared before them. Name, Charizard, LV49. Upon seeing Charizard, Xiaofeng couldn't help but voice her thoughts. No matter how you look at it, it's quite abstract. Why do I feel an urge to smack it? Zhulan, who was nearby, overheard and glanced at Charizard, unable to stifle her laughter. Shaber and Xiaofeng exchanged puzzled looks. I'm sorry, that was unintentional. Please, continue with your battle. Zhulan hurriedly gestured for them to proceed, relieved when Xiaofeng and Shaber resumed their focus on the fight. Gyarados, use Waterfall. Xiaofeng commanded, initiating her offensive strategy. With a fierce roar, Gyarados summoned a massive wave that surged towards Charizard. Charizard, counter the wave with Flamethrower. Shaber instructed, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his mind as he recognized the imminent threat. Charizard, responding to Shaber's command, unleashed a concentrated burst of flames, aiming to pierce through the heart of the tidal wave. The incessant hissing sound of water colliding with fire echoed as the flames intensified, forcefully creating a breach in the heart of the waves. Immediately, the duck-billed fire dragon propelled itself upwards with a powerful thrust, intending to escape through the opening. Observing this, Little Wind's lips curled into a subtle smile, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Heh, there's no way I will let you slip away so easily, Gyarados. Dive into the waves and employ the skill, Switch. Upon hearing this, Gyarados opened its mouth wide and plunged into the tumultuous waters, swiftly executing the switch technique. In a moment of disbelief for Xiaobo, the duck-billed fire dragon and Gyarados inexplicably swapped positions. What on earth is happening? Xiaobo raised his hand and slapped it against his Mediterranean sea-like forehead, feeling utterly bewildered by the astonishing turn of events. The position had actually been exchanged, truly unbelievable. Beside him, Julan's beautiful eyes were also filled with astonishment, her small mouth forming a na shape as she turned to Little Wind, blinking curiously. Engulfed by the towering waves, the duck-billed fire dragon's fiery body made close contact with the deluge. An overwhelming sense of a fire-type Pokemon's aversion to water surged through it, akin to being ensnared in a swamp, utterly helpless and gasping for breath. As the waves receded, the duck-billed fire dragon knelt on its knees, propping itself up with its hands to avoid collapsing, its once vibrant crimson hue now appearing dim and lifeless. Get up, duck-billed fire dragon. Use the big word explosion. Seeing the dire situation of the duck-billed fire dragon, Xiaobo hurriedly unleashed his ultimate technique, a combination of get up and the big word explosion. Indeed, the next moment, fierce flames ignited in the duck-billed fire dragon's eyes, and with unyielding determination, it rose to its feet, subsequently unleashing a large flame in the shape of a character towards Gyarados. Gyarados, evading with a leap, then counterattacked with a vigorous slam. Little Wind reacted promptly as the big word explosion approached. Gyarados arched its tail, forcefully striking the ground, leveraging the powerful recoil to soar high into the air, rendering the big word explosion to dissipate into nothingness, transforming into smaller forms before vanishing. So, that's how the leap skill is utilized? At that moment, Xiaobo began to doubt his previous memories. Truly a surprising application of the leap skill. A flicker of realization crossed Julan's eyes, as if her thoughts had suddenly cleared, pondering if her Pokemon possessed a similar ability. As the two were momentarily lost in thought, Gyarados illuminated with a blinding white light and charged fiercely towards the duck-billed fire dragon. Look out, duck-billed fire dragon. Xiaobo snapped back to reality, hastily attempting to activate another technique. Quick, dodge. Unfortunately, this time, Lady Luck had turned her back, and the quick, dodge skill failed to activate. Gyarados struck the duck-billed fire dragon with tremendous speed and force. The impact resounded as Gyarados' head collided heavily against the duck-billed fire dragon's face, causing its features to cave in and blood to splatter. A flurry of images flashed through its eyes, its mind spiraling into chaos. Then, propelled by the sheer force of the collision, it was sent hurtling backward. In an instant, it crashed violently against the rocky wall, resembling the artistry of an iron-armored tyrant on the wall. Finish it, Gyarados. Unleash the true Namu Umitba Destruction Ray Gatling. Little Wind shouted in excitement as the situation unfolded. Boom, boom, boom. Gyarados gathered yellow destructive energy in its mouth, firing the destruction ray in rapid succession, producing a series of explosive sounds. Chapter 57, The Battle of Red Lotus 2. The duck-billed fire dragon suddenly felt impacts throughout its body, trembling from the relentless assaults. The pit in the rocky wall deepened. Its gaze grew increasingly vacant, ultimately succumbing to an inability to continue fighting. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena. Xiaobo and Julan fixated intently on Little Wind, as if searching for some revelation on her face. Congratulations, Little Wind. You have won the match. Julan, after a brief moment of observation, approached Little Wind with a smile, offering her congratulations. Thank you. It was all thanks to Gyarados. Little Wind replied, a flicker of admiration flashing in her eyes as she turned her gratitude towards Gyarados. Sigh, come back now, duck-billed fire dragon. You did wonderfully. Ultimately, Xiaobo, having gleaned nothing from the spectacle, let out a resigned sigh, raising a pokeball to recall the duck-billed fire dragon. He hurried to Little Wind's side, retrieving a red lotus badge from his pocket and handing it to her. Congratulations, Little Wind. This is proof of your challenge completion at the gym. Thank you. Gym leader Xiaobo. However, the challenge is not over yet. I would like to continue the gym's official match. Little Wind accepted the badge with gratitude, and after a gentle smile, placed the preliminary badge into her backpack. Subsequently, she retrieved the previously earned official match badge, displaying it proudly before Xiaobo, inviting him to the official match. Oh, not again. My old bones will surely be worn out by you young folks. Very well, I shall accompany you for the day. It has been an eternity since I last participated in an official match, haha. Xiaobo paused, taken aback by the official match badge that Little Wind showcased before erupting into hearty laughter. Julan bore a knowing expression, a trace of imperceptible brilliance flashing in her eyes, her thoughts complex. At the age of 10 during her first journey, she had never acquired so many official match badges. As Xiaobo prepared to resume the competition, a long, resonant bird call pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of explosions. What is happening? That sound is... Upon hearing the familiar bird call, Xiaobo sensed something amiss. He immediately addressed Little Wind, his voice laced with concern. Little Wind, it seems our match must be postponed. Something urgent has arisen. I need to investigate. No worries. I'll accompany you. I believe I can be of assistance. Little Wind waved dismissively, expressing her willingness to help. Thank you immensely. Xiaobo regarded Little Wind and her Pokémon, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing Xiaobo acquiesce, Little Wind turned her gaze back to Zhulan, a hint of concern flashing in her eyes. Zhulan, perhaps you should stay behind? There may be danger. Zhulan caught the fleeting concern, feeling inexplicably pleased. Yet, she quickly reaffirmed with a steadfast smile. No need. I will go with you. I can contribute, don't forget. I am quite strong. Ah, haha. Indeed, you are the champion. Little Wind suddenly recalled Zhulan's prowess, awkwardly rubbing her nose. Shortly, the two followed Xiaobo to the source of the explosive sounds, which led them to an active volcano. At the volcano's center, a colossal bird engulfed in flames furiously flapped its wings, its eyes blazing with rage, while 4 red energy chains bound its wings, rendering it unable to escape. At each point where the chains originated stood a figure clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with the letter on their chests, wielding unfamiliar instruments. It was none other than Moltres and Team Rocket. Name, Moltres LV72. Ding, task triggered. Rescue Moltres, reward, 100 base stat points. Team Rocket, what are you doing? Release Moltres at once. Xiaobo recognized their identities, his voice brimming with indignation. Xiaobo, how delightful to see you. Still as impulsive as ever, and oh, you too. Young lad, what a coincidence. At that moment, 3 figures emerged, one of whom, a gray-haired elder, addressed Xiaobo with an eerie calm. It's you. How did you end up here? Xiaobo's pupils constricted in shock. Why waste breath with him? Let us not forget our objective, Grim Reaper. A middle-aged man among them interjected coldly. Ah, an old man reminiscing with familiar faces. You're still as unsociable as ever, Xiao. Grim Reaper complained to the middle-aged man. Indeed, Xiao, you should show some compassion for the elderly. After all, they are halfway to the afterlife, chimed in a young red-haired woman in the group. Fine. If you can't speak wisely, then perhaps you shouldn't speak at all. I am still quite young. Grim Reaper shot her a glare. Yes. You are still young, old man. Enough already, Fai said, raising her hands in surrender. Ah, it's you, Mingbo. Long time no see. Have you truly sunk so low as to join Team Rocket? Xiao Feng interjected with a mocking tone upon noticing the other party's nonchalant demeanor in initiating conversation. He chuckled. Oh, Xiao Feng, my little brother, what do you mean by join Team Rocket? I have always been a part of Team Rocket, you know. Mingbo dismissed Xiao Feng's tone, responding with a smile. All right then, since we are all familiar faces, might we strike a bargain? Release the Moltres, and I shall pretend you were never here. What do you say? Xiao Feng inquired, adopting a pose of a negotiation expert. Ah, my dear little brother, that simply won't do. We are here on the orders of our boss, and today we must take away the Moltres. Mingbo was about to speak when Fei, standing nearby, interrupted their exchange. Very well then, let us cease the chatter and commence the battle. Let the fight begin, Xiao Feng exclaimed, his expression reflecting a sense of negotiation failure. Mingbo, leave him to me. He must have come prepared with his trump card, and I am rather familiar with him, Xiaobo stated seriously, turning to Xiao Feng. Of course, I'm fine with that, Xiao Feng nodded in understanding. In that case, I shall take care of that woman, Zhulan said with a confident smile. Glancing at the woman named Fei. Not a problem, then I shall engage with this owl, Xiao Feng said, a smirk gracing his lips as he looked at the owl before him. A moment later, Xiaobo and Zhulan lured their opponents away to a distance. The owl observed the unfolding scene with an expressionless demeanor, making no attempt to intervene. Wow, you look so aloof. Do you think that makes you appear handsome? Xiao Feng jested at the silent owl before him. I know you. Your name is Xiao Feng, the owl replied, maintaining a calm gaze on him. Oh really? I'm quite honored, Xiao Feng shrugged casually. I will be here to eliminate you for our boss. Go, Fire Sprite. The owl's tranquil eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as it retrieved a pokeball from within its cloak and tossed it. A surge of white light emerged, revealing a charming 4-legged sprite with a head and neck adorned in yellow fluff and a red body. Name, Fire Sprite LV64. Oh, I didn't expect you to look so aloof, yet have a fondness for such an adorable sprite. If you wish to eliminate me, let us see your prowess, then. Go, Haxorus, Xiao Feng said, casting a peculiar glance at the owl and the Fire Sprite before sending out Haxorus. Fire Sprite, use Shadow Ball. The owl commanded in a frigid tone. A massive black shadow ball rapidly formed before the Fire Sprite, then surged through the air towards Haxorus with great force. Haxorus, Use Dragon Tail. Watching the opponent's assault unfold, Xiaofeng quickly commanded Haxorus to respond. Nodding in understanding, Haxorus enveloped its long tail in a green aura resembling armor, sweeping towards the incoming shadow ball with the speed of lightning, producing a whistling sound. With a resounding crack, the shadow ball was obliterated by Haxorus's overwhelming power, dissipating into the air. Haxorus, do unto others as they do unto you. Use Teleport, then Iron Tail. With the shadow ball neutralized, Xiaofeng swiftly delivered a counterattack command. In an instant, Haxorus vanished from its position, reappearing before the fire sprite in the blink of an eye. Its elongated tail gleaming with a metallic sheen as it left streaks in the air, striking the fire sprite's waist with tremendous speed. Thud! A sound resonated as if a metal rod struck an object. The fire sprite's vision blurred, its body launching sideways like a drawn bow, tracing a red streak through the air before crashing into a protruding hill several meters deep. Ouch! The fire sprite felt a violent breaking sensation in its ribs, unleashing an uncontrollable cry of agony. Upon hearing the fire sprite's anguished cry, the owl's previously indifferent gaze finally revealed a flicker of astonishment. What terrifying strength! And when did Haxorus learn to teleport? Quickly suppressing its emotions, the owl shouted towards the distant fire sprite. Fire sprite, are you alright? If you can hear me, use Flame Charge. As if responding to the owl's call, flames erupted from the hill, and the fire sprite soared upwards, engulfed in fierce flames, charging towards Haxorus with an overwhelming aura. Impressive. A spirited attack. Alas, Haxorus, execute a forced turn, then deliver an iron tail to its waist. Xiaofeng observed the fire sprite's reckless charge with a nod of approval, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, before instructing Haxorus. Just as the fire sprite was about to collide with Haxorus, an unseen force reversed its trajectory, exposing a fatal flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Haxorus's tail transformed into a sharp steel-like appendage, striking towards the fire sprite's exposed waist. Thud! Thud! The tail struck left and right. Ouch! The fire sprite, now turned, felt its flames extinguish, collapsing before Haxorus, tears streaming down its eyes as if life had lost its color. At that moment, Haxorus trembled with excitement, letting out a long cry, experiencing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, briefly understanding why the electric beast had such a fixation on the waist. Finish it, Haxorus! Titan! Seeing that the opponent had lost its will to fight, Xiaofeng commanded Haxorus to grant the fire sprite a swift end. Haxorus, upon hearing the command, elegantly coiled around the downed fire sprite, then suddenly constricted its body. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed incessantly. The fire sprite, devoid of will, widened its pupils as an overwhelming pain surged through its body, ultimately losing focus, spiraling into unconsciousness. Ah, old owl, you're falling short. I thought you said you would eliminate me? Hurry, switch to the next. Xiaofeng tilted his head, wearing a teasing expression as he addressed the owl. At this moment, the owl's previously calm expression had darkened. It raised its hand to recall the fire sprite into its pokeball, then threw out another one. Superpower King. It's your turn. Name, Superpower King LV69. Oh, a fighting type? Return, Haxorus. Let the electric beast take over. Upon seeing the new sprite released, Xiaofeng called back Haxorus and sent forth the electric beast to battle. Roar! The electric beast joyfully called out, rushing forward to replace Haxorus. Upon returning, Haxorus affectionately nuzzled its head against Xiaofeng's cheek. Haha, I know you did splendidly. Xiaofeng smiled, narrowing his eyes as he patted Haxorus's head. Superpower King, bulk up. The owl initiated the first command from a distance. Superpower King flexed its arms, its muscles bulging with a faint glow. Electric Beast, let us also use bulk up. It's a clash of strength. Seeing Superpower King showcase its muscles, Xiaofeng grinned and issued the same command to the electric beast. Roar! The electric beast raised its arms, crossing them before its chest, clenching its fists, its muscles rippling as a subtle glow flickered around it. I'll show. Superpower King, use Brick Break. The owl scoffed at Xiaofeng's mimicry and issued an attack command. Upon receiving the command, Superpower King dashed towards the electric beast, raising its right hand that shone with intense light. Haha, electric beast, we also use Brick Break. Send it flying. Xiaofeng laughed heartily at the scene. Roar! The electric beast bellowed, charging towards the approaching Superpower King, its right hand erupting with blinding light, swiftly striking towards Superpower King. In an instant, the two forces collided. Bang! The electric beast's arm struck Superpower King's, sending it reeling back. Then, with unwavering determination, it struck the Super Strength King. The Super Strength King was hit head-on and was sent flying back in the direction from which it had charged. Now was the moment. The electric beast, teleporting, unleashed its iron tail upon it. At that instant, a voice echoed in Xiao Feng's ears. The electric beast vanished in a flicker, appearing above the trajectory of the Super Strength King, its two tails glowing with metallic brilliance as they descended forcefully towards the Super Strength King below. Watch out. Super Strength King, quickly use Protect. Xiao's voice reached the Super Strength King just in time. The tumbling Super Strength King swiftly crossed its arms in front of its chest, a yellow energy shield manifesting around it. Chapter 59, The Battle of the Crimson Lotus 4. Clang, clang. The iron tail struck the Protect shield, producing a resounding clash of metal. The shield halted abruptly upon being hit by the electric beast, crashing into the ground and sinking deeply into it. Once the shield dissipated, the electric beast landed steadily not far away, while the Super Strength King found itself in a circular pit several meters in diameter. Oh, Protect, huh? Next time, it'll be a matter of luck to activate that skill. Xiao Feng chuckled, undeterred by the ineffectiveness of the electric beast's attack. Damn it, the opponent's power far surpassed that of the Super Strength King. Not to mention that annoying skill. Super Strength King, use the Chi Ball for a ranged attack. A shadow of gloom flickered across Xiao's eyes as he abandoned close combat tactics and commanded the Super Strength King. The Super Strength King leaped out of the pit, standing on the ground with its massive hands clasped at its side. A surge of white light erupted from its palms, coalescing into a Chi Ball, which it then hurled forward with great force towards the electric beast. Electric beast, room, no use swap. Xiao Feng swiftly gestured with his finger raised. In an instant, the Super Strength King was forced to swap positions with the electric beast, resulting in its own Chi Ball crashing down onto its back. The Super Strength King stumbled forward, its legs giving way as it gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. You little brat, how dare you cheat? Wait, what does cheat mean? Zhao's cold demeanor faltered as he glared at the Super Strength King, which had been struck by its own skill, angrily pointing at Xiao Feng. Is this a character breakdown? Xiao Feng pondered, momentarily unsure of how to respond to Zhao's fury. However, seizing the opportunity presented in the arena, he declared, well, never mind. It's not my problem. Electric Beast, unleash the ton of pressure combo punch. With the command, the electric beast's hands radiated intense light as it executed a series of powerful cross strikes to the Super Strength King's midsection. Bam, bam, boom. The Super Strength King's complexion turned pale in an instant, and with the overwhelming force of the electric beast, it was forcefully driven into the ground. The force radiated outward, causing the rocks around the Super Strength King to protrude upward, while the earth cracked and extended into the distance. After the electric beast's assault concluded, the Super Strength King's eyes rolled back, clearly unable to continue the fight. Damn it. Return, Super Strength King. Don't get too cocky, brat. Go, experiment subject no. 8. This is your first battle since your inception. Tear them apart. Zhao's expression shifted from indifference to fury as he recalled the Super Strength King into its Pokeball and produced a bizarre black and red Pokeball from his pocket. Tossing it into the arena, a flash of red light revealed an odd Pokemon, its body seemingly assembled from various Pokemon parts: the head of a Charizard, the body of a Blastoise, the feet of a Venusaur, and the forearms of a Machoke. It appeared utterly incongruous, and its expression was blank, devoid of emotion. Name, Experiment Subject Number 8, LV-73. This is a living Pokemon experiment. Xiao Feng squinted at the experiment subject number 8, casting a glance at Xiao, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Number 8, execute the combination attack of explosion and water cannon. Xiao commanded, his eyes narrowing with intent. Flames coalesced in No. 8's mouth, forming an explosive fireball aimed at the electric beast, while two massive water cannons extended from its back, following the fireball and launching towards the electric beast. Electric Beast, teleport, and use Brick Break. Xiao Feng stifled his excitement as he directed the electric beast. The electric beast deftly dodged the incoming assault, appearing above experiment subject number 8, raising its arm aglow with white light, ready to strike down upon number 8's head in an attempt to knock it out. No. 8, use Withdraw. Xiao urgently commanded as he noticed the electric beast's sudden descent. Upon receiving the command, experiment subject No. 8 swiftly retracted its head and limbs into its shell. The electric beast's Brick Break collided with number 8's shell, producing a thunderous sound that drove experiment subject number 8 deep into the ground. Cracks began to spread across the shell, and anguished cries echoed from within. Keep using Brick Break until you shatter its shell. Xiao Feng frowned at the sight of the retreating turtle. The electric beast, heeding the command, illuminated its hand once more, striking down upon the shell. Don't let it succeed. Number 8, retaliate with explosive punch. Xiao's voice rang out swiftly. Suddenly, her arms erupted from the shell, fists glowing with white light as they swung forcefully towards the electric beast. The sound of fists striking metal rang out as the blows landed on the electric beast. But they yielded no effect. The electric beast remained unfazed, relentlessly striking down upon number 8's shell with brick break, and in no time, cracks spread across the entire shell. The super strength King's head was now visibly exposed amidst the fractures. Damn it! Number 8, use solar flare at close range. Zhao's eyes narrowed viciously as he commanded. With its head exposed, number 8 opened its mouth wide, rapidly gathering light energy. Naive, electric beast, shove it in its mouth. Then finish it off with thunder punch. Xiao Feng's voice echoed in the electric beast's ears, with a slight shift in its gaze. A thick iron rod suddenly thrust itself into number 8's mouth, interrupting its casting. Following that, the electric beast clenched its fist, summoning a surge of thunder. An overwhelming amount of electricity swirling ominously in its hand, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. With a mighty swing, it crashed down upon number 8's exposed head, driving it deep into the ground, sending debris flying. In that moment, a burnt odor wafted into the nostrils of everyone present. Number 8 had actually lost. Xiao was momentarily dazed, staring at the incapacitated experiment subject number 8, his eyes clouded with confusion. How is this possible? While Xiao was lost in thought, a chilling voice echoed from behind him, accompanied by a sudden surge of pain. Xiao Feng had somehow positioned himself behind Xiao, wielding a stainless steel pickaxe. Its sharp end piercing through from below, penetrating Xiao's most sensitive area. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Zhao's lips. As Xiao Feng released his grip, Xiao doubled over, clutching the source of his excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground. Oh no, it's unusable now. I was a bit too impulsive. Think of all those Pokemon coins. Guess I'll have to get a new weapon. Xiao Feng stood behind Xiao, indifferent to his state, lamenting his newly purchased pickaxe, kicking Zhao's backside to vent his frustration. He then pulled out a wrench from his backpack and brought it down upon Xiao's head. I really am a good person, you know. Seeing him in such agony, I'm just being kind and helping him find relief. Xiao Feng gazed at the unconscious Xiao, lifting his hands to touch his own face, displaying a self-satisfied expression. After his moment of self-adoration, Xiao Feng squatted down, pried open Xiao's hand, and retrieved the pokeball containing experiment subject number 8. Rising, he inspected it and resolved to later present it to Professor Oak for guidance on its fate, as its creation was not of its own volition. Chapter 60, The Battle of the Crimson Lotus 5. Resolving the matter with Xiao Feng, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Bo. The two were indeed evenly matched, as they were well acquainted with one another. Previously, Ming Bo had held back during his battle with Xiao Feng, having summoned a grass-type Pokemon from another region. The Ice-type Blizzard King, which was quite a formidable creature, no longer paying attention to Xiao Bo. After all, what was there to admire in a man? Xiao Feng redirected his focus to the battle between Zhu Lan and Fei. At this moment, Zhu Lan was commanding her Mega Garchomp in a fervent clash against Fei's Nidoqueen. Undoubtedly, Zhu Lan's Mega Garchomp, exhibiting overwhelming prowess, forced Nidoqueen to retreat step by step. Ultimately, she called upon Dragon Rush to conclude the skirmish. With an air of calm confidence, Zhu Lan directed her Mega Garchomp. Roaring, the Mega Garchomp leapt into the air, enveloped in a swirling azure energy, before diving down rapidly towards its opponent. Bang! The descending Mega Garchomp collided forcefully with Nidoqueen, smashing it into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Nidoqueen lay incapacitated in the pit, its eyes swirling. Indeed, Zhu Lan's training of her Mega Garchomp was exemplary. It was no wonder it was her starter Pokemon. Xiao Feng nodded in approval at the sight of the Mega Garchomp before casting his gaze towards Fei. How infuriating. This woman has worn that condescending expression from the very beginning. Just how much does she look down on me, and why is she so strong? Fei thought, her expression darkening as she clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms, leaving crimson marks. A flash of scarlet fury flickered in her eyes as she pulled a handgun from her pocket, aiming it at Zhu Lan and pulling the trigger. Then you shall perish. Zhu Lan, watch out! Xiao Feng shouted, having witnessed the scene, and with a swift teleportation, he positioned himself in front of Zhu Lan. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed in the ears of all present. Xiao Feng, are you all right? Zhu Lan exclaimed, rushing towards him with concern. I'm fine. It seems it didn't hit me. I'm truly fortunate. Wah! Xiao Feng responded, hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he discreetly kicked away the bullet that had fallen to the ground. Phew, I'm so relieved. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Hearing this, Zhu Lan exhaled in relief, but her gaze turned icy as she glared at Fei, filled with rage. How could this be? I aimed perfectly. Why is he still unharmed? Fei thought, bewildered as she stared at Xiaofeng, struggling to accept the situation. Mega Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Just as Fei was engulfed in confusion, an enraged command echoed in her ears. Before her, Mega Garchomp unleashed a vibrant dragon-shaped energy wave, hurtling swiftly towards her. The ensuing pain felt as if her very bones were shattering, and the figures of Xiaofeng and Zhu Lan appeared to diminish in her sight. With a resounding thud, Fei collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by the force of the dragon rage. Now it's just Summer and Mingbo left. Shall we go check on them? Xiaofeng turned to Zhu Lan, inquiring after seeing Fei lose consciousness. Sure, Zhu Lan replied, momentarily taken aback by Xiaofeng's sudden gaze towards her. The two then proceeded together towards the area where Summer and Mingbo were engaged. Hey, Mingbo, both of your companions have been defeated. What are you waiting for? Surrender now, and perhaps you'll be treated leniently. Xiaofeng began his taunts as he approached the two, intending to disrupt Mingbo's focus. You actually defeated Xiao? He was accompanied by experiment number 8. Mingbo exclaimed, turning to face Xiaofeng, disbelief etched on his face. Gazing at Zhao's condition, Mingbo's eyes widened in horror, and he felt a chill sweep over him. He instinctively raised his hands to his head and crouched down. I surrender. Mingbo chuckled nervously as he crouched down. He certainly did not wish to end up like that individual over there, losing a chance at a happy life. Though, it seemed that he might not have a happy life ahead regardless. At least he managed to keep Kun safe, right? Haha, I quite like you, Mingbo. You're very perceptive, Xiaofeng said, squatting next to Mingbo and patting his shoulder with a grin. Hee indeed, Mingbo replied, echoing Xiaofeng's laughter. But a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a dagger appeared in Mingbo's right hand, aimed at Xiaofeng's chest. Yet, the familiar sensation of a blade piercing did not occur. Oh, Mingbo, what are you doing? Playing with a knife at night might lead to some unfortunate accidents. Xiaofeng's voice chimed from Mingbo's right side. Caw caw caw, the crow flies by. Mingbo turned mechanically, only to see Xiaofeng smiling at him, but there was a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Moreover, a wrench stained with a hint of blood had somehow appeared in his right hand, rhythmically bouncing in his left palm. A misunderstanding, dear Xiaofeng. You must allow me to explain. No, to clarify. I don't know how this ended up in my hand. I just acted on instinct, Mingbo stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he attempted to justify himself. Oh, is that so? Xiaofeng's smile gradually faded, and in a swift motion, he swung the wrench, striking Mingbo on the head. Clang! Mingbo's world darkened, as if the colors of reality had faded. He slumped down, unconscious. Xiaofeng, my brother, your weapon is quite unique. At that moment, Summer and Zhu Lan approached Xiaofeng, with Summer curiously examining the item in Xiaofeng's hand. Wow, Xiaofeng, you can actually use superpowers, Zhu Lan exclaimed, her attention captivated by Xiaofeng, circling him with intrigue. Waha indeed. I am the Flash Man, who has consumed the flash fruit, Xiaofeng declared dramatically, grinning at Zhu Lan, who resembled a curious child. Flash fruit? What is that? Zhu Lan asked, tilting her head in confusion. It's nothing. Don't pay attention to such details. Next up, we'll rescue the molters. Xiaofeng chuckled, quickly shifting the topic. Before long, Xiaofeng led the two to the edge of the volcano's center, raising the wrench in his hand as he charged forward, leaving Zhu Lan and Summer to pause in bewilderment. Do I have to go up and save it myself? This isn't what I understood. Shouldn't battles be the domain of Pokémon? Summer muttered, momentarily stunned. Zhu Lan, on the other hand, had her mouth agape, watching Xiaofeng's receding figure in astonishment. Chapter 61, The Battle of the Crimson Lotus. With a series of clangs, Xiaofeng teleported up to strike each of Team Rocket's henchmen, who had initially intended to flee. But how could they possibly escape the swift Xiaofeng? One by one, they crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. After dispatching them, Xiaofeng turned his attention to the devices they had dropped, delivering a few more strikes. A crackling sound emanated from the machinery, which began to emit black smoke as it ceased to function. With the destruction of the devices, the chains binding Molters vanished without a trace. Chirp! Molters let out a jubilant cry, joyfully flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 100 base stat points. Following the successful rescue, it was the usual routine. Xiaofeng retrieved his Pokédex to analyze Junsha, providing comprehensive support to Xiao and the others. Of course, Xiao was carefully carried away, while experiment number 8 was entrusted to Professor Oak, who assured he would take good care of it, and find it a safe place to live. Thank you, Xiaofeng. It is thanks to your assistance that Moltres was saved, Summer expressed, bowing deeply to Xiaofeng and Zhulan after their successful rescue. It's nothing. No need for thanks. Xiaofeng replied with a wave of his hand, indicating it was of no concern. Xiaofeng was right. There is no need for thanks, as this is our duty. Moreover, I have had the pleasure of witnessing the legendary creature of the Guandu region, making this journey worthwhile. Zhulan promptly waved her hand in agreement. Well then, haha, I shall refrain from saying too much. Tonight, the meal is on me, young Master Xia. Let us all eat and drink heartily and rest well. Tomorrow, Xiaofeng, we shall engage in the gym's official competition. Xiaobo, seeing this, broke into a hearty laugh and spoke grandly to Xiaofeng and the others. Young Master Xia is indeed a generous soul. Let us go. Xiaofeng raised his right hand in cheer and led the charge, accompanied by the sprites and the two others to a renowned Pokémon restaurant in Honglian City for a sumptuous feast. Within the private dining room of the restaurant, the atmosphere was lively. Xiaobo observed Xiaofeng and his Pokémon devouring their meal with astonishing speed, his expression one of disbelief. He could only pat his balding head, muttering, well, what can I say? It's quite authentic, I suppose. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Zhulan, sitting beside Xiaofeng, chuckled as she watched him eat with abandon, tears of laughter glimmering at the corners of her eyes. She then handed him a couple of napkins. Xiaofeng graciously accepted them, wiping the corners of his mouth and expressing his gratitude with a simple, thank you. Having feasted well, Xiaofeng and his companions returned to their lodging for a restful night. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, they were awakened by Xiaobo, who led them to the active volcano where they had previously rescued the Moltres, ready to commence the official competition at the Honglian Gym. The match would be conducted in a 1v1 format, with the outcome determined in a single round, as Xiaobo explained the rules to Xiaofeng. Not a problem. Let us get started. Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. Come forth, Moltres. Upon receiving Xiaofeng's agreement, Xiaobo called out to the magma within the volcano. With a triumphant cry, Moltres soared swiftly from the lava, its wings flapping majestically as it hovered above the molten rock. This arena shall be yours, Charizard. Xiaofeng turned to his Charizard and nodded, signaling it to take the stage. With a mighty roar, Charizard responded and ascended above the volcanic magma, locking eyes with Moltres. Moltres, unleash air slash. Both sides prepared for battle, and Xiaobo eagerly initiated the assault. Moltres flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a barrage of enormous cyan wind blades slicing through the air towards Charizard. Charizard, use Blast Burn. Xiaofeng commanded, his voice filled with conviction. Charizard, engulfed in searing flames, unleashed a rapid blast burn that collided with the air slash. The blast burn swiftly consumed the air slash, continuing its relentless advance toward Moltres. Moltres, use Protect, then follow up with Overheat. Observing Charizard's flames incinerate the air slash, Xiaobo furrowed his brow and commanded Moltres to defend itself. In an instant, a yellow energy shield enveloped Moltres, absorbing the subsequent attack from Blast Burn. Once the shield dissipated, a massive fiery orb of intense flames began to coalesce before Moltres, spinning and radiating heat as it surged toward Charizard. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's command, Charizard's arms trembled, enveloped in draconic energy that formed formidable claws. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged forward, slashing diagonally at the incoming Overheat. With a tearing sound, the fiery orb was cleaved in two by Charizard's claw, which then continued its assault, aiming for Moltres. Moltres swiftly maneuvered to evade. Xiaobo, witnessing Charizard easily dismantling Moltres' attack, promptly ordered it to create distance. Moltres darted through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Don't let it escape, Charizard. Use Quick Attack, then Iron Tail. Noticing the opponent's attempt to flee, Xiaofeng immediately issued a pursuit command. Charizard executed a quick attack. Soaring high above the swiftly moving Moltres, its tail glowing with a brilliant metallic sheen as it struck downward at Moltres. With a resounding crack, Charizard's iron tail struck Moltres, causing it to cry out in pain as it plummeted into the magma below, sending molten rock splashing several meters high, while Moltres vanished beneath the surface. Moltres, can you hear me? Quickly use Roost. As Moltres remained submerged, Xiaobo shouted anxiously, hoping to elicit a response. Perhaps Xiaobo's call had an effect, for Moltres emerged from the magma, its body glowing with a fierce red hue. The injuries from the strike began to heal as it rose. Observing Moltres' current state, Xiaobo prepared to go all out. Moltres, use Brave Bird. In an instant, A radiant white light enveloped Moltres as it charged fiercely toward Charizard. Ugh, Roost. What an annoying move. Charizard will use Protect, then Shadow Claw to strike it into the sky. A glimmer of amusement crossed Charizard's eyes as a yellow energy shield instantly enveloped it, preventing Moltres from breaching its defenses. With its claws poised, dark shadowy energy coalesced around Charizard's claws. Once the protective barrier dissipated, Charizard swung its right claw upward at Moltres. The blow landed squarely on Moltres' chin, creating a gust of air that propelled it skyward. Moltres felt an intense pain in its jaw, as if it were not its own, and its vision began to blur, the world fading to gray. Charizard, execute Shadow Claw fivefold. Watching Moltres being launched into the air, Xiaofeng shouted to Charizard. Charizard, driven by the power of shadows, pursued Moltres, unleashing a series of strikes from various angles, relentlessly battering it. After 5 strikes, Moltres became disoriented, feeling excruciating pain throughout its entire body before its vision faded to black, plummeting toward the magma below. Charizard, you've won. Catch it. Seeing that Moltres could no longer continue, Xiaofeng called out to Charizard. Charizard nodded, flapping its wings and diving down to catch Moltres, gliding gracefully to land at the edge of the volcano beside Xiaobo, before returning to Xiaofeng's side and giving a thumbs up. Haha, indeed, you are the best. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, praising Charizard. Chapter 62. Zhulan joins the team in the moving city. Xiaobo, witnessing the outcome of the battle, exhaled deeply and examined Moltres' condition. Seeing it was unharmed, he approached Xiaofeng with a smile. Congratulations, I concede defeat. Here, take this, it is well deserved. He then fished out a badge from his pocket and presented it to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng accepted the badge with a radiant smile. Thank you, Gym Leader Xia. Ding. Congratulations, host has gained 40 base stat points and acquired the skill. Slide Tackle, skill effect, summons a humanoid shadow that can freely change size to perform a sliding tackle, causing the opponent to fall face first. Having received the badge, Xiaofeng and Zhulan bid farewell to Xiaobo and set off on their new journey. Strolling through the streets of Honglian City, the two enjoyed ice cream cones from a hot spring. Xiaofeng, savoring his treat, turned to Zhulan. We are about to leave. Have you thought about where to go next? I haven't planned anything yet. What about you, Xiaofeng? Zhulan pondered, her thumb and forefinger resting on her chin. Xiaofeng gazed ahead at the extended road, his expression resolute. Of course, I shall continue onward. I now possess 7 badges, and I only need 1 more to qualify for the Quartz League tournament. Really? Which gym do you plan to challenge for your final badge? Zhulan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. A flicker of determination crossed Xiaofeng's eyes as he contemplated the Tokiwa gym. There is someone there I wish to see. Is that so? I wish you success in your challenge, Zhulan remarked, admiring the determined profile of Xiaofeng as she offered her encouragement. With a flicker of thought, Xiaofeng turned his head once more to gaze at Zhulan, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiaofeng's eyes as he addressed the person before him. Since you have no plans, how about we embark on a journey together? Sure. Why not? It's just like a vacation, Zhulan replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush under Xiaofeng's attentive gaze. Are you really on board? Xiaofeng paused in surprise. Then his face blossomed into a joyful smile as he began to dance with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. Thus, amidst the laughter, Zhulan joined Xiaofeng's traveling party. Before setting off on their adventure, Xiaofeng made a stop at a hardware store to procure a couple of items to stow away in his backpack. With the Red Lotus Championship badge in hand, the two, accompanied by their Pokémon, journeyed towards Hikari City. Along the way, Xiaofeng allocated the 140 points of base stats he had acquired, 40 to Jengar's special attack, 20 to Haxorus's physical attack, and 80 to Gyarados' physical attack. Through their battles, the Pokémon experienced significant growth. Charizard reached level 62, Electivire level 60, Lizardin level 56, Jengar level 53, Haxorus level 48, and Gyarados level 40. In a mountainous forest, Xiaofeng commanded Gyarados to engage in battle. Use Hyper Beam to finish it off, he exclaimed. Gyarados opened its massive jaws, swiftly gathering destructive energy, unleashing a powerful attack that sent their opponent crashing to the ground. Xiaofeng was truly putting in the effort. Zhulan, preparing lunch nearby, observed Xiaofeng directing the battle and sighed, waving to him, time to eat. Upon hearing her call, Xiaofeng quickly turned and dashed back to Zhulan with Gyarados. Hee, I'm coming. Let us eat. Honestly, you act like you're starving. I can't imagine how you survived before, hardly knowing how to cook, Zhulan teased, rolling her eyes at him. Xiaofeng scratched his head. Back then, we slept under the sky and used the ground as a bed. When we were hungry, we simply picked some berries. I've never fought in such a luxurious manner. and my cooking skills are nowhere near yours. All right, here you go, this is yours. Hearing her compliment, Zhulan nodded with satisfaction and handed a steaming bowl of rice to Xiaofeng. Thank you, he exclaimed, eagerly digging into his meal. Watching Xiaofeng devour his food, Zhulan sighed and then proceeded to serve food to Charizard and Gyarados before elegantly enjoying her own meal, creating a stark contrast between them. Suddenly, the tranquility of their lunch was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing from deep within the mountains. Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards the source of the noise, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What is happening over there? Almost immediately, the sky appeared to be obscured for some inexplicable reason. Both Xiaofeng and Zhulan looked up to see an ancient city miraculously rising into view. My goodness, Zhulan, that city has mechanical legs, Xiaofeng exclaimed, pointing at the city that blotted out the sky, his face filled with astonishment as he turned to Zhulan. Yes, indeed. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it, Zhulan replied, her eyes wide with curiosity about the unknown. With a rumble, the city began to move slowly, although its destination remained a mystery. As it progressed, the mechanical legs trampled over the habitats of various Pokémon, scattering them in a frantic escape from their destroyed homes, casting a shadow of concern over the two travelers. This won't do. We must find a way to stop it. Zhulan, shall we go investigate? Xiaofeng inquired, looking at Zhulan with anticipation. Zhulan nodded in agreement. Let us go. With her consent, Xiaofeng returned his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, leaving only Charizard to carry them towards the ancient floating city. After a considerable flight, they finally landed at the periphery of the ancient city, where Xiaofeng released his Pokémon once more, instructing Gengar to hide within Zhulan's shadow as a precaution. As they surveyed their surroundings, the ancient city revealed itself in layers, resembling a six-tiered staircase adorned with numerous buildings on each level. Connecting stone stairs led upward, culminating in a grand hexagonal tower that emitted a powerful red glow from its apex. That hexagonal tower must be the core controlling this city, Zhulan speculated after a moment of contemplation. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Yes, let us head there. The two hastened to the stone steps leading to the next level. Just as they were about to ascend, Xiaofeng heard a sudden commotion and quickly pulled Zhulan back. Charizard, something's up. Use Dragon Claw? Charizard responded instantly, gathering energy as it turned to strike in the direction of the sound. Clang. Charizard's claw cleaved a massive rock in two as Xiaofeng glanced at the source of the disturbance, spotting two figures emerging from above the stone staircase, a Geodude and a Machoke. Zhulan followed Xiaofeng's gaze and noticed the two Pokémon blocking their path, their eyes glowing red, having seemingly fallen under some form of control. It appears they are being manipulated. They're trying to prevent us from ascending, Xiaofeng observed, furrowing his brow. Let us defeat them quickly. One for each of us. I'll take the Geodude. Gyarados, use Crunch on it, Zhulan commanded, her gaze fixed on the opponent. Xiaofeng followed suit, addressing Electivire. We'll join in too. Electivire, use Brick Break on Machoke. As their commands echoed, Electivire and Gyarados surged forward like the wind, their movements swift and decisive. In an instant, radiant energy enveloped their arms as they leaped into action, executing powerful strikes that shattered the air with a thunderous sound. Machoke reacted by crossing its arms, shining with a white light, charging toward the oncoming Electivire in an attempt to grapple. Meanwhile, Geodude curled into a ball and rolled forward, using the ground beneath as a launchpad to collide with the soaring Gyarados. When their attacks met, Electivire's Brick Break smashed through Machoke's arms, delivering a devastating blow to its shoulder. A crack echoed as the bone broke, sending Machoke crashing back into the ground with a violent impact, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Machoke lay unconscious in a crater, its shoulder bearing a deep U-shaped indentation reminiscent of Electivire's massive arm. Geodude met a similar fate, struck down by Gyarados' Crunch, leaving a clear gash across its chest. Well done, Electivire and Gyarados. Both Xiaofeng and Zhulan praised their Pokémon. Let us move on to the next layer, Xiaofeng said, glancing up at the stairs leading higher. Zhulan nodded and quickly followed his lead. Soon, they reached the second level and approached the stairs leading to the third. Unlike the first level, this staircase was guarded by a single Pokémon, a colossal Steelix that entirely blocked their path. Its body was constructed from irregular steel spheres, reflecting a brilliant metallic sheen in the sunlight. With a tail as sharp as a sword and a large head adorned with a massive jaw and gleaming white teeth. Curiously, Xiaofeng examined the imposing creature before him. Oh look, it's a Steelix, the evolved form of Onyx. I'll handle this one. Zhulan, take a break, I'll take care of it. All right, good luck, Zhulan encouraged, nodding as she pulled out a small stool to relax on. Gyarados, you're up. Xiaofeng called, sending Gyarados into battle. Use Rain Dance. With a mighty roar, Gyarados unleashed its powerful voice towards the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and torrents of rain began to pour down. The Steelix across from them writhed uncomfortably under the relentless downpour, its crimson-hued eyes flashing with irritation. With a swift motion, its sharp tail was raised and brought crashing down onto the ground, causing massive, pointed rocks to erupt and extend towards the Gyarados with piercing intent. Observing the Steelix's assault, Xiaofeng issued a command to Gyarados. Gyarados, charge forward with a ram attack. With a glint of determination in its eyes, Gyarados illuminated with a soft glow. Leaping into action, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the Steelix. As it advanced, the newly formed spikes clashed against Gyarados, producing a series of metallic clangs. Yet they proved ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. The obstructive spikes were shattered to pieces by the force of Gyarados' charge, scattering debris without hindering its relentless advance. Ultimately, Gyarados delivered a powerful headbutt, sending the Steelix hurtling backwards. With a whoosh, the Steelix was embedded into the wall beside the staircase, debris cascading around it. The impact left a dent in the wall, shaped like Gyarados' face, with the Steelix's visage contorted in agony, red veins visible in its eyes as it struggled in pain. Remarkably, it has not lost its fighting capability. It seems to possess quite a high level, Xiaofeng mused, stroking his chin as he observed the Steelix's distress. He then continued to command Gyarados, finish it off with a hyper beam. Responding to Xiaofeng's directive, Gyarados soared into the sky, enveloped in a swirling purple vortex. And with a powerful flick of its tail, it charged toward the Steelix embedded in the wall. Seeing its imminent doom, the Steelix concentrated a destructive beam of energy in its mouth, aiming to intercept Gyarados. However, the Gyarados, shrouded in purple energy, brushed aside the incoming attack effortlessly, crashing into the Steelix. The tremendous force of the impact drove the Steelix deeper into the wall, its eyes bulging as more blood vessels appeared around them. And even its iron-like body began to fracture. Before long, the Steelix's eyes rolled back, a look of relief crossing its face as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Unable to continue the battle. Perfectly executed, Bamboo Orchid remarked, tossing aside her sunflower seeds, rising to stow her small stool in her backpack, and joining Xiaofeng with applause. Let's move on to the third floor. Xiaofeng smiled back at Bamboo Orchid and dashed towards the staircase leading to the third floor. Soon, the duo reached the third floor and made their way to the staircase leading to the fourth floor, only to find it unusually unguarded by any sprites. Xiaofeng looked around, scratching his head in confusion. Why does this place feel different from before? Could it be that only the first two floors have sprites guarding them, while the later ones do not? Bamboo Orchid pondered, resting her chin on her hand before voicing her hypothesis. Unable to decipher the situation, Xiaofeng, along with Bamboo Orchid and their sprites, decided to ascend further. Well, let's not dwell on it. Let's head to the hexagonal tower. Before long, they arrived at the staircase leading from the fourth floor to the fifth. To their surprise, a sprite with flowing golden hair, round eyes, and pink lips stood waiting at the foot of the stairs, seemingly clad in a red dress. Ah, it's a ecology, Xiaofeng exclaimed. Bamboo Orchid, this one's yours. I'm not particularly adept at handling this type of sprite. Good luck. He stifled a chuckle, casting a peculiar glance at ecology as he stepped back behind Bamboo Orchid. As a connoisseur of beauty, Xiaofeng feared that a slip of laughter during the battle would be most unbecoming. You actually have a sprite you're not good against, huh? Hee, leave it to me. Bamboo Orchid grinned, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she reassured Xiaofeng, causing his heart to flutter as he thought, do not disturb my focus. With a smile, Bamboo Orchid turned her attention to ecology, retrieving a pokeball from her pocket and tossing it forth. This shall be the one. A flash of white light revealed a humanoid sprite resembling a canine, its body adorned with a striking blend of black and blue fur, save for its beige torso. Standing before ecology. Upon noticing the newcomer, ecology immediately launched an attack, conjuring a chilling energy ball with its hands, unleashing a barrage of icy beams toward the approaching sprite. Lucario, dodge with quick attack, then close in. Bamboo Orchid's voice resonated in Lucario's ears as ecology unleashed its assault. Lucario bent low, evading the icy onslaught, swiftly closing the distance toward ecology. Just as Lucario was mere steps away from ecology, Bamboo Orchid's voice rang out again. Now's your chance. Unleash Force Palm. Responding to her command, Lucario stepped forward, his right palm glowing with azure energy as it struck ecology's abdomen. The force of the blow resonated through ecology, causing it to feel an intense pain deep within its core, followed by the sight of Lucario shrinking away as it flew backward. Lucario, Take advantage of this moment and use Aura Sphere, Bamboo Orchid urged, seizing the opportunity for a follow-up. Lucario swiftly positioned itself in a stance. Its palms cupped behind it as a massive energy sphere coalesced, which it then launched at the airborne Lickilicky. Just as the attack was about to connect, a golden energy barrier materialized, blocking the Aura Sphere and allowing Lickilicky to fall to the ground unscathed. Impressive reflexes from this Lickilicky. It managed to erect a light wall just in time to deflect the Aura Sphere, Xiaofeng commented from his seat on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds as he watched the unfolding battle with keen interest. Bamboo Orchid, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and issued the next command. In that case, Lucario, engage in close combat. Start with quick attack. As Lickilicky regained its footing, it observed Lucario approaching once more, exhaling a gust of frigid wind in an attempt to impede Lucario's advance. However, bolstered by the speed of quick attack, Lucario deftly maneuvered, evading the icy blast and drawing ever closer to Lickilicky. At that moment, Bamboo Orchid's voice pierced through. Use Meteor Mash. Lucario reacted swiftly, gathering potent azure energy around its right fist, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at Lickilicky's face. The impact echoed loudly, sending Lickilicky crashing to the ground, its head throbbing from the blow, as dust and debris erupted around it. As the dust settled, Lickilicky's face appeared swollen and bruised, its eyes swirling as it lost its fighting capability. Well done, Lucario. Bamboo Orchid praised her victorious partner, her gaze shifting to Xiaofeng with a hint of unspoken anticipation. All right, Xiaofeng, my task is complete. Fantastic, as expected from you. Xiaofeng grinned, stowing away his stool with a smile. Hee, let us press onward. With a satisfied look, Bamboo Orchid glanced at Xiaofeng and bounded up the stairs. Wait for me, Xiaofeng called out, hastening to follow her alongside their sprites. Before long, they arrived at the final staircase leading to the tower. Much like the previous floor, a sprite awaited them at the entrance. It had a massive mouth, a purple body, and several yellow holes on its head and tail. Currently, it was thumping its chest, producing an irritating sound. Recognizing the noisy sprite, Xiaofeng declared, That's a Exploud. Allow me to handle this next challenge. Xiaofeng immediately took charge of the battle against the Soundwave monster, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, handing them to Zhu Lan as a signal for her to continue being a spectator. Go ahead. Hakuryu, it's you, Xiaofeng declared, pointing his index finger at the opposing Soundwave monster and nodding towards Hakuryu. And I, Hakuryu responded, flying in front of Xiaofeng. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Soundwave monster swiftly turned its gaze towards Xiaofeng's group. It then began to pound its chest vigorously, lifting its right foot high before slamming it down. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures emerging towards Hakuryu. Then came the sound. A crow flew past. Hakuryu, being airborne, rendered the earthquake skill completely ineffective, causing the Soundwave monster to momentarily pause in confusion. Hakuryu, use quick attack followed by Iron Tail. Xiaofeng commanded, disregarding any notions of fairness and immediately instructing Hakuryu to launch an assault. Hakuryu left behind several afterimages in the air as it sped towards the Soundwave monster, and moments later, it approached the creature, its tail shimmering with metallic luster as it lashed out. Seeing this, the Soundwave monster quickly crossed its arms, erecting an energy shield in an instant. Whoosh! Bang! The sound of wind and collision echoed as the iron tail struck against the energy shield, producing a heavy thud. The Soundwave monster, realizing the situation, promptly activated the tubes on its head and tail, vibrating to generate sound waves aimed at attacking Hakuryu. Hakuryu, use Slide Tackle. Xiaofeng's voice reached Hakuryu's ears. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Hakuryu's eyes as it executed the Slide Tackle skill, being its first time using it. Next, a humanoid shadow swiftly slid beneath the Soundwave monster, vanishing in the process. The Soundwave monster then fell face first to the ground, dazed, causing both its protective shield and Soundwave attack to cease momentarily. Now's your chance, Hakuryu. Tail whip him. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at the effectiveness of the new skill, swiftly issuing a command to Hakuryu. Hakuryu grinned widely, its tail enveloped in a verdant energy armor, and it raised it high to strike down on the fallen Soundwave monster's head. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Hakuryu's tail collided with the Soundwave monster's head, driving it into the ground, leaving only its limbs flailing above the surface. Such thick skin, Hakuryu. Ascend and use Dragon Dive. Seeing that the opponent still had fighting capability, Xiaofeng urged Hakuryu onward. And I, Hakuryu responded, soaring into the air, aimed directly at the Soundwave monster's head embedded in the ground, enveloped in a blue dragon-shaped energy. It charged straight down at the Soundwave monster. With a resounding crash, Hakuryu's skill struck the Soundwave monster, burying its body beneath the ground except for its head, which was now completely encircled. The Soundwave monster finally ceased its movements, losing the ability to fight. Xiaofeng, what was that skill you just used? It was incredible. One moment, there was an afterimage, and the next, the Soundwave monster was down. Zhulan approached Xiaofeng, her curiosity piqued. Xiaofeng scratched his head. How should I put it? You could say I utilized my psychic abilities to create a skill for Hakuryu. What a unique skill. Your psychic powers are truly convenient. Zhulan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Enough of these details. We need to head to that tower and stop the city as soon as possible. Xiaofeng swiftly redirected the conversation. Zhulan nodded seriously. Yes, let's go. Chapter 65, The Moving City 4. The two arrived at the hexagonal tower, which stood 3 stories tall, each level approximately 9 meters high, its walls overrun with moss and adorned with indecipherable carvings, bearing a time-worn and mysterious aura. They pushed the door open, and a wave of antiquity washed over them. The entire first floor served as a library, with an overwhelming collection of books neatly arranged, covered in cobwebs. After a cursory glance around, they did not linger and ascended the staircase to the second floor, where various instruments and metallic components were strewn about, both large and small. Continuing onward, they ultimately reached the tower's pinnacle, where a peculiar device sat at the center of the floor. Below it was a hexagonal metallic base, upon which a 4-sided double conical red crystal emitted a fierce crimson glow, continuously rotating above it, surrounded by circular orbits resembling celestial paths. What should we do? Should we just dismantle it? Xiaofeng asked, casting a puzzled look at Zhulan. Zhulan sighed, glancing at Xiaofeng. Let's first see if there's a switch. They approached and began examining the base. After searching for a long while without success, Zhulan, losing patience, kicked the base in frustration. Stepping back and pointing at the crystal. Garchomp, dismantle it. Garchomp's forehead bore a question mark, recalling the earlier instruction to check for a switch. Though confused, Garchomp complied and began gathering energy in its mouth. Seeing this, Xiaofeng quickly moved aside to join Zhulan. Boom. Garchomp's dragon rage struck the device with tremendous force, causing it to halt its operation, and the levitating crystal along with the orbits plummeted to the ground. The ruby light vanished. Done. I told you we had to dismantle it. Xiaofeng grinned, then peered through the window of the tower, observing the clouds in the sky and the trees on the ground continuously retreating. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiaofeng's eyes as he turned to Zhulan. Could this not be the control mechanism for the moving city? What then is the purpose of this mechanism? Zhulan, having also noticed the scene outside, furrowed her brow. Xiaofeng stroked his chin, gazing at the faintly glowing crystal on the ground, uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Do you think this could be the control device for the Pokémon? Then what should we do next? Zhulan posed the critical question. Let us search the first and second floors for clues. We'll split up, 1 person per floor. Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, then turned to the staircase leading down. Zhulan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll check the library on the first floor. Having established their objectives, the two swiftly descended the stairs to their respective search locations. On the second floor, confronted by a plethora of metallic instruments, Xiaofeng crouched down and began inspecting them one by one. After a prolonged period, having examined everything, Xiaofeng stood up, scratched his head, and sighed. It's all just a heap of scrap metal, utterly pointless. Xiaofeng, come down quickly, I found something useful. Just as Xiaofeng was deep in thought, Zhulan's excited voice called from below. Hearing this, Xiaofeng kicked aside the obstructing instrument next to him and hurried down to the first floor. Xiaofeng, look what I found, Zhulan exclaimed, shaking a scroll in her hand. Could it be a treasure map? The image of a coin flashed in Xiaofeng's mind. Zhulan rolled her eyes at him, unfurling the scroll on a nearby table to reveal it to Xiaofeng. No way. This is the blueprint for the city's construction. I found it in the corner of the library, and it was covered in dust. Hehe. Does it indicate the location of the controls for the city's movement? Xiaofeng inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined the scroll. Yes, look here. Zhulan pointed to a specific spot on the scroll, indicating it to Xiaofeng. This is on the 3rd floor, in an area unguarded by Pokémon. Observing the location Zhulan had indicated on the city blueprint, Xiaofeng squinted his eyes. Indeed, the control mechanism must be within the walls of the 3rd floor. They probably fear that a battle with Pokémon would expose the control mechanism's location. Zhulan speculated about the unusual arrangement. Yes, that must be the reason. Let us go check the 3rd floor together. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement with Zhulan's hypothesis, preparing to investigate. With their destination confirmed, The two, accompanied by their Pokémon, made their way to the third floor. Following the blueprint to the marked location of the control room on the wall, they discovered no signs of any doors. However, upon closer inspection, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible crevice revealed itself along the wall. Without a key, Charizard, unleash your Shadow Claw to dismantle it. Xiaofeng, having lost the will to expend further energy in the fruitless search for a key, retreated a considerable distance alongside Julan, gesturing towards the wall as he issued a command to Charizard. Roar! Charizard approached the wall, raised its powerful arms, and with a slight movement of its claws, swiftly conjured a pair of shadow claws, which it then crossed and swept forward. Rending! Rending! The sound of tearing echoed as the shadow claws carved a significant cross-shaped opening in the wall, revealing the control room within. Just as Xiaofeng and Julan prepared to enter, the sound of slow footsteps emerged from inside. A deep voice reached their ears, halting their advance. "Ah, you found me rather quickly. You are quite impressive." As the footsteps drew nearer, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, clad in a white suit and adorned with a black top hat, emerged from the control room, presenting himself before Xiaofeng and Julan. "Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Zhangxi, a collector." The man removed his top hat and placed it over his heart, bowing slightly. "A collector, you say? I presume you didn't awaken this city simply to add it to your collection, did you?" Xiaofeng regarded Zhangxi with a hint of incredulity flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, after poring over numerous ancient texts, I finally located this unique city. Might I request you not to obstruct me, otherwise?" Zhangxi's words carried a subtle warning. "Obstruct you? Do you fancy yourself as one of the four emperors, Shanks? You expect me to grant you favor, old man?" Xiaofeng scoffed at Zhangxi's tone. "The four emperors, Shanks? I know not who that is, but are you suggesting you intend to thwart my efforts?" Zhangxi's eyes narrowed, a trace of coldness flickering within. "Enough, old man. Cease your prattle and step aside. We aim to halt this city. Do you not feel any remorse for the countless Pokémon who have lost their homes due to your selfish desires?" Xiaofeng, disinclined to engage further in conversation with Zhangxi, sought to terminate the dialogue. "The loss of those Pokémon is of no concern to me. They merely happen to be in the path of the city's movement. Since you wish to impede me, do not blame me for what follows. Go forth, Nidoking, and break their limbs. Do not allow them to thwart my plans." Zhangxi expressed indifference towards the plight of the displaced Pokémon, his gaze turning cruel as he tossed a Pokeball from his pocket. "Oh, is that so? It appears you possess quite the bravado. Julan, the task of halting the city is entrusted to you. I shall deal with him." Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed into slits, a flicker of crimson glinting within. "Rest assured, I will handle it." Julan nodded earnestly at Xiaofeng, then led her Pokémon towards one side of Zhangxi, intending to bypass him to enter the control room. Chapter 66, The Moving City 5. Nidoking, stop her. Use Rock Smash. Zhangxi, seeing Julan's intent to enter the control room, immediately commanded Nidoking to launch an attack. Nidoking obeyed, raising its fist and gathering energy as it rushed towards Julan. Unperturbed, Julan continued her advance toward the control room. Xiaofeng lifted his gaze to the charging Nidoking. Charizard, use Teleport and then Iron Tail. With a swift movement of its wings, Charizard appeared directly in Nidoking's path. Its tail hardened and struck fiercely against Nidoking's cheek. Nidoking's cheek was struck with tremendous force, its eyes bulging as it spun backward, its jaw dislocated and twisted, before crashing violently into the surrounding three-story buildings. Boom, 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 boom. Nidoking's body repeatedly smashed through the walls of the buildings, creating a cacophony of thunderous collisions. It was not until it had demolished several structures that it finally came to a halt, collapsing to the ground. Dust filled the interior of the buildings, debris strewn everywhere. As the dust settled, Nidoking emerged, covered in countless scratches, its face swollen and its eyes swirling, appearing before Xiaofeng and Julan. How could Charizard possess such overwhelming strength? Zhangxi's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled Nidoking into its Pokeball, his expression darkening. Steadying himself, Zhangxi tossed another Pokeball. "Damn. Now you shall witness my finest collection. Go forth, it's your turn." A flash of white light revealed a four-legged Pokémon resembling a saber-toothed tiger, its eyes glowing crimson. Its yellow fur marked with black stripes, a cyan X symbol on its nose, and a tail resembling a lightning bolt. Ding. Mission triggered. Release Raikou. Completion rewards, 100 base stat points. "Who is Raikou to you?" Xiaofeng inquired, his voice low as he gazed at the Pokeball in Zhangxi's hand. A sardonic smile crept across Zhangxi's lips. "With enough money, nothing is beyond reach." The insidious power of wealth. Xiaofeng scoffed. turning his attention away from Zongzi to focus on Reiku. Noticing Xiaofeng's shift, Zongzi immediately commanded Reiku, use thunder, roar. Upon receiving the command, Reiku howled at the sky, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, while countless currents of electricity surged and coalesced into a formidable thunderbolt, ready to strike Charizard below. Charizard, use Protect. If you don't use it now, it'll gather dust. Xiaofeng called out to Charizard, his eyes fixed on the ominous thundercloud above. Instantly, Charizard was enveloped in a shield of yellow energy, effectively withstanding the full brunt of the thunderstorm's impending strike. Satisfied with Charizard's defense, Xiaofeng issued an offensive command. Charizard, use Teleport and then Shadow Claw. With arms outstretched, Charizard gathered the power of shadows, transforming its claws, then vanished from sight, reappearing beside Reiku and slashing at it with a swift motion. Seeing Charizard's sudden appearance, Zongzi yelled in alarm. Use Reflect. A transparent wall materialized around Reiku, shielding it from harm. Crack, crack. The sound of glass shattering filled the air as Charizard's attack began to splinter the Reflect barrier, revealing Reiku within. Reiku, quickly use Thunderfang. At that moment, Zongzi's pupils widened, his reflexes heightened beyond the ordinary as he swiftly commanded. Reiku opened its mouth, gathering electric energy, and unleashed a ferocious attack with its fangs, aiming to sink into Charizard. Xiaofeng grinned widely. The tortoise shell has cracked. Charizard, unleash your combination skill of inserting and sliding. The moment Xiaofeng issued the command, Charizard responded with a mysterious grin, a flicker of arcane power shimmering in its eyes. Just as Reiku lunged to bite Charizard, an iron rod materialized in its mouth, interrupting its Thunderfang attack. A fleeting shadow then swept across Reiku's limbs, causing it to tumble face first to the ground, its legs splayed awkwardly behind it. The iron rod, subjected to force, plunged deep into Reiku's throat. Gagging, Reiku's eyes rolled back as it heaved violently. Excellent, excellent. Charizard, finish it off with Earthquake. Xiaofeng was quite pleased with the combination's effect and swiftly commanded Charizard for the next move. With a mighty roar, Charizard soared behind Reiku, spread its arms wide, and embraced Reiku's waist. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the sky, performing a 720-degree spin before descending rapidly. Just before impact, it released Reiku, gracefully gliding a short distance to land safely. A tremendous crash echoed as Reiku slammed into the ground, causing stones to erupt outward, extending several meters from the impact site. Reiku lay motionless, having lost its combat capability. Observing Reiku's condition, Xiaofeng leaned towards Zongzi, whispering a few words. In an instant, the electric beast vanished. This time, I concede. When we meet again, I shall avenge this day's humiliation. Zongzi cast a resentful glance at Xiaofeng, raising his hand to recall Reiku. However, just as he did, a large hand grasped his wrist, and a series of cracking sounds ensued. A wave of intense pain surged through his hand, twisting it grotesquely, while the Pokeball he held shattered under the immense force. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Zongzi's lips. Enough of the noise, will you? Xiaofeng nonchalantly dug a pinky into his ear, his eyes shimmering with an unusual energy. Suddenly, Zongzi's cries ceased abruptly, his mouth being stuffed with an iron rod. Muffled sounds escaping him. Xiaofeng approached Zongzi, retrieving 2 long iron spikes from his backpack. Squinting with a smile, he glanced at Zongzi's waist. Earlier, you mentioned wanting my hands and feet. Now, I think it's fair for you to live a life devoid of joy. Xiaofeng tore a corner of Zongzi's clothing, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his mouth. He then commanded the electric beast to pin him to the ground, deftly thrusting the iron spikes into his sides. A sharp pain coursed through Zongzi, who could only emit muffled sounds as his eyes bulged, pupils dilating. Observing Zongzi slip into unconsciousness, Xiaofeng clapped his hands together, binding him and casting him aside. He then turned his attention to the control room. Chapter 67. The evolution of ice. At this moment, a considerable amount of time had passed since Zhulan entered the control room. Just as Xiaofeng was about to peek inside, a series of cracking noises emanated from the city's base, causing the entire city to halt its advance. Shortly thereafter, Xiaofeng beheld the graceful figure of Zhulan exiting the control room, a smile gracing his lips. Did it succeed? Indeed, I have fulfilled my duty. Zhulan exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her face. Her gaze fell upon the motionless Zongzi on the ground. Curiosity piqued. What happened to him? Oh, he was just undergoing acupuncture. It was so comfortable that he dozed off, Xiaofeng explained with a grin. Zhulan stared at the 2 large needles protruding from Zongzi's waist, her expression bewildered. Is acupuncture performed with such thick needles now? Yes, No need to worry about him. He is of no significance. Let Miss Junsha handle the aftermath. Once we're done here, we shall continue our journey. Xiao Feng nodded vigorously, swiftly changing the subject. Zhulan tilted her head in contemplation. All right then. After their conversation, Xiao Feng retrieved his Pokédex and delivered an extensive service to Zhangxi, who would likely become a member of the organization. With Zhulan, the champion, endorsing him, Zhangxi was bestowed a silver bracelet. The next day at noon, as Xiao Feng and Zhulan journeyed toward Changpin City, they encountered a river. They decided to gather water and prepare a meal by the riverside, with Zhulan taking the lead in cooking while Xiao Feng played the role of assistant. Zhulan crouched down, rummaging through her backpack for various cooking utensils and furniture, directing the electric beast and other Pokémon to help build the stove. She then looked up, blinking at Xiao Feng. Could you please fetch some firewood for me? Absolutely. Leave it to me, Xiao Feng declared, running off with Charizard to gather firewood. He bent down to pick up a dry log, grinning at Charizard. Look at this one. It's both large and thick. Charizard shook its head, ignoring Xiao Feng's antics. Exhaling small flames from its nostrils, and focused on completing Zhulan's task, knowing how crucial it was for their meal. Feeling dismissed, Xiao Feng deflated like a punctured balloon. How boring. Before long, both Xiao Feng and Charizard returned, arms laden with their bounty, and presented it to Zhulan. Moments later, smoke began to rise, and Xiao Feng sat on a stone by the riverbank, propping his head up with his hand, lost in thought as he watched Zhulan diligently at work. Noticing Xiao Feng staring blankly, Zhulan felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. She approached him and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xiao Feng, it's time to eat. Oh right. Xiao Feng blinked back to reality. Scratching his head sheepishly, he stood up and joined Zhulan at the dining table to enjoy a delicious lunch. Suddenly, two urgent cries echoed from the river. Pikachu! Pikachu! Xiao Feng and the others sprang to their feet, rushing to the riverbank to see what was amiss. A Pikachu was clinging to a piece of wood, being swept away towards a whirlpool downstream. How could there be a whirlpool here? I don't recall seeing one before. Xiao Feng wondered, quickly turning to Charizard. Charizard, please fly over and rescue it. With a nod, Charizard flapped its wings and swiftly flew towards the Pikachu, extending its hands. It scooped up both the Pikachu and the wooden board. After circling in the air, Charizard returned to Xiao Feng, landing gracefully. Are you all right, Pikachu? Xiao Feng asked. Concern etched on his face as he looked at the Pikachu in Charizard's grasp. Pikachu shook its head, gazing back at Xiao Feng with gratitude. Pika? At that moment, Zhulan's voice reached Xiao Feng's ears. Xiao Feng, look at that whirlpool. It seems to be expanding. Indeed, it appears there's emptiness below. Xiao Feng turned to peer intently at the whirlpool, uncovering its secrets. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as something seemed to break and fall from the whirlpool. The water ceased its swirling, revealing a rectangular opening measuring several meters in length and width. Water from the surrounding river rushed in, as if the hole had no depth, showing no signs of filling up. Should we go down and investigate? Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Zhulan, seeking her opinion. Seeing his eager expression, Zhulan rolled her eyes. With that obvious look on your face, do you even need to ask? Let us go? Xiao Feng chuckled, raising his fist in triumph. They recalled all their Pokémon except Charizard and clambered onto its back. Xiao Feng held Pikachu in front, while Zhulan wrapped her arms around Xiao Feng's waist from behind. Once ready, Charizard flapped its wings and soared towards the opening, gradually descending. As they descended further, a world starkly different from the outside emerged before them. Cold winds and snow lashed against their faces as the temperature plummeted, revealing a vast expanse of white, a subterranean ice cavern stretching endlessly into the distance, towering nearly 100 meters high. Achoo! Zhulan sneezed slightly, shivering as she tightened her grip around Xiao Feng, finding warmth in his presence, while Pikachu burrowed into Xiao Feng's clothing for shelter. Charizard, swiftly find a landing spot. Sensing the situation of Zhulan behind him, Xiao Feng promptly patted Charizard beneath him. Roar! Charizard responded with a roar, then glanced below, swiftly descending towards a flat area shielded from the wind and snow by a large rock. Xiao Feng and Zhulan dismounted from Charizard, and Xiao Feng hurriedly retrieved a pile of clothes from his backpack, wrapping them around Zhulan like a mummy. Zhulan could only roll her eyes at Xiao Feng, her eyes peering out from the layers of fabric. Resigned, she removed some of the excess clothing, and together with Xiao Feng, they surveyed their surroundings. How did such a place come to be? Xiao Feng crouched down, curiously touching the icy ground. Zhulan raised her gaze towards the distance, speculating. Perhaps something within is continuously releasing cold air? Chapter 68. The Evolution of Ice 2. Let us venture inside. Following Zhulan's gaze into the depths of the cave, Xiaofeng released his Pokémon and stepped forward alongside her. As they delved deeper, they occasionally glimpsed the silhouettes of Pokémon flickering amidst the snowstorm. Numerous pairs of eyes silently watched Xiaofeng and Julan. Shortly thereafter, a soft sensation brushed against Xiaofeng's feet. Following that, a loud growl erupted from beneath him. Xiaofeng quickly retreated a few steps. A towering figure obscured his view. With its snow-white fur, most notably dense in certain areas, and 3 sharp, icicle-like chins. It bore a resemblance to a bear from his past life. "Hey there, buddy. Have you eaten yet?" Xiaofeng awkwardly looked up at the ice bear, scratching his head in greeting. Roar! The ice bear, filled with fury, pounded its chest with its hands, bending forward to Xiaofeng, opening its cavernous mouth to roar. The wind from its breath tousling Xiaofeng's hair. "How dare you mess up my hairstyle? Gyarados, give him a thrashing, use tackle." Xiaofeng, annoyed at his disheveled hair, summoned his Pokémon. Gyarados immediately glowed like a light bulb, launching itself at the ice bear's beer belly, its mouth forming a perfect O shape, tongue lolling, saliva flying. Whoosh! Julan's eyes caught a flash of white light zipping past, piercing into the snow several meters away. It plowed through the snow for several meters before finally coming to a stop, snowflakes swirling as the ice bear's eyes rolled back, losing its fighting capability. Once the ice bear was incapacitated, Xiaofeng, from seemingly nowhere, produced a comb, tidying his hairstyle. Honestly, don't you realize that a man's hairstyle is his life? Such poor reviews. Ice bear's inner thoughts. If you want to hit me, just say it. Stop with this nonsense. Yes, Xiaofeng the man, let us move on. Julan's eyes reflected exasperation, utterly at a loss with the antics of Xiaofeng. She took his hand and continued forward. Thus, the two pressed on. Bang, bang. After a while, the sounds of a scuffle reached their ears. A Mamoswine and a Glacian were engaged in a fierce exchange of skills. Upon hearing Xiaofeng and Julan's footsteps, the two Pokémon turned to face them. In an instant, Mamoswine exhaled a chilling gust of icy air, while Glacian concentrated a green beam of energy to launch at Xiaofeng and Julan. We're just passing through. Charizard, unleash your flames. Gyarados, use Dragon Breath. In the moment of the opposing attack, Xiaofeng and Julan swiftly responded, commanding their Pokémon to counterattack. Charizard ignited a fierce blaze, while Gyarados gathered green energy, preparing to unleash. In an instant, both attacks surged forth, colliding with the oncoming strikes from Glacian and Mamoswine. Charizard's flames instantly neutralized Glacian's assault, continuing onward towards Glacian and Mamoswine. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions echoed as Glacian was sent flying a considerable distance, smoke billowing from its mouth, its eyes swirling, collapsing to the ground. Mamoswine similarly flew back, its body riddled with numerous cracks, eyes glazed over, unable to continue fighting. Observing the incapacitated Glacian and Mamoswine, Xiaofeng shook his head, honestly, attacking without a word. Who gave you the audacity? Time passed, and the two finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. 2 ice crystals, exuding a terrifyingly cold aura, each pulsating with black and white energy, floated in the air, enveloped by a massive transparent energy shield. What is this? Could this be the reason for this place's transformation? Xiaofeng gazed curiously at the extraordinary ice crystals before him. Julan's eyes shone with intrigue for the unknown. It must be. Just one of these crystals can alter the environment so drastically. The energy within must be formidable. As they examined the ice crystals, they failed to notice a figure swiftly approaching the energy shield. When they finally turned their attention, they saw a slender silhouette passing through the protective barrier, swallowing the ice crystal pulsating with white energy in one gulp. Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Haxorus, what are you doing eating random things? What if you get a stomachache?" "Nee." Haxorus responded from within, radiating a brilliant white light. After a considerable time, amid Xiaofeng's anxious gaze, Haxorus appeared before them. Is this evolution? Or is it not? Xiaofeng gazed at Haxorus, somewhat bewildered. Its shape remained the same, still elongated like a stick, but its previously blue body had transformed into an icy white, becoming larger and more elongated, with slightly enlarged wings on its head, and the dragon horns, back, and chest now bore intertwining patterns of cyan and white that shimmered subtly, while the 2 orbs at the tip of its tail were adorned with white ribbon-like rings, exuding a unique beauty. Nee. Haxorus flew up to Xiaofeng, affectionately rubbing its cheek against his. "Haxorus, are you feeling all right?" Xiaofeng remained somewhat concerned that Haxorus might have upset its stomach. Nee. Haxorus shook its head in response. Xiaofeng, still uneasy, checked Haxorus's status panel. Name, Haxorus LV56, White Flame Form. Number, 147. Type, Dragon. Ability, Multiscale, Turbo Blaze. Skills acquired, Accelerated Regeneration, Indestructible, Instant Teleportation, Air Slash, Swap, Forced Turn, Bite, Slide. Skills, Cross Flame, Ice Beam, Hyper Voice, Blizzard, Seal, Absolute Zero, Dragon Star, Final Impact, Reflect Wall, Split, Roar, Dragon God Dive, Rain Dance, Water Tail, Bind, Tornado, Dragon Tail. High-speed movement, Dragon Pulse, Inherited, Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle, Shadow Clone. Base stats. HP, 125. Physical attack, 170185. Physical defense, 90. Special attack, 170. Special defense, 100. Speed, 95. Total, 750185. System, will Haxorus evolve again? Xiaofeng, momentarily lost in thought, inquired about his pressing concern. Ding, it will not evolve further. And due to the immunity effect of Indestructible, it will not be affected by its spirit's will. Ah, splendid. While a bulky Dragonite is also quite endearing, this form of Haxorus seems more fitting for me. Xiaofeng was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. At that moment, Zhulan approached, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Haxorus. Wow, Xiaofeng, your Haxorus has become so beautiful. Has it evolved? Indeed, Haxorus has evolved. It will remain this way from now on, without any further changes. Xiaofeng smiled, explaining to Zhulan. Just as Xiaofeng and Zhulan were reveling in Haxorus's evolution, a sharp electronic voice echoed from behind them. Humans, expel. Humans, expel. Xiaofeng and Zhulan swiftly turned to look. A sprite, composed entirely of crystalline ice, with its eyes formed by 7 luminous yellow orbs that flicker with a red glow, materialized before the two individuals. Xiaofeng. The ice god pillar, Regice. Zhulan gazed at the appearing sprite, a look of realization dawning upon her. Ah, just in time. My newly evolved Haxorus can now test its capabilities. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission, defeat Regice. Upon completion, you will receive a reward of 100 base stat points. Chapter 69, The Evolution of Ice concludes. Regice raised its arms before it, gathering a blue-yellow energy sphere within its palms, emitting a crackling sound. Subsequently, it forcefully launched the energy sphere towards Haxorus, observing the electromagnetic cannon hurtling towards Haxorus. Xiaofeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Haxorus, counter it with Dragon Tail. Haxorus responded to Xiaofeng's command, swiftly channeling dragon power into its tail, enveloping it in a verdant energy armor. Just as the electromagnetic cannon was about to strike, Haxorus lashed out. With a resounding crack, the electromagnetic cannon was flattened against Haxorus's dragon tail, ricocheting back towards Regice. An explosion erupted as the cannon collided violently with Regice, enveloping it in thick black smoke. Once the haze cleared, the area struck by the attack was charred black. Regice staggered back a few steps, its massive frame nearly toppling. Fortunately, it managed to stabilize itself against the icy ground beneath, its eyes pulsating with ominous red light, signaling its distress. That must have hurt, Xiaofeng chuckled. Haxorus, let us unveil your new move. Use intertwined flames. And I, Haxorus chirped cheerfully in response. It then conjured a formidable blaze of fire, which swiftly coalesced into a massive X-shaped fireball aimed at Regice. Ace. Regice recognized the impending threat and retaliated, gathering yellow destructive energy in its hands. A terrifying beam of destruction erupted from Regice, colliding with Haxorus's intertwined flames. Yet, the flames showed no signs of faltering, continuing their assault towards Regice. With a thunderous roar, Regice was engulfed in the searing flames, emitting anguished cries as its entire body began to exhibit signs of melting. As the flames subsided, Regice fell to one knee, trembling violently, its 7 yellow orbs dimming ominously, clearly gravely injured. Witnessing Regice's weakened state, Xiaofeng swiftly commanded Haxorus to pursue. Haxorus, it has become rigid. Maximize your output and unleash the frigid flame. As the command was issued, Haxorus rapidly gathered azure energy, shooting forth a flame entirely composed of icy air towards Regice. The freezing gust enveloped Regice, progressively encasing its form in ice from the ground upwards. Ultimately, Regice was completely encased within a block of ice, its 7 orb-like eyes dimming to a lifeless glow, thus rendered incapable of battle. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. You have received 100 base stat points. The system's voice chimed just as Haxorus triumphed over Regice. Xiaofeng beamed with pride, giving Haxorus a thumbs up. You did splendidly. Elated by the praise, Haxorus spiraled joyfully in the air before landing beside Xiaofeng, nuzzling its head affectionately against his cheek. A refreshing chill enveloped Xiaofeng's heart. Haxorus has indeed grown tremendously, Zhu Lan remarked as she approached him, admiring the dragon's transformation. Xiaofeng smiled, gently patting Haxorus's head. This is all thanks to Haxorus's own efforts. Now, we must take our leave, Zhu Lan said, surveying their surroundings before glancing at the distant cave entrance. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should depart. I did not anticipate Haxorus would evolve in such a remarkable manner. Let us go, everyone, we are heading out. After defeating Regice, Xiaofeng and Zhu Lan retrieved their Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Then, Xiaofeng looked up at Charizard. I'll be relying on you once more. Roar. Charizard responded with a fierce cry, shaking its head in a gesture of reassurance. The two then climbed onto Charizard's back, soaring out of the icy cave and returning to solid ground. To avoid disrupting the lives of the Pokémon within the ice cavern, Xiaofeng released Haxorus once more, requesting, Haxorus, please seal this cave entrance again. And Haxorus nodded in understanding before flying towards the entrance, using its frigid power to seal it once more. Oh, my lunch is gone, Xiaofeng exclaimed as he turned to the empty dining table. Stunned, he knelt down, resting his forehead on the ground, his entire being turning a shade of gray. The lunch that had once graced the table had mysteriously vanished, likely taken by nearby wild Pokémon. No matter, we can prepare it again, Zhu Lan said, crouching beside Xiaofeng and offering comfort. Upon hearing her words, Xiaofeng gradually regained his color. Lifting his gaze to the ethereal Zhu Lan, tears streaming down his face. You must be a deity sent to save me. Smoke began to rise once more as Xiaofeng and his companions busied themselves preparing lunch, eventually savoring a delightful meal. Actually, it should be called dinner now, they realized, as they had spent quite a lengthy time in the cave. As dawn broke on the second day, Xiaofeng and Zhu Lan, having packed their belongings, embarked on a new journey. Along the way, they reveled in the beauty of nature, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen high above, radiating its brilliant light. Xiaofeng, let us take a break, Zhu Lan suggested, wiping the sweat from her brow. Noticing Zhu Lan's perspiring visage, Xiaofeng scanned the surroundings and, after a moment, pointed toward a large tree in the distance. There's a big tree up ahead. Let us rest beneath its shade. Zhu Lan nodded in agreement, and the two hurried to the tree, setting their belongings on the ground. Under the tree's shade, a gentle breeze caressed them, providing a refreshing respite that gradually calmed their restless spirits. Chapter 70, Rescue 1. With nothing much to do, the two began to observe their surroundings. Before them lay a vast prairie, stretching endlessly, adorned with towering grass that surpassed the height of an average person, a testament to the land's rich nourishment. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. Suddenly, urgent calls pierced the air. Who is calling me? Xiaofeng turned, puzzled, searching for the source of the voice. I'm over here. In the distance, a peculiar onion-shaped head emerged from the grass, with only its head and hands visible, beckoning to Xiaofeng. Rising to his feet, Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock as he realized. You are Celebi. Have you turned into a ghost? Celebi looked at Xiaofeng with exasperation. What do you mean, turned into a ghost? I'm in a barrier. I merely extended my head out. My body is still inside the barrier. My apologies. Xiaofeng, now understanding the situation, scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, Celebi, how did you end up here? I entered the barrier to escape from bad people, specifically Suicune, who captured me while I was gravely injured. Can you help me rescue it? Celebi gazed at Xiaofeng with hopeful eyes. Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. To have captured Suicune, they must possess considerable strength. Do you know what they look like? Can you pinpoint Suicune's current location? I am unaware of their identities, only that they bear an emblem marked with the letter R. I can sense the presence of Suicune through its words, and we have the ability to perceive each other. Celebi tilted its head, pondering the question posed by Xiaofeng, and subsequently recalled the characteristics of the villains. Upon hearing Celebi's response, Xiaofeng immediately found the answer and swiftly donned his backpack. Indeed, Celebi, time is of the essence. Let us now seek out Suicune. Follow me. Celebi nodded and returned to the barrier. Zhu Lan, let us proceed, Xiaofeng declared, stepping in time with Celebi as they entered the barrier. A ripple spread forth, and the two entered the realm. Whereupon Celebi closed its eyes momentarily to sense the surroundings before soaring towards a specific direction within the barrier. The duo hastened to follow. The villains must be outside. Unable to breach this space for now, with Suicune located a few hundred meters away. Shortly thereafter, Celebi halted, gesturing forward before turning to Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully for a moment before instructing the Pokémon to use Air Walk to exit the barrier. Stay here for a moment. I shall scout ahead. Quickly, send someone to search over there. We must capture it today. As soon as Xiaofeng and the Pokémon emerged from the barrier, distant shouts of commands reached their ears. Following the sound, they beheld a peculiar middle-aged man, adorned with an odd helmet, sporting a goatee, and clad in a red vest, directing a throng of Team Rocket lackeys in search of something. Vixious, have you yet to locate Shalebi's whereabouts? Suddenly, a figure clad in a black stealth suit, donning a black mask emblazoned with the letter R, descended from the sky atop a Fiero. Vixious immediately bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Lord Shadow, we will find it shortly. Please bear with us for a moment. I may have patience, but Boss Bama's plan cannot wait. If we do not capture Shalebi soon, none of us will have a favorable outcome. The masked figure, known as Shadow, snorted coldly, surveying the area as if attempting to discover Shalebi's hiding place. Vixious nodded vigorously. Yes, you are right, Lord Shadow. I will hasten their search. Please, rest for now. I shall handle things here. We have little time left. Expedite your efforts. Seeing Vixious's compliant demeanor, Shadow nodded and withdrew his Fiero, making his way to a makeshift resting area nearby. Vixious watched Shadow enter the resting place with a dismissive snort, muttering under his breath, "Humph, what is so impressive about him? One day, I will make you all look up to me." "Oh, care to share how you intend to make them look up to you? I am quite curious." Just as Vixious finished his tirade, a voice laced with amusement chimed near his ear. A large hand swiftly covered his mouth, stifling his voice, and he was dragged into a nearby thicket by a person and a Pokémon that had appeared without notice. Xiaofeng, observing Vixious being silenced by the electrode, stepped forward to stand before him, removing all the Pokeballs from his waist. Then, retrieving a wrench from his backpack, he brandished it before Vixious. Narrowing his eyes with a smile, "I will release your mouth. You answer my questions, understood? You would do well not to scream, or I shall remove your tongue. Not if you comprehend." Vixious hurriedly nodded in response. Seeing Vixious's understanding, Xiaofeng signaled the electrode to release his mouth. "First question, where is Suicune?" Xiaofeng gazed intently at Vixious. It's with Shadow," Vixious stammered, a fearful expression crossing his face. "It appears you are not being truthful with me. I find myself quite disappointed." Xiaofeng sighed, feigning disappointment as he shook his head, signaling the electrode to cover Vixious's mouth once more. Xiaofeng then forcefully thrust the wrench against Vixious's chest and twisted his wrist. Ugh! A surge of pain coursed through Vixious, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng gestured for the electrode to free Vixious's mouth again, grinning at him. "Here is your second chance." "I apologize. Suicune is actually confined behind the resting area." Vixious, now sweating profusely, quickly divulged. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Vixious would indeed lie to him. "Next question, what do you intend to do with Shalebi? Is it related to an experiment?" Xiaofeng stroked his chin, scrutinizing Vixious. Upon hearing this, Vixious's eyes widened in horror. "How could you possibly know that?" "Oh, is that so?" Xiaofeng smirked, realizing his suspicions were confirmed. "Well then, your usefulness has come to an end. Time for you to have a good sleep." With that, Xiaofeng raised the wrench and struck Vixious on the head. Vixious's vision darkened, and he fell unconscious. Xiaofeng bound him and tossed him aside, marking the spot. Having acquired valuable information, Xiaofeng soon led his Pokémon in the airwalk to the rear of the temporary resting area set up by Team Rocket, where he indeed discovered Suicune, confined within a massive cage, tending to its wounds. Xiaofeng and his Pokémon immediately revealed themselves, pointing at the cage and issuing a command to the electrode. "Electrode, use shock wave to open the cage." With a bright glow emanating from its body, the electrode advanced swiftly and struck downwards. Boom! Following a resounding crash, the iron cage shattered into pieces. Hearing the commotion, Shadow rushed out from the resting area, only to find Xiaofeng facing away from him, directing his Pokémon in the destruction of the cage. "Who are you?" Shadow demanded, his brow furrowing in agitation. Chapter 71, The Rescue, Part 2. Xiaofeng did not respond to Shadow's inquiry. Instead, he approached Suicune, crouching down to assess its injuries. "You scoundrel! I am asking you a question." A glimmer of cold malice flashed in Shadow's eyes. After checking Suicune's wounds and confirming its safety, Xiaofeng stood up to face Shadow. Stroking his chin, "Did you inquire of me? My name is Xiaofeng, a trainer driven by curiosity. It is you, the one who continually thwarts our Team Rocket plans." Recognizing Xiaofeng, Shadow's expression turned serious as he retrieved a Pokeball, tossing it into the air. "Go, Gyarados. Capture him. Name, Gyarados LV-67. A Gyarados, is it? Very well. Then it is settled, Gyarados. Let us transcend our limits and mega-evolve. Xiaofeng grinned, turning to his own Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados let out a fierce roar, enveloped in a radiant, multicolored light. As the brilliance faded, the transformed Mega Gyarados stood before Shadow. Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief. How can your Gyarados evolve again? Are you not aware that Gyarados can undergo another evolution? Xiaofeng feigned ignorance, his expression one of incredulity. Shadow glared at Xiaofeng, a vein throbbing in his forehead, before coldly scoffing. And what if your Gyarados can evolve again? Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Upon receiving the command, Shadow's Gyarados opened its jaws wide, unleashing a powerful torrent of water towards Xiaofeng's Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados, use Body Slam. Xiaofeng shouted to his Mega Gyarados as the Hydro Pump approached. Roar. Responding to Xiaofeng's command, Mega Gyarados was engulfed in a blinding white light, charging fiercely towards the oncoming water attack. Remarkably, Mega Gyarados suffered no resistance from the Hydro Pump, barreling forward towards the opposing Gyarados. What incredible strength! Gyarados, use Protect. Shadow exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the rampaging Mega Gyarados. Shadow's Gyarados roared, instantly enveloped by a yellow energy shield. Boom. Crack. Mega Gyarados' body slam struck the protective barrier with tremendous force, creating a deafening impact. The violent collision of air currents sent clouds of dust swirling around, while the impact point on the protective shield revealed a myriad of cracks that soon shattered into yellow specks, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this scene, Shadow's pupils dilated in alarm. Gyarados, quickly unleash Hyper Beam to send it back. How could I allow you to succeed? Gyarados skillfully seized the moment to utilize Switch. Upon hearing Shadow's command, Xiaofeng reacted instantaneously. The Gyarados belonging to Shadow fired a powerful Hyper Beam, and in the moment Shadow's eyes widened in astonishment. His Gyarados exchanged positions with Xiaofeng's Mega Gyarados, causing the Hyper Beam to strike him instead. Roar. Shadow's Gyarados let out a pained cry as it was engulfed in dark smoke. Now's the time. Gyarados, use Bite. Before Shadow could recover from his shock, Xiaofeng's command echoed once more. A glint of red flashed in Mega Gyarados' eyes as it opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs gleaming with a chilling light, and ruthlessly sank them into Shadow's Gyarados' neck. Blood sprayed forth as the immense fangs pierced deep, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through Gyarados, as if its neck were about to be severed in two. Act. A tortured howl escaped Shadow's Gyarados, which then succumbed to the unbearable pain, its vision darkening as it lost consciousness and combatability. Shadow's countenance darkened considerably as he gazed at Xiaofeng's Mega Gyarados, raising his hand to recall his Gyarados. He then tossed out another Pokeball. I'll leave the next one to you. Name, Flygon LV69. Ah, it's a Trapinch. In that case, you shall be my choice, Haxorus. Observing the newly released Pokemon, Xiaofeng called back his Gyarados. And I, Haxorus responded, soaring into the arena. Shadow's eyes narrowed at the sight of Xiaofeng's newly summoned Haxorus. What a peculiar Haxorus. It is not merely shiny, but vastly different from the ordinary ones. Such an annoying brat. Flygon, use Boom Burst. Shadow's command resonated in Flygon's ears, and in an instant, a powerful sound wave energy column gathered in its mouth and shot towards Haxorus. Haxorus swiftly evaded, then retaliated with Roar. Xiaofeng, witnessing the incoming attack, promptly commanded Haxorus. The moment Haxorus received the order, a strong surge of azure flames erupted from its tail, propelling it away from the Boomburst's trajectory. Haxorus then unleashed a series of roars into the sky, reminiscent of ancient battle drums, resonating endlessly. Flygon appeared to be intimidated by the terrifying sound, its demeanor shifting dramatically, as a scarlet ring enveloped its body. Under the influence of Roar, Flygon's attack and special attack plummeted, leaving it in a state of discomfort, flailing in the air. What is this skill? Shadow frowned as he observed Flygon's condition. Never mind that, Flygon, use Dragon Dive. Xiaofeng, seeing the adversary charging towards Haxorus, smirked slightly. Haxorus, let us execute an ultimate charge and meet it head-on. As both commands were issued simultaneously, Haxorus and Flygon became enveloped in purple and azure energy, charging towards each other. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided. The azure dragon-shaped energy surrounding Flygon vanished in an instant, sending it hurtling like a ball several meters away. Crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust erupted. Observing Haxorus gaining the upper hand, Xiaofeng immediately shouted, Haxorus, flash up and use Bind to finish it. And in a series of flashes, Haxorus appeared before the fallen Flygon, coiling around its body like a serpent and beginning to constrict. The sound of bones grinding echoed continuously from Flygon's form. After a moment, Flygon could no longer bear the suffocating pressure akin to being crushed by a ton of stone, letting out a pained wail as its eyes lost focus, plunging into darkness, unable to continue the battle. Return, Flygon. At this moment, Shadow's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, as he recalled Flygon and tossed out another Pokeball. Now it's your turn. Name, Feraligatr LV72. Haxorus, you did wonderfully. Come back. Sceptile, you're up next. Xiaofeng called back Haxorus and sent out Sceptile. The moment Feraligatr was released, Shadow initiated the attack, Surf. Feraligatr surged forward atop the rising tide, a formidable wave crashing towards Sceptile. Sceptile, use Force Turn. Xiaofeng smirked at the incoming wave. Chamo. Sceptile nodded in understanding and executed Force Turn. In a state of bewilderment, Feraligatr found itself redirected by the wave, returning to its original position. Shadow, equally bewildered, gaped at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Can the opponent truly control Feraligatr's sense of direction? If so, Feraligatr dig. Upon hearing this, Feraligatr ceased its surfing, claws aglow as it burrowed into the ground in an instant. Since he wants to play hide and seek, let's create Sunny Day for a stat boost. As the opponent vanished, Xiaofeng instructed Sceptile to look to the sky. Chamo. Sceptile concentrated sunlight into an energy sphere, shooting it skyward, causing the clouds above to disperse and sunlight to pour down. Just as Xiaofeng's Sceptile initiated Sunny Day, Shadow's voice reached Feraligatr underground. Now, Feraligatr, use Bite. Feraligatr sprang forth from an opening, jaws agape, aiming for Sceptile. Sceptile, switch with Leaf Blade. Xiaofeng's expression was one of anticipation. Chamo. Sceptile called out, and in an instant, the two Pokémon exchanged positions. As Feraligatr remained in the act of biting, Sceptile raised its arms, swiftly gathering Leaf Blade and sweeping towards Feraligatr. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed in unison to both Xiaofeng and Shadow's ears. After being struck at the waist, Feraligatr was overwhelmed by a sudden surge of pain, as if it were about to be bisected, and was sent flying, skewering into the ground with only its upper half exposed. Feraligatr struggled painfully, attempting to extricate itself from the earth, but the intense agony at its waist rendered it immobile. Feraligatr, since you cannot rise, use Water Gun. Shadow's brow furrowed as he observed Feraligatr's plight, promptly issuing a direct attack command. Feraligatr complied, channeling water elemental energy into its mouth, but at that moment, Xiaofeng's voice reached both Shadow and Feraligatr. Sceptile, stuff it into its mouth, then unleash Frenzy Plant. Feraligatr's attack was abruptly halted, its mouth filled with an object, as numerous sturdy root-like spikes erupted from below, piercing into the immobile Feraligatr. Bang! The roots forcibly propelled Feraligatr from the ground, sending it soaring into the sky. Now Sceptile, use Leaf Blade. As Feraligatr was launched into the air, Xiaofeng swiftly commanded Sceptile to unleash a follow-up strike. Sceptile's form became ethereal, and with a flurry of flashes, it executed Leaf Blade, striking Feraligatr continuously until it was rendered incapable of battle. Shadow cast a venomous glare at Xiaofeng. Our feud shall not end here. I will let you go for today. He then released Pidgeot and prepared to depart. Why leave so soon? Our battle has yet to conclude, and the real showdown has not even begun. As the Shadow released the Spearow, preparing to leap onto it, a swift breeze, akin to a phantom, appeared behind the Shadow. With a sudden upward kick, the little wind's foot passed between the Shadow's legs, accompanied by a resounding voice from behind. The Shadow then felt a powerful impact on Kuan, leading to a chaotic scene. A cry of alarm escaped the Shadow's lips as he instinctively covered his groin, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, utterly petrified. Truly, how absurd it was to act so arrogantly and then attempt to flee. Such fortune does not come easily. The little wind gazed helplessly at the fallen Shadow, shrugging in resignation. He then bent down to retrieve the Pokeballs from the Shadow's waist and the Spearow in his hand. A flash of red light ensued as he recalled the Spearow. To prevent any chance of escape, the little wind struck decisively with a wrench, knocking him unconscious. Next, it was time to deal with the Team Rocket's lackeys. Observing the scattering members of Team Rocket due to the Shadow's failure, the little wind turned to his Pokémon and called out for them to disperse and incapacitate all of them, bringing them back here. A chorus of Owl, Chamo, and I echoed as the Pokémon swiftly darted out like arrows, using fists and claws to knock out the minions and return them before the little wind. Suddenly, he remembered that he still needed to deal with that guy, Hachiko. With a swift slap to his forehead, the little wind walked over to the previously marked bushes and dragged Hachiko out by one leg, laying him alongside the Shadow. After a satisfied clap of his hands, everything was in order. Having resolved all matters, the little wind finally crossed the barrier with Suicune, arriving before Shalebi and Bamboo. "You've returned, little wind. How wonderful. I knew you could do it," Shalebi exclaimed, joyfully circling around little wind after seeing Suicune in his company. Watching Shalebi's delight, a smile crept onto little wind's face as he gently patted Shalebi's head. "All right, those villains have been knocked out. Now, Suicune needs to rest and recuperate within this barrier. Bamboo and I will first hand over the Team Rocket members to Miss Junch's people. Thank you for your hard work." Shalebi nodded vigorously. With that, the little wind and Bamboo traversed the barrier to call Miss Junsha, keeping watch over the Team Rocket members until she arrived with her team to take them all away. Once they returned to the barrier, little wind looked at Shalebi and Suicune and reminded them as he bid farewell. "We must continue our journey. So be sure to keep a low profile, all right?" "Yes, we'll be careful. Farewell, little wind, and may your travels be joyful." Shalebi and Suicune replied earnestly. Goodbye." With that, little wind and Bamboo turned to leave, waving at the two Pokemon. As their journey progressed, little wind and Bamboo found themselves increasingly closer to the city of Shirogane. At this point, they had arrived at the edge of the Shirogane forest. And due to the late hour, they decided to camp temporarily within the forest, planning to reach Shirogane City the following day. As they set up a fire to cook, the sounds of insects and birds in the forest created a unique ambience. After finishing his meal, little wind reclined on a large rock, gazing at the stars above as he whispered, "Finally, we shall meet, Bamboo, and there's also a troublesome child to consider." Subsequently, little wind silently instructed, "System, allocate the 200 base points I previously acquired entirely to Charizard's physical attack." The next morning, little wind and Bamboo packed their belongings and continued onward. By midday, they finally beheld the facade of the city. We have finally arrived at Shirogane City. What a journey it has been." Little wind marveled at the sight of the city not far ahead. "Let us go grab a good meal at the Pokemon Center first." Entering the city with his Pokemon and Bamboo, they made their way directly to the Pokemon Center. "I'm so full," little wind exclaimed contentedly, reclining in the dining area of the Pokemon Center and rubbing his round belly. Bamboo looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Aren't you eager to challenge the Shirogane gym now? Food is the most important thing in the world. Besides, the gym won't run away," little wind replied. Casting a sidelong glance toward a spot near the entrance of the Pokemon Center, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And who knows? Perhaps the gym leader is already aware of my arrival." Bamboo nodded thoughtfully. "Bamboo, wait here for me. I need to restock on supplies." Little wind instructed as he stood up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and exiting the Pokemon Center. Inside a nearby shop, he inquired, "How much for this item?" Shaking it before the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, grinning, "A bargain at 1,000. That's too high. How about 500? I'll take it," little wind countered, shaking his head at the price. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly produced a card reader from behind the counter. "Deal. Cash or card?" Realizing he had been careless, little wind, with a sigh, pulled out 500 Pokemon coins from his pocket and handed them to the shopkeeper. After placing the item into his backpack and zipping it closed, he exited the shop and returned to the Pokemon Center, where he and Bamboo proceeded toward the Shirogane gym. After some time, little wind raised his eyes to behold the grandly decorated Shirogane gym, stroking his chin in admiration. "So, this is the Shirogane gym. It looks quite impressive. And they even have a doorman. How upscale," he mused, inwardly thinking, "No wonder you are Bamboo. You are indeed wealthy and extravagant." "Hello. I am here to challenge the Shirogane gym," little wind announced as he approached the entrance, waving at the two guards. The guards exchanged a barely perceptible glance, raising their axes before allowing the grand doors of the Shirogane gym to swing open. "Please come in." "Thank you." Little wind nodded gratefully, leading Bamboo and his Pokemon inside. Upon entering the gym, little wind surveyed the interior, which featured a standard Pokemon battle arena. Opposite the entrance, a high platform held a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. Clad in a red suit, seated comfortably in an executive chair, stroking his Persian with an air of superiority. As soon as he laid eyes on little wind, Bamboo's gaze flickered with a fleeting coldness, but he quickly donned a smile. "So, you are the one here to challenge the gym, young lad?" "Indeed. You must be the gym leader." "Greetings, I am Little Wind, here for the gym challenge." He introduced himself innocently, scratching his head. Bamboo's expression shifted to one of understanding as he retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it into the arena. "You may call me Bamboo. Since you are here to challenge the gym, let us begin. Name, Golem LV42. In that case, I choose you. Go, Jingar. It's been a while since I fought," Little Wind declared, watching as Bamboo released his Pokemon. The shadow beneath him stirred as a pair of crimson eyes opened, and the plump Jengar floated up, grinning mischievously as it hovered about the arena. Seeing this, Bamba's expression sharpened. An alternate-colored ghost-type Pokémon. Very well, Golem, use Aura Sphere to attack. Following the command, Golem raised its hands outward, palms facing up, condensing a brilliant Aura Sphere that shot toward the airborne Jengar. Jengar, counter with Shadow Ball. Little Wind quickly instructed as he observed Golem's actions. Gum. Jengar responded with a grin, swiftly positioning its hands at its sides and conjuring a potent Shadow Ball, which it then propelled toward Golem. The Shadow Ball collided with the Aura Sphere, swiftly engulfing it and hurtling toward Golem at breakneck speed. In an instant, Golem was struck, unable to react in time. Bang! As the Shadow Ball made contact, a violent explosion erupted, sending black smoke billowing in all directions. When the smoke cleared, Golem lay in a massive crater, covered in cracks and with swirling eyes, rendered incapable of battle. Xiaofeng's Jengar has indeed grown stronger. Zhulan stood by, nodding in admiration at the gaping crater left by the explosion of Shadow Ball. The damage inflicted by this shiny Jengar surpassed all rational expectations. Sakaki observed the swiftly defeated Geodude, his gaze gravely fixated on Xiaofeng's Jengar. He then raised his hand, a flash of red light signifying the return of Geodude, before retrieving another Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it into the arena. Go. It's your turn. Name, Machoke LV48. Machoke, use Detect. Upon Mashoki's entrance, Sakaki swiftly issued his command. Mashoki's eyes widened, fixating on Jengar across the field, a translucent white beam of light emanating from its gaze, scanning Jengar from top to bottom. Noticing this, Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Ah, the detectability? It allows physical attacks to affect ghost-type Pokémon. But alas, if your opponent is stronger, and you lose the opportunity to strike first, it becomes quite an unfortunate predicament. Moreover, I suspect your move pool lacks a countermeasure." Subsequently, Xiaofeng promptly commanded Jengar to attack. Use Dark Pulse. Yay! Jengar chuckled, lifting its hands as it swiftly harnessed the power of darkness, unleashing a terrifying Dark Pulse towards Machoke, who was still preoccupied with its Detect move. Boom! The Dark Pulse struck Machoke squarely in the chest, the overwhelming force sending it crashing backward, embedding it into the walls surrounding the gym, leaving a deep indentation in which Machoke lay, surrounded by expanding cracks. At that moment, Machoke felt disoriented, its chest crushed as if by a boulder, unaware of how many ribs had been broken. With a closing of its eyes and a tilt of its head, it succumbed to unconsciousness, losing its combat capability. What a failure! Return, Machoke. Observing the once again defeated Machoke, Sakaki furrowed his brow slightly, raising his hand to summon it back with a flash of red light. Then immediately tossed out a new Pokeball. Next up is you. Name, Kingler LV50. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. The command reached Kingler's ears, and in an instant, it raised its massive pincers, opening its mouth wide. Swoosh! Spheres of energy, resembling bubbles, rapidly shot toward Xiaofeng's Jengar. Jengar, use Shadow Sneak. Upon witnessing the barrage of bubble energy, Xiaofeng swiftly directed Jengar. In an instant, Jengar melded into the shadow beneath, evading the incoming bubble beam attack. Kingler, unable to locate Jengar, quickly spun around, scanning the area. Yet, from the shadow behind Kingler, Jengar surged forth, its right hand enveloped in ominous shadow energy, delivering a fierce upward strike to Kingler's rear. Rending gashes suddenly marred Kingler's back, bloodied and gruesome. Staggering, Kingler fell forward, crashing face-first into the ground. Unable to rise, Sakaki's pupils narrowed in surprise. Is this an ability unique to this shiny Jengar? Suppressing his astonishment, Sakaki smiled and recalled Kingler, retrieving a green badge from his jacket pocket. Tossing it to Xiaofeng. Haha, young brother Xiaofeng, this belongs to you, a testament to your success in the gym challenge. Thank you, gym leader Sakaki. Xiaofeng caught the badge thrown by Sakaki, grinning at him, then proceeded to display other gym badges from his collection, wondering if the gym leader was available for another challenge. Sakaki's eyes reflected an understanding demeanor as he nodded. Of course, it is my duty. Now, we shall commence the gym challenge initiated by challenger Xiaofeng in the official match format, utilizing 3v3 rules. Go forth. It is your turn to enter the fray. Sakaki elaborated on the match rules to himself, then withdrew a Pokeball for the next round. As the red light flashed, a blue, spiky bipedal Pokemon appeared before Xiaofeng. Name, Nidoqueen LV75. Return, Jengar. Xiaofeng called out. Jengar giggled and flew back to Xiaofeng, diving into the shadow beside him. Xiaofeng then turned to Lizard King, nodding. Now it's your turn, Lizard King. Mega Evolution. Chamo. Lizard King responded with a shout, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of light that illuminated the entire gym. As the light faded, Mega Lizard King stood before Sakaki. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Sakaki's eyes. This is the Mega Evolution discovered in the Kalos region. Oh, Gym Leader Sakaki, you're aware of it? Xiaofeng inquired, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Hee. Sakaki wore an enigmatic smile, choosing not to elaborate, then called out to Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, the battle begins. Use Rock Slide. Roar. Nidoqueen bellowed, as several massive rocks materialized around her, soaring towards Mega Lizard King with ferocious intent. Mega Lizard King, charge forward and use Fury Cutter. Xiaofeng commanded urgently as the rocks hurtled toward them. Chamo. Responding to Xiaofeng's command, Mega Lizard King's eyes gleamed with determination, leaping into action, transforming into a blur as it swung its hands, glowing with spectral energy at the incoming boulders. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Mega Lizard King maneuvered flawlessly, cleaving through the rocks, which split apart and rained down harmlessly behind him. Mega Lizard King pressed on toward Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, don't let him near, quickly use spikes. Sakaki shouted, his expression serious as he observed Mega Lizard King's rapid advance. Nidoqueen, receiving the command, raised her right fist and slammed it into the ground. Boom. The impact reverberated as pointed rocks erupted from the earth, extending toward Mega Lizard King. Dodge, then Leaf Blade. Just as the spike's attack spread toward Mega Lizard King, Xiaofeng's voice rang out in time. Instantly, Mega Lizard King vanished, reappearing beside Nidoqueen, raising its hands to conjure Leaf Blade, bringing it down fiercely. Nidoqueen, quickly use Protect. Seeing Mega Lizard King suddenly beside Nidoqueen, Sakaki's eyes widened in alarm. Clash, crack, crack. Mega Lizard King's Leaf Blade struck Nidoqueen's hastily erected Protect shield, producing a resounding clang as cracks began to spiderweb from the impact point, ultimately shattering and dissipating into the air. Nidoqueen, quickly use Mega Punch. Seeing that Protect had only withstood for a brief moment, Sakaki rapidly issued a counterattack command. Roar. Nidoqueen roared, her right fist glowing with fierce light as she swung it toward Mega Lizard King. Slide tackle. Xiaofeng's voice reached Mega Lizard King just in time. Mega Lizard King, grinning, executed a sliding tackle, striking Nidoqueen's feet from below. Nidoqueen tumbled over, crashing face first to the ground. Now's your chance. Mega Lizard King, use Cross Chop. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofeng quickly commanded. Hearing this, Mega Lizard King crossed its arms in an X shape, radiating intense light, and brought it down toward Nidoqueen's head. Crack, crack. Nidoqueen's head was struck hard, sinking into the ground, leaving behind a cross-shaped gash on the back of her skull. At that moment, Nidoqueen felt as though swarms of bees were buzzing in her head, disoriented and dizzy. Mega Lizard King, finish it with Ultimate Absorb. Xiaofeng, fully aware of the principle of striking while the iron is hot, swiftly commanded an attack. Chamo. The Super Lizard King's eyes ignited with a rich emerald glow, followed by a powerful surge of green radiance enveloping its entire form as it lunged towards the Nidoqueen below like a serpent. Subsequently, Nidoqueen began to tremble violently, struggling incessantly, but soon its resistance waned. Meanwhile, the Lizard King, with a flushed countenance, seemed to have transcended its former self, releasing a guttural moan of Chamo. Return, Nidoqueen. Now it is your turn, Beedrill, Sakamoto said, his expression darkening as he observed the Super Lizard King's euphoric demeanor. He swiftly recalled his Nidoqueen and tossed a new Pokeball into the arena. Name, Beedrill LV79. Surpass your limits, Beedrill, Mega Evolve, Sakamoto proclaimed, raising his right hand, revealing a round gem as he shouted. At the moment Sakamoto concluded his command, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Beedrill's body, shimmering brilliantly and resonating with the gem in Sakamoto's hand. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent multi-winged Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Its elongated eyes and forewings adorned in yellow with black stripes, featuring conical depressions on either side of its abdomen, with its limbs and tail bristling with poisonous stingers. Super Beedrill, use Shadow Clone. Sakamoto's command reached the ears of Super Beedrill, which swayed slightly and vanished, leaving behind numerous shadowy replicas that swiftly surrounded the Super Lizard King. Xiaofeng's eyes gleamed as he observed the scene. Truly, Super Beedrill is remarkably swift. In that case, Super Lizard King, unleash Seed Bomb Barrage. Chamo. The Super Lizard King opened its mouth, swiftly condensing a multitude of seed energy projectiles, sweeping from left to right and firing at the surrounding Beedrill clones. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the clones were struck and exploded upon impact from the Super Lizard King's barrage. Just as the last of the Beedrill clones was about to be obliterated, Sakamoto's voice rang out. Super Beedrill, quickly use Twin Needle attack. Among the remaining shadow clones, one Beedrill raised its stinger, radiating a blinding white light as it thrust toward the Super Lizard King's body in a flurry of cross attacks. The Super Lizard King activated its ability to see through, as it anticipated the destruction of the opposing clones and could no longer restrain itself from retaliating. Xiao Feng reacted swiftly. The Super Lizard King's eyes glowed with a ghostly green light. To the Super Lizard King, the Beedrill's attacks seemed to have slowed to a crawl. It then tilted its head slightly, effortlessly evading all of Beedrill's stinger assaults. Observing this, Sakamoto clenched his fists tightly. His expression grave. The speed of the opposing Super Lizard King surpasses that of my Beedrill. If close combat is futile, then let Super Beedrill retreat swiftly to create distance. Realizing the ineffectiveness of its Twin Needle attack, Super Beedrill instantly flapped its four wings and transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, retreating rapidly to increase the distance. You shall not escape so easily, the Super Lizard King declared, dashing forward in pursuit. Xiao Feng's voice resonated in the ears of the Super Lizard King, which instantly morphed into a green streak of light, chasing after Super Beedrill. The Super Lizard King, now a blur of green, closed in at an alarming rate on the swiftly retreating Beedrill. Damn it, Super Beedrill, use Missile Needle. Faced with the relentless pursuit, Sakamoto issued an offensive command. Upon hearing this, Super Beedrill raised its arms and legs, rapidly launching several energy missiles towards the approaching Super Lizard King. Now, teleport, then Leaf Blade, Xiao Feng commanded as he noted the slowing speed of his opponent. The Super Lizard King quivered slightly and suddenly positioned itself above Super Beedrill, arms raised before its chest. Whoosh! Two green energy blades materialized instantly, then descended from above, crossing over each other at high speed towards Super Beedrill. Should they connect, it was likely that Beedrill's frail form would be utterly obliterated. Fortunately, Sakamoto, perceiving the impending danger, urgently shouted, "Quick! Use Protect!" A sudden yellow energy shield enveloped Super Beedrill, absorbing the impact of the Super Lizard King's Leaf Blade attack. Crack! Although the Protect shield ultimately shielded Beedrill, it shattered under the tremendous force of the Super Lizard King. TCH, how could there be such a dreadful move as Protect? Xiao Feng grumbled, frustrated that his attack had failed. Sakamoto relaxed his clenched fists slightly, his expression serious as he commanded, Super Beedrill, quickly use Poison Jab. With a glimmer of ferocity in its eyes, Super Beedrill's limbs and tail glowed with a potent purple sheen as it raised them and swiftly flapped its wings, viciously targeting the Super Lizard King's chest. Super Lizard King, merely a negative status, do not be concerned. Unleash a series of slashes. Xiao Feng, unfazed by the purple aura surrounding Beedrill's 5 stingers, issued what appeared to be a mutually destructive command. Ding! The poisonous stingers of Super Beedrill struck the skin of the Super Lizard King, producing a melodious metallic clang, but failing to penetrate. This outcome left Super Beedrill in a state of shock as it stared at the location of its attack, which bore not even a faint mark. A single term flashing through its mind, Guasha. Still dazed, the Super Beedrill's eyes reflected a series of sharp blade lights in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade lights carved deep gashes, visible to the bone. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood sprayed across the ground. A searing pain surged through Super Beedrill's mind, darkness enveloping its vision. Soon after, Beedrill's 4 wings ceased their flapping, reverting from its mega evolution state, plummeting towards the ground. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Sakamoto forcefully supported himself against the chair, rising to his feet, fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on the location of Super Beedrill's attack, momentarily stunned. Why did this happen? Gradually, Sakamoto sat back down, his eyes narrowing sharply as he glared at Xiao Feng. In that case, allow me to present my strongest Pokémon. Come forth. As he spoke, a large door beside the gym creaked open, revealing a Pokémon clad in iron armor, its face obscured, striding forth to stand before Xiao Feng. A long purple tail swayed gracefully in the air, its unarmored skin gleaming silver, with spherical tips on its fingers, radiating an overwhelming aura as it stood silently. Name: Mutuo LV90. Ding. Task triggered. Resolve the problematic child Mutuo. Task completion reward, 100 base stat points. At last, it has appeared, Xiao Feng mused, scrutinizing his opponent from head to toe, his lips parting slightly before curling into a smirk. Super Lizard King, you've worked hard, return. I shall now entrust you with the task, Charizard. Chamo. The Super Lizard King nodded in response, its form once again enveloped in a spectrum of colors. Reverting to its original state as it turned and returned to Xiaofeng's side, lifting its arm. Roar. Charizard acknowledged with a nod, extending its hand to exchange a high five with the Lizard King before soaring into the battlefield. Charizard, heed my call. Mega Evolve. Xiaofeng spread his legs apart, raising his right hand with fingers splayed, assuming what he believed to be a stylish pose. Roar. Charizard let out a mighty roar, its body illuminated with a radiant spectrum of colors. As the brilliance dissipated into the air, the fully mega-evolved Charizard materialized before the spectators. Mutwo observed the magnificent form of Charizard, and before Sakamoto could issue a command, it raised its right arm, targeting the airborne Charizard, its eyes glowing blue from within its armored visage. In an instant, Charizard's body was ensnared by a blue psychic energy, the force beginning to constrict. Oh, has Sakamichi not managed to exert complete control? He launches an immediate attack, without so much as a greeting? Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, observing the impetuous Mutwo with a slight smirk as the Charizard broke free. Roar. A flicker of blue flame ignited in Charizard's eyes. It struggled momentarily before shaking off Mutwo's psychic grip. Mutwo momentarily froze, caught off guard. This was the first time since its inception that a Pokémon had managed to liberate itself from its control. With a penetrating gaze, Mutwo sensed the formidable power embedded within Charizard when it broke free from the psychic force. Regaining its composure, Mutwo slightly bowed, hands clasped at its waist, as a terrifying blue energy orb swiftly coalesced, launching toward Charizard with a powerful Psystrike. Xiaofeng's voice echoed in Charizard's ears. Charizard opened its mighty jaws, flames condensing within, and unleashed a massive, azure flame that collided with Mutwo's energy orb. The orb was immediately repelled, hurtling back towards Mutwo. Frowning at the returning orb, Mutwo's eyes flared with blue light. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. The clash of energy and flame erupted against the wall of the gym, sending debris flying and smoke billowing. When Mutwo reappeared, it was already above Charizard. Mutwo conjured two shadowy orbs, hurling them downward towards Charizard. Shadow Claw. Charizard raised its claws, coalescing dark energy into formidable claws, and soared upward to swing at Mutwo. Swish, swish. The two shadow orbs were split in four, crashing into the battlefield and creating craters several meters wide. Flash up and use Iron Tail. Xiaofeng commanded swiftly, observing Mutwo's position above. Charizard flapped its wings, instantly appearing behind Mutwo, its tail gleaming with metallic brilliance. It spun around forcefully, swinging its tail diagonally upward towards Mutwo. Mutwo sensed a chilling wind at its back. Realizing the impending danger, it conjured a translucent barrier in an instant. Crack! Charizard's iron tail struck the barrier, shattering it effortlessly, and continued its relentless swing towards Mutwo. Boom! The tail slammed into Mutwo, shattering its armor and sending it crashing through the roof of the gym, creating a massive hole as bricks fell in a cascade. Mutwo soared through the opening into the open sky, diminishing in size until it vanished from view. After a while, Mutwo re-emerged within the gym, but it was no longer the composed entity it once was. Its chest heaved violently as it gasped for breath. A long, gruesome scar marred its back. With a deep inhale, Mutwo's eyes glowed with a green luminescence, enveloping it in a verdant radiance. In no time, its injuries healed significantly, but it regarded Charizard with a wary expression. Sakamichi, it seems your Pokémon is rather disobedient, Xiaofeng stated, casting a playful grin towards Sakamichi atop the platform. Noticing Mutwo's condition, damn it, Mutwo, do not act independently. Sakamichi commanded with a dark expression. I am not your Pokémon, human. Moreover, the device that restricted me has been destroyed. I am free now. Mutwo retorted with an air of indifference towards Sakamichi. Oh, telepathy. So, you can speak. I had thought you were mute. By the way, may I ask your name? I've never encountered a Pokémon like you before, Xiaofeng inquired, feigning ignorance. You may call me Mutwo, a Pokémon created from the genes of Mew by your kind. Your Pokémon possesses extraordinary power, yet why does it willingly obey your commands? Mutwo's brow furrowed, contemplating the relationship between Charizard and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng feigned surprise, scratching his nose. So you are the progeny of Mew. As for Charizard obeying me, of course, it is because we are partners. What other reason could there be? It is not my progenitor. I mean, it's not my father. Mutwo glared at Xiaofeng, incredulous. And what you call partner is beyond my comprehension. What is the purpose of my existence in this world? Your lack of understanding stems from never having met someone who truly regards you as a partner. And at your young age, why do you harbor so many questions? You were born, and that is that. Explaining it is rather tedious. I shall have Charizard provide you with a proper lesson. Incessant questioning may lead to unexpected psychological revelations. Xiao Feng remarked, momentarily taken aback by Mewtwo's sudden outburst, opting to resolve the issue physically rather than verbally, as that too is a form of resolution, is it not? Charizard, flash in for Dragon Claw. Xiao Feng commanded, initiating an assault. Roar. A gleam ignited in Charizard's eyes as it vanished, appearing before Mewtwo in an instant. The green energy claw formed abruptly, reaching out toward Mewtwo. Mewtwo's pupils dilated as a yellow energy shield enveloped it. Charizard's Dragon Claw struck the shield heavily, and with a crack, the shield shattered. Seeing this, Mewtwo gathered immense energy in its mouth, directing it forward. Insert it, and follow with a slide tackle. With the divine technique holding off Charizard's Dragon Claw, Xiao Feng swiftly issued a new command. A sudden, metallic rod appeared, thrusting into Mewtwo's mouth, disrupting its rapid movement. Following this, a shadowy figure executed a slide tackle aimed at Mewtwo's legs. Ugh! Mewtwo's eyes widened in shock as the rod pushed deeper, causing it to topple forward. Gagging sounds escaped Mewtwo's mouth as the combination of the insertion and slide tackle intensified the pressure. Mewtwo lay there, tears welling in its eyes, retreating into a state of despondency. Do you still wish to ask why? Should you inquire further, I'll have Charizard provide you with more in-depth explanations, Xiao Feng said. Crouching down and poking Mewtwo's shoulder with a finger, his tone filled with curiosity. Upon realizing the lesson would continue, Mewtwo sprang to its feet, trembling and retreating a few steps, shaking its head vigorously while still clutching the rod. That's more like it. You're still young. Grasping these profound principles is quite the challenge. Step aside for now. I need to converse with Sakamichi, Xiao Feng said, watching Mewtwo with a look of satisfaction. Damn it. How could this be? This is my creation, the ultimate life form. Sakamichi lamented, observing Mewtwo's cat-like obedience and descending into self-doubt. After physically resolving Mewtwo's turmoil, Xiao Feng turned to Sakamichi. So, does this mean I have successfully passed the gym challenge? Indeed, this is yours, young man. You may take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Sakamichi nonchalantly tossed the gym badge to Xiao Feng, turning his gaze towards Mewtwo and issuing a dismissal. Thank you, Sakamichi. Xiao Feng caught the badge, pressed a button on his backpack, and smiled knowingly, musing. The leader of Team Rocket serving as the gym leader in this humble gym truly seems an underutilization of talent. Sakamichi's eyes narrowed instantly. You know of me. Chapter 77, Ongpan Yu Bamu 5. Xiao Feng raised his hand, pinching his chin with a smile, exuding an air of cleverness. Ah. When I heard Mewtwo claim that his existence is a product of Dream's genes, I could perhaps deduce the truth. Is that so? So it appears. Was this inspired by the incident involving the number 8 last time? Sakaki rubbed his temples, lost in his own thoughts about the potential reasons. But how could Xiao Feng possess such deductive reasoning? He merely understood the outcome and reasoned backward from it, having convinced himself that he had unraveled everything. Sakaki regained his composure, tapping his fingers lightly on the chair, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Little brother Xiao Feng, you truly possess remarkable talent and audacity, daring to openly expose my identity on Team Rocket's territory. If I were to keep you here, no one would ever know that I am the boss of Team Rocket. Would they? Moreover, even if I did not keep you here, what evidence do you have to prove that I am the leader of Team Rocket? You want evidence? Why didn't you say so earlier? I have it. Xiao Feng grinned mischievously as he produced a recorder from his backpack, shaking it playfully. The visible veins on Sakaki's forehead bulged, his expression shifting from calm to furious. You tricked me, you bastard. At that moment, a hidden figure pressed a button from the shadows of the chair. Instantly, the interior of the gym was swarmed by numerous personnel clad in Team Rocket uniforms. Surrounding Xiao Feng and his companion, Sakaki raised his hand, directing, capture them. The many Team Rocket grunts swiftly unleashed their Pokeballs, releasing their Pokemon. Xiao Feng carefully returned the recorder to his backpack, then turned to the Pokemon beside him, a grin spreading across his face. It's time for a group battle. Let us go. As soon as Xiao Feng's words fell, the accompanying Pokemon eagerly rubbed their hands together and charged forward, gathering energy to clash with the opposing Pokemon. Zhulan released all of her Pokemon, commanding them to attack from behind. Chaos erupted in an instant. Mewtwo observed the tumultuous battle with the bemusement of a bystander, inwardly lamenting, "Ah, how wonderful it would be to have some watermelon." The reality proved that quality far surpassed quantity. The latter held no significance whatsoever. A powerful Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, toppling a large group of foes, while Electivire relentlessly swung his fists in a repetitive motion. Each Pokémon fought independently. In no time, the Team Rocket Grunts found themselves utterly overwhelmed, retreating under the relentless assault from Xiaofeng's and Zhulan's Pokémon. Sakaki, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of alarm. What a bunch of fools. He then pressed down slightly with his right foot, seemingly activating a mechanism, causing both him and his chair to rapidly descend. Xiaofeng surveyed the battlefield but caught a glimpse of Sakaki's sudden disappearance. His eyes widening in shock. What the hell? Sakaki is cunning. There must be a mechanism beneath that chair. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and it seems there's truth in that. With this thought in mind, Xiaofeng quickly pointed at the spot where Sakaki had vanished, shouting to the nearby Charizard still engaged in battle. Charizard, use Dragon Claw to demolish that platform. Upon hearing this, Charizard swiftly took to the skies, a green glow emanating from its claws as Dragon Claw formed, slicing through the air with a roar aimed at the platform. With a resounding crack, the platform shattered, revealing a hidden passage within. Xiaofeng dashed forward to investigate, only to find the passage split into 3 distinct paths, uncertain of which one Sakaki had fled down. Standing before him was an individual blocking his way. This person had short silver hair, a scruffy beard, donned a white shirt and a black jacket, with a purple tie adorned by an unknown Pokémon's megastone. Xiaofeng steadied himself, narrowing his eyes with curiosity as he assessed the individual. Oh, who are you? Are you here to stop me? You may call me Minglu. If you wish to pass through here, you must first overcome me, the silver-haired man replied, his gaze calm and unwavering. Xiaofeng pondered, is it worth it? Certainly. For Boss Sakaki, I would sacrifice myself. Minglu's eyes shone with determination. Indeed. A man of valor. I commend you. Xiaofeng nodded, admiration evident in his gaze. Minglu ceased speaking, producing a pokeball from his pocket, enlarging it by pressing the center button and tossing it forth. Go, halt him. Use Ice Beam. Name, Froakie LV-74. Froakie's eyes sharpened as it raised its arms, palms outward. A chilling aura coalesced into a luminous sphere, swiftly shooting forth a beam of extreme cold toward Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Xiaofeng commanded, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, blue and scorching, clashing against Froakie's ice beam. The freezing beam was instantly vaporized, the flames continuing their advance toward Froakie. Minglu's eyes widened in horror. Froakie, use Dig. Froakie quickly abandoned the ice beam, crouching and burrowing into the ground to narrowly evade Charizard's blue flames. Think you can escape? Charizard retaliated with Fire Punch. Xiaofeng glanced down at the hole where Froakie had disappeared, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Charizard looked down, forming its claw into a fist, flames igniting within its grasp as it struck downward with tremendous force. Boom. The ground trembled violently, fissures spreading forth and debris flying everywhere. A pained wail echoed from below. And soon Froakie emerged, struggling through the earth, its body battered and bloodied, gasping for breath. Froakie, use Dynamic Punch. Minglu shouted fiercely, prepared to fight to the end. Upon hearing this, Froakie clenched its fist, unleashing a brilliant flash of light as it charged at Charizard. Finish it, Charizard. Use Dragon Tail. Xiaofeng commanded, his gaze sharp as he directed Charizard. Suddenly, Charizard's black tail coalesced with energy, turning to strike Froakie, who charged in. The impact crushed Froakie's body, a sickening crack resonating as it was sent flying, crashing against the gym wall and breaking through, embedding itself into the ground outside. Froakie felt darkness enveloping its vision. Succumbing to unconsciousness, its fighting spirit extinguished. Observing Froakie's defeat, Minglu furrowed his brow, recalling it into its Pokeball before releasing another. In a flash of white light, a Pokémon resembling a palm tree with 3 heads and droopy eyes appeared. Name, Exeggutor LV-75. Exeggutor, use Leaf Storm. Minglu commanded as Exeggutor emerged, initiating the attack. Countless green leaves transformed into blades, slicing through the air toward Charizard. Xiaofeng remained unfazed, his eyes steady. Charizard, use Fire Spin. With a fierce roar, Charizard exhaled a swirling blue flame, expanding into a massive vortex that surged forward. The leaf storm was engulfed and incinerated by the fiery cyclone, which surged relentlessly toward Exeggutor. Exeggutor, erect a light screen. Minglu shouted as the flames drew nearer. As the command from Minglu resonated in the air, a translucent yellow barrier materialized instantaneously before the coconut's tree, poised to thwart the fiery vortex assault of the Super Fire Dragon. Upon contact with the blaze, the barrier emitted a series of hissing sounds as it began to dissolve under the intense heat, ultimately vanishing. However, The luminous wall effectively mitigated the force of the fiery vortex, allowing it to gradually dissipate into the atmosphere. Now, Ming Lu's voice rang out swiftly as the vortex waned. The coconut's tree bent low, aiming at the super fire dragon. As countless specks of light on its leaves converged to form a formidable energy beam that shot forth with great speed. The super fire dragon, hearing a whisper from the winds, vanished in an instant, evading the sunlight flame attack. When it reappeared, the super fire dragon was positioned directly behind the coconut's tree, unleashing a horrific blue flame that surged from its body, expanding rapidly into a domain of eerie azure flames. The coconut's tree, situated perilously close to the super fire dragon, felt the searing blue flames ascend its form, engulfing it entirely. It was as though it had been thrust into a sea of fire, with the blistering heat searing its very essence. The overwhelming pain surged through its body, overwhelming its senses, causing its mind to falter. Ultimately, the coconut's tree collapsed. Charred and lifeless, wisps of smoke rising from its scorched skin, the unmistakable scent of burning flesh wafting through the air, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Taking a deep breath, Ming Lu closed his eyes momentarily before retracting the coconut's tree into its pokeball, tossing forth a new one. It all rests on you now. A flash of white light revealed a blue avian Pokémon enveloped in cottony clouds. Name: Chishi Bluebird, LV77. Oh, a traitorous dragon Pokémon. The mega evolution of the Chishi Bluebird with fairy attributes, Xiao Feng remarked, observing the newly summoned creature with a peculiar expression. Ming Lu caressed the mega evolution stone on his tie, declaring, Chishi Goldbird, Mega, Evolve. As his words left his lips, the Chishi Blue Bird radiated a spectrum of colors, harmonizing with the Mega Evolution stone on Ming Lu's tie. The vibrant hues subsided, revealing a more elongated tail and a plumper body, transforming into the magnificent Mega Chishi Blue Bird before Xiao Feng's eyes. Use Shining Magic. With the evolution complete, Ming Lu swiftly commanded the attack. In an instant, a powerful pink beam erupted from the Mega Chishi Blue Bird, hurtling toward the Super Fire Dragon. Super Fire Dragon. Use Shadow Claw. Responding to Xiao Feng's command, the Super Fire Dragon raised its hands, channeling dark energy into colossal claws that slashed towards the incoming pink beam, splitting it in two and causing it to vanish into the void. The Super Fire Dragon, having deftly evaded the shining magic, flapped its wings, propelled by the Shadow Claw, and advanced towards the Mega Chishi Bluebird. Use Dragon Starfall to prevent its approach. Ming Lu, his expression tense, urgently instructed the Mega Chishi Bluebird. With a clarion cry, the bird summoned an orb of orange-red energy, launching it skyward where it erupted, sending a multitude of star-like projectiles cascading down upon the Super Fire Dragon. However, the barrage of meteor-like projectiles proved ineffective against the Super Fire Dragon, which merely swatted them aside with its shadow claws, creating a flurry of debris and craters across the ground. Use Split. With the Super Fire Dragon drawing near the Mega Chishi Bluebird, Xiao Feng hastily issued a command for an offensive maneuver. The airborne Super Fire Dragon glowed with radiant energy as it raised its arm, striking downwards towards the Mega Chishi Bluebird. Use Protect. Ming Lu, his eyes wide with alarm at the impending onslaught, swiftly commanded a defensive maneuver. A yellow energy shield enveloped the Mega Chishi Bluebird, creating an impenetrable barrier. The impact of the Super Fire Dragon's strike reverberated, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the shield shattered, revealing the delicate form of the Mega Chishi Bluebird within. Use Destruction Ray at close range. Ming Lu, now desperate and determined, commanded the Mega Chishi Bluebird to unleash a powerful attack that could potentially affect both Pokémon. The Mega Chishi Bluebird complied, rapidly gathering immense yellow destructive energy. How naive, Xiao Feng retorted, witnessing the Mega Chishi Bluebird's reckless intent. Super Fire Dragon. Insert it into your mouth and follow up with Flame Charge. In an instant, a massive iron rod thrust itself into the Mega Chishi Bluebird's beak, interrupting its concentration and rendering it momentarily mute. Coughing violently, the Mega Chishi Bluebird struggled as discomfort surged through its throat, leading it to bow down and retch upon the ground. At that precise moment, a figure engulfed in searing blue flames barreled into the Mega Chishi Bluebird from above, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obscured Ming Lu's view. Chishi Bluebird, Ming Lu shouted amidst the chaos. As visibility returned, the Chishi Bluebird lay within a vast crater, a metal rod protruding from its mouth, appearing utterly defeated. What a pity. It has lost its fighting ability and can no longer hear Mr. Ming Lu's voice, Xiao Feng remarked, resembling a villain as he spoke with a sinister tone. In response to Xiao Feng's taunting demeanor, Ming Lu's eyes blazed with fury as he produced a black pokeball from his pocket, throwing it with fervor. I have not yet lost. Go. Number 2. Wreak havoc. A brilliant flash revealed a bizarre avian Pokémon composed of the head and body of a firebird, the wings of a Zapdos, and the tail feathers of an Articuno. Upon its arrival, Number 2 glared at Xiao Feng and the fire dragon with fiery red eyes. Oh, how I loathe those who experiment on living beings. Why not appreciate a pure, untainted Pokémon? Xiao Feng glared at Ming Lu, his eyes aflame with indignation. Number 2. Use Airblade. Ming Lu ordered as soon as Number 2 was released. With a mighty cry, Number 2 flapped its wings, generating a flurry of air blades that sliced toward the super fire dragon. Xiao Feng grinned. Fire dragon, we shall use Airblade as well, revealing a sly smile. The fire dragon mirrored the action, unleashing its own air blades that collided with Number 2's, devouring them and continuing their assault. Number 2. Evade at high speed and launch a barrage of flamethrower, ice beam, and thunderbolt. Observing the ineffectiveness of the air blades, Ming Lu swiftly altered his command. Surrounded by a radiant white light, Number 2 narrowly evaded the fire dragon's air blades, swiftly conjuring 3 distinct elemental attacks to unleash a barrage of flames, icy beams, and electrical strikes toward the super fire dragon. Xiao Feng gazed at the 3 distinct energy attacks approaching, curling his lip in disdain. What use is quantity? Charizard, unleash flamethrower. With a thunderous roar, Charizard expelled a formidable blue flame that swept across and obliterated attack Number 2's energy onslaught. The air filled with a whooshing sound as the entirety of attack Number 2 was extinguished by Charizard's Azure Fire, which then surged directly towards its target. Attack No. 2. Deploy Absolute Zero and Light Wall for defense. Observing the effortless dismantling of attack Number 2's offensive, Ming Lu, in a panic, issued a defensive command. Suddenly, attack Number 2's tail fin glimmered with a brilliant blue light, and an ice wall rapidly materialized in front of it. Following that, a semi-transparent yellow barrier emerged, creating a dual-layered defense. Crack! The blue flames crashed against the fortifications crafted by attack Number 2. The sounds of burning fire echoing in the ears of Xiao Feng and his companion. Moments later, the defensive walls were neutralized, dissipating into the ether. Oh, how intriguing. Is it quantity that compensates for lack of quality? Xiao Feng observed the counteracting energies with a nod of appreciation. Now that your defenses are depleted, the outcome is already sealed. Charizard, teleport and use Dragon Claw. At the command, Charizard raised its claws high, swiftly concentrating energy into its Dragon Claw, then flapped its wings and vanished in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it had already positioned itself above and behind attack Number 2, brandishing its claws downward. Slicing through the air, attack Number 2 had no time to react as Charizard's claws struck, leaving behind 3 massive gashes that pierced through its back, blood gushing forth in a crimson cascade. Screech! Attack Number 2 let out a mournful cry, propelled forcefully to the ground by Charizard's immense power. Thud! Attack No. 2 was driven 10 meters underground, its body crushed from the impact of Charizard's assault and the resistance of the earth, bones shattering within. The intense sensation of tearing agony rendered attack Number 2's mind incapacitated, its vision blurred, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Attack Number 2, can you hear me? Ming Lu called out anxiously towards attack Number 2, but was met with a deafening silence, momentarily lost in despair. Noticing Ming Lu's distress, Xiao Feng swiftly retrieved a wrench from his backpack, his figure flickering as he appeared before Ming Lu, thrusting the wrench forward. Due to Xiao Feng's shorter stature and the deliberately low angle of his thrust, he inadvertently struck Ming Lu in a sensitive area. Softly, he whispered, "You've lost." Oh! Ming Lu's face contorted in shock as he crumpled to his knees, hands trembling as he clutched his injury, tears welling in his eyes as he fell to the ground, enveloped in a gray haze. May the 3 pure ones bless him with redemption. Whether or not he receives it, let him descend into the depths of hell. Observing the fallen Ming Lu, Xiao Feng discarded the wrench, clasped his hands together in a bow, then raised his head skyward, feigning a pious demeanor as he prayed for Ming Lu's salvation. With a clang, Xiao Feng completed his prayer and, bending down, struck Ming Lu gently on the head with the wrench. The pallid Ming Lu trembled, his eyes rolling back as he fell into unconsciousness. Now which path shall I take? Having dealt with Ming Lu, Xiao Feng contemplated the 3 dark passages ahead, momentarily perplexed. Then, with a snap, he clutched a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air. Now, I must trust in the whims of fate. Heads to the left, tails to the right, and I shall traverse the center. As the coin descended, Xiao Feng skillfully caught it, crouching down to the ground. A knowing smile graced his lips. I knew it would be the center. As for why Xiao Feng was so determined to take the middle path, it was, of course, because he sensed the presence of figures moving within, shifting left and right. He did not genuinely believe in mere superstition. Charizard, let us proceed. Xiao Feng, wrench in hand, led Charizard into the central passage, delving deeper within. Crack. As Xiao Feng ran, his right foot seemed to trigger something. Whoosh. A series of piercing sounds reached his ears as a multitude of arrows shot from the walls ahead. Yet, with a resounding clatter, the arrows struck Xiao Feng and Charizard, falling harmlessly to the ground without halting Xiao Feng's advance. After a while, as Xiao Feng continued running, his left foot triggered another mechanism. Whoosh. A cloud of purple mist erupted from both sides of the passage. Charizard, what is this? It smells rather pleasant. Xiao Feng sniffed the air and turned to Charizard. Roar. Charizard shook its head, conveying its own confusion. Unfazed, the duo pressed on. And soon a radiant light filled their vision. Stop. Just as Charizard was about to advance toward the light, Xiao Feng halted, calling out to Charizard. Roar? Charizard paused, looking at Xiao Feng with a tilted head, a look of confusion apparent. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, through his perception of the wave-guiding force. He realized the figure ahead had vanished. Gone? Impossible. Xiao Feng twisted his head, scanning up and down, left and right, before a smile crept upon his face. Found you. Crouching down, Xiao Feng began to feel around. Soon, with a click, he pulled upwards with force, unveiling an invisible door that descended. Peering down, he saw a slide-like chute. With a glint of inspiration, he leaped down, sliding inside, with Charizard hot on his heels. Before long, Xiao Feng and Charizard landed safely. Xiao Feng surveyed the area, rubbing his chin with a mischievous grin. Oh, is Sakamoto's gym merely playing hide and seek with me? Before Xiao Feng stood hundreds of steel rooms, each door tightly locked. However, with his wave-guiding perception, he immediately discerned Sakamoto's hiding place. Sakamoto, I have discovered your whereabouts. Xiao Feng grinned as he approached the nearest room, raising his wrench to knock on the door while calling out loudly. No response. Xiao Feng turned to Charizard. Charizard, use Dragon Claw to break down the door. Charizard nodded, channeling energy into its claws and swinging at the door. Clang. The solid door splintered into countless shards, crashing to the ground. Xiao Feng paused for a moment, feigning surprise. Huh, not in there. He repeated this process at each room, much like the first. Tap, tap, tap. In a room behind him, Sakamoto, hearing Xiao Feng's increasingly close footsteps, covered his mouth in silence. The approaching footsteps halted before the door to Sakamoto's room. Knock, knock, knock. A glimmer of mischief danced in Xiao Feng's eyes as he rapped on the door with his wrench. Sakamoto, are you in there? After a moment of silence, seeing no reply, Xiao Feng knocked again. Sakamoto, if you don't come out, I shall break down the door. The strategy was to get into his head. Charizard. Use. Just as Xiao Feng was truly about to demolish the door, with a click, it swung open. Sakamoto stood before Xiao Feng, his gaze fixed upon him. His expression somber. You have won. Who would have thought that I, Sakamoto, would fall to a newcomer like you? Then, as though a thought struck him, Sakamoto's expression shifted, and he regarded Xiao Feng with a slight smile. However, do not revel too much in your victory. Do you know that your previous actions have infringed upon the interests of certain individuals? And do you guess why our Team Rocket has yet to be entirely apprehended? Is it truly because we are too strong? Oh, and who might these individuals be? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Xiao Feng's eyes. Sakamoto sighed, offering no answer to Xiao Feng's inquiry, stepping out of the room. Let us go. I am weary of fleeing. It's time to leave. As Sakamaki confidently traversed past the small wind and prepared to return to the ground, a perplexed voice drifted into his ears. Why do you think you can walk out upright? Suddenly, Sakamaki felt an excruciating pain radiate from his groin, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of cracking eggs. He stared in disbelief, his eyes widening and reddening, before instinctively clenching his legs together and collapsing, trembling as he reached out to shield his vital area. As Sakamaki fell, the figure of the small wind emerged behind him, having just retracted the right foot that had delivered the blow to Sakamaki's groin. Honestly, I couldn't care less about who you are. I only know you're no good. The small wind remarked, pursing his lips as he approached the fallen Sakamaki and pushed his hands aside. Given your refined demeanor, I shall grant you a swift end. With a sympathetic expression, the small wind bent down and lightly tapped Sakamaki on the shoulder. Ah, my apologies. My mistake. Realizing the error, the small wind quickly followed up. Ultimately, Sakamaki closed his eyes and fainted. After subduing Sakamaki, the small wind dragged one of his legs back through the original passage to the dojo, placing him beside Ming Lu. During the small wind's absence, All the members of Team Rocket within the dojo had been defeated and incapacitated by Zhu Lan and a few others. Thank you all for your hard work. The Small Wind praised his Pokémon and Zhu Lan. Following this, the Small Wind reverted to his usual routine, retrieving his phone to contact Junsha. After a considerable wait, Miss Junsha from Shikinen City arrived with her entourage at the Shikinen Dojo. Comrade Small Wind, thank you for your efforts. Miss Junsha greeted the Small Wind with a solemn salute. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him, for word of his exploits had spread within her ranks. The rest is up to you, Miss Junsha. The Small Wind replied with a smile and a salute in return. Rest assured, we will assign dedicated personnel to guard this place. Miss Junsha met the Small Wind's gaze with a serious expression, just as the Small Wind believed he could finally rest. A cacophony of thunderous roars echoed from the distant horizon. Numerous helicopters swiftly approached from the sky. In an instant, Miss Junsha and the other law enforcement officials adopted serious expressions, hastily handcuffing the dojo's occupants and ushering them into police vehicles. The Small Wind looked up, a glint of green flashing in his eyes as he observed the approaching helicopters. Looks like more guests are arriving. Within moments, hundreds of individuals descended from the helicopters using ropes, landing face to face with the Small Wind and Miss Junsha not far away. Soon, a man and a woman emerged from the throng. The man had an unremarkable appearance, sporting a large gold tooth, yet donned an impeccably tailored green suit paired with green shoes. His shoulder-length green hair cascaded down, and a pokeball dangled from a green cord around his neck, making him strikingly green in every sense. The woman, in contrast, possessed exquisite features, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a red ensemble, and perched on high heels. Her long black waves framing her face elegantly. The man glared at the Small Wind, barking, "Release our boss, and I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, none of you will leave here safely." "Who are you?" the Small Wind inquired, regarding the man with the green hair. "You may call me Chilin, the Minister of the Shadow Department of Team Rocket." The green-haired man replied coldly. Beside him, the woman tossed her hair and smiled as she scrutinized the Small Wind. "You can call me Strigia, dear brother." With arms crossed and eyes closed in contemplation, the Small Wind mused. "Who are they? I haven't heard of them. Are they mere supporting characters?" He continued, "Surely, you don't believe that sheer numbers grant you an advantage?" The Small Wind regarded the throng of Team Rocket grunts with a bemused expression. "You little brat, who are you calling a supporting character?" Chilin clenched his fists, revealing sharp teeth as he glowered at the Small Wind, reaching into his pocket to produce a poke ball, which he hurled forth. "Go, Kunkin Bear, tear his mouth apart." The other grunts, noticing their leader's action, hastily released their own pokeballs, unleashing a myriad of Pokemon onto the scene. "Very well." The Small Wind clapped his hands, tears of anticipation streaming from the corners of his eyes as he raised his hand high, shouting, "Let us go, mates. It's time for a brawl." His Gyarados roared in response, charging forward, while Zhu Lan and the police officers unleashed their own Pokemon to clash with the opposing forces. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Strigia had stepped back a few paces after Chilin and the others initiated their assault, vanishing into the crowd. The Small Wind narrowed his eyes at the retreating figure of Strigia, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. "Oh, how interesting. Has Chilin been cast aside as a pawn?" "Gung Ghost, follow that woman in red and see where she goes. Handle it as necessary," the Small Wind instructed, tapping his foot lightly against the ground. "Gung," responded the Gung Ghost from the shadows, transforming into a swirling shadow and darting off to follow her. With Gung Ghost dispatched, the Small Wind turned his attention back to Chilin. At that moment, Chilin's Pokemon was being mercilessly pummeled by the Small Wind's Electivire. "Kunkin Bear, use Arm Hammer," commanded Chilin. The Kunkin Bear, its right arm clenched and veins bulging, glowed white as it swung its fist toward the Electivire. The Electivire, observing the incoming attack, calmly raised its right hand and effortlessly caught the Kunkin Bear's punch. With a swift motion, it retaliated with a powerful uppercut, striking the Kunkin Bear squarely on the head. Bang! The Kunkin Bear was instantly engulfed in a storm of electricity, black smoke billowing as it was hurled into the allied Pokemon's ranks, toppling dozens before finally coming to a halt. The Electivire, emboldened by its success, leaped into the air, its right hand glowing with intense white light, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the Kunkin Bear. "Kunkin Bear, unleash your Oblivion Beam," Chilin shouted, pointing at the airborne Electivire. Despite its immense pain and the darkness surrounding it, the Kunkin Bear struggled to rise, gazing up at the Electivire with its mouth agape, gathering energy for its attack. Just as the energy was nearly fully charged, a thick iron beam pierced into the Kunkin Bear's mouth, interrupting its skill activation. Ultimately, the Electivire's eyes glinted with a strange light as its glowing arm struck the Kunkin bear's forehead. The sheer force of the Electivire's attack drove the Kunkin bear's head down, slamming it into the ground. Boom! The Kunkin bear's jaw hit the ground, its entire jawline crushed and misaligned. The earth around the point of impact began to crack, the rocks shifting unevenly, and in the blink of an eye, a massive hemispherical crater formed around the Kunkin bear's body. Inside the crater, the Kunkin bear's eyes rolled back. Its forehead caved in, trembling violently before it succumbed, its eyes closing as it lost the will to fight. Qilin regarded the Electivire with a deeply furrowed brow, raising his pokeball to summon back the Kunkin bear with a beam of red light. He then tossed another pokeball forward. Return, Kunkin bear. It's your turn to shine. A white light illuminated the area as a shovel bug Pokemon appeared, its spiky pincers and menacing fangs contrasting against its dull gray body. Mega Evolve Daika, Qilin declared, revealing a Mega Stone embedded in his belt, responding to the call of the Daika on the field. The Daika irradiated a spectrum of colors, and after a moment, the glow faded, revealing the Mega Daika before the small wind. So it just has wings now, and its horns are bigger? The small wind scoffed, unimpressed by the fully evolved form of Daika. Daika, use cross-cut, came Qilin's command, as the Daika's horns glowed fiercely before it soared towards the Electivire, wings unfurled. Grab it, flying knee kick. The small wind interjected after observing the spectacle. Hearing the command, the Electivire smirked, extending its arms forward to firmly grasp the incoming Daika by its horns, holding it steadfast in front of itself. The electric beast propelled its arm forward with great force, sending the formidable Dagia hurtling away. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant light emanated from its right foot as it leapt into the air, directing a kick towards Dagia. Dagia, unleash the true Chi Blast, Qilin shouted, clenching his fists in anticipation as he watched Dagia being launched away. Dagia swiftly adjusted his posture, raising his hands to his chest, where an energy orb rapidly coalesced and was shot towards the incoming kick of the electric beast. The electric beast's flying knee struck the true Chi Blast, shattering it, and continued forward to collide with Dagia's chest. Boom! The impact caused Dagia's body to bend sharply, his chest caving in and ribs fracturing, as he was propelled several dozen meters into the ground, creating a cacophony of shockwaves. How could such terrifying power exist? Qilin gazed at Dagia's trajectory, his eyes wide with astonishment, before calling out, Dagia, can you still fight? If you can hear me, unleash the ultimate charge. Qilin stood enveloped in an aura reminiscent of a protagonist from a television drama. Suddenly, from afar, the gravely injured Dagia, as if rejuvenated by some mystical force, began to struggle from beneath the earth, bursting forth enveloped in a colossal purple energy, charging fiercely towards the electric beast. What a powerful bond! What profound friendship! Xiao Feng clapped appreciatively, though a hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he remarked, Electric Beast, execute the forceful turn and unleash the million-ton body slam. The electric beast's eyes sparkled with excitement as it assumed a battle stance, its fists drawn to its waist, gathering immense energy. Just as Dagia's charge was about to connect, an unusual glint flashed in the electric beast's eyes, and it unleashed its fists in a powerful strike. Dagia's expression morphed into one of fear as his body was forcibly reversed, his kidneys suddenly meeting the electric beast's fists head-on. Thud! Dagia immediately contorted into a C shape once more, the sensation within him indicating that his kidneys had likely ruptured, followed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness and despair. It's over. There's no future for me. Tears streamed down Dagia's face. Ultimately, he wept as he returned to the direction from whence he had charged, embedding himself back into the ground. Despite Qilin's desperate calls, Dagia remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, as Xiao Feng engaged in battle, Gung Gue silently transformed into a shadow, following Strigia into a study room within the dojo, where an array of books was meticulously arranged on the shelves. Without much thought, Strigia approached and began to explore the shelves until she seemingly triggered a mechanism, causing the shelves to part and reveal a hidden chamber. Chapter 82, Tokiwa and Sakaki. A look of delight spread across Strigia's face as she stepped inside. The chamber contained a desk, upon which lay a stack of documents inscribed with indecipherable text. Strigia hurriedly approached and began to peruse the documents, her face lighting up with exuberance. I've finally found it. This is it. Those Team Rocket fools are truly dim-witted. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, and the documents in Strigia's hands vanished in an instant. Who did that? Fury filled Strigia's eyes as she turned to search the surroundings. Gung Gue's mischievous voice echoed from the entrance of the hidden chamber. Strigia swiftly pivoted to face him. and in her line of sight was a plump spirit, jovially shaking the documents she had just discovered. It was none other than Gungue, who subsequently ingested the papers into its body. Srigia's expression darkened as she glared at Gungue. Hand that over. Gum. Gungue flashed a grin, shaking its head in refusal. You wretched creature, go. Retrieve that for me. Enraged, Srigia hurled a pokeball from her pocket. A flash of white light revealed a Ninetales within the chamber. Ninetales, use Inferno Blast. Srigia commanded, pointing at Gungue. As she spoke, Ninetales unleashed a fiery wave shaped like the character Da directly towards Gungue. Gum. Gungue chuckled, swiftly conjuring a massive shadow ball aimed at Ninetales. Upon collision, the shadow ball devoured the Inferno Blast, redirecting its force back towards Ninetales. Ninetales swiftly erect a light wall. Panic surged in Srigia's eyes at the sight of the formidable shadow ball, and she urgently directed Ninetales to defend. A transparent yellow wall materialized before Ninetales, momentarily withstanding the shadow ball before dissipating into the air, allowing the ball to strike Ninetales directly. Boom. The moment the shadow ball contacted Ninetales, a violent explosion ensued, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, a crater was revealed, with Ninetales at its center, battered and breathing heavily. Fortunately, the power of the shadow ball had diminished due to the earlier attacks, or Ninetales might have already lost the will to fight. Gum. Gungue observed the aftermath with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Ninetales, unleash Psychic. Srigia's voice resonated in Ninetales' ears, which glimmered with a blue, ethereal light. A tangible wave of psychic energy surged towards Gungue. However, Gungue merely swayed, vanishing into thin air, causing Ninetales' attack to miss entirely. Srigia's eyes widened as she exclaimed, It disappeared. Gum. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Gungue reappeared above Ninetales, clutching a massive shadow ball, which had hurled downwards before vanishing once more. Ninetales, unable to react in time, was enveloped by the shadow ball, resulting in a violent explosion that filled the chamber with thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Ninetales lay unconscious, its eyes shut, blood seeping from numerous wounds, its fur singed and charred. You wretched fiend, return, Ninetales. Srigia glared at Gungue with a fierce intensity, raising a pokeball to retrieve her fallen companion. She then produced another pokeball from her cloak and tossed it forth. Now it's your turn. A burst of light revealed a Pokémon adorned with large petals on its head, dotted with white circles. Vileplume, utilize Sleep Powder. Srigia fixed her gaze intently on Gungue. Upon receiving the command, Vileplume promptly released a cloud of powder towards Gungue. Gum. Gungue allowed the sleep powder to envelop it, inhaling the fragrant particles with a contented smile. Ineffective, how could this be? Srigia's brow furrowed deeply at Gungue's apparent enjoyment. Vileplume, since the sleep powder is ineffective, employ Petal Dance. A hint of pink gleamed in Vileplume's eyes as it conjured countless pink energy petals that transformed into razor-sharp blades aimed at Gungue. In response, Gungue clenched its fists together, summoning dozens of eerie ghostly flames that ignited and surged forward. As the ghostly flames collided with the Petal Dance, they incinerated the petals entirely before continuing their relentless advance towards Vileplume. Vileplume, brace yourself, then unleash Solar Beam. Srigia commanded, her heart heavy with resignation as she witnessed the oncoming barrage of ghostly flames. Vileplume was enveloped in a protective energy shield as it endured Gungue's relentless assault. The ghostly flames climbed and burned upon Vileplume's form, engulfing it entirely. The crackling of flames echoed in the chamber, sending chills down Srigia's spine. Once the flames subsided, Vileplume, now charred and battered, retained its final shred of consciousness thanks to its protection. The petals atop its head rapidly coalesced, forming a colossal beam of white energy that shot forth towards Gungue. In response, Gungue quickly concentrated its own dark energy, creating a circular beam of malevolence to counter the oncoming attack. The sinister wave of Gungue clashed with the radiant flames of Ba Wanghua. The sunlight flames swiftly repelled by the malevolent energy, striking Ba Wanghua and sending it crashing into the wall of the chamber, creating a profound indentation. Silica gazed at Ba Wanghua embedded in the wall, its eyes now swirling in a daze, rendered incapable of further combat. How could this Gungue be so powerful? Silica clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, leaving crimson imprints. Return, Ba Wanghua. Silica summoned the fainted Pokémon back into its Pokeball with a flash of red light, then reached into her chest pocket to retrieve another Pokeball, casting it forth. Go, it's all up to you now. A brilliant white light flickered, revealing a bipedal tortoise Pokémon within the chamber. Blastoise, Mega Evolution. Silica produced a makeup mirror from her pocket, revealing the embedded Megastone, and called out to Blastoise. With a mighty roar, Blastoise was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliant light, which dissipated moments later. The transformed Blastoise now stood before Gingué, sporting a massive cannon on its back and two smaller cannons positioned on its forearms. Upon witnessing Blastoise's mega evolution, Gingué let out a gleeful chuckle. Similarly surrounded by a dazzling spectrum of light, as the brilliance faded, a white Mega Gingué materialized before Silica's eyes. Silica's eyes widened in astonishment. It could evolve on its own. But even if it can Mega Evolve, Blastoise, unleash your Hydro Pump at Gingué with maximum power. Silica pointed at Gingué, issuing commands to her fully evolved Blastoise. Blastoise bent slightly, raising its arms, aiming the two small cannons and the enormous cannon on its back at Gingué. With a whoosh, the three cannons expelled torrents of water, converging into a colossal water cannon that surged toward Gingué. Gingué grinned malevolently, its mouth stretching wide in a sinister smile as it vanished from its original position, evading Blastoise's Hydro Pump and reappearing not far in front of it. The coin-like pupil on its forehead began to emanate a bizarre spiral wave of energy. Not good. Blastoise, it's hypnosis. Close your eyes and use Dig. Silica shouted urgently as Gingué materialized unexpectedly. Just as Blastoise gazed into Gingué's eyes, a sense of bewilderment washed over it. But Silica's voice broke through, prompting Blastoise to shake off the drowsiness. Its claws glowed fiercely as it drilled rapidly into the ground, creating a tunnel. Gingué tilted its head in confusion, seemingly perplexed that it had allowed Blastoise to escape. However, a sly grin soon crept across Gingué's face as it swiftly flew toward the tunnel where Blastoise had disappeared, inhaling deeply before exhaling a vast cloud of purple mist into the opening. Blastoise, come out. Use cannon. Silica's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Gingué's actions, urgently calling to the ground. Moments later, Blastoise emerged from the tunnel, its face tinged with purple, a hint of pain evident. Shaking its head, Blastoise forced itself to remain steady, quickly aligning its three cannons toward Gingué. The cannon mouths glowed with intense black and white light, unleashing a colossal beam of cannon energy directed straight at Gingué. Gingué, observing the incoming cannon, displayed a glint of strange light in its eyes before vanishing from its standing position, leaving a bewildered Blastoise in its place. A tremendous explosion ensued as Blastoise was struck by its own massive cannon beam, sending debris flying and enveloping the chamber in a thick cloud of dust. When the haze cleared, Blastoise, bearing a purple hue and numerous wounds, knelt on one knee, propping itself up with its right hand, struggling against the urge to collapse as it warily faced Gingué. Can Blastoise still fight? Silica inquired, concerned for her beleaguered Pokémon. Blastoise, it exclaimed, nodding to signal that it was still capable of battle. Excellent. Then we shall use Dragon Pulse. As Silica sighed in relief at Blastoise's affirmation, she turned her gaze toward Gingué, issuing the command to attack. Obediently, Blastoise aimed its cannons once more at Gingué, emanating three dazzling beams of color that converged at a single point, forming a vibrant dragon-shaped energy wave directed at Gingué. In response, Gingué's forehead concentrated powerful dark elemental energy, releasing a colossal beam of malevolent energy. The two energies collided, with Gingué's dark wave rapidly pushing back Blastoise's dragon pulse, scattering it apart. Moments later, the dark wave surged past Blastoise's attack, striking its body. Boom. Blastoise was violently propelled into the chamber wall by the overwhelming force, causing bricks to scatter everywhere. Cracks spread across its shell, revealing glimpses of crimson flesh through the fissures. A searing pain radiated from its back, overwhelming Blastoise's mind, plunging it into darkness and stripping it of the will to fight, reverting it from its mega-evolved state. It's utterly outmatched. Watching her incapacitated Blastoise, Silica's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground in a daze. Gingué, observing Silica slumped on the floor, flashed a wide grin, its colorful brilliance shimmering as it morphed back into its rotund form. With hands on its hips, it approached Silica, locking eyes with her while emanating a spiral wave of energy. As Silica's eyes reflected the swirling pattern, the world around her dimmed, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. Gingué bent down, retrieving Blastoise's Pokeball from Silica's grasp, mimicking the actions of a trainer as it aimed the ball at Blastoise. A flash of red engulfing it as Blastoise was drawn inside. Continuing its search, Gingué rummaged through Silica's belongings, pilfering all her Pokeballs and depositing them into its belly. Having completed its tasks, Gingué turned to the chamber door, its eyes darting around before it took flight. Shortly thereafter, it returned to the chamber, now clutching a thick and lengthy rope. Approaching Silica once more, it bent down to bind her, its method reminiscent of a certain individual, Xiaofeng, leaving Silica bound in a rather shapely manner. With a triumphant Gungue rose, clapping its hands in satisfaction. It then grasped Silica by the heel, dragging her toward the chamber exit, intent on reuniting with Xiaofeng. As Gungue traversed through the various rooms of the gym with a beaming smile, it soon halted, its ears twitching slightly as it turned to face a sealed door. Gungue tilted its head in curiosity, spinning around with Silica in tow. Approaching the door and grasping the handle to pull it down. Creaking open, the door revealed the room's interior. The expansive chamber contained only a single apparatus at its center, topped with a massive cylindrical glass dome filled with an unknown green liquid. Suspended within the liquid was a long-haired girl in a dress, her mouth equipped with a respirator. Gazing softly at Gungue from within. "Hello." The girl did not speak, yet her voice resonated in Gungue's ears. Gungue grinned widely at the girl in the room, waving its hand in greeting. "Hee, are you saying hello to me?" The girl's voice carried a hint of joy. Gungue nodded eagerly. Could you do me a favor? Please let me out. I wish to see someone, or rather, a Pokémon. I beg you." A pleading expression crossed the girl's face within the apparatus. Gungue pondered for a moment, then dragged Silica into the room. With a loud thud, Silica's head collided with the threshold, a large bump forming instantly. However, Gungue paid no heed as it continued forward to stand before the machine. "It's that green button. Press it, and I'll be free. Thank you." The voice of the little girl's plea once again echoed in Gungue's ears. With a serious expression, Gungue extended his right hand and hovered over the green button atop the instrument, poised to press it. Suddenly, he retracted his hand, hovering above the button, and with a playful grin, he stuck out his tongue at the little girl, exclaiming, "Gungjie, Gunga. Why won't you press it?" In the instrument, the little girl's eyes were suddenly enveloped in a crimson glow. Gazing at the mischievous Gungue, anger flickered across her face. On the ground, Sili Jia, seemingly awakened by a throbbing pain in her head, opened her eyes, and upon seeing the little girl, her pupils dilated in shock. A little AI. Struggling, Sili Jia turned her gaze to Gungue, pleading, "Gungue, you cannot release her. She is a heartless monster, ruthless in her pursuit of her goals. Moreover, she possesses terrifying supernatural powers." Gungue, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he turned to Sili Jia, his gaze swirling with spirals of light. "Who?" Sili Jia fainted once more. Gungue carried Sili Jia out of the room, finding a secluded chamber to confine her, before returning to little AI's room. With a resounding clap, and amidst little AI's incredulous gaze, Gungue pressed the green button on the instrument. The green liquid within the device surged forth like a flood released from a dam, gradually vanishing from view, as the glass cover retracted towards the ceiling. "You actually set me free," little AI exclaimed, standing atop the instrument as she removed her breathing apparatus. Her eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and uncontainable joy. "Ha! You shall pay for this." Gungue raised his fists, bouncing with excitement, as if preparing for a fight. "Humph, deluded." Little AI scoffed, her eyes radiating disdain. With a flick of her hand, a colossal, translucent pink energy blade materialized in the air. She then thrust her palm forward, sending the massive blade hurtling towards Gungue. Gungue chuckled, a burst of colorful light enveloping him as he instantly evolved. He opened his mouth wide, conjuring a gigantic shadow energy sphere that rocketed towards the blade. Sizzle! The sound of corrosion filled the air as Gungue's shadow ball collided with the energy blade, rapidly consuming the energy it bore. In an instant, the blade dissipated completely. Though Gungue's sphere had diminished slightly, it still surged towards little AI. Little AI, furrowing her brow in concern, vanished from sight, evading Gungue's shadow ball. "Why is this Pokémon's energy attack so formidable?" she pondered, her expression grave as she reappeared. Her focus now on Gungue. "Take this." Little AI raised her hands in a prayer-like gesture, energy spikes materializing around her, piercing towards Gungue. He vanished just in time to avoid the onslaught, but the spikes embedded themselves in the walls, leaving a myriad of holes. Reappearing before little AI, Gungue summoned a rich purple glow in his hands and swung it towards her. Seeing the purple light, little AI's pupils constricted, and a pink glow emanated from her as a spherical shield expanded from her core, attempting to repel Gungue. Witnessing this, Gungue swiftly slipped into the void. Passing through the shield, and reappeared as his attack landed squarely on little AI's chest. Her eyes bulged in shock, and her lips turned an unnatural shade, as though smeared with purple lipstick. Coughing, little AI was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Gung Gue could bypass her defenses. Clutching her chest, she quickly distanced herself from him, her gaze wary. Gung Gue shook his head, a hint of disappointment etched on his face. I've been poisoned. What terrible luck. Little AI appeared dazed, her expression muted, while Gung Gue's form seemed to multiply, shifting positions. Can you spare me? Little AI clasped her hands together, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed pleadingly at Gung Gue. In response, he unleashed a beam of malevolent energy from his forehead. Curse you, vile male Pokémon. Little AI cried out in pain and fury, releasing her hands as she struggled to vanish from sight once more, evading Gung Gue's dark energy wave. Little AI reappeared in a corner of the room, relieved to have dodged the attack, when suddenly, a voice called out behind her. Gung Gue. Turning around, she found Gung Gue had silently approached her, clutching a massive shadow ball poised against her back. Sizzle. The sound of corrosive energy filled the air as little AI's back was torn open. Moments later, Gung Gue vanished again, and the shadow ball detonated against her, engulfing the room in smoke and debris. As the dust settled, the scene revealed itself. In a massive crater lay little AI, bloodied and unconscious, her eyes tightly shut. Gung Gue, witnessing her state, reverted from his evolved form and began to flit about in celebration of his victory. After his revelry, he approached little AI, dragging her by the leg as he exited the room, returning to the chamber where Si Li Jia was confined. Reluctantly, he removed Si Li Jia's bindings and hastily tied the two together, continuing his journey back to Xiao Feng's side. Time passed, and eventually, Gung Gue dragged the two girls to where Xiao Feng awaited. By now, Xiao Feng had triumphed, capturing all the members of Team Rocket who had come to rescue Sakaki. Qi Lin crouched down, clutching his groin in defeat. Gung Gue waved enthusiastically at Xiao Feng, calling out joyously. Xiao Feng turned to see Gung Gue hauling two individuals. One was Si Li Jia, while the other was unfamiliar. Both bore bumps on the back of their heads, clearly the result of collisions with the ground. Xiao Feng looked at Gung Gue with curiosity. What is the story with this little girl? Gung Gue set the girls down, dancing excitedly before Xiao Feng. After gleaning the situation through his aura, Xiao Feng's expression shifted to one of understanding as he patted Gung Gue's belly in praise. You did well, Gung Gue. Gung Gue's south eyes formed crescent moons, grinning as he patted his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he produced a stack of documents from his belly and handed them to Xiao Feng. Gung Gue. Oh, this must be Si Li Jia's objective, Xiao Feng remarked, taking the papers and flipping through them. As he read, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze, and he returned the documents to Gung Gue, instructing, put this away. Gung Gue. Nodding, Gung Gue accepted the papers back into his belly. Now, it was time to address the matters concerning Mutuo and the little girl. Xiao Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Chapter 85, Tokiwa and Sakaki. Xiao Feng beckoned Mutuo, who was idly watching the scene. Mutuo, come here. What do you want? I'm not just a mere plaything, Mutuo replied warily, yet his feet moved obediently towards Xiao Feng. Do you recognize this person? Xiao Feng pointed to the little girl lying on the ground, inquiring of Mutuo. She is little AI? No, that's incorrect. She is not the one I know. The little AI I know is always optimistic, whereas this one is consumed by negative emotions. Mutuo furrowed his brow, sensing her through his psychic abilities. With his fingers stroking his chin, Xiao Feng gazed thoughtfully at the little girl. A sudden realization dawning upon him. Is it possible that the little AI you know is actually a replica embodying her virtuous traits, while this one is the original? Stripped of all goodness, abandoning kindness to wield the power of malice, she commits wrongs without remorse. Mutuo silently regarded little AI, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. As Mutuo remained silent, Xiao Feng rubbed his hands together, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he addressed Mutuo. Mutuo, you possess the extraordinary ability to erase human memories, correct? Hehe, I would like to request your assistance in sealing her powers and obliterating all her memories. After which Miss Junsha and the others can help her establish a proper set of values. This might just lead her towards redemption. Mutuo, slightly perplexed yet intrigued, nodded in agreement after a brief hesitation. Approaching Xiao Feng's companion, Xiaomei, Mutuo raised his right palm towards her, a brilliant blue light emanating from his eyes, causing Xiaomei's body to levitate gradually. In Xiao Feng's gaze, it appeared as though black and white images were drifting out of Xiaomei's head, slowly dissolving into the air until they vanished completely. Soon after, Xiaomei's body descended back to the ground, and the light in Mutuo's eyes faded. It's done, Mutuo affirmed with a nod towards Xiaofeng. Such a miraculous ability. Thank you. Xiaofeng expressed his admiration with a grateful smile. No need for thanks. Consider it a small favor for the Xiaomei I once knew. Mutuo replied with a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Now, her situation is settled, and it leaves only you. You are now free. Have you contemplated your future plans? Xiaofeng inquired curiously. In response, Mutuo shook his head, a glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes. I am unsure of where to go from here. I have a splendid suggestion for you to consider. How about traveling to Master town, which is the starting point of my journey? There resides a passionate Pokémon researcher, Professor Okido, who adores Pokémon. You are welcome to accompany me there. I can introduce you. You will be provided with meals and lodging, and should you find it unsuitable, you may leave at your discretion. Noting the unusual look in Mutuo's eyes, Xiaofeng gazed earnestly into them as he shared his proposal. Mutuo, slightly dazed by Xiaofeng's earnestness, eventually nodded. Thank you. After Mutuo's agreement, Xiaofeng turned to Miss Junsha, who was still busy escorting Team Rocket members, and explained Xiaomei's situation. With a serious expression, Miss Junsha nodded. Understood, Mr. Xiaofeng. We will take it from here. Thank you for your efforts. Having settled everything, Xiaofeng, accompanied by his Pokémon and Julan, embarked on the journey back to Master town. As they traveled, they eventually caught sight of the familiar outline of Master town. Okido Laboratory. Grandpa, I'm back, Xiaofeng exclaimed, knocking on the laboratory door with enthusiasm. Ah, it's you, you little rascal. Welcome back, come in. Professor Okido soon opened the door, a warm smile adorning his face as he welcomed Xiaofeng and his companions inside. Upon seeing Xiaofeng's Pokémon and Mutuo, Professor Okido's eyes sparkled with excitement. What extraordinary Pokémon! And what is this Hakiryu doing here? Grandpa, Hakiryu won't be evolving into Ryu any longer due to certain reasons. It will remain as it is. As for this Pokémon, you may refer to it as Mutuo. I will explain its circumstances shortly, Xiaofeng briefly introduced, noticing his grandfather's inquisitive gaze. By the way, this is Julan, my traveling companion for the time being. Professor Okido nodded approvingly, pleased to see his grandson's growth. Xiaofeng then pulled Professor Okido aside to elucidate Mutuo's situation. Afterward, Professor Okido approached Mutuo, chuckling heartily as he patted Mutuo's shoulder. Ahaha, you've come to the right place. I can't guarantee everything, but I can assure you 3 meals a day here. If conditions allow in the future, I'll find you a female Pokémon. Mutuo stared at Professor Okido, bewildered, pondering the sudden arrangement of future matchmaking. Xiaofeng, face-palming, interrupted with a sigh, Grandpa, enough of that. For now, Mutuo will stay at the laboratory, and if you need assistance, Mutuo can help. After a long day, Xiaofeng and his group decided to rest at the laboratory for the night. The following morning, Xiaofeng, dressed and ready, made his way to the laboratory's backyard, where he spotted Professor Okido and Mutuo busily at work. Mutuo, could you please fetch the food for Nidoran and Nidorino from that room? Also, add some water to the Squirtle's pool, Professor Okido instructed, carrying various types of food to fill the Pokemon's food boxes while directing Mutuo from a distance. Although Mutuo appeared flustered, there was a subtle sense of fulfillment in its eyes as it diligently executed Professor Okido's tasks. Observing this, Xiaofeng nodded subtly, a knowing expression on his face. I knew it. A child simply needs tasks to keep them occupied. When given clear instructions, they won't have time to dwell on trivial matters. You've arrived, Xiaofeng. Professor Okido wiped the sweat from his brow, noticing Xiaofeng's presence. Ah, Grandpa, let me assist you. Xiaofeng stepped forward to take some food from Professor Okido, beginning to help with the feeding. Shortly thereafter, Julan, having awakened, joined them in the backyard to help with the Pokemon's chores. So how are you adjusting? Xiaofeng asked Mutuo with a friendly smile. Mutuo met Xiaofeng's gaze for a moment, then turned to observe the scene before them, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. It's going well, I suppose. Haha. Seeing Mutuo's proud demeanor makes me happy, Xiaofeng chuckled. All right then, let's keep things this way and communicate with my grandfather if anything arises. Understood, Mutuo nodded gently, indicating its comprehension. Feeling relieved by Mutuo's response, Xiaofeng settled down in a vacant area of the backyard after some time, summoning the system with a thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired the skill, Bulk Up. Skill effect allows alteration of the thickness of the entire body or any body part, with a maximum increase of up to 100 times. You have also gained 594 base value points, 40 points for gym, 100 points for physical enhancement of Mutuo, and 454 points for defeating Team Rocket's minions. Chapter 86. Professor Okito's request won. Xiaofeng gazed with satisfaction at the newly acquired base value points and promptly instructed the system, please enhance the skills of my Pokémon. Adding 94 points to Charizard's physical attack, and uniformly adding 100 points to the physical attack of Electabuzz, Lizardon, Hakuryu, and Gyarados, as well as 100 points to Gengar's special attack. Ding. Points have been successfully allocated, and the panel has been updated. Please check. Name, Charizard X, LV66. Physical attack, 84, 130, 564. Special attack, 109, 130, 170. Speed, 100, 140. Name, Electabuzz LV64. Physical attack, 83, 422. Name, Lizardon LV62. Physical attack, 85, 110, 274. Speed, 120, 145, 93. Name, Gengar LV58. Special attack, 130, 170, 320. Name, Hakuryu Flame White LV59. Physical attack, 170, 285. Name, Gyarados LV50. Physical attack, 125, 155, 280. The numbers in parentheses denote Mega Evolution data. As Xiaofeng admired the newly updated panels of his Pokémon, Professor Okito sat beside him and turned to Xiaofeng, saying, Xiaofeng, I have a task that requires your assistance. I would like you to venture to the nearby Mayakiyama to capture a colossal onyx. Due to the local soil and water conditions, these onyxes are significantly larger than usual, and I wish to conduct some comparative data analysis. I would greatly appreciate your help. Not a problem, Grandpa. Leave it to me. I will handle it perfectly, Xiaofeng assured confidently. With that, Xiaofeng called out to his Pokémon and Julan, setting off immediately. Professor Okito shook his head, watching the eager Xiaofeng rush away. This boy is far too impatient. At the foot of Mount Myakia, Xiaofeng, accompanied by his Pokémon and Julan, came to a halt in front of a quaint tea shop. Granny Wanzi, I would like 20 skewers. No? Make that 40 skewers of meatballs. Xiaofeng called out cheerfully to the shopkeeper inside. Ah, it's you, Xiaofeng. It's been ages. An elderly woman with gray hair, wearing an apron, emerged from the shop, her face lighting up with a warm smile upon seeing Xiaofeng. Oh, how I've missed your meatballs. Xiaofeng grinned, revealing his teeth in delight. All right, take a seat. They'll be ready in just a moment, Granny Wanzi replied with a smile as she turned to head back inside. Julan, let me tell you, Granny Wanzi's meatballs are absolutely delectable, Xiaofeng exclaimed, wiping away a tear of anticipation as he settled into a chair outside the tea shop. Really? I must try them then. Julan nodded with a smile, observing Xiaofeng's excitement. Before long, Granny Wanzi returned, pushing a cart laden with succulent, golden meatballs, each one glistening and exuding an irresistible aroma, accompanied by 2 steaming cups of tea. Thank you, Granny. Everyone dig in. Xiaofeng beckoned to Julan and the Pokémon, eagerly grabbing a skewer and taking a hearty bite. The moment he did, the juices burst forth, filling his mouth with rich flavor. The Pokémon and Julan quickly followed suit, their exclamations of delight filling the air. So delicious. Xiaofeng gave Granny Wanzi a thumbs up. Xiaofeng, it's been a while since your last adventure. How has it been? Has it been arduous? Granny Wanzi inquired, her gaze softening as she watched him devour the meatballs. Not at all. I've made many new friends, Xiaofeng replied, swallowing a mouthful and smiling at Granny Wanzi before turning to the Pokémon. That's wonderful. The essence of travel lies in forging new friendships, does it not? By the way, what brings you here? Granny Wanzi nodded, her face reflecting curiosity. I'm on a mission from my grandfather to catch a giant onyx in the nearby Myakia mountain for his research. Plus, I haven't had your meatballs in ages. I miss them terribly, Xiaofeng explained, taking another bite of the meatball. Oh, you're after a giant onyx? You've come to the right place. Wait here for a moment. I have something that might be of use to you, Granny Wanzi said, her eyes lighting up as she turned to re-enter the shop. Something? Xiaofeng mused, watching her retreating figure with curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Granny Wanzi emerged, holding a small box which she presented to Xiaofeng. What is this? He asked, examining the box with intrigue before looking back at her. Open it and see, she replied, her gaze distant as if lost in memories. Heeding her words, Xiaofeng lifted the lid, revealing a folded silk cloth. As he unfurled it, a detailed map appeared, adorned with numerous red markings indicating various Pokémon activity locations across different regions. Thank you, Granny, Xiaofeng exclaimed, gratitude shining in his eyes as he held the map. Granny Wanzi shook her head with a smile, gazing up at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. It's nothing. This map was drawn by my late husband. I have no use for it now, but if it can aid you, then it will serve its final purpose. After enjoying their meal and settling the bill, Xiaofeng bid farewell to Granny Wanzi and ventured into the depths of Myakia Mountain with his Pokémon. Along the way, they encountered various Pokémon, darting in and out of sight, as if something terrifying lurked behind them. According to the map, beyond this area lies the gathering ground of the Onyx. But where are they? Xiaofeng wondered aloud, scrutinizing the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet, lifting them into the air, not by flight, but as if some unseen force had seized them. As they ascended, they looked down to discover that they were perched upon the head of a colossal onyx. Goodness, how enormous! Zhulan gasped, staring at the massive creature below them. A titanic onyx, far larger than any they had seen before, loomed into view, dwarfing even the ones from Xiaofeng's previous life in anime. But that was just the beginning. As the colossal onyx stirred awake, a chain reaction ensued, causing the ground ahead to rise once more, awakening dozens of other onyx, some even larger, with the largest appearing to be 10 times the size of an ordinary one. All the onyx turned their gaze towards Xiaofeng and his companions. It seems we stumbled into a den of serpents. Haha, good morning, everyone. Xiaofeng chuckled, waving cheerfully. In response, all the onyx opened their mouths and let out an earth-shattering roar, as if acknowledging his greeting. The onyx beneath Xiaofeng began to shake its head and writhe. Don't be so grumpy. Electivire, give it a thunder punch to calm it down, Xiaofeng said, crouching down and placing a hand on the massive onyx's head, directing Electivire to act swiftly. Roar! Electivire sprang into action, its right hand glowing with intense energy as it raised it above its head in a blade-like position before striking down forcefully onto the onyx's head. With a resounding thud, the onyx's head buzzed painfully, its eyes rolling back as it plunged head-first into the ground, leaving its body sticking out above the surface, with the ground beneath them vanishing. Xiaofeng and Zhulan began to fall, but were quickly caught by Hakuryu and Charizard, hovering midair. Meanwhile, the Pokémon, except for Lizardin and Electivire who landed firmly atop the onyx's body, floated around them. Lizardin and Electivire looked up enviously at Xiaofeng and the others in the air, as they could not fly. Seated on Hakuryu's long body, Xiaofeng supported himself with one hand on Hakuryu's neck, gazing at the cluster of onyx ahead with a smirk. Think you can outsize me? Everyone, let us grow as big and strong as we can. With his command, Xiaofeng's Pokémon began to expand rapidly, towering over 100 meters tall. The colossal onyx, startled, recoiled in fear, cowering together in a tight circle. Zhulan's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle. Xiaofeng, has your power grown even stronger? This is incredible. Pretty impressive, right? Xiaofeng replied, grinning as he sensed Zhulan's admiration. Absolutely, Zhulan affirmed, her gaze filled with admiration. Now it was time to capture an onyx and fulfill his grandfather's request. Xiaofeng looked down at the trembling onyx, a gentle smile gracing his face. Hello, onyx. Please don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. I'm here to capture one of you to assist with research data. Don't worry, you'll have food and shelter. The onyx stared warily at Xiaofeng, remaining silent. Xiaofeng scratched his head, momentarily unsure of how to proceed, as he was reluctant to force the onyx. A sudden idea struck him. Wait, how about this? Would you like to grow as big as my Pokémon, or even larger? Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Roar. As soon as Xiaofeng's voice faded, the largest of the onyxes in the serpentine throng erupted with a fierce glow in its eyes and swiftly swam forward, its head bobbing wildly as if in a fervent nod, adorned with an expression akin to that of a coach yearning to play basketball. Since its youth, this colossal onyx harbored a singular aspiration to become an extraordinarily massive onyx. Thus, it diligently consumed the greatest quantity of stones daily and performed countless sit-ups. Now, with its dream within reach, it gazed at Xiaofeng as though he were Arceus, filled with profound reverence. Is this effect truly so remarkable? Xiaofeng mused, observing the enormous onyx below, whose eyes glistened with longing. A flicker of uncertainty danced within his own gaze. Yet he reached into his backpack and retrieved a blank pokeball, hurling it towards the colossal onyx. Just as the ball, named Dream, was about to strike the onyx, a sudden crackle of electricity surged from an unknown source, deflecting the ball away. Xiaofeng turned to see a young man clad in opulent aristocratic attire, with waist-length purple hair and a black pokeball necklace adorning his chest, approaching with a malevolent demeanor, accompanied by a magneton. The man lifted his gaze to Xiaofeng and commanded, Hey, you over there? Come down. I despise looking up at others. That enormous onyx is mine. Hand it over, along with your Pokémon and the technology to enlarge them. Who the hell are you? You have quite the audacity to demand my Pokémon, Xiaofeng retorted. a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand in a universally recognized gesture of defiance. Observing Xiaofeng's action, though the man could not discern its significance, he was certain it was not a pleasant gesture. His expression soured immediately. "You insolent brat. I am Kato Jin, the firstborn of the Kato clan, one of the 4 noble families of the Alliance. You would be wise to comply with my demands." "The Kato clan?" Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Kato Jin, then casually picked his nose with his pinky finger, feigning ignorance. Yet, a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Infuriated by Xiaofeng's lack of respect, Kato Jin retrieved a luxurious Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it forth. A quadrupedal Pokemon resembling a giraffe, with a large round mouth at the end of its tail, appeared before Xiaofeng. Name: Kalinki, level 65. "Kalinki, employ Psychic," commanded Kato Jin. Upon receiving the order, Kalinki's eyes glowed a brilliant blue, unleashing a wave of intangible psychic energy directed at Xiaofeng. "Fools are fearless. Hakuryu, unleash Dragon Wave," Xiaofeng declared, patting the enlarged Hakuryu, his gaze devoid of any emotion. With a fierce roar, Hakuryu expelled an expansive, multicolored energy wave, obliterating Kalinki's psychic attack and swiftly striking the Pokemon below, devouring it whole. Boom! Kalinki, sensing the cataclysmic shift in its surroundings, was engulfed by the vibrant energy, which wreaked havoc on its bodily structure. Its skin cracked, veins shattered, and blood gushed forth as it succumbed to the excruciating pain, ultimately losing consciousness. Impossible! Kato Jin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating as he clenched his hands in disbelief. "Return," he barked, his face darkening as he recalled Kalinki and tossed another luxurious Pokeball. A quadrupedal rodent Pokemon, adorned with flames on its shoulders and a deep blue back, materialized before the onlookers. Name: Boar Beast, level 68. "Boar Beast, use Flare Blitz," Kato Jin commanded, his eyes glinting with malice as he pointed at Xiaofeng's group. The Boar Beast ignited with fierce flames, accelerating towards Xiaofeng's team. "Are you out of your mind? Should I commend your bravery or your foolishness? You are but a leaf trying to shake a mighty tree, utterly oblivious to the situation." Xiaofeng scoffed, disdain evident on his face as he regarded Kato Jin below. With a fierce roar, Hakuryu's tail became enveloped in water, striking down upon the charging Boar Beast with tremendous force. Bang! Hakuryu swatted the oncoming Boar Beast as one would a fly, sending it crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater as rocks tumbled. The impact extinguished the flames surrounding the Boar Beast, which lay crumpled and unconscious, its bones shattered and eyes rolled back. "This brat possesses formidable skills. I must seize them. It seems I have no choice but to resort to it." Kato Jin's eyes glinted with greed and malice as he recalled the Boar Beast and grasped the black Pokeball necklace, tossing the dangling Pokeball. A massive jellyfish Pokemon, adorned with numerous tentacles and a red crystal atop its head, emerged before Xiaofeng, towering at approximately 100 meters tall. "Huh, not only you possess colossal Pokemon. I have one too." Kato Jin laughed maniacally, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Could this be the Toxapex they managed to capture? Xiaofeng wondered in astonishment, contemplating the implications. "Toxapex, unleash toxic spikes," Kato Jin commanded, his demeanor oozing arrogance. The Toxapex opened its immense mouth, spewing forth countless gleaming silver-purple spikes towards Xiaofeng's group. "Hakuryu, use Hurricane," Xiaofeng instructed swiftly. Hakuryu, upon receiving the command, let out a deafening roar, gathering the forces of wind around its form, creating colossal whirlwinds that surged towards the Toxapex. The incoming spikes were engulfed by the tempest, rapidly approaching the colossal Toxapex. "Toxapex, counter with Ice Beam," Kato Jin ordered, his expression shifting to one of shock as he witnessed the approaching storm. The Toxapex concentrated freezing energy, launching several ice beams to intercept the tornado, momentarily halting its advance. "Hakuryu, unleash your devastating beam of destruction," Xiaofeng commanded, a smirk gracing his lips as he observed the Toxapex struggle. Hakuryu, invigorated by Xiaofeng's voice, gathered immense destructive energy, releasing a barrage of annihilating beams towards the Toxapex. Whoosh! The beams shattered the frozen winds, hurtling towards the Toxapex with relentless force. "Quick, Toxapex, brace yourself," Kato Jin shouted, panic evident in his eyes as he realized the impending disaster. A mysterious glow enveloped the Toxapex as the continuous explosions of destructive energy erupted around it, filling the air with thick, black smoke, leaving the creature riddled with injuries, blood gushing from its wounds. As the smoke dissipated, the Toxapex, despite its numerous injuries, retained its last vestiges of consciousness due to the effects of its defensive maneuver. Toxapex, use Hydrovortex. Kato Jin commanded, his face lighting up with hope as he directed the Toxapex to counterattack. The Toxapex, enveloped in swirling water, propelled itself forward, charging at Hakuryu with renewed vigor. Gyarados. The opponent's desire to retaliate is nothing short of a delusion. Unleash the ultimate impact to bring it to an end. In the reflection of Xiao Feng's eyes, the silhouette of the Tentacruel loomed, his gaze devoid of any emotion, swiftly issuing commands to Gyarados. With a roar, Gyarados regarded the approaching Tentacruel with a glimmer of disdain, immediately enveloped in a radiant purple glow, charging towards its adversary. Wrapped in violet energy, Gyarados surged forward with unparalleled force, colliding with the oncoming Tentacruel. Bang! The Tentacruel was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground with a tremendous force, leaving behind a trail that stretched for hundreds of meters. At that moment, the crimson crystal atop Tentacruel's head shattered completely, its elongated beak twisted and deformed, while its tentacles lay broken to varying degrees. Tentacruel felt an utter loss of sensation throughout its body, immobilized, and moments later, a searing pain returned, causing its brain to falter, its eyes glazing over, rendering it incapable of further combat. Kato Jin raised the Pokeball to recall Tentacruel, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Feng before turning to leave. It is no trivial matter to act recklessly against others, arriving and departing at will. Electabuzz, block his path. Noticing Kato Jin's intent to withdraw, Xiao Feng arched an eyebrow and quickly signaled Electabuzz beside him. Understanding the cue, Electabuzz darted in front of Kato Jin, striking the ground with its hand. Boom! The deafening noise jolted Kato Jin, causing him to collapse to the ground, whereupon he looked up to find a massive hand obstructing his way. Xiao Feng patted Hakuryu, who emitted a soft cry and soared into the air with Xiao Feng atop. Xiao Feng leaped forward, landing firmly on the ground and advancing towards Kato Jin. What do you intend to do? Kato Jin rose and turned to face Xiao Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Young Master Kato, why the haste to depart? I have some delightful gifts for you. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes as he grinned widely. With a mere thought, a hefty iron rod pierced Kato Jin's throat, followed by a shadowy figure that crashed him face first into the ground. Thud! Ugh! The sound of his head striking the ground was accompanied by Kato Jin's retching. Kato Jin lay on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Xiao Feng crouched down, grasping Kato Jin's hair to lift his head, then slapped his cheek with force, locking eyes with him. So you dared to plot against my Pokémon? How audacious! Lizard King, fetch me some thicker logs. Xiao Feng turned to gaze at Lizard King. Chamo. Lizard King nodded, reverting to a larger form and vanishing in a flash. Chapter 89, Professor Oak's Commission 4. Soon, Lizard King returned, carrying several logs as thick as a thigh, and placed them beside Xiao Feng. Casting a questioning glance at the wood, Chamo? Yes, that's sufficient, thank you. Xiao Feng gestured an okay sign to Lizard King. He then requested Lizard King to utilize Leaf Blade to fashion the logs into a rudimentary bench, employing a mortise and tenon structure to construct it. However, this bench was unlike any ordinary one, as a sharp-tipped log stood erect in the center. After completing this task, Xiao Feng clapped his hands and turned to Kato Jin, his eyes brimming with warmth. Young Master Kato, don't you see how considerate I am? I even prepared a little bench for you to sit upon. I truly am a hospitable person. Kato Jin, sprawled on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly and retreating. Observing this, Lizard King stepped forward, seizing his arm and pressing his face into the ground. Ma, Julan, why don't you take a stroll nearby? What follows may not be suitable for young ladies to witness, Xiao Feng said with a smile, glancing at Julan. All right. Julan nodded repeatedly and dashed away. All right, everyone, transform back. Watching Julan depart, Xiao Feng grinned and instructed his Pokémon, then crouched down, seizing Kato Jin's calves. Lifting our young Master Kato. Roar. The Pokémon swiftly contracted their bodies, rushing to Xiao Feng's side, grasping Kato Jin's limbs to hoist him up and position him on the bench in a sprawled formation. Please take a seat, and feel free. Sensing Kato Jin's struggles, Xiao Feng's demeanor remained gentle as he yanked downwards with force. Crack. The sound of cracking eggs resonated, and Kato Jin, feeling excruciating pain in his nether regions, had his eyes bloodshot, emitting a pitiful whimper. My apologies, I miscalculated. Let us try again. Before Kato Jin could react, Xiao Feng donned an apologetic smile and, with his Pokémon, lifted him once more, swiftly pulling down again with the same force. Uft! The sound of piercing flesh echoed, and the intense pain surged to Kato Jin's brain, causing his pupils to drain of color. He no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance, as his body slumped lifelessly on the bench. Observing this, Xiao Feng released Kato Jin's limbs, patted his shoulder, and mused. Once there was a frog that gazed at the sky from a well. Now we have Kato sitting on a bench to admire the mountains. How delightful. How delightful. After dealing with Kato Jin, Xiao Feng turned to face the largest onyx, and under its earnest gaze, he tossed an empty poke ball at its body. Without any struggle or intervention, a chime signaled success. The pokeball vanished, returning to Professor Oak's laboratory. Task accomplished, Xiao Feng sought out Zhulan, leading his Pokémon down the mountain in the direction they had come from, while he destroyed all of Kato Jin's pokeballs, casually tossing them into the massive onyxes. Xiao Feng and his companions ambled down the mountain path when they encountered a middle-aged man dressed in butler attire, sporting a buzz cut and a square face. The man halted Xiao Feng's group, his gaze filled with arrogance. Have either of you seen a splendidly dressed nobleman? Are you referring to a purple-haired noble youth? Xiao Feng replied with a bright smile, shaking his head. I'm sorry, I haven't seen him. You little brat, are you mocking me? How would you know he has purple hair if you haven't seen him? The man's countenance darkened immediately. Ah, really? You guessed it right. What a failure. Xiao Feng shrugged, his eyes betraying a sense of regret. Tell me, where is he now, or else? The man's face turned an ominous shade of purple as he bellowed at Xiao Feng, his eyes glinting with menace as he fished a pokeball from his pocket. No need to be so fierce. I saw him tumble down from that direction. Xiao Feng recoiled slightly, feigning fear as he shakily pointed towards a cliff at Miachao Mountain. What? Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly turned to run in the indicated direction. Little did he know, Xiao Feng had drawn a blood-stained wrench from his backpack, swinging it towards the man's head. With a resounding thud, the man felt a jarring blow to the back of his head, a surge of pain overwhelming him as he instinctively reached back, his hand immediately feeling damp, followed by darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Holding the wrench, Xiao Feng shrugged and sighed, his eyes filled with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Didn't your mother teach you not to trust strangers? Xiao Feng crouched down, rummaging through the man's belongings to extract all his pokeballs, releasing every Pokemon contained within. He then tore apart the man's clothing to fashion a makeshift rope, binding him securely. Hey, what are you doing? A sudden voice pierced the air, causing Xiao Feng to flinch. Startled, he looked up to see a burly, bare-chested man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Feng. Oh, I'm not doing anything. I just saw him lying here for some reason, so I came to check on him, Xiao Feng said, his gaze evasive as he withdrew his hand. The burly hedgehog man wore an expression of skepticism as he retrieved a pokeball from his pocket. Go, Shavalong. Rescue that man on the ground. Name, Shavalong LV-77. Oh, are we battling? Go, Electroman. At this moment, Xiao Feng recognized that the person before him was none other than one of the Elite Four, Shiba. Upon seeing Shiba produce a pokeball, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, prompting him to rise and turn to face the nearby Electroman. Roar. Electroman clashed its fists together, smiling as it approached. Witnessing Xiao Feng dispatch his Pokemon, Shiba's eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. Shiba had already identified the bamboo orchid beside him. He was not concerned about the man on the ground, but merely wished to engage in combat with the Pokemon beside Xiao Feng. Haha. Shavalong, use bodybuilding. At the command, Shavalong crossed its arms and tightened its grip, its muscles suddenly swelling and shimmering with a radiant glow. Haha. Electroman, let us also use bodybuilding and transform into a muscle titan. Observing Shavalong's bulging muscles, Xiao Feng felt his thoughts consumed by the notion of strength. Raising an arm to display his non-existent biceps, dramatically shouting at Electroman. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Electroman's forehead, yet it complied with Xiao Feng's command. Clenching its fists at its waist and puffing out its chest, causing its muscles to swell and radiate a rich sheen. Shavalong welcomed Electroman with a wave bomb, then charged forth to execute a flying knee kick. Noticing that both sides had amplified their powers, Shiba swiftly issued an attack command, pointing at Electroman. Shavalong. With a mighty roar, Shavalong formed its claws at its waist and instantly concentrated a wave bomb, launching it towards Electroman. Following this, it dashed forward, leaping high into the air, its right foot glowing fiercely with white light as it followed the wave bomb with a kick. Interesting, Electroman. Unleash Flame Punch and Thunder Punch in a cross attack. Xiao Feng's eyes brightened at the sight of the opponent's combination technique. Roar. Electroman felt the surge of flame and lightning power, raising its hands, which were soon enveloped in fire and electricity, before charging towards the oncoming wave bomb and Shavalong with a powerful strike. The left-handed flame punch directly exploded Chevalong's wave bomb, while the right-handed thunder punch collided with Chevalong's flying kick. Bang! Chevalong's right foot was struck by Electroman, bending at an incredible angle due to the overwhelming force. In an instant, Chevalong howled in pain, propelled backwards as it created a gust of wind, crashing against a massive boulder beside Shiba. Then came a resounding crack, as the boulder shattered, scattering debris and burying Chevalong beneath the rubble. What kind of extraordinary power is this? Incredible. Are you alright, Chevalong? Shiba's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly turning to shout towards Chevalong's direction with concern. Chevalong, a weak voice emerged from the rubble, and after a prolonged moment, Chevalong struggled to crawl out. Drenched in cold sweat, its right leg, which had executed the flying knee kick, visibly fractured and trembling uncontrollably. Endure it, Electroman. Charge in and use roof break. Observing Chevalong's unwavering spirit, Xiaofeng's eyes brimmed with admiration as he initiated the next round of assault. Roar! Electroman darted forward, transforming into a streak of white light, raising its right hand high, which glimmered with intense brilliance, preparing to strike down upon Chevalong. Chevalong, quickly use Protect. Seeing the fierce Electroman charging towards him, Shiba's expression turned grave as he called out urgently to Chevalong. As his words fell, Chevalong promptly erected a yellow energy shield. Bang! Electroman's roof break struck Chevalong's Protect shield, causing it to erupt with a myriad of cracks before ultimately dissipating into yellow specks in the air. Seizing the moment, Chevalong executed a body slam attack. Shiba's voice resonated in Chevalong's ears, and instantaneously, Chevalong was enveloped in white energy orbs. Relying on its still-functioning left leg, it lunged fiercely towards Electroman. Electroman, let us use Protect too. Noticing Chevalong's approach, Xiaofeng smirked, a glimmer of strategy in his eyes. With a resounding thud, Chevalong collided with a yellow energy shield. Its face pressed against it, blood gushing from its nose. Electroman, finish it with Ice Punch. Observing Chevalong bleeding, Xiaofeng's eyes gleamed with cunning as he swiftly commanded Electroman. Electroman grinned widely, raising its right fist, a chill emanating from it, as it launched toward Chevalong. With a resounding impact, the Ice Punch struck Chevalong's face, causing a deep indentation to form, encasing its body in layers of ice and transforming it into a frozen statue. Following the tremendous force of Electroman, Chevalong was propelled backward, landing several meters away. Within the ice, Chevalong had already succumbed to unconsciousness, its eyes swirling, rendered unable to continue the fight. Phew! Return, Chevalong. You did splendidly. Observing the incapacitated Chevalong, Shiba took a deep breath, raised the Pokeball to recall it, and then retrieved another Pokeball from his pocket, tossing it forth. Now, it's your turn. A surge of white light erupted, revealing a humanoid Pokemon adorned with red boxing gloves and a light purple skirt before Xiaofeng. Name, Abalong LV80. Abalong. Use Vacuum Wave. Abalong appeared on the battlefield, and Shiba's eyes filled with determination as he swiftly issued an attack command. A ripple flickered in Abalong's eyes as an invisible force gathered upon its right fist. When the power peaked, Abalong swung forward with great force, unleashing a massive vacuum wave towards Electroman. Electroman, charge in with flying knee kick. Noticing the opponent's offensive initiation, Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy as he quickly commanded Electroman. Electroman obeyed, swiftly darting forward, its legs propelling it into the air as it raised its right foot to deliver a flying kick at Abalong. Mid-flight, it punctured through the vacuum wave and continued its assault towards Abalong. What an unreasonable display of power. Abalong, use phase to evade. Witnessing Electroman breach Abalong's vacuum wave, Shiba's lips twitched, rubbing his temples before urgently shouting towards Abalong. A blue light flickered in Abalong's eyes as Electroman's form slowed to a crawl. In a swift sidestep, Abalong narrowly avoided Electroman's flying knee. The latter barreled through, striking the ground behind Abalong. Boom. The ground was instantly cratered by the immense force of Electroman, rocks scattering and smoke billowing. Hiss, if that had hit, it would have been game over. Shiba's pupils constricted in alarm, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As the dust settled, Electroman emerged unscathed. Abalong cannot engage in close combat. Utilize Chi Fist for ranged attacks. Shiba's expression grew solemn as he eyed the emerging Electroman, quickly issuing commands to Abalong. Abalong focused intently, its left palm aimed at Electroman, while its right fist drew back, gathering massive amounts of energy. Moments later, Abalong's charged right fist swung towards Electroman with all its might, unleashing a colossal red energy wave. Switch. While still mid-swing, Abalong heard a voice resonate in its ears. And suddenly, the scenery before its eyes shifted dramatically. Before it could react, a fierce attack struck from an unknown direction, hitting Abalong's back, tearing through its flesh and causing its heart to momentarily halt. What? An unfamiliar skill? This is troublesome. Shiba furrowed his brow, running his fingers through his hair as he observed the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 91. The Commission of Professor Oki 6. They intend to force us into close combat. Abalong unleashed a rapid-fire flame punch attack. With a resigned sigh, Shiba adjusted his stance and issued commands to Abalong, suppressing the pain emanating from behind him. Abalong swiftly turned and dashed towards the electric beast, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. As he approached the electric beast, Abalong raised his right fist, which ignited with intense flames. The electric beast's iron tail ensnared him, and it retaliated with a skyward punch. Little Wind watched as Abalong rapidly closed the distance, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he shouted commands to the electric beast. Upon hearing Little Wind's directives, the electric beast curled its lip in a smirk, and its two tails shimmered with a brilliant metallic glow, striking out like serpents to ensnare Abalong's feet, halting him mere inches from the electric beast. In an instant, the electric beast's right fist clenched, radiating a blinding white light, and it unleashed a fierce upward strike that connected squarely with Abalong's chin. Thud! A sharp pain shot through Abalong's jaw, which dislocated with a crack, swiftly followed by a disorienting sense of weightlessness. Abalong's feet left the ground in an explosive ascent, soaring several dozen meters into the sky. Finish him. Follow up with a tile-splitting attack. As Abalong ascended, Little Wind's command reached the ears of the electric beast. The electric beast gazed upward at Abalong, its eyes shimmering with intensity, and in a series of flickering movements, it positioned itself directly above the airborne Abalong, raising its arm, which glowed with a dazzling light, before striking down towards Abalong's head. Bang! Abalong's head crumpled like a deflated ball, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted toward the ground with increasing velocity, accompanied by a chilling whistle. Boom! The immense force of inertia drove Abalong deep into the earth, fracturing rocks and sending dust swirling into the air. Beneath the surface, Abalong lay motionless, akin to a lifeless ragdoll, his eyes swirling, devoid of combat capability. Abalong, observing this, Shiba's eyes reflected concern as he hurried over to kneel beside him. Seeing that Abalong was incapacitated, he let out a long sigh, raised his pokeball, and with a flash of red light, recalled him. Despite suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Shiba was undeterred. Instead, a fierce determination ignited within him as he looked at the electric beast with excitement, pulling out a new pokeball and tossing it forth. The next battle is yours. With a flash of white light, a muscular humanoid Pokémon with 4 arms and 2 legs materialized before the electric beast. Name: Machoke LV82. Muscular. Upon Mashoki's appearance, both Little Wind and Shiba shouted in unison. With the command given, Machoke and the electric beast crossed their arms, their bodies tensing with power, their facial muscles sharply defined, veins bulging across their forms. Haha, Machoke, unleash a barrage of energy spheres. Shiba exclaimed with a broad smile, directing his voice towards Machoke. Mashoki's eyes sparkled with determination as it raised its 4 arms overhead, gathering immense energy within its palms. In an instant, 4 ominous energy spheres appeared, pulsating with formidable might. With a tremendous burst of strength, Machoke propelled the 4 energy spheres towards the electric beast, cutting through the air with a ferocious rush. Electric beast, unleash a 1,000,000-ton punch combined with your iron tail to obliterate them. Watching the rapidly approaching energy spheres, Little Wind's face broke into a grin, his eyes gleaming with delight as he shouted commands to the electric beast. Roar! The electric beast bellowed, its hands and tails radiating powerful waves of energy as it swung forward. Bang! The 4 energy spheres were instantly obliterated by the electric beast's overwhelming force, scattering into shimmering motes that dissolved into the air. Machoke, charge in and execute a cross-chop. Noticing the futility of the energy spheres, Shiba quickly adapted his strategy, shouting instructions to Machoke. Machoke crossed its 4 arms over its chest, radiating a brilliant light, then launched itself towards the electric beast at breakneck speed. Electric beast, counter with a thunder punch. Seeing the oncoming figure, Little Wind's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile creeping across his lips as he commanded the electric beast. The electric beast raced forward, its right fist clenched tight, crackling with electricity, and it swung down towards the charging Machoke with lightning speed. Bang! The electric beast's electrified fist collided with Mashoki's cross-chop, instantly sending Mashoki's 4 arms flying apart and striking him squarely in the chest. Mashoki's chest caved in under the electric beast's tremendous force. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs echoed as Makoke felt a sudden halt to his heartbeat, struggling to breathe, while the electric beast's form gradually shrank to the size of an ant in his vision. A moment later, a painful thud resonated in his back. Cough! A mouthful of blood erupted from Mashoki's lips. Makoke, are you alright? Witnessing Makoke embedded in the massive rock, blood spilling forth, Shiba's eyes filled with worry as he shouted. Roar! Mashoki's weak voice reached Shiba's ears. Makoke, give it your all. Unleash your ultimate strike. With a deep breath, Shiba's eyes ignited with fierce resolve. Receiving the command, Makoke summoned its strength to pull itself free from the boulder, enveloped in a cloak of purple energy. It propelled itself forward, leaping into the air as it charged towards the electric beast. Electric beast, let us employ the same technique. Charge ahead. Spotting the skill Makoke was about to unleash, a glimmer of brilliance crossed Little Wind's eyes as he raised his fist in encouragement, instructing the electric beast to utilize its newly acquired ultimate strike skill. Roar! The electric beast raised its hands, clenching its fists and roaring with all its might, similarly enveloped in purple energy as it lunged towards the oncoming Makoke. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided, the electric beast's unparalleled power dissipating Mashoki's purple energy. In that instant, Makoke was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the enormous boulder once more. Crack! The already weakened structure of the massive rock shattered into countless fragments, engulfing Makoke completely. In the midst of the debris, Mashoki's vision faded to black, his combat capabilities extinguished. Return, Makoke. You did exceptionally well. Shiba raised the Pokeball to recall Makoke, approaching Little Wind with an outstretched hand. Acknowledging their defeat with a hearty laugh. What a remarkable battle. It seems that Champion Shiba isn't genuinely intent on rescuing this individual. Little Wind clasped Shiba's hand. I merely observed the strength of the Pokemon by your side, and felt compelled. Shiba retracted his hand, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I see. Allow me to show you something. Hee. A knowing glint flickered in Little Wind's eyes as he reached into the round belly of the nearby Jengar, producing a stack of documents and presenting them to Shiba. Chapter 92. The Commission of Professor Oki. Shiba accepted the documents, perusing them intently. Moments later, his eyes narrowed, a grave expression replacing his earlier demeanor. Young man, how did you acquire this? I believe you are aware of the events surrounding the Tokiwa Gym. It was there that I obtained this information. I felt it more appropriate to deliver it directly to you, a core member of the League. Replied Little Wind with a smile. Is that so? Then this individual must be connected to it. Shiba nodded, gesturing towards the man lying on the ground. Indeed. There is one more. I left it in the rock snake's den atop the mountain. Little Wind grinned, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It seems I must climb the mountain to locate it. I wonder if he has met his end, huh? Shiba paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Since that is the case, I shall take these documents with me. Very well, then I entrust this person to you. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Champion Shiba. Little Wind gave a slight nod, bidding Shiba farewell before turning to lead his companions down the mountain. As they descended the mountain, Hakron circled around Xiaofeng in the air, a look of curiosity adorning his face. Noticing Hakron's inquisitive gaze, Xiaofeng cast a sly glance at Gengue, exclaiming, hee. It's not as though we possess just one copy of that data. Gengue, soaring through the sky, erupted into hearty laughter, retrieving several copies of the documents that matched the one in Shiba's possession and waved them towards Hakron. Hakron's expression transformed into one of realization. Let us head back. Time swiftly passed, and they soon arrived at the entrance of Professor Oki's laboratory. Grandpa, we're back, Xiaofeng declared, knocking vigorously on the door. After a considerable wait, the door remained firmly shut. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Xiaofeng delivered a powerful kick. Bam! The lab's door burst open, and Xiaofeng hurried inside. There, in the spacious room filled with the Pokémon teleportation apparatus, Professor Oki lay sprawled on the floor, reaching forward, pinned beneath a massive boulder that was unmistakably a part of a gigantic onyx's body. Both the man and his Pokémon were trapped in the room, unable to move, while the Pokeball containing the colossal onyx rolled outside the laboratory. Grandpa, as expected of you, Xiaofeng sighed in relief, bending down to retrieve the Pokeball. Rising, he aimed it at the massive onyx. A beam of red light shot forth, and the onyx was instantly drawn inside. Saved at last. Xiaofeng, your timing is impeccable. Professor Oki sprang to his feet with renewed vigor, laughing heartily. Grandpa, do you ever consider the consequences of your actions? Xiaofeng remarked, exhaling a resigned sigh as he observed the professor's carefree demeanor. Hee hee, I hadn't anticipated that the onyx you captured would be this enormous. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Professor Oki chuckled, scratching his head. By the way, where's Mutuo? Xiaofeng suddenly realized Mutuo was nowhere to be found and looked curiously at Professor Oki. The professor turned his gaze toward the window. I previously sent him on an errand to deliver some items. He should be back shortly. All right, Xiaofeng, quickly hand me the pokeball containing the onyx. I need to gather some data right away. After a brief moment, Professor Oki turned back to Xiaofeng, extending his hand toward the pokeball with an eager expression. Xiaofeng raised his hand, poised to pass the pokeball to Professor Oki, but suddenly hesitated mid-air, casting a questioning look at the professor. Wait, Grandpa. How can I increase the carrying capacity of my pokeballs? Is it necessary to achieve something remarkable, perhaps exchange merits or complete certain tasks? Ah, no. It's quite simple. I just need to grant you the necessary permissions. Are you thinking of taking the onyx and Aerodactyl on a journey? Professor Oki paused, as if recalling something. Xiaofeng nodded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Yes, I do have that intention. I plan to cultivate them as part of my second team. No problem. Just hand me your Pokédex, and it will be done in no time. Professor Oki nodded gently, addressing Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng promptly retrieved his Pokédex from his pocket and handed it to the professor. After taking it, Professor Oki entered a nearby room. Sounds of clattering emerged from within. And just a few minutes later, he returned to Xiaofeng, presenting the Pokédex back to him, palm outstretched. All right, now give me the onyx. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, accepting the Pokédex before placing the Onyx-S Pokeball in Professor Oki's hand. The professor turned and made his way to the backyard. Oh, I feel like I'm finally enjoying the perks of having permissions. It's quite a nice feeling, Xiaofeng mused, glancing at the Pokédex in his hands. A peculiar glint in his eyes. A week swiftly passed since Xiaofeng returned to the laboratory. During this time, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, Zhulan received a phone call. The conversation on the other end was unclear, but Zhulan decided to return to the Sinnoh region. Before departing, she made a promise to Xiaofeng to meet again in Sinnoh, leaving with a tinge of reluctance. It's about time to set off. The Quartz League competition is fast approaching. Xiaofeng stood in the open space of the laboratory's backyard, surveying the distance, flanked by his Pokémon, including Steelix and Aerodactyl. Indeed, it was not the Onyx but Steelix. For the sake of data completeness, Professor Oki had kindly facilitated the evolution of Onyx into Steelix by providing it with a metal coat. Xiaofeng had clung to Professor Oki's leg, tears streaming down his face like a river, and in the following days, he had exhausted his savings to further enhance his Pokémon-S skill sets. Name: Colossal Steelix, LV44, ID, 208 type, Steel, Ground ability, Sturdy skills, Body Slam, Moves, Hyper Beam. Tackle, Earthquake. Name: Aerodactyl, LV48, ID, 142 type, Rock, Flying ability, Sturdy skills, Body Slam, Moves, Giga Drain, Rock Slide, Fly. Thus, Xiaofeng's team now boasted two formidable fighters. He designated Aerodactyl as an aerial artillery while Steelix served as a bulldozer. At that moment, the sky above a distant mountain suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. What is happening over there? Xiaofeng wondered, casting his gaze upward at the darkened sky. He then turned and entered the laboratory, shouldering his backpack, ready to embark on a journey with his companions. Thus, Xiaofeng set forth on a new adventure. At the foot of the cloud-covered mountain, Xiaofeng climbed a tall tree, bracing himself against the trunk, peering ahead. What is that? Chapter 93. The land of giants. Before him hovered an unknown, black, four-sided crystal pyramid, suspended in midair, continuously emitting faint black energy particles. This object appeared suspicious. Let us go, everyone, retreat. Xiaofeng mused, rubbing his chin as he scrutinized the levitating crystal, gesturing for his companions to back away. Perhaps curiosity truly killed the cat. Xiaofeng should not have ventured to investigate. Suddenly, the black substance surrounding the crystal expanded and enveloped Xiaofeng and his team, swiftly transforming them into black specks of light from the ground up. Whoa, what a sneak attack! You little rascal, you have no integrity, Xiaofeng shouted, pointing at the crystal in midair, cursing loudly. Just as his words faded, they dissolved into black light, vanishing into thin air. After Xiaofeng and his companions disappeared, the crystal slowly descended, silently merging into the mountain. At that moment, Xiaofeng's vision was filled with a kaleidoscope of chaotic colors, and shortly after, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Where am I? Xiaofeng blinked, turning to survey his surroundings. Towering trees, stretching high into the clouds, filled his view. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. while a gentle breeze caused the patterns to dance, a magnificent primeval forest. Suddenly, Xiaofeng felt the sunlight filtering through the leaves above dim, as if something had obscured it. He looked up, blinking in disbelief. Whoa, that's one enormous Duduo. No, wait, it's a Dudrio. A Dudrio, towering approximately 100 meters in height, came into view. Its fierce eyes glinted with malice as its central head swiftly lunged towards Xiaofeng and his companions, seemingly perceiving them as an appetizer. Steelix, use Body Slam. And give it a taste of its own medicine, Xiaofeng commanded, swiftly maneuvering his Pokémon behind Steelix. Steelix, excitement gleaming in its eyes, began to inflate dramatically. Dudrio's beak struck the rapidly expanding forehead of Steelix. Clang! Dudrio's head recoiled violently, its sharp beak bending and twisting. Pain surged through Dudrio, and it glared angrily, preparing to launch another attack on Xiaofeng and his companions. However, they had vanished from sight, and Dudrio found itself confronted by a steel-like barrier. As confusion crossed Dudrio's face, Xiaofeng's voice echoed from above. Hey, Dudrio, what are you looking at? Thud. Dudjali raised his head, his body instantly frozen in a state of bewilderment. He swallowed hard, for the sky above him was completely obscured by a colossal steel serpent, its vast form radiating a blinding metallic sheen under the sun, glaring menacingly at him. With a startled Dudjali promptly lowered his head towards the ground, seemingly searching for something. He lifted his right foot to press against the earth, beads of sweat glistening on the three heads of his form. With a thunderous roar, the steel serpent lowered its head and unleashed a furious bellow towards Dudjali, the gust from its maw sending feathers flying from his body. Weak-kneed, he collapsed to the ground, the three heads retreating into the feathers beneath him like timid ostriches. Xiaofeng, perched atop the steel serpent's head, looked down at Dudjali with disdain, muttering, boring. The steel serpent continued its straight path in the direction it faced. Xiaofeng pointed forward eagerly, issuing a command to the serpent and the other spirits accompanying them. With a roar, the steel serpent surged forward, carrying Xiaofeng and the other spirits along. A resounding thud echoed as Dudjali, the timid creature, was crushed into the ground by the massive body of the steel serpent, his vision darkening momentarily. Numerous spirits witnessing the serpent's approach turned and fled in panic. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, still enveloped by towering trees. I truly am not the chosen one. Where lies our escape? Xiaofeng knelt atop the steel serpent, lowering his head, his expression somber. Just then, the Charizard beside him crouched down and nudged Xiaofeng's shoulder. Xiaofeng looked up at Charizard, his face filled with curiosity. What is it, Charizard? Have you found a way out? Charizard shook its head and pointed towards the ground beneath a massive tree not far ahead. Following Charizard's gesture, Xiaofeng spotted a man lying on the ground, his upper body bare and his lower half clad in burlap shorts, battered and bruised, unconscious. Oh no, we must save him, Xiaofeng exclaimed, leaping from the serpent's head as if he had found a lifeline. With a thud, Xiaofeng landed, his feet sinking into the earth. Then he forcefully pulled himself free and sprinted towards the man. Soon, he reached the man's side and crouched down to assess his injuries. Suddenly, a crack echoed as Xiaofeng's right foot snapped, and a massive iron net shot up from the ground, ensnaring both him and the injured man, lifting them into the air. In midair, Xiaofeng felt the netting around him, his expression one of confusion. What am I doing? Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind the great tree. The prey is caught. Everyone hurry. Moments later, 4 or 5 burly men, clad similarly to the injured man, appeared not far below Xiaofeng and his companion. TCH, just humans? That useless Ajay couldn't even attract a spirit. How are we supposed to report to boss away? The leader, a square-faced man with a buzz cut, cast a disdainful glance at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked down at the group, eyes filled with icy resolve. I shall grant you a chance. Release us. And fear not the wrath of the heavens for using humans as bait. Little ghost, don't try to scare me. I, Adi, am not easily intimidated. Do you believe I would use you as bait too? The square-faced man's eyes glinted with malice. Oh, is that so? Electric beast, summon the storm. Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with a crimson light as he turned to the spirits nearby. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously above Adi's head. You're a spirit tamer, Adi stammered, trembling as he gazed at the gathering storm. Before he could utter another word, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Adi and several others trying to flee. Thunder echoed as the lightning illuminated the area, and in an instant, Adi and his companions collapsed, their eyes rolling back, their bodies charred, emitting a strong scent of burnt flesh. Lizard King, Leaf Blade, finish them off, Xiaofeng commanded with urgency. With a clang, a stream of green light shot forth, shattering the iron net. Xiaofeng landed gracefully, while Ajay was caught by the Lizard King and gently placed down. Not far away, a bald man with a beast-tooth necklace, a single eye glaring, sat atop a spirit's shoulder. Upon seeing the dark clouds above, he furrowed his brow and tapped the remaining spirits. The spirits immediately turned and charged towards Xiaofeng, with a thunderous pounding echoing in Xiaofeng's ears. He turned to see a robust, stout creature adorned with a striking red armor and black stripes. A colossal steel ride-on, charging towards him, accompanied by the one-eyed man. "Who are you?" The one-eyed man demanded, glancing at the fallen figures on the ground before fixing his furious gaze on Xiaofeng. "You must be Away, the one they spoke of. They were just struck by lightning." Xiaofeng, unfazed by the man's hostility, smiled broadly. "I am fucking, but you may call me fucking." Xiaofeng replied amiably. "Fucking," Away murmured. Then suddenly his expression darkened as he realized something. Sliding off the spirit's back, he barked orders to his comrades. "You scoundrel! You dare mock me! Steel Ride-On! Use Rock Blast!" The Steel Ride-On, upon command, gathered numerous massive rocks and launched them towards Xiaofeng with a roar. "Huh! Lizard King, counterslash!" Xiaofeng remained calm, turning his gaze to the Lizard King beside him. "Chamo!" came the response from the Lizard King, and in an instant, it vanished, appearing above the Steel Ride-On, just as the rocks were about to strike. The airborne assault was effortlessly cleaved in two, falling harmlessly around Xiaofeng as the Lizard King materialized, wielding twin green blades. "Is this a spirit tamer? Why is it the same size as a human?" Away, having overlooked the Lizard King due to his angle, now found his pupils constricting in shock. Regaining his composure, he commanded, "Steel Ride-On, use Sharp Stone Attack." With a fierce bellow, Steel Ride-On raised its arm, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Instantly, gleaming spikes erupted from the earth, thrusting towards the Lizard King. "Lizard King, dodge and use Ultimate Absorb," Xiaofeng ordered swiftly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched the spikes approach. "Chamo!" The Lizard King responded softly, dashing forward with incredible speed, transforming into a blur of green light as it effortlessly evaded the spikes and leapt onto the Steel Ride-On's arm, climbing rapidly. In no time, it reached the Steel Ride-On's shoulder, enveloping it in a brilliant green glow, akin to a constricting serpent, voraciously draining its energy. "Roar!" The Steel Ride-On cried out in agony, overwhelmed by a wave of weakness, its legs buckling as it collapsed to the ground. "Damn it! Steel Ride-On, bring it down!" Away commanded, suppressing his discomfort. "Lizard King, strike its head with Leaf Blade." "Wake it up," Xiaofeng ordered sharply, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he observed the creature's actions. The Lizard King, responding to the command, disappeared from sight, reappearing atop the Steel Ride-On, causing its attack to miss entirely. It swiftly conjured two enormous, glimmering green leaf blades, bringing them crashing down onto the Steel Ride-On's head. With a tearing sound, the battle raged on. In a flash, Yiren cleaved two enormous gashes into the head of the Super Iron Rhinoceros, blood gushing forth like a torrent. The Super Iron Rhinoceros let out a wail of anguish, clutching its head in torment as it knelt down on its knees, desperately attempting to staunch the flow of blood. "Finish it off," commanded the Lizard King, wielding a massive scissor-like attack. Observing the Super Iron Rhinoceros in its agony, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with mirth as he issued instructions to the Lizard King. "Chamo!" With a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, the Lizard King expanded his body 100-fold, crossing his arms, which emanated a brilliant white light, and struck down ferociously upon the Super Iron Rhinoceros beneath him. Crack! The armor on the back of the Super Iron Rhinoceros was instantly cleaved apart by the Lizard King's scissor attack, leaving it bloodied and battered. The dual onslaught to its head and back rendered the Super Iron Rhinoceros's pupils dilated, losing focus, as its eyes spiraled into a daze, incapacitated in battle. "My spirit has thus been defeated." Away stood in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the sight of the fallen Super Iron Rhinoceros. "Oh, the battle of spirits is not the final outcome," came Xiaofeng's voice from behind Away. Suddenly, Away felt a violent impact as Kuing-gu struck him. "Ah!" Away cried out in pain, clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground, drained of color. "Done!" Xiaofeng exclaimed, shaking his legs behind Away, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the fallen figure. After defeating Away, Xiaofeng approached the location of the previous large net to check on Ajia's injuries. It seemed that Xiaofeng had exerted too much force, as a sharp intake of breath escaped Ajia's lips. In the next moment, Ajia's brows twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes to see a child poking and prodding at his wounds. Their eyes met, and Xiaofeng flashed a bright smile, raising a hand in greeting. Oh, you're awake. Who are you? Ajia queried, puzzled by Xiao Feng's presence. I am Xiao Feng, your savior, so to speak, he replied, pointing with a smile at Wei, who was crumpled nearby. Is that Wei? You actually defeated him and his spirit, Ajia exclaimed, glancing incredulously at the fallen Wei and the super iron rhinoceros. Was it difficult? Xiao Feng asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Not at all. That was a spirit, possessing unparalleled strength. Our tribe has only a few individuals bound by contract. Ajia replied, looking somewhat agitated. I could have had my own spirit too, were it not for that guy Wei. Upon noticing the spirits gathering beside Xiao Feng, Ajia's expression shifted dramatically. You possess so many spirits. But why are they all so diminutive in size? Such details are of little consequence. Do you know the way out of this forest? Xiao Feng interrupted. Urgency etched on his face. There is no way out. One must exit through a teleportation node. This is a spirit secret realm, Ajia replied, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he observed Xiao Feng's anxiousness. Chapter 95, The Land of Giants 3. Curiously, Ajia inquired. If you don't know the way out, how did you enter this spirit secret realm? I suppose I was likely drawn in, Xiao Feng mused, scratching his chin uncertainly. Hearing this, Ajia pondered momentarily, a realization dawning upon him. It seems you may have inadvertently stumbled into a random teleportation node area. Random teleportation? Do you know how to return to the initial position of the random teleportation node? Xiao Feng asked, his eyes glimmering with hope. Ajia, maintaining a wry smile, responded. I'm not entirely sure. We must exit the secret realm and return to the tribe to consult ancient texts for that information. We only utilize fixed nodes. And I have never encountered a situation like yours. Then what are we waiting for? The electric beast can carry us. Let us go? Xiao Feng declared, rising and turning to the electric beast beside him. Ow! The electric beast nodded, bending down to lift Ajia and secure him at its waist. Shortly thereafter, guided by Ajia, Xiao Feng and his group navigated through a concealed thicket of towering grass. Your teleportation nodes are quite well hidden, Xiao Feng remarked, gazing at the palm-sized, translucent blue crystal floating in the air, his expression tinged with exasperation. Ajia scratched his head and chuckled. It's to prevent spirits from discovering us the moment we teleport. Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, then turned to Ajia. How do we activate this? A gentle touch is all it requires, Ajia replied quickly upon noticing Xiao Feng's focused gaze. With a nod of understanding, Xiao Feng instructed the electric beast. Put him down. Everyone should return to their pokeballs for now. Ow! The electric beast howled, squatting to gently place Ajia on the ground. Subsequently, Xiao Feng, under Ajia's astonished gaze, used a red and white ball to draw the spirits inside, shrinking them to attach to his waist. Let us proceed. After completing all preparations, Xiao Feng grasped Ajia's right leg and, in response to his bewildered expression, approached the crystal and firmly grasped it. Crackle! The crystal seemed to momentarily pause, then emitted blue points of light that quickly enveloped Xiao Feng and Ajia. In no time, they vanished from their location. With a kaleidoscope of colors flashing in his eyes, Xiao Feng found himself facing a new scene. Is this your tribe, Ajia? He blinked in surprise at the desolation before him, then turned to Ajia. How could this be? What has happened? Ajia echoed in disbelief, his gaze fixed ahead. Before them lay a tribe devoid of life, with the majority of its structures collapsed and the streets littered with debris from broken furniture. Ajia, summoning his strength despite his injuries, staggered forward, checking each dwelling for survivors. With a sigh, Xiao Feng followed suit, hoping to find any remaining souls. At last, while passing a patch of tall grass beside a house, a small boy emerged, covering his mouth and weeping profusely. Upon seeing Ajia, the boy rushed to embrace Ajia's leg, crying out, Ajia, you're back. Everyone from the Earth tribe has been taken by the Water tribe. What do we do now? Woo-woo. Those scoundrels from the Water tribe. Ajia's face turned crimson with rage, his fists clenched tightly, eyes blazing with fury. You stay hidden here for now. I will assess the situation at the Water tribe and find a way to rescue everyone. Ajia gently ruffled the boy's hair, offering words of comfort. Hearing this, the boy wiped his tears, his eyes filled with hope as he returned to his hiding spot in the grass. With a long exhale, Ajia turned to rush out of the tribe. Wait, Xiao Feng called out just in time, casting a disapproving look at him. Are you really going to march into danger with all those injuries? You don't even have a spirit to aid you. Draw me a map of the Water tribe now, and I'll investigate the situation. Your task is to tend to your wounds and check if your tribe's ancient texts are still intact. Help me find a way back to the random teleportation node. That is the greatest assistance you can provide. Upon hearing this, Ajia halted, turning to face Xiao Feng, and then knelt down, his head crashing heavily to the ground, blood oozing forth as he fought back tears. I beg of you, if the situation is dire and you cannot rescue everyone, please ensure your own safety and return. We will think of other ways. Enough of that. Just draw the map. Xiaofeng said, exasperated as he gazed at the kneeling Ajia. Composing himself, Ajia dashed into a room and soon returned with a hand-drawn burlap map, which he handed to Xiaofeng. Taking the map, Xiaofeng unfolded it and remarked, "Oh, not bad. Your drawing skills are commendable." With the map in hand, Xiaofeng swiftly produced a pokeball and threw it forth. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and the fossil pterosaur materialized before Xiaofeng. With a gentle leap, Xiaofeng gracefully perched himself upon the creature's back. "Let us depart," he softly commanded, giving the fossil pterosaur a reassuring pat. With a powerful flap of its wings, the fossil pterosaur soared high into the sky, carrying Xiaofeng with it. Time swiftly passed, and following the route indicated on the map, a sizable tribe came into view. Sprawling beneath them, the tribe was adorned with numerous structures, each intricately etched with flowing water motifs, exuding a unique charm. "Go forth, steel serpent, unleash your might," Xiaofeng declared, steadying himself on the back of the fossil pterosaur as he retrieved a pokeball from his waist and cast it forth. In an instant, the colossal steel serpent emerged before the water tribe. With a resounding roar, it raised its head and began to enlarge dramatically, increasing 100-fold in size. The inhabitants of the water tribe were immediately engulfed in darkness as they looked up, their pupils dilating in terror, and they began to tremble and flee in panic. An enemy attack. Run for your lives. What manner of beast is this? Far larger than any spirit. "Oh, Spirit Master, please save us." Suddenly, 5 figures emerged from the towering structures at the heart of the water tribe. The leader, a burly man with a scruffy beard, scowled upon seeing Xiaofeng seated atop the fossil pterosaur. "Who are you? Why have you invaded our water tribe?" he bellowed. Xiaofeng remained silent, pointing at the tribal structures as he commanded the steel serpent, "Crush them." With an excited roar, the steel serpent charged forward, trampling the buildings of the water tribe, which crumbled into dust, scattering debris everywhere. "How dare you?" the bearded man exclaimed, pulling a blue, spiral-etched artifact from his cloak and raising it high. "Arise, my spirit." In that moment, the 4 companions beside him followed suit, brandishing their own unique artifacts, which began to glow with a brilliant red light, ascending into the sky and transforming into 5 massive spirits adorned with runes, landing before the steel serpent. Name, Stinger King, LV-81. Name, Mighty Croc, LV-78. Name, Swamp King, LV-74. Name, Marillerly, LV-73. Name, White Sea Lion, LV-69. "Go forth, my little ones. Do not allow them to hinder the steel serpent. Unleash your might," Xiaofeng commanded, releasing all his pokeballs. A cascade of white light erupted as the spirits materialized, howling as they expanded 100-fold in size. "Impossible. He possesses such a multitude of spirits." The bearded man's brow furrowed in disbelief as he glared at Xiaofeng. "Stinger King, summon the rain." With a gentle call, the Stinger King lifted its head, and a torrential downpour commenced. The rain cascaded upon the water-type spirits, causing them to dance joyfully. "Charizard, I prefer a sunny day. Unleash your flames to evaporate it," Xiaofeng declared, a smile gracing his lips as he felt the dampness in the air, directing Charizard forward. Charizard responded, gathering a formidable pillar of flame and shooting it skyward. Upon contact with the dark clouds, they dispersed instantly, revealing a clear blue sky. "How can this be?" The bearded man gasped in horror, witnessing the rainstorm dissipate in an instant. "In that case, Stinger King, attack. Use Dragon Pulse. Everyone charge." Yes. The 4 companions swiftly commanded their spirits to launch an offensive. "Let them fight freely," Xiaofeng proclaimed, observing the enemy's imminent assault. With a thunderous roar, Charizard darted forward first, its claws infused with tremendous dragon energy, targeting the Stinger King's Dragon Pulse. Slice through. With a resounding crack, Charizard's claws cleaved the Dragon Pulse in 2, scattering it into luminous particles. However, this was merely the beginning. After severing the Dragon Pulse, Charizard continued its assault on the Stinger King. "Do not let it near. Stinger King, use Meteor Shower to stop it," the bearded man commanded urgently, his eyes twitching as Charizard charged. The Stinger King concentrated a powerful energy sphere in its maw, launching it skyward. Upon reaching a certain height, it exploded, showering the battlefield with meteor-like energy blasts aimed at the oncoming Charizard. Sensing the impending danger, Charizard swiftly dodged and, in a matter of moments, appeared beside the Stinger King, its claws poised for a devastating strike. "Stinger King, defend yourself." The bearded man shouted desperately. In an instant, a yellow energy shield enveloped the Stinger King, providing a momentary reprieve. Clang! Charizard's claws broke through the protective barrier, disintegrating it into yellow sparks. Stinger King, use Wave Crash and hold your ground. The bearded man urged, desperate to mount a final defense. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the Stinger King summoned powerful tidal waves, surging forth to collide with Charizard's claws. The clash was fierce, yet the Stinger King's desperate attempt was futile. Charizard's claws sliced through the water, landing a decisive blow to the Stinger King's chest, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. The Stinger King was sent crashing backward, shattering dozens of buildings before finally coming to a halt, bloodied and gasping for breath. Stinger King, unleash Destruction Beam. The bearded man commanded, seeing his spirit barely clinging to life. In response, the Stinger King compressed the energy of destruction and launched a colossal beam toward Charizard. Charizard, you swap, Xiaofeng shouted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he watched the Stinger King's final effort approach. Obeying the command, Charizard was enveloped in mysterious energy and, in an instant, exchanged positions with the Stinger King just as the beam was about to strike. The Stinger King, now facing a bewildering shift in perspective, found itself struck from behind, spewing blood as it collapsed, its eyes glazing over from the loss of consciousness. With the Stinger King defeated, Xiaofeng's spirits swiftly overpowered the remaining Water Tribe spirits, rendering them unable to fight. The bearded man, witnessing the annihilation of his spirits, was filled with dread. You possess no means of resistance. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Ah, did I neglect to introduce myself? My name is Xiaofeng, merely a traveler passing through. He replied, stroking his chin with a weathered gaze. After a brief pause, he looked at the bearded man with a hint of curiosity. Forgive my theatrics, but may I inquire about the whereabouts of the individuals from the Earth Tribe whom you captured? So, you came for those from the Earth Tribe. Is it not natural for tribes to consume one another? Why do you interfere? The bearded man's eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. Mutual consumption among tribes is acceptable, yet I reserve the right to intervene as I see fit. Why should there be so many questions? Is it not a fundamental right to act according to one's own beliefs? Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over the captives. I have other pressing matters to attend to. And do present your ancient texts regarding the teleportation nodes. Xiaofeng waved dismissively, suddenly recalling something else. With a sigh, the bearded man turned to the others nearby and commanded, bring forth the individuals from the Earth Tribe and what this esteemed lord requires. Yes, chief. The group, heads bowed in dejection, departed. And within the span of an incense stick's burning time, they returned bearing captives from the Earth Tribe along with a chest of books. Thank you, my lord. One elderly man, his hair a patchwork of white, glanced at Xiaofeng and bent his knees, eager to kneel and express his gratitude. Enough. There is no need for kneeling. Let us proceed. I am here at the behest of another, and he is merely assisting me in this task, Xiaofeng interjected, preventing the act of reverence. He then instructed the electric beast to revert to its original form, lifting the chest and turning to leave, with the Earth Tribe members hastily following in tow. Accompanied by the Earth Tribe, Xiaofeng swiftly returned to their settlement. At that moment, Ajia, observing Xiaofeng's return with his kin, exhaled a sigh of relief, his face reflecting gratitude as he remarked, "You have worked hard." Xiaofeng shook his head and pointed to the chest held by the electric beast. Within that chest are the ancient texts from the Water Tribe. Please check if there is anything of value inside. Of course, you should rest for a while. I will organize it immediately, Ajia replied with a solemn nod. The following morning, Xiaofeng awoke in the quarters prepared by the Earth Tribe. Upon opening the door, he found Ajia quietly standing outside, cradling a sheet of fabric and awaiting his arrival. My lord Xiaofeng, I have found a clue. Please take a look. Ajia, upon seeing Xiaofeng, promptly extended the fabric towards him with both hands. Chapter 97, The Land of the Giants 5. Xiaofeng accepted the fabric and scrutinized it, his brow knitting slightly as he pondered. Are you saying that we must locate a crystal that must possess a complementary relationship of yin and yang with the crystal that transported me here? Indeed. Do you recall the color of the crystal that facilitated your transportation? Ajia inquired, his expression inquisitive. Black. Xiaofeng replied without hesitation. Ajia rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Then you must now find the corresponding white transmission crystal. However, its whereabouts are currently unknown. How shall we search for it? Let us inquire with the elders of your tribe and see if they possess any relevant information, Xiaofeng suggested. Lowering his gaze before shifting his eyes thoughtfully, Ajia nodded in agreement. It seems that is our only option, confirming their next course of action. Xiao Feng and Ajia first visited the home of the tribe leader. Knock, knock, knock. Tribe leader, are you home? Ajia raised his hand and knocked on the large door of the leader's residence. Creak. The door opened, and the tribe leader emerged. A curious expression on his face as he regarded the two. Ah, Ajia and Lord Xiao Feng. What brings you to seek me? It is regarding an important matter. Esteemed leader, we would like to inquire if you have ever encountered a white transmission crystal. It is of great significance to Lord Xiao Feng, Ajia stated. His face hopeful. A white transmission crystal, you say? The tribe leader's expression turned serious as he contemplated for a long moment before shaking his head apologetically. I am sorry, Lord Xiao Feng, but I do not believe I have ever seen one. No matter. We apologize for disturbing you. We shall seek answers elsewhere, Xiao Feng said dismissively, turning to depart for the next location. However, as ideals flourished, the reality proved starkly disappointing. After questioning the elders of the tribe one by one, they found no leads. Xiao Feng's brow furrowed deeply. We have reached a dead end. What should we do now? Ajia looked at Xiao Feng, his expression marred by distress. By my hen. Xiao Feng rubbed his temples in frustration, realizing they would have to resort to the most troublesome method. Ajia looked at Xiao Feng with curiosity. A troublesome method? Unification. Xiao Feng's gaze turned profound as he stared at the sky. I refuse to believe that if we subjugate all the nearby tribes and enlist their aid in searching for the crystal, we cannot find it. Upon hearing this, Ajia felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. But could that be too? There are no buts, Ajia. Will you join me and become a figure of unparalleled authority? Xiao Feng turned to Ajia, his eyes ablaze, interrupting any further objections. He extended his right hand toward him. Ajia, shocked by Xiao Feng's words, knelt on one knee, trembling as he grasped Xiao Feng's right hand, bowing his head. Of course, my great king. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, pulling Ajia up with a firm grip. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to walk forward. Let us first target the water tribe. They are currently the most vulnerable and in a state of complete disarray. We must learn to build momentum. My king. You are heading the wrong way. The water tribe is not in that direction. Ajia, observing Xiao Feng's departing figure, felt a large bead of sweat form on his brow as he quietly reminded him. Of course I know. I merely wish to test you. Xiao Feng clenched his fists and shook them rhythmically, pivoting on his heel to jog past Ajia. Xiao Feng recalled the spirits into their orbs, leaving the fossilized pterosaur to carry both of them as they soared above the water tribe once more. Xiao Feng, reminiscent of his earlier arrival, released the spirits from the sky. Roar! The Charizards grew in size, making a grand reappearance. The leader of the water tribe, who was busy organizing repairs for the tribe, heard the thunderous roars and, accompanied by 4 spirit masters from the tribe, rushed forward, drenched in cold sweat, and nervously rubbed his hands together. My lord, what brings you here again? Xiao Feng blinked, gazing down at the somewhat obsequious bearded man, his mouth twitching momentarily as he struggled to find words. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands in front of his mouth and cleared his throat. I am a man of action. I have 2 proposals to present, and I wonder how you shall choose. Please, go ahead. The bearded man, taken aback, looked at Xiao Feng with a mixture of confusion and respect. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the bearded man and his companions, his voice carrying an icy edge. Join my ranks or refuse. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Feng's spirits let out a unified roar, their gazes fixed intensely upon the bearded man and his associates. The bearded man, feeling the weight of the spirit's scrutiny, began to sweat profusely, yet he quickly steeled himself, defiantly meeting Xiao Feng's gaze. My lord, may I inquire if submitting to you means our tribe will stand equal with the Earth tribe, or will we be subservient? Unification, there shall be no distinction among kin. Xiao Feng responded calmly, his eyes betraying no emotion as he locked eyes with the bearded man. The bearded man's eyes reflected Xiao Feng's serene visage as he took a deep breath, kneeling on one knee, raising his right fist to his heart, bowing his head. I, Achi, pledge my loyalty. We all pledge our loyalty. The 4 behind Achi knelt in unison, mirroring his actions. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction at this display, then gestured to Ajia beside him. Rise, allow me to introduce you to my companion. He shall be my representative, and in my absence, any matters may be directed to him. Understood. Achi and the others stood, their curiosity piqued as they regarded Ajia, unsure of how he had earned Xiao Feng's favor. Greetings. From now on, we shall assist the king together. I look forward to working with you. Ajia, feeling a surge of anxiety, forced a calm facade as he smiled and nodded at Achi and the others. Let us work together. Xiao Feng observed the situation and nodded slightly, then turned serious as he addressed them. Very well, you shall manage the affairs of the tribe. I will not interfere. However, now that we are unified as one family, I do not wish to hear any discord or discrimination among tribes. Do you understand? Yes. The group nodded solemnly in response. Now, prepare yourselves. We shall move to subjugate the nearest tribe. Which tribe is closest to here? Xiaofeng inquired, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he turned to Achi. Chapter 98. The Land of the Giants 6. The nearest is the Thunder Tribe. Achi, upon meeting Xiaofeng's gaze, promptly answered with respect. Then let us proceed. Achi, lead the way. The rest of you shall engage with the tribe members, persuading them, and inquire among the elders if they have ever seen a white transmission crystal. Dispatch some to search the vicinity. Xiaofeng concluded after a moment of contemplation. Understood. The others nodded respectfully, acknowledging the command. After Xiaofeng instructed the completion of the task, he withdrew the spirits and directed the fossil pterodactyl to descend and take Archie aboard, guiding them towards the Thunder Tribe. As the silhouette of the tribe gradually diminished, the individuals atop the fossil pterodactyl were enveloped by the verdant hues of the mountains and forests. Suddenly, the fossil pterodactyl furrowed its brow, swiftly altering its form, and unleashed a tremendous roar, emitting several powerful beams of destructive energy that struck a massive, rapidly approaching dragon-shaped energy wave, resulting in a violent explosion. Xiaofeng and his companions gazed ahead, scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted a gigantic desert dragonfly hovering in the air to their left. Name: Desert Dragonfly LV-66. What? Unclaimed spirits outside the secret realm. Could there be a teleportation node nearby? Both Ajia and Archie regarded the desert dragonfly with grave expressions. Oh, unclaimed, you say? Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened, turning to Ajia, who still lacked a spirit. How about making it your first spirit? As Archie's mind grappled with the suggestion, surprise illuminated his features as he looked at Xiaofeng. Is that really possible? Yes, go ahead, Haxorus, use your might. Xiaofeng nodded in affirmation, retrieving a pokeball from his pocket and tossing it forth. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Haxorus materialized before them, instantly expanding in size. Observing Haxorus positioned before it, the desert dragonfly flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a series of white air blades aimed at the airborne Haxorus. Haxorus, use Ice Beam. Noticing the incoming air blades, Xiaofeng swiftly commanded Haxorus. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Haxorus's eyes as it rapidly concentrated an intense chill, unleashing a colossal beam of ice that froze the approaching air blades mid-flight. Haxorus, utilize Iron Tail. Xiaofeng's voice rang out, and in response, Haxorus's tail erupted with powerful flames, propelling it forward as it dashed towards the desert dragonfly, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Haxorus soared above the desert dragonfly, its tail solidifying into steel, and it struck down with tremendous force. Bang! The iron tail collided with the desert dragonfly, sending it crashing to the ground with a resounding impact, creating a colossal hemispherical crater, with the surrounding terrain crumbling and dust swirling about. The desert dragonfly lay unconscious within the pit, its eyes glazed over and unable to continue the fight. Descend now. Xiaofeng gently patted the fossil pterodactyl beneath him. Roar! The fossil pterodactyl nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly flying towards the desert dragonfly's location, then gradually landing at the edge of the crater. Xiaofeng and his companions leapt from its back to examine the desert dragonfly in the pit. Go ahead, let me see how you conduct the contract. Xiaofeng turned to Ajia with curiosity. Understood. Ajia nodded solemnly, sliding down into the pit to approach the desert dragonfly. He picked up a sharp stone, grasping it in his right hand, and awkwardly began to inscribe 18 large, intricate symbols around the desert dragonfly. Once the inscriptions were successfully etched, Ajia moved to the head of the desert dragonfly, took a deep breath, raised his left-hand palm up, and swiftly drew the sharp stone across his palm, causing crimson blood to drip down. Enduring the pain, Ajia pressed his left hand against the desert dragonfly's head, reciting an incantation in a language Xiaofeng could not comprehend. Mami Mami Hong. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted, and the inscriptions on the ground transformed into black stripes imprinted upon the desert dragonfly's body. Gradually, the desert dragonfly shrank until it transformed into a black striped emerald green orb. Floating in the air, the orb seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly drifting towards Ajia, who lifted it with both hands. We did it. Ajia's eyes sparkled with joy. After a moment, Ajia composed himself, turned, and exited the pit, approaching Xiaofeng and respectfully offering the orb. My lord, the contract is complete. Xiaofeng extended his right hand to receive the orb, raising it for a moment before returning it to Ajia. Quite troublesome. It looks painful. You should bandage your hand. Indeed. Ajia nodded, gratefully taking back the orb. Shortly thereafter, having tended to his wound, Xiaofeng lifted a pokeball to recall Haxorus and continue their journey, but to his surprise, Haxorus quickly shrank and evaded capture. Haxorus affectionately nuzzled against Xiaofeng's cheek. You don't want to go into the pokeball? All right, then you can stay out. Primarily because the electric-type monsters cannot fly, I had to keep you inside before. Xiaofeng gently stroked Haxorus's head, nodding in resignation. Upon hearing this, Haxorus joyfully circled around Xiaofeng, lifting him into the sky. Seated atop Haxorus, Xiaofeng turned to the fossil pterodactyl below. Take them along, we shall proceed. Roar. The fossil pterodactyl nodded in response, waiting for Ajia and the others to catch up with Xiaofeng. Thus, the group set forth once more towards the Thunder Tribe. As time passed, Archie pointed ahead at the small silhouette of the Thunder Tribe, exclaiming, there it is. Rumbling. As they drew nearer to the Thunder Tribe, a series of tremendous booming sounds resonated. Xiaofeng glanced upward, raising an eyebrow. The Thunder Tribe appears to be under attack. Could it be that someone else shares our intentions? How intriguing. Ajia and the others atop the fossil pterodactyl followed Xiaofeng's gaze, spotting a group of 8 or 9 men clad in black robes commanding their spirits to assault 4 spirit trainers wielding lightning-type spirits at the perimeter of the Thunder Tribe. Let us join the fray. A smirk graced Xiaofeng's lips as he lightly patted Haxorus. Haxorus chirped excitedly, accelerating as they flew forward. Soon, Xiaofeng reached the skies above the Thunder Tribe, retrieving a pokeball from his pocket and tossing it. Charizard, use flamethrower. Separate them. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Charizard autonomously enlarged, appearing in midair and unleashing an immense column of fiery flames towards the center of the 2 groups of spirit trainers. In an instant, the world was awash in red. A fiery path stretching over 1,000 meters blocking the 2 factions and continuously expanding. Retreat. The onlookers' pupils constricted in unison, their faces paling as they hastily withdrew alongside their spirits. Chapter 99. The Land of the Giant Spirits ends. After a considerable time, the flames dissipated, revealing a charred pathway 100 meters wide lying silently at the outskirts of the Thunder Tribe. Hello, everyone. May I cut in line? Xiaofeng floated in the sky, waving down at the spirit trainers below. Who are you, and why are you obstructing our actions against the Ghost Tribe? From the black-clad group emerged a purple-haired youth with a gaunt expression, his dark circles prominent, eyeing Xiaofeng warily from below. You may call me Xiaofeng, a wayfarer in search of my homeland. And you, what brings you here? Xiaofeng regarded the gaunt youth with a glint of interest in his eyes. I am a Gue, the newly appointed chieftain of the Ghost Tribe, here to conquer the Thunder Tribe for my own purposes. I wish to lead the Ghost Tribe to become the strongest clan. A Gue proclaimed, his eyes filled with longing. Oh, it seems our goals align for the time being. I too seek to subjugate the Thunder Tribe for my own ends. Though unlike you, I aspire to unify all tribes. Xiaofeng smiled amiably at a Gue. Hey, you 2 rascals. Is it necessary to discuss conquering us right in front of us? When did we ever agree to that? To conquer us, you must defeat us one-on-one. I, Aluo, will only submit to the strongest. At this moment, the chieftain of the Thunder Tribe, a burly man with a dark complexion and a buzz cut, stepped forward, visibly enraged. Is that so? Then shall we see who truly holds the upper hand? In a spirited challenge, I proposed a duel against both of you, with the condition that should I emerge victorious, you would both join my team. A confident glimmer sparkled in Xiaofeng's eyes as he smiled at the 2. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, they agreed. All right, I'll go first, Aluo declared, glancing at Xiaofeng and patting his chest. I leave it to you. Thunder Beast. From beside Aluo, a canine spirit with a mane resembling mountain peaks stepped forward before Xiaofeng's Charizard. Name, Thunder Beast, LV-78. Thunder Beast, unleash Thunderbolt. Aluo commanded, and in response, the creature bellowed, electricity crackling within its mane, as arcs of lightning coiled around its body, transforming into a serpentine bolt aimed at Charizard. Big the ball. A flicker of yellow flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes as he promptly instructed Charizard. Obeying the command, Charizard exhaled a massive, fiery blast shaped like the character Da to collide with the Thunderbolt. In an instant, the blazing attack engulfed the Thunderbolt, hurtling toward the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. Swiftly dig underground to evade. Aluo's pupils constricted as he saw their attack being consumed, urgently calling out to his spirit. Upon hearing Aluo's voice, Thunder Beast's forepaws glowed brightly as it swiftly excavated a large hole in the ground and leaped into it, narrowly escaping the explosion. Charizard. Employ Fire Punch against the ground to flush it out. Observing the opponent's maneuver, Xiao Feng pointed downward and commanded Charizard. With a mighty roar, Charizard tightened its fist. Flames erupting violently and swooped down, delivering a fierce strike to the earth below. The ground trembled violently under the force of Charizard's blow, rocks heaving and shifting chaotically. Moments later, a pained howl resonated from underground as Thunder Beast, jolted by the tremendous vibrations, felt its bones creak and its veins threatened to rupture. Ultimately, it could no longer endure the excruciating sensation and resurfaced from the hole. Now's the time. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. With the opponent emerging, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he commanded Charizard. Roaring with triumph, Charizard conjured the power of the dragon into its claws, vanishing from sight before reappearing right before Thunder Beast, striking down with ferocity. Thunder Beast, unleash Volt Tackle. Alluo, witnessing Charizard's sudden appearance, rapidly ordered his spirit to attack. Thunder Beast complied, enveloped in a powerful yellow current, charging toward the incoming Charizard. With a crackle, the sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as Thunder Beast's electric energy was torn apart by Charizard's claws. The Dragon Claw struck Thunder Beast's body, leaving behind 3 massive gashes, sending it crashing into the ground, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. I concede, Alluo declared, turning away decisively. Xiao Feng, witnessing this, turned to Ague. Let us continue. Nodding in agreement, Ague summoned forth his spirit. A peculiar spirit with prominent yellow eyes and a wide mouth floated up, its body devoid of limbs. Name, Night Demon, LV-79. Return, Charizard, take a breather. Xiao Feng recalled Charizard, retrieving another Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it forth. Go, Gengar. In a flash of white light, the formidable Gengar materialized in the arena. Night Demon, use Shadow Ball. Ague commanded, his brows slightly furrowing at Gengar's grand entrance. At that instant, a colossal shadow ball coalesced in the Night Demon's palm and was launched toward Gengar. Gengar, unleash Dark Pulse. Xiao Feng ordered, as Gengar raised its hands before its chest, releasing a torrent of ominous energy. The Dark Pulse collided with the shadow ball, piercing through it and continuing its trajectory towards the Night Demon. Night Demon, defend. Ague, perceiving the formidable power of the Dark Pulse, urgently commanded his spirit to shield itself. In an instant, a yellow energy barrier enveloped the Night Demon. Crack! The Dark Pulse struck the protective shield, shattering it and dissipating into the air. Night Demon, use Destruction Beam. Once the threat was neutralized, Ague swiftly issued a new command. The Night Demon complied, its enormous mouth gaping wide as it concentrated formidable destructive energy. Gengar, use Infiltrate and then finish it with Shadow Sneak. Xiao Feng ordered, seizing the opportunity as the Night Demon prepared its attack. Gengar's eyes gleamed with mischief as a long iron rod abruptly appeared in the Night Demon's mouth, interrupting its energy gathering. Gengar then vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the Night Demon, its right hand emanating a sinister black glow as it struck at the creature's back. With a tearing sound, Gengar's hand nearly pierced through the Night Demon's body. The sudden, intense pain caused the Night Demon to erupt in a fit of agony, its consciousness fading into darkness as its eyes became vacant, incapacitated. Having triumphed over both Ague and Alluo, Xiao Feng successfully recruited them into his ranks, leading his companions on a relentless quest to unify all tribes. In the newly established tribal headquarters, Xiao Feng sat before a gathering of leaders, rubbing his temples. Is there still no news? He inquired. None, my lord, Ague replied with a sigh, shaking his head. Very well, everyone, attend to your duties, Xiao Feng said, waving them away. Stepping onto the bustling streets, observing the throngs of individuals from various tribes, he sighed, shaking his head. Where could that thing possibly be? Just then, a familiar cacophony of children's laughter echoed from a distance, prompting Xiao Feng to turn. Oh, isn't that Dog Dan? Hand that over to me. I spotted it first, Dog Dan exclaimed, reaching for an old, hollow wooden cube held aloft by a chubby child. However, due to his height, he was unable to retrieve it and stomped in frustration. Xiao Feng approached them. Dog Dan, what are you two up to? Master, the chubby child, startled by Xiao Feng's presence, turned and fled, losing his grip on the object, which tumbled to the ground. Swiftly, Xiao Feng caught it, teasingly brushing his cheek. Am I truly that fearsome? Master Xiao Feng, that's mine. I found it. Dog Dan pleaded, eyes wide with anticipation. Xiao Feng hesitated, but, perhaps due to instinct, scrutinized the hollow cube in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracting. What if I give you this in exchange? As a token of gratitude. Go find Brother Jia and have him buy you plenty of treats, all right? Just tell him it was my promise, and this will serve as proof. Xiaofeng smiled at Dog Dan, producing a jade artifact from his pocket and placing it in the boy's hand. Really? Thank you, master. Dog Dan exclaimed joyfully, bounding away with the treasure. Little did he know that acquiring the cube would prove to be quite an endeavor. Xiaofeng gazed at the object in his hand, a sense of resignation washing over him. He then took all his spirits and ventured into a remote mountain, ensuring their safety by returning them to their Pokeballs. With a firm grip, he activated the cube, causing its exterior to explode, revealing a glimmer of white light. Xiaofeng transformed into a luminous speck, vanishing into the depths of the mountain. The white light from within the cube descended, merging with the ground. As Xiaofeng disappeared, Ajia and the others searched fruitlessly for years. Ajia, having anticipated this outcome, erected a statue in Xiaofeng's honor, serving as a spiritual symbol of his unification of the tribes, revered by the clansmen. At last, I have returned. Come forth, everyone. Our journey must continue. The silhouette of Xiaofeng reappeared amidst the towering mountains where the black crystal had once floated. He took a deep breath and released his Pokémon, before setting off with them towards the venue of the Quartz League Championship. Time passed swiftly. At last, they arrived at the Quartz Championship venue, a remarkable achievement. Xiaofeng gazed at the imposing structure ahead, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 100, The Quartz League Championship 1. The Quartz League venue resembled a miniature city, segmented into various zones. Xiaofeng and his companions entered the venue, following the directional signs until they reached the registration building. There, a Miss Joy stood quietly at the registration desk, a large display monitor suspended above her. Hello, Miss Joy, I would like to register for the competition. Xiaofeng presented all his collected preliminary and main event badges, along with his Pokédex, to the smiling Miss Joy. Miss Joy took the badges and Pokédex, her pupils narrowing slightly as she scrutinized Xiaofeng. All right, please wait a moment. With that, Miss Joy solemnly began typing on the computer with a flurry of keystrokes. Minutes flew by, and Miss Joy returned the Pokédex and badges, handing Xiaofeng an item resembling a pass. Everything is in order, Mr. Xiaofeng. Please keep your belongings safe. And here is your participation certificate along with a map of the venue. Thank you, Miss Joy. Xiaofeng smiled and nodded as he accepted the items. You're welcome. Next, we need to confirm the battleground for your first preliminary match. There are 3 matches in total. You simply need to press this button. Miss Joy shook her head and gestured towards a button off to the side. All right. Xiaofeng nodded in understanding, raised his right hand, and pressed the button indicated by Miss Joy. Suddenly, numerous attribute icons appeared on the monitor above the registration desk, shifting positions continuously. Ding, ding, ding. Ultimately, a rock icon enlarged and filled half of the screen. Your preliminary battleground is Rock. Please report to the Rock Arena by 8 a.m. tomorrow for your match. Miss Joy said, smiling at Xiaofeng as the icon settled. Understood, I will be there on time. Goodbye. Xiaofeng gestured an OK sign, then turned and left the venue with his Pokémon to dine and rest. Early the next morning, due to the competition rules requiring Pokémon to be returned to their Pokeballs while waiting for the match to commence, Xiaofeng left his Jengar lurking in the shadows. While the rest of his Pokémon were recalled into their balls, he hurried to the contestant area of the Rock Battleground. The Rock Arena resembled an ancient coliseum, with the stands filled to capacity with spectators, their voices and cheers echoing continuously. In the center lay a standard large rock battleground. A referee stepped to the edge of the battleground, raising a flag. The preliminary match will follow a 3v3 format. There are 5 minutes until the match begins. Please take your positions. As the referee's voice faded, Xiaofeng stood up and stepped into the contestant command area. Opposite him, a tall, leggy woman sauntered into the opposing command area, and Xiaofeng squinted, predicting that she was a glamorous beauty with flowing waves of hair. Hello, handsome little brother. Your opponent is me. Would you like me to take it easy on you? The woman tossed her hair and smiled at Xiaofeng, winking playfully. Really, big sister? Can I have the first move in the match? Xiaofeng scratched his head, flashing an innocent, adorable grin. Seeing Xiaofeng's demeanor, the woman burst into laughter. Of course you can. The match is about to begin. Both contestants, please send out your Pokémon. The referee glanced at his watch and waved his flag to remind the 2 participants. The woman, hearing the signal, retrieved a red and white Pokeball from her chest and tossed it into the air. Come forth, my darling. In a flash of white light, a Gyarados materialized in the arena. Go, Steelix. Xiaofeng, in turn, pulled out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it into the air. Boom. A brilliant white light streaked across, and Steelix landed in the arena, its massive body instantly crushing the surrounding rocks into dust. Hiss. A collective gasp resonated through the audience. Wow, it's so big and powerful. Big sister, you just said you would let me go first. Being dishonest could get you pricked. Xiaofeng grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Gulp. The woman swallowed hard, her expression faltering. Did I? I don't believe I ever said that. No, you did. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Xiaofeng asserted, shaking his head seriously as he directed his gaze at Steelix. Roar. Steelix let out a powerful roar, raising its stout tail, which gleamed with metallic luster, and swung it ferociously towards the Gyarados. Boom. In Gyarados' eyes, Steelix's enormous tail seemed to grow larger, and it had no time to react before being struck. The force of the impact inflicting intense pain and cracking its skull. In an instant, it was driven into the ground, creating a deep crater amidst flying rubble. After the attack, Steelix lifted its tail, revealing a massive pit beneath it, where Gyarados lay, dazed and unable to continue fighting. Gyarados, how dare you? The woman glared at the devastated Gyarados, trembling with anger as tears welled in her eyes. Did I? I was merely following your request. Xiaofeng rubbed his chin, feigning innocence as he gazed at her. You. The woman attempted to retort, but was interrupted by the referee raising his flag. Gyarados has lost its ability to battle. Please choose your next Pokemon. The woman stomped her foot in frustration, recalling Gyarados, and pulled out another Pokeball from her chest. Go, Bellossom. Use Leaf Blade. Learning from Gyarados' defeat, Bellossom immediately took the stage, gracefully swaying its leafy skirt, launching a barrage of razor-sharp leaves at Steelix. Use Body Slam. Xiaofeng commanded. Ding, ding, ding. Bellossom's leaf blade struck Steelix, producing mere metallic clinks as the leaves bounced off, failing to inflict any damage. Boom. In a flash, Steelix collided with Bellossom's petite form, sending it crashing into the wall of the arena with a resounding thud. The wall, centered around Bellossom's body, cracked extensively, while Bellossom itself was left battered, its eyes swirling. Unable to continue the fight. How is this possible? Leaf Blade didn't even deal a scratch. The woman furrowed her brow, gazing gravely at the imposing Steelix, before recalling Bellossom. Once again reaching into her chest, she retrieved a new Pokeball and tossed it. Come back, Bellossom. Now, it's up to you, Frogadier. In a flash of white light, a blue frog adorned with boxing gloves appeared in the arena. Frogadier, use Water Gun. Puff. Frogadier obeyed the command, swiftly spraying a jet of water from its center towards Steelix. And then, nothing more followed. The size of the water jet was utterly disproportionate to Steelix, which barely flinched as if merely swatted by a mosquito. Huh. Steelix tilted its head, staring at the Frogadier with a puzzled expression. Steelix, use Bind. Xiaofeng's command rang out. Steelix lowered its body and swiftly coiled around Frogadier, enveloping it entirely within its ironclad form, leaving no trace visible, before tightening its grip forcefully. Gulp. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed from within the colossal steel serpent, accompanied by a mournful croak reminiscent of a frog. The cries diminished over time until they faded into silence. Release it, Steel Serpent, commanded Xiaofeng, prompting the serpent to loosen its grip and reveal the swiftly swimming frog within. With a thud, the moment the frog was freed, it collapsed, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of battle. Witnessing her Pokemon fall victim to Xiaofeng's Steel Serpent, the elegant woman slumped helplessly to the ground. After a brief moment of dazed reflection, she mustered her resolve, recalled the swiftly swimming frog, and dashed out of the battlefield toward the healing center. The victor is player Xiaofeng, the referee announced, raising a flag to declare the match's outcome. Applause erupted around her. With a smile, Xiaofeng waved to the audience as he withdrew his Steel Serpent and turned to leave the rocky arena, heading to draw his afternoon preliminary battle location, the ice arena. As Xiaofeng walked along the path back to the resting area, he suddenly halted, glancing back only to find it empty, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He resumed his path, gradually veering away from the resting area towards a desolate place, where he paused once more. Are you not coming out? I have provided you with the perfect opportunity. A soft rustling of footsteps emerged behind him, and upon turning, he beheld a middle-aged man with half-white hair and tattered clothing, resembling a beggar, advancing toward him, his eyes filled with malice. Oh, who might you be? What brings you to seek me? Xiaofeng inquired, eyeing the man with keen interest. Kato you. The man hissed, his teeth clenched as he fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng. Upon hearing the man's response, a look of recognition washed over Xiaofeng's face. He stroked his chin, grinning mischievously at Kato. Ah, so you are the fugitive Kato clan leader. How amusing. Your bounty is currently prominently displayed on the police's wanted list. Kato's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he reached into his pocket to retrieve a Pokeball, throwing it forth. You scoundrel. If it weren't for you, I would not be pursued by Champion Shiba. I will make you pay. A flash of white light revealed a steel-clad, beaked bird before Xiaofeng. Name. Armored Bird LV69. Seeing the opponent's Pokemon, Xiaofeng chuckled and tossed out his own Pokeball. Go, Gyarados! A brilliant flash lit the air as Gyarados appeared before Xiaofeng. Use agility to move in for Steel Wing. Kato commanded his Armored Bird, its eyes gleaming with fury as it launched its assault. The Armored Bird's wings glowed with a brilliant white light as it surged toward Gyarados, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Xiaofeng instructed softly. With a fierce roar, Gyarados nodded, its form shimmering before vanishing, reappearing directly above the flying Armored Bird, its tail enveloped in a torrent of water as it struck downward. With a resounding thud, the Armored Bird's head was struck, its form crashing into the ground, leaving a deep indentation behind, as the earth splintered and debris scattered. As the dust settled, the Armored Bird lay battered, its armor riddled with cracks, its eyes rolled back, utterly defeated. Curse it! Kato exclaimed, stamping his feet in impotent rage upon witnessing his Pokemon's swift demise. Oh, Kato clan leader, are you not sending forth another Pokemon? Let me guess. Have you fled here with only it for company? Xiaofeng taunted, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed Kato's fury. With a sudden burst of movement, Xiaofeng flickered forward, executing a powerful knee strike. He appeared before Kato and thrust his knee upward with force. Kato's eyes widened in shock as he felt the impact, followed by the sound of cracking eggs. The fierce pain surged through Kato's mind, his mouth forming an O shape as he doubled over, hands clutching his injured area. Collapsing to the ground in a heap, cloaked in grayish-white dust, Xiaofeng kicked Kato lightly before turning his gaze toward a nearby tree. I didn't expect you to escape so easily. Surely someone has been advising you. Are you not coming out? A round of applause erupted from behind the tree. As the applause faded, an elderly man emerged, sporting a silver chain monocle over his right eye and a goat-like beard, leaning on a cane topped with a mega evolution stone. Young man, at your age, one should not be wandering about. Are you feeling well? Shall I assist you in finding your family? Xiaofeng remarked with a smile, feigning concern for the elderly. Young brother, I know you, though you may not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Du, the leader of the Yudi clan, the old man stated, resting his cane before him. His calm gaze fixed on Xiaofeng, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as Xiaofeng prepared to respond, he inadvertently caught sight of something behind the elder. Momentarily stunned, a grin stretching from ear to ear as he regarded Du with amusement. Oh, the leader of the Yudi clan, is it? You managed to extricate Kato from Champion Shiba's clutches. I imagine it required considerable effort. It seems Shiba has fallen victim to your cunning schemes. Indeed. That brute Shiba was easily outmaneuvered by my simple strategies, Du replied, a confident glint in his eye as he stroked his beard. Unable to contain himself, Xiaofeng let a tear slip from the corner of his eye, bursting into laughter. Haha, so you consider Shiba to be a brute. What are you laughing at? Du frowned, perplexed. As Du pondered Xiaofeng's amusement, a voice rang out from behind him. Ah, you old rascal Du, it was you all along. I wondered why unexpected events kept occurring while I was on the verge of capturing Kato. As Du turned, cold sweat trickled down his brow upon seeing the furious figure of Shiba, cloaked in darkness. No, it's not what you think, Champion Shiba. Listen to my defense, no? My explanation. With a disdainful snort, Shiba's eyes gleamed with cold fury. Come with me to the headquarters for an explanation. At that moment, Xiaofeng stifled his laughter, wiping away a tear as he turned to Shiba. How about I handle him? I'm curious to see the capabilities of the Yudi clan leader. He seemed quite confident a moment ago. Shiba considered this for a moment, then nodded with a smile, stepping aside, arms crossed, ready to observe. Very well. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Come, clan leader Du, let us begin. Seeing Shiba's agreement, Xiaofeng turned back to Du, a smile on his face. Humph, I am not like that useless Kato. Go, my old friend. Du scoffed, producing a Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it forth. A flash of white light revealed a Pokemon resembling a mole, its back adorned with sharp spikes and claws razor-sharp, standing before Xiaofeng. Name, Dugtrio LV76. Let us decide this, Xiaofeng declared, retrieving his Lizard King's Pokeball and tossing it into the fray. Lizard King materialized from the light, landing gracefully before Xiaofeng. Dugtrio, use Swift, Du commanded, striking the ground with his cane as he issued the order. Dugtrio opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of star-shaped energy projectiles that shot like meteors toward Lizard King. Observing the incoming assault, Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smile as he addressed Lizard King, agility. With a nod, Lizard King sprang into action, transforming into a streak of emerald light, deftly evading the onslaught of energy blasts. As Du observed the flickering silhouette of the Lizard King, his brows knitted tightly together. Quicksand hell. Upon receiving the command, the Mountain King's eyes glimmered with intensity as it raised its claws and plunged them into the ground, submerging itself beneath the surface. In an instant, the ground around the Mountain King began to sink, transforming into sand that spread outward. Xiaofeng watched as the quicksand expanded, threatening to engulf the Lizard King, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hardened plants, push it back. The Lizard King's eyes shimmered with a green light as it crouched down, pressing its hands against the earth. In that moment, countless hardened plant roots surged forth from the ground ahead of the Lizard King, continuously growing towards the encroaching quicksand hell. The moment the quicksand made contact with the frenzied plants, it halted its advance and was gradually pushed back, until the Mountain King was propelled skyward by an abundance of vegetation from below. Now, the Lizard King vanished and then unleashed Leaf Blade. Upon seeing the Mountain King being thrust into the air, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened, and he swiftly called out to the Lizard King, "Chamo." The Lizard King raised its gaze to the airborne Mountain King, its arms lifting as it grasped the air. The blades on either side transformed instantly into razor-sharp green blades, and with several strides, it flashed into the air before the Mountain King and struck with a fierce cross slash. Swish! Two arcs of green light flashed before the Mountain King's eyes, which let out a pained roar as it felt a violent agony coursing through its body, akin to being cleaved by a great sword. Looking down, it saw two ghastly gashes across its body, from which fresh crimson blood gushed forth. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the pain, its brain ceased to function momentarily. Ultimately, succumbing to gravity, the Mountain King plummeted to the ground, its eyes swirling. "Come back." D raised his hand to retract the Mountain King, a grave expression crossing his face as he tossed out another Pokeball. "Go, Donka." A radiant white light flickered, revealing a colossal elephant-like Pokemon with a shell resembling tires before Xiaofeng. Name, Donka LV78. Donka, use Spike Stone attack. Following DUS command, Donka lifted its front feet high and then slammed them down forcefully against the ground. Boom. In an instant, numerous sharp boulders erupted from the earth, extending toward the Lizard King. The Lizard King, quick as lightning, responded with Leaf Blade. "Chamo." The command echoed in the Lizard King's ears as it leaned forward, its arms swinging to reveal the blades, which transformed into green lightning as it surged forward, slicing through the spikes and advancing toward Donka. With each crackling sound, the sharp stones behind it split apart, falling to the ground, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Donka, witnessing the Lizard King swinging its blade, felt its pupils dilate in horror, its heart nearly ceasing. Instinctively, it curled into a ball, turning its back towards the Lizard King. Rip! The Lizard King's leaf blade struck the shell on Donka's back, carving a long, terrifying gash. Donka felt a fiery, searing sensation coursing through its back, unable to suppress a cry of agony as its body uncontrollably rolled backward. After a prolonged spin, it finally came to a halt. Struggling to open up, Donka trembled as it stood, its chest heaving violently. Oh, surprisingly, it withstood that blow. Xiaofeng gazed at Donka with a hint of astonishment. "Damn it, Donka. Use ultimate impact." Observing the severely injured Lizard King, DUS expression darkened as he fixated on Donka. Donka, mustering its strength, radiated a potent purple energy, charging towards the Lizard King. "Courageous indeed," DU remarked. "Lizard King, use slide tackle and ambush its vital points to finish it." Xiaofeng admired Donka's advance, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. "Chamo." The Lizard King's eyes widened slightly, a mysterious power swirling within them before it crouched and lunged forward. At that moment, a phantom appeared out of thin air, swiftly dashing forward, crouching down to slide tackle Donka's feet. Donka felt its feet suddenly lose contact with the ground, causing it to tumble forward, the ground approaching its face rapidly. Thud! Donka landed face first, its rear end raised high, its energy nearly depleted. At that moment, the Lizard King, like a specter, appeared beside Donka, a cold glint flashing in its right hand. It bent its legs and leaped above Donka's rear, swinging down to slash at it while passing by. Rip! The sound of tearing echoed. Donka's eyes rolled back, its orbs bulging in disbelief, tears streaming down its face as it emitted heart-wrenching sobs, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, its pupils glazing over, rendered incapable of battle. Nearby, Shiba twitched at the corners of his mouth, lowering his arms, subtly hinting at the urge to place them behind his thighs. "You scoundrel! How could you launch such a despicable attack?" DU's face turned dark as he glared fiercely at Xiaofeng. "This was merely an accident. It just so happened that your Donka was in that position," Xiaofeng retorted, rolling his eyes around. Come back. Du gripped the Pokeball tightly, retracting Donka, his eyes gleaming with coldness as he tossed out another Pokeball. Go, Steel Serpent. A flash of white light revealed a steel serpent of average size, adorned with a Mega Evolution stone atop its head. Answer my call, Steel Serpent, Mega Evolution. Du forcefully struck his staff against the ground. A brilliant light connected the Mega Evolution stone atop the Steel Serpent's head with the keystone at the staff's tip, and in an instant, the Steel Serpent was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the radiance faded, a transformed Steel Serpent emerged, its body interspersed with rod-shaped diamond crystals, adorned with blue circular patterns at its joints. Xiao Feng, upon witnessing this, fixated on the staff in Du's hand, his eyes glowing with a fierce green light. He licked his lips, retracting his gaze before raising his arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the Lizard King's Mega Evolution keystone. Lizard King, Mega, Evolve. Chamo. The Lizard King roared, enveloped in a rich, multicolored glow, and within moments, the Mega Evolved Super Lizard King appeared before Xiao Feng. Chapter 103, Quartz League Tournament 4. Steel Serpent, use Cannon Beam. Du regarded the equally Mega Evolved Lizard King with profound caution in his eyes. The Steel Serpent opened its enormous mouth, conjuring a massive, terrifying beam of black and white energy that shot directly toward the Lizard King. Lizard King, charge forward and unleash Leaf Blade in a flurry. Xiao Feng's lips curled upward as he commanded the Lizard King, reflecting the movements of the Steel Serpent in his eyes. Chamo. The Lizard King surged forward, raising its arms in front of its chest, the blades at its wrists morphing into sharp leaf blades as it executed a series of rapid slashes, forming an impenetrable barrier of blades. The cannon beam collided with the barrier, being continuously cleaved apart into scintillating specks of starlight that vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the Lizard King sliced through the cannon beam's obstruction and continued its charge toward the Steel Serpent. Du's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the Lizard King barreling forward. Impossible. It just extinguished the Steel Serpent's attack. Steel Serpent. Quickly use Sandstorm to hinder it. The diamond rods on the Steel Serpent began to spin rapidly. In an instant, a terrifying tornado formed around the Steel Serpent. The sky suddenly filled with swirling sand that obscured the spectator's view. Xiao Feng squinted at the swirling sandstorm. Maintain Leaf Blade, and use Absolute Leaf Blade to cut through it. The charging Lizard King trembled slightly, and in a series of flashes, it arrived at the periphery of the sandstorm, deftly shifting positions to slash with its blade. Swish, 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 swish. Numerous blade lights sliced through the sandstorm, instantly tearing it apart, revealing the Steel Serpent within. Now, Lizard King, use Cross Scissors. Xiao Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing the Steel Serpent exposed, and he shouted fervently to the Lizard King, the King of Lizards. Having overheard the commands of Xiao Feng, once again teleported to the pinnacle of the great Steel Serpent's head. With hands crossed, he emanated a brilliant white light and delivered a fierce strike downward upon the great Steel Serpent. Great Steel Serpent, use Substitute, exclaimed Du, his countenance fraught with alarm as he addressed the serpent. The serpent's body radiated an eerie energy, and in an instant, a dinosaur-shaped doll materialized in its place. Absorbing the impact of the King of Lizards' blow, the doll shattered into countless pieces, dispersing into a flurry of cotton that vanished into the air, while the King of Lizards slowly began to descend toward the ground. Xiao Feng turned his gaze around. Oh, the substitute took the hit. But where's the real one? Great Steel Serpent, emerge. Use Iato Slash. Du shouted eagerly, his eyes glistening with anticipation. Crack, crack. The ground behind the King of Lizards shattered, and the great Steel Serpent burst forth, its diamond-like tail gleaming ominously as it swung upward toward the airborne King of Lizards. King of Lizards, switch. Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed as he beheld the great Steel Serpent's emergence. Huh. The King of Lizards allowed a faint smile to creep upon its lips, a mysterious glimmer dancing in its eyes. In a flash, the great Steel Serpent and the King of Lizards exchanged positions. The King of Lizards landed gracefully on the ground, while the great Steel Serpent found itself suspended in midair, its Iato Slash still aimed at the empty space before it, ultimately resulting in a hollow sound. What? Du's previously triumphant expression crumbled, replaced by disbelief. Haha, King of Lizards, ultimate absorb. Xiao Feng grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he gazed at the great Steel Serpent hanging in the air. Huh. The King of Lizards' eyes glowed with a verdant light, enthusiastically gazing at the suspended great Steel Serpent as it spread its arms and enveloped the serpent in a powerful green aura that instantly consumed it. Roar. The great Steel Serpent's expression darkened, its pupils dimming, a wave of debilitating weakness washing over it, causing it to plummet to the ground. Trembling as if drained of all vitality. Observing the serpent in its weakened state, Xiaofeng wore a warm smile. King of Lizards. Continue the ultimate absorb and drain it completely. Upon hearing this, the King of Lizards exhaled a cloud of vapor, its eyes swirling with green light. As it surged toward the prostrate Great Steel Serpent once more, radiating a fresh wave of green energy. Great Steel Serpent, get up, Diyu shouted anxiously, witnessing Xiaofeng's repeated tactics. The Great Steel Serpent seemed to respond slightly, but before it could act, it was enveloped by the green light once more. And this cycle repeated several times. Roro, the Great Steel Serpent trembled slightly, a strange smile gracing its face as it gazed blankly ahead. Ultimately closing its eyes and reverting from its mega evolution, rendered incapable of battle. Diyu, his expression darkening at the sight of the fallen Great Steel Serpent, sighed and recalled it, striking the ground thrice with his cane, before turning to Xiaofeng. I never anticipated that a novice like you, just setting out on your journey, would reach such heights. This time, I concede, mark my words, next time, you shall pay dearly for this. At that moment, Shiba sauntered toward Diyu, raising his hands to clasp his fists, joints cracking ominously. You think there will be a next time? Don't get ahead of yourself. Just as Shiba finished his sentence, the ground beneath Diyu collapsed, creating a gaping pit. In the midst of Shiba's astonished expression, Diyu tumbled into the abyss, vanishing from sight. Blast it! That cunning old fox. Shiba hurriedly approached the edge of the pit, peering down with ire filling his eyes. Shiba, don't panic. Leave this to me. Keep an eye on Kato Yu. I shall return shortly. Xiaofeng flashed a grin at Shiba, his eyes shimmering with azure light as he dashed off with the King of Lizards in a specific direction. Shortly thereafter, behind a secluded ancient tree, a pit suddenly appeared, from which an elderly man, riding a diglet, emerged, dusting himself off with a smile. How naive. Those two younglings thinking I would sit idly by. Just as Diyu reveled in his self-satisfaction, a familiar voice echoed from behind. King of Lizards, use leaf blade on the diglet. A surge of white light enveloped the King of Lizards, and with a swift motion, it conjured a leaf blade that transformed into a streak of green and white, colliding with Diyu's diglet. With a tearing sound, the diglet felt as though it had been cleaved in two, succumbing to an overwhelming pain that rendered it unconscious. Xiaofeng ambled closer to Diyu, a smile gracing his face. Old man, since you've come this far, why not stay for a cup of tea? Why the rush? Heh. Dear brother Xiaofeng, I merely have urgent matters to attend to. Would you spare me today? I promise to repay you handsomely another time. Diyu's countenance softened into a benign smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Of course not. Behold my void flash kick. Xiaofeng bellowed, instantly disappearing into thin air and dashing toward Diyu in a short sprint. With his legs bent, he leaped, extending his right foot to target Diyu's vulnerable spot. Then utilizing a flash to close the gap, ultimately reappearing before Diyu and landing a precise strike to his groin. Diyu could scarcely comprehend Xiaofeng's sudden disappearance. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng stood before him, and before he could react, a fierce impact struck him, accompanied by the sound of cracking shells. Cracked. It's broken. Diyu's eyes filled with blood vessels as he released his cane, allowing it to clatter to the ground, and tremblingly shielded his vital area with his hands. Tears streamed down his face like a waterfall as his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale, utterly incapacitated. Xiaofeng, observing Diyu's fall, retracted his right foot, gently tapping the ground, nodding in satisfaction, his lips curving into a triumphant smile. Heh, a critical hit. The results are exceptional. Crouching down, Xiaofeng grasped the cane that lay on the ground, his left hand brushing the keystone atop it, a joyful tear escaping his eye. Then, with a firm grip, he yanked the keystone free with a crack, holding it triumphantly in his palm. Next, Xiaofeng rummaged through Diyu's belongings, retrieving his pokeballs and releasing them in search of the Great Steel Serpent. With a thud, the Great Steel Serpent emerged, still in a state of unconsciousness. Xiaofeng immediately approached its head, removing the megastone from atop it. Heh, Diyu is indeed a generous fellow. I was just pondering where to find the megastone for the Great Steel Serpent. Content. Xiaofeng returned to Diyu's side, bending to pick up the cane, now devoid of its mega keystone, and aimed it at Diyu's rear, thrusting it with a satisfying sound. This is your reward. No need to thank me, for I am truly benevolent. Diyu's eyes bulged as he felt the unwelcome intrusion, ultimately succumbing to a look of relief as he fainted. Watching Diyu lose consciousness, Xiaofeng stroked his chin in satisfaction before seizing Diyu by the ankles and dragging him towards Shiba's location. Before long, Xiao Feng spotted Shiba, who was seated beside Kato Yu, hands resting on his knees, meditating. Shiba, we captured the man. Xiao Feng and the king of lizards deposited the unconscious Du at Shiba's feet. Shiba opened his eyes at the sound, and upon seeing Du clutching his groin, a look of shock washed over him. Hiss. He then glanced at Xiao Feng, his lips twitching slightly. Cough. Well done. Haha. It was no trouble at all. I leave him to you. I have a match this afternoon, so farewell. Xiao Feng smiled, waved, and turned to leave with the king of lizards. Shiba gazed at Xiao Feng's retreating figure, sighing. Is it truly entertaining to bully novices with such strength? He then proceeded to carry both Kato Yu and Du away, leaving behind a trail of tears that gradually elongated into the distance. Due to the matters concerning Du and Kato Yu, Xiao Feng missed the midday meal, and the competition was fast approaching. Accompanied by his lizard king, Xiao Feng set forth towards the icy arena, the crowd growing thicker along the way. As he rounded a corner, he suddenly collided with someone. Bang! A figure was instantly sent flying by Xiao Feng's impact. Upon closer inspection, it was a young man with a rooster crest hairstyle and a large gold chain around his neck, sprawled out before Xiao Feng. My apologies, are you alright? Xiao Feng hastily extended a hand to assist the rooster-haired individual. The young man raised his hand and lightly swatted at Xiao Feng's gesture. Don't touch me. With a sharp sound, the impact of his hand against Xiao Feng's arm surprisingly produced a resonating sound, and he immediately clutched his arm, rolling on the ground and shouting. Ah, it's broken. You hit me. Good grief, is he trying to scam me? Xiao Feng stared wide-eyed at the rolling rooster-haired man, then glanced at his outstretched hand. The surrounding crowd began to murmur and point at Xiao Feng. This guy is so careless. My sincerest apologies. Xiao Feng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a sudden idea, as he dashed forward, feigning a remorseful expression. Thud. In his sprint, Xiao Feng's right foot inadvertently kicked the rooster-haired man's lower body. Ah! The young man yelped in pain, clutching his groin. Wait, didn't he just say his hand was broken? How can he still be able to cover his groin? A voice from the crowd expressed confusion. I told you, he's just trying to scam us. But you didn't believe me, someone chimed in. The individual who had voiced their confusion rolled their eyes. Weren't you the first one to say others are careless? Xiao Feng, feeling exasperated by the commotion, squatted down to look at the rooster-haired man, offering a warm smile. Pardon me, please extend your hand so I can assess your injury. At that moment, the rooster-haired man perceived a pair of black wings sprouting from Xiao Feng's back, and two sharp horns slowly emerging from his head. And no, it's fine. I was just joking with you. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Xiao Feng feigned disappointment, looking at the rooster-haired man's hand. Observing Xiao Feng's expression of disappointment, the rooster-haired man gulped, clutching his groin and scrambling away from Xiao Feng, vanishing from sight. Watching the retreating figure, Xiao Feng smirked and continued on his way. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng arrived at the icy arena, where the competition was about to commence. A young man in a cowboy jacket with a rooster crest, standing in the opposing command area, appeared mildly astonished at Xiao Feng's timely arrival. Oh, I see, Xiao Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow and revealing a playful smile before heading to his own command area. The referee raised the flag. We now commence the preliminary match between Xiao Feng and Suzuki. Both competitors are in position. Please send forth your Pokémon. Go. Suddenly, Suzuki's expression darkened as he threw a poke ball into the air. A brilliant light flashed, and a little Fyro appeared on the field. Ah, Fyro. Then it's settled. You shall be my choice. Upon seeing the opponent's Pokémon, Xiao Feng retrieved his red and white Pokeball and tossed it. A radiant light burst forth, and a fossil pterodactyl materialized in the sky, its eyes glistening with an eerie glow as it gazed at the Fyro. Goodness, that's an ancient Pokémon, a fossil pterodactyl. I've never seen one alive before. The audience erupted into a tumult of excitement. Chapter 105, Quartz League Tournament 6. Suzuki's eyes brimmed with jealousy as he beheld the fossil pterodactyl soaring above. How could you possibly possess an ancient Pokémon? Why should that concern you? Xiao Feng raised his hand, signaling an international gesture. You. Suzuki glared at Xiao Feng. Before he could finish his retort, the referee waved the flag downward. Time is up. The match begins. Humph, use Peck Drill. Suzuki commanded in a cold tone, directing Fyro to attack. The Fyro's elongated beak instantly emanated a fierce white light, swirling winds encircling it, as it rapidly flapped its wings and lunged towards the fossil pterodactyl. Fossil pterodactyl, iron head. Xiao Feng instructed calmly, watching as Fyro approached. Roar. The fossil pterodactyl bellowed in response, its head gleaming with a metallic sheen as it soared towards Fyro with ferocity. Clang. The two Pokémon collided. Fyro's beak struck the fossil pterodactyl's head, bending and warping upon impact, tears streaming from Pyro's eyes. In an instant, Pyro's head was knocked aside by the fossil pterodactyl, which then struck Pyro's chest with its iron head. With a resounding thud, Pyro's eyes rolled back as it was sent spiraling through the air, crashing to the ground in a parabolic arc, rendered unable to battle. Suzuki, observing his fallen Pyro, frowned deeply, raising his Pokeball and firing a beam of red light at Pyro. Damn it, return. Next up, Suzuki swiftly tossed another Pokeball from his pocket. A flash of white light revealed a pink, sausage-lipped Mizmime standing before Xiaofeng. Fossil pterodactyl, quickly use Hyper Beam, Xiaofeng shouted, his lips twitching as he realized whom he was up against. The fossil pterodactyl, receiving the command, glowed with a yellow light, opening its mouth to gather a terrifying yellow beam of energy, launching it at the unsuspecting Mizmime below. Boom. Mizmime dodge. Suzuki shouted urgently. But Mime barely had time to react before the fossil pterodactyl's hyper beam struck, enveloping her in destructive energy, her cells being invaded and damaged, crimson blood spilling forth. The overwhelming force of the attack drove Mizmime deep into the icy ground, embedding her within, ice shards flying in all directions. Mizmime. Upon witnessing Mime's instantaneous defeat, Suzuki frantically called out, trying to ascertain whether she could still battle. However, at that moment, Mizmime lay underground, her eyes spiraling, utterly incapacitated, unable to respond. Suzuki's hands clenched tightly, his gums pressed together, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Why is he so strong? This is completely unfair." After a moment, the referee, noting Mime's incapacity, called out to Suzuki, "Goro, please substitute your Pokémon." "Ah yes." Suzuki, momentarily stunned, collected himself and retrieved Mime, tossing out another Pokeball. As the white light flickered, a unicorn Pokémon with a horn atop its head and flames engulfing its tail and mane appeared on the battlefield. "Rapidash, use Flamethrower," Suzuki commanded, his expression slightly dazed as he directed Rapidash towards the fossil pterodactyl. Rapidash ignited in flames, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful jet of fire towards the fossil pterodactyl in the sky. Fossil pterodactyl, swiftly execute Thunderbolt, and then Rock Slide to finish it, Xiaofeng calmly directed, eyeing the approaching flames. The fossil pterodactyl flapped its wings, transforming into an afterimage, easily evading Rapidash's attack, then let out a thunderous roar to the heavens. Suddenly, numerous voids appeared in the sky ahead of the fossil pterodactyl, and from within, enormous boulders plummeted, indiscriminately crashing down towards Rapidash below. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of boulders descended upon Rapidash, burying it completely, a cloud of dust billowing into the air as debris scattered. As the dust settled, only one bloodied leg of Rapidash remained visible, the rest entirely concealed beneath the rubble. Suzuki stared at the scene, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the stark disparity in power. All of Suzuki's Pokémon have lost their ability to battle. Thus, the victor is Xiaofeng. The referee raised the flag, glancing at the leg protruding from the rocks. Xiaofeng, shaking his head as he observed the defeated Suzuki, turned to leave. "If you're weak, just practice more. Scheming won't get you anywhere." After departing, Xiaofeng proceeded to ascertain the battleground for the final preliminary match, set in the water arena, scheduled for 8 o'clock the following morning. Having drawn the last competition venue, Xiaofeng made his way towards the resting area. Yo, I ride my beloved steel snake. It won't jolt." Xiaofeng ambled along, shaking his head and flailing his arms in a whimsical fashion, humming a tune. Suddenly, the sounds of fists and feet striking resonated in Xiaofeng's ears. Turning his gaze, he observed a group of 4 or 5 youths surrounding a 14 or 15-year-old boy lying on the ground, repeatedly lifting their feet and bringing them down. Xiaofeng, noticing this, whistled and casually turned to leave, adopting an air of indifference. "Hey, you there, kid. Do you have no compassion?" The youths, catching sight of Xiaofeng walking away, exchanged glances of alarm and hurriedly called out to him. Yet, Xiaofeng continued his forward stride, seemingly oblivious to their words. Chapter 106, Quartz League Tournament 7. The youths, seeing this, swiftly rushed in front of Xiaofeng, arms outstretched to block his path. "Do you need something?" Xiaofeng inquired, tilting his head at them. The leading boy, adorned with an ear stud and sporting a crooked grin, glared in annoyance, pointing toward their previous location. "Did you not hear us speaking? Can't you see someone lying over there? Come with us now." Xiaofeng feigned realization, turning towards the alleyway between the houses. "Oh, so you were calling me. Why didn't you say so? Let's go?" The youths were taken aback, thinking, "This isn't what we expected. Shouldn't he be putting up a struggle?" They quickly fell into step behind Xiaofeng. Upon reaching the alley, Xiaofeng stood before the boy on the ground, glancing back at the youths and curiously inquiring, "Are we following protocol or just going to kick him?" No, no, no. We're not kicking him. As the youths entered the alley and heard Xiaofeng's question, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they hastily shook their heads. Suddenly, the ear-stud boy seemed to think of something, his eyes narrowing at Xiaofeng. "You little brat. We didn't summon you to kick him. Hand over all your money." As he approached Xiaofeng, he reached behind him, the others following suit. "What? Are you robbing me? After robbing me of my money, do you also plan to rob me of my dignity?" Xiaofeng's eyes widened, a mix of fear and excitement flickering across his face as he quickly took a few steps back, crossing his arms over his chest. "You little brat. When did we say anything about robbing you of your dignity?" The ear-stud boy moved closer to Xiaofeng. "Quit the nonsense and get him," one of the goons impatiently urged. Hearing this, the ear-stud boy's eyes gleamed with malice as he produced an object from behind him and swung it at Xiaofeng. Swish! A glint flashed before Xiaofeng's eyes, and with a grin, he swiftly moved forward, closing the distance to the ear-stud boy, crouching close to him. The boy's arm swung the knife, barely missing Xiaofeng's hair and slicing through the air. After evading, Xiaofeng delivered a powerful uppercut to the boy's groin. The ear-stud boy's eyes bulged in surprise, and before he could react, Xiaofeng seized his arm wielding the knife and executed a throw over his shoulder. With a thud, the ear-stud boy spun 180 degrees in the air before crashing onto his back, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Having temporarily dealt with the ear-stud boy, Xiaofeng vanished like a specter, reappearing behind the remaining youths and delivering powerful kicks or strikes to their groins. After a flurry of chaos, all of them doubled over, clutching their groins and collapsing to the ground. Xiaofeng bent down to retrieve the knives that had fallen from their hands, giving them a casual toss in his grip. With a whoosh, Xiaofeng launched one of the retrieved knives towards the boy lying on the ground. Clang! The knife struck what seemed to be an invisible barrier and ricocheted away. "Oh, so you're not pretending anymore?" Xiaofeng remarked, tilting his head and smiling at the boy. The boy stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, revealing his shoulder-length crimson hair that caught Xiaofeng's eye. "Useless trash." The red-haired boy glared down at the fallen youths, his expression darkening. "Come forth," he called out, and a fox-like spirit with long whiskers appeared at his side, eyeing Xiaofeng warily. "Ah, it's Hudi." Xiaofeng clapped his hands in appreciation, then turned back to the red-haired boy. "By the way, who are you?" "Yin. Sakaki Yin." The red-haired boy glowered at Xiaofeng, declaring, "I have come to avenge my father." "Oh, Sakaki? What a nostalgic name. You shouldn't have come. Your fate may very well lead you to prison, but on the bright side, you can reunite with your father," Xiaofeng said with a reminiscent smile, stroking his chin. "Humph. Go, Nidoking, defeat him." Yin threw a pokeball, his eyes filled with determination. With a thud, Nidoking materialized before Xiaofeng, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiaofeng grinned mischievously, retrieving a pokeball from his pocket and tossing it into the air. "It's settled. You're the one." The pokeball opened midair, revealing the figure of Electabuzz. "Nidoking, use Earth Power." Nidoking let out a fearsome roar, raising his right foot and stomping down hard on the ground, unleashing an invisible energy that surged towards Electabuzz. In an instant, the ground beneath Electabuzz began to crack, as if a colossal entity were about to burst forth. "Use Ice Punch on the ground." Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, observing Electabuzz intently. Electabuzz clenched its right fist, a chilling aura radiating from it, the surrounding air beginning to freeze. Suddenly, it bent down and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The commotion beneath the earth ceased abruptly, and the ground around Electabuzz caved in, forming a massive hemispherical ice pit, so swiftly that Electabuzz found itself suspended in midair above the chasm. It quickly flickered its form, landing at the edge of the pit. What incredible power! Yin's eyes widened in shock, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at Electabuzz. "Nidoking, unleash a spirit ball for a long-range attack." Upon receiving the command, Nidoking cupped its hands together, concentrating a sphere of energy and launching it towards Electabuzz at high speed. "Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt." Hearing Xiaofeng's command, Electabuzz dashed forward a few steps, quickly appearing before Nidoking to evade the spirit ball, then raised its arm, glowing with brilliant white light, and struck down towards Nidoking's head. Bang! Nidoking's head was struck by Electabuzz's powerful blow, causing the spikes atop its head to contort violently, and its steel-like skull caved in, leaving a palm-sized indentation. Instantly, Nidoking's brain ceased functioning, and its pupils lost focus as darkness enveloped the sky. With a rumble, the ground beneath Nidoking collapsed, embedding the Pokémon into the earth, numerous massive cracks radiating outwards. As the thunderous noise subsided, Electabuzz raised its arm, revealing that only a small, twisted spike of Nidoking remained above ground, having lost its combat capability. Return, Nidoking. Ian silently recalled Nidoking, taking a deep breath as he retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forth. Go, the next battle is yours. The Pokeball opened midair, revealing a blue, bipedal crocodilian Pokemon. Water Oath. Upon releasing the powerful crocodile, Ian immediately initiated the attack. The crocodile roared at Electabuzz, striking the ground with its fist. Instantly, geysers of water erupted from the ground, surrounding Electabuzz and converging towards the center. Electabuzz used Double Tail and Jump. Xiaofeng quickly issued the command as Electabuzz found itself encircled. Nodding in response, Electabuzz bent its legs, positioning its two black tails in a C shape against the ground, then leaped into the air to evade the Water Oath, raising its leg to deliver a flying kick towards the crocodile. Chapter 107. The Quartz Alliance Tournament 8. Mytiana. Hydro Pump Attack. Looking up at the incoming Electivire, Silver furrowed his silver brows. Upon receiving the command, Mytiana opened its massive jaws and unleashed a colossal jet of water towards the airborne Electivire. The water jet struck the Electivire, but was instantly detonated by its kick, scattering droplets in every direction. Boom. After extinguishing the water blast, Electivire landed a powerful kick directly to Mytiana's chest. Instantly, Mytiana felt a sharp pain in its heart. Its breath severely impeded, causing its chest to cave in. With a series of cracking sounds, its ribs fractured under the brutal impact, and Mytiana was driven at a 45-degree angle into the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. The excruciating pain that gripped its chest and back deprived Mytiana of oxygen, causing it to shut its eyes and lose the ability to fight. Return. Silver raised his hand, calling back Mytiana. He stood still, closing his eyes to take a deep breath, then turned to Hudi, his expression solemn. It's all up to you now, go? Hudi nodded and stepped into the arena, positioning itself in front of Electivire. Silver reached into his pocket and donned a soft armor glove on his left hand, tightening it with determination. He then raised his fist, holding it horizontally at his chest, the back of his hand facing outward. A dazzling Mega Evolution Keystone was embedded in the glove, radiating a brilliant light. Hudi Mega Evolve. A spectrum of colors erupted from Hudi, connecting to the keystone. In an instant, the brilliance intensified, and once it faded, a majestic, long-bearded psychic being, levitating 5 steel spoons, appeared before Xiaofeng's eyes. Hudi, use Psychic. Silver's command resonated in Hudi's mind, and its eyes, along with the floating spoons, ignited with a fierce blue glow. Electivire suddenly felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon its body. With a flash of electricity, Xiaofeng observed Electivire, now under Hudi's control. With no hint of worry, Electivire smirked slightly, exerted its strength, and broke free from Hudi's grasp, causing Hudi's expression to shift, the light in its eyes vanishing. Then, with a burst of energy, Electivire sprinted forward, transforming into a streak of yellow and white, barreling towards Hudi. Hudi, intercept it with a Psyblade. Snapping out of its daze, Hudi quickly focused, summoning a sharp, invisible psychic blade that cleaved through the air towards Electivire. Electivire, Thunder Punch. Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with a glint of blue as he grinned. Electivire, responding to the command, raised its fist, charged with crackling electricity, and in a sudden burst of speed, evaded the psychic blade, appearing before Hudi to deliver a devastating blow. Silver's pupils dilated in shock. Hudi, use Substitute. In an instant, Hudi vanished, replaced by a substitute doll that absorbed Electivire's attack. The doll exploded into charred fragments, a faint burnt odor wafting through the air, dissipating into white smoke. Oh, did you avoid it? Then where are you now? Xiaofeng's eyes glimmered with blue light as he surveyed the surroundings. He then looked up. Electivire above you. With a roar, Electivire glanced upward, then crouched low, before launching itself into the air, aiming for Hudi. How could it find him so quickly? Silver's eyes narrowed in alarm. Hudi, unleash magical shine. With furrowed brows, Hudi emanated a radiant pink glow, sending beams of light towards the descending Electivire. A million-pound punch. Electivire, suspended in midair, gathered immense energy in its hand, the surrounding air swirling ominously as a blinding white light erupted as it launched its punch upward. The magical shine beams collided with Electivire's fist, splitting apart as if avoiding a terrifying entity, allowing Electivire to continue its ascent. Boom. Electivire's fist connected with Hudi's slender abdomen, causing it to cave in sharply against its back. Hudi felt its insides churn violently, and it suddenly expelled a torrent of crimson blood, its eyes bulging. As everything below shrank to the size of ants, Hudi struggled against the gale, the air becoming increasingly thin. Reaching the peak of its ascent, its breath ceased, and it fainted, reverting from mega evolution, plummeting to the ground. After a long moment, with a resounding crash, Hudi landed, kicking up a storm of debris, the ground trembling violently, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Hudi, dazed, appeared before Xiaofeng. It's over. Silver gazed at Hudi, now incapacitated, his eyes devoid of life. Ah yes. Xiaofeng's voice echoed in Silver's ears, followed by a sharp pain in his groin. Momentarily stunned, Silver reacted, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he howled in anguish, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaofeng had appeared behind Silver, dusting off his right foot and gazing skyward with a sigh. When we met, I told you not to come, yet here we are. Hello, Miss Junsha. I bring you a great contribution, a big catch. I'm located at the Quartz Alliance tournament, XXXXX position. Xiaofeng pulled out his Pokédex and dialed a starred number. Very well, Mr. Xiaofeng. I'll promptly dispatch personnel. A commanding voice resonated from the other end. Take care of yourself, Silver-chan. Wiping away non-existent tears with a handkerchief he had somehow acquired, Xiaofeng waved goodbye to the departing police car. Inside the vehicle, Silver felt a slight alleviation of his pain as he gazed longingly at the distant sky, sighing. Is it really all up to him now? Having entrusted Silver to Miss Junsha, Xiaofeng turned towards the resting area. As night fell and dawn approached. Xiaofeng yawned as he rose from his soft cocoon, stretching lazily. He drew back the curtains and was taken aback. What on earth is happening? Following Xiaofeng's gaze, a massive, translucent energy dome loomed over the Quartz Alliance tournament venue. What is that thing? The crowd within the venue was in disarray, staring up at the sky. Look over there. Something's coming. Many trainers pointed towards the edge of the energy dome. Xiaofeng turned to where the trainers were indicating and saw a vast cloud of dust charging towards the crowd, swirling with countless flickers of red light within. Come forth. Charizard, let us investigate. Xiaofeng hurled a pokeball out the window and deftly leaped onto Charizard's back as it appeared. Roar. Charizard flapped its wings, soaring towards the tumultuous cloud of dust. Chapter 108. The Quartz Alliance Tournament 9. As the cloud of dust approached, the crowd finally discerned the scene unfolding within. Roar. 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 Before them surged hundreds of Pokémon with glowing red eyes, advancing in a triangular formation. The Pokémon behind the triangle spread outwards, demolishing houses in their wake. Go, Venusaur. Stop them. A green-haired young trainer frowned, tossing out a red and white Pokeball. The other trainers quickly followed suit. In an instant, white lights flashed as various Pokémon materialized, engaging in battle with the rampaging red-eyed creatures. However, as time progressed, the trainers found themselves increasingly outmatched, retreating steadily. Xiaofeng, riding Charizard, soon flew above the battlefield. Peering down, with a raised eyebrow, he commanded, Charizard, unleash flamethrower continuously. Roar. Charizard opened its mouth, releasing massive, searing pillars of crimson flames towards the frenzied Pokémon below. The air around the Pokémon warped instantaneously, the temperature soaring to an alarming high. The flames engulfed the elves entirely, their surroundings painted crimson as the sky was consumed by the inferno. A searing heat enveloped their skin, instantly igniting a sensation of intense burning that surged through their bodies, rendering their minds momentarily blank. As the flames receded, hundreds of charred elves lay unconscious upon the ground, stripped of their ability to fight. A tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, carried by the wind into the nostrils of the trainers. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated among the trainers. How formidable. You all go and defeat the scattered elves to prevent any further disturbances. Xiaofeng turned to the trainers, issued a command, and then patted Charizard as they continued their flight towards the edge of the energy barrier. Understood. Among the crowd, a green-haired young trainer gazed at Xiaofeng's figure with starry eyes. After a considerable period of flight on Charizard, a dark spot suddenly appeared before Xiaofeng, which, as it enlarged, revealed a red-haired man clad in white and wearing a fox mask, riding a salamence that blocked Xiaofeng's path. As Xiaofeng approached, the foxman's expression turned grave. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a lighter embedded with a Mega Evolution Stone and a cigarette. Placing the latter between his lips, with a flick of his thumb against the lighter, a spark ignited, and he lit the cigarette. Salamence, Mega Evolve. Roar. A radiant glow enveloped Salamence, intertwining with the evolution stone in the foxman's hand. As the light dissipated, a Mega Salamence, with wings resembling a crimson crescent moon, materialized before Xiaofeng. Name, Salamence LV85. Salamence, unleash flamethrower. The foxman's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng. The salamence beneath him opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire directed at Charizard and Xiaofeng. We shall counter with flamethrower. Xiaofeng patted Charizard, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Roar! Charizard exhaled sparks, and a conflagration more fearsome than that of salamence erupted from its maw. At the moment of collision, Charizard's flames swiftly consumed the opposing inferno, advancing towards the foe. The foxman's pupils widened in shock as he commanded Salamence, "Evade." Salamence flapped its enormous wings and soared skyward, carrying the foxman with it. "Keep up with it." Xiaofeng smiled faintly, raising his gaze towards the retreating foxman while Charizard bent its neck slightly. Both sides continued to breach the barriers of air and clouds, ascending to great heights. Salamence. Rock slide. The foxman, noticing Xiaofeng's approach, harbored a glint of coldness in his eyes. Salamence executed a 360-degree turn in midair, summoning a multitude of massive boulders that plummeted towards Xiaofeng and Charizard. Such trivial tricks, yet. Charizard Steel Wing. A mysterious energy swirled within Xiaofeng's eyes. Charizard ascended, its gaze sharpened, and its wings gleamed with a fierce metallic sheen as it darted through the air, evading the descending boulders and closing in on Salamence. Clang, clang, clang. All the boulders were instantaneously cleaved in two, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the clouds above. How is this possible? The foxman's expression darkened beneath his mask. Salamence, defend. In an instant, a yellow protective barrier enveloped the foxman and Salamence. Haha, Charizard air slash. Xiaofeng grinned at the foxman. In the widening eyes of the foxman, Xiaofeng and Charizard vanished without a sound, only to reappear within Salamence's protective barrier without warning. Charizard's claws, having coalesced into formidable draconic armor, descended upon Salamence with a devastating strike. A massive X-shaped gash was torn into Salamence's chest, blood cascading down like a waterfall, before Salamence slammed against its own protective barrier under Charizard's overwhelming power. Crack! Crack! The barrier shattered, transforming into countless motes of starlight that dissipated into nothingness. Salamence coughed up a stream of black blood, its eyes glazing over with terror as the foxman plummeted from the heights towards the ground. In a panic, the foxman fumbled to retrieve a Pokeball from his pocket, seemingly containing a Pokémon that could avert this impending tragedy. Whoosh! Bang! Suddenly, two sounds erupted. The foxman felt a red flash dart before his eyes, followed by an excruciating headache. As he reached to touch his head, he felt a sticky warmth in his palm, and his consciousness began to fade. The rushing wind roared in his ears. He glanced up at Xiaofeng, who held a long object in his hand, gradually transforming into a dark silhouette until it vanished. Boom! Salamence and the foxman crashed violently into the ground, as if the earth had opened its maw to swallow them whole, sending sand and dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the foxman lay broken and embedded in a vast pit like a lump of clay. Charizard gently descended with Xiaofeng, landing at the edge of the pit where the foxman lay. Xiaofeng leapt from Charizard's back, sliding down into the pit to approach the foxman. He raised his foot and brought it down forcefully upon the foxman's torso, yet the foxman remained utterly still. Huh, he has already expired? The world will has vanished? Just as Xiaofeng pondered this, a colossal pillar of fire erupted skyward in the distance. Xiaofeng turned with keen interest towards the horizon, disregarding the foxman, and returned to Charizard, who led him towards the direction of the fire column. Who are you? A figure clad in a pig mask and a blue-white windbreaker, an elderly man with gray hair and a furrowed brow, scrutinized the scene before him. You've grown up. The old man regarded the figure of Dew with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I am here solely to meet someone. Would you kindly refrain from obstructing me? Who are you referring to? Dew's brow furrowed deeper. A trivial little brat. The old man smiled faintly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. I wish to ask him a question. Humph. I do not care who you seek. This is not a place for you to run amok. Go, Dragonite. Dew glared coldly at the old man, retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it into the air. The Pokeball opened, revealing a large yellow Pokemon. You are indeed impatient. Then go. The old man's eyes glinted with sharpness as he drew a Pokeball from his coat and threw it forth. A flash of white light revealed a blue, shell-bearing aquatic Pokemon, Lapras, appearing before Dew Chapter 109, the Quartz League Tournament 10. Look over there. It's the flying champion Dew. Is that masked figure the instigator of this incident? Is he about to battle the champion? Nearby trainers turned their gazes towards the unfolding situation, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Who do you think will win? Naturally, it will be Champion Dew. Some scoffed at the old man, their expressions filled with disdain. Dragonite is the signature Pokémon of Champion Dew. Look, it's about to begin. Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Upon Lapra's arrival, Dew felt an instinctive discomfort. A grave expression immediately surfaced in his eyes. A terrifying dragon-shaped wave of multicolored energy surged from Dragonite's mouth. Hurtling towards Lapras, the old man observed the incoming Dragon Pulse with an expression of calm indifference, his pupils serene as still water. Absolute zero. A blue cold light flickered in Lapra's eyes, and suddenly the surrounding air plummeted in temperature, the space itself warping slightly as ice began to form, radiating from Lapras and advancing towards Dragonite. Upon contact with the dragon wave, it was instantaneously crystallized into a dragon-shaped ice sculpture, suspended in midair. While the icy wave continued its advance towards Dragonite, Dew's brow furrowed. Dragonite, evade with quick attack. Roar. Dragonite let out a mighty roar, rapidly flapping its small wings to soar skyward, narrowly avoiding the encroaching ice. Do not let it escape. Lapras, Ice Beam. The old man's eyes glimmered with cold light as he gazed at the fleeing Dragonite. Lapras tilted its head back, targeting the retreating Dragonite, and swiftly unleashed a beam of icy energy. Crack! Dragonite's abdomen was struck by the ice beam, ice rapidly spreading and enveloping its body. Dew gazed at the rapidly freezing Dragonite, his eyes widening slightly as his pupils constricted. How could this be? Such incredible speed. Dragonite, swiftly execute Dragon Dive. Sensing the chilling aura enveloping its body, Dragonite furrowed its brow, then trembled as a tremendous surge of draconic energy erupted from within, repelling the encroaching cold that threatened to engulf it. With a fearsome display of power, Dragonite dove towards the Lapras below. Boom! Dragonite collided forcefully with Lapras, mercilessly pressing it down towards the ground, eliciting a pained cry from the latter. The earth beneath Lapras began to crack ominously, fissures spreading like serpents in every direction. Lapras, hold firm and unleash Ice Beam. The elder's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity beneath his mask. Strange energies swirled around Lapras as it strained to direct its head towards Dragonite, gathering a terrifying force of destruction in its mouth. Dragonite, brace yourself. Then finish it with Thunder Punch. A slight smile graced Dewey's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. As the command was given, Dragonite bared its fangs, and a yellow protective barrier materialized around it instantaneously. Boom! Lapras's ice beam struck against the barrier, scattering light in all directions until it dissipated into the air. Within the barrier, Dragonite raised its right hand, clenching its fist as bolts of lightning danced around it, then dispelled the shield and launched a fierce punch downward towards Lapras. Bang! Thunder crackled around Lapras, its body instantly charred and enveloped in thick smoke. Eventually, Lapras's head fell to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost the ability to fight. See, I told you, Dragonite is Dewey's trump card. How could the diminutive Lapras possibly stand against it? A voice from the distance echoed with a hint of superiority, as if the one who had defeated Lapras were himself. Cut it out. You're just a jinx. Don't jinx Dewey, came a familiar rebuttal from the crowd. Dewey, your Dragonite remains as formidable as ever. Now it's time for the next one. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, recalling Lapras and retrieving another Pokeball, which he hurled into the air. A radiant white light illuminated the space as a large, tusked Swinub materialized before Dewey. Dewey's eyes narrowed in recognition. It's you. Swinub, use Ice Beam. Before Dewey could utter another word, the elder's eyes flashed with anticipation as he spoke. Hearing the elder's command, Swinub rapidly conjured a sphere of icy energy between its long tusks, unleashing a colossal beam of frost that struck Dragonite like a bolt of lightning. Roar! Dragonite howled in despair as it was encased in solid ice, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Dewey, it seems my Lapras did inflict some damage on your Dragonite after all. A smirk curled at the elder's lips, an air of triumph in his gaze. Impossible. Dewey's Dragonite has fallen. The surrounding trainers gasped in disbelief, staring at the frozen Dragonite, then turning to the earlier jinxing trainer. Could you please keep your mouth shut, all right? The jinxing has rendered me speechless. With a deep breath, Dewey retrieved Dragonite's Pokeball and threw another into the sky. A flash of white light revealed a robust, crimson Gyarados. It appears you have not brought forth any of your other top-tier Pokemon besides Dragonite. Dewey, how negligent of you. The elder shook his head in disappointment upon seeing Dewey's choice. Dewey frowned and scoffed. Well, we won't know unless we battle. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. With a furious roar, Gyarados unleashed a massive torrent of swirling water towards Swinub. Swinub, use Powder Snow. The elder issued his command, then closed his eyes, ceasing further instructions. Swinub's nostrils flared, releasing a chilling gust laden with countless snowflakes. Upon contact with the hydro pump, the water froze instantly, encasing both the attack and Gyarados in a massive ice sculpture, glittering under the sunlight. Return, Dewey sighed, recalling his incapacitated Gyarados, only to send forth another Pokémon, yet none could turn the tide, all succumbing to Swinub's icy onslaught. Dewey has been defeated. The jinxing trainer placed his hands on his face, mouth agape in shock. A nearby trainer kicked him. Get lost. With a thud, the jinxing trainer was sent sprawling, face down on the ground. What now? Who's next? Someone asked, glancing at the fallen individual. Soon, the trainers witnessed a worm wriggling away from the scene. Suddenly, the elder raised his head, gazing into the distance with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At last. Have you arrived? I have awaited you for so long. Chapter 110, The Quartz League Tournament 11. Xiao Feng rode atop Charizard, swiftly approaching the elder and his companions, peering down curiously at the crowd and the two figures standing among them. Who is that? The one with the mask? Little brother, may I request a moment of your time? The elder's voice, tinged with excitement, echoed from beneath his mask. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow and patted Charizard's neck. Oh, you know me? Let us descend, Charizard. With a roar, Charizard gently landed. Xiao Feng leaped down, joining Charizard at Dewey's side. Is he the one you seek? Dewey asked, glancing at Xiao Feng and then at the elder, his expression filled with confusion. The elder did not respond to Dewey's inquiry, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Feng. Little brother, I shall not waste words. Tell me, where is Celebi? Celebi? I have no knowledge of such a being. Xiao Feng grinned at the elder, feigning ignorance. Seeing through Xiao Feng's pretense, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Hee, unwilling to speak? That is fine. I have ways to extract the truth from you. Oh, then come and try? Xiao Feng chuckled, patting Charizard at his side. Charizard stepped forward to face Swinub, releasing sparks of flame from its nostrils. Who is this guy? He thinks he can battle the one who defeated Dewey? A familiar voice of disdain emerged from the crowd, turning to see the previously fallen trainer rising again, rushing forward to deliver another kick. The onlookers regarded Xiao Feng. Though doubt lingered in their minds about his potential, yet a flicker of hope shone in their eyes. What if he succeeded against the odds? Swinub, Ice Shard. The elder commanded as he observed Charizard advancing, initiating the attack. Swinub opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice shards that hurtled towards Charizard. Iron Tail. Xiao Feng called out as the icy projectiles approached. Charizard's eyes gleamed, its tail shimmering with silvery light as it swung forward, creating an impenetrable barrier. Boom. The massive ice shards collided with Charizard's tail, shattering into icy fragments that drifted like stars in the air. Charizard, it's our turn. Fire Spin. Xiao Feng's command echoed as Charizard ignited with flames, unleashing a roaring column of fire that spiraled around Swinub, engulfing it in a blazing vortex. The intense heat caused Swinub to struggle, its limbs thrashing in pain. Substitute. As the ivory boar found itself engulfed in flames, the elder's gaze became intensely focused. A flicker of blue-white fluorescence sparkled in the boar's eyes, and in an instant, its form vanished, replaced by a substitute of an ice and snow dinosaur, which bravely absorbed the onslaught of fiery vortexes. The ice substitute rapidly melted under the scorching flames, transforming into a puddle of slush. The ivory boar was now poised to unleash a blizzard. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the elder's eyes as he turned to a nearby clearing. There, snowflakes began to dance down, coalescing into the formidable figure of the ivory boar. With a mighty roar, the boar opened its jaws wide, emitting a ferocious hurricane laden with countless sharp hailstones, hurtling towards the fire dragon. Charge forth. As the tempest of blizzards surged, Xiao Feng raised a hand and snapped his fingers, a slight smile gracing his lips. The fire dragon responded with a thunderous roar, its mouth agape, flames flickering in its eyes, its entire body enveloped in a fiery armor, akin to a deity of fire descending upon the earth. With powerful strokes of its wings, the blazing dragon surged toward the ivory boar, melting the approaching blizzard before it could even draw near. Defying the icy winds, the fire-clad dragon collided fiercely with the boar. Boom! The ivory boar let out a mournful cry as its massive tusks shattered, showing signs of melting. Its entire body was propelled backward toward the energy barrier, the reflection of the fire dragon in its eyes shrinking into a mere crack. Crack! The ivory boar slammed against the energy barrier, a stream of crimson blood erupting from its mouth. It felt every bone within its body fracture, while the energy barrier behind it suffered similarly. Cracks sprawling outwards like lightning from the point of impact, covering a vast area of the barrier. Ultimately, the intense pain coursing through its body caused the boar's eyes to glaze over, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight, and it fell limply to the ground. Thud! A collective gasp escaped the trainers in the distance. Incredible! That fire dragon has defeated the powerful ivory boar. Does that mean he is stronger than Champion Da? Perhaps. One trainer replied, his voice slightly stammering. It might be due to type advantage. Let us wait and see. Regaining his composure, the elder turned his gaze towards the incapacitated ivory boar before gathering his thoughts and retrieving the boar into its pokeball. He solemnly regarded Xiao Feng and the fire dragon that had returned to his side. Taking a deep breath, the elder pulled out a pokeball from his pocket and tossed it forth. Now, it is your time to shine. The pokeball opened in midair, revealing a green, snowman-like Pokemon before Xiao Feng. Name: Blizzard King LV89. The elder summoned the Blizzard King, adjusting his collar to reveal a Mega Evolution keystone ensnared by a rope. Blizzard King, Mega Evolve. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped the Blizzard King, its form rapidly expanding, fur increasing in density, and towering ice spikes sprouting from its back. Blizzard King, use Aura Punch. Satisfied with the colossal form of the Blizzard King, the elder nodded approvingly before turning his attention to the fire dragon. With a fierce roar, the Blizzard King raised its right arm, the terrifying energy coalescing into a solid mass within its fist, and struck towards the fire dragon with a massive crimson energy punch. Fire Dragon, Airblade. Responding to Xiao Feng's command, the fire dragon flapped its wings and surged forward, unleashing two colossal air blades that sliced through the incoming aura punch. Clang, clang. In an instant, the aura punch was cleaved into 3 segments by the flowing air blades, dissipating into the atmosphere. The air blades continued their relentless advance towards the Blizzard King. Use Ice Wall, the elder commanded, his expression grave as he observed the oncoming air blades. The Blizzard King's pupils glimmered with yellow light as a massive yellow energy wall materialized before it. Simultaneously, the 2 towering ice pillars behind it concentrated a chilling azure energy sphere, swiftly firing a beam of frigid light that enveloped the energy wall, forming an additional layer of solid ice defense in an instant. PSHH. PSHH. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as the air blades met the combined defenses of the energy wall and the freezing beam. The wall and ice layer, however, bore the brunt of the assault, riddled with cracks and fragments falling away. A combination of light and ice defenses, quite a clever strategy. Xiao Feng acknowledged with a hint of admiration as he watched the air blades thwarted. Blizzard King, unleash Absolute Zero. The elder, brow furrowed with concern, fixed his gaze upon the fire dragon. The Blizzard King hefted its arms downward, striking the ground with tremendous force, instantly freezing everything in its path. Extending towards the fire dragon. Fire Dragon, Inferno Abyss. Seeing the icy assault approach, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he parted his lips slightly. The fire dragon, responding to the command, spread its wings wide, summoning waves of searing flames that surged beneath it, rapidly fanning out in a fiery arc. As the encroaching frost met the flames, it was instantly vaporized. The Inferno Abyss continued its relentless advance towards the Blizzard King. Hold your ground. The elder's eyes flickered with panic as he shouted to the Blizzard King. The Blizzard King's eyes narrowed, and a yellow energy shield enveloped it in an instant. Sizzle. The flames scorched the protective barrier, gradually melting it until both the flames and the shield dissolved into twinkling particles against the sky. After the inferno raged, the ground lay charred, enveloped in wisps of smoke. The elder clenched his fists, gazing at the fire dragon with a sense of helplessness. Finally, he exhaled deeply, rubbing his thumb against his index finger, steeling himself to issue commands. Blizzard King, Ultimate Impact. Obeying the command, the Blizzard King's eyes flashed with ferocity as immense purple energy surged around it, propelling it forward with alarming speed toward the fire dragon. Turbo Flame Punch. Observing the charging Blizzard King, Xiao Feng's eyes glimmered with crimson intensity. With a swift motion, the fire dragon swayed its neck, raising its right arm into a fist at its waist, igniting a blazing inferno. Spiraling flames encircled its arm, creating a whirlwind of fire that twirled around it. As the fire dragon flapped its wings, it launched itself towards the oncoming Blizzard King, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The moment the fire dragon's fist struck the Blizzard King, the spiraling flames erupted, propelling the fire dragon's arm forward with tremendous force. The Blizzard King's surrounding purple energy flickered and extinguished, its face contorting as it absorbed the turbo flame punch, blood gushing as it was sent hurtling backward, crashing through numerous structures and kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Ultimately, it collided heavily against the energy barrier, much like the ivory boar before it. Crack. Bang. The energy shield encasing the Quartz League tournament finally succumbed to the dual impacts, shattering into countless luminous fragments that scattered into the sky. The crowd turned their attention to the fallen Blizzard King, who lay defeated on the ground, reverting from its mega evolution. Its eyes swirling with fatigue and incapacity to continue the battle. Such an impressive fire dragon. It possesses the qualities of a true champion. The surrounding trainers gasped in awe at the imposing figure of the fire dragon. A chorus of voices murmured, "Is this guy for real? He seems to be competing alongside us in the Quartz League tournament. Should we really challenge him?" The elder gazed at the incapacitated Blizzak King, raised a pokeball, and released a beam of crimson light to recall it. Subsequently, he elevated his right hand and pressed it against the area of his chest, ceasing any further movements. With his eyes gently closed for a moment, he seemed to be awaiting something. Oh, is he not going to deploy another Pokemon? Xiao Feng, intrigued, observed the meditative elder, narrowing his eyes slightly as he slowly reached back with his hand. Suddenly, a piercing cry accompanied by an ascending column of energy interrupted Xiao Feng's thoughts. He looked up to see a dark spot in the sky rapidly enlarging. How could this be? How could it possibly be here? And judging by its appearance, this time it's over. Trainers in the distance widened their eyes, jaws agape as they beheld the approaching figure, nearly large enough to swallow a wheel. Chapter 112, The Quartz League Tournament 13. The energy column pierced through the clouds, rendering the sky a clear blue, while a rainbow extended from the energy column towards Xiao Feng and his companions. Soon, a red dot emerged from beyond the rainbow, trailing faint yellow sparkles as it approached. Such a grand spectacle. It is no wonder he is a photographer. Xiao Feng, his forehead lined with exasperation, beheld the oversized version of the Spearow. Name, Ho-Oh LV95. Ding. Mission triggered. Defeat the photographer. Reward, 100 base stat points. In the blink of an eye, Ho-Oh soared above the elder, its eyes glowing red. Adorned with an odd, ring-like device around its neck, covered in intricate red patterns, at the center of which lay a bizarre eyeball-shaped stone. Is this your reliance? Xiao Feng turned to the elder, his brows furrowing slightly. Charizard Mega Evolve. Roaring. Charizard unleashed a colossal column of fire into the sky, enveloped in a spectrum of radiant light. As the brilliance faded, the black dragon emerged. Ho-Oh unleashed Sacred Fire. Ho-Oh ignited in a dazzling blaze, flapping its wings as a vibrant, searing flames surged toward the fully evolved Charizard. The air distorted in the wake of the flames, crimson radiance engulfing all. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Seeing the opponent's assault, Xiao Feng commanded Charizard to retaliate. Charizard's mouth and tail ignited with blue flames, shortly followed by a terrifying blue-white inferno that shot forth, tearing through the sky toward Ho-Oh. Sizzle. The colorful flames and blue inferno collided at a single point, eroding each other, the fierce sound of combustion resonating in everyone's ears. Ultimately, Charizard's Flamethrower proved superior, piercing through the barrier of Sacred Fire, racing toward Ho-Oh in the sky. Ho-Oh, evade with Fly. The elder, with a grave expression, commanded loudly. Watching the approaching blue inferno, Ho-Oh, upon hearing, flapped its wings and soared into the heights, narrowly escaping the onslaught of flames. Keep up with it, Charizard. Use Wing Attack. Lifting his gaze towards the evading Ho-Oh, Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Charizard, following the command, stretched its wings to their fullest, glowing with a silver sheen, darting toward Ho-Oh as its wings faintly reflected an eerie light. Reflect Wall. Witnessing Charizard's rapid approach towards Ho-Oh, the elder's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, urgently shouting commands. In mid-flight, Ho-Oh quickly summoned a translucent energy wall, encasing itself. Clang. A shadowy blue figure with silver brilliance darted past, and the energy wall shattered into glimmering particles that dissipated into the heavens. Uft. A scarlet spray of blood erupted from Ho-Oh, revealing a horrific gash that nearly bisected its body, eliciting a sorrowful cry from the airborne creature. Could it not fully defend itself? The elder's expression darkened as he gazed at Ho-Oh's wound. Ho-Oh, activate self-restoration. A green luminescence danced across Ho-Oh's form. In an instant, the significant gash upon Ho-Oh's body began to heal considerably, a flicker of joy illuminating its eyes. TCH, recovering half of its HP is impressive. Just wait and see. Observing the gleeful expression on Ho-Oh's face as it healed, Xiao Feng scoffed, rolling his eyes. The elder exhaled deeply, a fierce glint crossing his gaze. Ho-Oh unleashed the Sacred Fire attack. Flames flickered in Ho-Oh's eyes as it opened its mouth wide, releasing a scorching eruption of flames. followed by a terrifying surge of blue energy that surged behind the sacred fire, charging fiercely toward Charizard. Strike with its tail, then forcibly turn to intercept the monkey. Shadow Dragon's Thorn. Watching Ho-Oh's sacred fire, a wide grin spread across Xiaofeng's face, revealing an eerie smile. Charizard, hearing Xiaofeng's voice, opened its mouth, emitting a sinister chuckle as the black tail became enveloped in draconic energy armor, striking fiercely against the advancing sacred fire. Whoosh! The sacred fire was instantaneously dispersed by Charizard's powerful tail, transforming into crimson motes that melted into the air. Following this, Charizard's eyes widened, mysterious energy fluctuations swirling within. It observed Ho-Oh barreling towards it with overwhelming force, in apparent disbelief as it executed a 180-degree turn, facing away from Charizard. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard raised its arms. Dark shadow energy intertwining with draconic might to form a terrifying, sinister green claw, striking toward the base of Ho-Oh's back. Whoosh! Two slicing sounds echoed as Ho-Oh felt a sudden, painful tearing sensation between its legs. Looking down, it beheld a grotesque sight of mangled flesh. Crimson blood cascading from the sky, staining the atmosphere. In that instant, Ho-Oh's mind went blank, its eyes rolled back as it plummeted towards the ground. Crashing down with a thud, rendered unable to continue the battle. Hiss! Trainers below clamped their legs tightly, swallowing hard, cold sweat streaming down their brows. Dewey, standing nearby, watched with a twitching mouth, his legs trembling slightly as he took a step back from Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng turned to observe the reactions of those around him, tilting his head in confusion. How could this be? The elder stared blankly at the fallen Ho-Oh, momentarily at a loss for words to express his emotions. Noticing the elder's stupor, Xiaofeng beamed broadly, his figure darting forward as he raised his leg to deliver a swift kick to the elder's groin. Exclaiming, "Taste my wind flash egg." Crack! The sound of a double yoke breaking and the elder's anguished scream echoed forth. Subsequently, the elder collapsed to his knees, his face hitting the ground, arms outstretched in front of him, entirely engulfed in despair. Cough cough. Dewey coughed violently, turning his head away. Chapter 113. The Quartz League Tournament 14. Xiaofeng crouched down, lifting the elder's head and removing the pig-faced mask he wore, inspecting it with a blink. "I thought you were stunningly handsome, forced to wear a mask, but is this all there is?" As the mask was removed, a trainer in the surrounding crowd furrowed his brow at the elder, a glimmer of suspicion flashing in his eyes before he exclaimed, "He is Lu Bo, the Ice-type gym leader from the Chengdu region." Lu Bo? No wonder he seems familiar. The murmurs among the crowd gradually intensified. "Let me take a guess. You are a remnant of Team Rocket, aren't you? You were behind the scenes during Team Rocket's capture of Shalebi last time." Xiaofeng looked at Lu Bo, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Dewey, upon hearing this, stepped forward, peering down at Lu Bo with astonishment. "Xiaofeng, are you serious? Lu Bo is with Team Rocket?" I haven't said anything, but today's events should be quite sufficient for him. Xiaofeng chuckled, releasing Lu Bo and approaching Ho-Oh's side, pointing at the device around its neck. Then he turned and proceeded in a specific direction, exclaiming, "Let us destroy that thing and take it for treatment." Charizard nodded, crouching down and extending a claw, which glowed white as it gently slashed the device. With a crack, the device shattered and fell to the ground. Subsequently, Charizard grasped one of Ho-Oh's avian legs and swiftly took to the skies, dragging Ho-Oh's body along in pursuit of Miss Joy. Dusk looked on helplessly as the figure of the departing Charizard faded away, muttering half a warning. "Be careful, or you might find yourself single for life." With a shake of his head, he began to address the concluding matters at hand. Miss Joy blinked her eyes at the Ho-Oh that had been tossed to her by Charizard, then turned to look at Charizard with a hint of adorably naive curiosity. "Is this Ho-Oh?" "Yes, indeed. Miss Joy, I kindly ask for your assistance in treating it. It fell from the sky without any warning, and I'm merely being kind by bringing it here for treatment." Charizard nodded, placing his hands on his hips, sporting an expression that seemed to invite praise. "Oh, really? Leave it to me." Miss Joy, adhering to her professional demeanor, smiled oddly at Charizard and called upon a Chansey to help transport Ho-Oh into the treatment room. As time passed, Ho-Oh gradually stirred awake on the hospital bed, opening its eyes to see Charizard and Charizard standing beside it, with the latter brandishing a peculiar device that emitted a constant flicker of white light. Ho-Oh timidly shifted its position, a wave of pain washing over it, causing it to freeze in place, tears welling in its eyes. There, I won't harm you. So please don't wear that expression." Miss Joy's skills should be quite reliable, Charizard reassured Ho-Oh with a benevolent smile, inquiring, "Can't you escape from him given your abilities? How could you have been captured?" Caw-caw. Ho-Oh's eyes darted around, emitting a series of calls. Are you suggesting that besides him, there were two others conspiring against you? Charizard furrowed his brow at Ho-Oh's sounds. Ho-Oh raised its head, a flicker of confidence passing through its eyes, followed by a disgruntled expression. Caw. I was captured, so what is there to be confident about? With a slight pout, Charizard scratched his ear. Hearing this, Ho-Oh lowered its head, looking quite pitiful. Caw. Enough now. Focus on your recovery and refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I'll have Charizard give you another round, got it? Once you're healed, you can leave on your own, Charizard said, shaking his head in resignation. Ho-Oh glanced furtively at Charizard and nodded vigorously in response. Caw. Observing Ho-Oh's demeanor, Charizard exhaled deeply and exited the hospital room, offering a brief explanation to Miss Joy before departing. The following morning, following the Ho-Oh incident, the competition recommenced and Charizard arrived at the venue early. Soon, the time for the match arrived, yet the opposing trainer was nowhere to be seen. The referee furrowed his brow and checked his watch before raising a flag. Due to contestant XX's failure to appear within the stipulated time, the winner is contestant Charizard. What is going on? A free pass. Discontent murmured through the audience, accompanied by numerous whispers. I heard from my cousin's little brother's aunt that this trainer has some peculiar hobbies, which makes many trainers hesitant to compete against him. But I heard this person is a real backstabber. Charizard, with a furrowed brow, listened to the rumors floating in the audience, sighed in resignation, and turned away from the competition venue. Thus, Charizard was directly advanced to the finals. On the day of the finals, the main venue was a sea of faces, with an audience that extended as far as the eye could see. Charizard had entered the designated resting area for competitors early, flopping onto the sofa and dozing off. No, rather, he was closing his eyes to rejuvenate. After a considerable time, the announcement echoed throughout the venue. There are 10 minutes remaining until the final match, which will determine the ultimate champion of the Quartz League. Let us await the spectacle. Now, please welcome our red team contestant, the newcomer trainer from Pallet Town, Mr. Charizard. From the shadows, Jengar reached out a hand to tug at its master's pant leg. The sudden movement startled Charizard awake. Blinking in confusion and wiping the corner of his eye. Is it my turn, Jengar? Came the cheerful response from below. Upon hearing this, Charizard rose from the resting area and made his way to the contestant command zone. Surveying the crowded audience, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, the sea is all heads." The next announcement came. Now, please welcome our blue team contestant, another newcomer trainer from Pallet Town, Mr. Akira. Charizard turned his head to see a short-haired boy wearing a red and white cap and a matching shirt stride confidently into the arena. Charizard, long time no see. Akira greeted as he took his position in the opposing command zone, adjusting his cap and flashing a bright smile. Indeed, it's been a while. I didn't expect to face you in the finals. It seems green has already fallen to you. Charizard replied with a smile. Green is strong, but I am stronger, Akira asserted, nodding solemnly, confidence radiating from him. Shortly after their exchange, the referee raised his flag. Time for the match has begun. This competition will follow a 6v6 format. The victor will be the trainer who incapacitates all 6 of the opponent's Pokémon. Let the battle commence. Please send out your first Pokémon. Go Gyarados. Go Snorlax. Charizard and Akira simultaneously threw their Pokeballs into the arena. Brilliant light erupted as Charizard's Gyarados and Akira's Snorlax materialized on the battlefield. Name, Snorlax LV84. As expected of Akira, such a high level. Gyarados, transcend your limits and Mega Evolve. Charizard called out, bantering. At the moment Charizard's command echoed, Gyarados erupted in a dazzling array of colors, enveloping its form. As the light subsided, Mega Gyarados appeared in the arena. Akira regarded the fearsome visage of Gyarados with trepidation, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Snorlax, use yawn. Snorlax opened its massive maw, releasing a large translucent bubble that shot towards Gyarados. Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Charizard commanded, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the incoming bubble. Gyarados, with a fierce glint in its eyes, leapt into the air, performing a graceful spin before glowing with a crimson aura. The yawn bubble collided with Gyarados, bursting without a sound. Akira frowned, his expression turning serious. In that case, Snorlax. Use Aura Sphere. Snorlax raised its hands, palms up, and swiftly conjured 2 massive blue energy orbs, hurling them towards Gyarados with great force. Watching the incoming Aura Spheres, Charizard's eyes sparkled with determination. Gyarados unleashed the true Namu Amida Gatling gun. Gyarados opened its mouth, gathering a terrifying beam of destructive energy, unleashing a barrage of yellow flames. Countless destructive beams surged towards Snorlax, obliterating the two incoming aura spheres, and continued their relentless assault. The destructive beams detonated upon contact with Snorlax, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, it seemed the law of smoke without injury had not been invoked. Snorlax bore numerous large craters across its body, crimson blood oozing from the wounds and staining the earth. Snorlax, Akira called out in desperation. But Snorlax stood there, its eyes glazed over, having lost the will to battle. Return, Snorlax. You did well. Akira solemnly recalled Snorlax with a red beam from its Pokeball, his expression grave as he retrieved another Pokemon from his pocket, declaring, Now it's your turn. With a flash of light, a massive flower-crowned Venusaur appeared before Charizard. Name, Venusaur LV86. Venusaur, unleash your frenzy plant. Akira's voice commanded, and Venusaur, vibrant with green energy, lifted its front legs and stomped heavily upon the ground. In an instant, a multitude of hardened, sharp roots erupted from the ground before Venusaur, rapidly piercing towards the opposing Gyarados. A subtle smile curled at the corner of Xiaofeng's mouth as he commanded, Gyarados. You swap. In the blink of an eye, the positions of Gyarados and Venusaur were exchanged. Venusaur blinked in confusion, gazing ahead, momentarily disoriented, wondering, where has such a large Gyarados gone? Just then, a voice from behind, belonging to Xiao Qi, reached Venusaur's ears. Venusaur, quickly dodge. However, the command came too late. As Venusaur made its first movement after the swap, it was struck by its own previously unleashed frenzy plant. Venusaur, countless sharp, hardened roots viciously pierced into Venusaur's rear, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Venusaur let out a mournful cry, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over it, as its limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Qi coughed violently, his complexion darkening. What kind of skill is this? It can do that as well. What an opportunity. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Noticing Venusaur's current state, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Gyarados, with a glimmer of excitement, was enveloped in a powerful purple energy, and with a forceful thrust of its tail, it charged towards Venusaur, intermittently blinking to close the distance between them. Boom. In a heartbeat, Gyarados collided with Venusaur from behind, striking the sharp roots created by Frenzy Plant, driving them further into Venusaur's vital areas. A tremendous force then propelled Venusaur away, crashing it against the audience's seating area, whereupon debris flew in all directions. Venusaur's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wide, before ultimately rolling back as it fell to the ground, incapacitated. That was ruthless. Xiao Qi's mouth twitched in agitation, rubbing his temples before he sighed in resignation, recalling Venusaur and tossing out a new Pokeball. A beam of white light arced through the air, revealing a charming yellow rodent before Xiaofeng. Name, Pikachu LV87. Return, Gyarados. Let us give our partners a breather. Xiaofeng raised his hand, a red light enveloping Gyarados as he withdrew it, then threw a new Pokeball. It's your turn, Sceptile. Chamo. Upon Sceptile's entrance, it patted its chest proudly, grinning and giving Xiaofeng a thumbs up. All right, I trust you with this. Xiaofeng smiled back at Sceptile, raising a Mega Stone. Mega Evolution. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Sceptile, completing its transformation into Mega Sceptile. I've never seen this Pokemon before. Pikachu, use Thunder. Xiao Qi furrowed his brow as he looked at Sceptile. Pika. Pikachu cheerfully called out, its body crackling with intense electricity as it shot upwards into the sky. The previously clear skies darkened ominously, filled with rolling thunderclouds. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as a terrifying lightning dragon struck down towards Sceptile. Upon being hit, Sceptile was engulfed in arcs of electricity, shining with a fierce yellow light. As the glow dissipated, Sceptile stood unscathed before Xiao Qi's astonished gaze. How is that possible? Xiao Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 115, Quartz League Tournament 16. Xiaofeng scratched his head, glancing at Xiao Qi with a smirk. Ah, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that my Sceptile has the lightning rod ability after evolving. Xiao Qi, looking somewhat pained, scratched his head. Pikachu, use Shadow Clone. Pikachu nodded in response, crouching as it charged towards Sceptile, splitting into dozens of shadowy duplicates that surrounded Sceptile. Thunderbolt. Xiaofeng's command rang out from behind. Sceptile's arms glimmered with cold light as it transformed into a streak of green energy, weaving through Pikachu's shadowy clones. Bang! In an instant, the numerous shadow clones were sliced apart, revealing Pikachu's true form. Pikachu's pupils dilated in shock as Sceptile suddenly appeared right in front of it, swinging its arm down with great force. Seeing Pikachu in peril, Xiao Qi shouted urgently, dig to evade. Hearing the command, Pikachu frantically began to burrow into the ground, With a swish, Sceptile's arm narrowly missed the half-buried Pikachu. However, a chunk of flesh was painfully torn from Pikachu's back, crimson blood splattering into the air. Pika! Pikachu cried out in agony, enduring the pain as it continued to dig, disappearing from sight. Cold sweat dripped from Xiaoqi's forehead. That was close. Did it evade? Xiaofeng squinted, a smile creeping onto his face. Luck is on your side. Sceptile, unleash Frenzy Plant. Sceptile nodded in response, squatting down to place its hands on the ground. Bang! A heartbeat like thrum resonated from below, and suddenly, countless hardened roots burst forth from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain. As Pikachu was propelled upwards alongside the plants, it experienced a jarring sensation. Pikachu now? Unleash Volt Tackle and clash with it. Xiaoqi looked up at Pikachu, his eyes flashing with intensity. In midair, Pikachu's eyes sparked with yellow lightning as it struggled to adjust its body for landing, releasing a powerful burst of yellow thunder and a white streak trailing behind as it charged towards Sceptile. Read it, Cross-Chop, Xiaofeng commanded. Sceptile's eyes glowed with green energy as Pikachu's lightning form slowed in its vision. It deftly sidestepped Pikachu's charge, raising its arms in an X formation, radiating fierce white light as it struck towards Pikachu's midsection. Flash! In an instant, a massive X-shaped gash opened across Pikachu's waist, exposing flesh beneath, blood flowing uncontrollably. Pika! Pikachu wailed, propelled away from Sceptile's slicing motion, crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Return. You fought valiantly. Xiaoqi clenched his fist, raising the Pokeball to summon back the fainted Pikachu. Then, shaking off the fatigue, he retrieved another red and white ball to throw. Now, it's your turn. Name, Lapras LV88. Lapras, use Dragon Pulse. Xiaoqi's gaze remained fixed on Sceptile, not daring to move an inch. Lapras complied, opening its mouth wide to unleash a colossal wave of dragon energy towards Sceptile. Noticing Lapras's action, Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, turning to Sceptile with a trusting look. Sceptile. Leaf Blade. Sceptile, responding to the command, summoned emerald energy blades from its right arm, slicing upwards to intercept the incoming Dragon Pulse. Everyone watched as a green line cut through the Dragon Pulse, splitting it in half, which then dissipated into sparkling starlight in the air. Sceptile, use Swords Dance. Xiaofeng, pleased with Sceptile's flawless maneuver, issued further instructions. Chamo. In an instant, a multitude of energy blades swirled around Sceptile, which then absorbed them into its body. Feeling the surge of power within, Sceptile's eyes glinted with fierce determination as it locked onto Lapras. Boosting attack power, planning a decisive strike, are we? Lapras. Don't let it succeed, Blizzard. Xiaoqi's expression grew serious as he observed the empowered Sceptile. Lapras fixed its gaze intently upon Lizard King, unleashing a ferocious icy tempest that surged towards its opponent. Lizard King, finish it with Blade Triangular Slash. A flicker of confidence flashed across Xiaofeng's brows. Chamo. With Leaf Blade in hand, Lizard King swiftly danced around Lapras, tracing 3 green arcs of light from various angles around its body. Viewed from above, these arcs intersected to form an isosceles right triangle. Swish, swish, swish. Before the pain could register, 3 horrifying gashes manifested on Lapras's body, gushing forth a torrent of blood that stained half the battlefield crimson. As the sensation of agony began to envelop it, Lapras felt every cell at the site of the wounds being ruthlessly torn apart. An incessant sensation of flesh being ripped away gnawed at its mind, causing its eyes to roll back in despair as it collapsed into a pool of its own blood. Return, Lapras. Return, Lizard King. Xiaofeng and Xiaoqi simultaneously raised their Pokeballs to summon back their companions. Go, Blastoise. Bring Lapras back, Xiaoqi exclaimed, tossing out a new Pokeball. A brilliant light illuminated the arena, revealing the formidable water turtle, Blastoise, before Xiaofeng. Following suit, Xiaofeng threw out another Pokeball, declaring, we shall join too. The Pokeball burst open in midair, and the figure of Haxorus materialized before him. With a serious expression, Xiaoqi observed Xiaofeng's remarkable Haxorus, flipping his cap to reveal a Mega Evolution Keystone, and shouted, Blastoise, Mega Evolve. Chapter 116, Quartz League Tournament 17. As radiant colors enveloped Blastoise, merging with the keystone atop Xiaoqi's head, the brilliance dissipated to unveil a transformed Mega Blastoise before Xiaofeng. Blastoise, unleash Dragon Pulse. Xiaoqi commanded, gazing at the fully evolved Mega Blastoise. With a mighty roar, Blastoise bent slightly, aligning its arms and 3 cannon barrels on its back towards Haxorus, rapidly channeling immense draconic energy. In an instant, the three barrels erupted, releasing a colossal wave of draconic energy that hurtled towards Haxorus. Haxorus unleashed the glacial flame. Upon witnessing Blastoise's action, Xiaofeng immediately commanded Haxorus. A flicker of blue fire ignited in Haxorus's eyes as the ring at its tail radiated a brilliant blue glow. Subsequently, Haxorus opened its jaws wide, unleashing a massive torrent of blue flames, seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path. As the icy flames met the dragon pulse, they instantaneously encased it in ice, spreading relentlessly towards Blastoise. Xiaoqi's pupils dilated in alarm. Blastoise quickly used Dig to evade. Blastoise, recognizing the impending threat of the chilling flames, swiftly burrowed into the ground. The cold flames, deprived of a target, swiftly encased the earth where Blastoise had stood, creating a mirror-like surface that reflected the surrounding environment. Haxorus struck the ground with Dragon Tail. Noticing the opponent's retreat underground, Xiaofeng smirked. Ni. Haxorus grinned, raising its elongated tail, which instantly coalesced with draconic energy armor, and struck down violently upon the surface. Boom. As Haxorus's tail crashed down, a deafening roar resounded, causing the battlefield to convulse violently, fissures erupting before Haxorus, with earth and stones flying in every direction. Blastoise, now beneath the surface, could only hear the tumultuous sounds above, as the surrounding earth seemed to come alive, pressing down violently upon its body. Gush, gush. The immense pressure bore down on Blastoise from all sides, causing numerous blood vessels within its body to rupture under the strain, crimson blood spilling forth and staining its form. Blastoise let out a heart-wrenching cry, compelled to burrow back to the surface. Upon surfacing, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haxorus, use crossfire. Ni. Haxorus chirped, as the sky above was engulfed in red. A gigantic sphere of flame rapidly coalescing in midair, hurtling towards the emerging Blastoise with ferocity. Boom. The crossfire struck Blastoise squarely, and despite the disadvantage of type matchup, Blastoise remained capable of fighting, though its body was scorched black, heaving heavily as it gasped for breath. Observing Blastoise's condition, Xiaoqi's eyes glimmered with determination. Blastoise, use Water Jet Rocket Head Smash. Blastoise roared, descending as a silvery sheen enveloped its body, arms extending backward to unleash a powerful water jet, propelling itself towards Haxorus at breakneck speed. Haxorus, finish it with Iron Tail. Xiaofeng's command reached Haxorus, whose tail instantly turned to iron and lifted above its head. In a flash, Haxorus's tail expanded dramatically, becoming thick and robust as it plummeted towards the charging Blastoise. As Blastoise soared forward, the sky darkened ominously. It looked up in alarm, its pupils shaking violently as it beheld a colossal iron tail descending upon it. Crack! Boom! Blastoise was violently thrust into the earth, its shell riddled with cracks. The entire battlefield trembled, fracturing and sending shockwaves outward. The intensity of the tremors caused the audience in the stands to stagger, gripping their seats for stability, tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they feigned astonishment. Wow, the author hasn't forgotten us. We finally have our moment to shine. Look at the size and power. Indeed, indeed. The other spectators enthusiastically echoed. Haxorus retracted its tail, and as the crowd gazed upon the massive crater, they beheld Blastoise. Having reverted from its mega evolution form, drenched in blood, its eyes glazed over, rendered unable to continue the battle. Return, Blastoise, you've done your utmost. Xiaoqi called, recalling the unconscious Blastoise, grasping a Pokeball tightly in his hand, taking a deep breath before tossing it skyward, proclaiming, this will be the one. A brilliant light flashed, revealing a robust Charizard hovering in midair above the battlefield. Name, Charizard LV90. Return, Haxorus. Xiaofeng retrieved Haxorus in a Pokeball, tossing out another one. I entrust the rest to you. As radiant light enveloped the arena, the figure of Electivire appeared. Charizard, transcend your limits. Mega Evolve. Xiaoqi released Charizard, shouting as the Mega Evolution keystone atop his head shone brightly in response. Charizard was instantly enveloped in a rainbow of colors, its head adorned with elongated dragon horns, 3 spines emerging from its tail, and small wings sprouting from its arms. As the luminescence faded, Xiaofeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, a Mega Charizard, why? How intriguing. Charizard, unleash Air Slash. Xiaoqi commanded, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Electivire. In response to the order, Charizard flapped its wings and arms vigorously, launching a multitude of air blades towards Electivire. Iron Tail. Xiaofeng observed the oncoming barrage of air blades, his gaze steady. Electivire's tails transformed into iron, swiftly swinging to counter the incoming air blades, dispersing them back into the atmosphere. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Xiaoqi urged, as Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a robust pillar of flame aimed at Electivire. Electivire, Thunderbolt. The command from Xiaofeng resonated within the mind of the Thunder Beast. A flash of lightning sparked in the creature's eyes as it suddenly vanished, reappearing above the fire dragon. Its right arm was raised high, radiating a blinding white light intertwined with countless arcs of lightning, and it ferociously swung down towards the fire dragon's head. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the Thunder Beast, Xiaoqi's eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness. Fire Dragon, use substitute. At the sound of this command, a peculiar energy enveloped the fire dragon, and it swiftly disappeared, replaced by a dinosaur plush that bore the brunt of the Thunder Beast's fierce attack. Crack! The substitute plush was cleaved in two by the Thunder Beast's strike. The point of impact charred and melted before it exploded into countless fragments, dissipating into white smoke as the Thunder Beast landed firmly on the ground. Overheating. As the substitute faded, the fire dragon reappeared, and Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with renewed intensity. The fire dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying sphere of swirling flames directed at the Thunder Beast below. Defend, came Xiaofeng's command, and in an instant, the Thunder Beast was enveloped in a yellow energy shield. The scorching fireball collided with the protective barrier, resulting in a violent explosion that sent dust swirling into the air. As the smoke cleared, the Thunder Beast emerged unscathed, gazing up at the fire dragon. I too have emerged unscathed from the smoke. Xiaofeng smirked. Thunder Beast, unleash Thunderflame Punch. With a fierce cry, the Thunder Beast clenched its fist at its side, radiating a fierce white light. As the intertwining lightning and flames crackled with a thunderous roar, suddenly, it leaped upward, launching a ferocious punch at the fire dragon above. Boom! The punch, infused with tricolored energy, struck the fire dragon squarely in the abdomen, creating a shockwave that sent rippling gusts of air cascading backward. Roar! The intense pain radiating from its abdomen caused the fire dragon to let out a pained roar, visible veins bulging on its forehead as its eyes bulged and rolled back. Blood gushing from its mouth. The Thunder Beast's fist penetrated deeply into the fire dragon's abdomen, pressing against its back, before the fire dragon's body arched into a V shape as it shot skyward, breaking free from the constraints of the wind and clouds, disappearing like a star in the heavens. After a prolonged silence, a series of howling sounds reached the ears of the spectators as a red dot rapidly enlarged in the sky, transforming into a crimson thread plummeting toward the battlefield below. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and the battlefield was instantly engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, sending chaotic gusts of wind that tousled the hair of Xiaofeng and the onlookers alike. Moments later, as the commotion subsided, all eyes turned toward the center of the battlefield, where a massive crater revealed the fire dragon, having reverted from its mega evolution, its skin riddled with cracks, drenched in blood, and its eyes glazed over, devoid of combat capability. With the fire dragon incapacitated, the referee raised the flag and proclaimed, thus, the champion of this Quartz League tournament is contestant Xiaofeng. Looking down at the defeated fire dragon, Xiaoqi approached Xiaofeng and congratulated him. Congratulations, Xiaofeng. Thank you. Xiaofeng replied with a smile, nodding at Xiaoqi. Look, it's champion Kina. Came the excited cries from the audience. Hearing the call, Xiaofeng turned to see a woman with black-rimmed glasses, clad in a blue jacket over a red t-shirt and a form-fitting skirt. Her purple hair cascading down as she approached, holding a silver trophy. Congratulations on becoming the champion of this Quartz League tournament, Kina said with an intelligent smile as she presented the trophy to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng accepted the trophy with a smile. Thank you, champion Kina. No need to rush your gratitude. The main event is yet to come. Are you prepared? Kina replied with a mysterious smile. Xiaofeng's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Main event? Kina brushed back her hair, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Do you remember the official match badge you received? It is now activated. When a contestant collects all the official match badges and wins the Quartz League Championship, they can choose to participate in the annual Kanto League Championship battle against the Elite Four. If you emerge victorious, you will be the true champion of the Kanto region. Now, what is your choice? Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with determination. Of course, I will participate. Haha, I knew it. Xiaofeng would definitely choose to participate. Came a familiar voice from a distance. Turning to look, Xiaofeng saw Shiba, Dui, and a short-haired elderly woman with a cane, accompanied by several other gym leaders, making their way toward him. My goodness, the Elite Four and gym leaders have all gathered at the Quartz League tournament. Could the regional championship battle be about to begin? The spectators gasped in astonishment. Perhaps they're just delayed, one quipped. Wow, this year has been worth it. Another exclaimed. Indeed, Sheba said, wrapping an arm around Xiaofeng's shoulders. Long time no see. We just saw each other not long ago, Xiaofeng replied with a touch of exasperation. He then turned to Dui and the elderly woman. Hello, Champion Kikuko, Champion Dui, and all esteemed gym leaders. Hello. Champion Kikuko beamed warmly at Xiaofeng. Dui nodded with a smile. We just met recently. Long time no see, Xiaofeng. Make sure to win the upcoming matches now that you've earned the official badge. The gym leaders encouraged. Xiaofeng surveyed the gathered gym leaders, nodding earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. I will give it my all. All right, let us get started. I can hardly wait. Sheba exclaimed, releasing Xiaofeng and gazing at the others, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. He turned to the referee from the previous finals of the quartz tournament. It's your turn to officiate. We'll proceed with a 2v2 format for a quick resolution. Yes, it's my honor. The referee, brimming with excitement, bowed slightly before retrieving a deck of cards from his pocket. He displayed the cards, each adorned with a unique Pokémon illustration, their corresponding numbers at the bottom. Then, the referee swiftly shuffled the cards, before presenting them to Xiaofeng and the Elite Four. Please draw a card. The contestant with the highest number will receive a bye, while those with lower numbers will face off in pairs. Nodding in agreement, Xiaofeng and the others reached for a card and revealed their selections. It seems luck is on my side. I have a bye. Kina smiled at the group. Waving her card, Champion Kikuko chuckled. Xiaofeng and I will be the first match. Dui and I will be the second, Sheba declared, raising his card and exchanging a glance with Dui. The referee, raising his flag, announced, now begins the match between contestant Xiaofeng and Champion Kikuko. The rest are to proceed to the spectator area. A moment later, only Xiaofeng, Kikuko, and the referee remained on the battlefield. Go Arbok, Champion Kikuko called, tossing out a Pokeball that released a purple serpent Pokemon. Xiaofeng gazed at the opposing Arbok and softly declared, I entrust this to you, Jengar. Jengar. The shadowy figure of Jengar rose, floating toward the battlefield. Ah, Jengar, Champion Kikuko remarked, a hint of nostalgia gracing her lips before she shook off the memories and commanded, Arbok, use Dark Pulse. Arbok's eyes glowed with dark energy as it opened its wide maw, channeling a massive column of black energy toward Jengar. Shadow Punch. The command from Xiaofeng echoed in Gunguei's ears, prompting a sinister chuckle from the ghostly figure. Clenching his fists, he summoned a tremendous amount of shadow energy, launching a powerful straight punch forward. In an instant, the vast shadow energy transformed into a black fist, colliding with the waves of malevolence. The nefarious energy was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of the shadow punch, being swiftly pushed back in the direction from which it came. Abomin dig. Granny Josie, noticing the futility of the attack, furrowed her brow slightly. Abomin quickly bent down and burrowed into the ground, narrowly evading the strike of the shadow punch as it excavated a large hole. Observing this, Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, used the Song of Doom at the tunnel's entrance. Jenga. Gunguei excitedly flew to the mouth of the hole, beginning to chant an eerie melody. Moments later, a pained howl emanated from the depths below. Upon hearing this, Granny Josie shouted urgently, Quick, emerge and unleash the destruction beam. Crack. The sound of earth being disturbed resonated as Abomin swiftly emerged from beneath the surface, rapidly gathering terrifying yellow destructive energy in its mouth. Gunguei Shadow Ball. Xiaofeng grinned upon seeing Abomin surface. Gunguei's body trembled momentarily before vanishing from sight. When it reappeared, it was right in front of Abomin, holding a colossal shadow ball, which it forced into Abomin's mouth as it was concentrating energy, and then vanished once more. With a thunderous explosion, the shadow ball detonated upon contact with the destruction beam inside Abomin's mouth. A thick plume of black smoke billowed upward into the sky. As the smoke cleared, Abomin's mouth was left mangled and bloodied, its sharp fangs completely gone, leaving only bare gums that flowed with crimson. A searing pain shot through Abomin's mind, and it suddenly perceived the sky as a void, devoid of all color. Bang! Abomin's eyes rolled back, and its head crashed heavily to the ground, rings of defeat swirling in its gaze. Observing Abomin's incapacitation, Granny Josie raised her hand to recall it, displaying little emotional fluctuation. Subsequently, she tossed out a new Pokeball. Now, it's your turn. Say hello to your kin. As the Pokeball opened, a normally colored Gunguei appeared before everyone. Jenga. Upon seeing its counterpart, Xiaofeng's Gunguei merely cast a curious glance before averting its gaze. Granny Josie retrieved a necklace from her pocket and donned it around her neck. Nestled within was a Mega Evolution Keystone. Gungae Mega Evolve. In an instant, a cascade of vibrant colors enveloped Granny Josie's Gungae. The brilliance reflected in Xiaofeng's eyes. His brow arching slightly. Gungae Mega Evolution. Two beams of radiant light flashed simultaneously across the battlefield, and as the luminescence faded, two distinct Mega Gungae appeared before all. A white Gungae. What a fortunate little creature. Granny Josie's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she nodded appreciatively at Xiaofeng. Gungae Wave of Evil. White Gungae Wave of Evil. The commands from Xiaofeng and Granny Josie resonated in unison as the copper coin-like eyes on both Gungae gathered a formidable energy, launching waves of malevolence at one another. Sizzle. The white Gungae's wave of evil collided with its opponent's attack, instantly beginning to devour the opposing energy and forcefully pushing it back. Gungae. Granny Josie's brow furrowed as she raised her staff and struck the ground twice. Boom. A barely perceptible flicker of energy surged through Gungae just before it was struck by the white Gungae's wave of evil, resulting in a violent explosion and a swirling cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Gungae had vanished, leaving only a few remnants of unknown matter, darkened by the wave of evil's energy. Now, rapid shadow balls. A glint sparked in Granny Josie's eyes as she called out. Suddenly, her Gungae floated up from the nearby ground, its hands and mouth gathering terrifyingly potent shadow balls aimed at the white Gungae. Chapter 118, The Championship Battle 2. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. As three shadow balls sliced through the air from different directions, Xiaofeng remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips, a flicker of blue light sparkling in his eyes. White Gungae, Phantom Fire Dark Claw. Jenga. The white Gungae grinned mischievously, subtly retreating and vanishing into the void. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow balls, having lost their target, crashed into the ground with resounding explosions. In an instant, the white Gungae appeared mysteriously behind Granny Josie's Gungae, raising a terrifying claw interwoven with black particles of energy and purple flames, striking down upon Gungae's back with ferocity. Zing! A massive claw mark pierced through the entirety of Gungae's back, where the wound blazed with an eerie fire. The flames swiftly climbed up Gungae's body, engulfing it entirely. Jenga! Jenga! The Gungae, now consumed by flames, emitted a series of pained cries as it tumbled toward the ground, rolling in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet the sinister fire clung to it like a parasite, showing no sign of abating. Ultimately, Gungae could no longer withstand the onslaught of flames. Reverting from its mega evolution form, its body charred and unconscious, eyes swirling in defeat. That's enough, it has lost the ability to battle. Upon witnessing the incapacitated opponent, Xiaofeng promptly called out to the white Gungae. The white Gungae nodded, extending its right hand to place upon Granny Josie's Gungae, the eerie flames crawling up its arm before vanishing into its limb. You did well. Granny Josie praised as she recalled the unconscious Gungae. With all of Champion Tianhuang's Pokémon rendered unable to battle, the referee raised a flag to announce the results of the match. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Xiaofeng. Go Xiaofeng. The referee's voice echoed as he called upon Tianhuang Du and Tianhuang Shiba for the next match. Xiaofeng and Granny Josie exchanged glances before departing the battlefield, taking their seats in the audience to watch the upcoming contest. Meanwhile, Du and Shiba smiled and nodded at Xiaofeng and Granny Josie as they stepped onto the battlefield. Congratulations. The gym leaders offered their congratulations to Xiaofeng. Hee, thank you. Xiaofeng scratched his head, responding with a smile. Now, let the match between Tianhuang Du and Tianhuang Shiba commence. Please send out your battling Pokémon. The referee raised the flag as Du and Shiba took their positions. Go Macamp. Go Dragonite. The two exchanged smiles and threw out their lead Pokémon. The match begins. The referee declared as he waved the flag. Macamp, unleash a barrage of aura spheres. Upon hearing the referee's call, Shiba swiftly commanded his Macamp. The four arms of Macamp simultaneously gathered immense aura energy, hurling it fiercely toward Dragonite. Swiftly evade. Du's gaze sharpened as he observed the incoming aura spheres. Dragonite flapped its wings, slicing through the air as it soared rapidly into the sky, narrowly avoiding the aura sphere attack. Don't let it escape, Macamp. Use seismic toss. Shiba looked up at Dragonite's silhouette. A glimmer of determination flashed in Machamp's eyes as it crouched down, gripping a massive boulder, and launched it skyward with tremendous force toward the airborne Dragonite. Dragonite, use Draco Meteor to shatter it. Hearing Du's command, Dragonite rapidly concentrated its formidable dragon energy, forming a colorful dragon-shaped energy wave that shot toward the approaching boulder. Boom. The Draco meteor struck the boulder, creating a massive echo as it exploded into a shower of debris raining down to the ground. Dragonite, Dragon Starfall. Seeing the success of Draco meteor, Dew looked up at Dragonite, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Roar. Dragonite let out a mighty roar, channeling its terrifying dragon energy to launch a colossal energy sphere into the sky. The energy sphere erupted high in the sky, transforming into countless meteoric energy missiles that plummeted relentlessly towards the formidable beast below. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon Star energy blasts rained down, enveloping the creature within a cacophony of thunderous roars, instantly shrouding the battlefield in a haze of smoke. As the dust settled, the ground lay pockmarked, revealing the creature on one knee, propped up with one hand, its chest heaving violently. Graplocked, unleash your ultimate impact, Hibba commanded, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the Dragonite soaring above, feeling a sense of impotent frustration. Graplocked steadied itself, a flash of violet light igniting in its eyes, as it became encased in a fierce aura of purple energy. It then charged swiftly towards Dragonite, launching itself into the air with an explosive leap just before colliding with the dragon. Dragonite, execute Dragon Dive, Dotto called out, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he observed Graplocked's advance. Dragonite, responding to the command, glimmered with determination as it too was enveloped in an ominous azure energy, surging forth to meet Graplocked. With a resounding crash, the two titans collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the arena in a thick shroud of black smoke. Moments later, Graplocked's form was seen descending from the haze, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a vast crater, which radiated countless fissures from its epicenter. The spectators looked up to witness Graplocked, its eyes swirling, succumbing to exhaustion within the pit. The wind howled, and as the crowd craned their necks, they beheld Dotto's Dragonite flapping its wings, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Return, Graplocked, you have performed admirably. Hibba raised a pokeball, sending forth a beam of crimson light that recalled Graplocked. He then retrieved another pokeball from his pocket, casting it into the sky. The next battle is entrusted to you. A flash of white light erupted as the pokeball opened, revealing a cerulean-colored Heracross. Subsequently, Hibba donned a rock bracelet embedded with a Mega Evolution keystone. Heracross, Mega Evolve. A kaleidoscope of colors burst forth from Heracross, transforming its form. The once slender horns now sharpened to resemble a fearsome rhinoceros horn, and its petite arms swelled with formidable strength. Use Rock Slide against Dragonite, Hibba commanded, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he witnessed Heracross's evolution. Heracross raised its head and let out a fearsome roar as a multitude of boulders materialized above Dragonite, poised to descend. Look out, dodge, Dotto shouted, his pupils constricting as he urged Dragonite to evade. Dragonite flapped its wings fiercely, spiraling in the air to avoid the oncoming barrage. Yet, despite its valiant efforts, it was ultimately struck by several massive rocks, sending it crashing to the ground. The impact created a myriad of fractures across the battlefield, and the stones that fell upon Dragonite shattered upon impact, scattering debris everywhere. With a pained roar, Dragonite struggled to rise, feeling a warm trickle of blood flow down its back. Unleash Flamethrower, Dotto commanded, urgency lacing his voice. Dragonite, hearing its master, ignited with a fierce crimson light, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Heracross. Use Protect, then finish it with Focus Punch, Hibba declared, a confident smile playing on his lips as the flames approached. Heracross swiftly raised its arms, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped it entirely. The flames met the barrier with a hissing sound, failing to penetrate, and instead dissipated harmlessly. Inside the shield, Heracross clenched its right fist, channeling a terrifying red energy that swirled around it. Once the energy reached its zenith, Heracross launched a colossal crimson fist towards Dragonite. The impact struck Dragonite full force, causing its face and body to cave in, sending it hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth as its fangs scattered across the ground. It crashed heavily, leaving a deep trail in the earth, its eyes swirling as it lost the will to fight. Dotto raised his pokeball towards Dragonite. Return, take a well-deserved rest. A beam of red light emanated from the ball, recalling Dragonite. Now it's your turn. After taking a deep breath, Dotto withdrew Dragonite and tossed a red and white ball into the sky. A mighty roar reverberated through the air, and the spectators looked up to see an enormous Aerodactyl materializing before them. What a magnificent flying-type champion, Xiao Feng remarked, a hint of a grin breaking through despite himself. What did you say? Kona inquired, curiosity piqued as he turned to Xiao Feng. Ah, nothing. Just getting a bit too excited about the match. Xiao Feng chuckled nervously. scratching his head as his eyes darted around. Kona, puzzled, turned back to the arena. Aerodactyl, Mega Evolve. Dotto removed his cloak, revealing the Mega Evolution keystone on his arm. A brilliant array of colors illuminated the air as the Mega Aerodactyl, adorned with sharp black spikes, emerged before the Mega Heracross. Heracross, charge in with horn attack. Hibba shouted, excitement flickering in his eyes as he observed the Mega Aerodactyl. Heracross aimed its sharp horn at the flying beast, glowing fiercely with a blinding white light, then unfurling its wings to propel itself forward at breakneck speed. Aerodactyl, Steel Wing. Dotto commanded, a glimmer of determination in his gaze as he gestured towards the Mega Aerodactyl. The creature's eyes glinted with silver as its wings hardened, preparing to collide with Heracross. Clang! The two Pokémon brushed past each other, sparks flying amidst the violent clash of metal. Focus Blast. Hibba's voice reached Heracross's ears, prompting it to pivot and conjure a massive energy sphere, which it hurled with great force towards Aerodactyl. Wing Attack. Dotto called urgently as Aerodactyl, responding to the command, spiraled down to evade the focus blast, skimming the ground as it soared towards Heracross. Swoosh! Bam! Heracross barely perceived a streak of silver slicing through the air before a sharp pain radiated from its abdomen. Glancing down, it discovered a significant dent in its exoskeleton, fresh blood oozing forth. With a roar of agony, Heracross's vision began to blur. Use Air Slash, Dotto instructed, his eyes glimmering with resolve as he directed Aerodactyl. The creature veered, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp air blades aimed at Heracross. Hold on tight. Hibba's anxious voice rang out. Heracross shook its head, bracing itself with arms raised to deflect the incoming onslaught, as a mysterious energy shimmered around it. Boom, 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 boom. The barrage of air blades relentlessly sliced into Heracross, leaving a web of deep gashes across its body, blood flowing freely from the wounds. After a moment, the onslaught ceased, and Heracross lowered its arms, its gaze fierce as it locked onto Aerodactyl. Heracross, unleash your final ultimate horn attack. Hibba commanded fervently, sensing Heracross's determination. Heracross bellowed mightily, its horn glowing with intense white light, enveloped in a massive purple energy, and it charged fiercely towards Aerodactyl. Chapter 120, The Championship Battle 4. In the depths of its gaze, the fossil pterodactyl reflected the oncoming charge of the formidable Heracross, a fleeting spark of battle intent igniting within its eyes. Fossil pterodactyl. Unleash the ultimate Iron Head charge. The fossil pterodactyl roared at Heracross, its head becoming momentarily steel-like, emanating a terrifying violet energy that enveloped its entire form, before it spread its wings and launched itself towards Heracross in a fierce assault. Clang! Boom! In an instant, the azure and gray figures intertwined in the sky, both shrouded in purple energy, colliding with a cacophony of metallic clashing and explosions. A thick cloud of black smoke swirled around them, and soon thereafter, both figures were sent hurtling backward, tracing parabolic arcs as they plummeted to the ground. Thud! Thud! Upon impact, the fossil pterodactyl and Heracross created two massive craters, sending countless fragments of stone scattering in all directions. As the dust settled, both the fossil pterodactyl and Heracross struggled to rise from the depths of the craters, staring intently at one another. Heracross, it bellowed, mustering its strength to advance towards the fossil pterodactyl. Yet it had barely taken a step before multiple phantoms of the fossil pterodactyl appeared before its eyes, leading to a sudden darkness as it collapsed to the ground. Heracross had succumbed to its inability to continue fighting, thus declaring the victor to be King Dewey. The referee waved the flag in hand, announcing the outcome of the battle. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Shiba withdrew Heracross into its pokeball and approached Dewey, extending his right hand. Congratulations. Thank you. Dewey nodded, clasping Shiba's hand. Next, it was requested that King Shiba proceed to observe the next round, while contestants Xiaofeng and Kona were invited to the arena for the subsequent battle pairings. Before long, Xiaofeng and Kona returned to the battleground, where they once again drew cards alongside Dewey. Wow, lucky me, I have a bye again, exclaimed Kona, glancing at the cards held by Xiaofeng and Dewey before joyfully shaking his own cards. Dewey, observing his own cards and then his hand, sighed softly, muttering, "Sigh, why is it never my turn? Was it that extra one from last night? What was that?" Xiaofeng inquired, a curious expression on his face. "Cough, cough, it's nothing. Let's commence the battle." Dewey coughed abruptly, hastening toward the command area. Xiaofeng, with an innocent look, followed closely behind to the opposing command zone. "Now, we shall begin the contest between contestant Xiaofeng and King Dewey. Please send forth your Pokémon." The referee lifted the flag, signaling the two to take their positions. Go, Tropius. I leave it to you, Lizard King. Simultaneously, Duwei and Xiaofeng hurled their Pokeballs into the sky, summoning their respective Pokemon. Name, Tropius LV-89. Tropius, Airblade. Duwei commanded, his voice laced with urgency as he gazed at Tropius soaring high above. With a powerful flap of its leaf-like wings, Tropius unleashed a barrage of shimmering airblades toward Lizard King. Lizard King, see through it, Xiaofeng instructed, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes as he watched the incoming attack. With eyes enveloped in green energy, Lizard King deftly evaded the onslaught of airblades, its body flickering and weaving with grace. Duwei, seeing the airblades easily dodged, furrowed his brow. Tropius, Dragon Pulse. At Dewey's command, Tropius gathered a formidable surge of draconic energy, unleashing a wave of dragon-shaped energy toward Lizard King. Swap. Xiaofeng's voice rang out, an impish glint dancing in Lizard King's eyes. Just as the Dragon Pulse was about to strike Lizard King, it vanished in a flicker, only for Tropius to materialize in its stead, absorbing the brunt of the attack. The Dragon Pulse collided with Tropius, resulting in a violent explosion. Dewey's eyes widened in alarm as the smoke billowed forth. Tropius. A weak cry emerged from the haze, seemingly in response to Dewey's call. As the smoke cleared, Tropius was seen struggling to maintain its flight. Dewey exhaled a sigh of relief. But just as he began to relax, a voice rang out from nearby. Flash attacked the vital points. In an instant, a green figure appeared behind Tropius, raising its claw, shimmering ominously, and slashing upward toward Tropius's vulnerable area. Tropius felt as if struck by lightning. An indescribable tearing sensation coursed through it, its eyes bulging in agony as tears streamed down its face, collapsing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, its limbs losing all color. Duwei grimaced, his mouth twitching as he watched the crimson blood spill from Tropius, staining the earth. Come back. Duwei inhaled deeply, raising his Pokeball and casting a beam of red light to recall Tropius. Now it's your turn. Duwei retrieved another Pokeball from his pocket and threw it into the arena. A white light streaked across the sky, revealing a terrifying Salamence with a scar across its left eye before Xiaofeng. Name, Salamence LV-92. Salamence, Mega Evolution. Duwei shouted fervently. In an instant, Salamence was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, and as the brilliance faded, the formidable Mega Salamence stood proudly in the arena. Xiaofeng, observing the transformation, felt a surge of determination, raising his arm to reveal Lizard King's Mega Evolution keystone. Mega Evolution. A kaleidoscope of light enveloped Lizard King, and shortly thereafter, the majestic Mega Lizard King appeared before Xiaofeng. Salamence, unleash Flamethrower. Came Dewey's commanding voice, resonating in Salamence's mind. With a flash of red in its eyes, Salamence amassed an immense power of flames, directing a colossal pillar of fire towards Lizard King. Lizard King, move at high speed, Xiaofeng directed, his brow furrowing with focus as the flames reflected in his eyes. Chamo. Lizard King responded, bending low and transforming into a series of afterimages as it dashed towards Salamence, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. Duwei, observing Lizard King's incredible agility, furrowed his brow deeply. Salamence, use Draco Meteor. With a mighty roar, Salamence unleashed a torrent of draconic energy skyward, sending forth a colossal energy sphere. The sphere detonated high above, showering the battlefield with countless meteor-like energy missiles, raining down upon the approaching Lizard King. Lizard King, soar. Xiaofeng's command resonated in the air, and Lizard King leaped gracefully, disappearing into thin air. Dewey's eyes widened in disbelief as Lizard King's form vanished. It's gone. The Draco Meteor rained down, creating a myriad of craters upon impact and enveloping the ground in a cloud of dust. Yet, when the dust settled, Lizard King's form remained elusive. Duwei and Salamence scanned the area frantically, seeking Lizard King's silhouette. Now, Xiaofeng's voice echoed, and Lizard King suddenly materialized beneath Salamence's left flank, crossing its arms and emanating a brilliant white light as it leapt to deliver a devastating crosscut to Salamence's abdomen. Salamence, defend. Dewey's pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted. A sudden yellow energy shield enveloped Salamence, just in time to absorb the incoming strike. Crack. Lizard King's crosscut clashed against the protective barrier, which, though momentarily successful in deflecting the blow, began to splinter and crack under the strain. Salamence, unleashed destructive death ray. Dewey commanded, realizing the shield was failing. The eyes of the rampaging salamander glimmered with a fierce light as it turned to face the Lizard King, gathering immense destructive power within its gaping maw. Observing this, Xiaofeng's lips curled into a grin. Stuff it in. Upon receiving Xiao Feng's command, an unusual glimmer flickered in the Lizard King's eyes. The rampaging salamander suddenly felt a thick and hefty object thrust into its mouth, interrupting the accumulation of its destructive death ray. Gagging, the rampaging salamander immediately lowered its head, a copious amount of saliva spilling forth. Lizard King, deliver the final blow. Xiao Feng watched the interrupted spellcasting of the rampaging salamander, a fleeting look of intrigue crossing his eyes. Hearing the command, the Lizard King trembled slightly and swiftly ascended above the rampaging salamander, raising its arms to coalesce the leaf blades. In an instant, the leaf blades swelled 100-fold, transforming into a towering green energy blade that descended violently upon the rampaging salamander below. Slicing through the air, 2 massive gashes appeared instantaneously on the rampaging salamander's body, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the sky. The rampaging salamander let out a mournful wail, feeling as if the world around it had been enveloped in darkness, rapidly plummeting towards the ground propelled by overwhelming force. Boom! The rampaging salamander's body embedded itself several meters deep into the earth before finally coming to a halt. Oh, I've lost. Du scratched his head with a sigh, approaching the edge of the pit where the rampaging salamander lay, and directed a beam of red light from his pokeball to retrieve it. You did exceptionally well. With the rampaging salamander incapacitated, the victor was declared to be Xiao Feng. The referee raised the flag in hand and announced the results of the match. Du walked over to Xiao Feng and patted him on the shoulder. Congratulations, good luck in the upcoming matches. I will. Xiao Feng nodded earnestly. Haha. Then I shall head to the viewing area. Du turned and waved at Xiao Feng as he walked towards the location of the gym leaders. Seeing the outcome of the battle, Kinna strode toward the arena. Du brushed past Kinna. This year is different. Previously, everyone ended in a tie without determining a final champion. But this time we will surely find the overall champion of our region. Let us give it our all. I will not give up, Kinna murmured, continuing toward Xiao Feng's direction, taking position in the command area opposite Xiao Feng. Now, we shall commence the final championship battle. The victor will be crowned the champion of the Kanto region. Both sides, please send forth your Pokémon. As Xiao Feng and Kinna prepared, the referee raised the flag. Go, it's you. Go, it's you. Xiao Feng and Kinna exchanged glances and smiled as they simultaneously threw out their red and white Pokeballs. 2 beams of white light burst forth from the Pokeballs, revealing the form of a Charizard and a massive, spiky-shelled Pokemon to the spectators. Chapter 122, Championship Battle 6. The black spherical face within the shell grinned wickedly at the Charizard. Name, Shelder LV90. Shelder, use Ice Beam. Kinna's voice rang out, and Shelder concentrated terrifying icy power at the tip of its spike, launching a lightning-fast beam of frost toward the Charizard. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Xiao Feng commanded swiftly upon observing the incoming ice beam. The Charizard, receiving the order, opened its maw wide and expelled a torrent of intense flames toward Shelder's direction. The flames and ice collided, instantly disintegrating and shooting toward Shelder. Shelder, use Water Gun. Kinna frowned at the rapidly disintegrating ice beam, a look of concern crossing his face. Complying with the command, Shelder lowered its head and unleashed a massive jet of water toward the ground, allowing its body to be propelled upward rapidly, evading the Charizard's fiery assault. Well done, Shelder. Now execute Ice Pillar Drop. Kinna's eyes sparkled as Shelder successfully avoided the flames. Shelder ceased its water gun and looked up at the Charizard, its eyes glowing with an abundance of azure energy. In an instant, numerous icy points of extreme cold began to gather above the Charizard, coalescing into gigantic ice pillars that plummeted downward at high speed. Flame Charge. Receiving Xiao Feng's order, the Charizard roared as its body ignited with a terrifying crimson flame. As the falling ice pillars made contact with the flames, they were vaporized, dissipating into the air. Moments later, the Charizard spread its wings, carrying the flames as it charged swiftly toward Shelder. Boom! In an instant, the blazing Charizard collided with Shelder, producing a thunderous roar. Shelder's shell cracked and shattered upon impact, and its face collapsed under the shockwave. Whoosh! With a sound like slicing through the air, Shelder transformed into a purple streak, hurtling downward and embedding itself into the ground, carving a trench several meters deep. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers beheld Shelder's eyes dimming, indicating its loss of battle capability. Come back. Kinna solemnly raised his Pokeball, firing a beam of red light to retrieve Shelder, then tossed out another Pokeball from his pocket. Now, the decision is in your hands. Caw. A clear, melodious bird call resonated as white light illuminated the arena. Following the sound, the spectators turned to see a bird-like Pokemon with long, flowing blue tail feathers appear in the air, locking eyes with the Charizard. Respond to my heart. Articuno, Bond Evolution. Upon releasing Articuno, Kina's eyes instantly glowed with a fierce blue light. Caw! Articuno let out a triumphant cry, its body enveloped in a cocoon of ice and snow. Crack! Crack! The ice cocoon began to fissure from the center, the cracks expanding with time until it shattered, scattering ice shards across the ground. Where the cocoon once floated, a magnificent Articuno appeared, its feathers glistening like icy armor, and its eyes adorned with deep blue shadows. Name: Bond Articuno LV95. Oh, Articuno can evolve through bonding. How intriguing. Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. However, victory belongs to us. Charizard, Mega Evolve. A kaleidoscope of light enveloped the battlefield, revealing Mega Charizard X facing off against Articuno. Articuno, use Ice Air Blade. Kina commanded, extending his arms forward. Simultaneously, Articuno spread its wings and forcefully waved them toward Charizard. A colossal blue air blade sliced through the air toward Charizard, causing the surrounding temperatures to plummet as countless sharp ice shards expanded outward. Flame burst. A flicker of fire flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. Charizard's eyes flickered with blue flames as it opened its mouth to unleash a massive column of deep blue fire toward Articuno, with spiraling flames dancing around it. Upon contact, the flames and wind blades erupted in a violent explosion, black smoke enveloping the entire battlefield. A moment later, a blue flame pierced through the smoke and ice, shooting toward Articuno in the sky. Kina's brows furrowed slightly. Ice substitute. In an instant, Articuno's body transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, the original Articuno vanishing within. The ice sculpture melted under the blue flames, dissipating into vapor in the sky. Articuno, use Ice Stormblade. Kina's voice reached Xiao Feng's ears. As blue light enveloped Xiao Feng's eyes, he turned to see an ice sculpture of Articuno appear to the right of Charizard. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered, revealing the real Articuno within. In rapid succession, Articuno summoned a dozen massive tornadoes, each swirling with countless icy blades that sliced through the surrounding air. Following this, Articuno flapped its wings and sent the ice blade tornadoes racing toward Charizard. As Xiao Feng observed the movements of the Articuno, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Void Flame Dragon, flash. Instantly, the fiery dragon evaded the oncoming icy blade vortex, vanishing into the void. It then reappeared above Articuno, its form shimmering in the ethereal realm, raising its claws, imbued with immense blue flames and draconic power. It struck down fiercely at the Articuno below. A chilling sound of flesh being torn echoed as the dragon's claws pierced through Articuno's icy armor, embedding themselves into its shoulders. Crimson blood painted the skies as the sound of cracking bones resounded with a series of sharp snaps, revealing two enormous fissures nearly severing its wings. With a pained cry, Articuno tilted its head back, feeling its wings succumb to a numbing void, as if severed from its very being. Without the support of its wings, it plummeted earthward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, the spectators beheld Articuno revert from its bonded form. Its eyes glazed over, rendered unable to continue the fight. Come back, Articuno. You performed admirably. Kona sighed, closing his eyes, raising his hand to recall Articuno. He then approached Xiao Feng, extending his right hand, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Feng's eyes. Congratulations, champion. Thank you, Xiao Feng replied, meeting Kona's gaze, smiling as he grasped his hand. With all of Kona's Pokémon rendered incapable of battle, the victor was declared to be Xiao Feng. Let us celebrate Xiao Feng, the champion, the referee exclaimed, raising the flag with fervor. Applause erupted from the audience, a cacophony of cheers filling the air as spectators waved their fists towards the sky, chanting, Xiao Feng, champion, Xiao Feng, champion. Hearing the crowd's fervent calls, Xiao Feng released Kona's hand and turned to face the audience, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, savoring the moment of triumph. I am the champion. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to widen them in astonishment, shouting, Is this the end of the world? The crowd, drawn by Xiao Feng's exclamation, followed his gaze, their eyes widening in disbelief. So many meteors. Countless meteors cascaded toward the Quartz League tournament venue. Come forth, Haxorus. Use your robust, frigid flames to halt the meteor shower. Xiao Feng commanded gravely, retrieving a pokeball and casting it forth. With a resounding pop, the pokeball opened, and Haxorus soared into the sky, its form swelling to 100-fold, then unleashing a colossal torrent of icy flames that enveloped the arena. In an instant, The spectators witnessed the sky being enveloped by a hollow ice dome, thousands of meters thick, as the temperature plummeted. "Achoo! I see the dragon!" exclaimed the audience, gazing up at the colossal Haxorus with expressions of exhilaration. The meteors collided with the icy dome, creating a symphony of crashing sounds, before sliding harmlessly away from the arena's perimeter. Once the last meteor fell, the ice dome bore countless indentations. "Haxorus, move the dome beyond the arena," Xiaofeng called out as the dome lost its efficacy. Haxorus nodded, flying to the dome's apex, exerting its strength to lift it into the air and relocating it to a desolate area nearby before releasing it. "We're safe." The audience erupted into joyous embraces, celebrating the reprieve. Xiaofeng looked on with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Well done, Haxorus." Haxorus reverted to its original size and returned to Xiaofeng's side, encircling him. Xiaofeng patted Haxorus's head and settled onto its back. "Take me to see the area beyond the arena." Haxorus complied, lifting Xiaofeng to the edge of the venue. Charizard, witnessing this, quickly flapped its wings to follow suit. The duo arrived at the destination, and Xiaofeng peered down at the scattered meteors, his gaze catching on one in particular. A brow arching as intense blue light flickered in his eyes. "Oh, could it be you?" Among the meteors, one stood out, pulsing rhythmically as if alive, shimmering with a vibrant glow. As the pulsations intensified, Xiaofeng could hear the sound of a heartbeat resonating in his ears. Suddenly, the meteor erupted in radiant red and blue light, and from within emerged a humanoid Pokémon, its form gradually materializing. The dazzling light faded to reveal a striking dual-colored creature, adorned with a massive crystal upon its chest. Name, Deoxys LV96. Deoxys's eyes blazed with fierce red light as it regarded Xiaofeng, a psychic message resonating. "Expel the intruder." "Intruder? Are they referring to me?" Xiaofeng frowned, pondering the implications. Just then, Deoxys swiftly shifted its form to attack mode, for tendrils coiling at its chest, coalescing into a massive black-red energy sphere, which hurtled towards Xiaofeng. "Charizard, Dragon Claw," Xiaofeng commanded, his expression grim as he faced the imminent threat from Deoxys. Charizard leapt forward, raising its arm to gather a massive green energy claw, swinging it to intercept the energy sphere. With a resounding clash, the black-red sphere shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. "Charizard, since the opponent has initiated the attack, let us not hold back. Unleash Flamethrower," Xiaofeng instructed, his brow furrowing slightly as he eyed Deoxys. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of terrifying blue flames toward Deoxys, raising the temperature in the vicinity. Deoxys's eyes reflected the blazing inferno, its expression tightening as it shifted into a robust defensive form, crossing its tendrils before it to conjure a colorful energy shield to withstand the oncoming flames. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the flames struck the shield, rapidly eroding its energy. A flicker of panic crossed Deoxys's gaze, prompting it to swiftly revert to its elongated speed form, soaring skyward just in time to narrowly evade the blue flames. "Charizard, pursue," Xiaofeng called, watching Deoxys ascend into the heights. He patted Haxorus, urging it onward. Charizard, responding to the command, flapped its wings vigorously, shooting upward. Haxorus, attuned to Xiaofeng's intent, followed suit, carrying him into the air. The rush of wind echoed in Xiaofeng's ears as, under Haxorus's guidance, they pursued Charizard and Deoxys, breaking through the cloud cover. Emerging from the thick clouds, they were greeted by a pristine blue sky, unblemished and clear. Sensing the commotion behind, Deoxys's eyes glinted with malice as it swiftly transitioned into attack mode, raising its tendrils to conjure a colorful energy beam, firing it at Charizard below. "Charizard, Shadow Claw," Xiaofeng swiftly commanded, reacting to Deoxys's offensive. Charizard vanished in an instant, evading the energy beam and positioning itself above Deoxys, where it coalesced dark energy into claws, swinging down upon Deoxys. With a sharp cry, Deoxys lost 4 of its tendrils, letting out a pained wail as it began to plummet toward the clouds below. The rushing wind whistled past Deoxys's ears as it descended, its green aura flaring as its tendrils rapidly regenerated, swiftly adjusting to hover in midair, gazing warily at Charizard above. Xiaofeng observed Deoxys's tendrils, his eyes narrowing slightly, silently commending such remarkable regenerative abilities. Deoxys opened its maw and let out a piercing howl, its 4 tendrils unfurling as a multitude of vibrant light orbs coalesced around the crystal at its chest. In an instant, Deoxys was enveloped in a resplendent suit of multicolored energy armor. Having completed this transformation, Deoxys swung its tendrils and roared once more in the direction of the Charizard. abruptly charging forth, clad in armor and surrounded by rippling waves of transparent energy. Charizard, relishing this brutish display, prepared to unleash its cranium crusher. Xiaofeng observed the charging Deokisis, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Responding to Xiaofeng's voice, Charizard spread its arms wide, coalescing its left hand into the Dragon Claw and its right into the Shadow Claw. As Deokisis drew near, a peculiar glint sparked in Charizard's eyes. Deokisis sensed an irresistible allure emanating from behind, its body instinctively pivoting. Witnessing the anticipated turn of events, Charizard's gaze ignited with a fierce coldness as its two formidable claws lunged toward the unguarded head of Deokisis. Crack! The sound of shattering watermelon echoed, and Deokisis's head instantly fragmented into several pieces, suspended in the air, adrift and unsteady. Yet, even in this shattered state, the remnants of its head continued to twitch, hinting at signs of reconstitution. Can it truly regenerate from this? Xiaofeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Charizard, Flame Vortex. Let us see if it can rise from its ashes. Charizard nodded in affirmation, unleashing a spiraling torrent of azure flames that coiled around Deokisis's form. Sizzle! The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted from Deokisis's body as its cells were relentlessly dismantled by Charizard's cerulean inferno, and once the flames extinguished, all that remained was the crystal at its chest, plummeting toward the ground. Xiaofeng's eyes shimmered with a blue glow, fixated on the descending crystal, a smirk tugging at his lips. No energy left for regeneration. Charizard, catch it! Charizard flapped its wings, gliding through the air to snatch the crystal and return to Xiaofeng's side, presenting it before him. Well done. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude to Charizard, taking the crystal into his hands for scrutiny. The crystal was an oval, translucent sphere of radiant red, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, exuding an aura of mystery. With the absence of residual energy, Xiaofeng could only faintly perceive a heartbeat within. Let us descend, Xiaofeng declared, clutching the crystal in one hand while gently touching the neck of Harkalon with the other. Thus, the duo, accompanied by their Pokémon, descended through the clouds, returning to solid ground. Due to their pursuit of Deokisis, Xiaofeng and his companion landed in a remote expanse far from the competition arena. Xiaofeng dismounted Harkalon, surveying the surroundings. Pray tell, where are we? This shall be your final resting place. A sudden voice echoed from behind Xiaofeng. He turned to see two figures clad in white hooded cloaks, obscuring half of their faces, advancing toward him. The cloaks bore the emblem of a golden eye. Oh, from whence comes this assertion? Xiaofeng smirked, narrowing his eyes at the two, a flicker of crimson light glinting within. And who might you be? We are the harbingers of divine prophecy, sent to eradicate the unpredictable elements that breach our realm. The stout figure spoke with an icy tone, his eyes glimmering ominously beneath the hood. I am Gal, and this is BAS. You shall remember our names once you enter the underworld. Leave him to me, BAS interjected, stepping forward with an air of confidence, retrieving a platinum gem inscribed with mysterious engravings from his pocket. Gal nodded, stepping aside as BAS cradled the gem in his hands, shouting, Shadows, heed the divine will, and allow your emergence into this world to eradicate the roots of calamity. Xiaofeng sighed, bemused by Boss's theatrics. Is this not a touch too dramatic? No sooner had he spoken than the gem slipped from Boss's grasp, ascending into the sky and transforming into a swirling void of darkness. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated from within as a six-limbed, black-winged entity adorned with a magnificent platinum horn descended from the void. Name, Giratina LV-97. Primal Force. BAS commanded Giratina. Corvid, take flight. However, Giratina disregarded Boss's command, unleashing a torrent of dark green dragon breath towards Xiaofeng. Charizard soared forward, conjuring a searing azure flame to counter the incoming breath. The two forces collided, rapidly repelling one another. Giratina swiftly flapped its wings, evading Charizard's fiery assault. Damn it! BAS clenched his fists, discontent etched across his features as he watched Giratina. TSK, TSK. TSK, Primal Force. Xiaofeng mimicked Boss's commands with a mocking tone, then turned his gaze toward Giratina. Charizard, pursue it, Dragon Claw. Charizard took to the skies, summoning its Dragon Claw and darting toward Giratina's head, preparing to strike downward. Giratina's pupils dilated, a surge of dark energy enveloping it as it vanished into the shadows. Charizard's claw swiped through empty air, creating a fierce gust that swept the surroundings. Suddenly, Giratina reappeared behind Charizard, its wings bristling with ominous energy as it lunged forward. Swap places, then Iron Tail. Xiaofeng's voice echoed in Charizard's ear. Charizard vanished, swapping positions with Giratina, and promptly turned to unleash its metallic tail toward the descending Giratina. Realizing the impending danger, Giratina conjured a yellow energy shield just as Charizard's tail struck. Crack! The shield shattered under the force of the impact. Giratina's eyes widened in alarm as it turned to face Charizard, who prepared to strike. In rapid succession, numerous spirals of green dragon energy and dark shadow energy materialized around Giratina, hurtling toward Charizard. Double Iron Tail, sweep, Xiaofeng commanded. A smile playing at his lips as he observed the energy orbs converging on Charizard, his eyes filled with trust. Charizard's tail transformed into solid steel, enveloped in green armor, and swung toward the energy orbs. As it expanded dramatically, it shattered the orbs and struck Giratina's body. Boom! Giratina was violently thrust into the ground, producing a deafening roar. The earth trembled as fissures erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward. When Charizard withdrew its tail, it revealed Giratina lying in a massive crater, bloodied and disoriented. Its bones misaligned, and its eyes rolled back, rendered incapable of battle. Witnessing Giratina's defeat has left Boss's forehead veins bulging, his eyes brimming with resentment, a fitting consequence for acting on his own accord. Bas had not considered whether he possessed the capability to command Giratina effectively. Such a disgrace, Bas. Gal remarked coldly, stepping beside him and casting a withering glance before refocusing on Xiaofeng and Charizard. Chapter 125, The White Cloak 2. Indeed, it is no surprise that the entering realm has nurtured such a formidable spirit, had the deity not fortuitously awakened to investigate its existence. Allowing it to continue its growth unchecked, one can only ponder the heights it might have reached. Gal's expression turned grave as he cast a sidelong glance at the small wind pinching his nose, extracting a verdant orb from his pocket, cradling it in his palm. Raising it high, and calling forth, "Heed my summons, dispel the uncertainties of this world." The small wind, caught in a moment of exasperation, mused to himself, "Am I truly destined to become the villain? Must they seek my demise? I have committed no heinous acts, have I?" As Gal concluded his dramatic incantation, a radiant green light erupted from the orb, illuminating the heavens. A thunderous roar resonated from the sky as the brilliance faded, growing in intensity. The small wind gazed upward to behold an enormous green caterpillar-like spirit descending, soon hovering before Gal in midair. Name: Rayquaza LV99. Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Gal bellowed at the sight above. With a mighty cry, Rayquaza unleashed a resounding roar, enveloped in a spectrum of dazzling light. As the luminescence dissipated, a magnificent Rayquaza, adorned with sleek yellow luminescent tendrils on either side of its jaw and horns, materialized before the small wind. Gal pointed decisively towards the Charizard's direction, commanding, "Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Meteor." A terrifying yellow energy coalesced around Rayquaza, which then launched a colossal sphere of light towards the heavens. The sphere burst apart in the sky, transforming into a barrage of meteor-like energy projectiles that hurtled rapidly downwards towards Charizard. "Charizard, utilize Air Slash," the small wind instructed, his eyes reflecting the yellow luminescence. Charizard, hearing the small wind's voice echo in his mind, flapped his wings vigorously, conjuring countless blades of air that appeared before him, slicing through the descending meteor projectiles. Clang, clang, clang. The energy projectiles were swiftly severed in half by the blades of air, dissolving into shimmering yellow luminescence. Dragon Pulse. Gal's brow furrowed in concern as he noted the ineffectiveness of the Dragon Meteor. Rayquaza opened its maw wide, emitting a vibrant dragon-shaped energy wave that surged towards Charizard. Charizard, charge in with Shadow Claw. The small wind's voice echoed in Charizard's mind, igniting a fierce determination. Charizard's eyes gleamed with resolve as he flapped his wings, conjuring a pair of dark energy claws, launching them towards Rayquaza. Whoosh! The Dragon Pulse and Charizard narrowly brushed past one another, dissipating into the air. Charizard wielded his Shadow Claw with unyielding momentum, advancing towards Rayquaza. "Quick, use extreme speed," Gal shouted urgently towards Rayquaza. Rayquaza ascended, slicing through layers of wind, propelling itself skyward with remarkable speed. Charizard's Shadow Claw grazed Rayquaza's tail, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. In the sky, Rayquaza felt a sharp tearing sensation in its tail, glancing down to reveal a large, blood-red claw mark. With a roar of fury, Rayquaza's eyes burned with fierce combat spirit. "Rayquaza, employ Dragon Ascent and Draco Meteor," Gal shouted, sensing the intensity of Rayquaza's determination. Rayquaza's body became straight and rigid, enveloped in a torrent of green and blue energy, diving towards Charizard. "Oh, A combination of Dragon Ascent and Draco Meteor. In that case, Charizard, Turbo Blaze Charge. Charizard nodded in response, igniting in a blaze of flames that coalesced into a fiery armor, propelling himself forward with spiraling flames trailing behind. Whoosh! The air shattered as Charizard and Rayquaza collided with tremendous force. Bang! Rayquaza felt as though it had struck an unyielding steel wall, its energy dissipating instantaneously. Its pupils lost focus, its face and jaw caving in, its once straight form bending, ultimately being propelled backward by the armored Charizard. As Charizard came to a halt, Rayquaza slid down Charizard's front, plummeting to the ground. Moments later, Rayquaza crashed into the earth with a resounding thud, creating a large crater, rocks scattering, dust swirling. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the dust, revealing the now-defeated Rayquaza lying in the crater, its eyes swirling, devoid of combat capability. Damn it! Even the Mega-Evolved Rayquaza is no match for him? Gal gazed weakly at the airborne Charizard X, clenching his fists, his eyes betraying a flicker of despair. It seems I have no choice. Beside him, BAS, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached Gal with a pained expression. It seems this is the only course left. The small wind observed the two with curiosity, pondering, what is with their expressions? I haven't even attacked yet. In the next moment, the two sprang into a peculiar dance, suddenly drawing out a dagger inscribed with bizarre runes from their pockets, plunging it into their own hearts, blood flowing freely. They then knelt, gazing skyward, exclaiming, "O great deity, forgive our impotence, for we can only offer ourselves to you, hoping you will intervene and eradicate this evil being." With eyes closed, their heads tilted, they fell silent. The small wind widened his eyes, rushing to their side, gazing down at the kneeling figures. What the hell? They've perished. This feels all too much like a cult. At that moment, in the cosmos, a massive meteorite revealed a pair of crimson eyes, scanning the horizon. The meteor then exploded, unveiling a shadowy figure soaring into the distance. The small wind, sensing something, looked skyward, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is this sensation? Why does it feel so familiar? Shaking his head, the small wind turned back to the two fallen figures, a look of pity crossing his face. Alas, Charizard. Let us perform our final rites for them. Charizard, at the small wind's behest, flew to his side, releasing two small blue flames that landed upon the two. In an instant, flames engulfed their bodies, transforming them into ashes that settled upon the ground, carried away by the wind towards the heavens. Now it is time for the accounting. From the encounter with Deoxys to the recent events, the system has emitted several notifications. The small wind rubbed his hands together, opening the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of becoming the champion of the Quartz League. Earned 500 base stat points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Deoxys, Giratina, and Rayquaza. Earned 300 base stat points. Ah, splendid. The small wind nodded in satisfaction, closing the system panel. He and Charizard found a large, oval-shaped flat rock nearby, where he reclined, gazing at the sky. Let us rest a while before returning to Pallet Town. Gradually, the small wind found himself lost in thought while watching the heavens. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, he seemed to hear footsteps echoing from above. Chapter 126, Black Flower 1. Suddenly, a growing dark spot appeared in the sky, gradually coming into focus before the small wind's eyes. He blinked in confusion. Is there sand in my eyes? As he pondered, he noticed a yellow point of light shimmering ahead, radiating a brilliant glow. The point grew larger in his sight as time passed. Realizing the revelation, the small wind's expression shifted to one of understanding as he exclaimed, "Ah, I see now. It is the destruction beam." Boom. An immensely colossal explosion erupted at the very location where Xiaofeng had been reclining upon a rock, sweeping outward with a ferocity akin to a wild beast. In an instant, a fiery mushroom cloud shot skyward, piercing the heavens, as waves of tumultuous air surged forth into the distance, rolling and howling like tempestuous seas. The ground trembled incessantly, and stones tumbled down ceaselessly. After a considerable time had elapsed, the residual force of the explosion gradually began to wane, and the dense smoke swiftly dissipated. Before Xiaofeng's eyes, a vast pit, measuring dozens of meters across, had emerged at the spot he had occupied. To launch an attack without so much as a greeting. How discourteous. Two figures, one large and one small, descended from the void into the gaping chasm. Xiaofeng and his Charizard immediately appeared, gazing up at a distant black dot in the sky. Soon enough, the entirety of this came into view, revealing a creature resembling a black alpaca, with a spherical waist adorned with a circular golden cross. Name, Arceus LV-120, Dark Flower State. So, the deity those two spoke of was indeed Arceus. What on earth is this Dark Flower State? Even if it has darkened, does it need to be entirely black? Xiaofeng couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he scrutinized Arceus's display, only to realize something was amiss. He furrowed his brow slightly. No, this isn't merely darkened. It's a dark flower. Xiaofeng lifted his gaze once more to examine the black Arceus hovering above. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, shifting focus to Arceus's posterior, where he noticed several black tendrils seemingly affixed to its rear. Xiaofeng gasped, swallowing hard. Could it be? He cautiously adjusted his stance for a better view of Arceus's rear. Upon closer inspection, he saw a sinister black flower tightly clinging there, its roots embedded within. Good heavens! Is this the legendary true rear-end flower? Xiaofeng's eyes widened, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, disbelief etched across his face. Suddenly, the black flower opened a pair of blood-red eyes, revealing a monstrous maw filled with jagged teeth, and grinned wickedly at Xiaofeng. A new intruder, greetings. In this world, there can be only one intruder. So could you kindly perish? I truly have no idea how to die. Would you kindly demonstrate? Xiaofeng retorted, smirking slightly, before nonchalantly inserting his little finger into his ear and flicking it toward the direction of the black flower, as if deliberately provoking it. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty drink. The black flower glared coldly at Xiaofeng. Arceus, Earth Power. Arceus unleashed a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the sky, as it began to summon an immense number of colossal boulders that gathered around it, each imbued with overwhelming might, crashing down toward Charizard with relentless ferocity, as though intent on reducing it to mere dust. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed, watching the descending stones with a glint of cold determination. Charizard let out a formidable roar towards the heavens, then vigorously flapped its wings, channeling terrifying draconic energy that coalesced into massive armored claws, striking fiercely at the falling meteors. Clang, clang, clang. A blazing streak of light darted with astonishing speed through the massive rocks, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered, splitting apart, before bursting into countless tiny fragments that rained down to the ground. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Xiaofeng commanded decisively, his gaze fixated on the approaching Charizard. The order resonated clearly in Charizard's ears as it opened its mouth wide, summoning a terrifying blue flame that rapidly coalesced, erupting forth with an irresistible force towards Arceus. Arceus, switch to the fire plate. The black flower, sharing Arceus's perspective, grew increasingly grave, sensing the overwhelming heat of the blue flames surging toward them, and shouted urgently to Arceus. Arceus's eyes blazed with fiery light, and the mysterious golden wheel at its waist transformed instantaneously into a searing crimson hue, conjuring an incandescent barrier before it. Whoosh! A howling gust accompanied Charizard's relentless blue flames as they crashed against the barrier, swiftly absorbed and vanishing without a trace, as though transported to an unknown realm. Goodness! Must you play so dirty? You even brought a plate. Xiaofeng glared at the crimson shield, a large exclamation mark appearing over his head, filled with dissatisfaction and helplessness. Now, Arceus, judgment. The black flower, witnessing Charizard's flames being effortlessly nullified, wore a smug expression, commanding loudly. Arceus raised its gaze, concentrating a terrifying yellow energy sphere at its forehead, launching a multitude of multicolored energy projectiles toward Charizard's trajectory. Isn't this just an enhanced version of Draco Meteor? Xiaofeng thought to himself as he observed Arceus's attack, then turned to direct Charizard. Charizard, use Electro Wing to approach it. The command reached Charizard's ears clearly, and it accelerated, its wings shimmering with a metallic sheen as a white light trailed behind, propelling it toward the skybound Arceus. During its flight, Charizard deftly maneuvered, skillfully darting between the energy projectiles of judgment, racing towards Arceus. Chapter 127, Dark Flower 2. Any unavoidable energy projectiles were instantaneously shredded by Charizard's steel wings, dissipating into mere points of light. The black flower observed Charizard drawing ever closer, curling its lip in disdain, a flicker of contempt in its eyes. Arceus, steel plate. The metallic cross on Arceus's body shifted colors once more, turning a silvery white, as an ethereal, translucent shield sprang forth around it. Whoosh! The black-blue streak of Charizard zipped past Arceus, its sharp wings grazing the shield, causing ripples to emanate before falling silent once more. Good heavens! This Arceus is akin to the one from the anime's movie. It can switch to corresponding attribute plates to become immune to that attribute's damage. This falls under the realm of rule-based abilities. How insufferable. Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, frustration evident as he beheld Arceus, untouched by Charizard's relentless assault. Ha ha ha, poor little brat. It seems you have no options left. The shield generated during Arceus' transformation is invincible. What use is your Charizard's attack, no matter how powerful? The Black Flower's eyes curved as it laughed mockingly. Xiaofeng, hearing the Black Flower's words, scoffed disdainfully, smirking at it. If that is the case, what do you suppose would happen if I were to unleash a combined attack of two energies? This query left the Black Flower momentarily speechless. Moreover, even if I do not use a composite energy, I still have ways to strike Arceus. Do you believe me? Xiaofeng's smile remained unwavering as he posed the question again. Impossible. The Black Flower roared in disbelief. A fierce confidence shone in Xiaofeng's eyes, a blue aura shimmering within. In that case, behold as I unleash an attack of the dragon type. You may switch to the dragon plate. Humph, boasting. Arceus, switch to the dragon plate. Heihua cast a cold glare at Xiaofeng and opened her mouth to issue a command. Upon hearing this, Arceus immediately switched the color of the cross wheel on its body to a deep purple, enveloping itself in a purple energy shield. Xiaofeng blinked in response, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he chuckled. Haha, you've fallen for it. Charizard, use Shadow Claw. Dark energy flickered in Charizard's eyes as it swiftly conjured a pair of enormous black energy claws, then abruptly vanished, reappearing above Arceus to strike downwards with ferocity. Damn it. Arceus, quickly switch to the ghost plate. Black Flower shouted frantically, her expression twisted in concern as she felt the overwhelming energy pulsating from above. Arceus's form shifted slightly, the color of its purple metallic cross wheel rapidly transitioning to a dark violet, and the energy shield began to coalesce. However, before Arceus could fully transform, Charizard's colossal claws had already pierced through the defensive barrier, striking Arceus's stout waist. With a sharp, cutting sound that ripped through the sky, Arceus instantly transformed into a brilliant white streak, plummeting toward the earth with astonishing velocity. A thunderous crash echoed as Arceus was propelled deep into the ground, vanishing from sight. The terrain instantly became a chaotic landscape, undulating like a calm surface of water disturbed by a single droplet, rising, shattering, and wildly rolling away, as a massive cloud of smoke surged outward from the point of impact. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal, seemingly bottomless black pit emerged before Xiaofeng's eyes. Charizard, having executed the maneuver, flapped its wings and soared back to hover in front of Xiaofeng. Haha, still too young. I merely induced you slightly. And you foolishly changed your form. If you don't lose, who will? Xiaofeng stroked his chin, a peculiar smile adorning his face as he gazed at the pit. You treacherous scoundrel, devoid of martial ethics. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pit. After a prolonged silence, two enormous claw marks marred Arceus's waist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Struggling to rise on all fours, Arceus emerged from the pit in a pitiful state, its complexion pale and devoid of color. Black Flower, with her eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, glared at Xiaofeng through Arceus's gaze, as if she wished to devour him whole. It appeared that the incomplete transformation still offered some degree of defense against the onslaught. Xiaofeng mused inwardly. Ah, my apologies. I deceived you. He scratched his head, feigning contrition towards Black Flower, though his expression betrayed no remorse. Curse you, Arceus, unleash the judgment destruction beam. Black Flower roared, her eyes burning with malice. Arceus swiftly conjured a massive yellow energy sphere imbued with terrifying destructive power, surrounded by shimmering multicolored energy ribbons. In an instant, the energy sphere transformed into a colossal beam, hurtling towards Charizard. Dragon Flame Slash. In midair, Charizard, with keen hearing, clearly received Xiaofeng's command. It opened its mouth and let out a furious roar directed at Arceus, swiftly raising its claws, which blazed with a dazzling white light. The immense power of the dragon rapidly coalesced, forming tangible green energy claws. Simultaneously, wild flames erupted around the claws, and the fiery left claw slashed upwards fiercely at the incoming judgment destruction beam. With a crack, the beam was cleaved in two by Charizard's fiery energy claws, dispersing rapidly to either side, leaving behind two vibrant trails of energy as it shot into the air. Undeterred, Charizard continued its assault, diving downwards with its fiery energy claws poised to strike at Arceus. With a vicious tearing sound, the claws broke through Arceus's switched energy shield, delivering a brutal slash to its chest. A massive gash appeared on Arceus's torso, flesh exposed and blood gushing forth. staining the ground crimson. Thud. Severely wounded. Arceus succumbed to the relentless attack and collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling as it lost the will to fight. Damn it, Arceus, get up. Black Flower screamed in anguish. But Arceus had already lost consciousness, unresponsive to her desperate calls. TCH, useless creature, and in the end, I must fight myself. Black Flower seethed with rage at the futility of her pleas. Chapter 128, Black Flower 3. Black Flower extracted a deeply embedded root from Arceus, transforming into a humanoid form that stood upon the ground, slowly approaching Xiaofeng. Yet for some reason, her legs appeared to tremble slightly. But Xiaofeng, who had been fixated on a particular part of Arceus, failed to notice Black Flower's condition. Swallowing hard, he turned to face her, his expression wary. Was there yet another trick up her sleeve? If I make a move, the consequences will be catastrophic. I don't wish to engage in excessive slaughter. If you are wise, you will depart quickly, and I will overlook your previous transgressions. Black Flower's crimson eyes bore into Xiaofeng, her tone dripping with arrogance and a hint of pity, as if he were inconsequential in her eyes. Xiaofeng regarded Black Flower skeptically, his gaze narrowing as he pondered. This scoundrel directly bombarded me and Charizard earlier. Why is she now acting so meek? His peripheral vision caught sight of Black Flower's slightly trembling legs, and he felt a wave of exasperation. Goodness, is she playing an act with me? Charizard use. Xiaofeng's voice darkened as he prepared to command Charizard. But before he could finish, Black Flower suddenly knelt, bowing repeatedly, her tears and snot flowing as she moved her knees towards Xiaofeng. Woo-woo. Great master. Have mercy and spare me. I have an elderly relative to care for and a young one to feed. If you let me go, I will serve you in my next life as a noble steed, a fiery horse. Xiaofeng widened his eyes at the dramatic transformation of Black Flower, letting out a sigh. It's a pity you don't pursue a career in acting. Haha, you speak truly. Black Flower replied, a smile plastered on her face, nodding obsequiously. As she drew closer, only a few meters away from Xiaofeng, a flash of crimson malice ignited in her eyes, and she lunged at his lower body with a frenzied expression. Little brat, become my host. Xiaofeng, observing the charging Black Flower, felt a surge of alarm. Just as she was about to reach him, he swiftly retreated, activating his ability to walk on air. Black Flower, seeing Xiaofeng vanish into thin air, stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. Desperately, Black Flower turned around, scanning her surroundings, yet she could not find a trace of Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng stood in the void, watching Black Flower search for him, clenching his teeth in frustration. This scoundrel dares to covet my essence and manipulate me. Just wait. Gradually, Xiaofeng revealed himself near Charizard, his eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. Charizard, unleash a torrent of flames. The Charizard had been abruptly interrupted in its commands, leaving it momentarily disoriented and nearly allowing the sinister Black Flower to successfully strike its master. At that moment, upon hearing Xiaofeng's command, Charizard's eyes ignited with fury, flames blazing in its gaze. With a mighty roar directed skyward, it unleashed a torrent of blue-white flames from its mouth, which swiftly struck the Black Flower's form. The crackling sound of flames consuming the vegetation echoed through the air as the blue fire voraciously climbed up the Black Flower's body. A piercing scream erupted from the engulfed Black Flower as it writhed on the ground, its anguished cries declaring, "You little fiends, I shall not rest even in the afterlife." As time passed, its wails gradually faded, its body charred and reduced to a pool of black ash upon the ground. Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, gazing down at the remnants with a sense of foreboding, when suddenly, his eyes shimmered with a blue light. In this moment, the world around Xiaofeng transformed into mere waves of energy. A sudden surge of black energy manifested before him, creeping slowly beneath the ash, seemingly wary of being detected. Ah, such duplicity, Xiaofeng thought, rubbing his temples before pointing at the ash-laden spot. Charizard, unleash your turbo flame punch there. Upon receiving the command, Charizard swiftly raised its right arm, forming a fist, whereupon a deep blue energy glove materialized, enveloped in swirling blue-white flames. In an instant, a ferocious gleam ignited in its eyes, and it launched itself towards the indicated target, delivering a powerful punch. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as Charizard's fist collided with the earth, creating an immense hemispherical crater. At the center of this crater hovered Charizard, its flaming blue fist striking a black seed. A shrill and furious roar erupted from the seed, filled with resentment and rage. Subsequently, under the tremendous impact, the black seed disintegrated into dust, consumed entirely by the blue flames, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed in this world. Well done, Charizard, Xiaofeng remarked, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction as the black energy waves vanished from his perception. He nodded approvingly and smiled at Charizard, who returned with a triumphant roar, flapping its wings as it flew back to Xiaofeng's side, vigilant of their surroundings. Now, it's time to address the Arceus situation. Xiaofeng stretched lazily and turned to the nearby alpaca lying on the ground, striding towards it. With a cheerful gait, he approached Arceus, swiftly retrieving his Pokédex to perform a rapid input and operation. Next, he pulled several orange berries from his pocket and stuffed them into Arceus's mouth. Instantly, an explosion of sweetness erupted within Arceus's mouth. Arceus licked its lips gently, slowly opening its eyes to find Xiaofeng, whose expression was one of mischievous curiosity. Scrutinizing it intently, as Arceus attempted to rise, a sharp pain radiated from its rear, preventing any further movement, leaving it to obediently lie still. "Ah, you're awake, Arceus," Xiaofeng exclaimed, raising his right hand with fingers pressed against his temple, squinting and greeting it with a grin. Despite being under Black Flower's control, Arceus retained some awareness and understood that it was thanks to this human and his Pokémon that it had been liberated. Thus, it nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, human. Might I inquire your name?" "There's no need for thanks. You may call me Xiaofeng," he replied, scratching his head with a friendly smile before adopting a puzzled expression and gesturing towards the spot where the Black Flower had been vanquished. "By the way, Arceus, how could someone of your caliber be parasitized by it?" Hearing Xiaofeng's question, Arceus lowered its head slightly, its gaze drifting, and a faint blush crept across its cheeks. I was careless and didn't evade. No, I was merely in slumber when I suddenly felt a presence behind me." Arceus faltered mid-sentence, but Xiaofeng seemed to grasp the situation, nodding slightly in understanding. "Now that you're awake, it's time for us to part ways. Perhaps we shall meet again if fate allows." With this realization, Xiaofeng smiled at Arceus, preparing to turn away. "Wait," Arceus called out urgently. "I have a token of gratitude I wish to bestow upon you." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he fixed his gaze on Arceus. "Oh, really? How generous. Is this a rare item?" Excitement surged within him. Seeing Xiaofeng's eager demeanor, Arceus blinked in surprise, thinking, this doesn't seem like the reaction of someone who is embarrassed at all, shaking off the thought. Arceus's eyes glimmered with a celestial blue light, and in an instant, an array of blue points of light, resembling stars, surged from within its being. These luminous particles floated gently in the air before being drawn towards Xiaofeng, gradually enveloping him in a radiant embrace. Curious, yet cautious, Xiaofeng watched the spectacle unfold, quickly calling out to the system, "What is this? Is there any danger?" "No, this is the primal energy of this world. It is beneficial." The system's voice resonated in Xiaofeng's mind. With this reassurance, Xiaofeng exhaled, allowing himself to relax. It seemed as if sensing his newfound calm. The myriad points of light swiftly entered his body, vanishing entirely. At that moment, Xiaofeng felt an enveloping warmth, akin to basking in the gentlest sunlight, as he closed his eyes to savor the extraordinary experience. And then, surprisingly, he stood there quietly, beginning to snore, tears of joy trickling from the corners of his eyes. After a considerable time, Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, wiping the tears from his mouth as he glanced around, curiosity etched on his face. Where's Arceus?" "Roar." Charizard, who had patiently awaited Xiaofeng's awakening, responded. Realizing, Xiaofeng nodded. "Has it left? Very well, then it is time for us to depart." Just as he prepared to step away, a sudden thought struck him, and his eyes widened in alarm as he began scanning the surroundings. "Oh no, where's my Hakuryu? I had a whole Hakuryu. Come forth, everyone. Help me find Hakuryu," Xiaofeng exclaimed, tossing all his Pokeballs into the air. Bright flashes of white light illuminated the area as his Pokemon emerged, nodding at Xiaofeng before scattering to search. Xiaofeng climbed onto Charizard's back, and together, they soared through the skies, observing the landscape below. After some time, a thunderous rumble echoed from a distant mountain, where a faint white serpent-like figure danced in the air. Xiaofeng, upon hearing the sound, focused intently, raising his thumb and index finger to his mouth to let out a sharp whistle. The Pokemon below quickly converged towards him. "Let us head in that direction," he commanded. As the arrival of the others drew near, Xiaofeng swiftly pointed towards the horizon. With a flurry of shimmering figures, Xiaofeng and the fairies finally ventured into the heart of the towering mountains. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Hakron in the sky, conjuring a massive orb of intertwining flames that descended upon a formidable yellow electrical barrier not far away. The barrier emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, as countless fissures spread outwards before shattering, revealing an extraordinarily vast gateway. "Hakron, Xiaofeng's call echoed in Hakran's ears. Turning his head, Hakran discovered Xiaofeng and the fairies behind him. Their expressions fraught with concern. The dragon ceased its assault, gliding over to Xiaofeng's side, nuzzling against his cheek in a display of affection. Observing Hakran's endearing behavior, Xiaofeng could only shake his head in resignation, gently patting the dragon's head. "All right, my dear, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Hakran halted its antics, raising its tail to point towards the nearby electrical barrier. Meaning, it seemed to convey, suggesting it sensed something within that bore the essence of the electric beast. Xiaofeng pondered, stroking his chin in curiosity as he scrutinized the bronze door that emerged from the shattered barrier. The door was meticulously inscribed with lifelike ancient lightning-shaped characters, each stroke emanating a sharpness as if they might transform into bolts of lightning and strike those who gazed upon them. "Yuan Fong, electric beast. What do you think?" Xiaofeng inquired, glancing at the electric beast beside him, his face adorned with curiosity. The electric beast, noticing Xiaofeng's gaze, revealed a flicker of hope in its expression, a woo. It seemed to ask if they were eager to explore within. Xiaofeng nodded, raising his fist triumphantly above his head. Filled with determination as he urged, "Let us go, everyone. Let us see what lies beyond." Approaching the door, Xiaofeng extended his hands to press against the sides of the gap. A gentle tingling sensation coursed through his mind, awakening a thought. "Oh, this feels rather pleasant." Almost like electrotherapy. Shaking off the whimsical notions, he exerted strength, attempting to push the door open. What on earth? It wouldn't budge, despite several attempts. Xiaofeng could not pry the massive door open. A large exclamation mark appeared above his head as he turned to the Lizard King beside him, pleading, "Please, could you cleave it open for me?" "Chamo," the Lizard King exclaimed, thumping its chest with confidence as it stepped forward, summoning 2 sharp leaf blades to strike at the door. "A woo," the electric beast interjected, rushing to Xiaofeng's side and then gently touching the door, which seemed to respond as if it possessed a consciousness, swinging open with a flourish. "Such a haughty door, recognizing only the fairies?" Xiaofeng remarked, a wry smile tugging at his lips. With a firm grip on his fists, he gazed at the door for a moment before leading the fairies inside. Chapter 130. The Thunder Cube. As Xiaofeng and his companions entered, they confronted a corridor that stretched 1,000 meters wide and high, and 10,000 meters long. The walls and floor were adorned with square steel bricks, while unknown objects emitting a brilliant white light illuminated the entire passageway at intervals of 100 meters. Suddenly, a resounding clank echoed from behind them. Turning around, Xiaofeng found the massive door had closed and locked shut. "What does this mean? Are we trapped?" "A woo." The electric beast tugged at Xiaofeng's garment, raising its right hand to point towards the center at the end of the corridor. Upon hearing the call, Xiaofeng hastily turned back, focusing intently on the direction indicated by the electric beast. There, at the end of the elongated passage, a staircase ascended towards the wall, where a semi-transparent yellow cube surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning was embedded. The cube radiated a mysterious and extraordinary glow, as if it contained endless secrets waiting to be unveiled. Is that what Hakran sensed? Something akin to the essence of the electric beast? Is it calling to you? Xiaofeng glanced at the electric beast, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. The electric beast nodded vigorously in response, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Let us go see." With the electric beast's affirmation, Xiaofeng resolved to advance towards the cube, leading the fairies along. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters, Xiaofeng stepped onto a steel tile that suddenly sank, accompanied by a clicking sound. The ground beneath them gave way, leaving them suspended in midair as they gazed down to find hundreds of meters of steel tiles seemingly vanished, revealing a vast, dark pit filled with glimmering, sharp steel spikes below. Before they knew it, Xiaofeng and his companions began to plummet downwards. The sound of rushing wind filled Xiaofeng's ears as he embraced the exhilarating sensation of falling, an unprecedented curiosity stirring within him, even leading him to contemplate what it would feel like to be pierced by the steel spikes. Thus, he let himself descend, slowly closing his eyes and spreading his arms and legs wide, surrendering to the experience. Clang, clang, clang. Upon landing on the steel spikes, a cacophony of clashing metal rang out, and Xiaofeng, hanging upside down, opened his eyes, disappointment flickering within them. "Ah, I forgot. We are impervious to blades." In a flash, several afterimages darted past, and Xiaofeng and the fairies swiftly returned to the corridor, standing upright with poise. Xiaofeng nonchalantly brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing and continued forward towards the enigmatic cube. As they progressed, they encountered various mechanisms, sometimes triggering a sudden emergence of densely packed steel cannon tubes from the surroundings, which promptly launched powerful electric blasts, their crackling sounds sending shivers down their spines. At other times, massive steel axes would shoot out from the sides, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, as if intent on cleaving them in two. Nevertheless, these obstacles failed to deter Xiaofeng and his companions, who deftly neutralized each threat. They soon approached a distance mere steps away from the staircase, collectively raising their heads to gaze intently at the mysterious cube. To their astonishment, they noticed ancient texts and images etched beneath the cube. Though the words were indecipherable, the illustrations depicted the arduous evolution of the electric beast, tracing its journey from the initial form of the electric monster to its current state. Yet, what astonished Xiaofeng was the new transformation depicted at the end of the illustrations, where the fully evolved electric beast cradled a cubic box, its body emitting an intensely radiant white light. Xiaofeng momentarily found himself entranced, blinking in disbelief, a wave of curiosity washing over him as he muttered, "Could it be that the electric beast is capable of further evolution?" At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated from behind Xiaofeng. The group quickly turned to see an enormous steel sphere materialize before them without warning. The sphere glimmered with a striking silver metallic sheen, rolling briefly before coming to a steady halt, devoid of any further movement. Xiaofeng scratched his head, curiously surveying the colossal steel sphere before him. The sphere, with a radius of approximately 100 meters, bore intricate patterns that resembled the inscriptions on the door. A myriad of questions swirled in Xiaofeng's mind. Did the mechanism of this object have a delay? It only fell after we had approached. Xiaofeng stepped forward, raising a hand to tap the steel sphere, producing a resonant clang. Sizzle. It appeared that Xiaofeng's action elicited a response. Faint electrical sounds emanated from within the steel sphere. Xiaofeng, with his keen senses, immediately retreated, squinting his eyes warily at the imposing sphere. As the electrical sounds intensified, an array of orderly cracks manifested across the surface of the enormous steel orb. Crack. Suddenly, the sphere underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a steel electric beast with its eyes tightly shut, standing before Xiaofeng and his companions. Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with awe as he beheld the magnificent creature. Wow. It's like a transformer from the realm of fairies. In that fleeting moment, the steel beast's eyes abruptly opened, and within their depths, terrifying bolts of lightning surged like wild serpents. Almost instantaneously, its form began to undergo another astonishing metamorphosis. The creature's body was enveloped in a formidable armor like steel, and a yellow-black ring materialized above its head, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and unsettling. Chapter 131, The Thunderous Cube 2. The steel electric beast raised its immense right arm, clenching its fist, which crackled with ferocious lightning, and then swung it down violently towards Xiaofeng's group. Electric beast, thunder punch. Xiaofeng observed the descending fist with a gradual smile forming on his lips. The electric beast's eyes gleamed with determination as it mirrored Xiaofeng's action, raising its right arm to gather the fearsome power of electricity. With a slight bend of its legs for leverage, it leapt upward, aiming to strike the steel electric beast's fist. Boom. Crack. The two electrified fists collided with a thunderous roar, and an array of immense fissures erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the entirety of the steel beast's right arm. In the next instant, the arm shattered into countless metallic fragments, clattering to the ground. The steel electric beast let out a ferocious roar, undeterred by the loss of its arm. The ring above its head glowed brightly as it gathered vast amounts of electric power, and with a crackle, a massive bolt of yellow lightning shot down towards the electric beast below. Lightning strike. Xiaofeng's voice rang out, reaching the electric beast's ears. In an instant, the creature's right arm erupted with brilliant white light, and it vanished from sight, deftly evading the oncoming attack, reappearing above the steel electric beast, and delivering a violent blow to its head. Thud. The steel beast's head, adorned with the ring, crumpled under the impact, releasing a cacophony of electrical sounds, followed by a tremendous explosion, smoke billowing forth as pieces of its head tumbled to the ground. With its head rendered useless, the steel electric beast finally ceased its assault, standing still as if turned to wood. Well done, Xiaofeng remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the swift defeat of the steel electric beast. The electric beast grinned broadly. After dispatching the foe, Xiaofeng turned to gaze at the cube embedded in the wall. Electric beast, go retrieve it. The electric beast nodded eagerly, ascending the steps to the cube's location, extending its right hand towards it. As if responding to its presence, the cube slowly floated out of the wall, melding into the electric beast's palm. The electric beast scratched its head, sensing a peculiar energy stirring within but unable to harness it. Returning to Xiaofeng's side, it let out a series of perplexed cries. Unable to channel the power? Xiaofeng pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Could it be your stance is incorrect? Perhaps you should hold it as depicted in the mural, with both hands raised in reverence to feel the energy within your being? Upon hearing this, the electric beast promptly closed its eyes, tilted its head back, and cupped its hands, silently beseeching, "O Thunder God, grant me strength." After a prolonged silence, nothing transpired, leaving the electric beast awkwardly retracting its hands under the watchful gaze of Xiaofeng and the other fairies. What now? Xiaofeng scratched his head, a hint of confusion dawning in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he opened his eyes wide, shimmering with blue light as he employed his wave-guiding power to probe into the electric beast's body. In an instant, he detected an unusual oscillation within its mind, akin to a heartbeat, pulsating rhythmically. Instinctively, Xiaofeng synchronized his wave-guiding energy to resonate with it. Almost immediately, the electric beast was enveloped in a dazzling yellow light, powerful surges of electricity radiating from its form. Within this tempest of lightning, the electric beast began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The two rounded protrusions atop its head morphed into lightning-like shapes. Its intricate black patterns became even more complex, and its musculature developed into a robust physique. A layer of black substance emerged on its arms, knees, shoulders, and fists, resembling half-gloves and armors. Simultaneously, the tips of its dual tails transformed into octahedral shapes, hinting at their potential as formidable hammers. A massive halo of lightning manifested behind it, reminiscent of the divine halo that adorned the Buddha in ancient tales. Observing the complete transformation of the electric beast, Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The electric beast's bond evolution, huh? This is the Xiaofeng version of the electric beast. Name, Electric Beast, Xiaofeng version. Base stats, HP, 106. Attack, 193, 422. Defense, 101. Special attack, 85. Special defense, 102. Speed, 113. Total, 700, 422. The numbers in parentheses represent system enhancements. The electric beast clenched its fist, reveling in its newfound form. Feeling as though it could shatter the barriers of the world and obliterate the author's skull, a grin spreading across its face. How does it feel? Xiaofeng inquired, believing the electric beast was jubilant about its transformation. The electric beast nodded with a smile in response, just as Xiaofeng and his companions celebrated the electric beast's triumph. They remained oblivious to the myriad of tiny light streaks emerging from the crevices of the previously embedded wall stones. As these streaks multiplied, a gaping void of crackling lightning materialized before them. The moment the black hole appeared, it began to rapidly consume Xiaofeng and his companions at the speed of light. They felt their surroundings plunge into darkness. Realizing the dire situation, Xiaofeng swiftly recalled the fairies into their pokeballs and stowed them away in his pocket. With a swift motion, Xiaofeng transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. Nightfall descended upon an uncharted island, where the edge of a forest lay. Thud! The sound of something hitting the ground startled a few resting Pidgeys, who flapped their wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Following the sound, one would find Xiaofeng, having been sucked into the black hole, now lying in a V-shape with his posterior embedded in the ground, arms and legs pointed skyward. Where exactly is this place? Xiaofeng propped himself up, dusting off his rear, and surveyed his surroundings. Everyone come out. He retrieved all his pokeballs and tossed them into the air, beams of white light flashing as Charizard and the others materialized around him. Climbing atop Steelix's head, Xiaofeng gazed outwards, realizing they were positioned at the edge of an island. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a direction to the left, and he settled down, patting Steelix beneath him. Steelix, head that way. The great steel serpent let out a roar in response, propelling itself in the direction indicated by the young wind. Observing this, the various sprites leapt onto the serpent's back, hitching a ride. Chapter 132, The Unknown Island 1. Wind directed the great steel serpent to advance to the left, drawn by the flickering of numerous faint yet distinctly visible lights. These glimmers stood out in the dim night, suggesting they marked the habitation of humans on the island. As Wind and his companions progressed, they surveyed the layout of the island, which was surrounded by the boundless sea. In the center of the island, a dark spot emitted a weak azure glow, but due to the distance and the night, its true nature remained a mystery. Meanwhile, not far along Wind's path, in the woods, For robust middle-aged men donned in black masks were cornering a young man and his fiery steed against a massive rock. The leader, a bald man, subtly moved his lips beneath his mask, a venomous glint flashing in his eyes. Tianza, tonight I shall break your legs and teach you that not everyone can compete for the title of Island Master. Regardless of who sent you, I shall not relent in tomorrow's contest for the Island Master, the young man named Tianza retorted, furrowing his brow and clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Beside him, his fiery steed responded to its master's command, flames leaping from its mouth with fervor. Overconfident fools, attack together. Water gun. The bald man scoffed at the steed's fiery display, signaling the three accomplices beside him. Evidently, they were well prepared, armed with water-type sprites to counter the fiery steed, a Golduck, a Maril, and 2 tentacles. Each sprite opened its mouth, unleashing powerful jets of water that instantly extinguished the flames conjured by the steed, striking it with tremendous force. The fiery steed let out a pained cry, its forelegs lifting off the ground, crashing against the massive rock behind it, which immediately showed numerous long cracks. Boom. Moments later, as the water jets ceased, the steed fell from the rock, pale and limp on the ground, its eyes swirling with a loss of combat capability. Seeing the fiery steed had succumbed, the bald man skillfully drew a sharp machete from behind and slowly approached Tianza. Humph, restrain him, the bald man sneered, waving the machete menacingly at Tianza, excitement flickering in his eyes. Wow, what are you all playing? It looks so interesting, can I join? A voice, tinged with curiosity, suddenly reached the ears of the 4 men. Startled, they turned their heads in unison, scanning their surroundings, yet finding no one in sight. Look up, I'm right here. The voice resounded again. The 4 men immediately looked up to find the great steel serpent and the young wind perched atop its head, their eyes widening in astonishment. Good heavens, what a gigantic steel serpent! Seated cross-legged, Wind rested his chin on one hand, gazing down at the bald man and his companions. A flicker of excitement in his eyes. In the dead of night, wearing masks. Is this some sort of cosplay? You, who are you to obstruct our business? One of the bald man's lackeys stammered, looking up at Wind. I advise you not to meddle, our boss is. Shut up, you fool. The bald man rushed to the lackey's side, delivering a heavy slap to the back of his head, his eyes flashing with menace. The lackey stumbled forward, clutching his head, and upon catching a glimpse of the baleful glint in the bald man's eyes, he quickly shrank back, falling silent. I am merely a trainer driven by curiosity, and a traveler in search of my way home, Wind replied, his eyes reflecting a profound weariness as he gazed into the distance, an urge for performance stirring within him. Humph, stop your theatrics. I shall ensure you lose a hand. The bald man, seeing Wind's response was not what he expected, narrowed his eyes coldly at the massive steel serpent and issued a command. Golduck, use water gun. The Golduck immediately opened its beak, gathering a massive water projectile aimed at the great steel serpent's body. Splash! The water gun struck the colossal serpent, creating a mere splash before losing its effect. Brave, but rather foolish, Wind observed, clapping his hands, then shaking his head at the Golduck below, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Great steel serpent, unleash hyper beam. Roar! The great steel serpent opened its mouth and roared, a terrifying destructive force rapidly coalescing within. In an instant, a massive beam of yellow energy shot forth, striking the Golduck with unerring precision. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted around the Golduck, sending a billowing cloud of gray dust into the air as the shockwave knocked the bald man and his companions, along with their sprites, off their feet. The Golduck at the epicenter of the explosion felt as if its entire being was crushed under a giant boulder, plummeting heavily to the ground. The cells within its body seemed to be sliced repeatedly by razor blades, an excruciating pain flooding its senses, while a metallic taste overwhelmed its palate, causing its mind to spiral into oblivion. As the smoke cleared, the Golduck lay in a vast crater, its eyes swirling, completely incapacitated. The bald man, who had been thrown back, struggled to rise and stared in disbelief at the defeated Golduck. How could it be this strong? And why is the great steel serpent immune to water-type attacks? Is this it? Do you have no other sprites? How utterly dull, Wind remarked, shaking his head in disappointment, commanding the great steel serpent to unleash another hyper beam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds echoed as the great steel serpent launched 3 beams of destructive energy, striking the sprites of the bald man's lackeys with precision. Then came a series of explosions, as each of their sprites fell into deep craters, rendered incapable of battle. The lackeys exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, their eyes shifting to their leader. Regaining his composure, the bald man glared at Wind, then turned to leave. You'd better watch your back. We're leaving. Having come this far, would they not leave something behind? Wind scoffed, Lizard King. Take them down a notch. The moment his voice echoed, a green figure leapt from behind the great steel serpent, transforming into a streak of emerald light that zipped past the bald man and his companions before returning to the serpent's back. Instantly, the bald man and his lackeys felt a chilling sensation below, reaching down to find their hands wet and slick. Due to the speed of the attack, the pain registered in their minds with a slight delay. For anguished cries erupted from their mouths as they collapsed to their knees, their bodies bowing in agony, clutching their trembling lower limbs. I shall collect your 8 eggs as a form of retribution. It is unseemly to demand limbs so readily, Wind mused, chin in hand. Observing the fallen men, suddenly recalling something, he frowned slightly. Lizard King, please do it again. Leave each of them with 1 right leg. Once more? The green figure executed its previous maneuver, severing 4 right legs that rolled onto the ground, blood gushing forth. The air was filled with 4 more cries of despair. I have no choice. I assume this isn't your first offense. To prevent you from harming others in the future, I apologize, Wind sighed, shaking his head. Disregarding the fallen men, Wind turned his attention to a large tree not far off. Hey, you over there in the tree, you've been watching for quite a while. Are you not coming down to join them? Chapter 133, The Unknown Island 2. After a brief moment, no one responded to Xiaofeng's inquiry. Tianzi, furrowing his brow, assumed Xiaofeng must have misjudged the situation. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, leaped down from the forehead of the great steel serpent, and accurately pointed towards the large tree they had previously observed. Are you not coming out? Great steel serpent, unleashed destructive death light upon those leaves. The great steel serpent nodded, opening its massive jaws to swiftly gather an immense surge of yellow energy. Wait a moment, esteemed one. I am not allied with them. I will come down immediately. Just as the great steel serpent began to amass its energy, a slightly trembling male voice emerged from the tree. The instant the voice resonated, a blonde-haired man slowly descended from the dense foliage above, gazing at Xiaofeng with a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Tianzi, with a furrowed brow, looked at the descending figure. Canon, what brings you here? My apologies, Brother Tianzi. I merely followed those few who accompanied you here, hoping to see if I could be of any assistance. The man named Canon raised a hand to gesture towards the individuals on the ground as he explained to Tianzi, then lowered his head in an apologetic manner. However, I realized I had left my spirit behind, feeling utterly helpless. So I had no choice but to hide in the tree and observe the situation. Thankfully, with this esteemed one's assistance, I am at least spared from further distress. Indeed, your caution is commendable. I would not wish for you to suffer due to my presence. I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Tianzi nodded in agreement with a sigh, then turned to Xiaofeng, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one. It is only through your intervention that I am spared from a grim fate. My name is Tianzi. May I inquire how to address you? You may call me Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng replied with a broad smile. Then his gaze fell upon Canon. And this gentleman, is he yours? Tianzi extended a hand in introduction. Esteemed one, this is my cousin. We are both contestants in the Island Master competition. I merely come to join the excitement, Canon said, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. I see. By the way, how does this Island Master competition unfold? Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Tianzi pondered momentarily, then realized with a hint of enlightenment. Esteemed one, you must not be from our island, nor a resident of Withered Leaf City, correct? Our island often hosts visitors from Withered Leaf City during the summer. On the opposite side of the island lies the dock. If you are indeed from Withered Leaf City, you would know that we hold the Island Master competition once every 10 years. The victor reigns as the Island Master for the subsequent decade, wielding considerable authority. Tomorrow's contest will take the form of a spirit race, commencing from our dwelling and culminating at the central sacrificial tower of the island. The one who arrives first shall be deemed the champion. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng mused inwardly. So that is the sacrificial tower at the center of the island. But what do they actually sacrifice? Having grasped the nature of the Island Master competition, Xiaofeng smiled and turned to Canon. Might I request your assistance in finding a place to rest for the night? Canon, taken aback by Xiaofeng's request, nodded vigorously and then gestured towards the gleaming light he had spotted atop the great steel serpent's head. Of course, esteemed one. Please, follow me to our dwelling. Thank you. Xiaofeng smiled at Canon, stepping beside him and patting his arm. Let us walk together. And I would appreciate it if you could share more about the island's customs and culture. I find myself quite intrigued. Certainly, esteemed one. I shall share everything I know. Canon replied, his face lighting up with joy as he slightly bowed. Thus, Xiaofeng and Kalen walked side by side towards their residence, with Tianzi hastily following on Xiaofeng's unoccupied side, while the great steel serpent trailed behind. As they walked, Kalen animatedly began to describe the island's traditions, etiquette, and preferences. Amidst their conversation, Xiaofeng interjected with an unexpected query. Aren't you concerned about the welfare of your companions? They are quite injured, after all. Perhaps out of instinct to answer Xiaofeng's inquiries, Kalen retorted dismissively, Why should I care about them? A bunch of useless fools. At that moment, Kalen halted in his tracks, the air growing tense. He turned to Xiaofeng, whose expression was one of amused incredulity. Cold sweat trickled down Kalen's forehead and back as his body trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Tianzi blinked in confusion at the sudden standoff, but upon reflecting on their exchange, he quickly pieced things together. Tianzi swiftly turned to Kalen, his expression one of disbelief. Wait, how could it possibly be you? However, Kalen's body trembled no longer. His eyes filled with resentment and madness, as a smile slowly crept across his face. He raised a hand to cover his visage. Why couldn't it be me? Ever since we were children, you have always been the favored child in my father's eyes. I could never measure up to you, in everything you did, said, or learned. My father always compared me to you. I am truly, truly fed up with it. This Island Master competition, doesn't my father believe you to be the next Island Master? I shall defy his expectations. Upon hearing Kalen's response, Tianzi stood frozen in shock, then let out a resigned sigh. Is it because of the Island Master and my influence? Wow, a real-life version of the other people's child scenario? Xiaofeng mused as he listened to their dialogue, absently munching on sunflower seeds that had somehow appeared in his hand. If it weren't for you, I would have achieved my goal long ago. Kalen pointed accusingly at Xiaofeng, his eyes blazing with anger. Suddenly called out, Xiaofeng blinked. A glimmer of intelligence in his gaze, and he blinked rapidly. Since you are already aware, there is no need for further pretense. Come out. Kalen retrieved a pokeball from his pocket and tossed it aside. As white light flashed, a Nidoking with a scar on its mouth appeared. Just when Xiaofeng thought Kalen was about to make a desperate stand, Kalen leaped onto Nidoking's back, urging it to flee. A cloud of dust billowed behind them as they ran. Interesting. Xiaofeng observed Kalen's retreating figure, rubbing his nose. Jengar, use Shadow Sneak. In the dark of night, a pair of crimson eyes opened from the ground beneath Xiaofeng, a whisper echoing in his ear. Then, a shadowy orb swiftly darted towards Kalen. In the blink of an eye, the dark silhouette reached the ground behind the fleeing Kalen and Nidoking, extending a terrifying claw imbued with dark energy to slash upwards at them. Tear, tear. The sound of flesh being ripped apart resonated through the night, as Kalen and Nidoking felt an invisible force viciously tearing at their bodies. A sharp, searing pain coursed through them. Ow. Two agonized cries pierced the night air. Nidoking, swaying as if intoxicated, collapsed to the ground, taking Kalen down with it. Both man and Pokémon lay on the ground, clutching their wounds, their faces twisted in pain, beads of sweat forming from their agony. Jengar floated up from the ground, circling around the fallen duo, covering its mouth with its hands, grinning mischievously. Xiaofeng approached Kalen with his spirits and Tianzi, lowering his gaze upon him. You have many thoughts but lack the strength. Encountering me can only be deemed unfortunate. Tianzi, similarly looking down at Kalen with a pained expression, turned to Xiaofeng, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Esteemed one, could you spare him? After all, he is my. I have no qualms. He sent someone after you, not me. How you choose to handle this is entirely your decision. Xiaofeng cast a helpless glance at Tianzi, feeling that he was somewhat overly benevolent. Disregarding the grievances between the two, Xiaofeng leaped onto the head of the steel serpent and, accompanied by the numerous sprites, continued towards their predetermined destination. Tianzi stole another glance at Kalen, sighed, muttering something about rat-tail juice before hastening to catch up with Xiaofeng's group. Unbeknownst to him, Kalen was straining to lift his head from the ground. His eyes filled with malice as he watched Tianzi and the others retreat. Before long, Xiaofeng and his companions arrived at the location where the island's residents resided, which could now aptly be termed a village. Although connected to with Dry Leaf City, the islanders still employed primitive wooden structures for their homes, and the scattered houses exuded a unique sense of harmony. Sir, this way. Tianzi guided Xiaofeng to a quaint wooden house adorned with a courtyard at the edge of the village, introducing, "This is my home. If you don't mind, you may stay here for the night. What do you think?" "Then I am grateful." Xiaofeng nodded and then turned to the sprites, asking, "Would you all like to rest in your pokeballs?" The sprites shook their heads in unison. They quickly coiled the steel serpent into a makeshift shelter within the courtyard, snuggling in and pretending to prepare for rest with their eyes closed. observing their antics. Xiao Feng displayed a look of astonishment mixed with confusion. Have the Pokeballs been rejected? With a wry smile, Xiao Feng entered the wooden house, lay down in the room arranged by Tianze, and slowly drifted into slumber. About an hour after Xiao Feng fell asleep, the streak of azure light at the center of the island suddenly vanished. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng awoke amidst a cacophony, ruffling his hair and yawning. He rose from the bed, his eyes filled with confusion. What on earth is happening? After adjusting his attire, he opened the door and stepped outside the wooden house. Momentarily bewildered, why are there so many heads? No, wait, why are there so many people? He found himself surrounded by a dense throng of individuals encircling Tianze's wooden dwelling. Tianze was still attempting to explain something to the ever-growing crowd. It was him. He must be the one who stole our sacred artifact. Last night, only Tianze brought this stranger into the village. A somewhat familiar voice, tinged with a hint of indignation, emerged from the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Feng turned to see Kalin from last night. Clutching his legs and pointing an accusatory finger at him, his face twisted in resentment. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in Xiao Feng's gaze as he flashed a smile at Kalin. The latter, feeling a shiver run down his spine at Xiao Feng's grin, instinctively retreated into the crowd, becoming a turtle withdrawing into its shell. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and an unknown feather adorning his chest stepped forward from the crowd, his piercing eyes fixated on Xiao Feng's face. Hello, young man. I am the island's chief, Kaven. I wonder if you visited our sacrificial tower last night. No, Xiao Feng replied leisurely, stretching his arms with a tone that conveyed indifference. Observing Xiao Feng's demeanor, Kaven's brows furrowed tightly. Are you truly certain? If you did visit, I hope you can return our sacred artifact. We could pretend nothing happened. Are you jesting? I already said I didn't go, and your disbelief is evident. Why do you even bother asking me? Xiao Feng scoffed derisively at Kaven, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes as he waved his hand dismissively at the crowd. All right, disperse. I have important matters to attend to. Do not obstruct my path. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's retort, a flicker of anger ignited in Kaven's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner since he became chief. Amidst the crowd, a rather seedy, curly-haired man stepped forward. Pointing at Xiao Feng, the chief cannot let him leave. Seize him and search him. Yes, search him. Others echoed in agreement, and the atmosphere quickly descended into chaos. Xiao Feng regarded the man who had stepped forward, a gleam of crimson flashing in his eyes. Electivire. Roar. A deafening roar erupted from beside the wooden house, and the islanders witnessed a yellow figure erupting from a bizarre, massive steel structure, standing before Xiao Feng. The steel structure began to morph continuously, ultimately transforming into an enormous steel serpent, flanked by several powerful sprite figures. Come, try to catch me, Xiao Feng taunted the crowd, a hint of disdain lacing his words. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his right foot and addressed the curly-haired man and Kaven. Jengar, go. A tiny shadow darted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Since you insist, then go. Kaven extracted a pokeball from his pocket and threw it. A flash of white revealed a green toad adorned with a gigantic flower. Following the release of the sprite, Kaven produced a badge embedded with a Mega Evolution keystone, declaring, Venusaur, Mega Evolve. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors enveloped Venusaur, and when the brilliance subsided, a supersized Venusaur, crowned with 6 petals atop its head and an even larger flower on its back, materialized before Xiao Feng. Venusaur, use Petal Dance, Kaven commanded, and the red eyes of Venusaur glimmered with green energy. Countless pink petals erupted from its colossal flower, transforming into numerous razor-sharp blades hurtling towards Electivire. Electivire, Flame Charge. Watching the oncoming storm of petals, a spark ignited in Xiao Feng's black eyes. The moment he issued the command, flames flickered within Electivire's crimson eyes, and it thrust its left palm forward, targeting Venusaur while clenching its right fist at its side. In an instant, a torrent of searing red flames erupted from its fist. Followed by a swift motion, Electivire vanished from sight, evading the petal dance and reappearing in front of Venusaur, fiercely swinging its blazing fist towards its face. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Venusaur's face caved in, and flames erupted from its body in a fiery blaze. Boom! With Electivire's immense strength, Venusaur was propelled backward, crashing through the village, demolishing homes in its wake and toppling countless trees outside the village before finally coming to a halt, its body charred and reverting from Mega Evolution, its eyes swirling in defeat. With a thunderous rumble, the houses that had been pierced collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and debris spiraling into the air. The onlookers fell silent, cold sweat dripping from their brows, the earlier clamor replaced by a palpable fear, their gazes towards Xiaofeng now filled with averted eyes. Their hearts lamenting, "This is too fast. The chief has fallen. What do we do?" Caven felt the sweat trickling down his forehead, internally screaming, "Oh no. I've hit a wall. What do I do? I'm waiting for a response. Shall we continue the search?" Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings, finding all the residents with their heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Noticing this, Xiaofeng smirked, "I preferred your earlier courageous demeanor. Disregarding these foolish islanders." Xiaofeng shifted his gaze to the back of the crowd, where two figures were stealthily retreating. "Jengar, apprehend those individuals." Xiaofeng's voice resonated in the ears of all the islanders, who turned to see a Jengar with an unusual hue emerging from the shadows, its stout hands reaching towards the heads of the two sneaky figures. In the next moment, the two individuals, as if ensnared by the very throat of fate, struggled in agony as they were dragged by Gung Gui by their hair and unceremoniously tossed before Xiaofeng. It was only then that the onlookers discerned their identities. It was none other than Karen, the son of the island's master, and the lecherous middle-aged man with curly hair who had been the first to shout for a search of Xiaofeng. An ominous premonition arose within Caven and the residents. "Where do you intend to go?" Xiaofeng grinned, narrowing his eyes at the two. "My lord, we merely wish to relieve ourselves," the curly-haired man replied, rising from the ground and casting a lewd smile at Xiaofeng. "Is that so? Are you aware that your smile is quite unsightly? However, there is something of yours that I find rather appealing," Xiaofeng remarked, his smile growing more pronounced as he fixed his gaze upon the lecher's face. "Ah, heh. My lord, what is it that you fancy of mine? I would gladly offer it to you." The man rubbed his palms together in a sycophantic manner. "Ha, truly? How delightful. I am particularly fond of that hand you just pointed at me. So, Gung Gui." Xiaofeng's eyes crescented in delight as he turned to Gung Gui. In the next instant, the lecherous man's eyes widened in horror as a large, shadowy hand gripped his right arm. Sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, his hand withered, devoid of life, akin to a wilting flower. Ack! A pained scream erupted from the man's throat, the excruciating agony causing him to collapse, rolling on the ground with his left hand clutching his right shoulder. Around them, the sound of saliva being swallowed echoed ominously. Xiaofeng looked down upon the writhing figure on the ground, devoid of any sympathy, before turning his gaze to Karen, a smile playing on his lips. "It seems we meet again." "Yes, indeed, my lord," Karen replied, his head bowed, his mind replaying the image of the lecher's arm withering away. Trembling in fear and pale in countenance, Xiaofeng's expression hardened as he scrutinized Karen. "Come now, be a good boy and tell everyone whether I visited your sacrificial tower last night. Answer correctly, or I may not take a liking to something of yours." Feeling Xiaofeng's gaze linger upon him and the subtle threat in his words, Karen hastily shook his head, stepping back, terror evident in his eyes. "No, you did not go to the sacrificial tower last night." Upon hearing this, the islanders glared at Karen with fury. "Then where is our sacred artifact?" I do not know where the artifact is now. It was the lecher, after we took the artifact. He said he would keep it safe." Karen, under the collective scrutiny, frantically pointed to the figure on the ground. The crowd's attention shifted back to the lecher, who now lay motionless, as if lifeless. This?" The crowd redirected their gaze to Xiaofeng. "What are you looking at me for?" Xiaofeng replied, exasperated by their foolishness. The damage inflicted by Gung Gui was not fatal. With narrowed eyes and a serious demeanor, he glanced at the lecher once more, then returned his focus to the sky. "Let him rest eternally. I am merely asleep." As he spoke, the lecher twitched and, devoid of color, sat up with a grotesque smile, only to lower his head awkwardly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The sacred artifact has been sold." At this revelation, a muscular man stepped forward from the crowd, gripping the lecher by the collar, his expression dark as he glared at the lecher's repugnant face. "Sold? To whom?" "To the person who arrived a few days ago by airship," the lecher stammered, averting his gaze from the man's intense stare. "Where is he now?" Tianze inquired, frowning. "Over there." The lecher pointed skyward with a shaky gesture. The crowd looked up to see an airship slowly ascending from behind the island's sacrificial tower. "Quick! Don't let it escape." The residents hastened towards the airship, some flying spirits taking to the skies in pursuit. At that moment, Xiaofeng noticed Karen, forgotten by the crowd, slowly retreating in the opposite direction. "Haklong, ice flame, cripple him." Xiaofeng commanded with a glance at Karen before turning his attention back to the intriguing airship overhead. "And I?" Haklong responded softly, then opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful wave of icy blue flames targeting Karen's retreating right leg. In an instant, Karen's leg began to freeze from the ground up, ice rapidly spreading until it enveloped his thigh. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, clutching his thigh and howling in agony. Kevin, witnessing his son's plight, sighed deeply and approached Karen, sitting beside him with a complex expression as he gently stroked his head, closing his eyes to ignore the chaos around them. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, unfazed by the anguished cries behind him, remained solely focused on the airship above. The vessel was under attack by the flying spirits of the islanders, yet it showed no signs of faltering, protected by a massive green energy shield. Spirits were being struck down by the yellow energy beams emitted from the ship. If all the flying spirits were to fall, the islanders would never reclaim their sacred artifact from the ship. Tianze, watching the ship slip away, felt a surge of desperation. His eyes widened as he fixated on the departing vessel, wishing he could chase after it. However, reality rendered him powerless, and he could only watch as it gradually faded from view. Suddenly, Tianze turned to the seemingly passive Xiaofeng, hope igniting within him. Without hesitation, he knelt before Xiaofeng. With a thud, he struck his forehead against the ground, crimson blood trickling down. "My lord, may I implore you to assist us in preventing that ship from departing and help us retrieve the sacred artifact? This is your internal matter. What concern is it of a mere outsider?" Xiaofeng replied, gazing down at Tianze with calm detachment. Tianze met Xiaofeng's gaze, remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the spirits beside Xiaofeng, as if making a decision. He quickly dashed towards the wooden house and soon returned with an old wooden box, presenting it before Xiaofeng. "My lord, this is an item left by my father during his lifetime. I believe it may prove useful to you." A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiaofeng's eyes as he accepted the box and opened it, a brief glimmer lighting up his gaze before he closed it and tucked it into his pocket. "I shall grant your request. Bring it down," Xiaofeng commanded Gyarados, who nodded and raised its head, opening its massive mouth as a torrent of yellow energy rapidly coalesced within. The next moment, Tianze heard a series of whooshing sounds, his vision momentarily obscured by a golden light. Gyarados unleashed a barrage of destructive energy beams, weaving past the flying spirits and relentlessly targeting the airship above. Boom, boom, boom. The protective shield surrounding the airship buckled under the relentless assault, rippling with numerous waves while emitting cracking sounds. In a brief moment, not only did the shield shatter, but the ship itself was also riddled with holes, thick black smoke billowing from within as it plummeted towards the ground. Suddenly, a hatch opened atop the ship, and a figure with a backpack was ejected into the air. In mid-flight, the figure swiftly retrieved a pokeball and pressed the switch, summoning a colossal vine creature above him. The colossal vine extended its lengthy tendrils to encircle the figure's waist, as countless vines coalesced into a massive vine parachute, gracefully descending towards the ground not far away. Boom. As the figure landed, a deafening explosion reverberated, and the spacecraft shattered into myriad fragments, scattering chaotically. "Quick! Don't let him escape." A faction of the crowd, mounted on elven steeds, swiftly surrounded the fallen individual. Xiaofeng and the elves darted forward with ethereal agility, revealing the visage of the man before them. He was clad in a black hooded leather jacket and trousers, with striking red hair and adorned with an ear stud. Appearing to be in his late 20s, the man gazed at Xiaofeng, who had materialized before him, his eyes widening in disbelief, the pupils dilating in shock. "Are you human or specter? Such theatrics. Have you never encountered a superpowered being?" Xiaofeng replied, exasperation evident in his gaze. "Guma, return our sacred relic." The crowd erupted with voices brimming with indignation. "Humph, I purchased it. Why should I return it?" Guma retorted dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. The crowd's expressions darkened as they glared at Guma. "That belongs to the entire island. It is not personal property and cannot be traded. If anything were to go awry, it would spell disaster for the island. And do you dare claim you didn't incite Curly and the others to steal it from the altar?" Guma retrieved a pokeball from his pocket, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. "And even if I did, what do you think you can do to apprehend me?" He tossed the ball into the air, where it burst open, illuminating the surroundings with a flash, revealing a colossal metallic Pokémon with a spherical upper body adorned with 7 crimson spheres. Name, Registeel LV91. "Ah, one of the 3 pillars of creation. Very well. I shall entrust this to you, Mega Evolution." Xiaofeng glanced at the details of Registeel before turning his attention to the side, where Gyarados awaited. Gyarados nodded in acknowledgement, and as it approached Xiaofeng, it was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors, transforming into its mega form in an instant. "Registeel, unleash electromagnetic cannon," Guma commanded, his voice resonating in the ears of the crowd. They witnessed Registeel's 7 eye-like red spheres pulsating with erratic light, and in the next moment, it raised its enormous hands, rapidly gathering a sphere of terrifying energy for the attack. Dragon Tail, shatter it. Xiaofeng's command reached Gyarados. The dragon's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as it lifted its mighty tail, enveloped in a powerful aura, and swung it with overwhelming force towards the approaching electromagnetic cannon. With a resounding boom, the cannon burst like a fragile bubble, dissipating into wisps of electricity. Seizing the moment, Xiaofeng's gaze sharpened. It's our turn, Gyarados. Use Hurricane Charge. Obeying the directive, Gyarados became a whirlwind of stormy currents, enveloped in a soft azure aura. Utilizing the Tempest's force, it surged towards Registeel like a bolt of lightning. Registeel, deploy Iron Defense. Guma, his brow furrowed, issued his command swiftly as he observed Gyarados' formidable energy. Registeel crossed its arms over its chest, reflecting a blinding light, standing resolute like an iron fortress. Clang! The clash of metal resonated in the air, erupting into a shower of sparks that rained down. Gyarados' fierce impact forced Registeel's arms inward, and then Gyarados' head collided heavily with Registeel's abdomen, propelling it backward and creating powerful shockwaves. Swoosh! Guma caught a glimpse of a dark gray streak whizzing past his ear, tousling his red hair in the wind. He turned to see Registeel soaring hundreds of meters before it finally plunged into the ground, carving a long trench in the soil. As it came to a stop, cracks riddled its abdomen, the 7 crimson spheres flickering dimly, clearly battered from Gyarados' onslaught. What kind of power is this? Guma mused. A mixture of astonishment and determination flooding his mind, realizing that after the next move, Registeel would be unable to resist. Registeel, unleash Cannon Destruction Blast towards Gyarados. Registeel, barely standing on the brink of collapse, summoned its last vestiges of strength, aligning the 7 red spheres towards Gyarados, rapidly condensing an enormous, terrifying tricolor energy ball of black, white, and yellow. Gyarados, use Sliding Tail. As Registeel gathered its energy, a faint smile flickered across Xiaofeng's lips. Gyarados, attuned to Xiaofeng's words, felt a surge of peculiar energy, and soon, 2 illusory figures mimicking a sliding motion appeared beneath Registeel's feet. Suddenly, Registeel felt the ground shift beneath it, its feet losing purchase, and it plummeted, the condensed energy ball aimed at the earth. Just as Registeel was about to collide with the ground, a figure, entwined in spiraling water, materialized above it. It was Gyarados, wielding its water tail, and it struck Registeel's head with tremendous force, burying its skull into the ground. Boom! The sound of the impact resonated, coinciding with the explosion of the energy ball, causing the earth to tremble violently, debris flying into the air, and dense black smoke billowing upwards. With injuries on both sides of its head, Registeel finally ceased its glowing, surrendering its fighting spirit. Well done, Gyarados. Xiaofeng beamed, a smile gracing his lips as he praised his companion. Gyarados unfurled its massive wings and roared triumphantly in response. Humph. Since you are so eager to reclaim the relic meant for the sacrifice, I shall oblige. Guma, seizing the moment as Registeel fell, revealed a silver-white orb intricately carved with intertwining energies of fire, ice, and lightning, glowing softly with azure light, and hurled it violently to the ground. With a tremendous thud, the orb struck the earth, emitting a colossal sound, its azure glow flickering intensely before it began to roll. It didn't break? Guma frowned, gazing perplexedly at the rolling orb. Meanwhile, not far from the island, deep in the ocean, beneath stormy skies, volcanic eruptions, and icy caverns, for pairs of eyes brimming with unearthly power slowly opened, their owners flapping their wings and swiftly moving towards a certain direction. You scoundrel! The residents, witnessing Guma's actions, quickly rushed forward to examine the orb, while others angrily commanded their Pokémon and charged at Guma and his vine creature, resulting in a chaotic scene where one person and one Pokémon bore swollen heads akin to pig's heads, teeth scattered across the ground. No harm done. The relic remains intact. The crowd inspecting the orb collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a slight sense of ease. Just as the residents began to rejoice, 4 figures emerged from different directions in the sky, radiating an aura of terrifying power. As they flew, the skies above the Kanto region darkened with heavy clouds. The ocean roiling with tumultuous waves, and thunder, snow, and heat surged forth, painting a picture of impending cataclysm. Wild spirits from all corners of the land fled in a state of disarray. The residents gazed upwards at this chaotic scene, falling to the ground in despair, their hearts overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness. It's over. The prophecy has come to pass. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow at the unfolding spectacle. Realizing the situation exceeded his expectations, seemingly sensing something amiss as he surveyed his surroundings. As the figures drew nearer, he finally discerned their full forms. One figure was engulfed in terrifying flames, another crackled with surrounding lightning, a third appeared to freeze everything around it, and the last, a white silhouette, was enveloped by a dreadful azure halo. Name: Lugia. Role: capable of invoking the powers of heaven and earth. Skill potency increased by 50%. LV 112. Name: Zapdos. Role: LV 102. Name: Moltres. Role: LV 103. Name: Articuno. Role: LV 101. So it was these three foolish birds. I wondered who would make such a grand entrance. And why did Lugia and they not engage upon first sight? They seemed to share the same objective. A glimmer of understanding crossed Xiao Feng's eyes as he regarded the panel, his brow furrowing slightly in perplexity. Before he could ponder further, the four spirits in the sky unleashed beams of energy of varying and terrifying attributes towards different directions on the island. In an instant, the ground was marred by deep fissures, countless trees toppled and ignited, frozen, or charred. Chapter 138, The Unknown Island 7. They intend to obliterate this island. Xiao Feng tightened his frown, his gaze filled with astonishment as he watched Lugia and its companions wreak havoc upon the island, his heart unknowingly questioning, what grievances do they harbor? How could matters have escalated to such an irretrievable state? At that moment, Tianze, having struggled to keep up with Xiao Feng's rapid movements, finally arrived at his side. He surveyed the chaotic and ravaged scene before him and let out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, the worst has come to pass. Is this the prophecy you have been speaking of? Xiao Feng turned, puzzled, to Tianze. Tianze nodded. The power of the four divine beasts must not be trifled with, otherwise, the world will face annihilation. When the four divine beasts display their might, only a young trainer adorned with lightning will be able to quell their wrath. As he listened, a twitch formed at the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth. Feeling increasingly uneasy, his heart resigned. This young trainer enshrouded in lightning can't possibly be a fool, can he? In such a dire situation, where am I to find a fool? Xiao Feng scratched his head and turned to the spirits nearby. If that's the case, then we must resort to the most primal method. Let us take them down. Charizard, I leave the three foolish birds to you and Lizard King to handle. As for Lugia, it will be entrusted to the Electivire. It's the perfect opportunity to test the strength of its new form. Upon hearing this, Charizard nodded, soaring into the sky, controlling its power to unleash three flames directed at the trio of foolish birds above. It then flapped its wings and flew further afield, while the other spirits, except for Electivire's companions, crouched low and swiftly darted along the ground, keeping pace with Charizard's agile form. The trio of enraged birds, provoked by the challenge, fixed their piercing gazes on Charizard's receding silhouette, swiftly altering their course and flapping their expansive wings, pursuing it with lightning speed. Observing Charizard successfully lead away the trio of foolish birds, a satisfied expression spread across Xiao Feng's face as he nodded appreciatively. His gaze then shifted back to Lugia in the sky, his eyes shimmering with blue light. Raising his right hand, he touched his thumb and middle finger together and snapped. Go forth, Electivire, Bond Evolution. Electivire, with measured steps, approached Xiao Feng, gazing up at Lugia, then raised its hands high, tightly clenching its fists. In an instant, a surge of thunder erupted from its eyes like a tidal wave. Suddenly, ominous dark clouds gathered above, and a massive yellow lightning dragon descended with cataclysmic force, striking precisely into Electivire's body. In an instant, Electivire was enveloped in a dazzling golden glow, its radiance so intense that it was nearly blinding. As the light gradually faded, a formidable figure clad in magnificent armor, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, emerged beneath Lugia. Lugia, in the sky, furrowed its brow, its expression grave as it regarded this unprecedented and peculiar spirit, an involuntary wariness flashing in its eyes. Abruptly, Lugia swung its colossal wings, summoning countless razor-sharp blades of air that coalesced and shot forth, hinting at the potential to rend space itself. Supergiant Irontail. As he stared at the multitude of air blades filling the sky, Xiao Feng licked his lips, his eyes swirling with blue light. Electivire grinned, its tails entwining like a war hammer, then rapidly enlarging 100-fold, it swung horizontally across the sky from left to right. With a cacophony of thunderous impacts resonating through the air, every blade of air shot forth by Lugia was obliterated by the colossal hammer, vanishing without a trace. The hammer, having fulfilled its purpose, swiftly shrank back into two smaller line hammers behind Electivire, seemingly animated, joyfully swinging and creating a whooshing sound. Seeing that its entire offensive had failed, Lugia quickly adapted its strategy, radiating a terrifying blue light that extended skyward, coalescing into the form of a colossal psychic energy specter shaped like Lugia. As the energy specter formed, it flapped its wings and charged toward Electivire. Electivire, Fire Thunder Dragon Fist. With a glimmer of blue light in his eyes, Xiaofeng drew his right fist to his side and struck towards Lugia. Roar! Electivire lifted its head and let out a mighty roar, mimicking Xiaofeng's fist-retracting motion. In that instant, flames and thunder erupted from its arm, morphing into two substantial energy dragons that entwined around Electivire's arm. As the energy dragons coalesced, Electivire bent its legs and leaped powerfully towards Lugia in the sky, fiercely swinging its fist. The energy specter unleashed by Lugia collided with Electivire's Fire Thunder Dragon Fist, and without any hindrance, a massive hole was torn through it as Electivire's fist surged onward, unrelenting towards Lugia. Lugia's eyes reflected the terrifying, solidified energy contained within Electivire's fist, which continued to enlarge, a look of intense panic flashing across its features. It hastily summoned its immense internal energy to raise a protective barrier of swirling yellow and blue energy to shield itself. As Electivire's fist struck the barrier, a deafening roar echoed, followed by the sound of cracking as fissures spiderwebbed across the entire barrier. Ultimately, the barrier could not withstand the overwhelming force, shattering and dissipating into the sky. Seizing the moment while the barrier was occupied, Lugia employed its flight skill to swiftly distance itself from Electivire below, adjusting in midair. Astonished by the overwhelming power Electivire displayed, Electivire, thwarted by the barrier, lost its momentum to ascend further into the sky and swiftly landed back on the ground. Gazing upwards at Lugia with piercing eyes. Oh, have you managed to block it? Truly worthy of the sea god. What will you do next? Xiaofeng regarded Lugia's figure, nodding in acknowledgement. Lugia reigned in the tumult of emotions swirling within, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes as its majestic wings unfurled with sudden force. In an instant, it became enveloped in layers of azure, cerulean, and violet energy, resembling a meteor as it surged downward towards the electric beast. The electric beast, the ultimate embodiment of thunderous might, prepared to confront Lugia head-on. Observing Lugia's readiness for battle, Xiaofeng's azure-hued eyes shimmered with unwavering conviction. His mind resolutely focused on a singular thought: the electric beast shall triumph. Chapter 139, The Conclusion of Dreams. With a booming roar, the electric beast raised its powerful arms, tilting its head back as if to pierce the heavens with its voice. The sound resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the very fabric of the earth. In an instant, torrents of lightning erupted from its form, coalescing into an impressively stylish suit of thunderous armor. Simultaneously, ethereal purple energy flickered upon the armor, which then extended into intricate and resplendent violet tattoos that adorned its gauntlets and armors, remnants of its evolved bonds. At that moment, the electric beast resembled an ancient thunder deity clad in impenetrable armor, exuding an aura of formidable authority that was palpable and suffocating. As the armor fully materialized, the electric beast dashed forward, leaping high into the air with unstoppable momentum, charging at the oncoming Lugia, leaving behind a radiant trail of yellow and purple light that shimmered like a comet streaking across the night sky. The island's inhabitants looked up to witness two luminous trails intersecting in a brilliant display. Boom. The moment of collision between the electric beast and Lugia sent tremors through the land, the surrounding space quaking violently as a massive explosion radiated outward from the two Pokémon. Flames erupted skyward, dark smoke billowed and churned, and immense energy cascaded through the atmosphere, swirling like a tempest that threatened to engulf the entire world. After a brief moment, amidst the flickering flames and the enveloping smoke, a silvery figure emerged, descending rapidly from the chaos, crashing heavily into the ground with a resounding thud that sent dust billowing into the air, shrouding the area in a hazy mist. As the dense black smoke slowly dissipated, the electric beast, crackling with latent lightning and utterly unharmed, hovered steadily in midair. After a brief pause, as if cradled by some mysterious force, it gracefully descended, breaking into a broad smile as it shed its imposing armored form, striding over to Xiaofeng's side. Xiaofeng, witnessing this, felt a smile bloom on his face, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he gently patted the electric beast's arm, kindly remarking, "You did well." On the other side, the fire dragon and its companions, who had been observing from atop the bruised and unconscious three silly birds, rushed over to Xiaofeng in jubilant excitement upon witnessing the electric beast's victory, vociferously expressing their joy. "Ha! Everyone has worked hard," Xiaofeng exclaimed, his voice ringing with praise as he beheld the ecstatic expressions of his Pokémon. After successfully defeating Lugia and the 3 silly birds, the sky gradually cleared. The warm sunlight filtering down through the dissipating clouds, its golden rays wrapping the earth in a soft embrace. After sharing a moment of laughter with his companions, Xiaofeng instructed them to bring the 3 silly birds to Lugia's side, and then requested Tianzi and the islanders to gather some energy-restoring berries. With great care, Xiaofeng pried open Lugia's beaks and swiftly fed the berries into their mouths. After a brief period, the eyes of Lugia and the 3 silly birds fluttered open, and they gradually regained consciousness. They regarded Xiaofeng and his Pokémon with instinctive trepidation, particularly the 3 silly birds, whose glances darted nervously towards the fire dragon, betraying their unease. Subsequently, Xiaofeng engaged in friendly dialogue with Lugia and its companions, employing gentle persuasion, and when that proved insufficient, he resorted to more assertive methods. Ultimately, the islanders returned the sacred artifact to the altar, successfully diffusing the fury of Lugia and its kin, who then flapped their wings and soared back to their original abode. As Xiaofeng beheld the familiar sight of the quaint town ahead, he opened his arms wide, inhaling deeply with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "We have returned to New Town." Xiaofeng led his Pokémon through the bustling streets of New Town until they arrived at Professor Oak's research facility. He knocked gently on the door with his right hand and called out, "Grandfather, open the door." In the next moment, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from within the research lab, followed by the swift creak of the door being flung open. "Welcome home," Professor Oak greeted, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he beheld Xiaofeng and the fire dragons, quickly ushering them inside. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm orange hue across the horizon, Xiaofeng and Professor Oak each held a steaming bowl of noodles. Settling down on small stools in the backyard of the research facility, time had flown by, and now Xiaofeng had become a champion. "Ha! Professor Oak chuckled, savoring a mouthful of noodles, nostalgia twinkling in his eyes as he recalled the journey that had transformed the little Charmander into its current formidable form. "Grandfather, I feel that I and the fire dragons have become incredibly powerful." "Ha! Xiaofeng exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he slurped up the noodles. "Indeed. What do you plan to do next?" Professor Oak inquired, stroking his bowl of noodles with curiosity as he turned to face Xiaofeng. "I have an important mission that I must undertake," Xiaofeng replied with a smile, gazing into the distance, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic spark. "Ha! I wish you all the best." Professor Oak scratched his head, refraining from pressing further about Xiaofeng's plans, simply offering his blessings. Thus, the two conversed until the early hours of the morning, when drowsiness finally overcame them, and they retreated to their respective rooms to sink into the comfort of their soft beds. Several days later, in the Galar region, in the town of Rustboro, under the cover of night, a figure accompanied by a Pokémon appeared in the home of an individual with the surname Dog. The person observed the sleeping figure on the bed, adorned with a red hairpin, and stroked their chin, a glimmer of blue light flashing in their eyes, at last. "I have found you. It wasn't easy, Dog. How?" This individual was none other than Xiaofeng alongside his Jengar. With a thought, Xiaofeng's expression turned serious as he addressed the system. "System, is what I asked you about last night reliable? That was hard-earned money. Rest assured, host. It requires only 1 point of species value to accomplish." The system replied with confidence. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of unusual light crossing them as he said, "All right, let us begin." Ding. Does the host confirm the expenditure of 1 point of species value to erase Dog How's supercatcher ability? Confirmed. Xiaofeng decisively chose to proceed with the erasure. Subsequently, it seemed as though an invisible sword had struck Dog How, severing something from him that dissipated into nothingness. Ding. Host command has been completed. The system's voice resonated within Xiaofeng's mind. Pleased, Xiaofeng nodded, but sensing something was amiss. He turned to Jengar with a grin and stepped into the void, declaring, "Permanent nightmare hypnosis. Let him from this day forth be perpetually powerless, forever enamored only with the mundane." Jengar let out a satisfied noise, approaching Dog How, as an intense black fog enveloped him, and his eyes shimmered with swirling mystical light. The waves of energy intertwined with the smoke, swiftly merging into Dog How's recumbent form. Having completed this task, Jengar vanished into the void alongside Xiaofeng. In the next instant, Dog How's body began to convulse, and after a brief moment, he struck a flamboyant pose, his hands forming a delicate gesture, exuding an air of flamboyance. The following day, Xiaofeng, along with Gungui, returned to Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. Stepping out of the research facility with the Pokémon in tow, Xiaofeng strolled through the streets of Pallet Town, becoming somewhat entranced by the scenery around him. Suddenly, he felt as though the world was spinning, as if he had been thrust out of a certain room. Regaining his composure, Xiaofeng gazed in bewilderment at the familiar yet strange restroom. Had he truly returned, or was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, he adjusted his trousers and made his way back to his room, where he sprawled out on his bed in a starfish position. Closing his eyes, he murmured softly, "I should sleep early. I have work tomorrow." The story concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until next time, farewell.